In the city of Jiangcheng, within the Dragon City Imperial View community, Yifeng opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. The familiar sofa, the shattered coffee table, and his pet dog Xiaobai. "This is my home," he exclaimed. "But didn't I die? Could it be?" A wave of ecstasy surged within the depths of his gaze. "I have been reborn." With excitement, Yifeng retrieved his phone and illuminated the screen. It boldly displayed Blue Star Calendar, April 4th, 2060. His heart raced, and his eyes widened, a smile tugging at his lips that was more difficult to suppress than a weapon's recoil. I truly have been reborn, back to the onset of the apocalypse." His voice abruptly ceased, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. April 4th, 2060, is already the 4th day since the zombie apocalypse began. No, why? If I've been reborn, why not to an earlier time? Yifeng clenched his fists, his joy mingled with confusion. Looking down, he was clad in thick clothing, gloves, and armed with a dagger. Yifeng was momentarily taken aback. What was he preparing for? At that moment, a displeased voice rang out from behind him. "Defeng, why are you dawdling? Stop your mumbling. Didn't you promise me to go out and find food? Why are you still here?" Upon hearing that familiar voice, a glint of cold light flashed in Yifeng's eyes. It was her, his girlfriend, Li Yuting. Memories of his past life surged into his mind. That on April 1st, 2060, a strange, intermittent voice echoed across Blue Star. "Creatures, weep and wail." After the cleansing, rebirth, then came an inexplicable blood mist that swept across Blue Star in mere hours. Nearly half of humanity transformed into zombies. The apocalypse had arrived. The remaining humans, while not becoming zombies, mostly perished at the hands of the undead. The world was left with less than 20% of humanity surviving. What's more, the ferocious zombies began to mutate and evolve. Fortunately, some survivors later awakened special abilities to resist the zombies, preventing humanity's extinction. Yifeng and his girlfriend were among the fortunate few who awakened these abilities. Liu Ting was his college sweetheart, fair-skinned and beautiful, with a tall figure. Bound by emotions and responsibilities, Yifeng poured his heart into her, buying her anything she desired. Even in the apocalypse, he continued to care for her, obediently following her wishes. Regrettably, his genuine devotion was met with betrayal. His heartfelt contributions were repaid with the naked treachery of his girlfriend. On a fateful day, half a year into the apocalypse, Yifeng fortuitously acquired a valuable forbidden item, intending to return home early from an adventure to celebrate with Li Yuting. Little did he know, he would unexpectedly stumble upon her affair with Li Yufan and their sinister plot. "Yuting, next time I'll get some drugs to paralyze your husband, and we can." Hey. No, Defeng is very fierce. Provoking him could lead to unforeseen consequences. Hearing the words from within the room, Yifeng was consumed by rage. "What are you two doing?" He burst into the room, only to witness an unbearable scene. Yet, to his astonishment, the two quickly regained their composure from their initial panic. "Yifeng, right? Your woman seduced me first." Li Yufan smiled smugly. "As compensation, I can offer you an opportunity. There's a vice captain position in the 7th search team that you can fill." Li Yufan spoke with a nonchalant tone, as if it were a matter of course. He had the right to say such things. Though his abilities were not particularly strong, he was the son of a powerful figure in the war zone, a typical second-generation heir with considerable family influence. "Fool, I don't want it." Yifeng was enraged, feeling utterly humiliated. He turned to Li Yuting, his heart torn asunder. Why? Why did you betray me?" The bicycle he had once cherished now pedaled vigorously by another. It was a reality Yifeng could not accept. Li Yuting showed no remorse, her expression calm. "Yifeng, just accept Yufan's offer. We aren't married. We are free to love, so technically, this isn't betrayal. Besides, Yufan is already taken. What more do you want?" At her words, Yifeng's eyes turned blood red, losing all rationality. "You both deserve to die." Li Yufan's expression soured, letting out a cold snort. "You're asking for it. I'll kill you." But the next moment, he was stunned. Yifeng, at the cost of his own life, resolutely activated the forbidden item. A colossal energy erupted forth. "No, someone." Li Yufan panicked. Yifeng grinned maliciously. "Let's die together." Boom. The explosion centered around Yifeng engulfed the entire scene. In the despairing gaze of Li Yufan and Li Yuting, the three met their end. "I'm truly back." In the room, the reborn Yifeng was filled with exhilaration. Liu Yuting frowned, looking at the trembling Yifeng, and said, "Yifeng, what's wrong with you?" I saw in the owner's group that Lin Haotian from the 8th floor found a large amount of supplies from a neighbor's house. If you're still a man, hurry up and go find supplies. Her tone was laced with impatience. Yi Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. Ha. Looking for food? Forget that. In his previous life, he had been spurred by Li Yuting's provocations, rashly running out. Though he had been fortunate enough not to feed the zombies, he had sustained a disfiguring injury to his right cheek from shattered glass, losing his handsome appearance, and incurring Li Yuting's disdain. The heavens have not treated me unjustly. Yi Feng laughed heartily as he approached Li Yuting. Big fool Feng, what are you doing? Li Yuting looked at him, a mix of anger and confusion. Smack. Yi Feng suddenly unleashed a slap. Li Yuting's head buzzed from the blow. Why Yi Feng? How dare you hit me? Have you lost your mind? Li Yuting covered her swollen left cheek, pointing at Yi Feng and shouting, I'll tell you, Yi Feng, we are done. Even if you kneel and beg like a dog, I will never forgive you. Before she could finish, Yi Feng struck her again. Forgive you? Not a chance. Smack. Li Yuting's teeth flew from the impact, her face swollen, her body spun around as she staggered to the ground. She looked at Yi Feng in disbelief. She could never have imagined that Yi Feng's strength could be so devastating. Yi Feng, you bastard, you beast, you scoundrel. I'll fight you. Li Yuting scrambled to her feet, lunging at Yi Feng. Yi Feng grinned, slowly raising the dagger in his hand. The sharp blade gleamed with a chilling light. Li Yuting froze. Her angry tirade abruptly halted. It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her head. Yi Feng, calm down, what are you doing? A chill gripped Li Yuting's heart. What am I doing? Naturally, I intend to kill you. Yi Feng's gaze was devoid of warmth as he took slow steps toward her. Li Yuting, hearing this, turned pale with terror, retreating repeatedly. Her instinct screamed that Yi Feng was not joking. He genuinely intended to kill her. Yi Feng, don't you love me anymore? What about our vows? Those are just phrases. No, I don't believe it. You once loved me. Li Yuting shrieked in a fit of despair. That was then. This is now. The current you only disgusts me. He let out a cold laugh, decisively slashing the dagger. No, please don't. Li Yuting's scalp tingled, terror coursing through her. The cold glimmer flashed. Swish, the dagger effortlessly sliced through her throat. Gurgle. Li Yuting's throat suddenly bore a crimson line. Sizzle. Blood erupted forth. Her complexion turned pale, her delicate form trembling incessantly. Yi Feng, why? Cough. Yi Feng delivered another spinning kick. Bang. Li Yuting let out a muffled groan, crashing heavily to the ground. Yi Feng placed his foot upon her head, indifferent to her cries of anguish, gripping his dagger and stabbing repeatedly. Thud. Thud. 1 stab, 2 stabs, 3 stabs. Yi Feng remained silent, relentlessly piercing, until Li Yuting's body lay in tatters, motionless. He gradually ceased his assault. Li Yuting was dead, with a blade in hand. His emotions surged beyond expression. To die so easily, how fortunate for you. Yi Feng slowly rose, his gaze frigid. His nemesis, Li Yufan. In this life, I shall repay you well. Li Yufan. Li Yufan was currently absent from Jiang City. However, according to the trajectory of the past life, he would undoubtedly encounter Li Yufan in Jiang City. Yi Feng exhaled a breath of foul air. He retrieved a tissue to wipe away the blood at his side. Entering the kitchen, he fetched a kitchen knife and returned to sever Li Yuting's head, discarding it into the rubbish bin. It was not out of sadism, but rather to prevent the corpse from reanimating. Having completed these grim tasks, Yi Feng turned back and sat upon the sofa, gazing out the window. Outside, a mist of blood enveloped the air. Zombies roamed freely. Yi Feng contemplated silently. The only sustenance at home was his pet dog, Little White. Along with its food, his eyes narrowed slightly. Should he risk venturing out for supplies? Absolutely not, even if he had to survive on dog food or dog meat for a few days. Waiting for his powers to awaken before stepping outside. Wouldn't that be wiser? The apocalypse is not so simple, but as long as I successfully awaken my abilities, even if they are weak in this life, it matters not. I can utilize the knowledge from my past life to seize the opportunities of the strong and swiftly grow in power. Li Yufan possessed immense backing. Only by striving to grow stronger could he hope to exact revenge. In my previous life, I lived in constant fear, as if treading on thin ice. But in this life, I will firmly grasp my destiny in my own hands. My fate is mine to command, not dictated by heaven. Yi Feng's eyes sparkled with determination, silently vowing to plan, to struggle, to strive, to become a person of significance. At that moment, A mechanical electronic voice resonated within his mind. The phishing system has successfully loaded. Would you like to bind it? Yifeng's eyes widened in astonishment. It is the system. As realization dawned, a wave of ecstasy surged within him. Is it not said that the heavens do not forsake those without hope? It is well known that a system is the most formidable of advantages. Magnificent, requiring no further explanation. I shall bind it immediately, Yifeng declared with excitement. To hesitate for even a moment would be an affront to the system. Binding of the phishing system successful. Ha ha ha. The phishing system? My external aid has arrived. Yifeng could not suppress the smile that crept upon his lips. While hard work is indeed inspiring, having an advantage is far more delightful. Striving and struggling? I cannot compete at all. Notice, this system can assist the host in phishing for various items, encompassing everyday necessities, weaponry, extraordinary skills, and mystical abilities. Notice, phishing requires bait, which represents the number of phishing attempts. The host, upon the initial binding of the system, is granted 10 portions of bait. Notice, source of bait, a phishing system? It seems capable of reeling in anything. A gift of 10 portions of bait at the outset? Yifeng was overwhelmed with joy, his heart racing vigorously. Rebirth is indeed a path of exhilaration, offering multiple systems and myriad avenues. He concentrated, his thoughts plunging into a peculiar space. Is this the phishing space? Within it, there floated an island shrouded in white mist. Ethereal and dreamlike, it emanated an aura of the divine. Upon the island stood a black fishing platform, at the forefront of which lay a colossal golden fishing rod, radiating a spectrum of colors. Below the island sprawled an endless abyss of darkness, unfathomable and seemingly capable of devouring all. The island, the fishing platform, the fishing rod. Yifeng's gaze flickered. Notice, consuming 1 portion of bait allows for a single fishing attempt. Current bait quantity, 10 portions. Notice, the host's first 3 fishing attempts are enhanced by a novice aura, guaranteeing powerful abilities, skills, and items. The first 3 fishing attempts come with guaranteed rewards. A total of 10 fishing attempts. Yifeng exhaled a deep breath, forcing himself to calm his racing heart, silently affirming, to defy fate begins at this moment. System, grant me the ability to fish. In an instant, the fishing rod stirred, the golden hook soaring into the boundless darkness. Notice, fishing in progress. Yifeng's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he awaited silently. Moments later, the system's notification sounded. Notice, congratulations to the host for a successful fishing attempt. Acquiring the mythic level ability, Chaos Thunder. A mythic level ability, Chaos Thunder? His eyes widened in astonishment, overwhelmed with excitement. Notice, items obtained through fishing are categorized into 5 quality tiers: ordinary, rare, epic, legendary, and mythic. Notice, items acquired through fishing will be temporarily stored in the fishing space. The host should retrieve them promptly. Notice, some items will manifest as source orbs. Once the host extracts these orbs, they need only touch them gently to utilize their power. So the mythic level ability is indeed a force even greater than the legendary tier. My fortune is truly remarkable. In my previous life, my abilities were merely an enhancement of ordinary powers. The ordinary level belongs to the lowest tier of supernatural abilities, akin to the blue-silver grass in the realm of martial souls, insignificantly feeble. However, in this lifetime, I possess a mythical supernatural ability from the very onset. One word, exhilarating. Yifeng's heart swelled with joy as he hastily immersed himself in the fishing space. A radiant energy pearl, emanating a kaleidoscope of colors, lay quietly on the fishing platform. The surface of the pearl was adorned with peculiar patterns, each line subtly exuding a formidable aura of thunder that seemed capable of annihilating everything. Is this the chaotic divine thunder? Yifeng, suppressing his excitement, could hardly wait a moment longer and mentally commanded, "System, extract the chaotic divine thunder." Boom. A dazzling energy pearl, shimmering with colorful brilliance, materialized in the void, hovering in midair. Yifeng extended his finger and gently prodded the pearl. Instantly, it transformed into a stream of vibrant light and merged into Yifeng's forehead. His body trembled, and in the next moment, a torrent of gray arcs of electricity erupted from him. Crackle. The arcs surged wildly. Yifeng furrowed his brow, overwhelmed by an intense heat. Electric sparks danced around him, crackling audibly. A potent energy surged within Yifeng, reshaping his skin, muscles, organs, and bones. Furthermore, within a several-mile radius centered around Yifeng, a terrifying and mysterious pressure descended upon the world. In an instant, the residents of the surrounding buildings felt a suffocating heaviness, their spirits weighed down. The survivors were filled with trepidation, expressing their anxious emotions in group messages. What is happening? I feel so anxious. I can hardly breathe. Is another natural disaster upon us? Damn, let me die? I've had enough. The heavens trembled, and the pressure loomed, causing widespread panic. Meanwhile, inside the room, Yi Feng's awakening was reaching a pivotal moment. Suddenly, all the thunderous energy surged back into his mind. In that instant, Yi Feng felt an excruciating headache. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. Large beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead. Ultimately, he could no longer hold back and let out a wretched scream. After a moment, the mysterious pressure from the outside world quietly dissipated. It seemed to vanish. Oh, I'm fine now. Thank the heavens for their blessings. What on earth just happened? Inside the room, Yi Feng completed the absorption and refinement of the last vestiges of the chaotic divine thunder, slowly opening his dark eyes. The awakening was complete. Simultaneously, a message surged into his consciousness. Supernatural ability, chaotic divine thunder, mythical level, origin, unique. Any awakened individual automatically receives information about their supernatural abilities upon awakening. Yi Feng lowered his gaze, contemplating his transformed body. His physique resembled exquisite jade, pristine and flawless, with abdominal muscles faintly visible. What does it mean to possess a mythical level origin? A unique ability. In his previous life, he had never heard of anyone possessing a unique supernatural ability. Nor had he encountered tales of mythical level powers. The strongest ability he knew of was merely legendary. Yi Feng clenched his fists, feeling the abundant power coursing through him. Both strength and speed had undergone astounding enhancements. I feel terrifyingly powerful, compared to the enhancements of abilities in my past life. It is as if I have ascended from the depths to the heavens. Yi Feng felt a surge of vitality coursing through his veins, dispelling all traces of weakness and fatigue. He was invigorated. It was as if he could replace a mighty ox in the fields. Overwhelmed with excitement, he gazed at his hands. Zizizizi. A torrent of gray arcs of electricity erupted from his palms. Crackling and booming, the thunder rolled like a dragon in flight. As Yi Feng observed the arcs dancing between his fingers, they exuded an aura that seemed capable of annihilating the very heavens and the earth, instilling a sense of trepidation within him. Is this the legendary Chaos Thunder? Prompt. Congratulations, you have automatically comprehended the fundamental skill of Chaos Thunderstrike. A surge of information flooded into Yi Feng's mind. His gaze flickered. Basic manipulation of thunder energy, Chaos Thunderstrike. Let me see how formidable it truly is. With a mere thought, a gray arc of electricity shot forth from the tip of his finger. P.S. This is not a story about a local warrior. He will leave the area after more than 10 chapters. Chapter 3. Extraordinary Combat Power, Revenge Instantly. The arc transformed into a streak of gray light, hurtling towards a nearby wooden dining table. Boom. The table exploded in an instant, reducing to dust and vanishing into thin air. Yi Feng was initially taken aback, but soon elated. Such is the might of mythical powers. Merely channeling a fraction of energy produced an arc potent enough to obliterate the table. It was akin to a young calf launching a rocket into the heavens. Calm down, Yi Feng. You are a professional. Do not succumb to laughter. Hee. After a moment, Yi Feng could no longer contain himself. One must remember the lofty ambitions of youth, once aspiring to be the greatest in the world. Hu Wu-Ti want to wield extraordinary power and traverse the realm unchallenged. Now, as the apocalypse descends and order collapses, he has returned, commanding the thunder. Invincible. He must be invincible. After a long while, Yi Feng steadied his emotions. He glanced at his girlfriend's lifeless body, finding it somewhat unsightly. With a flick of his finger, a bolt of lightning shot forth. Boom. Li Yuting's body was instantly reduced to a fine powder. Yi Feng smiled with satisfaction. Those who frequently engage in violence understand that the most challenging aspect often lies in erasing all traces of their deeds. Just then, a system prompt chimed. Prompt. The host's personal information panel has appeared. Please click to view details. A personal information panel? He clicked to explore. Name. Yi Feng. Level. 1-star superpower. Chaos Thunder. Unique in mythology. Skill. Thunderstrike. Numerous factors influence the power of a superhuman. Level. Abilities, skills, weapons, items, and combat techniques. Among these, the most significant are undoubtedly the abilities and levels. With this thought, Yi Feng smiled. The destructive potential of a mythical ability is truly staggering. With the Chaos Thunder at his disposal, he felt confident in his capability to battle above his rank. As for levels, every superhuman begins at 1 star. Each star illuminated signifies an enhancement in combat power. Thus, for any superhuman, ascending stars is of utmost importance. Yi Feng's eyes sparkled with contemplation. Recalling that during the 7th day of the apocalypse, certain zombies would harbor a substance known as a crystal core within their skulls. By absorbing these crystal cores, Superhumans could elevate their star levels. Today marks the 4th day of the apocalypse, which means I still have a few more days to wait before I can enhance my abilities. However, with the system at my disposal, I pondered silently. System, are you there? Is there a way for me to elevate my level? The system remained silent, offering no response. With a resigned shake of his head, Yifeng concluded that the system seemed devoid of intelligence, incapable of conversation. Nevertheless, waiting for 2 days would still allow for strength enhancement. Thus, he decided to continue fishing. A more pressing matter. Just as he was about to resume, his phone suddenly rang. He glanced down, a slight frown crossing his brow. The call was from Wang Guofeng, who lived downstairs. Wang Guofeng was a mid-level manager in the company, in his early 50s, and had a penchant for meddling in others' affairs, often offering unsolicited advice. Most troubling was that this man was ungrateful, a treacherous cur. A flicker of cold light passed through Yifeng's eyes. In his previous life, at the onset of the apocalypse, after awakening his powers, Yifeng had benevolently assisted some ordinary people, sharing food with them, Wang Guofeng among them. Later, when Wang Guofeng's son, Wang Kuan, awakened his own abilities and came to take his father away, not a word of thanks was uttered. Subsequently, when Yifeng joined a faction of ability users, Wang Kuan was also part of it, even serving as Yifeng's captain. Yifeng had thought that encountering an acquaintance would facilitate matters, but he was unprepared for the fact that, while Wang Kuan appeared friendly, he secretly plotted against him, nearly causing Yifeng's demise on one occasion. It was later revealed to Yifeng that Wang Kuan's animosity stemmed from his father Wang Guofeng's influence. The reason was almost ludicrous. It originated from a time when Yifeng had distributed food and given Wang Guofeng slightly less than the others, which planted a seed of resentment in him. Little did he consider that, at that time, Yifeng's resources were limited, making it impossible to be equitable to everyone. Wang Guofeng was nothing but an ungrateful beast. Inside the room, the phone continued to ring incessantly. Yifeng narrowed his eyes. In his previous life, Wang Guofeng had not called at this moment. Was this a butterfly effect? After a brief contemplation, he dismissed the call and opened the homeowners group to check for messages. My goodness, I can hardly breathe. Is there another disaster? The sensation of discomfort just vanished. I nearly soiled myself. Damn it, someone is setting off fireworks or smashing things. Making such a racket. What if it incites a zombie outbreak? Indeed, zombies were most sensitive to noise. Those fools should not drag us down with them. The group was agitated, voices rising in condemnation. Wang Guofeng interjected, the noise is coming from my building. If I recall correctly, a couple lives there, and the young man is named Yifeng. I will call him and give him a proper talking to. Exactly. Old Wang, you must educate him properly. What is he thinking? Understanding dawned on Yifeng. Just then, his phone rang again. He looked and saw it was still Wang Guofeng calling. His gaze turned icy. Wang Guofeng, do you wish for your own demise? He decisively answered the call. Hello, is this Xiaoyi? Did you see the group? Is that noise coming from you? In the confines of his mobile device, the haughty voice of Wang Guofeng echoed. Yifeng replied nonchalantly, it is I? Upon hearing this, Wang Guofeng immediately adopted a tone laden with age-old gravitas. Young Yi, calamity has befallen us. We are but a collective, and only by banding together can we hope to weather this storm. Yifeng, unflinching, retorted, speak plainly. At this, Wang Guofeng was momentarily taken aback. What gives you the right to address me in such a manner? His brow furrowed deeply, his demeanor turning exceedingly serious. Very well. In light of this, allow me to issue a collective warning. Regardless of your current endeavors, you must cease immediately, or else. Yifeng raised an eyebrow, interrupting coldly, silence. What gives you the authority to speak to me in this way? On the other end of the line, Wang Guofeng stared at his phone in disbelief, questioning whether he had misheard, utterly unable to fathom the audacity of the person he had once known as timid Yifeng. So brazen? It was utterly inconceivable. What are you saying? Wang Guofeng demanded. Deaf. Old cur, I said you are worthless. Yifeng enunciated each word with deliberate clarity. You insolent wretch. Do you dare defy me? Wang Guofeng roared. I have pressing matters at hand and lack the time to entertain you. If you wish to live a few more days, you will remain silent. Otherwise, I shall end your existence. Yifeng's expression was devoid of warmth, his tone frigid. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Wang Guofeng laughed derisively, convinced that Yifeng had lost his sanity. Haha, deaf? Little brat Yifeng, you truly are capable of putting on a show. Deaf? I am quaking in my boots. Come and kill me. Wang Guofeng's demeanor was arrogant. Yifeng let out a chilling laugh. Very well, I shall grant your wish. I will personally crush your throat. In the next instant, a surge of gray electricity shot forth from Yifeng's fingertips, striking the ground. Boom. The entire building trembled, and tiles flew. As the dust settled, a gaping hole, a meter in diameter, appeared in the floor, leading straight down. With a glint of cold determination in his eyes, Yifeng leapt into the abyss below. Chapter 4. Slaying the Foe. Acquiring storage space downstairs, Wang Guofeng set his phone down, disdainfully curling his lip. What a foolish dog, lacking in manners. Claiming he would crush my throat. This is simply laughable. A thunderous noise suddenly erupted, shaking the very foundations of the house. Boom. Debris fell, dust swirling in the air. Wang Guofeng instinctively looked up, only to witness a massive hole in his ceiling, revealing the rooftop. His mouth agape, he stood in stunned silence, his mind momentarily blank. Unable to articulate his thoughts. What on earth is happening? An earthquake? Wang Guofeng craned his neck upwards. Suddenly, a figure descended through the gaping void. With knees slightly bent, the individual landed effortlessly. It was Yifeng. Wang Guofeng was left dumbfounded, terror gripping his heart. He had never imagined that Yifeng would so suddenly appear before him. How utterly absurd. Wang Guofeng's hand trembled in fear, causing his phone to slip from his grasp. Clatter. The screen shattered. Pointing at Yifeng, his finger quivered uncontrollably, as though he had seen a ghost. Yifeng, are you human or a specter? Yifeng turned his gaze upon Wang Guofeng, revealing a chilling smile. Oh, the ungrateful old wretch, do you now feel fear? Are you prepared to meet your demise? Upon hearing these words, Wang Guofeng's complexion instantly paled. No, Mr. Yi. Please allow me to plead my case, he stammered. Yet, Yifeng, disinterested in further discourse, surged forth, leaving merely an afterimage in his wake. In but a fleeting moment, Yifeng stood before Wang Guofeng, his hand gripping the latter's throat, lifting him into the air. Wang Guofeng's face turned ashen, breaths coming in rapid succession, his eyes betraying terror. Please, spare me, he gasped, desperately clawing at Yifeng's fingers in a futile attempt to escape his grasp. However, Yifeng's hold was as unyielding as iron, rendering Wang Guofeng's struggles powerless. A wave of utter despair washed over Wang Guofeng's heart. Yifeng smiled, relishing the look of hopelessness etched upon Wang Guofeng's face, while gradually increasing the pressure of his grip. I beg you, Wang Guofeng implored, his visage awash with desperation. Yet Yifeng remained unmoved, fixating his cold gaze upon him as he spoke with chilling indifference. Old fool, prepare for your journey to the afterlife. Rest assured, you shall not traverse the path to the Yellow Springs alone, for I shall also send your son, Wang Kuan, to accompany you. Surprised? Delighted? Haha. At these words, Wang Guofeng's eyes widened in disbelief, a look of incredulity taking hold, veins in his eyes bursting with blood. No. With a swift motion, Yifeng crushed Wang Guofeng's throat. His head tilted unnaturally, lifeless. Even in death, his expression remained a canvas of fear, sorrow, and confusion. Yifeng summoned forth a surge of lightning from his palm, obliterating Wang Guofeng's head into a fine mist. The headless corpse collapsed onto the ground. Having exacted his revenge, Yifeng proceeded to ransack Wang Guofeng's residence. The old man's abode yielded little in terms of sustenance. Ultimately, Yifeng acquired 5 kilograms of rice, 6 eggs, a packet of biscuits, half a carton of milk, and a bottle of fine red wine. Not too shabby, he mused, a slight smile gracing his lips. Having awakened his extraordinary abilities, he was left ravenous and famished. With the provisions secured in a bag, he bent his legs and leapt homeward. Upon his return, he seated himself upon the floor, devouring the biscuits and sipping the milk, while simultaneously retrieving his phone to peruse messages. Due to the commotion he had caused, the building trembled, and the group chat was rife with curses and complaints. Yifeng scoffed, dismissing their outrage as mere noise. They were but a gaggle of keyboard warriors, none daring to confront him in person. He scrolled through the historical messages, most of which were filled with grievances and lamentations. Soon, a particular message caught his attention. Lin Xiaoxiao, is there a kind soul who can spare me some food? I've been starving all day. I can trade for medications. I have azithromycin, acetaminophen, and antiviral oral solutions. The group was silent, for food was a precious commodity. After a brief moment, a response arrived from someone named Lin Haoyan. Ha. If the beauty is willing to entertain me, I might just part with 2 packets of instant noodles. Lin Xiaoxiao, you must be dreaming. Lin Haoyan, the little lady has some spirit. It seems you aren't hungry enough yet. Lin Haoyan, but even if you agreed, the hallways are swarming with zombies, and I wouldn't dare venture forth. What a pity, such a beautiful woman, destined to starve. Setting his phone down, a flicker of nostalgia crossed Yifeng's eyes. Yifeng was profoundly impressed by Lin Xiaoxiao. She resided on the 16th floor, and he had encountered her several times in the stairwell. A youthful music teacher, she possessed extraordinary beauty and alabaster skin. More importantly, she had a generous heart, a slender waist, and a curvaceous figure that was nothing short of stunning. Particularly mesmerizing was the way she walked, her swaying hips accentuated by the tight black stockings that hugged her form, exuding an irresistible allure that rivaled any star. Alas, beauty often bears the burden of tragedy. In her past life, Lin Xiaoxiao had failed to awaken her extraordinary abilities, leading to a dreadful demise. With a soft gulp, Yifeng finished the last sip of his milk, barely satisfying his hunger. His expression turned serious as he lamented the time wasted on the foolish Wang Guofeng, which had interrupted the system's fishing process. Strengthening his abilities was of utmost importance. Taking a deep breath, he silently commanded, "System, initiate fishing once more." Notification, "Fishing in progress." He awaited in silence, his eyes gleaming with hope. Notification, "Congratulations, host. You have successfully fished a legendary item. Storage space source pearl." Legendary? Storage space? A surge of ecstasy filled Yifeng's heart as he immersed himself in the fishing space. Above the fishing platform floated a golden source pearl, shimmering with radiant light. Beside it, an option appeared allowing him to view further details. He promptly clicked to explore. Item: storage space source pearl, quality, legendary. Description: a storage space of infinite size, capable of accommodating various items, allowing for both storage and retrieval. Additional notes: the passage of time within this space is unrelated to the outside world. Items stored for extended periods will not deteriorate or spoil. Infinite space. Yifeng's eyes widened in astonishment, joy flooding his being. Not only was the storage space boundless, but items would remain undamaged. Notification: host confused with the source pearl to acquire skills. Skills? Yifeng's gaze reflected contemplation. Typically, an individual could awaken only one extraordinary ability. While awakened beings could comprehend and study their powers to develop skills, these abilities were often intrinsically linked to their unique powers. Now, however, the fishing system presented a chance to transcend that norm, allowing him to acquire multiple skills independent of his extraordinary attributes. With a gleam of determination in his eyes, his heart raced. If he could obtain more skills, could he also gain extraordinary abilities? He had never heard of anyone possessing two extraordinary powers. Yet, in his past life, his lowly status had kept him from accessing certain concealed truths. Thus, what he considered common knowledge might not hold true. Moreover, since his abilities were derived from fishing rather than awakening, it was conceivable that both his extraordinary powers and skills could be limitless. If so, the future beckoned with promise. After a moment's reflection, he received no further prompts from the system and decided to focus. System: extract the storage space source pearl. With a flash of golden light, a pearl signifying the spatial skill manifested from the void. Yifeng reached out to grasp the pearl, crushing it in his hand. In an instant, the pearl transformed into a stream of golden light that surged into his forehead. His body shuddered. Congratulations on mastering the legendary skill of storage space. Yifeng's consciousness naturally connected to a peculiar realm. Within this vast expanse, capable of housing all things, lay his storage space. Testing its capacity, Yifeng's gaze fell upon a flower pot on the balcony. With a mere thought, the flower pot vanished in an instant, only to reappear in Yifeng's storage space. A surge of joy filled his heart. This skill was remarkably convenient. It allowed for immediate access whenever needed. After testing his new ability, Yifeng redirected his focus back to the fishing space, resuming his angling endeavors. The system had previously mentioned that the first 3 attempts at fishing would be enhanced by a novice aura, guaranteeing exceptional rewards. This was his 3rd attempt. Yifeng silently intoned, "System, cast the line." Prompt: fishing in progress. A tinge of tension arose within him. What would he catch this time? Prompt: congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained a legendary item, Supreme Divine Ring. A legendary item? The Supreme Divine Ring? To his astonishment, he had actually caught an item. A glimmer of surprise danced in Yifeng's eyes as he beheld a radiant black ring floating in the fishing space. Eagerly, he clicked to view its details. Item: Supreme Divine Ring, quality, legendary. Description: a ring of legend, possessing immense protective capabilities. It can unleash a shield without consumption, warding off external attacks and rendering one immune to damage for a duration of 100 seconds. Furthermore, upon activating the protection skill, it will eliminate any abnormal status afflicting the wearer. Additional description: after releasing protection once, a 5-minute cooldown is required before it can be activated again. Immune to damage. Dispelling abnormal states. Yifeng's heart swelled with elation. This immunity meant that during the 100 seconds of invulnerability granted by the protection skill, he could roll amidst nuclear explosions, swim in lava, dance on the moon, and rave upon the sun. Yifeng was lost in delightful reverie, though regrettably aware of the 5-minute cooldown. Chapter 5: Supreme Divine Ring. Mastery of Swordsmanship. Yifeng retrieved the Supreme Divine Ring. In a flash, a mysterious black ring appeared in the palm of his hand. The surface of the ring was etched with intricate runes, emanating a soft golden glow. Did all items fished from the depths shine with a golden hue? Yifeng pondered, somewhat perplexed. A system prompt resonated. Prompt. Items obtained through fishing are categorized by quality: common, rare, epic, legendary, and mythical. Prompt. Different quality items exhibit distinct colors: white for common, blue for rare, purple for epic, gold for legendary, and multicolored for mythical. Yifeng suddenly comprehended. The chaotic divine thunder was a multicolored mythical item, while both his storage space and the supreme divine ring belonged to the golden legendary category. He donned the supreme ring, placing it upon his finger. After a brief moment, he noticed no reaction. A look of confusion crossed his face. Prompt. Legendary and mythical grade equipment requires blood to acknowledge its master before its functions can be activated. Yifeng smiled. It turns out that one must offer a drop of blood to establish a bond. Yifeng bit his finger, allowing his blood to drip onto the supreme divine ring. Drip drop. The crimson liquid fell upon the surface of the ring, merging and vanishing into it. As the blood was absorbed, the supreme divine ring radiated a brilliant golden light, illuminating the entire room. Soon, the golden glow dissipated. Yifeng immediately sensed a mysterious connection forming between himself and the supreme divine ring. Had he successfully established ownership? Yifeng's face lit up with excitement as he caressed the ring. With this divine artifact, his ability to safeguard his life was astonishingly formidable. After 3 successful fishing attempts, he had already defied fate. Yifeng licked his lips, murmuring to himself, "Perhaps there is no need to seek opportunities from my past life, relying solely on fishing. I can navigate the apocalypse." The system is truly powerful. There is a saying, in the face of absolute talent, your efforts are insignificant. And before a mighty system, talent is equally inconsequential. Yifeng's heart surged with emotion as he clicked to check the number of bait. Bait, 7 portions. 7 portions of bait meant he could fish 7 more times. Yifeng felt a rush of excitement. Whispering to himself, the protective skill of the supreme divine ring shall be tested later. For now, continuing to fish is of utmost importance. A confident smile graced Yifeng's lips as he declared, "System, let us fish once more." As soon as the words left his mouth, a system notification chimed in. Notification: congratulations, host, on a successful fishing attempt. You have received 1 pair of Superman's red underwear. Huh, Superman's red underwear? Yifeng was taken aback. What purpose could such underwear serve? Aesthetic appeal. He beheld the fishing space, where indeed floated a pair of red underwear. He clicked to view the details. After all, it was Superman's. Could it be some sort of equipment? Item: Superman's red underwear. Quality: ordinary. Description: a pair of red underwear worn by Superman. Yifeng. With a hint of reluctance, Yifeng extracted the underwear, holding it in his hands, scrutinizing it closely. This tattered piece of clothing was surprisingly well made. Yet, it was simply an ordinary pair of underwear. The only distinction was that it belonged to Superman. What use could this possibly have? Is it true that the system can even fish out trash items? Yifeng's lips twitched. Has the absence of the novice aura resulted in such a stark disparity? He shook his head. System, continue fishing. On the fishing platform, the rod twitched, and the hook was cast into the boundless darkness. Notification: fishing in progress. Yifeng held his breath, waiting silently. A few seconds later, a notification sounded. Notification: congratulations, host, on a successful fishing attempt. You have received 10 portions of imported prime-cut steak. Steak. He had fished out some food. Notification: congratulations, host, on a successful fishing attempt. You have received 1 bottle of basic healing potion. Notification: congratulations, host, on a successful fishing attempt. You have received 1 scroll of swordsmanship mastery. A basic healing potion? A scroll of swordsmanship mastery? These seem to be valuable items. Yifeng's heart raced with excitement as he continued to wait in silence. Notification: congratulations, host, on a successful fishing attempt. You have received 1 used pair of black stockings. Yifeng was left speechless. Used stockings? Oh, I see. This is how you choose to play system. Fortunately, the subsequent items obtained from fishing were rather normal. Hint: congratulations, host. You have successfully caught a flame battle knife. Hint: congratulations, host. You have successfully caught 100 boxes of golden ham sausages. 100 boxes of ham. Delightful. Yifeng felt a surge of joy within. The items acquired from fishing were temporarily stored in the fishing space. They could be extracted immediately, retrieved later, or directly transferred to the storage space. However, items in the fishing space could only be stored for a maximum of 480 hours. If not retrieved in time, the system would cast these items back into the boundless darkness. Yifeng first chose to extract all the food at once. With a swish, 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 steaks and ham sausages appeared before him, filling the entire room. Yi Feng's gaze fell upon the steak, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Item: prime cut steak, quality, ordinary description. Premium beef, expertly cooked to preserve the original flavor and texture. Medium rare. Ready to eat. The rich aroma of the high-grade steak wafted through the air, making Yi Feng's mouth water with desire. Woof. The husky also came bounding out, circling around Yi Feng incessantly. Yi Feng took a bite of the steak. Tender and juicy, it was simply exquisite. Oh, it was so delicious. He devoured the steak voraciously. Woof, woof, woof. The husky, impatient, spun in circles, barking continuously. Ignoring it, Yi Feng indulged in 3 servings of steak. Satisfied, he stored the remaining steaks in his storage space. He then opened a box of golden ham sausages, discovering that each box contained exactly 36 sausages, each weighing 280 grams. Yi Feng chuckled. Haha, now I have plenty of food. He glanced at his dog, unwrapped one of the sausages, and tossed it to the husky. Xiaobai, I have the means now. You won't go hungry anymore with all this ham. Xiaobai's eyes sparkled with joy as he jumped and swallowed the sausage whole. Yi Feng tore open another sausage, consuming it in a few bites. A normal person, after being hungry for too long, should refrain from binge eating, as their body might not withstand it. However, Yi Feng had awakened his extraordinary abilities, and his physical constitution was exceptional, leaving him unconcerned. In this vast world, nothing surpasses the pleasures of food and drink. Yi Feng feasted heartily. Moments later, he and his dog had devoured half a box of ham sausages, leaving only 10 behind. What a delightful feast. Yi Feng wiped his mouth, a look of contentment on his face. Xiaobai mirrored his satisfaction. After appeasing their appetites, Yi Feng placed all the food into the storage space and turned his attention back to the fishing space, eager to see what other treasures awaited him. Yi Feng first glanced at the primary recovery potion. Item: primary recovery potion, quality, rare, description. Upon use, your stamina and energy will be significantly restored within a short period. This is a blue potion, a wonderful item for sustaining energy. Yi Feng's face lit up with joy as he transferred the potion to his storage space. He continued to inspect the other items. Item: used black stockings, quality, ordinary description. A pair of used black stockings, still seemingly warm. Warmth? Was this the black silk that someone was wearing? Yi Feng disdainfully tossed the stockings aside. It appeared that his fishing system was engaged in nothing but fruitless ventures. A fishing system? No, it was more akin to a robbery system. Yi Feng shook his head, dismissing such thoughts, and resumed examining the other items he had caught. Item: Mastery Scroll of Blade Arts, rarity, rare, description. Upon using this scroll, your proficiency in blade arts will experience a remarkable enhancement. To utilize, one must tear the scroll. Yi Feng's eyes sparkled with interest. This scroll was indeed a valuable find. With a sudden impulse, he summoned a palm-sized scroll emanating a faint blue glow into his hand. Without hesitation, Yi Feng tore apart the scroll. In the next instant, the scroll transformed into a stream of azure light, surging into Yi Feng's body. After a brief moment, Yi Feng felt a twinge of confusion. What was happening? It seemed there was no immediate reaction. Just then, a flood of memories surged into his mind. Within a training space, a tall figure wielded a long blade, practicing the techniques of swordplay, swinging the blade, sheathing it, and then swinging it again, repeating the cycle over and over, 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times. Time flowed by, and the practice continued. A year, 2 years, 3 years, 10 full years passed. Finally, one day, with a resounding crash, the figure struck down with the blade. The heavens trembled. The figure had honed his blade skills to perfection. That figure turned to reveal it was none other than Yi Feng himself. Simultaneously, countless memories related to blade arts flooded Yi Feng's consciousness. He closed his eyes, quietly absorbing the transformation within him. He felt as though he had practiced the art of the blade for a decade. A multitude of techniques coalesced within him. The art of the blade had become second nature to Yi Feng. After a while, Yi Feng digested his newfound knowledge and returned to the present. Mastery of the blade. Yet he lacked a good sword. Wait, hadn't he just fished out a blade? Yi Feng's eyes flickered with intrigue as he began to rummage through his findings. Item: Flame War Blade, rarity, rare, description. An indomitable war blade, forged from resilient material and exceptionally sharp. When wielded, it has a chance to inflict fire attribute damage. Was this an extraordinary weapon? Yi Feng's heart leapt with joy as he retrieved the flame war blade. The blade measured approximately 1 meter in length, its edge glowing with a crimson light. Yi Feng grasped the flame war blade and swung it gently a few times. Buzz! The sound of slicing air echoed repeatedly. What a fine blade! Yi Feng's eyes brightened with excitement. With a weapon of such caliber, the urge to strike surged within him. He glanced around. Xiaobai. The husky looked back at him with an equally innocent gaze. Yi Feng shook his head. No, He couldn't wield the blade against a dog. Chapter 6. Neighbor Lin Xiao Xiao because of his kindness. Yifeng surveyed the surroundings and then swung his blade towards the sofa. In an instant, the sofa was cleaved in two, effortlessly, smooth and fluid, as though slicing through tofu. What remarkable speed! Yifeng's gaze flickered, slightly astonished. The sharpness of this war blade exceeded his expectations, slicing through iron like mud, severing hair with a mere breeze. Yifeng continued to swing his blade in a series of strikes, with a swift slice, followed by another, and yet another. As Yifeng prepared to deliver the fourth strike, a resounding explosion erupted. A searing crimson flame burst forth from the blade, roaring high into the air. The intense heat incinerated the remnants of the sofa into charred remains. Observing the debris scattered around him, Yifeng nodded in satisfaction. He stored the flaming war blade in his spatial inventory and turned to sit silently in the chair, deep in contemplation. He had thoroughly examined the items he had fished. The system had clearly delineated the qualities, classifying them into 5 tiers: ordinary, rare, epic, legendary, and mythical. Items such as steak and stockings lacked any extraordinary power, thus falling into the category of white ordinary items. In contrast, potions and scrolls of sword mastery contained extraordinary forces, categorizing them as blue rare items. Yifeng had yet to fish out any purple epic items. However, he possessed the golden legendary items and skills, namely the supreme divine ring and his spatial inventory. As for the colorful mythical tier, he had the chaotic divine thunder. It was apparent that to grow stronger, one must engage in more fishing. The more one fished, the greater the strength, sustenance, and everything else one could acquire. Yifeng's gaze flickered. The key to strength lay in fishing, and the essence of fishing was in the bait. As long as he continuously procured bait and fished incessantly, he could attain limitless power. Yet, a slight frown creased Yifeng's brow. According to the system's notification, there were 2 sources for obtaining bait. First, triggering various events could yield bait. Second, completing system tasks could also provide bait. For the first method, Yifeng had yet to discern how to trigger such events. However, he shifted his focus to the system panel, where a section detailed system tasks. At that moment, the system displayed 2 tasks. The first task was Novice Task, eliminate 1 zombie. Task reward, 20 portions of bait. The second task read, Daily Task, eliminate 10 zombies. Task reward, 10 portions of bait. Thus, the novice task could only be completed once, rewarding a generous 20 portions of bait, while the daily task refreshed each day, offering 10 portions of bait. Moreover, failure to complete either task incurred no penalties. Yifeng's eyes narrowed slightly. With his current combat prowess, defeating zombies to fulfill the task would be a trivial endeavor. However, before venturing out, he needed to test his skills once more. A thought crossed his mind as he activated the protective ability of the Supreme Divine Ring. In an instant, a golden shield enveloped his body entirely, instilling within him a profound sense of safety. Then, with a flicker of intent, a gray arc of electricity descended with a thunderous crash. The arc collided with Yifeng's golden shield, resulting in a resounding explosion that reverberated through the air. As the energy dissipated, Yifeng lowered his head slightly, pleasantly surprised to discover that he was entirely unscathed. He hadn't even sensed the impact of an attack. Truly formidable. This protective skill could be deemed a divine technique. Yifeng's eyes sparkled with joy, for he was well aware of the terrifying destructive power of his chaotic thunder strike. The skill test had concluded. Yifeng rose and approached the mirror in the bathroom, scrutinizing his reflection with great care. The man before him was strikingly handsome, almost unrecognizable. He gently caressed his unmarred face, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, a visage akin to jade. One word encapsulated it all: handsome. Yifeng chuckled to himself. Though he possessed great charm, who among the esteemed readers was not also a paragon of elegance and distinction? After admiring his own dashing appearance, Yifeng exited the bathroom, gathering the scattered supplies and items within the fishing space, diligently placing them into his storage. He then approached the window, gazing at the wandering zombies below. Deep in silent contemplation, having been granted a second chance at life, his ambitions were unmistakably clear. He was not a man of noble ideals. Even with the gift of rebirth and a system at his disposal, he had no intention of saving the world. His aspirations were straightforward: to live the life he desired, seize control of his own destiny, and perhaps settle a minor score. The life he envisioned was neither one of establishing a powerful faction to reign supreme in the apocalypse, nor of living in solitude amidst the chaos. Instead, he yearned for freedom, the liberty to indulge in life's pleasures with grace and panache. In his previous life, he had endured great hardship, devoted to his girlfriend Li Yuting, never having enjoyed a single day of bliss. In this new existence, He had no desire to build a power base for dominance. It seemed utterly pointless. He merely needed to assemble a team to serve him, to hunt zombies, acquire crystal cores, and cater to his needs. He sought strength, beauty, and authority, all of it. If he could harness the system's power to attain immortality, it would be an unparalleled boon. As he pondered, the image of a lovely neighbor, Lin Xiaoxiao, flashed through his mind. With a captivating figure and striking features, she possessed an alluring waist and curvaceous form. Yi Feng felt a surge of excitement. Now, he was well-fed, in peak physical condition, and brimming with energy. His girlfriend had been slain. He could hardly remain idle. Recruiting Lin Xiaoxiao as an ally seemed a most promising option, especially since she was currently in need of sustenance. Yi Feng stroked his chin, lost in thought. Seizing the moment, he promptly opened the messaging group, located Lin Xiaoxiao's profile, and clicked to add her as a friend. He left a note. I am Yi Feng, your neighbor on the 14th floor. I have food and can deliver it to you. Moments later, his friend request was accepted. Lin Xiaoxiao, you are the Yi Feng from the 14th floor? Do you truly have food that you can bring? Yi Feng, let us cut the pleasantries. Please watch the VCR. Lin Xiaoxiao. Yi Feng recorded a brief video showcasing the remaining sausages and milk, sending it to Lin Xiaoxiao. Upon viewing it, she was instantly salivating and quickly inquired, how much do you need, or what else can I offer? I have medicine. You know that supplies are crucial in this apocalypse. Yi Feng smiled faintly and replied swiftly, I don't want money, nor do I need your medicine. Lin Xiaoxiao paused, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Then, what do you want? Yi Feng, to be direct, I'm in need of a woman. Lin Xiaoxiao, that is out of the question. Yi Feng continued typing. Let us negotiate. If you accompany me 3 times, I shall provide you with 3 hearty meals. Lin Xiaoxiao, can we revise the terms? Yi Feng, no. However, 3 meals would suffice to satiate you. After a moment of silence, Lin Xiaoxiao sent another message. Could you possibly change the terms? This is my first time, I beg you. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng's eyes brightened with excitement. He quickly typed back, 30 times. Chapter 7, Slaying Zombies. Completing the task, seeing Yi Feng's response, Lin Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback. Once she composed herself, she was on the verge of tears from frustration. How shameless. He actually raised the price. Lin Xiaoxiao immediately replied, 30 times? How can you be like this? Yi Feng smiled slightly. If you agree, I will deliver the food right to your door. Lin Xiaoxiao hesitated. She was truly starving. Ultimately, she responded, although I desperately need the food. I must remind you that the hallway is teeming with terrifying zombies. Can you make it here? I have a suggestion. We could use a rope to lower a small basket from the window to pass the food. That way, you wouldn't have to take any risks. Yi Feng, if you just send me a bit of food, I will be grateful to you for life. A smile played on Yi Feng's lips. Lin Xiaoxiao's calculations were practically dancing in front of her. She is quite beautiful, but one should not think too highly of oneself. Yi Feng stated. I am coming over, no more chatter. This is a notification, not a negotiation. Lin Xiaoxiao fell silent. You won't harm me, will you? I've seen online that people have begun to eat each other. Yi Feng pondered for a moment, then sent a charming selfie. Do I look like that kind of person to you? This time, Lin Xiaoxiao replied almost instantly. All right, I agree, but just this once. And I must be fully fed. Joy flickered in Yi Feng's eyes, and he could not suppress the smile creeping onto his face. Once. Just don't go back on your word. Yi Feng, rest assured. I guarantee you will be satisfied. Lin Xiaoxiao, in that case, it's settled. When will you come? Yi Feng, don't rush. Lin Xiaoxiao was speechless, slowly typing a question mark. She was on the brink of starvation. How could she not be anxious? Yi Feng, just wait a moment. I need to prepare before I can come. Lin Xiaoxiao, why? Yi Feng, you don't need to know. Lin Xiaoxiao. Putting down his phone, Yi Feng exhaled softly. In these troubled times, power comes first. Naturally, Yi Feng had to complete his task, enhancing his strength before considering other matters. Once the cooldown for his protective skill ended, Yi Feng approached the door, clearing away the accumulated clutter, and stepped out of the room. Next came the moment of the hunt. Roar, roar. In the hallway, zombies howled, and a mist of blood hung heavily in the air. However, the blood mist was thin, hardly hindering human visibility at close range. Yi Feng moved forward. Soon, the sound of his footsteps attracted a human zombie. Yi Feng looked up and beheld a zombie clad in a black top and red shorts. Its skin pallid and eyes blood red. Roar. The male zombie howled, brandishing its claws as it lunged at Yi Feng. Yi Feng's eyes flickered. He had already recognized the zombie's identity. In life, this zombie had been his neighbor, a middle-aged man. In his memory, Yi Feng was only slightly acquainted with him, a mere nodding acquaintance. The zombies drew ever closer to Yi Feng, prompting him to unsheath his fiery battle knife. With a swift motion, he infused the blade with a crackling surge of electricity. The crimson blade shimmered with arcs of lightning, and Yi Feng smiled with satisfaction. This weapon could rightly be dubbed the Flame Thunderblade. Gripping the knife tightly, he focused his mind and prepared for action. As the zombie entered his range of attack, it let out a guttural roar. The middle-aged zombie lunged at Yi Feng, brandishing its sharp claws aimed at his face. In response, Yi Feng deftly sidestepped, evading the assault with ease. He then executed a lightning-quick downward strike. The blade sliced through the zombie with silky smoothness, akin to cutting through jelly. In an instant, the middle-aged zombie was cleaved in two from head to toe, leaving a charred, blackened mark at the severed edges. A glimmer of thrill flickered in Yi Feng's eyes. This sensation was all too familiar. A cruel smile crept across his face as he reversed the grip on his knife and delivered a diagonal slash, reducing the zombie to 4 segments. At that moment, the fire attribute attack of the Flame Thunderblade was triggered. The flames roared to life, and the unfortunate zombie was instantly engulfed, becoming nothing more than charred remains. From the moment Yi Feng struck to the zombie's demise, only a few breaths had passed. Joy illuminated Yi Feng's gaze. Never before had he dispatched a zombie so effortlessly. This was the undeniable manifestation of power, the true essence of an ability user. Exhaling softly, Yi Feng's confidence surged. No longer would he be the weak ability user at the mercy of others. He set a modest goal, to become the foremost extraordinary being on Blue Star. Upon accessing his status panel, he noticed a change in the task progress. Novice task completed. The novice task required the elimination of a single zombie to be fulfilled. Yi Feng was now eligible to claim his reward. As for the other task, daily task 110, the task progress was updated in real time. Just then, a system notification chimed in. Notification, event triggered. Notification, first zombie kill. Reward, 10 fish baits. A wave of delight washed over Yi Feng. An event triggered? His first kill of a zombie? It seemed that from time to time, he could receive rewards from the system in the form of fish baits, which was rather commendable. Suddenly, the distant sounds of zombie howls reached his ears. Yi Feng lifted his gaze to see 2 grotesque zombies, claws flailing, swiftly approaching him. Instantly, he steeled himself, ready for the encounter. One must remember, even the hawk exerts its full strength when hunting a rabbit. Should he get bitten by a zombie, it would spell considerable trouble. Ordinary individuals bitten or scratched by zombies would almost invariably transform into one of them. First-tier ability users faced a certain probability of turning upon being infected. However, second-tier and above users were immune to the viral onslaught of the zombies. As a first-tier ability user, Yi Feng was acutely aware of this risk. The 2 zombies, one male and one female, quickly closed the distance. Yi Feng recognized them both. They were the wife and father of the middle-aged zombie he had just vanquished. With a sigh, Yi Feng contemplated the grim reality before him. A family must remain united. Yi Feng, with the tips of his toes barely touching the ground, surged forward with unwavering determination towards the horde of zombies. To vanquish the undead, one must act decisively. In mere moments, he closed the distance of several meters. As he approached the 2 zombies, his gaze sharpened with intensity. With a swift motion, he swung his blade. The Flame Thunderblade sliced through the air with elegance and precision. In a fluid dance of motion, the blade glimmered with a chilling sharpness. Whoosh, whoosh. The heads of the 2 zombies soared into the air, spraying foul blood in all directions. A dual decapitation. The headless corpses of the zombies thudded heavily to the ground. A smile crept across Yi Feng's face, his eyes twinkling with satisfaction. Decapitating the undead, or rather destroying their brains, proved to be the most effective means of eliminating them. He glanced at the battle blade in his hand. Having dispatched 3 undead foes, the blade remained unblemished, its edge still gleaming and sharp. This flame blade is truly remarkable. Contemplating the 2 fallen zombies, an idea sparked in his mind. Might there be crystal cores within their skulls at this juncture? With this thought, he struck the heads of the zombies with his flame blade. Thud, thud. After meticulously searching through the decapitated skulls, he found nothing. It seemed that the coveted zombie crystal cores would not manifest until 2 days hence. Undeterred, Yi Feng gripped his blade and cautiously made his way towards his neighbor's house. Chapter 8. Scavenging for supplies. Completing the task, the 3 zombies he had just slain had emerged from Unit 1402, his neighbor's home. The security door of the neighbor's residence stood ajar. Yi Feng stepped inside, ensuring to lock the door behind him. A pungent mixture of blood and decay assaulted his senses. He couldn't help but furrow his brow. Lifting his gaze, he beheld a grotesque skeleton sprawled at the entrance. The sight was horrifying, with various body parts strewn about. The ground soaked in congealed blood. Yi Feng sighed deeply, drawing conclusions from the grim scene. In the wake of the apocalypse, within this household of 4, 3 had instantly transformed into zombies. The only survivor, a 10-year-old boy, had been spared this fate. Alas, this was not a stroke of luck, but rather a tragic misfortune. The boy, untouched by the infection, had met a far grimmer end. He was brutally devoured by those who once cherished him most, his own parents and grandfather, who tore him apart with their own hands. One could only imagine the despair that enveloped the boy in his final moments. Such is the reality of the apocalypse. Yifeng proceeded with caution, meticulously inspecting every room to ensure safety before commencing his scavenging. Prudence reaps rewards. Caution steers one through turbulent seas. His first stop was the kitchen, where he rummaged through cabinets and drawers. Ultimately, he uncovered half a bag of rice, a packet of wood ear mushrooms, a small bag of millet, several green beans, and a barrel of olive oil. Next, he opened the refrigerator. The sight within was a pleasant surprise. The power had not yet been cut, and the majority of the food remained unspoiled. In the fresh produce section, he found some vegetables, fruits, and beverages. Although the vegetables and fruits were no longer fresh, they had not spoiled. In the frozen section, he discovered 2 slabs of frozen beef, a box of black tiger shrimp, and packages of dumplings and glutinous rice balls. A bountiful harvest indeed. Yifeng's face lit up with surprise. After a moment's thought, he decided to store the entire refrigerator in his storage space. Subsequently, he discovered 3 wafers, half a box of chocolates, several bags of chips, a carton of AD calcium milk, and over 10 bottles of mineral water in another room. To his delight, there was also an entire pack of cigarettes. Beaming with joy, Yifeng meticulously collected these supplies into his storage space. Once satisfied that he had overlooked nothing, he approached the doorway. Outside, several zombies were aimlessly wandering. Peering through the peephole, Yifeng counted 1, 2, 3. There were a total of 5 zombies outside. His prior actions of slaying zombies had attracted a few from both upstairs and downstairs. Perfect timing. He flung open the door and charged towards the zombies, ready for battle. With a roar, several zombies lunged at Yifeng. He swung his battle knife with the swiftness of a gale. With a sharp thud, a zombie's head flew into the air, blood gushing forth. Simultaneously, Yifeng deftly evaded the attacks of the remaining 4 zombies, then raised his knife to strike another zombie. This blow triggered the fiery effect of his weapon. A blazing red flame erupted. The inferno not only annihilated the zombie he attacked, but also scorched the 3 nearby, leaving them trembling and howling in agony. Seizing the opportunity, Yifeng decisively launched an attack on the 3 zombies before him. With a swift motion, he struck. Thud, thud. He felled 2 zombies with 2 precise cuts. Facing the last zombie, Yifeng summoned his energy. Chaos Thunder. He brought his fingers together, unleashing a gray arc of electricity. Boom. The zombie had no chance to react, instantly obliterated by the thunderous strike. The might of the Chaos Thunder was indeed formidable. Once unleashed, it meant utter destruction. The only drawback was its considerable energy consumption. Yifeng nodded in satisfaction, glancing at the fiery battle knife in his hand. While the knife could also trigger fire attribute damage, it paled in comparison to the power of the Chaos Thunder, which was on an entirely different level. He couldn't help but chuckle. The blue rare items and colorful mythical abilities were simply not comparable. They belonged to vastly different realms. Yifeng then opened his daily task list. Task progress, 810. Just 2 more zombies needed to complete the task. He made his way towards the neighbor's apartment on this floor. In his memory, that household was occupied by a young couple. Arriving at the neighbor's door, he found the heavy security door firmly shut. Knock, knock, knock. Yifeng rapped on the door. Is anyone there? I have a delivery. No response. Inside, the growls of zombies echoed. They're probably all dead, Yifeng deduced. Assessing the sturdy security door, he believed it would pose no barrier to his current strength. Raising his fiery battle knife high, he brought it down with force. Bang! The sound reverberated through the corridor, igniting the power of the flames. The door lock of the anti-theft door lay shattered as Yifeng pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room had not changed significantly. This shouldn't be the case. Yifeng felt a twinge of suspicion and turned his gaze toward the master bedroom. A cacophony of scratching and growling emanated from within. Suddenly, it dawned on him that the zombies were confined in the master bedroom. He hurried to the door, wielding his knife to sever the lock, and then kicked the door open. Inside the room, 2 emaciated zombies came into view. What on earth? What were you 2 doing when the apocalypse struck? Yifeng exclaimed in shock. He recognized the 2 figures before him, or rather, the 2 zombies that had once been a couple. Freshly graduated from university and just beginning their careers, living here as tenants. The man was a blur in his memory, but the girl left a lasting impression. Tall, leggy, and strikingly beautiful. Alas, her transformation into a female zombie had stripped her of her beauty, though her physique remained enviable. Such a pity. Zombies possess 3 defining characteristics. First, their eyes glow a blood-red hue. Second, Their skin takes on an unhealthy ashen pallor, with certain parts of their bodies, such as claws and arms, exhibiting grotesque changes. Third, they exude a faint odor of decay. Beyond these traits, zombies are not vastly different from ordinary people. At that moment, the two zombies charged at Yifeng, claws brandished. With a flick of his right hand, a spark of lightning enveloped his fingers. Thunder erupted, crashing down upon the male zombie. Boom! The tempest of thunder and flickering lightning obliterated the upper half of the male zombie. Its lower half staggered forward for a few steps before collapsing to the ground. Next came the female zombie's assault. Yifeng deftly sidestepped her attack. Undeterred, she lunged again, claws aimed at his face. Yifeng tilted his head to evade this blow, then summoned a fiery battle blade from his spatial realm, stepping forward to deliver a diagonal, forceful strike. With a sickening thud, he cleaved the female zombie, head and all, in two. The foul stench of her innards and viscous blood spilled onto the floor as her dismembered body twitched momentarily before falling still. Yifeng frowned slightly. It was far more convenient and hygienic to use his thunderous powers. After dispatching the two zombies, a notification from the system chimed. Notification: congratulations, host, on completing the daily task. Task accomplished. A smile graced his lips as he surveyed the entire residence, beginning to scavenge for supplies. Before long, he had gathered his bounty: 2 bags of rice, 1 small bag each of black rice and millet, 26 packets of instant noodles, 410 packets of snail rice noodles, 24 bottles of various beverages, and an assortment of snacks including cookies, chips, and spicy strips. Overall, the haul was quite satisfactory. These two had not been frequent cooks, stockpiling snacks, particularly the snail rice noodles, which was rather absurd. Yifeng stored the acquired supplies in his storage space and turned to leave. As he approached the doorway, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. The cacophony of relentless scratching and growling emanated from outside the door, an unmistakable indication of an impending horde of zombies, at least 10 in number. Yifeng quickly deduced that the noise generated from his previous encounters had drawn the attention of the undead from other floors. Contemplating his current status, he realized he had yet to level up. With a cautious mindset, he resolved to activate the protective skill of his ring. A flash of golden light enveloped him, granting him invincible defense. As he swung open the door, a throng of zombies lunged at him with gnarled claws and ravenous growls. Yifeng smiled faintly, executing a swift kick that sent one of the zombies sprawling. He had no intention of exterminating these creatures. After all, the fishing system might issue a task related to defeating zombies the following day. Preserving them would allow him to effortlessly complete the mission. It is worth noting that dispatching zombies in the confines of the hallway was considerably safer and more convenient than confronting them en masse on the streets. Moreover, by clearing the zombies from the corridor, other survivors would emerge, vying for the resources within the vacant dwellings. Yifeng had no intention of being benevolent. Out of my way, he dispatched several zombies with a flurry of punches and kicks before striding away. Chapter 9, Strength Enhancement, Power Surge upon returning home. Yifeng securely locked the door behind him. He accessed his panel and claimed the rewards for 2 completed tasks. The system notifications chimed in. Notification: congratulations to the host for completing the novice task, receiving a reward of 20 bait. Notification: congratulations to the host for completing the daily task, receiving a reward of 10 bait. Yifeng's expression brightened. Previously, he had triggered an event that granted him an additional 10 bait. With the rewards from the 2 tasks, he now possessed a total of 40 bait. 40 bait. Yifeng silently calculated. With bait in hand, it was time to utilize it. Rapidly enhancing his strength was the only logical course of action. Resolving to act, Yifeng intoned, "System, fish continuously for 20 times." In the fishing space, the fishing line arced gracefully into the abyss of darkness. Notification: fishing in progress. Yifeng waited patiently. The system notifications soon followed. Notification: congratulations to the host for a successful catch, obtaining 100 unopened stockings from the Li Ba family. Notification: congratulations to the host for a successful catch, obtaining 100 packs of sanitary napkins from 8 Degrees Space. Notification: congratulations to the host for a successful catch, obtaining 10 bottles of edible strawberry-flavored personal lubricant. Notification: congratulations to the host for a successful catch, obtaining 100 bags of cucumber-flavored Fun Chips. Notification: congratulations to the host. Yifeng's lips twitched in disbelief. What on earth are these items? The only remotely useful ones seemed to be the chips. Notification: congratulations to the host for a successful catch, obtaining 100 pieces of Li Tao's hand-torn bread. Notification: congratulations to the host for a successful catch, obtaining a special level skill, combat power detection. 100 pieces of bread, and a combat power detection skill? Yifeng's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he opened the item details. Skill: Combat Power Detection Quality. Special description: allows the user to view combat power indices. Yifeng eagerly learned the skill. Unfortunately, he had no target available to test this new ability. Yifeng casually tore open a bag of bread, munching on it while he fished. Prompt: continue fishing. Prompt: congratulations, host, for successfully fishing. You have obtained a strength enhancement scroll. A delightful surprise surged within Yifeng. A strength enhancement scroll? Once again, he reeled in an extraordinary item. Prompt: congratulations, host, for successfully fishing. You have obtained 10 boxes of cloud leg mooncakes. Prompt: congratulations, host, for successfully fishing. You have obtained 10 packets of blue star Huaxia scratch cards. Prompt: congratulations, host, for successfully fishing. You have obtained 1 bottle of 82-point Lafite red wine. 1 box of cloud leg mooncakes, a splendid find. As for the scratch cards, what purpose do they serve now? They are hardly worth the effort. The red wine, however, is commendable. Shortly thereafter, the system notifications continued to pour in. Prompt: congratulations, host, for successfully fishing. You have obtained 100 pairs of black lace panties. Prompt: congratulations, host, for successfully fishing. You have obtained a speed enhancement scroll. Prompt: congratulations, host, for successfully fishing. You have obtained 5 black leather whips. Prompt: congratulations, host, for successfully fishing. To avoid unnecessary verbosity, some trivial fishing items will not be listed, otherwise 40 fishing attempts would be excessive. A speed enhancement scroll? A remarkable item. Yifeng's eyes glimmered with intrigue. The fishing session concluded after 20 attempts. The haul this time was rather unimpressive. Yifeng let out a soft sigh, redirecting his focus to the extraordinary scrolls. Previous experiences indicated that these items were indeed valuable. Yifeng retrieved the first scroll, much like the Sword Mastery scroll. This one also emanated a soft blue glow. Item: Strength Enhancement Scroll, Quality, Rare. Description: upon using this scroll, your strength will be elevated to a certain degree. Rare quality items are indeed treasures. This could grant a permanent enhancement to his physical strength. Overwhelmed with joy, Yifeng unhesitatingly tore the scroll apart. In the next moment, the scroll transformed into a stream of blue light, merging into Yifeng's body. A warm sensation coursed through him, permeating his limbs and fortifying his bones and flesh. Yifeng felt an unparalleled comfort, as if enveloped in soft clouds. His body gradually brimmed with vitality, and his thoughts became increasingly lucid. As the enhancement progressed, Yifeng's muscles began to reveal themselves, with 8 distinct abdominal muscles becoming subtly visible. After a while, the enhancement concluded. Yifeng's strength had been augmented. This feeling is truly delightful. A sense of loss washed over Yifeng. Regaining his focus, he clenched his fists, acutely aware of the changes in his strength. The increase was explosive. It was not a skill-based enhancement like swordsmanship, nor merely an elevation of internal energy, but a pure enhancement of physical strength. Moreover, his stamina and speed attributes had also seen slight improvements. Just how strong am I now? Yifeng approached the double-door refrigerator. Standing before it, he lifted the refrigerator effortlessly with one hand, applying a mere fraction of his strength. His power had increased remarkably. Yifeng's heart swelled with joy, his eyes sparkling with surprise. He could lift the refrigerator with just 10% of his strength. When he awakened the chaotic divine thunder, his physical strength had indeed been amplified. In this day and age, utilizing enhancement scrolls has once again amplified one's strength. After a moment of exhilaration, Yifeng retrieved the second extraordinary scroll. Item: Speed Enhancement Scroll, Quality, Rare. Description: upon using this scroll, your speed will experience a significant increase. Just as I anticipated, it is akin to the Strength Enhancement Scroll. Extending his hand with a slight force, Yifeng tore the enhancement scroll asunder. The scroll transformed into a stream of azure light, coursing into his body, a warm current surging throughout Yifeng, filling every limb and sinew. Moments later, the enhancement of speed concluded. Yifeng swung his fists, leaving several afterimages in the air. With a few more steps, he moved with astonishing swiftness. The wind rushing beneath his feet, Yifeng felt his body remarkably light. Both his striking speed and mobility had vastly improved compared to before. A smile graced Yifeng's face. The enhancement scrolls are indeed splendid items. With such advancements, the future is indeed promising. Yifeng engaged in various exercises, adapting to his newfound speed and strength. Push-ups, sit-ups, planks, high knees, squats. After a brief workout, Yifeng fully acclimated to his enhanced power. He opened his panel and was momentarily taken aback. To his surprise, after acquiring the detection skill, his panel now displayed a combat power index. Combat power index, 211. Yifeng's expression radiated joy. A combat power of 211 points. Not bad at all. He closed the panel and casually glanced at other items. Item: black leather whip, quality. Common description: an utterly ordinary little whip. If you intend to use it against an opponent, you are merely indulging in fanciful thoughts. A completely useless item. Yifeng curled his lip, continuing to inspect other items. Scratch cards, stockings, lubricant. Regardless of their utility, Yifeng had no intention of discarding them. After all, his storage space was boundless and currently empty, so why not keep them? Who knows when they might come in handy? With the organization of items complete, Yifeng checked the quantity of his bait. Bait, 20 portions. Yifeng continued to murmur to himself. System, allow me to fish 20 more times. In the fishing space. At the fishing platform, the fishing rod danced. The hook once again soared into the infinite darkness. Chapter 10, Malicious Perception, Miraculous Spray. Yifeng continued his fishing endeavor. Notification, fishing in progress. In the next instant, a system prompt echoed. Notification, congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained a model of the Libet Tower, 18 meters tall. Notification, congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained 100 boxes of ultra-thin, long-lasting Redis. Notification, congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained 5 pairs of lace-patterned purple panties. Yifeng felt somewhat speechless. What on earth are these items? Truly, it seems that a fisherman can catch everything but fish. Yifeng's lips twitched as he shook his head. Notification, congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained a book titled Intimate Violence by Jiraiya. Notification, congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained 100 boxes of rich, creamy milk. Notification, congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained 10 boxes of sugar-free tea drinks from the forest of Garden Chi. Notification, congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained 10 women's black one-piece swimsuits. Congratulations, host, on your successful fishing expedition, which has yielded a rare skill, Malice Perception. Malice Perception? Is this a stroke of luck? Yifeng felt a surge of joy within. Additionally, the milk, beverages, and hot dry noodles are quite commendable. Congratulations, host, on your successful fishing expedition, which has granted you 1 vial of corpse poison immunity potion. Congratulations, host, on your successful fishing expedition, which has yielded a cup of starry sauce latte. Congratulations, host, on your successful fishing expedition, which has granted you 10 Rolls-Royce Phantom 20s. Congratulations, host, on your successful fishing expedition, which has yielded a shooting mastery scroll. The potion and scroll appear to be of great value. How impressive. Congratulations, host, on your successful fishing expedition, which has yielded 100 bottles of Farmer's 3-Punch mineral water. Congratulations, host, on your successful fishing expedition, which has granted you a case of Waha pure water. Congratulations, host, on your successful fishing expedition, which has yielded 1 bottle of magical spray. The fishing has concluded. Yifeng began to examine his bounties. Skill, Malice Perception, quality, rare description, a passive skill. Upon acquiring this skill, you will find it easier to detect the malice or threats posed by surrounding creatures. What a remarkable skill. Yifeng's eyes widened with excitement. Malice Perception allows him to sense the ill intentions of those around him. Although it may not be a combat skill, its utility in a post-apocalyptic world is truly extraordinary. What is the most terrifying aspect of the apocalypse? Zombies? Ferocious beasts? Mutated creatures? None of these. The most frightening element in such times is the human heart. The apocalypse is rather straightforward. The complexities lie within humanity. Human hearts are unpredictable. Perhaps the one you cherish most in your slumber may one day betray you with a dagger. Or your most trusted subordinate may deliver a ruthless betrayal at a critical moment. With this skill, Yifeng can perceive the malice of others. In his eyes, this skill is akin to a legendary ability. Had he possessed this skill in his past life, he would not have faced betrayal. Yifeng extracted the skill. A source pearl materialized, and he reached out to catch it. Instantly, the skill source pearl transformed into a blue luminescence, merging into Yifeng's body. Congratulations. You have learned the rare skill Malice Perception. The knowledge of the skill blossomed within Yifeng. Malice Perception became an instinctual ability for him. His gaze flickered with intensity. Unfortunately, being a passive skill, he could not test its effects immediately. Yifeng continued to inspect his acquisitions. The milk and mineral water are indeed useful. It seems he has also reeled in a peculiar book. Item: Intimate Violence, quality, ordinary description, a bestseller from the world of Naruto, authored by one of the legendary Sannin. Jiraiya. This book is the sequel to the imaginative work Intimate Paradise. A Naruto bestseller? The second volume? Yifeng hastily retrieved the book from the fishing space and began to peruse its pages. What is this? What use could this possibly serve? Yifeng's face fell in disappointment as he cast this Naruto bestseller into his storage space. This also served as a reminder to Yifeng, perhaps one day, he truly could fish for some familiar abilities or items from the myriad of worlds. For instance, the myriad celestial attractors, the devil fruit, the ancient sacred body, and the imperial banner. The future is indeed promising. Yifeng continued to examine his findings. Item: Zombie Poison Immunity Potion, Quality, Rare. Description: upon consuming this potion, you will gain super immunity to the zombie virus, rendering you impervious to infection. Those already infected may also attain super immunity, provided they have not yet transformed. This is a remarkable item. Yifeng's face lit up with delight. He decisively retrieved the potion and drank it in one gulp. Gulp. The entrance was icy. As it settled in his stomach, Yifeng felt a surge of coolness erupt within him. He waited for a moment, but there were no further reactions. Is this immunity? Yifeng felt a twinge of confusion, sensing no apparent change within himself. However, given that it was produced by the system, it must be of exceptional quality and thus trustworthy. He chose not to dwell on it and continued to inspect his acquisitions. Item: Shooting Mastery Scroll, Quality, Rare. Description: upon learning this skill, your shooting proficiency, including but not limited to firearms and crossbows, will see a significant enhancement. Yifeng's expression was one of joy. This is an excellent item. It can enhance his shooting abilities. He took it out and tore the scroll apart. The scroll transformed into a stream of light and surged into Yifeng's body. He waited in silence. Before long, a flood of memories washed over him. In a shooting range, a tall figure practiced shooting incessantly, raising the gun, firing, reloading, repeating the cycle countless times. Time flew by as the practice continued. Pistols, crossbows, sniper rifles, cannons, an abundance of shooting experiences and memories flooded into his mind. Yifeng closed his eyes, quietly sensing the transformation within himself. Countless shooting techniques converged into his being. He became proficient in every shooting skill, mastering them all. Shooting had become an instinct for Yifeng. This effortless acquisition was utterly delightful. The treasures bestowed by the system were truly extraordinary. Yifeng fully absorbed his gains, feeling immensely satisfied. He turned his gaze to the other items. This spray, wait. This is a rare grade item. Yifeng's eyes widened. Item: Magical Spray, 10 uses, Quality, Rare. Description: upon use, you will temporarily possess abundant energy for 2 hours. For external use, each application will grant a certain permanent enhancement. This was the first time Yifeng obtained a rare item beyond knives and scrolls. He held the spray in his hands, examining it from every angle, contemplating deeply. After careful consideration, he confirmed that it indeed appeared to be what he had hoped for. Who does he look down upon? Do I truly need this item? Yifeng disdainfully tossed the spray into his storage space. Chapter 11. Wang Hongxia's malice. Having organized his acquisitions, Yifeng found himself momentarily unoccupied. He recalled some of the extraordinary abilities from his past life. Among peers with similar powers, none could intimidate him. He would unleash the chaotic divine thunder and obliterate all. Without the chaotic divine thunder, relying solely on his enhanced strength, speed, and swordsmanship, coupled with the flame war knife and the supreme divine ring, Yifeng could still overpower most supernatural beings. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, his gaze shifting slightly. The hunt for zombies to obtain crystal cores and grow stronger would have to wait for 2 more days. Additionally, certain fortuitous events from his past life memories would also unfold gradually after 2 days. At that moment, Yifeng's phone vibrated gently. Upon checking, he saw a reminder message from Lin Xiaoxiao. The young lady seemed quite impatient. A slight smile tugged at the corners of Yifeng's mouth. After taking a shower, he donned his most dapper outfit, ensuring he looked impeccable. He rummaged through a shopping bag filled to the brim with ham, milk, and noodles. With everything in order, Yifeng grabbed the food and left his home, heading upstairs. In the stairwell, the air was thick with blood mist, and a few zombies wandered aimlessly. Soon, some zombies caught the sound of Yifeng's footsteps, baring their teeth and lunging at him with clawed hands. Yifeng delivered a swift kick, sending several zombies sprawling, and continued his ascent. Upon reaching the 15th floor, more zombies blocked his path, which he effortlessly dispatched once again. Since becoming immune to the zombie infection, Yifeng had grown less cautious. Just as he was battling the undead, a woman's voice suddenly echoed from within an apartment on the 15th floor. Who is it? Is someone outside? Yifeng remained silent, delivering another forceful blow to a lunging zombie. Thud! The zombie crashed to the ground. The commotion outside stirred the woman's excitement. The woman, Wang Hongxia, lived above Yifeng. Peering through the peephole, she saw no one but was astonished to find a zombie lying on the ground, wailing. Who are you outside? Are you fighting zombies? Are you a supernatural being? Or do you have a weapon? Do you have any food? I've run out of supplies for quite a while. Could you spare me some? Yifeng's heart stirred. It was Wang Hongxia. As neighbors living above and below each other, they had crossed paths before the apocalypse. Wang Hongxia, in her 30s, was a fairly attractive woman, and her husband was an ordinary office worker. Yifeng had interacted with her primarily because of her 7-year-old son, who was particularly bothersome. The mischievous child would often run around the house, creating a cacophony, and would frequently shout, even late into the night. Yifeng had approached Wang Hongxia numerous times about this matter, yet to no avail. On one occasion, when he confronted her directly, she scolded him instead. You have no tolerance. Why argue with a child? This infuriated Yifeng, prompting him to call the police. However, it merely resulted in a mediation, with the unruly child continuing his antics as before. Because of this situation, Yifeng had endured many reprimands from his girlfriend, Li Yiting. After the apocalypse descended, Yifeng became a supernatural being while Wang Hongxia had succumbed. She only needed a piece of bread to survive. Yifeng deeply cherished his girlfriend and had limited interaction with Wang Hongxia. Inside her apartment, Wang Hongxia grew impatient as Yifeng remained unresponsive. You can't just stand by and do nothing. Remember, with great power comes great responsibility. I have a 7-year-old son. If you don't help, we will both perish. Do not save me, and you shall be deemed a murderer. Yifeng raised an eyebrow and let out a derisive laugh. Wang Hongxia, your moral coercion is as insipid as ever. Inside the room, Wang Hongxia paused, her gaze wavering with uncertainty. Are you the Yifeng from downstairs? Yifeng replied nonchalantly. Indeed, it is I. At his words, Wang Hongxia's heart sank. Could it truly be him? Why him? She had previously offended Yifeng gravely. Would he still come to her aid? What to do? Wang Hongxia began to pace anxiously within the room. An apology was imperative. A timid youth such as him would surely be swayed by a few kind words, right? Drawing a deep breath, she spoke sweetly. Yifeng, I was wrong before. I should not have treated you that way, and I sincerely apologize. Her tone softened as she continued. Yifeng, I am truly sorry. Will you forgive your elder sister? You must have food outside. Could you spare some for me? Dong Dong and I are on the brink of starvation. Yifeng paused, acknowledging her ability to bend. Yet he held Wang Hongxia in disdain. In comparison to Lin Xiaoxiao, she was simply not in the same league. Coldly, he responded, I do not accept your apology. Moreover, you are no longer a child. Do refrain from calling me elder sister. Is it not utterly nauseating? I possess food, but I shall not share it with you. Even stray dogs do not deserve such treatment. With a barrage of words, Yifeng felt a sense of relief and turned to leave. Saving her? Not a chance. Not exacerbating her plight was, in his view, an act of kindness. Inside, Wang Hongxia was consumed by despair. Her eyes brimmed with malice as she shouted, Yifeng, return to me. You are inhuman. What are you showing off for? If you have food, why not save me? Beside her, her son Dong Dong began to wail. Mama, I am hungry. I want chips. I want a hamburger. Wang Hongxia, frazzled by the noise, gritted her teeth. All right, Dong Dong, there will be chips and hamburgers. The unruly child continued to cry. No, I want to eat. Be quiet. On the staircase, Yifeng halted. Malicious intent detected. The target was indeed Wang Hongxia. In other words, she bore ill will towards him at that moment. Yifeng smirked, intrigued by the sensation of this malicious perception. Wang Hongxia's animosity appeared to him as a vivid red, akin to fireflies in the night sky, remarkably conspicuous. How to proceed? Thoughts racing, Yifeng made a decision. Turning back, he approached the door of Wang Hongxia's residence and knocked. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Hongxia, I propose a deal. Open the door and let us converse. Surely, you do not wish for your child to starve to death. Chapter 12. He is still a child inside. Wang Hongxia was cursing vehemently, suddenly hearing Yifeng's voice. She was momentarily stunned, only to be overwhelmed with joy. Yifeng had truly returned. A deal? Could it be true? Her expression filled with suspicion, she called out. Yifeng, is that you? Why have you suddenly changed your mind? Yifeng lifted the food bag in his hand and opened it wide. Mind your own business. This is food. See for yourself. If you're satisfied, we can strike a deal. Wang Hongxia peered through the peephole and saw the variety and abundance of bread, milk, and ham in Yifeng's possession. She swallowed hard, her eyes brimming with desire and greed. Unable to resist the allure of the food, Wang Hongxia eagerly opened the door. As soon as the door swung open, her gaze was fixated on the items in Yifeng's hands. Yifeng, I truly thank you. You are such a generous person. With that, she reached out to grab the food. Yifeng pondered for a moment. At this instant, her malice seemed to diminish, revealing a curious dynamic in her intentions. He took a step back, his eyes filled with intrigue. Wang Hongxia, are you attempting to snatch it away? No, I'm just eager, she replied impatiently. You said you would give me food. I mentioned a trade, never a gift. Yifeng paused, continuing, so tell me, what valuable item do you possess? Perhaps medicine, tools, or weapons for exchange. I can pay with money. 500, or even 1,000 for the food in your hands. Wang Hongxia's face contorted with frustration. No way. Yifeng shook his head dismissively. At this point, money is worthless. You must offer something tangible. Wang Hongxia, her mind racing, suggested, how about a gold bracelet? I also have a gold necklace. Yifeng continued to shake his head. What do you wish for then? We can negotiate. Wang Hongxia lowered her head slightly, playing with a strand of her hair, feigning a shy demeanor. The child is here. It's inconvenient to discuss everything. Yifeng scrutinized her from head to toe, shaking his head. You are too unattractive, and you have body odor. Moreover, I have suddenly changed my mind. The deal is off. With that, he turned to leave. Wang Hongxia was taken aback, not anticipating such a reaction from Yifeng. Ah, I do not have body odor. Yifeng, you cannot leave, she shrieked, instinctively reaching out to grab him. What? Are you trying to forcefully take it? Yifeng turned back. Wang Hongxia's eyes were filled with anxiety as she clutched his arm tightly. Yifeng, is the food truly yours? Did you not take it from someone else's home? What harm is there in sharing a bit with me? At that moment, Yifeng sensed an increase in Wang Hongxia's malice, the red of her intentions deepening. Simultaneously, a small boy named Dongdong suddenly rushed towards Yifeng, reaching for the food bag. I want to eat. Give me food. Dongdong tugged at the bag but failed to wrest it away from Yifeng. Looking down at the child's antics, Yifeng was reminded of previous unpleasant experiences. A flicker of disdain crossing his face. The rambunctious child continued to tug and shout. Let go, you little brat. Yifeng's tone was icy. The child, undeterred, retorted, no. I won't let go. Yifeng turned to Wang Hongxia. Control your child. Don't say I didn't warn you. Instead of intervening, Wang Hongxia joined in the child's antics, encouraging him. Dongdong, well done. We shall seize what belongs to him. I refuse to believe he would dare to harm you. Upon hearing her mother's encouragement, Dongdong, brimming with pride, bit Leaf Maple's hand with his teeth. Give it to me, or I shall bite you to death. The mischievous child, Dongdong, erupted with malice, his actions tinted with a faint shade of crimson. An intriguing glimmer flickered in Leaf Maple's eyes. Dongdong opened his mouth and lunged at Leaf Maple's wrist. In an instant, Leaf Maple retaliated with a powerful punch to Dongdong's abdomen. Bang! Leaf Maple's strength was many times that of an ordinary person. Even without exerting his full force, it was far beyond what a mere child could withstand. A piercing scream escaped the child's lips, followed by a swift arc as he flew through the air. Thud! Dongdong's body collided violently with the wall, sliding down like a lifeless dog, crumpling softly to the ground. The events transpired so rapidly that Wang Hongxia was momentarily stunned. Only upon Dongdong's descent did she react, unleashing a heart-wrenching wail. No, Dongdong, my Dongdong! Wang Hongxia cried as she rushed toward the crumpled form of her child. Witnessing this scene, Leaf Maple felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. His disdain for Dongdong had long been established, and now, to see the mischievous child being reprimanded brought him immense joy. Oh my heavens! Dongdong, please wake up. Wang Hongxia, in a frenzy, shook Dongdong repeatedly. The child lay limp, unresponsive, like a doe, no movement whatsoever. The force Leaf Maple had unleashed was something even an adult could scarcely endure. Dongdong had succumbed to unconsciousness. Leaf Maple, you are inhuman. He is but a child. How could you be so cruel? Beast! Scoundrel! Demon! Wang Hongxia cried out in anguish, pointing an accusing finger at Leaf Maple, her malice now manifesting in a deep crimson hue. Leaf Maple smirked coldly, utterly unfazed. In this merciless apocalypse, the insults of the weak were the least of his concerns. He had grasped the nuances of malevolence and its perception. Fixing his gaze upon Wang Hongxia, he scoffed, Oh, I am the beast. A mother inevitably raises her child. If you neglect your duty, others will step in to educate him. Enough. I have no desire to converse with the dead. From the moment he returned, he had no intention of sparing either of them. Leaf Maple retrieved a fiery battle knife from his spatial pocket. The blade glimmered with lethal sharpness, exuding a menacing aura. Upon seeing the razor-sharp weapon materialize from the void, Wang Hongxia's vile words ceased abruptly. What do you intend to do? Do you dare to kill me? Her complexion paled, trembling as she recoiled instinctively. Leaf Maple, wielding the flaming blade, advanced step by step toward Wang Hongxia. Thump! Thump! Wang Hongxia's scalp prickled, her body quivering as her heart raced. No, Leaf Maple, do not come any closer. Murder is a crime. Wang Hongxia glared with bloodshot eyes, shivering uncontrollably, nearly losing control of her bladder. I was wrong. Please do not kill me. Leaf Maple raised the battle knife. No, sorry. Wang Hongxia, terrified, felt her soul leave her body. In the next instant, The blade flashed. Splat! Wang Hongxia's head soared into the air, blood gushing forth. Wang Hongxia's head fell to the ground, her body collapsing limply and twitching slightly before becoming still. Yi Feng's expression remained calm as he sheathed his blade and turned to leave. In that fleeting moment, a bolt of lightning descended abruptly, reducing the child's body to mere ashes, eliminating all potential threats. As Yi Feng stepped out of the room, a system notification chimed. Notification, event triggered. Notification, reward of 10 bait. Yi Feng was momentarily taken aback, then filled with delight. Another event triggered. Chapter 13. Lin Xiaoxiao's joy. Yi Feng's eyes sparkled with joy. 10 portions of bait were in his possession, a cause for bliss. Should he fish now? He pondered, then shook his head. There were pressing matters to attend to today. No need to rush. He could save up and fish later. Ascending the stairs to the 18th floor, he dispatched several zombies with swift kicks and approached the door of room 1803. The security door was locked. He knocked gently. Inside the room, Lin Xiaoxiao lay on the bed, clutching her stomach, rolling back and forth. She was so hungry that her vision swam, her body weak, and her stomach growled ominously. The food in the room had been completely consumed. Was this neighbor, Yi Feng, truly capable of helping her? With so many zombies outside, could he really make it here? Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes were vacant, her thoughts spiraling. She did not want to die. She truly did not. Yet, without food and unable to venture outside, she could only await her fate at home. This was the harsh reality of a zombie apocalypse. Just then, a knock resounded at the door. Startled, Lin Xiaoxiao forced herself to sit up. Could it be? Had Yi Feng truly risked his life to come? Did he not fear the zombies? Her beautiful eyes glimmered with surprise. Dragging her famished body, she hurried to the door and peeked through the peephole. A tall, radiant young man stood at the entrance. His smile bright. More importantly, he held a bag of food. He had come. He truly brought food. Lin Xiaoxiao's heart soared, her body trembling with excitement. Yi Feng was indeed handsome. The sight of him holding food was even more so. Through the door, Lin Xiaoxiao inquired, "Are you Yi Feng?" "Yes, it's me." "Please open the door," Yi Feng replied softly. Without hesitation, she opened the door. She was on the brink of starvation and could not afford to be cautious. Moreover, Yi Feng's sunny smile suggested he was not a brutal individual. As the door swung open, Yi Feng beheld Lin Xiaoxiao. She was stunning. With large eyes, a high nose, and a slender waist, her figure was striking, and her skin was fair as snow. "You brought food?" Lin Xiaoxiao asked, her expression brimming with excitement. "Indeed, take this," Yi Feng said, handing her the food before turning to close the door securely. In his pocket were several bags of bread, a few sausages, and a bottle of milk. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes gleamed as she snatched the food eagerly, turning to sit on a chair, ripping open the packaging, and devouring it hungrily. "Slow down. Drink some milk as well, and be careful not to choke," Yi Feng chuckled. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded while eating, taking a gulp of milk. Yi Feng pulled out a chair and sat beside her, carefully observing Lin Xiaoxiao. Though her face appeared somewhat haggard, with cracked lips and disheveled hair, her charm remained undeniable. Yi Feng smiled faintly. Lin Xiaoxiao, oblivious to Yi Feng's gaze, devoured the food before her with remarkable speed. After finishing, she looked up and timidly said, "I'm so hungry. Yi Feng, could you possibly give me some more food?" Yi Feng declined, stating, "You've been hungry for too long. Consuming too much at once isn't good for your health." Lin Xiaoxiao's disappointment was palpable as she looked at Yi Feng with pleading eyes. "Please, Yi Feng." Yi Feng shook his head. Lin Xiaoxiao gazed at him with a forlorn expression while he continued to refuse. Her spirits sank, and a heavy silence enveloped the room, creating an awkward atmosphere. After a moment, Yi Feng fixed his gaze on Lin Xiaoxiao and reminded her, "Lin Xiaoxiao, you do remember this is a transaction, right?" At his words, Lin Xiaoxiao nodded gently, a blush creeping across her cheeks. She quickly glanced at Yi Feng, finding him undeniably handsome, yet she hesitated at their unfamiliarity. "I have a suggestion," she ventured cautiously. "Why don't we spend some time together first?" "No," Yi Feng replied, shaking his head. Lin Xiaoxiao fell silent, nervously biting her lip. "You wouldn't want to go back on your word, would you?" Yi Feng's gaze turned dangerously intense. "Trying to negotiate? Acceptance doesn't equate to agreement," he said coldly. "If you're unwilling, then you should regurgitate the food you've eaten." Lin Xiaoxiao was taken aback. How could she possibly bring up the food that had already settled in her stomach? She wished to retort, "I can't vomit it back. Would it count if I, expelled it instead?" However, upon seeing Yi Feng's imposing stature, his well-defined muscles, and the increasingly stern expression on his handsome face, she prudently swallowed her words. Chapter 14. Skill. Sacred blessing. Yi Feng maintained a calm demeanor, his tone incredulous. "I'll give you a few minutes to prepare." Lin Xiaoxiao was stunned. Was he truly so domineering? There was no choice left for her. Her heart raced as she thought, "Then I shall prepare." She hurried into the bathroom, began showering, and then retrieved her cosmetics to apply a light makeup and change her outfit. Yifeng sat on the sofa, contemplating deeply. After much deliberation, he finally took out a miraculous spray. It wasn't a matter of lacking confidence. Rather, Yifeng disliked wasting good resources. It seemed a shame to let something wonderful go unused. After putting away the spray, he decided to try his luck with fishing. He opened the panel. Bait. 10-portion system, let us fish 5 times. The system notifications chimed in. Notification, congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained a Huawei folding phone at a 40% discount. Notification, congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained a scroll for mastering combat skills. Notification, congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained a box of Desert Eagle pistol ammunition. Notification, congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained 100 eyebrow pencils from Wadongzi. Congratulations, esteemed host, on your successful fishing expedition, resulting in the acquisition of 10 pieces of Shanghai sulfur soap. After 5 rounds of angling, Yifeng displayed a look of delight as he began to meticulously examine his spoils. The mobile phone held little utility. As for the Desert Eagle ammunition, without a firearm, it served no purpose. However, perhaps in the future, he might fish up a corresponding handgun. Yifeng's attention turned to the scroll, and he clicked to view its details. Item, Mastery of Combat Scroll. Level, Rare. Description, grants you mastery of combat abilities, allowing you to learn various unarmed fighting techniques. The Mastery of Combat Scroll. Yifeng eagerly extracted the scroll and unwrapped it with anticipation. The scroll transformed into a stream of blue luminescence, swiftly coursing into Yifeng's body. Countless memories of combat experience flooded his mind, and his physique continuously adapted to the sudden alterations. Yifeng closed his eyes, quietly attuning himself to the changes within. He felt as if he were a seasoned martial artist, with combat now an instinctual part of his being. The enhancement concluded, and Yifeng emerged stronger, his spirit lifted. System, let us continue fishing. Notification, fishing in progress. Yifeng's face radiated expectation. Moments later, a notification chimed. Notification, congratulations, esteemed host, on your successful catch. Obtaining a complete collection of the Lantern Grass Monk books. Notification, congratulations, esteemed host, on your successful catch, acquiring 10 sets of women's fitted yoga attire. Notification, congratulations, esteemed host, on your successful catch, obtaining 10 Zhongdakian kitchen knives. Notification, congratulations, esteemed host, on your successful catch, acquiring 100 bags of marinated tiger skin chicken feet. Notification, congratulations, esteemed host, on your successful catch, acquiring a rare skill. Holy blessing. The fishing session concluded. Yifeng's gaze shifted, and he began to inspect his gains. The books and yoga attire seemed of little use. However, it appeared he had stumbled upon an extraordinary skill. This haul was certainly worthwhile. Yifeng clicked to view the skill details. Skill, Holy Blessing quality, rare. Description, upon awakening this skill, you will be able to bestow a holy blessing upon others or yourself, restoring your or another's condition. Is this an auxiliary skill? Yifeng's face lit up with joy. Unlike in games, life is singular. With an auxiliary skill, his ability to preserve life would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. Yifeng immediately intoned, System, I choose to extract the skill. In the next instant, a luminous orb of energy materialized from the void. Yifeng reached out and punctured it. A stream of blue light surged into his forehead. The system notification promptly resounded. Notification, congratulations, you have learned the rare skill Holy Blessing. In an instant, Yifeng had mastered the Holy Blessing skill. He opened his panel and examined his skills. Chaotic Thunder Strike, Storage Space, Malicious Perception, Holy Blessing, Mastery of Blade Techniques. Mastery of Shooting, Mastery of Combat. Yifeng smiled with satisfaction, gently exhaling a breath of relief. He glanced around the room. Lin Xiaoxiao had yet to finish changing her attire. However, from the moment he entered, Yifeng's malicious perception had remained dormant. This indicated that Lin Xiaoxiao harbored no ill intent toward him. A few more minutes passed. Lin Xiaoxiao finally stepped out of her room. Her demeanor shy as she approached Yifeng. How do I look? Yifeng scrutinized her closely. Lin Xiaoxiao had donned a fitted white shirt, accentuating her ample bosom. The neckline was slightly low, with a button left undone, revealing her fair skin and elegantly elongated collarbone. Her lower half was clad in a form-fitting skirt paired with black stockings, showcasing her long, graceful legs, and her toenails were painted a vibrant red. With her delicate features and striking figure, she was utterly captivating, a quintessential embodiment of beauty. You are truly stunning, Yifeng exclaimed sincerely. Lin Xiaoxiao remained silent, though her enchanting eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Suddenly, an idea struck Yifeng. Why not test the efficacy of his new skill, Divine Blessing? Wait a moment. I have a blessing for you, he said. Lin Xiaoxiao tilted her head, a look of curiosity crossing her face. Without further explanation, Yifeng raised his hand and cast the Divine Blessing. A sacred white light enveloped Lin Xiaoxiao, startling her as she instinctively attempted to evade it, but to no avail. To her astonishment, the light merged with her body. In an instant, a soft gasp escaped her lips, her body trembled, and her complexion visibly bloomed with color. How do you feel? Yifeng inquired, eager for her response. Very comfortable, though somewhat strange, Lin Xiaoxiao replied instinctively. After stretching her limbs, she exclaimed in delight. Brother Yifeng, I feel an overwhelming sense of relief from fatigue, and my energy has been replenished significantly. I feel absolutely fantastic. Yifeng nodded slightly, contemplating this revelation. It appeared that the so-called restoration could indeed replenish one's physical strength and vitality to a certain extent. This skill was quite remarkable, despite being classified as rare. It was a valuable auxiliary ability. After a moment's thought, Yifeng decided to cast Divine Blessing upon himself. The white light descended, and warmth flooded his entire being. Yifeng's eyes sparkled with delight. This sensation was truly pleasurable. No wonder Lin Xiaoxiao had exhibited such an expression earlier. His vitality had certainly been restored, reminiscent of the blissful state one feels after a full massage followed by a refreshing nap. Energized and invigorated, Yifeng turned to Lin Xiaoxiao, who gazed at him with intrigue and calmly said, As you can see, I possess extraordinary powers. I am an ability user. Overjoyed, Lin Xiaoxiao exclaimed. I had a hunch that what I read online was true. There are indeed ability users in this world. Yifeng, you are amazing. Her eyes sparkled with admiration, her heart racing. The man before her was not only handsome and well-built, but also an extraordinary being. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at Yifeng with stars in her eyes. Yifeng smiled gently and approached her. The bustling ambience of tonight's Kangxiao was alive with excitement. Chapter 15. A Wonderful Surprise, 30 Fishing Trips. Time passed. 2 hours later. Brother Feng, your skill is truly extraordinary. Lin Xiaoxiao recalled the dazzling white light from earlier, her eyes still reflecting shock. Hee, that is only natural. Yifeng waved his hand dismissively, his gaze appraising Lin Xiaoxiao. He marveled inwardly. Such a stunning figure was indeed a rare sight, particularly her posterior. Xiaoxiao, your physique is remarkable. I have never seen a rear like that in reality. It can't be artificially enhanced, can it? Yifeng teased. Lin Xiaoxiao playfully swung her small fist and lightly tapped Yifeng's chest. Of course not. I am completely natural. Besides, who would go to the trouble of enhancing their posterior? Yifeng chuckled, thinking to himself that this was not necessarily true. Some women invest as much in their backsides as they do in their faces. Just as Yifeng was about to speak, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed. Notification, event triggered. Reward, 10 baits. Bonus reward, 20 baits. Wow. Yifeng was taken aback, sitting up abruptly, his eyes brimming with joy. An event trigger? A total of 30 baits as a reward? He knew that completing the daily task only yielded 10 baits. What had he done to deserve such a generous reward? He could fish 30 times. It was utterly outrageous. In an instant, Yifeng's mood soared. This system truly delivered. It rewarded him handsomely. Yifeng sprang to his feet, leaving Lin Xiaoxiao somewhat perplexed. Brother Feng, what's wrong? Yifeng, feeling a shift in his heart, spoke casually. As per our agreement, this was merely a transaction. Now that it has concluded, I must take my leave. With that, he began to walk away. Ah, don't go, Lin Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her anxiety evident as she instinctively grasped Yifeng's arm, preventing his departure. Yifeng grinned. What? Do you not wish for me to leave? You were the one who proposed the conditions. Lin Xiaoxiao pouted, looking somewhat aggrieved. I don't want you to go? Yifeng turned back and reclined, addressing Lin Xiaoxiao. Then I shall consider it. Please, consider not leaving. Lin Xiaoxiao pleaded with a pitiful expression. Oh, I understand. Yifeng replied nonchalantly. Lin Xiaoxiao nestled her head against Yifeng's chest, gently tracing circles on it with her finger, lost in thought. Yifeng smiled. Indeed, profound relationships often thrive on the most primal forms of communication. He opened the system panel. Baits, 30 pieces. A smile crept across Yifeng's lips. Bait explosion. He glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao, reminiscing about her earlier demeanor, and his lips curved upward. This young lady, beneath her elegant and composed exterior, not only possessed an admirable physique, but also a passionate heart. Xiaoxiao, as long as you behave, I will ensure your safety and well-being in the future. Yifeng said earnestly, attempting to transform a fleeting transaction into something everlasting. Really? You won't leave? Lin Xiaoxiao exclaimed in delight. But you must obey me, Yifeng insisted. Yes, I will do everything you say, Lin Xiaoxiao replied obediently, nodding her head. Then I shall stay here tonight and not leave, Yifeng laughed. His home had long since lost its former charm. Valuable possessions had already been stored away in his spatial realm. Thus, returning to a broken home seemed unnecessary. Lin Xiaoxiao's face was aglow with delight. A subtle smile graced Yifeng's lips. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoxiao's stomach let out a resounding growl. She lowered her head, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. Hungry? Yifeng chuckled lightly. The earlier exertion had indeed taken a toll. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement. Very well, she replied. Then, Yifeng waved his hand gently. With a rustling sound, a multitude of bread, ham, and milk scattered across the floor. My heavens! What is happening? Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Am I hallucinating? She rubbed her eyes vigorously. As I mentioned, I am an ability user. This is my spatial power. Yifeng explained with a simple smile. But you just wish me well. Lin Xiaoxiao gazed at Yifeng incredulously. Let us not dwell on that. I will explain in due time. In any case, your man possesses many talents, Yifeng said, tenderly caressing Lin Xiaoxiao's exquisite face. Oh, Lin Xiaoxiao nodded, refraining from further inquiries. Feeling Yifeng's gentle touch, she suddenly realized that entrusting herself to a reliable man seemed truly wonderful. A profound sense of security enveloped her. Feel free to eat as much as you like. I have plenty, Yifeng declared with a nonchalant wave of his hand. Brother Feng, you are so kind. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled as she prepared to rise. Alas, her legs buckled, and she stumbled to the ground. Observing this, Yifeng casually bestowed a divine blessing. A beam of white light descended, causing Lin Xiaoxiao's delicate form to shudder, her lips involuntarily releasing a soft gasp. The blessing concluded. I feel so rejuvenated. Lin Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes gleamed with surprise as she sensed her energy returning. She stood, bent down to dress, and gathered the scattered food. This motion showcased her voluptuous figure, highlighting her remarkable waist-to-hip ratio. However, there was a slight drawback. Her thighs lacked the length she desired and were not slender, possessing a pleasantly plump quality. Clutching her food, Lin Xiaoxiao returned to the dining table to eat. Eat sparingly. There is better to come, Yifeng advised as he climbed out of bed. I understand, Lin Xiaoxiao responded, though her pace of eating suggested otherwise. Yifeng shook his head and entered the bathroom. Lighting a cigarette, he immersed his thoughts into the fishing space. Bait, 30 portions. Fishing would yield bountiful resources and various extraordinary items. Yifeng's heart brimmed with anticipation. In the fishing realm, the surroundings were still enveloped in ethereal mist, cloaked in white fog. Below the fishing platform lay an abyss of endless darkness, deep and mysterious. Yifeng silently chanted, System, commence fishing. The rod twitched, the hook tracing a parabolic arc through the air before plunging into the boundless darkness. Chapter 16, Multiple Enhancements, A Surge in Power. The system notification chimed. Notification, fishing in progress. Yifeng's eyes flickered as he patiently awaited the outcome. Notification, congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained a complete set of the Blu-ray edition of Full Power Game. Notification, congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and received 15 copies of the deluxe edition of Beast Maze. Notification, congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and acquired 100 copies of the deluxe edition of I Am a God Slayer in the Psychiatric Hospital. Notification, congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained a complete set of the high-definition Blu-ray edition of Gallia Prison. Notification, congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and received 30 boxes of electrolyte water. Notification, congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained 1 stamina enhancement scroll. A stamina enhancement scroll? Yifeng's face brightened as he clicked to view the item details. Item, stamina enhancement scroll, rarity, rare description. After using this scroll, your stamina will be significantly enhanced. Yifeng took out the scroll, gripped it tightly in his right hand, and gently tore it apart. The scroll transformed into a stream of blue light, merging into Yifeng's body. A warm sensation spread throughout him, filling every limb and sinew. Yifeng felt a delightful warmth, as if he were floating on a cloud. This sensation was truly blissful. A smile crept onto Yifeng's lips as he clenched his fist, reveling in the wondrous changes within him. His defense and vitality had markedly improved. Fishing, let us continue fishing. Notification, fishing in progress. Yifeng waited quietly. Notification, congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained 5 boxes of level 4 J cherries. Notification, congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and received 1 mental enhancement scroll. Notification, congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained 1 copy of How to Change Your Wife in 30 Days. Notification, congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and acquired 1 mastery driving scroll. Wow, this time, I have unexpectedly drawn 2 scrolls in succession, and 5 boxes of cherries. Quite impressive. Yifeng chuckled as he opened the new scroll. Item, Mental Enhancement Scroll, Rarity, Rare Description. After using this scroll, your mental acuity will be significantly enhanced. The Mental Enhancement Scroll belongs to the same series as the Strength and Speed scrolls. Tearing the scroll. Buzz. A stream of blue light merged into Yifeng's mind. Yifeng glanced around. His perception sharpened, and he felt a substantial increase in awareness of his body and surroundings, along with a surge of mental vigor. Moreover, it seemed to trigger a remarkable transformation. With a thought, an invisible wave surged forth. Buzz. In the bathroom, a wooden comb slowly levitated into the air. Yifeng's face lit up with delight as he controlled the comb with his mind. Swish. The comb danced gracefully in the bathroom, tracing elegant arcs as it spun in midair several times before returning to its original position. The enhancement of mental power was indeed miraculous. A smile played at the corners of Yifeng's mouth as he clicked to view his battle power panel. Name, Yifeng, Battle Power Index. 308. After the dual enhancements of stamina and mental acuity, Yifeng's battle power index surged once again. Yifeng chuckled, turning his gaze to the other scroll. Item, Mastery of Driving Scroll, Rarity, Rare Description. Upon utilizing this scroll, your driving prowess will experience a remarkable enhancement. Yifeng pondered thoughtfully, recognizing that this scroll, akin to the Scroll of Blade Mastery and the Scroll of Combat Mastery, belongs to the same series. Capable of elevating driving skills, Yifeng extracted the scroll, which emitted a soft blue glow, and immediately tore it apart. As the azure light surged into his body, a torrent of memories flooded into Yifeng's mind. On a racetrack, a slender figure was skillfully maneuvering a sports car, practicing techniques of acceleration, braking, and drifting. Countless experiences and memories related to driving inundated Yifeng's consciousness. With his eyes gently closed, he felt as though he had transformed into a master driver. With driving now an innate instinct, Yifeng opened his eyes and exhaled a deep breath. Various modes of transportation had become second nature to him, effortlessly within his grasp. He could even command airplanes, tanks, ships, and aircraft carriers with ease. Truly, the items acquired from fishing were extraordinary. After assimilating the caught items, Yifeng opted to continue his fishing endeavors. Notification, congratulations, host, on a successful catch, 100 fiery red tomatoes. Notification, congratulations, host, on a successful catch, 30 fresh green beans. What is happening? Just vegetables? Yifeng widened his eyes in surprise. Notification, congratulations, host, on a successful catch, 10 hefty cucumbers. Notification, congratulations, host, on a successful catch, 100 enormous eggplants. Yifeng's mouth twitched, rendered speechless. Goodness, did I cast my hook into a vegetable garden? Why are all the catches merely vegetables? The system continued to send notifications. Notification, congratulations, host, on a successful catch, 1 large yam. Notification, congratulations, host, on a successful catch, 30 bunches of green celery. Notification, congratulations, host. All right then, vegetables are still valuable. Yifeng could only console himself. Notification, congratulations, host, on a successful catch, a complete set of the film Do Not Stop at the annual meeting. Notification, congratulations, host, on a successful catch, 10 packs of premium C4 explosives. Could it be that I've changed waters? Explosives are quite favorable. A glimmer of anticipation shone in Yifeng's eyes. Notification, congratulations, host, on a successful catch, 1 Desert Eagle handgun. Notification, congratulations, host, on a successful catch, 1 visual enhancement scroll. Fishing concluded. Yifeng's eyes gleamed with joy. The Desert Eagle handgun, the visual enhancement scroll. Ultimately, he had reeled in 2 commendable items. Item, Desert Eagle description. This Desert Eagle is a formidable handgun, notable for its exceptional range, accuracy, and power. Yifeng's eyes lit up. Excellent. Just yesterday, he had caught bullets for a handgun, and today he had acquired the handgun itself, perfectly complementing one another. Firearms are indeed powerful in the presence of lower-tier supernatural beings. Yifeng took out the Desert Eagle, inspected it in his hand for a moment, and then stored the handgun in his space. He then glanced at the explosives he had previously caught. Certainly, this may prove useful in the future. Yifeng turned his gaze to the next item. Item, Visual Enhancement Scroll Quality, Rare Description. Upon using the scroll, your vision will be enhanced to a certain degree. Vision enhancement. A plea for bookshelf editions, a request for complimentary gifts. Some readers have expressed that the narrative may be a bit verbose. I kindly ask for your patience, as the unfolding story will become increasingly captivating. Chapter 17, Visual enhancement. Lin Xiaoxiao's heart returns. Enhance your vision. Strength, speed, stamina, spirit, vision. Yifeng smiled. He relished the steady, grounded feeling of becoming stronger. He retrieved the scroll and tore it open. A stream of azure light merged into his eyes. Yifeng felt a slight sting and gradually closed his eyes to adapt to the newfound power. After a considerable time, Yifeng reopened his eyes, sensing a profound transformation in the world around him. Surveying his surroundings, every detail in the restroom became vividly apparent. The patterns on the tiles, the dust on the floor, the strands of hair on the wooden comb. Everything was remarkably clear, vibrant, and intriguing. Yifeng stepped out of the restroom and entered the living room. Approaching the window, he gazed far into the distance. Through the crimson haze, Yifeng could see further. The distant zombies' teeth, overturned vehicles, shattered glass. Everything seemed so close. Yifeng whispered to himself, "This sensation is truly wonderful." After the enhancement concluded, Yifeng turned around. At this moment, Lin Xiaoxiao had polished off all the food on the table. Heroes do not inquire about origins. They eat without counting the quantity. Satisfied, Lin Xiaoxiao leaned back in her chair, her ample figure occupying most of the seat. Yifeng approached her from behind, gently lifting her dark hair and wrapping his hands around her fair neck. Feeling Yifeng's warm breath, Lin Xiaoxiao lightly grasped his large hand. "Yifeng, I feel so happy, as if I am in a dream. I can't possibly have starved to death. This blissful moment must be a fantasy before my demise." Lin Xiaoxiao murmured, her beautiful eyes filled with longing. "Silly, this is certainly not a dream," Yifeng chuckled, lifting Lin Xiaoxiao effortlessly. 2.5 hours later, Yifeng lounged on the sofa, wearing a contented expression. This is the essence of living. Yifeng reflected deeply. Turning his gaze towards the window, he noticed that dusk had fallen. "Xiaoxiao, can you cook?" "I can, but I'm not particularly skilled. I can only prepare home-cooked meals," Lin Xiaoxiao replied lazily, leaning against him. Yifeng's heart leaped with joy. "That's perfect. I simply wish to have some fresh vegetables." Lin Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback and instinctively replied, "Yifeng, where can we find fresh vegetables nowadays?" Before she could finish her sentence, a plethora of vegetables suddenly appeared on the dining table. Tomatoes, cucumbers, carrots, and bell peppers. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in disbelief. "Wow," she exclaimed, stepping forward to grab a cucumber. "This is so big and thick. It's incredibly fresh and succulent. Yifeng, how did you manage this?" She looked at Yifeng, her eyes filled with astonishment. Though she was aware that Yifeng possessed spatial abilities, the sudden appearance of the vegetables still sent a shiver down her spine. Yifeng smiled, refraining from offering an explanation. A cascade of scallions, ginger, garlic, and dried tofu appeared on the table. "My heavens, these vegetables are remarkably fresh. They are almost as if they were just picked." Lin Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. "Yifeng, how did you manage this? Are you a creator? I would never have imagined I could enjoy such fresh vegetables," Lin Xiaoxiao exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Yifeng merely waved his hand dismissively. "Please, go prepare the meal. I am truly famished. Had I known, I wouldn't have eaten so much." Lin Xiaoxiao mumbled as she gathered the vegetables and headed into the kitchen. Yifeng reclined on the sofa, opening his phone to browse messages. Soon, a particular post captured his attention. "Everyone, take a look. Have the zombies mutated?" Accompanying the post was a brief video. In the footage, a 2-meter-tall zombie, covered in white fur, was hunched over, incessantly tearing and gnawing at a corpse. "Good heavens, it's definitely a mutation. Zombies are mutating, and I still lack any abilities. Is there no hope left for humanity? Let it all end, haha?" Yifeng's eyes flickered with surprise. Had mutated zombies already appeared at this point in time? In his previous life, he had been too preoccupied with survival to pay much attention to such news. He began to search online and discovered that he was not the only one who had encountered these creatures. There were strength-type mutated zombies, speed-type mutated zombies, and even mutated beasts. These zombies were significantly stronger than ordinary ones. Anyone who encountered them would likely meet their demise. Yifeng set his phone down, a contemplative look crossing his face. Mutated zombies were the elite among their kind. If ordinary zombies were considered first-tier after producing cores, then mutated zombies could be classified as first-tier elite zombies, possessing even greater strength. The most crucial aspect was that the cores produced by mutated zombies held immense value. At this stage, zombies were all at 0 tier, with abilities comparable to ordinary humans. 0 tier ordinary zombies had not yet produced cores, leaving Yifeng uncertain as to whether these elite zombies did. Was there any sign of mutated zombies in Jiangxing? If so, he could venture forth to eliminate them. Yifeng conducted a search, but found no reports of mutated zombies in Jiangxing. Moments later, a delightful aroma wafted from the kitchen. How fragrant! This sensation is reminiscent of yesterday. Yifeng's nose twitched, and he felt a wave of nostalgia. Before long, the dining table was laden with food: scrambled eggs with tomatoes, cucumber salad, stir-fried carrots with ham, green pepper scrambled eggs, scallions stir-fried with dried tofu, and stewed green beans. The two took their seats and began to eat. Delicious, Yifeng praised. Lin Xiaoxiao smiled shyly, acutely aware of her culinary skills. After a moment's thought, she asked, "By the way, are the green beans overcooked?" "Not at all. They are simply exquisite," Yifeng responded, devouring his food eagerly. Lin Xiaoxiao felt reassured, though she had previously eaten too much and could only manage a few bites now. After the meal, Yifeng retrieved a box of cherries he had caught while fishing. The box contained 10 pounds of cherries, their color rich and their stems vibrantly green. "Come, let us indulge in some post-meal fruits," Leaf Maple chuckled. "Brother Leaf Maple, please take them out soon. I truly cannot eat any more," Lin Xiaoxiao pouted playfully. After enjoying a few cherries, Leaf Maple and Lin Xiaoxiao returned to the bedroom to rest together. "It seems I have forgotten something," Leaf Maple frowned. Lin Xiaoxiao, like a sticky rice dumpling, pressed her delicate figure closely against him, murmuring, "Leaf Maple, you will protect me, won't you?" "Of course," he replied. "You are truly wonderful," she said. "Indeed," he responded absently. Before long, Lin Xiaoxiao fell into a deep slumber. Leaf Maple gazed at her exquisite visage, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This girl possesses a heart so innocent, yet her character, appearance, and physique are in striking contrast. Leaf Maple turned over, adjusting his position, preparing to rest as well. "I ought to sleep too. Yet, I feel as if I have forgotten something," he pondered silently. After a while, with a sudden realization, Leaf Maple slapped his thigh and sprang up. "Oh no, I left Little White at home." Chapter 18. Simple happiness. Dressing quickly, Leaf Maple hurried back home. Woo-woo. Upon entering, the husky wagged its tail, looking quite forlorn as it rushed toward him. Little White. Leaf Maple scooped it up and collected its dog food. After inspecting the house to ensure nothing was amiss, he returned to their new home with Little White. Lin Xiaoxiao, utterly exhausted, remained in a deep sleep, undisturbed by his movements. He placed Little White in the guest room, providing it with a generous assortment of treats, and then returned to bed, succumbing to sleep once more. The following morning, as dawn broke, Leaf Maple was stirred from his slumber by a panicked voice. "Brother Maple, something's wrong," Lin Xiaoxiao exclaimed anxiously. "What is it?" he asked, rubbing his sleepy eyes. "Brother, quickly look outside," she urged, pointing toward the window. Following her gaze, Leaf Maple was taken aback to see the blood mist outside, even thicker than the day before. "How can this be? Wasn't the blood mist supposed to dissipate day by day?" Lin Xiaoxiao fretted. Leaf Maple stretched lazily, responding with calm assurance, "Xiaoxiao, do not worry. I will handle everything." He had encountered a similar situation in his past life. The blood mist contained energy that could facilitate the formation of crystal nuclei in zombies. By the 7th day, some zombies would begin to develop these nuclei. On the 10th day, a transformation in the world would occur, heralding the arrival of opportunities. "Moreover, we now have an additional dog." Lin Xiaoxiao continued to fret. Leaf Maple smiled and explained, "Do not panic. That is my dog, named Little White, whom I brought home yesterday. The responsibility of caring for it will now fall to you." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao let out a relieved sigh. "So that's how it is." She patted her chest, assuring him, "No problem, you can trust Little White with me." Leaf Maple cast a glance at her, admiring her impressive and captivating presence. Lin Xiaoxiao approached Little White and gently patted its head. "So your name is Little White?" Woof woof. Little White, carefree and untroubled, quickly accepted its new mistress. Yifeng unlocked his phone to check the news. Upon waking, he exclaimed, "Oh my, the world has changed once again. Who could enlighten me on the significance of the thickening crimson mist? It signifies something profound indeed. I shall tell you. It heralds my awakening to extraordinary abilities. The surge in the number of individuals with such powers is no mere coincidence. In the future, not only will the number of those with extraordinary abilities increase, but the mutated zombies will proliferate as well. According to subsequent statistics, the population of Blue Star stands at 10 billion, with approximately 2 billion survivors. Among these survivors, around 5% are destined to awaken their powers, implying nearly 100 million extraordinary beings across the globe. However, as the awakening of these abilities will occur gradually over the course of a month, the actual number of survivors will be far less than 100 million. Yifeng continued to browse through the news. Why am I not among the extraordinary? My fate feels so grim. Deprived of sustenance for 2 days, and now faced with a power outage, I feel as though death is imminent. Is there no one to rescue me? I am fair-skinned, beautiful and tall, proficient in a myriad of skills." Lin Xiaoxiao and Xiaobai engaged in playful antics before rushing to Yifeng's side to watch short videos. The content of these videos was astonishingly intense. Help me. I've been starving for 3 days. My wife and child have turned into zombies. What meaning does my existence hold now? As Lin Xiaoxiao watched, her fear intensified. Ultimately, she nestled into Yi Feng's embrace. Yi Feng, do you believe humanity has a future? She asked, her beautiful eyes filled with concern. Fear not, the sky will not fall. Yi Feng replied with a smile. The current circumstances are merely an appetizer. The future holds far graver challenges. Catastrophes will follow in relentless succession. Mutated zombies, rampaging beasts, plant mutations, ferocious creatures, marine beasts invading, and the arrival of otherworldly realms. Before his rebirth, the number of survivors in the Dragon Kingdom had dwindled to less than 1 million. It is said that even the most powerful human extraordinary beings are no match for royal-grade otherworldly beasts. Yi Feng shook his head, rising with Lin Xiaoxiao to freshen up. Xiaoxiao, what shall we have for breakfast today? He retrieved 2 bags of wontons from his storage and handed them to her. Wow, are these little wontons? How delightful! Lin Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her mouth watering at the sight. They are wontons, or something similar, I suppose. Yi Feng replied uncertainly. I will go boil them. Lin Xiaoxiao said as she headed into the kitchen, busily preparing the meal. Yi Feng lazily reclined on the sofa, pulling out his phone. With blood mist enveloping us and the zombies growing stronger, how shall we survive? I'm doomed. A suspected mutated zombie has suddenly appeared in the corridor. We are experiencing a power outage here. He read. Huh, you think you're the only ones? We lost power yesterday, and now my phone might die at any moment. This is truly disastrous. Reports of calamity echoed across the nation, and discontent brewed on the internet. Yi Feng furrowed his brow. A power outage? Just days ago? Only a few cities were affected. Now, the number of places experiencing outages was increasing. This is far from good news. In my past life, when did Jiang City lose power? Yi Feng pondered deeply. It must have been on the 10th day. An outage is only a matter of time. Furthermore, without a power supply, services such as water, internet, and gas will gradually cease as well. The situation is growing increasingly dire. Yi Feng's eyes flickered with contemplation. Without crystal cores, hunting zombies seemed futile, and the various opportunities from his past life had yet to manifest. Given this, it would be prudent to venture out and gather more provisions for future uncertainties. In addition to food, there were essential supplies such as a diesel generator, gasoline, diesel, medicine, clothing, and other necessities. Although the system provided ample resources, relying solely on it was fraught with uncontrollable risks. After all, with storage space available, accumulating additional items posed no disadvantage. At that moment, a delightful aroma wafted from the kitchen. Brother Feng, the wontons are ready. Come and eat. Lin Xiaoxiao announced as she brought 2 bowls of steaming wontons to the table, their enticing scent filling the air. Yi Feng sat down at the dining table, scooping up a wonton with his spoon and savoring its exquisite flavor. Delicious, he exclaimed, indulging heartily. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoxiao eagerly swallowed her wontons, her eyes full of reliance on him. Who could have imagined that the proud civilization of humanity could crumble so swiftly? This seemingly ordinary bowl of wontons was a delicacy that 99% of humanity could no longer enjoy. With hearty slurps, the 2 polished off the 2 large bowls, leaving not a drop of soup behind. After the meal, Lin Xiaoxiao busied herself in the kitchen, her back turned to Yi Feng as she occasionally bent over. The apron did little to conceal her ample curves. Yi Feng approached her, his tone laden with meaning. Xiaoxiao, come here. Lin Xiaoxiao's face flushed instantly. He produced an unopened package of stockings. Here, put these on. I'm scared, she replied. Don't worry, I'm very gentle. In the room, Lin Xiaoxiao felt her body grow weak. Her cheeks flushed, her gaze dreamy. I'm so tired. I feel like my entire body is falling apart. I feel like I'm about to die. My soul seems to be leaving my body. Yi Feng, are you even human? This is utterly brutal. Yi Feng, brimming with satisfaction, couldn't suppress his smile. Lin Xiaoxiao playfully pounded her small fists against his chest. Yi Feng, where's the gentleness you promised? I'd sooner believe in ghosts than trust a man's deceitful words. Lighting a cigarette, Yi Feng began to exhale clouds of smoke. Hint, event triggered. Hint, reward, 10 baits. Yi Feng was momentarily taken aback, then elated. Another 10 baits had arrived. Chapter 19. Mission Refresh. Unrestrained slaughter. Yi Feng felt a surge of happiness, exhaling a puff of smoke as he turned to Lin Xiaoxiao in his arms. Xiaoxiao, the situation is becoming increasingly precarious. I have decided to venture out today to gather some useful supplies for us. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao shivered, her beautiful eyes widening with urgency. Brother Yi Feng, please don't go out. The outside world is swarming with zombies. It's far too dangerous. She was reluctant to lose the glimmer of hope for survival that had finally appeared. No way. Yi Feng resolutely rejected her plea. Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly leaped forward, wrapping her arms tightly around Yi Feng's waist from behind, her voice trembling. Yi Feng, please don't leave me. Is that all right? Yi Feng smiled gently. It's fine. I know what I'm doing. He reached out to caress her silky hair. Rest assured, I am stronger than you think. Seizing the moment while supplies have yet to spoil, I need to gather more for the future. It is utterly impractical for us to remain cooped up at home. However, Lin Xiaoxiao hesitated, but the outside is particularly dangerous. Yi Feng waved his hand dismissively, continuing, venturing out to confront challenges is inevitable. No one can escape it. You must adapt. In the future, you may also need to step outside and fight. My mind is made up. Lin Xiaoxiao pouted, remaining silent. Yi Feng's expression darkened as he playfully swatted her rear, feigning anger. Be obedient. Seeing Yi Feng's irritation, Lin Xiaoxiao bit her lip and said, All right, Yi Feng. But you must take care of yourself. If anything happens to you, I want to survive. Yi Feng nodded, reassuring her, Don't worry, I will be fine. However, once I leave, do not open the door for anyone, understand? I understand, Lin Xiaoxiao replied with a firm nod. Yi Feng retrieved some food from their supplies, bread, instant noodles, and milk, enough to sustain one person for over 20 days. I may not return today. Just in case, this is your rations. I'm off. He extinguished his cigarette and stepped out the door. Yi Feng, I'll be waiting for you at home. Lin Xiaoxiao shouted after him. Yi Feng did not look back, but waved his hand to indicate he understood. In the stairwell, Yi Feng moved briskly. In this apocalyptic world, two things are of paramount importance. First, strength. Only with formidable power can one withstand all the changes. Second, resources. Only by possessing ample supplies can one survive and thrive in this desolate era. Yi Feng's current venture is to stockpile a significant amount of resources. As he proceeded, two zombies lunged at Yi Feng. They appeared somewhat familiar. A moment's thought and realization dawned upon him. These two zombies were the ones he had dealt with just yesterday. Truly a bunch of fools, they never learn. But such is the nature of zombies. Only advanced mutated ones possess any semblance of intelligence. Yi Feng swiftly dispatched the two zombies, sending them crashing to the ground, and continued his descent. At that moment, a system prompt appeared. Notice, would you like to increase the daily task difficulty? Two options floated before Yi Feng, yes or no. He hesitated for but a second before decisively opting to raise the difficulty. In the next instant, the task refreshed. Daily task, eliminate 20 zombies. Task reward, 20 portions of bait. Yi Feng's eyes glimmered. Excellent. The task requirements have escalated, and so too have the rewards. This is a fortunate turn of events. Upon reaching the 6th floor, Yi Feng encountered a horde of zombies blocking the staircase. With no path forward, his gaze turned sharp as he retrieved his flame battle knife from his storage space. With a swift motion, he swung the blade downwards. Swish! A zombie's head soared into the air, its body collapsing slowly to the ground. Two more zombies rushed forward. Yi Feng delivered a fierce kick, sending these two zombies sprawling onto the ground. Continuing onward, he wielded his blade in a flurry of strikes. As Yi Feng exited the building, he glanced at the mission details. Mission progress, 1120. Yi Feng's spirits lifted. He only needed to eliminate 9 more zombies to complete the task. With a swift motion, he propelled himself towards the entrance of the community. The sky loomed dark, shrouded in a mist of blood. Throughout the community and the distant streets, terrifying zombies wandered aimlessly. Upon reaching the entrance, Yi Feng found himself pursued by a dozen zombies. He halted, turning to confront them head-on. With a series of relentless slashes, the brilliance of his blade illuminated the scene. Thud! Thud! Several zombies had their heads severed, blood splattering as their bodies crumpled to the ground. Yi Feng unleashed a torrent of frenzied strikes. In the distance, the horde stirred violently, zombies clawing and lunging towards him with reckless abandon. Yi Feng charged forward, leaving behind a fleeting shadow as he surged into the throng of the undead. Approaching the horde, he clenched his right hand, gathering a gray arc of electricity that crackled ominously. Crackle! In the next instant, a sphere of lightning erupted from Yi Feng's grasp. Boom! The shimmering gray arcs of electricity spread outwards, filling the air with a cacophony of explosions. The arcs of lightning surged forth, wreaking havoc. Every zombie that came into contact with the divine thunder was instantly reduced to mere dust, annihilated in an instant. Destruction. The lightning intensified. Boom. The surrounding zombies surged towards Yi Feng like moths to a flame, only to be obliterated into fragments and ashes. The thunder roared, the zombies swelled. The grand spectacle of battle captured the attention of the survivors in the nearby buildings, who began to shout in desperation. Holy thunder! Incredible! Brother, save me! Powerful Esper! Rescue me! I'm willing to serve you. Yi Feng turned a deaf ear to the cries for help. Save others? What could he possibly do? How many could he save? And would he bear the responsibility afterward? He cast aside the notion of rescuing others, respecting the fate of each individual. Yifeng continued unleashing chaotic lightning strikes, obliterating the horde of zombies. He glanced at the mission details once more. Mission progress, 2020. The task was already complete. Raising his gaze, he saw an unending tide of zombies approaching. Come, let us engage fully. Yifeng brandished his flaming battle blade, activating the protective skill of the Supreme Divine Ring. With a flash of golden light, Yifeng entered an invincible state. He plunged into the horde, attacking relentlessly and mercilessly. The zombies' attempts to strike him were utterly futile, providing Yifeng with the opportunity to unleash a flurry of slashes, arcs of electricity dancing as heads rolled. Yifeng harvested the undead like a god of war descended upon the battlefield. Kill, kill, kill. The sky and earth were enveloped in a haze of blood. As the zombies continued to pour forth towards him, Yifeng found himself ensnared in a heavy siege. This scene did not escape the notice of others. The lightning-wielding Esper was surrounded by zombies. From my perspective, there were easily hundreds of them. He was surely doomed. Deservedly so. How arrogant one can be, possessing extraordinary abilities. The survivors, reveling in schadenfreude, engage in fervent discussions. Below, hordes of zombies relentlessly surged towards Yifeng. His invincible state remains unyielding. With fervor, he slashes away. Clutching a flaming sword, Yifeng deftly dispatches the surrounding zombies, liberating his pent-up emotions. In his past life, he tread with utmost caution, as if walking on thin ice. Such reckless abandon was foreign to him. Chapter 20. Completing the task, concealing the necklace, zombie heads soar into the air, blood spewing in chaotic bursts. Yet, the number of surrounding zombies continues to swell, multiplying exponentially. The relentless human wave tactic proves effective. Had I possessed only the Chaos Thunder ability, I might have perished here. Fortunately, I am an all-round warrior. A slight smile graces Yifeng's lips. In the next moment, he bends his legs slightly and leaps with all his might, soaring dozens of meters into the air. Seizing the opportunity while the zombies remain oblivious, Yifeng continues his frenzied run, leaving them in his wake. My speed and agility surpass these zombies. This scene astounds onlookers. Good heavens, is he even human? Has he truly leaped away? This resembles flight more than a mere jump. Unbelievable. No other ability users display such absurdity. As Yifeng races down the street, he quickly exits the community. However, movement on the streets inevitably attracts a swarm of zombies. Soon, a large group follows closely behind him. After dispatching a few more zombies, Yifeng leaps again. Landing on another street, he casually finds an abandoned shop, swiftly eliminating the remaining zombies inside and barricading the door with debris. Finally, he breathes a sigh of relief and takes a seat, claiming his daily task reward. Notification: congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward: 20 portions of bait. Task completed. Yifeng's heart leaps with joy as he opens his phone. In his messages, Lin Xiaoxiao's avatar flashes incessantly. Yifeng opens the message. I was worried about affecting your battle, so I refrained from contacting you. When you have time, do say a word. Stay safe. Yifeng smiles and sends an OK emoji. Yifeng, did you know? A lightning-wielding ability user just appeared in our community. Lin Xiaoxiao sends another message. That person is me. Yifeng replies with a slight smile. Lin Xiaoxiao's mouth drops open, her eyes wide with astonishment. After a moment of shock, she quickly responds, My heavens, you are a lightning ability user? Space, divine blessings, and thunder? You are truly formidable. How can you do everything? Yifeng chuckles softly. By the way, Yifeng, our community group is in an uproar because of you. Lin Xiaoxiao sends yet another message. Yifeng raises an eyebrow and opens the community group chat. A flurry of messages floods in. A lightning ability user, truly powerful. With a hearty laugh, he reveled in the irony of the situation, as his opponent found himself ensnared, seemingly doomed. How delightful, he mused. Can he truly escape from this predicament? The audacity is simply ridiculous. That wretched ability user, indifferent to the plight of others. Those above should beware, if they provoke him. What has to stop him from extinguishing their lives? Indeed, times have changed. The established order has crumbled, and brute strength reigns supreme. He couldn't help but feel envious. Yearning to possess extraordinary powers himself, Yifeng casually perused a slew of notifications before shutting off his phone. It was time to attend to more pressing matters. With a thought, he activated the system. Completing his daily tasks had earned him a reward of 20 bait. Coupled with the 10 bait granted by the system in the morning, he found himself with a total of 30 bait. I can fish 30 times now, he mused internally. System, let me fish. In an instant, a prompt echoed in his mind. Fishing in progress. Yifeng felt a surge of anticipation. Congratulations, host. You have successfully caught 100 bags of long-grain fragrant rice. The notifications continued. Congratulations, host. You have successfully caught 5 Philips electric toothbrushes. Come on, give me something good. Yifeng sighed with a wry smile. Congratulations, host. You have successfully caught 10 DVDs of The Beautiful Fishman 2. Congratulations, host. You have successfully caught a rare item, 1 concealment necklace. His eyes brightened at the mention of the concealment necklace. The name suggested it was an item of significance. Had he truly snagged something valuable right from the start? Fishing in progress. Congratulations, host. You have successfully caught 100 bags of Kashi potato chips. Congratulations, host. You have successfully caught 10,000 Chinese yuan. Congratulations, host. You have successfully caught 3 stainless steel screwdrivers. Congratulations, host. You have successfully caught 10 broken copper wrenches. What on earth? Yifeng's expression darkened. The potato chips were edible and plentiful, but what good were the yuan? Too stiff for even the most basic of needs. And as for the tools, screwdrivers and wrenches, had he fallen into a renovation company or a hardware store? System, do provide something of genuine value. The prompts continued. Congratulations, host. You have successfully caught 5 electric drills. Congratulations, host. You have successfully caught 10 angle grinders. Once again, he was inundated with a plethora of tools. Stop. Cease fishing at once. Yifeng could no longer contain his frustration. Is it that you are determined to stick to these renovation tools? While they may have their uses, I could easily procure them in the real world. What I truly desire are extraordinary powers, items, skills, and abilities. After halting the fishing, Yifeng focused his thoughts and accessed his panel. Bait, 8 pieces. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. He decided to save these 8 fishing opportunities for a more opportune moment. Perhaps luck would soon favor him. Subsequently, with a thought, he extracted the only useful item from this round, the concealment necklace. With a swift motion, it was his. A delicate necklace radiating a blue luminescence appeared in Yifeng's hand. He tapped to reveal the item details. Item: concealment necklace, quality, rare, description. The concealment necklace possesses extraordinary power, allowing its wearer to absorb the essence of a specific group, rendering ordinary members of that group oblivious to the wearer. Contact with a member of the group for 5 minutes will imbue the essence. Yifeng's eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, it was a remarkable find. In his previous life, humanity had long since ascertained that zombies formed their own kind. If he could absorb the essence of zombies through this necklace, would he not be able to traverse the streets unperturbed by ordinary zombies? Chapter 21. Continuous scavenging of supplies. Yifeng examined the usage method, which required him to contact a member of the group for 5 minutes. This meant he needed to engage with a zombie. After a moment's contemplation, he cleared away some debris and stepped out of the shop. Outside, numerous zombies wandered aimlessly. With swift reflexes, Yifeng seized a pale thigh of one of the zombies and sprinted back. Boom. His actions inevitably provoked a frenzy among the surrounding zombies. However, due to Yifeng's remarkable speed, he managed to return to the shop just as the other zombies were beginning to react. He slammed the door shut. Bang, bang, bang. Outside, a horde of zombies furiously pounded on the door. After barricading it once more, Yifeng turned his attention to the zombie he had captured. It was a female zombie, adorned in a black silk skirt and an OL suit, with voluptuous curves. At that moment, she was clawing at Yifeng and shrieking incessantly. Yifeng retrieved some rope and bound her securely. Roar! Yifeng furrowed his brow and approached, delivering 2 sharp slaps. The office worker zombie fell silent, bewildered. What was happening? In her existence, no man had ever struck her before. Here, a gift for you, a necklace. Upon noticing her sudden quietude, Yifeng contentedly adorned her with the necklace. However, after a short while, roar, roar, roar. The office worker zombie resumed her shrieking. Yifeng ignored her, moving aside to fetch a bag of sunflower seeds while he opened a short video to pass the time. One video depicted parents meeting a tragic end, pleading for help. Another showcased a neighbor's zombie child mercilessly tormenting their parents. Douyin had relaxed its review standards. Now anything could be filmed. Yifeng lost interest and closed the video, feeling a wave of nostalgia. Alas, the era of the long-legged beauties had irrevocably faded. 5 minutes later, Yifeng swiftly dispatched the office worker zombie with a single stroke. He removed the necklace, washed it clean with water, and donned it himself. He wondered about its effectiveness. Rising, he accessed the map on his phone. Yifeng diligently searched until he pinpointed his target. The largest shopping center nearby was the Wealth Plaza. His reasoning was straightforward. Shopping centers typically housed large supermarkets, which in turn contained vast quantities of supplies. If he could empty the supermarket, he would not have to worry about resources for quite some time. With that resolve, Yifeng opened the door and stepped out of the shop. In the streets, the undead continued to roam. However, this time, Yifeng stood before a horde of zombies, and they seemed oblivious to his presence. With a deliberate clamor, he tossed a small stone. Suddenly, a multitude of zombies lifted their heads in unison, seeking the source of the sound, yet they remained unaware of Yifeng's existence. Approaching a particularly robust zombie, he waved his hand in front of it, jesting, "Here I stand. Do I not resemble my former self?" The zombie tilted its head in confusion, gazing upward, still oblivious to Yifeng's presence. After a moment's thought, Yifeng delivered a swift slap. The zombie was sent spinning 360 degrees before crashing heavily to the ground. Naturally, he did not exert his full strength. A full-force strike would surely have sent the creature's head flying. In the next instant, the struck zombie furiously rose, its gaping maw lunging towards Yifeng. "Oh, you can actually sense me," he exclaimed. With a swift motion, he drew his blade and severed the zombie's head. Surveying his surroundings, he noted the increasing number of zombies gathering around, their incessant growls revealing their agitation. Yet, they remained oblivious to Yifeng's presence. It seemed that only after attacking a zombie would they become aware of him. This stealth necklace is indeed remarkably effective. Pleased with his experiment, Yifeng declared, "Make way. Why gather in a crowd?" He shoved a few zombies aside and squeezed through the throng. It was time to embark on his journey. Yifeng's toes barely grazed the ground as his body shot forward with incredible speed, the towering buildings around him receding rapidly. In the air, he left a trail of afterimages. On the street, the remaining zombies stared at one another, bewildered. Had something just passed by? As Yifeng continued his sprint, he suddenly spotted a convenience store. He halted in his tracks. The street he found himself on was relatively bustling, with scattered small supermarkets and convenience stores lining either side. "My supplies are dwindling. Perhaps I should replenish here." With this thought, Yifeng entered the convenience store. Inside, a few zombies wandered aimlessly, yet Yifeng slipped in unnoticed. What an abundance of food! He was pleasantly surprised. The store, though small, was in disarray, with several shelves toppled over, creating a chaotic atmosphere. The floor was littered with an array of snacks: ham sausages, bread, instant noodles, jelly, potato chips, as well as bottled water, various beverages, milk, and canned fruits, everything one might find in a typical supermarket. With great delight, Yifeng unceremoniously collected these items along with the shelves into his storage space. In a corner of the store, he noticed some household supplies: dish soap, laundry powder, spices, and salt. After a moment's consideration, he decided to gather these items as well. Although these items were not consumables, they were essential for a comfortable existence. As Yifeng continued to collect supplies, the few zombies wandering in the store began to grow increasingly restless. They failed to notice Yifeng, yet they could sense the diminishing presence of their surroundings, which stirred a sense of unease within them. A few zombies began to howl, creating quite a nuisance. Yifeng unsheathed his fiery blade and swiftly executed a series of strikes. With a whoosh, several heads of the zombies fell to the ground, their bodies crashing down as dark blood gushed forth. After dealing with the zombies, Yifeng continued his scavenging, ensuring nothing was overlooked before he departed. The haul was rather satisfactory. As he walked along the path, a faint smile graced the corners of his mouth. Given this, he decided to raid a few more establishments. In the next quarter of an hour, Yifeng encountered several convenience stores, leaving none unscathed as he thoroughly looted them. "Ah, is that a pharmacy?" Medications, in this post-apocalyptic world, are likely to be invaluable. With an infinite spatial capacity, why not gather more? With this thought in mind, Yifeng made his way to the pharmacy. Upon entering, he was greeted by a melange of unpleasant odors and the sharp scent of disinfectant, likely spilled throughout the store. He surveyed the surroundings and found shelves brimming with various medications, with the counter cluttered with bottles and jars, while two zombies in white nurse uniforms wandered aimlessly. With a mere thought, a multitude of medications vanished from sight: Banlangen, aspirin, ibuprofen for fevers, paracetamol, and medications for gastrointestinal ailments like Weishuping and anti-inflammatory gallbladder pills. All were effortlessly absorbed into Yifeng's storage space. At that moment, the two nurse zombies sensed the dwindling supplies and began to exhibit signs of agitation. They growled in dissatisfaction. What was happening? Where had the goods gone? Yet, they remained oblivious to Yifeng's presence, frantically pacing in place, helplessly anxious. The effect of the concealment necklace was truly remarkable. Yifeng silently praised its efficacy. He pressed on, only to find the nurse zombies blocking his path. Gently, he placed his hand on one's chest, pushing it aside. The sensation was rather firm. Yifeng mused as he resumed collecting medications. The two zombies were left perplexed, utterly at a loss. Only when Yifeng actively attacked a zombie would they become aware of his presence. Merely pushing them was not considered an assault. In addition to the therapeutic drugs, Yifeng gathered various ointments, eye drops, and even treatments for common women's ailments like Fuyanjia and Wuji by Fengwan. Once he had thoroughly looted the pharmacy, he turned with satisfaction to leave. After exiting the pharmacy, Yifeng continued to advance swiftly. Before long, he encountered a supermarket, larger than the convenience stores he had previously raided. However, the supermarket door was locked. Yifeng swung his blade, shattering the lock. Stepping inside, he was about to commence his collection when he paused, his brow furrowing. It seemed that some supplies were missing from the shelves, and curiously, there were no zombies present within the supermarket. Sensing something amiss, he focused intently, straining to listen. In the corner, a faint sound of breathing emerged. Could there be a survivor? Yifeng furrowed his brow. Subsequently, he feigned ignorance and began to scavenge for supplies. As Yifeng's thoughts stirred, a plethora of resources were seamlessly transported into his spatial storage. He found no need to conceal his storage space. After all, the existence of abilities was already widely known. With a myriad of powers in play, if Yifeng merely claimed to be a spatial abilities user, he would arouse no suspicion, thus safeguarding the existence of his system. With a swift motion, Yifeng continued to collect supplies, causing the shelves to dwindle one by one as he gradually approached the hiding place of the survivor. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. A smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth as he purposefully left an opening, turning his back to the concealed individual. In an instant, the person's breathing quickened. The next moment, a fierce yell erupted. "You shall die?" Chapter 22, Surprise Attack? Retaliation. Inside the supermarket, a middle-aged man wielded a fire axe, swinging it fiercely towards Yifeng. Anticipating the assault, Yifeng deftly sidestepped the man's attack with grace, following up with a powerful kick. Although he did not exert his full strength, the force of Yifeng's kick sent the man flying several meters away. Thud! The man crashed heavily to the ground, the fire axe slipping from his grasp. Yifeng drew his flaming blade, his gaze icy as he fixed his eyes on the man who had ambushed him. Ah! Ouch! The man, dazed from the impact of Yifeng's kick, lay on the ground, groaning incessantly. As Yifeng approached, the man regained his composure, his eyes darting to the blade in Yifeng's hand, now emanating a palpable aura of menace. This sight terrified him to the core, prompting him to plead for mercy. "Please, I beg you, spare me. I was blinded by fear." The middle-aged man, with a gaunt face and a distraught demeanor, wept profusely. Yifeng raised the flaming blade, his eyes glinting with cold fury as he addressed the man. "I did not provoke you. Why did you resort to attacking me?" The man's face turned pale, trembling uncontrollably as he hurriedly explained, "Big brother, it was my fault. I am the owner of this supermarket. All the supplies here belong to me. I feared you would come and take them from me." "This supermarket belongs to you?" Yifeng's eyes flickered with interest. Yes, it's mine," the man quickly affirmed. Yifeng pondered, sensing the man's deception. In truth, he was merely a customer, not the proprietor. At the onset of the apocalypse, only he and a female clerk remained inside the supermarket. Fortunately, neither had succumbed to zombification. Relying on the supermarket's provisions, they were not troubled by hunger. However, a rift soon developed between them. The female clerk wished to assist other survivors, inviting them into the supermarket, given the ample supplies. The middle-aged man vehemently opposed this, berating her as a fool. Eventually, he resorted to ambushing the clerk, binding her, and ultimately, cruelly killing her to monopolize the supermarket. Yet, Yifeng remained unaware of these circumstances. The man continued to kneel, pleading for mercy. "This is my supermarket. I feared you would steal my supplies, and in my desperation, I attacked. Please forgive me." The middle-aged man trembled all over, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Yifeng chuckled softly. "I see now. All the provisions within this supermarket belong to you. No. I am willing to gift you this supermarket. From this moment forth, you shall be the rightful owner," the man declared, his face adorned with obsequiousness. Yifeng stroked his chin, appearing somewhat hesitant. Observing this, the man gritted his teeth and fell to his knees, bowing his head repeatedly. "I am willing to serve you, to be your dog. I beseech your forgiveness." After a brief contemplation, Yifeng replied, "In that case, I shall spare you." The man's face instantly lit up with elation. "However, it is impossible for me to truly let you go." Yifeng's tone shifted, a mocking smile gracing his lips. The man's smile abruptly froze. Yifeng gazed at him, perceiving the malevolent aura emanating from his being, and slowly uttered, "I shall grant you a swift end." The man felt an icy chill envelop him, as if plunged into a frozen abyss. "No, please spare my life." Yifeng's expression remained cold and unyielding. "No, I shall fight you." The man's face contorted with rage as he swung his fists toward Yifeng. With a mere flick of his finger, Yifeng unleashed a flash of lightning. Boom! The man's body stiffened suddenly, fear radiating from his eyes. In the next instant, his form shattered, disintegrating into dust. adaptable and decisive. Alas, you have crossed paths with me. Yifeng commenced gathering the resources in the vicinity. The supermarket still held a wealth of supplies, far exceeding the meager offerings of the previous convenience stores, even after the middle-aged man had utilized some. Bottled water, biscuits, instant noodles, canned goods, all were collected into his space. Exiting the supermarket, Yifeng continued his journey. Next, he scoured a gas station, packing away every variety of gasoline and diesel. An ice cream shop, completely emptied. A cafe stripped bare. A spice store wholly cleared out. Hardware stores, lingerie shops, bubble tea establishments, and hot pot restaurants. Nothing was spared, not even the tables. Yifeng indulged in the plunder, his spirits soaring. After a considerable time, he gradually ceased this frenetic activity. Collecting supplies consumed mental energy, and Yifeng felt fatigue wash over him. Moreover, the city streets were dotted with an overwhelming number of small shops. Methodically looting each one was an exercise in futility. Yifeng had grown weary of trivial pursuits. Ignoring the minor targets along the way, he resolved to seek out a larger supermarket. Swiftly, he made up his mind. However, simply running straight there would be rather foolish. Driving was also impractical. This bustling city center was rife with zombies and abandoned vehicles. Some roads had long been blocked, rendering vehicular travel impossible. Yet, the inconvenience of driving did not preclude the use of alternative means of transportation. Yifeng moved forward, pausing intermittently, his gaze scanning the surroundings. Soon, his eyes brightened. On the street, he spotted an electric scooter toppled on the road, appearing to be in good condition. This device is perfect. Just what I need for the current situation. Approaching the scooter, Yifeng discovered that the keys still dangled from it. He revived and activated the electric scooter. Everything was in perfect order, and it even had plenty of charge left. Yifeng nodded with satisfaction, mounted the vehicle, and began humming a cheerful tune as he set off on his journey. Riding his beloved little motorcycle, he never encountered any traffic jams. Yifeng maintained his speed, weaving through a sea of cars and zombies. Occasionally, he would swerve into an S shape or a Z shape. From time to time, he honked the horn, producing a couple of cheerful beeps. The zombies, oblivious to Yifeng's presence, flailed about like headless flies, their large heads filled with confusion. Such reckless behavior went unnoticed by the zombies, but the humans certainly took note. Numerous survivors witnessed his antics, expressing their astonishment. Goodness, how is he managing this? Why aren't the zombies attacking him? This is so unfair. I sneak downstairs, and just a little noise gets the zombies shouting at me. Indeed, how could he be so brazen? Just riding a small electric bike, sometimes even tooting the horn. And the zombies don't seem to care. Some even recorded videos and posted them on the city forum, igniting a flurry of discussions. What on earth is happening? This is outrageous. It's utterly unscientific. The zombies are here, powers are emerging, and yet you still cling to science? Truly, he was an extraordinary individual. As a person with abilities, even he treaded carefully around the zombies, knowing that falling into a horde would spell doom. Could it be that he was also gifted? But his powers were not combat-related, perhaps some hidden skill? Wow, that's a plausible theory. The online debates continued. On the streets, Yifeng pressed on with determination. In truth, he had encountered survivors seeking help along the way, but he paid them no mind, adhering to the adage, each sweeps the snow before their own door, and let's not bother about the frost on others' roofs. While Yifeng rode nonchalantly on his electric scooter, a spark of hope ignited within a small room on the 4th floor of a building by the street. Her name was Li Yueqi, a somewhat well-known internet celebrity. Since the apocalypse began, she had remained hidden indoors. However, food supplies were dwindling, and she needed to consider her options. By chance, she stumbled upon Yifeng's video on the city forum. Just as she was feeling indignant, she turned and saw Yifeng riding his electric scooter in her direction. Li Yueqi was elated. He must be the legendary supernatural being. Although not a combat-oriented one, possessing the ability to remain unseen by zombies was still impressive. Perhaps he could protect her, or at the very least, provide some food. He would make an ideal temporary boyfriend. With this thought in mind, Li Yueqi hurriedly leaned out of the window, striving to present her ample figure, and called out urgently, "Brother, handsome brother, can you save me? If you rescue me, I might consider being your girlfriend." Chapter 23. The Fate of Li Yueqi Brother? Li Yueqi called out sweetly a few more times, yet still failed to capture Yifeng's attention. Li Yueqi's cries attracted a horde of zombies to her building. The relentless gathering of the undead and their deafening roars filled her with desperation. Frustrated, she shouted again, but Yifeng continued to disregard her. Frowning, she expressed her displeasure. "Hey, can you not hear me? I need your help. Are you deaf?" Yet, Yifeng remained indifferent, his attention unwavering despite the multitude of desperate souls pleading for rescue. He had neither the capacity nor the intention to save them. As her frustration peaked, Li Yueqi clenched her teeth and exclaimed, "Fine, you're ignoring me, aren't you?" Glancing around, an idea sparked in her mind. She seized a chair from her home and returned to the window. With determination, she raised the chair high and hurled it in Yi Feng's direction. It arced gracefully through the air before crashing to the ground with a resounding noise, shattering upon impact. The tremendous sound drew the attention of the surrounding zombies, who surged forward, pushing and shoving to congregate. Yi Feng soon found himself encircled by a throng of zombies. Unable to advance, frowning, he pressed the brakes as the restless horde surrounded him, looking around in confusion, yet failing to detect his presence. Li Yueqi was elated. The zombies truly did not attack Yi Feng. It appeared that this man possessed some skill after all. Perhaps he was worthy of her attention. "Hey there," she called sweetly. This time, Yi Feng lifted his gaze, his expression icy as he regarded the internet celebrity, Li Yueqi. "Did you throw that chair?" Overjoyed, she realized she had finally captured his attention. With her striking beauty, he would surely be captivated. "Yes, I did. You weren't paying me any mind," she said. "Please come rescue me. I'd be willing to date you." With a playful posture, she accentuated her curves and revealed her delicate collarbone. Yi Feng cast a fleeting glance at her. She possessed a modicum of attractiveness, yet paled in comparison to Lin Xiaoxiao. Coldly, he uttered 3 words. "You are unworthy." Li Yueqi's eyes widened in disbelief. She was taken aback, struggling to accept what she had just heard. Who was she? Once the belle of her school. Known as the super beautiful girl, she was now a modestly famous influencer with a following of 200,000. To be rejected outright when she had offered herself was incomprehensible. "You say I am unworthy?" she exclaimed, incredulous as she pointed at herself. "Indeed, unworthy. Even if you came to me, I would still disdain it." Yi Feng retorted with a sneer. "Disdain? How dare you?" Li Yueqi fumed. She had never faced such contempt before. It shattered her composure. "You think I am unworthy? How absurd. Am I invisible to you?" Infuriated, she felt as though her very core was crumbling under the weight of his scorn. Li Yueqi, in a fit of rage, unleashed a torrent of curses. "Disgusting. A typical man, utterly pathetic. You think you're so impressive just because you've awakened some meager ability? How laughable." Her words echoed sharply in Yi Feng's ears, igniting a mix of amusement and anger within him. The apocalypse had been ongoing for several days, and he believed that all survivors would have become more astute. Yet, here was someone actively courting death. "Very well," he thought, "I shall oblige you." With a smirk playing on his lips, Yi Feng summoned a desert eagle to his hand, its formidable presence ready for action. Meanwhile, Li Yueqi leaned out of the window, hurling insults at him with fervor. "You dare speak to me like that after I've shown you kindness? Pathetic man, your eyes are better off not existing." As she spat her venomous words, Yi Feng readied his weapon, aligning his aim before pulling the trigger with precision. Bang! The bullet shot forth, striking her silicone breast with a resounding pop. "Ah!" she shrieked. Momentarily stunned, confusion etched across her face as she floundered in disbelief. Yi Feng's expression remained impassive as he fired twice more. Bang! Bang! The shots pierced through her hands, leaving her in excruciating pain. "Ah, no!" she cried, her body losing balance as she tumbled out of the window, plummeting directly into the horde of zombies below. Her anguished screams filled the air, a haunting echo that reverberated through the desolate surroundings. The zombies, having nothing to feast upon, were elated to see a meal drop from above. They surged forward, their sharp teeth tearing into her flesh with relentless ferocity. Initially, her cries were piercing, but soon they faded into silence as the ravenous creatures devoured her. The gruesome spectacle left a bloody scene, a testament to the brutality of survival. Yi Feng, observing the carnage with indifference, holstered his weapon with a sense of finality before riding away on his electric scooter. He felt no remorse for ending Li Yueqi's life. After all, a fool like her would not last long in this world. By hastening her departure, he spared her from further suffering. "In a way, I am quite benevolent," he mused as he continued on his journey. Not long after, he spotted a police station in the distance. A police station? His thoughts raced. Should he investigate? The likelihood of finding firearms there was high, and recalling the power of the Desert Eagle, he resolved to take a look. Acquiring more weapons would undoubtedly be advantageous. In the early days of the apocalypse, firearms proved more effective than many supernatural abilities. Stockpiling such resources could only be beneficial. Even if I cannot use it myself, it can still be of service to others. Yet, I wonder if there are still any police officers left. Yi Feng murmured to himself. In this apocalyptic world, the dynamics within a police station often manifest in 3 distinct forms. The first scenario sees the police in a dominant position, ensuring order is maintained. The second scenario unfolds when criminals seize control, transforming the precinct into a den of vice. The third scenario arises when zombies dominate, leaving no survivors within the station. Each of these situations is a possibility. Yifeng did not dwell on it further and hurried towards the police station. Chapter 24. Past Enemies. Without effort inside the police station, in a spacious hall, four heavily tattooed men were exhaling clouds of smoke, engaging in casual conversation. This apocalypse arrived just in time. Indeed, this is our world. That woman from yesterday was truly ungrateful, yet in the end, she succumbed to the might of Scarface's gun. Unfortunately, we got a little too carried away and ended up killing her, leaving us with nothing to entertain ourselves today. One of the scar-faced men chuckled heartily. Do not worry. Huang Xin messaged me. He has procured 3 exquisite specimens and will return shortly. According to him, they are truly exceptional. Is that true, boss? The 3 underlings immediately perked up. The scar-faced man beamed with pride and replied, Is there any doubt? The apocalypse is our paradise. We can choose any woman we desire. From now on, if you follow me, I guarantee you will all rise above the rest. Upon hearing this, the 3 underlings nodded vigorously, their faces filled with sycophantic admiration. The boss is wise and mighty. Boss, we will definitely follow you. It turns out that after the onset of the apocalypse, most of the police officers in this station transformed into zombies, causing their numbers to plummet by 80%. The scene grew increasingly chaotic. The criminals, temporarily detained in this place, took advantage of the situation under the leadership of Scarface, Xia Wendong, seizing firearms and overpowering the remaining officers to take control. As the apocalypse escalated, with zombies rampant and national order nearly collapsed, they went further, mercilessly executing the captured police officers. Scarface, Xia Wendong, became their leader, forming an 8-member gang with the firearms from the precinct, establishing it as their stronghold. They divided into 2 teams, taking turns to forage for supplies. One team was led by Scarface, while the other was commanded by Huang Wendong. When encountering survivors, they would kill the men and deceive or forcibly bring the women back to their lair for their own pleasure. As the group conversed, 4 of the outlaws returned, armed and laden with supplies. Boss, we are back. The leader, with yellow-dyed hair and handsome features, was Huang Wendong. They were escorting 1 man and 2 women. The man wore gold-rimmed glasses, his hair disheveled, exuding an air of refined depravity. One woman was a beautiful young mother with an alluring figure, while the other was a youthful girl, charming and endearing. At that moment, all 3 wore expressions of terror, helplessly bound with tape, their mouths sealed, rendering them unable to speak. The scar-faced Xia Wendong furrowed his brow, expressing his displeasure. Did we not agree to eliminate the man? Huang Wendong, with a lascivious grin, replied, Boss, you know me well. Besides, this man holds a unique status. He is not only the husband of this woman, but also the biological brother of that young girl. With him present, perhaps we shall all have a more enjoyable time. Huang Wendong chuckled lewdly, and the group of subordinates shared knowing smiles. Xia Wendong, somewhat resigned, waved his hand dismissively. Do as you wish. He scrutinized the 2 women once more, nodding in satisfaction. Have these women bathe. Their scent is overwhelming. And I intend to be the first. You shall not interfere. Upon hearing this, the subordinates erupted in laughter. Naturally, boss, you go first. Haha. The boss feasts while we sip the broth. They jested unabashedly. The 2 women, faces filled with panic, were shoved into the bathroom. The bespectacled man trembled in fear. Huang Wendong approached the man, his gaze intense. Xia Wendong frowned slightly, expressing his distaste. Hurry up. We leave no loose ends. Once you're done, dispose of him immediately. Huang Wendong grinned maliciously. Rest assured, I work swiftly. He reached out, removing the tape from the man's mouth. Then he leaned in closer, extending his hand. The handsome man finally reacted, his face contorted in disgust. No, get away from me. My father is the bank president. I can offer you a fortune. Please spare me. Huang Wendong scoffed derisively. At this moment, money is nothing but worthless paper. The handsome man struggled desperately. Unknown to them, a pair of eyes was watching everything unfold. This observer was Yifeng. As Yifeng approached the police station, he encountered a returning quartet. Their bodies were covered in tattoos, armed with firearms, and their mouths spewed profanities, escorting 3 other captives. Yifeng quickly deduced that prisoners were in control here. He stealthily followed them into the station, concealing himself to observe. Upon recognizing the individuals in the hall, Yifeng's eyes widened with surprise. Li Shihao, I never anticipated you would find yourself in such a predicament. How amusing. Yifeng recognized many present. In a previous life, the bound handsome man was a leader of a small faction, named Li Shihao, with the ability to release toxic mists. He had a stunning wife and an adorable sister, both of whom were also endowed with powers. As for the scar-faced Xia Wendong, he too possessed abilities and led a faction. The yellow-haired Huang Wendong was unknown to Yifeng, likely having met an early demise. Contemplating this, Yi Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Little did he expect that such a small police station would gather so many acquaintances. Yi Feng had some grievances with both Li Shihao and Xia Wendong. He had once clashed with Li Shihao, resulting in his skin being corroded by the toxic mist, leaving permanent scars. He had also been exploited by Xia Wendong's team during a transaction, unable to voice his anger. However, times had changed. A cold smile played on Yi Feng's lips. If it was meant to be, so be it. Since fate has brought us together, not a single one shall be spared. Chapter 25. Save me, quickly. Yi Feng observed with a cold gaze. Huang Wenlong stepped forward, and the spectacle of dogs biting dogs unfolded, a truly captivating performance. Yi Feng watched with keen interest. Inside the police station, 10 minutes later, the drama reached its climax. Li Shihao's eyes were glazed over, devoid of hope. At that moment, two women who had just bathed were brought out. The men present all brightened at the sight. The two women, having emerged from their baths, were both stunning beauties. The alluring young woman, with a captivating charm and fair skin, possessed a voluptuous figure. She was Li Shihao's wife, named Song Yaji. The charming young girl, exuding pure grace and youthful vibrance, also had an impressive physique. She was Li Shihao's sister, named Li Qingyan. Yi Feng's gaze flickered slightly. Both women would later awaken their extraordinary powers and become invaluable allies to Li Shihao. In a past life, both were the objects of envy for Yi Feng's girlfriend, Li Yiting. They lived lavishly, never worrying about food or drink. Li Yiting had often lamented how Yi Feng could one day allow her to live a life as carefree as Song Yazi's, deeming him a true man only then. Contemplating this, a subtle smile curved upon Yi Feng's lips. He had never imagined that Li Shihao and his wife and sister had endured such experiences. Indeed, everyone has an unflattering past. No wonder he had heard of the deep-seated enmity between Li Shihao and Xia Wendong in his previous life. Yet, he was curious how Li Shihao had managed to escape in that incarnation. A hint of confusion flashed in Yi Feng's eyes. Within the room, the scarred-faced Xia Wendong gazed hungrily at Song Yaji and Li Qingyan, his throat swallowing greedily as he edged closer to the two women. Ha ha, truly exquisite creatures. Song Yaji and Li Qingyan trembled, fear etched across their faces. Husband, save me. You, don't come any closer. Scarred-faced Xia Wendong grinned lewdly. Call out all you wish. Even if you scream until your throats are raw, no one will come to your aid. Subsequently, he lunged forward like a famished tiger. The sound of tearing fabric filled the air as the women's cries pierced through. Meanwhile, upon hearing his wife's desperate pleas, Li Shihao returned to reality. Enraged, his eyes bulged, and he shouted furiously, "You garbage beasts! Let go of my wife. Let go of my sister. If you have the guts, come at me." Huang Wenlong stepped forward, confronting the man with a sinister grin. If it's directed at you, then so be it. Little darling, you possess quite a backbone. Li Shihao was taken aback at Huang Wenlong's approach. His body involuntarily shivered, and he instinctively clamped his legs together, terror evident on his face as he cried out. Don't. Please, don't come any closer. Huang Wenlong drew a pistol, pointing it at Li Shihao. With a tone of feigned regret, he remarked, "You are quite alluring, and I rather like you. Alas, my boss believes we don't need any other men here for the time being, so I must kindly bid you farewell." Huang Wenlong's tone was flippant. Hearing this, Li Shihao trembled uncontrollably, pleading for his life. "No, please don't kill me. I can join you. I beg you spare me." Huang Wenlong scoffed dismissively. "We have no need for such a coward. As for your wife and sister, my boss and brothers will take care of them." With that, Huang Wenlong was about to pull the trigger. "No, please don't. I can serve you," the man shouted anxiously. Huang Wenlong, visibly conflicted, turned to Scarface and noticed that boss Xia Wendong was preparing to mount his horse, utterly ignoring him. Reluctantly, Huang Wenlong shrugged and sneered, saying, "My boss won't allow it." "I'm afraid." "Ah!" Li Shihao screamed in terror, losing control of his bodily functions as he soiled himself. "No, please." Huang Wenlong frowned, his finger twitching as he was about to pull the trigger. In the next moment, a stone flew swiftly, piercing the back of Huang Wenlong's hand. With a splatter, blood dripped, and the handgun clattered to the ground. "Ah!" Huang Wenlong felt a searing pain, emitting a wretched scream. "Who is it? What is happening?" Startled by this sudden turn of events, Xia Wendong quickly scrambled off the woman, frantically drawing his gun. The other 6 underlings also displayed panic, raising their weapons and standing at the ready. Outside, Yi Feng stepped forward slowly. "Avenging with my own hands is truly satisfying." Yi Feng surveyed the scene with a playful glint in his eyes. "Haha, what a splendid show." Li Shihao, feeling as though he had been reborn, cried out for help. "Boss, save me please." In the chaos, Song Yaji and Li Qingyan took the opportunity to hide in the bathroom, cowering in a corner, trembling. Huang Wenlong's hand was gushing blood, sweat beading from the pain, as he roared in fury. "Huh? My hand. Kill the boss, kill him. Avenge me." Scarface Xiao Wendong was equally resolute. Before Huang Wenlong could voice his warning, he already raised his gun to shoot. "No matter who you are, die? Fire, everyone fire." Xiao Wendong's face twisted with rage as he pulled the trigger. Interrupted mid-spell, his fury surged. His subordinates also raised their guns, aiming at Yifeng. "Shoot, take him down." Bang, 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 bang. Bullets whizzed through the air, targeting Yifeng. Xiao Wendong was filled with confidence, and his men wore victorious smiles. To them, it was certain that Yifeng would be riddled with bullets. Yet in the next moment, their eyes widened in disbelief. A golden aura enveloped Yifeng. All the bullets struck him, only to be deflected by this golden light. Yifeng remained unscathed. "Impossible. This cannot be happening. Good heavens, is it an invulnerable barrier?" Panic spread across their faces, disbelief filling their eyes. Xiao Wendong was equally shaken, his eyes nearly popping out. However, some quick-witted thugs exclaimed in astonishment, "My God, such abilities exist in this world?" It dawned on everyone. It is a supernatural power, a defensive supernatural ability. Bathed in golden light, Yifeng advanced slowly, resembling a war god. The entire group of thugs turned ashen, trembling in fear. "Boss, what shall we do? He is an ability user. What kind of ability is this?" "It's over." Xiao Wendong took a deep breath, forcing a smile onto his face. He bent down, his face adorned with a look of utmost respect as he spoke. "My dear friend, my earlier voice was perhaps too loud and impulsive. I sincerely apologize." Before the scar-faced man could finish his words, Yifeng interjected, "Just now. You shot me with such delight, didn't you? Now it's my turn." As Yifeng's words hung in the air, a thought crossed his mind, and in his hand appeared a desert eagle. Seeing this, Xiao Wendong's expression changed dramatically as he instinctively raised his gun to fire. Simultaneously, Yifeng squeezed the trigger, decisively firing a shot. Bang! Bang! 2 bullets soared forth. The bullet aimed at Yifeng was deflected by his protective golden light, while the one directed at the scar-faced man found its mark, piercing his forehead with a sickening thud. Blood sprayed forth. Xiao Wendong's eyes widened in shock as his forehead was shattered, his body slowly crumpling to the ground. His death was far from peaceful. In his final moments, a singular thought echoed in his mind. "It's a game over." Xiao Wendong lay lifeless. Instantly, chaos erupted within the police station. "Oh my God, what on earth? It's over. The boss is done for." The other 6 petty criminals, witnessing this, immediately scattered in a frenzied panic. It was not a lack of courage but a feeling of utter helplessness. When they struck at us, each shot took down a man. Yet, when we retaliated, they possessed an invulnerable body. How on earth could we fight back? It's a game over. We can't fight back at all. Run, run, run. Yifeng observed the disarray of these fleeing ruffians, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He transformed into a sharpshooter, pulling the trigger in rapid succession. A flurry of bullets erupted forth. Bang, 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 bang. Each shot found its target, each ruffian collapsing lifelessly to the ground. My shooting skills are truly exceptional. Yifeng felt a profound satisfaction. Enhanced by the mastery scroll of shooting, he had transformed into a true marksman. There's still one left alive. Yifeng turned around, momentarily taken aback. He beheld the pallid face of Huang Wenlong, who with his uninjured hand held a dagger pressed against Li Shihao's throat. His demeanor was fierce yet cowardly as he shouted, "You came to save him, didn't you? Look closely, this pretty boy is currently in my grasp." Huang Wenlong cautiously concealed himself behind Li Shihao, enduring excruciating pain, and continued to threaten loudly. "Hurry, let me go. You see, I have a hostage. If you shoot, I'll kill him." At that moment, the hostage Li Shihao wore a mask of terror, hastily pleading, "Brother, don't shoot. Save me, please save me." Yifeng responded with a perplexed expression. "What is happening? Save him." Yifeng found the situation amusing. Chapter 26, In the Apocalypse. Heartless and ruthless, a cascade of questions flooded Yifeng's mind. Upon realization, he could hardly contain his laughter. Huang Wenlong actually believed that he had come to save Li Shihao? How utterly ridiculous. Yifeng relaxed back into his chair, a playful smirk gracing his lips as he slowly replied, "Little Huang, I think you've misunderstood something. I merely happened to be passing by, gathering some weapons. My earlier act of saving him was simply a whim, a desire to witness how the narrative unfolds. After all, I am quite perplexed as to how he survived and awakened his extraordinary abilities." Huang Wendong, unable to comprehend Yifeng's words, wore an expression of disbelief as he continued to shout, "How dare you deceive me? Right now, immediately, put down the gun. If you dare to approach me, he will die." A smile played at the corners of Yifeng's mouth, almost causing him to chuckle. He toyed with the desert eagle in his hand. "Haha. Oh, I shan't put it down. I am merely having fun. Occasionally, he aimed the gun at Huang Wendong, inciting a wave of trepidation in both Huang Wendong and Li Shihao. As Huang Wendong's fear deepened, Yifeng suddenly noticed a plume of inky black smoke emanating from between Li Shihao's fingers. Oblivious to this, Huang Wendong continued his loud outcry. In the next moment, a furious roar erupted. Die! Li Shihao, engulfed in swirling black smoke, spun around and pressed his palm directly against Huang Wendong's face. The acrid smoke rapidly corroded Huang Wendong's visage. No, no, no! Huang Wendong screamed in agony, and soon his voice was silenced. Mere seconds later, he succumbed to the toxic fumes. This was the power of the poisonous smoke. Recalling his previous life, when he was scarred by this very smoke, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Yifeng's eyes. After eliminating Huang Wendong, Li Shihao stared blankly at his palm. Did I do this? Have I become an ability user? A rare level ability. Li Shihao's face was instantly alight with excitement and pride. This is exhilarating. I am an ability user. Ha ha. With this power, Li Shihao shall soar to great heights. Yifeng nodded, wearing a playful expression. Awakened an ability, has it? A rare one at that. Congratulations. Gradually, Li Shihao calmed down, a hint of wariness flashing in his eyes as he turned to Yifeng, then forced a smile. Benefactor, you are my savior. What is your name? I shall repay you. Yifeng inquired with a smile. Li Shihao, having survived such danger and awakened an ability, you must be in quite high spirits? Li Shihao instinctively nodded, his face brimming with joy. Of course. I am utterly thrilled right now, ha ha. He could not contain his laughter once more. Suddenly, a rumble echoed as a gray lightning bolt struck down, directly hitting the crown of Li Shihao's head. Ah! Li Shihao screamed, his smile freezing in place. Yifeng smiled faintly. You celebrated too soon. Confusion filled Li Shihao's eyes. He could not fathom what had just transpired. A gentle breeze swept by, and in an instant, his body shattered into fragments. Li Shihao was dead. One bolt of lightning, and the problem was resolved. Yifeng chuckled with satisfaction. Li Shihao's final moments also clarified Yifeng's doubts. In his previous life, Li Shihao had likely experienced a similar explosive awakening at the last moment, activating the poison mist ability, turning the tables on Huang Wendong, and rescuing his wife and sister. Escaping from the jaws of death. With revenge fulfilled, Yifeng felt elated. Surveying the scene, he noted that all enemies had been vanquished. He collected the handguns scattered on the ground into his storage space. After tidying up the battlefield, Yifeng felt a sense of contentment. Handguns, at the onset of the apocalypse, were still quite effective weapons. At that moment, a delicate female voice suddenly emerged. Excuse me, are you a rescuer? Yifeng lifted his gaze and saw two women cautiously stepping out from the bathroom, one a young matron, the other a maiden. Both were disheveled, their fair skin exposed in large swathes. Upon noticing the debris strewn on the floor, a fleeting sorrow flickered in their eyes. Yifeng recognized them as Song Yaji, the wife of Li Shihao, and his sister, Li Qingyan. Both were beauties and, in a previous life, possessed extraordinary abilities, two commendable talents indeed. After a brief sense of their energies, he found no malice emanating from them. I am not a rescuer, nor do I intend to save you, he stated coldly, turning his back on them and striding deeper into the police station, leaving the two women bewildered, gazing helplessly at the gruesome scene around them. Upon entering the building, Yifeng commenced his search of the police station. Inside the firearms safe, he discovered handguns and rifles, regrettably locked without a code. With a crack of thunder, the safe was obliterated, emitting wisps of smoke. A sweeping glance allowed him to swiftly collect the weapons. Continuing his search, he found 3 boxes of ammunition. Excellent. Those would be taken. Brand new combat uniforms and vests, those too. A powerful flashlight and a stun baton. He added them to his collection as well. Yifeng meticulously scoured the premises, seizing everything of value: batons, handcuffs, combat boots, leg holsters, bulletproof vests, riot shields, and even tear gas guns and spray. He was uncertain of their utility, yet the limitless space available made it a trivial matter. He simply collected. Before long, Yifeng had nearly emptied the police station. As he approached the entrance once more, he noticed the 2 women had donned their attire, looking rather splendid, waiting for him. Please wait. Yifeng cast a casual glance at them. A hint of amusement sparkled in his eyes. Sir, we beseech you to take us with you. If we remain here, we will surely perish, the 2 women implored, their eyes red and filled with a pitiable charm, as if having made a resolute decision. Yifeng felt a twinge of melancholy, sighing inwardly. 2 beautiful women, destined to be extraordinary beings in the future. What a pity. A trace of regret appeared at the corners of his mouth as he replied, You are the ones who should feel regret. Upon hearing this, the women appeared momentarily stunned, their expressions blank. Li Qingyan cast her gaze downward, lost in confusion, while Song Yaji managed a forced smile, cautiously inquiring, "Sir, what do you mean? You have saved us." Yi Feng interrupted them. "Do you wish to avenge Li Shihao?" The moment those words escaped his lips, the women's expressions shifted dramatically. "What?" With a dismissive wave of his hand, he responded coldly, "Enough. Right and wrong are irrelevant." With a flick of his wrist, a rumble echoed. Two arcs of gray electricity descended with a resounding crash. "No." Panic washed over the women's faces as their expressions froze in horror. In the next instant, their delicate forms were reduced to mere dust. Yi Feng's gaze remained as tranquil as a still pond. Initially, he had not intended to kill the women. However, after Yi Feng ransacked the police station, he unexpectedly discovered that the two women harbored considerable malice towards him. Initially, the perception of this animosity did not trigger, perhaps because they had not witnessed Li Shihao's death or had yet to grasp the situation. Yet, it soon became evident that they must have surmised my involvement in Li Shihao's demise, thus fueling their hatred. The malice was unmistakably tinged with revenge. How could I allow them to remain? Yi Feng chuckled and turned to leave. In this apocalyptic world, only those who are ruthless and cunning can endure to the end. To Yi Feng, any potential threat must be eradicated, no exceptions. Chapter 27. Emptying the supermarket. Growing stronger again, Yi Feng departed without a trace of nostalgia. After leaving the police station, he headed directly towards his target without pause. Over an hour later, he arrived at Fortune Plaza. Fortune Plaza is a comprehensive shopping center that combines leisure and entertainment with large-scale supermarkets. Beneath it lies an exceptionally vast supermarket. During the outbreak of the undead, the timing coincided with a peak in foot traffic. Thus, the number of zombies within the supermarket was astonishing. Numerous zombies wandered aimlessly. Nevertheless, Yi Feng remained unfazed. Striding boldly into the mall. "Excuse me. Make way. You there, retract your legs." Yi Feng adeptly maneuvered through the throng of zombies. Soon, he reached the entrance of the supermarket. Glancing around, he was greeted by a dazzling array of goods. An abundance of supplies lay before him. Yi Feng's eyes sparkled with delight. This was truly remarkable, far superior to the previous convenience stores and small supermarkets. Yi Feng first ventured into the food section of the supermarket. The variety of supplies was astonishing. Grains of all kinds were available: rice, mung beans, flour, corn. With a mere thought, he collected all of these into his space, amassing over 100,000 pounds of food. In addition to grains, the supermarket also housed a significant amount of meat: pork, beef, lamb, fish, shrimp, and crab. Regrettably, the meat stored in the refrigeration units had largely spoiled, leaving only the items in the freezers intact. With another thought, Yi Feng made the meat, along with the freezers, vanish in an instant. Adjacent to the staple foods and meats was the produce section, brimming with vegetables and fruits on display. There were bok choy, carrots, Fuji apples, tangerines, and imported bananas. Unfortunately, most of the vegetables and fruits had spoiled. However, some were still edible, albeit not entirely fresh. Yi Feng was determined not to overlook anything edible, promptly gathering all that he could into his space. "I'll take it all." Yi Feng dashed about, continuously collecting supplies. The numerous zombies around him appeared perplexed, their expressions filled with confusion. What just vanished? How could it have disappeared so suddenly? They roared in bewilderment. Yi Feng paid them no mind and continued his relentless scavenging. After securing the vegetables and fruits, he did not neglect the various dairy products: original flavored yogurt, fruit-flavored yogurt, whole milk, soy milk, almond milk. Before long, Yi Feng gathered all the supplies from the supermarket's food section into his space. Having cleared the entire food area of the supermarket, Yi Feng felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Strolling through the supermarket, mingling among the zombies, he was filled with myriad emotions. In his previous life, searching for supplies had never been this comfortable. As he gazed upon the vast supermarket, his hands itched with desire. Why not empty out everything else besides food? Since he was already there, other items would surely come in handy later. Yi Feng promptly set to work. Shampoo, body wash, toothpaste, toothbrushes, toilet paper, tissues, wet wipes. Wherever his gaze landed, he indiscriminately stuffed them into his space. What a delight! These items would suffice for a lifetime. Yi Feng's heart soared, his face aglow with excitement. There was no other thought in his mind but to collect, to take. Storing these things brought him immense joy. Transforming into a little hoarder, he continued his relentless scavenging. Arriving at the clothing section of the supermarket, he gathered garments, shoes, pants, skirts, stockings, uniforms, and bedding. "I shall take it all." Yi Feng advanced steadily, methodically sweeping through the aisles. No valuable corner of the supermarket was overlooked. In the electronics section, phones, computers, tablets, televisions, speakers. Collect, collect, collect. With ample space, he simply gathered them all. In the home goods section, he cleared out various large beds, sofas, dining tables, refrigerators, washing machines, and air conditioners. In the medical supplies section, he took cold medicine, painkillers, antibiotics, thermometers, blood pressure monitors, and various health and nutritional products. Spices, hardware supplies, alcoholic beverages, and adult items, all cleared out. Time passed unnoticed. Yi Feng, like a little hamster, busily emptied the entire supermarket. Inside the now desolate supermarket, a throng of zombies stood bewildered, confused by their altered surroundings. Yi Feng felt elated. He retrieved a sofa from his space and brewed himself a cup of coffee. After a taxing exertion of mental energy, it was the perfect moment to rest. Outside, the sky was overcast and a blood-red mist lingered. Inside, the space was empty, the zombies in a daze. Amidst the throng of zombies, Yi Feng leisurely settled on a sofa, savoring his rich coffee while contemplating his next plans. Indeed, the large supermarket offered far more than the smaller ones. Where to next? Other large supermarkets, slaughterhouses, hospitals, or logistics centers. There were countless worthy destinations. Yi Feng found himself in a quandary. Truth be told, he did not require an excessive amount of food resources alone. Yet, the supplies were there, and if left behind, they would decay and spoil. Adhering to a principle of waste not, want not, it was wiser to store the resources in his space. After all, the items he had collected would not spoil due to the time freeze. They could be preserved indefinitely. The collection of resources must continue, but for now, a moment of respite to fish would be delightful. Yi Feng smiled slightly, envisioning the bounty of bait before him. Fishing bait, 8 portions available, allowing for 8 more fishing attempts. With this thought, Yi Feng silently commanded, "System, I wish to fish." As the hook stirred, he plunged into the boundless darkness. Yi Feng opted to fish. In the fishing space, the rod moved, casting the hook into the infinite void. A notification resonated. Notification, fishing in progress. Damn it, I cannot bear to remain in this hardware pool any longer. Notification, congratulations to the host on a successful catch, obtaining 1 banana brand Bluetooth headset. Yi Feng's heart soared with joy. Alas, a Bluetooth headset. A change of pools at last. No longer confined to that wretched hardware pool. Clearly, the strategy of delayed fishing and switching pools has proven effective. A tremendous success. Yi Feng was elated. It seems this approach can be employed in the future as well. The system continued with notifications. Notification, congratulations to the host on a successful catch, obtaining 10 explosive talismans. Notification, congratulations to the host on a successful catch, obtaining a 100-year membership for 511 cloud storage. Notification, congratulations to the host on a successful catch, obtaining 1 auditory enhancement scroll. Explosive talismans? Enhancement scrolls? Quite impressive. Yi Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. The cloud storage membership seemed rather useless. Glancing at the explosive talismans, Yi Feng recognized them from the world of Naruto. Powered by energy, their potency far surpassed that of grenades. As for the enhancement scroll, it belonged to an older series. Notification, fishing in progress. Yi Feng continued to anticipate. Notification, congratulations to the host on a successful catch, obtaining 1 illusory heart goo. Notification, congratulations to the host on a successful catch, obtaining 10 1000T solid-state drives. Notification, congratulations to the host on a successful catch, obtaining the rare skill, Mental Probe. Eureka! Yi Feng's eyes lit up instantly. A goo worm? A new skill? Before long, the fishing came to a close. This time, the haul was quite bountiful. Yi Feng began to examine his spoils. Item, illusory heart goo quality, rare description. This is a goo worm infused with peculiar powers, which can be released against any target. The process is silent, as the worm stealthily infiltrates the target's body. Unless the user activates the worm, it will have no effect on the target. Once activated, the target will be controlled in an instant, losing the ability to resist. Yi Feng's gaze sharpened as he took out the illusory heart goo. The worm was smaller than a grain of sand and transparent in appearance. A splendid tool for controlling others. Yi Feng smiled faintly, storing the illusory heart goo and turning his attention to his other acquisitions. Skill, Mental Probe quality, rare description. Upon learning this skill, one can better utilize mental energy to perceive the surrounding environment and circumstances. Special description, please note, excessive use of this skill may deplete mental energy excessively. A mental skill, and it is a probing skill? Yi Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement. He immediately chose to extract this skill. The skill essence materialized in the air. Yi Feng reached out and absorbed it into his body. The system notification followed suit. Notification, congratulations, you have learned the rare skill Mental Probe. In the next moment, Yifeng's body trembled slightly. He instantaneously mastered the skill of mental probing. With a mere thought, a web seemingly woven from psychic energy emanated from him, expanding in all directions, revealing every detail of his surroundings. A remarkable ability. However, it appeared to require a significant expenditure of mental energy. Yifeng pondered silently. The maximum range was 20 meters, and the drawback was the necessity for active engagement, consuming a considerable amount of mental power whether to activate or maintain it. Yet, with my currently enhanced mental strength, sustaining it for approximately 5 minutes should pose no issue. Yifeng retracted his probe, feeling quite satisfied. Oh, and I have also acquired a new scroll. With a flicker of thought, he withdrew the scroll. Item: Auditory Enhancement Scroll. Quality: Rare. Description: Upon using this scroll, your hearing will be enhanced to a certain degree. It belongs to the same series as the Strength Enhancement Scroll and the Visual Enhancement Scroll. This one is the Auditory Enhancement Scroll. Yifeng smiled slightly. Enhancing my hearing is indeed a pleasant prospect. With another thought, he unfurled the scroll. Whoosh! A palm-sized scroll appeared in his hand. He felt a surge of anticipation and promptly tore it open. In an instant, the scroll transformed into a stream of azure light, flowing into Yifeng's ears. He was enveloped by a soothing, refreshing sensation that coursed through him. Before long, the enhancement was complete. Every sound around Yifeng became distinctly discernible. His own breath, the rhythm of his heartbeat, and the shuffling, wandering, and howling of zombies outside the window. Each sound was clear and identifiable. The faint voices of other survivors also reached his ears. Yifeng discovered he could deactivate this state, filtering out unwanted sounds. He was overjoyed. The enhancement of his auditory senses was truly exhilarating. Chapter 28. Zhao Wumei's proposal. This fishing expedition proved to be remarkably fruitful. Not only did he acquire the ability of mental probing, but he also obtained the auditory enhancement scroll, along with explosive talismans. Yifeng glanced once more at the explosive talismans. Item: Explosive Talisman. Quality: Rare. Description: An explosive talisman from the world of Naruto. When activated, it unleashes a powerful fiery explosion with formidable might. There is a stack of 20 talismans. Yifeng stored them in his spatial storage. They could serve as grenades. He felt elated and took another sip of coffee. Where to next? A large supermarket must surely have a warehouse. Typically, the items displayed in supermarkets are for sale, while the storerooms in the back would, according to Yifeng's memories from his past life, contain a wealth of supplies. Reflecting on the voices of survivors he had just heard, Yifeng considered. In a supermarket overrun by zombies, if survivors truly existed, hiding in the warehouse would indeed be an excellent choice. Yifeng returned his coffee and other items to his storage space and activated his new ability, mental probing. A wave of mental energy spread out like dense threads, extending in all directions. 1 meter, 3 meters, 5 meters, revealing every detail within a 20-meter radius around Yifeng. Subsequently, Yifeng activated his mental probing and began to move toward the direction from which he had previously heard the voices of survivors. This place is not it. Just then, Yifeng's eyes brightened. He found it. Yifeng turned a corner and sprinted toward the discovered warehouse area. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of the warehouse. The large door was tightly locked, with a considerable amount of debris piled up against it. Indeed, there were survivors. Yifeng perked up his ears and listened intently. From deep within the warehouse, voices could be heard. "Sister May, how is my technique?" "Not bad. Keep up the good work." Yifeng's enhanced hearing allowed him to perceive sounds that would be inaudible to the average person. With a thought, he unleashed his mental energy to probe further. Soon, a peculiar expression crossed his face. Inside the warehouse, in a vacant area, sat a strikingly alluring woman, exuding an air of dominance, resting with her eyes closed. Dressed in a fitted gray sweatshirt, her figure was exceptionally voluptuous and well-defined, with a slender waist. Behind her, a girl with short hair gently massaged her back. Others were also bustling about, and the spirits of these individuals appeared quite high. This scene genuinely surprised Yifeng. He had considered various scenarios for this survivor gathering. It could be harmonious, distinctly hierarchical, or perhaps a realm dominated by male ability users. Yet, he had never envisioned that a woman would hold such a commanding position here, living in considerable comfort. Amidst the blood mist and the arrival of the apocalypse, although men possessed physical advantages, the emergence of extraordinary powers had altered everything. If a woman awakened a formidable ability, she could be just as formidable as a man. Coupled with the exceptional resources available in this warehouse, their comfortable existence became comprehensible. Yifeng did not act immediately. Instead, he observed everything before him with keen interest through his mental energy. The woman's enchanting beauty, accentuated by thigh-high boots, perfectly highlighted her curves. She was ample where it mattered and petite elsewhere. Yifeng silently admired her. Quite impressive. continuously extending his mental energy. Yi Feng made a new discovery. The supply warehouse was indeed here. After contemplating, he concluded that he could not afford to overlook the abundant resources within this warehouse. Recalling his mental energy, Yi Feng swung his knife to strike the door lock. With a few swift blows, the lock was easily severed. With a forceful push, the debris at the entrance could not impede him. The door gradually swung open. Yi Feng stepped inside the warehouse, directly heading toward the supplies. There were two large warehouses, one primarily stocked with frozen goods, and the other with general merchandise. The noise from Yi Feng's door bashing alerted the people within the warehouse. The survivors hurriedly emerged, armed with makeshift weapons. The two sides encountered each other in the corridor. Leading the survivors was none other than the alluring woman Yi Feng had previously observed. Dazzlingly enchanting, her figure was striking. The woman furrowed her brow, gazing at Yi Feng with a look of uncertainty, lost in her thoughts and not immediately speaking. "Who are you? What do you want here?" A petite girl with short hair was the first to inquire. Yi Feng glanced at the short-haired girl, the very one who had been massaging the woman's back. Though small in stature, she possessed an undeniable charm. Yi Feng couldn't help but steal another glance. Indeed, her features were quite lovely. "What are you staring at?" The short-haired girl snapped, her fierce tone contrasting with her childlike voice, rendering her intimidating demeanor somewhat ineffective. Yi Feng chuckled lightly and replied calmly, "Who I am is of little importance. What matters is that I intend to take all the supplies here." His audacious declaration left the crowd momentarily speechless. Some were still trying to comprehend Yi Feng's meaning, while others who understood were astonished by his arrogance. At that moment, a handsome man named Zhao Dongming from the crowd silently thought to himself, "My chance to shine has arrived." He stepped forward and scoffed, "So you claim you want everything? That is utterly preposterous. Just so you know, our Mei Jie is a formidable ability user." As others began to react, they chimed in, "You want it all? How absurd. If you take the supplies, how will we survive? Who do you think you are?" The crowd erupted in a cacophony of voices. Yi Feng's expression turned slightly cold, and he mused inwardly, "This group is rather bothersome. It seems I must teach them a lesson." Just as he was about to make a move, the alluring woman at the forefront suddenly interjected, "Enough. Everyone be quiet." At her command, the crowd fell silent. She then extended her hand towards Yi Feng with a radiant smile. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhao Wumei, the former manager of this supermarket and currently the leader of these individuals. I am also an ability user." Yi Feng remained silent, refraining from shaking Zhao Wumei's hand, instead scrutinizing her closely. The name Zhao Wumei resonated with him, feeling strangely familiar. Zhao Wumei slowly lowered her hand, unperturbed, and continued to speak with a bright smile. "Handsome. Seeing how attractive you are, I presume you are also a reasonable person. There are over 20 of us here, all relying on this warehouse for survival. If you take all the supplies, it would be akin to condemning us to death. Given your apparent prowess, why bother competing with us for resources?" Yi Feng smiled slightly and replied, "You possess a keen eye. I am indeed quite handsome, but unfortunately, I am not one to reason." His words ignited a flicker of ire among the crowd. Unfazed, Yi Feng continued, "Your lives are of no consequence to me. You cannot expect me to make this trip in vain, can you?" Zhao Wumei's eyes sparkled as she elaborated, "Rest assured, handsome, I would never let your effort be in vain. However, I am quite curious. You claim you will take all the supplies. But how do you intend to carry them away? After all, with so many zombies outside the supermarket, the delivery trucks cannot possibly enter. Surely, you cannot expect to seize even our small territory." Zhao Mimi smiled gently, curiosity glimmering in her eyes. Yi Feng, with his hands clasped behind his back, replied nonchalantly, "On this matter, I have nothing to divulge. I shall state merely this. I intend to take the supplies, and there is no room for negotiation." Before Zhao Mimi could respond, the other survivors could no longer contain themselves, voicing their objections. "You are truly too arrogant, kid. Mimi, why waste words on him? We have so many people. Let us teach him a lesson and throw him out." The atmosphere became chaotic. "Silence. Anyone who utters another word will face severe consequences." Zhao Mimi's gaze turned icy as she once again quelled the crowd. She glanced at Yi Feng and, covering her mouth with a light laugh, continued, "If you wish to take supplies, that can certainly be arranged." Zhao Mimi scrutinized Yi Feng once more, and then, with a playful pout, uttered a stunning proposition. "How about this, handsome? Accompany me for an hour, and you may take whatever you desire from here. How does that sound?" Yi Feng's lips twitched in disbelief. Was he truly hearing this correctly? He blinked rapidly, surveying the striking woman before him. Her beauty was dazzling, with fiery red lips and a tall, voluptuous figure. Most notably, she exuded an alluring aura, reminiscent of a ripe peach, captivating and irresistible. She was truly extraordinary. Chapter 29. Accepting the invitation, Yifeng locked eyes with Zhao Mimi, momentarily at a loss for words. Zhao Mimi boldly maintained her gaze. The surrounding crowd stared in astonishment, as if petrified. Yifeng, intrigued, inquired, "So you're Zhao Mimi? May I clarify, is it as ludicrous as I suspect?" "Yes, it is exactly as you imagine." Zhao Mimi beamed, her charm radiating. The crowd gasped, their shock palpable. "Good heavens! Surely it hasn't come to this, Mimi." "Indeed, how could you even consider this boy?" Zhao Dongming shouted, his voice laced with anger. "I object. This pretty boy clearly isn't up to the task." Yifeng found the unfolding situation amusing, completely unexpected. What an unusual turn of events. He remained composed, gazing at Zhao Mimi. She, however, frowned, her voice sharp as she commanded, "Silence. Who is the leader here, you or I?" Hearing her words, the crowd, though anxious, fell silent. The atmosphere grew still. Yet, Zhao Dongming was visibly discontent, impatience flickering in his eyes. Zhao Mimi waved her hand, her tone resolute. "Enough. You need not voice any further opinions. My decision is made." Turning back to Yifeng, her expression flirtatious, she asked, "Handsome, I have gone this far. What are your thoughts?" Yifeng felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. In such a situation, no man could possibly retreat. The woman before him harbored no malice. Gazing at Zhao Wumei's enchanting and radiant visage, along with her majestic curves, Yifeng's lips curled into a faint smile. "Oh, as long as you do not renege on this. A whole warehouse of supplies given freely? Such fortuitous events truly exist in this world?" Zhao Wumei's eyes narrowed, resembling a cunning little fox reveling in her triumph. The expressions of those present varied widely. Zhao Dongming's heart felt as if it were being sliced, his gaze vacant. In light of this, there was no time to hesitate. "Young man, please come inside." Zhao Wumei beckoned, leading the way. Her graceful silhouette was captivating, exuding an unparalleled elegance and charm. As Yifeng watched her depart, contemplation flickered in his eyes. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited within him, and excitement illuminated his gaze. He recalled Zhao Wumei's identity. In his previous life, there existed an individual who proclaimed himself the god of fire, one of the most formidable abilities in Jiangqing. Zhao Wumei was his most trusted aide. It was rumored that Zhao Wumei was seductively alluring, ruthless in her methods, and capable of killing without a moment's hesitation. She seemed to possess a legendary mastery over flames. With this thought, Yifeng took strides to follow her into the room, leaving a group of bewildered survivors behind. A petite girl with short hair furrowed her brow, pondering, "What is Mei Jie thinking? I cannot comprehend. This man seems handsome, but what else is there to command?" Zhao Dongming, filled with jealousy towards Yifeng, exclaimed loudly, "Damn it! Had I known Mei Jie had such desires, she should have chosen me. What do I lack compared to this kid?" The short-haired girl cast a glance at Zhao Dongming and replied nonchalantly, "It appears you are quite lacking in many respects. At the very least, your pretentiousness pales in comparison." Zhao Dongming found himself at a loss for words. The girl, her expression complex, murmured, "If Mei Jie is truly willing." Upon reflection, they seem rather well matched. It is not for us to oppose. Half an hour later, "Yifeng, you have truly surprised me." Zhao Wumei, feeling the surge of her abilities within, displayed a joyful countenance, a smile gracing her lips. She leaned heavily against the headboard, exhausted. Yifeng, equally satisfied, cast a casual glance at the woman, only to suddenly widen his eyes in astonishment. For he discovered that Zhao Wumei's eyes were brimming with excitement. Yifeng's gaze flickered with suspicion. This felt amiss. Her expression suggested she had suffered a loss instead. Upon a brief assessment, the sense of malice had not been triggered. Continuing his examination, he found no indication of anything amiss with his own body. In fact, he felt more invigorated than ever. His mind was clear, and his spirit was light. Yifeng's brow furrowed in confusion. At that moment, a notification from the system chimed in. Notification, event triggered. Notification, reward, 20 portions of bait. Yifeng was momentarily taken aback, then elated. A commendable system, once again delivering fortuitous rewards. Chapter 30. Zhao Wumei's Great Harvest. Yifeng's face radiated excitement. He had effortlessly obtained 20 portions of bait. Remarkable. Not to mention, he was on the verge of acquiring an entire warehouse of supplies. It was an incredible windfall. A smile crept upon Yifeng's lips. Upon turning around, Yifeng beheld Zhao Wumei, her face aglow with excitement, appearing far more jubilant than himself. A sense of confusion stirred within him. Something felt amiss. Why was this woman seemingly more elated than he? There had to be an underlying issue. Unable to fathom the reason, Yifeng decided to inquire directly. "Your happiness seems somewhat unusual. Pray, enlighten me." Zhao Wumei smiled coyly and replied softly, "You are quite formidable." Yifeng blinked. sensing that her words did not pertain to his prowess in their intimate encounters. "Do not keep me in suspense," he retorted coldly. Noticing his apparent irritation, Zhao Wumei chimed. "Do not be vexed, I shall explain." Yifeng remained silent, anticipating her clarification. Unexpectedly, Zhao Wumei countered with a query. "Yifeng, what is your extraordinary ability?" Feeling a twinge of impatience, he thought it absurd for her to play riddles. "Does this relate to my question?" He replied tersely. "It does." Zhao Wumei nodded. "If you refuse to speak, I shan't divulge anything." Yifeng narrowed his eyes slightly. In the next instant, he extended his right hand, swiftly grasping her delicate neck. "Do you think I would spare a woman?" His gaze turned frigid, a palpable aura of menace surrounding him. Zhao Wumei found herself gasping for breath, terror filling her eyes. She sensed that the man before her might indeed take her life, plunging her into an icy dread. Yifeng gradually tightened his grip. Zhao Wumei struggled desperately, yet his hand remained unyielding, like a vice. "Spare me," she gasped after a moment, her complexion reddening. Yifeng released her, casting her onto the bed, then positioned himself atop her. After a brief pause, he withdrew his hand and uttered a single command: "Speak." Zhao Wumei inhaled deeply, her white chest heaving rhythmically. After regaining her composure, a glimmer of excitement flickered in her eyes. "You are quite the dominant brother." Yifeng inhaled sharply, narrowing his eyes, feeling a mixture of exhilaration and bemusement. This woman possessed a certain intrigue. After a while, Zhao Wumei rose to rinse her mouth, patted her chest, and turned back with a charming smile, saying, "How terrifying. I thought I might perish just now." Yifeng remained expressionless. "Stop with the frivolities. Let us discuss the matter at hand." Internally, however, he struggled to maintain his composure. Zhao Wumei gazed at Yifeng with a hint of sorrow. "Very well, I shall tell you. My ability is quite unique, extraordinarily so. I speak the truth. You must not be angry, nor should you harm me." Yifeng nodded. "I shall remain calm." Her face brightened with a radiant smile. "The ability I awakened is called attachment, and it possesses no rank." It turned out that Zhao Wumei's ability was unlike that of other extraordinary beings. Her power, an exceedingly rare unranked ability known as attachment, granted her innate allure and significantly enhanced her physical attributes from the moment of awakening. This bolstered Zhao Wumei's strength considerably. However, it was not the true application of her attachment ability. Upon the awakening of her extraordinary abilities, Zhao Wumei was bestowed with a unique skill that could be utilized but once in a lifetime, the skill of gestation. When Zhao Wumei first engaged in this act, she would instinctively absorb the essence of her counterpart's powers. Following this absorption, her extraordinary ability would undergo a metamorphosis, transforming into the very power possessed by the individual she engaged with. However, the grade of this power would be diminished by one tier. If the individual was of legendary status, she would yield an epic ability. If they were of mythical caliber, she would attain a legendary ability, and so forth. With palpable excitement, Zhao Wumei exclaimed, "The moment I laid eyes upon you, I recognized your formidable prowess as a wielder of extraordinary abilities. Yet, I was utterly unprepared for the multitude of surprises you would bestow upon me. What precisely is your power? What is its grade?" In truth, from the instant Zhao Wumei beheld Yifeng, her abilities were signaling incessantly that a significant advantage awaited her in their interaction. Without hesitation, she embarked upon a grand gamble, which ultimately bore fruit, granting her the immense benefits she sought. Her powers indicated that they were evolving into a legendary grade. Such an occurrence was astonishing. A reduction by one tier still resulted in a legendary ability. Given the current state of the internet and the abundance of extraordinary beings, information regarding these abilities was readily accessible online. Thus, the classifications of ordinary, rare, epic, and legendary powers had emerged. It was established that the lowest tier was ordinary, while the highest was legendary. Consequently, Zhao Wumei could hardly fathom that her diminished power remained within the legendary realm. In other words, Yifeng's abilities must exceed the legendary tier. What could possibly exist beyond the legendary? This enigma remained shrouded in mystery. Upon hearing Zhao Wumei's account, Yifeng felt a tumult of emotions. He could not help but marvel at the wonders of extraordinary powers. Truly, the world was vast and replete with marvels. The realm was becoming increasingly fantastical. In his previous life, he had been too weak to have ever encountered such phenomena. This woman had indeed stumbled upon a remarkable fortune. He was, without a doubt, her optimal solution. The Chaos Divine Thunder was a mythical ability, unparalleled in both potential and strength within this world. Yifeng speculated that Zhao Wumei would awaken a legendary ability associated with thunder. It appeared that in their exchange, Zhao Wumei had indeed gained an advantage. Was it possible that she had siphoned something from him? His gaze held a hint of suspicion. No, I have not. The benefits I have acquired will not impose any burdens upon you, Zhao Wumei hastily clarified, fearing that Yifeng might reprimand her once more. She was acutely aware of the magnitude of the benefits she had received. Thus, the man before her was undoubtedly no ordinary figure. Yifeng's lips twitched. Very well. Zhao Wumei's actions had not triggered his sense of malevolence. However, it was worth noting that even the perception of malice was not without its flaws. If a person's actions could harm you, yet they remained blissfully unaware and held no ill intentions, the situation could become quite complex. Her actions, naturally, would not evoke any malicious perception. To illustrate this, let us consider the incident involving Zhao Wumei. If her actions were to harm Yifeng, yet she remained entirely unaware, then Yifeng's malicious perception ability would not be triggered. In the world of martial arts, one must always exercise caution. Yifeng conducted a meticulous inspection once more. Everything appeared normal, and there were no issues. He let out a subtle sigh of relief. So, do you know what my supernatural ability is? Yifeng inquired, a spark of curiosity igniting within him. I am still unaware. All I know is that my own ability is of legendary caliber, Zhao Wumei replied, shaking her head slowly. Your ability is exceedingly potent. I estimate it will take about an hour for me to fully transform. Only then will I discern what my own ability is. But do share with me what yours entails. Yifeng shook his head. Let us retain a hint of anticipation. You shall discover it shortly. He gazed at Zhao Wumei's alluring figure with admiration. While her curvaceous form was indeed impressive, it paled slightly in comparison to Lin Xiaoxiao's. Yet, each individual possesses their unique charm. Zhao Wumei's allure was something Lin Xiaoxiao simply could not rival at this moment. Of course, Lin Xiaoxiao had room for development. With a playful smile, Zhao Wumei turned over, showcasing her exquisite physique. You seem a bit displeased, she remarked with a sultry gaze. Yifeng retorted fiercely. You have reaped considerable benefits. It is rather excessive. Zhao Wumei's cheeks flushed crimson, her beautiful eyes becoming misty. Half an hour later, Zhao Wumei squinted her enchanting eyes. Her voice weak. I truly did not intend to deceive you. Yifeng's expression brightened, a sense of satisfaction washing over him. Suddenly, Zhao Wumei stepped closer, wrapping her arms around Yifeng's waist in a gentle embrace. Darling, why not stay with me? From now on, I shall follow only you. Let us soar together. Shall we? Yifeng was momentarily taken aback, then resolutely pushed her away. What nonsense is this? To forsake an entire forest for a single flower? He chuckled awkwardly, decisively rejecting her. What? Do you wish to take advantage of me? No longer willing to provide resources? Zhao Wumei bit her luscious lip, visibly disappointed. You truly are a heartless man. Observing Zhao Wumei's demeanor, Yifeng stroked his chin, tentatively suggesting, however, if you choose to accompany me, I might consider it. Chapter 31. Abundant Harvest. Mutated zombies. Undoubtedly, Zhao Wumei is a stunning beauty. To accompany you? Zhao Wumei's eyes sparkled with interest as she pressed. Do you have other women? Yifeng nodded, tacitly acknowledging the truth. Zhao Wumei's expression dimmed slightly. After a moment of contemplation, she gazed at Yifeng and said, Perhaps it is best to let it be. I am quite comfortable staying here for now. The food supply is ample, and it is relatively safe. I am somewhat of a leader here. Upon hearing this, Yifeng refrained from further comment. She wished to develop independently, yet with Zhao Wumei's abilities, she could indeed manage for the time being without relying on him. However, with the impending multiple cataclysms, that may soon change. Nevertheless, once his own power expanded sufficiently, he would return, and this place would undoubtedly bear the Yi surname. With this thought, Yifeng let his gaze drop, his index finger twitching. Swish! A colorless flow of light silently merged with Zhao Wumei's form. The illusory heartworm lay dormant within its target, ready to exert control at a moment's notice. Yifeng smiled faintly, adding an extra layer of assurance to ensure absolute certainty. Should Zhao Wumei ever harbor treachery, a mere thought would enable Yifeng to subdue her with the illusory heartworm, or even to eliminate her if necessary. Zhao Wumei remained completely unaware, her charming face still beaming with delight. This will be your home from now on. You must return often, Yifeng said with a smile. Yes, I will. I need to gather supplies, he added, beginning to dress. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Wumei snuggled closer, playfully pressing against him. Are you angry, my adversary? Now that we are this close, will you really heartlessly take away my belongings? Isn't what is mine also yours? Yifeng chuckled lightly. One matter does not negate another. Besides, there are only about 20 people here. With so much food, it cannot possibly be consumed. Having gained such bounty, if you refuse to accompany me, I must collect some other benefits. Dressed, Yifeng gently pushed Zhao Wumei away and resolutely headed toward the warehouse. Wait for me, Zhao Wumei called out in a flurry, hastily donning her clothes. Yifeng exited the room and made his way to the cold storage. The electrical system was still operational. Yifeng extended his mental probe, his consciousness unfurling like a delicate thread, revealing a plethora of supplies. The large supermarket boasted a corresponding expansive cold storage facility, designed to preserve perishable food items at low temperatures. This cold storage was no exception. A quick scan revealed an impressive array of frozen dumplings, wontons, ravioli, pastries, frozen vegetables, and a significant stock of frozen pork, chicken, beef, lamb, and seafood. The inventory was astonishing, far surpassing what was available on the shelves outside. Moreover, the refrigerated area surrounding the warehouse contained a wealth of fresh vegetables and fruits. Yifeng moved swiftly, and wherever he went, the frozen meats vanished in an instant. With a flurry of activity, vast quantities of supplies disappeared into Yifeng's storage space. Zhao Wumei rushed in, accompanied by other survivors from the area. Upon entering, they were met with the surreal sight of supplies vanishing into thin air. The onlookers stared in shock, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and astonishment. My heavens! What is happening? The beef and lamb have completely disappeared. The group stood frozen, unsure of how to react. Zhao Wumei exclaimed in realization, Yifeng, you are actually a spatial ability user? Yifeng maintained a calm demeanor, continuing his collection. The others, too, were struck with astonishment. My goodness! Is there truly such a power in this world? Quickly, someone grasped the gravity of the situation. Sister May, if this continues, he will completely empty this place. How will we survive without supplies? Concern etched on their faces, the crowd showed their anxiety. Yet Zhao Wumei was filled with a mix of surprise and excitement. You all need to leave at once, she commanded. Upon hearing her words, the group reluctantly exited the cold storage. Zhao Wumei approached, her face alight with excitement. Yifeng, will I awaken spatial abilities as well? Yifeng replied nonchalantly, it is not spatial abilities. Without pausing his movements, he continued to gather resources. Zhao Wumei was taken aback. Not that. Then what is it? Yifeng ignored her. You will know in due time. Zhao Wumei's expression turned to one of reluctance. Yet she felt powerless. Observing Yifeng tirelessly collecting supplies, she felt a pang of sympathy. Biting her lower lip, she pleaded, Brother Yifeng, please gather your divine powers. I admit, I underestimated you. Could you perhaps leave a way out for me? Yifeng cast a glance at Zhao Wumei, who looked up at him with watery eyes. Appearing pitiful, having rushed out, her hair was disheveled, and her attire slightly askew, revealing a generous expanse of her fair skin. So pitiful, so wronged. Yifeng remained unmoved, stating coolly, as per our agreement, I will take as much as I can. As he spoke, he continued to store boxes of frozen seafood in his space. Seeing her supplies dwindle, Zhao Wumei grew increasingly anxious, rushing forward to grasp his arm. It's my fault. Please spare me, dear brother. I beg you. Zhao Wumei continued to implore. Yifeng, unperturbed, persisted in his task. Witnessing his indifference, tears began to stream down her cheeks. Why are you like this? You're bullying me. Yifeng felt somewhat speechless. Why the tears? He waved his hand. All right, I will leave some for you. He proposed. How about I reserve 30% of the resources from the cold storage and the adjacent food warehouse? You know about the warehouse next door too? Zhao Wumei was taken aback, then quickly replied, 30% is too little. Can it be 50%? 20%? Oh no, 30% it is. Zhao Wumei hastily smiled. 30% is more than enough for you. Even that amount would suffice for over 20 people to eat for 100 years. Originally, according to Yifeng's plan, emptying the place would have been the norm. The fate of the survivors had little to do with him. However, he could not act so ruthlessly now. After all, he and Zhao Wumei had forged a bond, and he could not let her starve. Yet, he could not take nothing at all. Even if it was merely to teach her a lesson, he needed to collect some resources. This woman was somewhat astute. Should Yifeng soften his stance, she might take advantage of it. Thank you, Brother Feng. Zhao Wumei let out a sigh of relief, patting her chest, causing a gentle tremor. Yifeng continued to activate his abilities, gathering supplies. Apples, bananas, strawberries, watermelons, and cherries remained relatively fresh under cold storage. However, once the power went out, these would all spoil. Yet, when stored in Yifeng's space, they would remain preserved indefinitely. Thus, it was not that Yifeng was particularly merciless or greedy. After all, leaving the majority of the supplies for Zhao Wumei would serve no purpose but to rot and waste away. Storing them in his space was the wisest choice. He first stored the items, intending to give the same to Zhao Wumei later, while Yifeng continuously collected supplies. Zhao Wumei, observing nearby, turned her eyes curiously. Lost in her thoughts, Yifeng casually inquired, I sense that even without the enhancement of my ability, yours is quite formidable. As long as you exercise caution. Those zombies outside should not pose a significant threat to you, right? Zhao Wumei smiled lightly. Naturally. After my ability awakened, not only did my innate charm enhance, but my strength and speed saw considerable improvement as well. As long as I am not surrounded by a horde of zombies, ordinary ones are no challenge for me. However, there exists a type of mutated zombie that is even more powerful than the ordinary ones. There is one here, and I cannot contend with it. Yifeng's expression shifted in surprise, his brows furrowed. A mutated zombie? Is there truly one here? He had not encountered any mutated zombies on his journey thus far. Zhao Wumei continued. In this supermarket, there resides a mutated zombie, a strength type, although it spends most of its time in slumber and only emerges at night. With its presence, I dare not venture outside lightly. Yifeng nodded. Wumei, once your ability fully awakens, you will be able to confront it. Really? Zhao Wumei's face lit up with excitement, her mind racing with speculation about the nature and strength of Yifeng's ability. Moments later, Yifeng set aside 30% of the supplies and paused. He turned to leave, heading towards another warehouse to continue his collection. The goods stored in this warehouse were similar to those on the shelves outside, but they were all in bulk packaging, primarily consisting of fast-moving consumer goods. Instant noodles, iced tea, coffee, milk, yogurt, rice, cooking oil, orange juice, and boxes of cola were piled high. Yifeng gathered everything into his storage space. Zhao Wumei accompanied him, her heart aching, forcing a smile. After a short while, she could no longer bear to watch. Yifeng, I trust you. You must leave me 30%. After uttering this, Zhao Wumei hurriedly departed. In the warehouse lobby, the others were restless. Some were puzzled. Where did this person come from? He seems to possess only the space ability. What makes Sister Mei so wary of him? They wondered how the conversation between Zhao Wumei and him had unfolded. Zhao Dongming, visibly frustrated, gritted his teeth. I don't understand. Sister Mei is so powerful. Why does she not dare to confront him? Perhaps he is merely a decorative pillow, pleasing to the eye, but ineffective. The short-haired girl immediately countered. I believe Sister Mei has her reasons for her actions. Her name was Su Xiaoxiao, Zhao Wumei's assistant. Since learning that Yifeng was a space ability user, her impression of him had greatly improved. Su Xiaoxiao continued. This man, Yifeng, surely possesses extraordinary qualities. After all, he is a space ability user. As they discussed, Zhao Wumei appeared. Everyone's eyes brightened, and they rushed to greet her. Sister Mei, how did it go? What did that insufferable space ability user say? Zhao Wumei replied calmly. 30% of the supplies. He intends to take away 30% of the supplies? Why doesn't he just steal them? The handsome man was instantly filled with righteous indignation. 30% belongs to us. Zhao Wumei continued. This. The crowd fell into a moment of speechlessness. Can he possibly consume all these supplies? Indeed. Such greed. Zhao Dongming, even more enraged, suggested, Sister Mei, he's just one person. Why not lead us to confront him together? Zhao Wumei cast a cold glance at Zhao Dongming, her expression devoid of warmth as she replied, if you seek death, go ahead. However, before you make a move, I will eliminate you first to avoid any trouble you might cause me. Zhao Wumei silently cursed. To incite me and slay my man, you truly deserve to perish. This thought sent chills down Zhao Dongming's spine, causing his body to tremble. Zhao Wumei had never been so cold before. No, I wouldn't dare. Zhao Dongming, taken aback by her attitude, immediately nodded in fear. Zhao Wumei scanned the crowd with her enchanting eyes, continuing, this outcome is already quite satisfactory. Even if it's 30% of the supplies, we wouldn't be able to use them all. She paused before issuing further orders. You all must remember, Yifeng possesses extraordinary strength. He is someone we cannot afford to offend. Do you all understand? Yes. Understood. The crowd responded in unison. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from outside. Roar. Upon hearing the sound, the crowd's expressions shifted drastically. What the heck? It's a mutated zombie. How could this happen? Why is it out during the day? It seemed incredibly furious. This is disastrous. Zhao Wumei's complexion also darkened. The ability she relied upon from Yifeng would take some time to awaken. At this moment, she lacked the confidence to confront the mutated zombie. Do you think this is related to that space ability user? Absolutely. It might indeed be connected. The crowd whispered among themselves, debating the matter. Zhao Wumei frowned slightly. Is it related to Yifeng? Never mind. Regardless of whether it is or isn't, if the mutated zombie truly comes for us, I will still need to rely on Yifeng. I will seek out Yifeng and discuss this with him. Zhao Wumei declared decisively. No need. A clear, resonant male voice interjected. Chapter 32. Slaying the Future Zombie King? Yifeng appeared calm as he slowly stepped out. Upon seeing him approach, the crowd fell silent. Ceasing their chatter, Zhao Wumei's beautiful eyes brightened, and she smiled. Yifeng, did you hear everything just now? Indeed, Yifeng replied. turning his gaze toward a certain direction, a mysterious glint flashing in his eyes. Not only did I hear it, but I also saw it. By concentrating his mental energy into a beam, he could significantly extend the range of his perception. Yifeng had already pinpointed the location of the mutated zombie. Hearing this, Zhao Wumei was momentarily taken aback. The others exchanged puzzled glances, failing to comprehend Yifeng's words. Is this the mutated zombie you've been worried about? Yifeng asked with a smile. Exactly. Zhao Wumei nodded. Yifeng, I do not know if you can. Rest assured. Yifeng replied with a gentle smile. Regardless of whether this zombie's daytime awakening is related to me, I will slay it for you and eliminate the threat. Zhao Wumei's eyes sparkled even more brightly at his words. Yifeng, I appreciate your concern. However, the power of this mutated zombie is formidable, and you must exercise extreme caution. Furthermore, if the battle prolongs, it may attract the attention of surrounding zombies. Rest assured, Yifeng replied with a smile. I will eliminate it within 3 minutes. No, within 1 minute. Upon hearing this, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. Some exhibited a flicker of intrigue in their eyes, while others scoffed, clearly skeptical of Yifeng's declaration. At that moment, a furious roar from the zombies echoed in the distance. The ground trembled slightly, sending waves of panic through the onlookers. It has gone mad. Will it come our way? Observing the commotion, Yifeng turned to Zhao Mei, stating, I have retrieved the supplies as per our agreement. Once I slay this zombie, I shall not return, so this is our farewell. Zhao Mei was momentarily stunned. Yifeng, you. Before she could finish her sentence, Yifeng's figure flickered and vanished from sight. The crowd marveled at his swiftness. Did anyone catch how he moved? His speed is astonishing. They buzzed with excitement. Zhao Dongming, with a glint of mischief in his eyes, stepped forward once more. We must admit, Yifeng is incredibly fast and powerful, but this is a bit too much bravado. If he can truly dispatch a mutated zombie with a mere snap of his fingers, I shall run around the warehouse naked 3 times. Others nodded in agreement. I concur. Yifeng's claims are rather audacious. Indeed. How could an ordinary person defeat a mutated zombie? The notion that it could be so easily dispatched is absurd. The crowd exchanged whispers, speculating on the potential outcomes. Su Xiaoxiao, a girl with a short haircut, wore a concerned expression. Gazing in the direction Yifeng had departed, she instinctively retorted, What are you all doubting? Just because you cannot do it doesn't mean others cannot. Zhao Mei, with a complex expression, slowly spoke. If Yifeng claims he can handle it, then he surely can. We simply need to wait patiently. By the way, let us retrieve the high-powered binoculars and find an angle from which we can observe the battle. All right, Meijia, Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed. Her spirits lifted as she puffed out her chest. The crowd exchanged glances, bewildered by Zhao Mei's unwavering confidence. Zhao Mei narrowed her eyes, sensing the evolution of her own abilities within. How powerful could an ability of legendary caliber truly be? If Yifeng were to defeat this mutated zombie, it would indeed be monumental news. Meanwhile, Yifeng dashed through the throngs of ordinary zombies, weaving skillfully among them. Generally speaking, while mutated zombies possess significantly enhanced strength compared to their ordinary counterparts, their intelligence does not increase proportionately. Yet, each mutated entity is unique. Yifeng's actions in nearly emptying the supermarket may have inadvertently provoked the mutated zombie. Before long, following the sound, Yifeng approached the vicinity of the mutated zombie. From a distance, he beheld a towering figure, approximately 2 meters in height, its eyes glimmering with a malevolent red glow. Its skin appeared as hard as iron, with grotesquely bulging crimson muscles, creating a most repulsive sight. Yifeng furrowed his brow. This was no ordinary mutated zombie. At such an advanced stage of mutation, it likely harbored the potential to ascend to the rank of a zombie king. A smile crossed his lips, realizing he had underestimated it. Reflecting for a moment, he retrieved the flame battle blade from his spatial pouch, intending to gauge the creature's strength. At that instant, the mutated zombie abruptly turned, fixating its fierce gaze upon Yifeng. Yifeng's eyes narrowed. Could this mutated zombie perceive him? Indeed, as described by the cloaking necklace, the concealment was effective only against ordinary zombies. Roaring with fury, the mutated zombie unleashed a thunderous bellow. Yifeng's heart stirred as he taunted, Come, you lumbering brute, show me what you're capable of. Though the mutated zombie did not comprehend his words, it sensed the provocation in his tone. Its eyes flared with rage, and it emitted a deep, guttural growl. With a deafening roar that shook the very earth, the mutated zombie charged towards Yifeng. As it closed in, it swung its colossal fist directly at Yifeng's head. With a nimble sidestep, Yifeng evaded the attack and, seizing the moment, struck the creature's chest with his flame battle blade. The blade plunged several centimeters into the mutated zombie's flesh, inflicting significant damage. Enraged by the wound, The mutated zombie swelled in size, its eyes burning a deeper crimson. It unleashed a flurry of powerful punches, exhibiting an extraordinary ferocity, as if empowered by some unique skill. Yifeng swiftly dodged another attack and retaliated with his blade. To his astonishment, this time his strike merely left a moderate gash on the creature's body. Its defensive capabilities had evidently strengthened, likely triggered by some latent ability, though it remained uncertain how long this enhancement could last. Perhaps it had prematurely advanced a tier? Yifeng's mind raced. The mutated zombie launched another assault, leaping high into the air before crashing down towards Yifeng. With a deft sidestep, Yifeng evaded the strike, which instead obliterated the ground beneath them. Debris flew as dust swirled around them. Seizing the opportunity, Yifeng slashed repeatedly, inflicting multiple wounds upon the mutated zombie. The creature became increasingly frenzied, relentlessly hammering its fists in Yifeng's direction. Its power far surpassed that of a typical first-tier zombie. Indeed, it felt as though this mutated zombie had achieved the status of a first-tier elite zombie. Yifeng surmised that if he could ascertain this zombie's combat power index, it would undoubtedly be in the hundreds, far beyond what an ordinary ability user could contend with. With each exchange, Yifeng's astonishment grew. A sudden recollection struck him. In his past life, there was an ability user who proclaimed himself the god of fire, rumored to have engaged in a titanic battle with a super-mutated zombie. Could this be the very creature? If that is the case, it would indeed be a pity to simply eliminate a rapidly evolving zombie. It is quite a valuable asset. Yifeng contemplated silently. Roar. The mutated zombie emitted a thunderous roar, its eyes a fiery red, completely devoid of rationality, relying solely on instinct in battle. Its power and defense were remarkably formidable. If this continued, I might eventually prevail, but it would undoubtedly require a considerable amount of time. Having just boasted, it now seemed as though only a minute had passed. Thus, a swift resolution was in order. Yifeng prepared to unleash his chaotic divine thunder ability. Like a bolt of lightning, he instantly appeared before the zombie. He then extended his palm, where a sphere of lightning began to coalesce, arcs of electricity entwining around it. In the next moment, the electric arcs surged forth from his hand. Crackle! The mutated zombie did not evade the attack. Having activated its skill, it had lost the instinct to seek safety. In its eyes, the assault from a mere human was something it had long encountered and deemed utterly insignificant. The gray arcs of electricity surged towards the mutated zombie. Boom! The current surged, and thunder roared. Crackle! The mutated zombie stood frozen in place, its body stiffening. In the next instant, it let out a furious cry of defiance, before bursting apart with a resounding bang, its remnants scattering to the ground. A single strike, and it was vanquished. The chaotic divine thunder proved to be as effective as ever. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Yifeng's eyes. Not far away, Zhao Wumei and the others were observing the battle through high-powered binoculars, fortuitously witnessing Yifeng's decisive blow against the zombie. Everyone stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide with shock. Chapter 33. Arrival at the slaughterhouse. The group in the supermarket gradually regained their senses. Goodness, thunder. My heavens. The brute has perished just like that? Reduced to mere remnants. How outrageous is Yifeng? Su Xiaoxiao was especially elated, bouncing with joy. Yifeng is so impressive. A single strike to annihilate. She glanced back at Zhao Dongming. What do you have to say, some people? Zhao Dongming, standing nearby, remained silent, a shiver coursing through him. Reflecting on his actions today, he felt as though he had encountered the king of hell not once, but twice. A single bolt from Yifeng could obliterate him 10 times over, if not 100. Thank goodness for being alive. The astonishment among the group was palpable, and Zhao Wumei was no exception. Although she had considered that Yifeng might be quite powerful, she had not anticipated just how formidable he truly was. In the face of this mutated zombie, she could only flee in panic. Yet, the mutated zombie could not withstand even a few exchanges with Yifeng before meeting its demise. The disparity in strength was undeniably clear, truly worthy of legendary status. Zhao Wumei's beautiful eyes sparkled. Most importantly, could it be that thunder was Yifeng's unique ability? With this thought, excitement surged within her. This meant that she too might soon possess lightning affinity powers. Yifeng's overwhelming prowess incited a flurry of discussion among the group. Yifeng is not merely posturing. He is genuinely formidable. Mei Jia, your discernment is truly remarkable. Indeed, if we were to provoke Yifeng, he could likely annihilate us all in mere minutes. Mere minutes? Seconds would suffice. Su Xiaoxiao gazed at him with unabashed admiration. To him, the mutated zombies seem akin to toys. Yet there were others who wore expressions of confusion. Wait a moment. Isn't he a spatial ability user? How can he wield lightning as well? The disparity among individuals is indeed vast. Meanwhile, Yifeng cast a glance at the charred remnants on the ground, his expression tinged with a hint of resignation. He prodded the zombie fragments with his flame battle knife, letting out a soft sigh. Alas, I failed to control my strength. Regardless of any valuable items the mutated zombies possessed, they are now irrevocably lost. The chaotic divine thunder he unleashed represented ultimate destruction. There would be no spoils left behind. Yifeng's gaze shifted slightly. It seems I must continue training to master the power of the chaotic divine thunder. I must strive to wield it with the precision of an extension of my own body. At that moment, a system notification chimed. Notification: first kill of a mutated zombie. Mood elevated. Reward: 10 bait. Hooray! 10 pieces of bait. Yifeng felt a surge of joy. At last, a reward has materialized. He then glanced thoughtfully in a certain direction, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He raised his hand, forming an OK gesture, and in the next instant, Yifeng vanished from sight. On the other side, everyone exchanged glances. Has he discovered us? Isn't that obvious? That he could perceive us from such a distance is utterly absurd. Aren't you curious why the ordinary zombies do not attack him? Perhaps they are intimidated? He is even more terrifying than the mutated ones. Zhao Wumei's enchanting eyes sparkled with intrigue. Space, lightning, the ability to obliterate mutated zombies. What secrets does Yifeng harbor? And what exactly is my own power? Zhao Wumei's heart brimmed with curiosity. Beside her, Su Xiaoxiao gazed at Yifeng with unreserved admiration. At that moment, Zhao Wumei slowly turned and cast a glance at the trembling Zhao Dongming. Some promises must be upheld. Zhao Dongming could only smile ruefully, filled with regret. Why did I speak so rashly? Zhao Wumei felt a sense of satisfaction, thinking, those who dare to underestimate Yifeng deserve their fate. Exiting the wealth square, Yifeng pondered his next destination. Just then, a notification chimed. Ding dong. A message arrived. Yifeng opened it to find it was from Zhao Wumei. After their previous sparring session, Yifeng had added her as a friend. Zhao Wumei, Yifeng. Is your ability lightning? Yifeng's lips curled into a slight smile as he typed a reply. Yes. In the next moment, Zhao Wumei sent a flurry of cheerful bunny emojis. Yifeng chuckled as he put away his phone, lost in thought. From the supermarket within the wealth square, Yifeng understood that as long as there was electricity, a large quantity of meat would remain unspoiled for the time being. However, once a power outage occurs, it is likely that all the frozen goods within the cold storage warehouse will be compromised. The slaughterhouses, which house a substantial quantity of meat products, faced the same fate. Yifeng contemplated this for a moment. The supplies within the supermarket could be collected at a later time, as they would not expire in the short term. Prior to the blackout in this city, it would be prudent to gather as many meat products and stockpile resources as possible. With this thought in mind, Yifeng resolved to make the slaughterhouse's cold storage his next target. He opened the map application and began searching for the nearest slaughterhouse. Soon, the map indicated that he was quite close to one of the largest slaughterhouses in Jiangxing. A faint smile crossed his lips. With that, he set off. On the road, a heavy-duty truck was racing at its maximum speed, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages. The driver was none other than Yifeng. After departing from the supermarket, he had initially set out on a small electric scooter. However, as the number of zombies on the road dwindled and the path became clearer, he grew impatient with the scooter's sluggish pace. Just then, he fortuitously came across a drivable heavy truck parked by the roadside. Without hesitation, Yifeng exchanged his small electric scooter for the larger truck. The difference was remarkable, akin to trading a bird's gun for a cannon. With a broader field of vision and astonishing speed, Yifeng slammed on the brakes and sped towards his destination. Before long, he arrived at the Hongtu slaughterhouse. He parked the heavy truck at the roadside, leapt out, and stowed the vehicle away in his spatial compartment. Glancing around, he noted that the area was still shrouded in a haze of blood mist, with the heavens dimmed. The ground was paved with asphalt, and the surrounding plants had grown taller and more robust than before the apocalypse. Beside the entrance of the slaughterhouse stood 2 willow trees. Upon approaching the gate, Yifeng was astonished to discover a nest of tiny sparrows in one of the willows, seemingly just hatched and devoid of feathers. Yifeng pondered deeply. In this apocalyptic calamity, animals, like humans, faced 3 possible fates. First, to become zombies, transforming into another species. Second, to gain extraordinary abilities, with humans acquiring supernatural powers while animals mutated into monstrous beings. Third, to remain unchanged, descending directly to the bottom of the food chain. Conversely, plants would undergo collective mutations. Though that was a matter for the future, Yifeng's gaze shifted. The nest of little birds appeared to be merely ordinary sparrows. Their survival to this point was indeed fortunate. Disregarding the sparrows, Yifeng ventured into the slaughter area. Upon entering the gate, a pungent scent of blood assaulted his senses. Yifeng furrowed his brow, surveying the desolate surroundings. The area was eerily empty, littered with overturned tables and chairs, dried blood, and shattered bones. No zombies? Yifeng heightened his vigilance. Ordinarily, one would expect to encounter a few zombies here, especially considering the presence of staff at the slaughterhouse. Activating his mental abilities, he extended his perception outward. There were no survivors, no zombies. Cautiously, Yifeng advanced toward the cold storage area of the slaughterhouse. At that moment, a low, guttural roar echoed through the air. Yifeng focused intently and beheld a colossal pig-like monster emerging from the distant shadows. Initially taken aback, he quickly realized it was a mutated zombie, perhaps even a mutated zombie pig. The fear of the unknown often looms large. Upon recognizing the nature of the creature, Yifeng felt a slight sense of relief and lifted his gaze to examine it. The beast stood an imposing 3 meters tall, with blood-red eyes and razor-sharp teeth. Its skin was pallid, adorned with black veins, and parts of its body bore a thick, resilient hide, exuding an aura of formidable strength. Such a grotesque, inhuman mutated zombie was indeed terrifying. One could only hope that its cranium harbored the crystalline core he sought. Yifeng maintained a calm demeanor, fixating on the creature before him. Just then, a throng of smaller monsters surged from the corner. They rushed forth, each with blood-red eyes and saber-like fangs, yet faintly resembling their former pig selves. Yifeng was momentarily taken aback, slightly surprised. So, you have minions, similar to humans. A portion of animals can also succumb to zombification, including zombie pigs, dogs, and cats, among others. Within these undead creatures, mutated zombies can likewise arise. The pig-like mutated zombie before him was fundamentally akin to its human counterparts. Mutated zombies, whether human or beast, often possess considerable strength. Most crucially, they invariably yield crystalline cores, and often of a special variety. It was likely that the employees of the slaughterhouse had been devoured by this mutated zombie. Yifeng pondered silently. Roaring fiercely, the mutated zombie charged at Yifeng with a terrifying visage and remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, it was upon him. Yifeng could even discern the distinct veins and menacing fangs on the creature's head. A foul stench assaulted his senses, gripping his flame-wielding battle blade tightly. Yifeng nimbly sidestepped just as the mutated zombie was about to collide with him. Seizing the opportunity while the creature was still reeling, he swung his blade toward its neck with great force. With a sickening thud, the blade penetrated 30 centimeters deep, exposing bone. Black blood splattered forth. The zombie emitted a wretched scream, enraged, and retaliated by spewing a mass of brownish secretion. Yifeng deftly evaded the attack. The corrosive brown substance splashed onto the ground, eroding the surface beneath it. Its saliva is toxic. Yifeng's instincts flared with caution. At that moment, the minions of the zombie pig king launched an assault on Yifeng. With a decisive wave of his hand, bolts of terrifying gray lightning energy erupted from his palm. Boom, boom, boom. At the forefront, the four-headed zombie pigs were instantly reduced to powder upon contact with the thunder. The subsequent zombie pigs, devoid of any semblance of reason, charged relentlessly towards Yifeng. He brandished a desert eagle and squeezed the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The speeding bullets pierced through the eye sockets of each zombie pig. Splatter. Blood gushed forth with each shot. Before long, Yifeng had eradicated the horde of zombie pigs. Witnessing his minions fall, the mutated zombie erupted with fury. It let out a deafening roar, its form rapidly expanding, its crimson eyes glowing brighter than ever. In an instant, it transformed into a terrifying behemoth towering at 5 meters. Before it, Yifeng appeared diminutive. The transformation complete, the creature, with its blood-red gaze, lunged at Yifeng with a ferocity akin to lightning. Yifeng bent his knees slightly and propelled himself upwards, leaping high into the air. In midair, the mutated zombie pig was caught off guard. Yifeng brought down his blade. Splatter. Black blood gushed forth, spraying several meters away. A howl erupted. This strike only drove the mutated zombie into a frenzy, as it unleashed a tempest of attacks. Yet, Yifeng's speed far surpassed its own, allowing him to evade every assault with ease. In this battle, Yifeng was reluctant to employ his Chaos Thunder ability, as he had yet to master its precise control. He feared that, in a moment of carelessness, he might obliterate this mutated zombie as he had done with the supermarket zombies. After several intense exchanges, the mutated zombie realized it was no match for Yifeng. Moreover, its transformation time was nearing its end. After launching one final attack, it diminished in size and turned to flee. Yifeng was momentarily taken aback, but swiftly gave chase. There was no way he would let it escape. He pursued, and it fled. Yifeng's speed was marginally superior, allowing him to catch up quickly. With a decisive slash. Splatter. Accompanied by a piercing scream, the pig's head soared into the air. Black blood gushed forth, splattering everywhere. The mutated zombie's body collapsed with a resounding thud. Dust swirled and debris scattered. The zombie pig twitched slightly before falling still. Exhaling a breath of relief, Yifeng's face lit up with joy. Approximately 3 minutes had passed. The life force of this mutated zombie was exceptionally strong. Handling it with mere physical attacks proved to be quite a challenge. He needed to refine his Chaos Thunder ability swiftly. Yifeng never anticipated that he would one day lament the overwhelming strength of his own powers. Prompt. Event triggered. Prompt. Reward. 10 bait. 10 pieces of bait. Yifeng was overjoyed. Although the system did not specify, it might be related to his first kill of a mutated zombie beast. Yifeng's gaze fell upon the corpse of the creature before him. Given its formidable strength, could it possibly possess a crystal core? He stepped forward, wielding his flaming battle knife, and carved an incision into the mutated zombie's head, probing with his blade. Before long, Yifeng's knife made contact with a hard object. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Chapter 35. An unexpected development. It seemed he had made a discovery. Yifeng's eyes brightened involuntarily. He disregarded the filth and reached out with his hand. After a brief search, Yifeng extracted a hard object. With a thought, he summoned a bottle of mineral water from his storage space and cleaned the object thoroughly. Before him lay a crystal core, approximately the size of a thumb, radiating a translucent brilliance. It was indeed a crystal core. Yifeng's face lit up with delight. From the core, he sensed a wave of energy ripe for absorption. Exhaling a sigh of relief, he realized he could finally absorb the crystal core and enhance his strength. Generally speaking, crystal cores are categorized into ordinary and special cores. In a few days, when the zombies collectively advance to the first tier, the cores they produce will be classified as first-tier ordinary cores. Conversely, cores generated by mutated zombies ascending to the first tier are deemed first-tier special cores. Special cores not only contain a greater amount of energy, but also harbor unique attributes. For an ability user to elevate their level, they must first maximize their internal energy reserves, reaching the 7-star level. Only after attaining 7-star status can they absorb a special crystal core, providing the opportunity to transcend their physical limitations and progress to the next tier. The emergence of a crystal core suggests that the mutated zombie before him, a pig, has indeed reached the first tier. Yifeng's gaze flickered with contemplation. After a long pause, he shook his head. Regardless, this crystal core could serve to enhance his strength or facilitate a breakthrough. With a joyful expression, Yifeng placed the core into his storage space. Whether to absorb the core now or wait until nightfall would be decided later. Now, it was time to reap the rewards. Yifeng stepped into the storage room of the slaughterhouse. Upon entering, he surveyed the expansive cold storage facility, where rows of large freezers were meticulously arranged. Each freezer was packed with a variety of frozen meats, including pork, beef, and lamb, all neatly labeled and in astonishing quantities. Wow, truly, the largest slaughterhouse in Jiang City boasts an impressive stockpile. Yifeng marveled inwardly. With a flicker of thought, he began to swiftly collect the frozen meats. Wherever his gaze fell, the sound of countless frozen meats, along with their freezers, was absorbed into his storage space. Collecting. A smile graced Yifeng's lips. Overwhelmed with joy. What a thrill. He darted through the entire cold storage facility. After a quarter of an hour, he had completely looted the cold storage, yielding an abundance of rewards. A total of 5, 400 tons of frozen pork, 200 tons of frozen beef, and 800 tons of frozen lamb. These meats would last him a lifetime. This haul was immensely profitable. Ecstatic, Yifeng exited the slaughterhouse. Stepping outside, he retrieved a truck from his storage space. Preparing to depart. Just then, he paused slightly. Not far off, a zombie cat, with sharp teeth and claws, its eyes gleaming with a green light, was wreaking havoc among the bird nests in a tree. Without a moment's hesitation, Yifeng drew his pistol and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet soared forth, and the zombie cat fell to the ground with a thud. Subsequently, Yifeng swiftly moved forward, arriving beneath the willow tree. Once, a nest of birds nestled in the willow tree has been reduced to a solitary chick. More precisely, it is a pink-hued sparrow fledgling. The bearskin chick, rosy and plump, appears rather unsightly. Yifeng surveyed his surroundings, finding no adult sparrows in sight. Perhaps its mother has succumbed to fate, he pondered silently. Should he choose to ignore it, the fledgling would undoubtedly perish in the harsh environment. Fate has intertwined their paths. With a smile, Yifeng gently scooped up the adorable sparrow, cradling it in his palms. In his past life, some formidable beings would tame powerful mutated beasts as their subordinates. Perhaps he too could cultivate a few companions. On the highway, Yifeng hummed a tune as he piloted his heavy truck at breakneck speed. In the face of worldly challenges, a man must remain fearless, confronting the trials of success and failure with poise. Half an hour later, he had entered the city, under the sacred blessing bestowed by Yi Feng. The tiny sparrow appeared vibrant and full of life, wandering about the passenger seat of the truck, still unable to chirp. What name could he bestow upon this little creature? Just then, chaos erupted. Bang, bang, bang. A series of urgent gunshots rang out. Crash. The window of Yi Feng's truck shattered with a resounding crash. Simultaneously, the vehicle swayed violently, akin to a wild stallion unbridled. Oh no, a tire blew. Yi Feng, maintaining his composure, gripped the steering wheel firmly, repeatedly pressing the brake to gradually bring the truck to a stop by the roadside. Fortunately, his exceptional driving skills allowed him to avert a crash. Once the vehicle was stable, he cast a glance at the passenger seat, his expression darkening instantly. His bird had been struck. The fledgling, which he had rescued, was hit by a bullet, its body mangled and bloodied. A heavy weight settled in Yi Feng's heart. Could it still survive in such a state? Turning to inspect, his suspicions were confirmed. The fledgling was utterly lifeless. Damn it! Yi Feng's face turned an ashen hue as he leaped from the vehicle. A bullet, whose origin remained unknown, not only shattered his truck's tire and window, but also obliterated his bird. This was utterly unforgivable. Rage boiled within him. He had not provoked anyone. Who could be responsible for this? I will hunt you down and make you pay dearly. His eyes burned with an inferno of fury. By examining the trajectory of the bullet that struck the tire, Yi Feng quickly deduced that the assailant was likely concealed within the nearby buildings. However, that side housed several structures, and the number of potential survivors within was considerable. Identifying the shooter would prove to be a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, Yi Feng immediately conceived a plan. With a thought, he stored the heavy truck within his spatial inventory. In a flash, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, racing towards the tallest building. Inside one of the rooms, a young man wielding a gun trembled, his complexion paling. Damn it! It seems I've stirred up trouble with an ability user. The other youths in the room also wore expressions of distress. What do we do now? I'm so flustered. I rushed to find my brother, leaving behind a single remark before bursting through the door. A few of his underlings remained, exchanging bewildered glances, utterly at a loss. Meanwhile, Yi Feng had already descended to the ground floor. He slightly bent his legs, sprang forward, and leapt into an apartment on the 8th floor. To his surprise, the residence was empty. Yi Feng squinted slightly, his enhanced hearing coupled with his mental probing revealing a torrent of information flooding his mind. Mom, I'm hungry. You wretched creature. How could I have been so blind to marry you? With a thought, Yi Feng began to sift through the details, gathering intelligence. The first apartment contained a middle-aged couple, which he ruled out. The second housed a portly recluse, also dismissed. The third was vacant. Chapter 36, Revenge. Yi Feng's intention was straightforward. Those who had fired upon him must harbor malice. He simply needed to identify those within the building who wished him harm and eliminate them without hesitation. Not this household, nor that one. Despite the lack of immediate results, Yi Feng remained undeterred. Exiting the room, he traversed the corridor, continuing his search for information. By the 8th and 12th apartments, he suddenly noticed a glimmer of hope. In a unit on the 10th floor, 3 young thugs with bleached hair bore grim expressions. Inside, a woman, tortured to the brink of unrecognition, caught his eye. Yi Feng's heart raced. The woman seemed familiar, resembling a film star. The 3 young men exhibited varying degrees of hostility toward him. Found you. A cold smile graced Yi Feng's lips. In an instant, he vanished from sight. On the 10th floor, in a certain room, the 3 thugs exchanged anxious glances. Xuanjin has fled. What do we do now? That ability user shouldn't be able to find us, right? Just as the words left his mouth, the door was suddenly kicked open with a resounding bang. The 3 men froze, turning to see a dark-clad figure, radiating an aura of menace, Yi Feng. Upon catching sight of him, all 3 youths involuntarily shuddered. Witnessing their palpable fear, Yi Feng felt a surge of certainty. These were indeed the individuals who had attacked him. Were you the ones who fired the shots? Yi Feng's voice was chillingly cold. The pallor of their faces deepened. They had witnessed his extraordinary agility and prowess moments prior, leading them to realize he was no ordinary adversary. Big brother, what are you talking about? I don't understand. One of them feigned innocence, subtly reaching for a weapon at his waist. Yi Feng snorted disdainfully, swiftly darting to his side and seizing his throat. The man began, but before he could finish, with a swift motion, Yi Feng crushed his neck, extinguishing his life in an instant. Now, think carefully before you speak. Yi Feng regarded the 2 remaining individuals in the room with an expression devoid of emotion. Damn it. I'll fight you to the end, exclaimed the other, a young man with yellow hair, as he excitedly drew a pistol, ready to pull the trigger. In the next instant, a flash of steel gleamed. With a sickening splatter, his hand, along with the gun, fell to the ground, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Ah, my hand. The young man collapsed, clutching his injured limb, wailing in agony. Yifeng let out a cold chuckle, stepping forward without hesitation to crush the young man's skull beneath his boot, as if stomping on a watermelon. Blood and matter splattered in all directions. Turning to the third person, he flashed a devilish grin. Now it's just you left. Think carefully before you speak. The last young man, witnessing the gruesome fate of his companions, was nearly paralyzed with fear, his legs trembling. He stammered, panic-stricken. Is this your answer? Yifeng's tone was frigid. The young man, now thoroughly terrified, slumped to the ground. No, I'll tell you everything. It was Zhou Wanjin who fired the gun. He said you were too damn arrogant. Driving a truck away, he was extremely displeased. It was he who pulled the trigger. We were merely bystanders. The young man spilled the information like beans, revealing everything he knew without reservation. Oh, Yifeng's eyes flickered, and he inquired, where is this Zhou Wanjin now? The young man responded without hesitation, he fled. Zhou Wanjin realized the danger when he saw you coming and immediately went to the 13th floor to find his brother. His brother is a powerful ability user who can harness the power of ice and easily obliterate anything. Yifeng nodded in understanding. He then asked, what is the origin of your group? The young man quickly replied, the Zhou brothers escaped from Qingxing prison, reportedly having killed a guard. Zhou Wanrong has many firearms and numerous followers. We were originally residents here, but under the coercion of the Zhou brothers, we were forced to join. Brother, I'm innocent. I've done nothing wrong. Yifeng pondered. Zhou Wanrong. He had heard of this individual in his past life. A formidable ice ability user and a leader of a faction. Zhou Wanjin also possessed beast transformation abilities. The Zhou brothers commanded hundreds of subordinates and were armed with many weapons. However, they seem to have been absorbed into a stronger faction of ability users later. If Yifeng remembered correctly, they had joined the team of the fire ability user, He Shun, with no ties to Yifeng. It appeared that Zhou Wanrong had awakened his ice abilities, while Zhou Wanjin had not yet done so. In their previous life, the brothers had lived quite well. But in this world, having crossed paths with him, their time was up. A pang of sadness struck Yifeng as he recalled the tragic fate of a certain bird. Brother, I've told you everything. Please let me go? The young man pleaded incessantly. Yifeng nodded, a slight smile gracing his lips. You've done well. Thank you for your information. The young man felt as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders, overwhelmed with gratitude. Thank you for sparing me. Yifeng's lips curled into a cold smirk. It is impossible to let you go. I shall send you on your way at once. The young man with yellow hair instantly felt a bone-chilling cold, as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. You are untrustworthy. I have said everything. Yifeng scoffed. When did I ever claim I would spare you? The young man's eyes widened, as if he wished to utter more. In a swift motion, Yifeng's blade flashed. In an instant, a line of crimson appeared at the man's throat. Gurgling sounds erupted as blood gushed forth. The young man, terror-stricken, attempted to cover his wound with trembling hands, but to no avail. Why? In the end, he fell to the ground, his life extinguished, filled with resentment. All three perished. Yifeng cast a glance at the unconscious starlet within the room. Her hands and feet were shattered, rendered a mere shell of her former self. Not only was her body marred with countless wounds, but her eyes were blinded, and her ears and nose cruelly severed, an unspeakable tragedy. Her injuries were so severe that she could perish at any moment. A host of scoundrels. Yifeng's heart brimmed with indignation. Once, she had been a stunning beauty. He stepped forward, raising his hand to bestow a sacred blessing. A white light enveloped the woman. She let out a muffled groan, yet remained in a deep slumber. Yifeng peered down at her wounds and intensified his efforts. The woman slowly stirred. I am still alive. Yifeng sighed indeed. But you are likely to perish. She gazed at her horrific state, her heart turning to ash. After a long silence, she managed a bitter smile. Grant me a swift end. Very well, Yifeng nodded, advancing to grasp her throat. With a crack, her windpipe shattered, and she breathed her last. Unable to save her, Yifeng could only alleviate her suffering. A wave of sentiment washed over him. He had once quite enjoyed the drama she starred in. Such a pity. This is the apocalypse. He glanced once more at the lifeless bodies strewn upon the ground, scum that deserved no lament. With that, Yifeng turned to depart. Brothers Zhou, your turn is next. Chapter 37. The Zhou brothers on the 13th floor, within a chamber. Brother, something terrible has happened. Zhou Wanjin, breathless, rushed to his elder brother. Brother, I seem to have caused a grave disaster. The elder brother, Zhou Wanrong, was indulging himself, and upon seeing his younger brother's frantic demeanor, his brow furrowed in displeasure. Do not shout so loudly. What if you attract the zombies? Quiet yourself and speak slowly. Beneath Zhou Wanrong, a woman was attending to him in a kneeling position, her service providing a sense of comfort that made him squint in relaxation. Oh, Zhou Wanjin obediently nodded. Brother, the situation is this. I just saw a heavy truck pass by, and in a moment of folly, I fired a few shots at it. What happened next? The truck didn't T-flip. Instead, an Esper emerged, effortlessly vanishing the vehicle and sprinting towards our building. I immediately sensed something was amiss. It must be an Esper. After a pause, Zhou Wanjin continued. Moreover, this individual moved with extraordinary speed, like the wind. Realizing the threat, I hastened to come to you, brother. You must save me. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wanrong's expression darkened immediately. Can one possess the extraordinary ability to render heavy trucks non-existent, coupled with remarkable speed? Zhou Wanrong furrowed his brow, fury swelling within him. He pointed an accusatory finger at Zhou Wanjin, berating him vehemently. What possessed you to act so recklessly? Are you unaware of our principles? Either refrain from action or commit fully. Do you not comprehend? Zhou Wanrong's voice escalated abruptly. Startled by his outburst, Zhou Wanjin trembled, his body jolting in response. The woman beneath Zhou Wanrong was equally startled, her body quivering uncontrollably, her teeth chattering. Hiss! Zhou Wanrong winced slightly, involuntarily inhaling sharply. His expression remained impassive as he turned to the woman beneath him. She felt an icy chill seep into her bones, as if plunged into a freezing abyss, trembling violently. Zhou Wanrong, known for his capricious violence, resembled a demon more than a man. The woman, face pale with terror, knelt and pleaded for mercy. Boss Zhou, I was wrong. Please do not kill me, I beg you. Zhou Wanrong responded with an unsettlingly gentle smile, patting her cheek as he said, No, you are not at fault. The fault lies with me. The woman paused, a flicker of relief washing over her. Yet, in the next instant, Zhou Wanrong's hand shot forth, gripping her neck with a vice-like force, twisting savagely. Crack! Her head snapped around, a look of horror etched upon her features as she perished. With a scornful smirk, Zhou Wanrong discarded her lifeless body onto the ground. His brother, Zhou Wanjin, cast a glance at the corpse. While her beauty was mediocre, her fair skin, ample posterior, and decent legs were noteworthy. Brother, what a waste. Attractive women are hard to come by these days, Zhou Wanjin mused aloud. Find. A sudden realization struck him, and his excitement surged as he exclaimed, Brother, do you think that extraordinary being will even locate me? After all, he is unaware that it was I who fired the shot. Zhou Wanrong rose, his tone icy as he replied, We stand out here. That extraordinary individual will undoubtedly track us down, provided he possesses sufficient patience. Zhou Wanjin felt a twinge of discontent. Elder brother Zhou Wanrong donned his clothing and turned to his sibling, stating, Remember, this is your final warning. I will clean up after you one last time. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Zhou Wanjin exhaled in relief, a slight smile gracing his lips. With his brother taking charge, he felt assured. Zhou Wanjin relaxed, muttering to himself, We often kill for sport, yet this time we encountered an unfortunate extraordinary being, and a skilled driver at that. Such speed, even with a flat tire. He managed to stop smoothly. It's utterly absurd. What terrible luck. I shall pursue a few more women shortly to regain my spirits. He continued to murmur beside him. Zhou Wanrong paid him no mind, instead issuing commands to the other brothers present. Convey my orders. Gather all capable fighters. Understood, Brother Rong. The younger brothers sprang into action. Soon thereafter, a large assembly of individuals congregated within Zhou Wanrong's quarters, the air thick with the cacophony of voices. Zhou Wanrong proceeded to lay out the situation before them. However, the gang of underlings regarded this with disdain. Boss, I thought it was something significant, but this is merely child's play. Indeed, even if he possesses extraordinary abilities, can he surpass the might of our leader? Besides, we have not shied away from killing before. Exactly, even those with powers fear bullets. When we escaped from prison, did we not eliminate an ability-wielding guard? One of the underlings wore a mocking smile. We have over 10 firearms here. Whoever dares to come will surely be reduced to a lifeless heap. Zhou Wanrong also revealed a hint of a cold smile. He appears to be quite capable. We shall see how he behaves. If he proves himself useful, it is not out of the question to keep him as a pet. It all depends on whether he knows his place. Just then, a clear voice resonated through the room. Know my place. How intriguing. Yifeng stepped into the room, surveying his surroundings. More than 20 individuals, with a dozen firearms in view. The unarmed among them wielded clubs or long knives. Yifeng smirked coldly. Excellent. A congregation of useless individuals. This saves me quite a bit of trouble. Splendid. You may now deliver your last words. Upon hearing Yifeng's declaration, the gang erupted in fury, hurling insults in unison. You arrogant little brat. You believe I 1T beat you into submission? Zhou Wanrong confidently raised his hand, silencing the insults. He scrutinized Yi Feng from head to toe before smilingly saying, "Brother, as the saying goes, enemies should be resolved rather than deepened. I am an ability wielder. And you are no ordinary person either. I have heard you can make a truck vanish in an instant, and you're remarkably swift. Is that your farewell?" Yi Feng's gaze turned icy. Zhou Wanrong suppressed his inner fury, forcing a smile. "You stand to lose nothing. I am willing to compensate you with a box of instant noodles and 10 sausages. What do you say? And Wan Jin, come here and apologize to this brother." Wan Jin stepped forward nonchalantly. "Hey, I was just joking with my brother. Who knew he would take it so seriously? My apologies. Come, let's shake hands and be good buddies from now on." Before he could finish, a flash of steel appeared. Uft! Wan Jin's arm fell to the ground, blood gushing forth like a fountain. "Ah, my hand!" Wan Jin screamed in agony. Yi Feng coldly remarked, "You are unworthy to call me brother." Wan Jin clutched his severed arm, rolling on the floor. "Brother, I've lost my arm. Quickly seize him. I want him to suffer." Elder brother Zhou Wanrong, equally stunned, darkened his expression, cursing inwardly. Truly audacious. He immediately issued the command, "Everyone, fire." Zhou Wanrong did not underestimate his opponent and decisively ordered the attack. The underlings revealed cruel smiles as they pulled the triggers in unison. Bang, 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 bang. Endless bullets rained down upon Yi Feng like a relentless storm. Yet in the face of this onslaught, he merely smiled serenely, unflinching and unmoved. Observing this, Zhou Wanrong furrowed his brow in disbelief, pondering if Yi Feng had been rendered speechless by fear. I had thought him to be something more. Turns out he is nothing but a trivial waste. However, the subsequent scene left everyone in a state of shock, unable to believe their own eyes. A golden aura suddenly enveloped Yi Feng, causing the bullets that struck it to ricochet wildly, scattering in all directions, while Yi Feng remained utterly unscathed. How could this be? Impossible. The indestructible body of a deity? His subordinates began to panic, and Zhou Wanrong wore an expression of astonishment. What on earth is this? Yet, he quickly regained his composure. It's a supernatural ability. Brothers, do not relent, continue firing. He reasoned that this power must consume vast amounts of energy and must surely have its limits. Reassured by their leader's words, his subordinates intensified their barrage. Bang, bang, bang. A torrent of bullets continued to rain down. Yi Feng, calm and composed, strode forward through the hail of gunfire as if taking a leisurely walk. Inwardly, he marveled at the might of the supreme divine ring, truly unparalleled. Immune to all harm, it was no exaggeration. Yi Feng advanced like a golden war god, closing in with each step. Seeing that their attacks bore no fruit, Zhou Wanrong began to sweat profusely. "I refuse to believe your pitiful shield can withstand every assault." His expression grew grave as he gently clenched his palm, summoning a frigid energy between his fingers. "Your defenses must have limits." This icy energy, composed of frost, was chilling enough to freeze anything in its path. "My ability is an epic-level power, frost control. I have even mastered a skill called Frost Arrow. There is no way you can withstand this." Gritting his teeth, Zhou Wanrong silently resolved to amplify his strength. He poured every ounce of energy within him into the icy force, which swirled and coiled in his palm until it formed a small sword of ice. The crystalline blade shimmered with intricate frost patterns, emanating an intense chill. With a cold glare, Zhou Wanrong swung his arm decisively. Die! The icy sword shot forth like a released arrow, leaving a trail of frost in its wake. In the next moment, the frost arrow struck Yi Feng. Boom! Energy erupted violently upon impact. Haha, it worked. Zhou Wanrong's face lit up with unrestrained joy. His subordinates echoed his excitement. It hit. The boss's frost arrow is devastating. He is done for. Yet, in the following instant, their jubilant shouts fell silent. Before them, Yi Feng's golden aura flickered, and the icy sword disintegrated into a mist of frost, dissipating into the air. Yi Feng remained unharmed, not even a wrinkle gracing his attire. This was utterly absurd. It was impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhou Wanrong's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of incredulity. The surrounding lackeys were thrown into chaos. Yet Yi Feng remained composed, his gaze icy as he approached Zhou Wanrong step by step. An expression of sheer terror filled Zhou's eyes, his legs trembling uncontrollably. "My ice arrow. Its power surpasses that of a bomb. How could you possibly remain unscathed?" Yi Feng, disinterested in responding, gently clenched his right hand, unleashing a surge of gray electricity that crackled violently. A terrifying pressure enveloped the room. Crackling thunder erupted, illuminating the space with brilliant flashes. The overwhelming energy left everyone present shivering in fear. "He is an elemental master of lightning. Oh my god!" The onlookers' faces turned ashen. No, I don't want to die. Suddenly, one lackey abandoned his weapon, fleeing towards the exit. At that moment, a bolt of electricity shot forth. Boom! A flash of lightning struck the fleeing lackey, reducing him to mere ashes in an instant. Such a horrifying scene sent chills down the spines of those remaining, as if they had fallen into an icy abyss. No! Don't kill me! Oh my God! Spare me! The will to fight dissipated, and the crowd scattered in terror, cries of despair echoing through the air. With a mere wave of his hand, Yifeng unleashed torrents of terrifying lightning from his fingertips. The electric arcs flickered and surged, crackling like fireworks. The radiant display was both magnificent and beautiful. Each gray arc of electricity transformed into a harbinger of death, promising annihilation to anyone who dared to come into contact. Before long, over 20 individuals lay lifeless. The only enemies still alive within the room were Zhou Wanjin, who writhed on the ground, having lost an arm, and Zhou Wanrong, whose expression was frozen in shock. After clearing the room of the minions, Yifeng approached Zhou Wanrong with deliberate steps. At that moment, Zhou Wanrong trembled all over, his complexion as pale as death. He struggled to maintain his composure, though cold sweat drenched his back. Brother, it's all a misunderstanding. I don't wish to die. He had awakened a powerful ice attribute ability, and his future seemed promising. Brother, this is all my fault. Zhou Wanrong forced a hollow smile. Yifeng's expression remained impassive. In a moment of desperation, Zhou Wanrong bit his lip and suddenly knelt before Yifeng. Please spare my life. I am willing to pledge my loyalty to you, to serve you like a dog. I have awakened an epic-level ice attribute ability. I will be your most valuable tool. I am your dog, and I shall obey your every command. Thud, thud, thud. Zhou Wanrong repeatedly bowed his head in submission. At that moment, a flicker of malice flashed in his eyes. One must endure humiliation to achieve greatness. A true man can bend and flex. One day, I shall repay this humiliation in full. Yifeng, observing the scene, smiled mockingly. After I have slain so many of your subordinates, do you not harbor any hatred towards me? Zhou Wanrong replied without hesitation. No, I do not hate them. They were mere ordinary people, and their deaths are inconsequential. My lord, Zhou Wanrong looked up with a sycophantic expression. What he did not anticipate was that in the very next moment, a streak of electricity flashed before his eyes. Chapter 39. Surprising Revelations, Extraordinary Charisma, the arc of electricity surged. Zhou Wanrong's expression was forever frozen in time. No, his body suddenly shattered, transforming into a heap of charred fragments. Zhou Wanrong was dead. You are unworthy to serve as my dog. Yifeng sneered. After eliminating Zhou Wanrong, Yifeng turned his gaze towards the last survivor within the room, Zhou Wanjin. At that moment, Zhou Wanjin's expression was one of sheer terror, his face pale as a ghost, his body trembling uncontrollably. No, please don't kill me. I was wrong, I truly was. Witnessing the tragic demise of his elder brother and comrades one by one filled Zhou Wanjin with profound regret. Why? Why did he pull the trigger? Why did he summon such a terrifying harbinger of death for his own brother? Regret consumed his very soul. Yifeng approached Zhou Wanjin, towering over him, raising the flaming battle blade. No, please. I beg you, spare me. The one-armed Zhou Wanjin collapsed to the ground, his bladder having betrayed him, resembling a lifeless dog. Yifeng's cold smile widened as he swung the blade down. In a flash, Zhou Wanjin's remaining arm was severed at the root, blood gushing forth. Ah! Zhou Wanjin let out a heart-wrenching scream. Kill me, just kill me. Yifeng swung the blade again, lopping off one of his legs. Blood sprayed once more. Ah! Please. I implore you. In my suffering. Zhou Wanjin cried out repeatedly, on the brink of unconsciousness. Yifeng raised his hand, casting a divine blessing. A beam of white light enveloped Zhou Wanjin, restoring his senses momentarily. Yifeng swung the blade again, severing his other leg. Ah! Zhou Wanjin's screams echoed. Yifeng employed the divine blessing once more, then proceeded to sever Zhou Wanrong's remaining limbs. Grasping Zhou Wanjin by the neck, he dragged him like a lifeless dog to the next floor. There, a horde of zombies awaited. Opening the door, Yifeng lifted the spherical Zhou Wanjin into the air. With another divine blessing, Zhou Wanjin gradually regained consciousness. Upon turning his head, he beheld a throng of zombies below him, nearly losing his sanity in terror. He screamed, "No! Please, grant me a swift end." Yifeng, recalling information from his previous life, knew that Zhou Wanjin would later awaken a beastly power. Thus, his torment was not solely for vengeance. This degree of suffering had failed to awaken his powers. It seemed that the instinct for survival had little effect on the awakening of abilities. With this revelation, Yifeng let out a cold laugh. To die so easily would be a mercy for you. With that, he cast Zhou Wanjin into the mass of corpses. A cacophony erupted as a swarm of zombies surged forward, extending their claws and teeth to rend him apart. No, no. Zhou Wanjin struggled initially, screaming in agony, but soon fell silent. Yi Feng coldly observed him perish before turning to leave. Unbeknownst to Yi Feng, approximately 20 minutes after his departure, the lifeless actress from the room he had previously visited suddenly opened her blood-red eyes and began to rise. Half an hour later, Yi Feng returned to the city. By now, it was afternoon, and feeling a pang of hunger, he decided to find a secluded spot to eat. Surveying his surroundings, he noted the towering buildings lining the streets. Yi Feng leaped into action, shattering the window to enter a vacant apartment on the street. It was a fourth-floor room, relatively clean and tidy. Yi Feng nodded in satisfaction. This would be the perfect place for a light lunch. What should he eat? He stroked his chin. And then a thought struck him. With a flicker of intention, he conjured a table and set it up. He then produced a stove, cookware, and charcoal, igniting the coals before retrieving a generous array of hot pot ingredients: fresh bok choy, translucent vermicelli, succulent beef tripe, tender slices of beef, rich lamb, and an assortment of meatballs. As the hot pot gradually heated up, Yi Feng took a moment to check his inventory. Fish bait, 40 portions. A slight smile graced his lips. He had acquired 20 portions of bait from Zhao Wumei, 10 from slaying mutated zombies, and another 10 from taking down a mutated zombie pig, totaling 40 portions. It was time for a small fishing endeavor. With 40 chances, what treasures might he reel in? System, let me fish 20 times. Yi Feng mentally commanded, consuming 20 fish bait, fishing items in progress. His eyes sparkled with anticipation as he awaited the outcome. Notification, congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained 5 rings, each weighing 3 carats. Notification, congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained 10 green yoga balls. Notification, congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained a complete DVD set of the TV series Walking Thoughts, Moving Flesh. Yi Feng stroked his chin. The results of this round seemed rather lackluster. The so-called diamond rings were merely a capitalist deception. The yoga balls in the TV series held little value as well. He would have preferred more food. The fishing continued. Notification, congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained 10 pairs of black Tyrannosaurus sunglasses. Notification, congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained 100 gold bricks, each weighing 500 G. Notification, congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained a rare skill, extraordinary charisma. Ah, splendid. A valuable skill, extraordinary charisma. Yi Feng smiled faintly. Notification, congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained 1 high-vibration jump pill. Notification, congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained 10 boxes of Qiantong muscle relaxation patches. Notification, congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained 1 scent enhancement scroll. Another enhancement scroll. This one for olfactory senses, Yi Feng mused, a smile creeping to his lips. Notification, congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained 1 RTX 4090 graphics card. Notification, congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained a rare item. Listening bug. A listening bug? That seems promising. Before long, the 20 fishing attempts concluded. Yi Feng promptly clicked to examine the listening bug. Creature, listening bug quality, rare description, a peculiar little insect. Diminutive and particularly fragile when manifested. Upon activation, it transforms into an invisible, colorless entity that can adhere to any surface of a target and can fly continuously. Aiding its master in eavesdropping on surrounding auditory information. Requires a drop of blood to establish a bond with its owner. Yi Feng contemplated thoughtfully. Is it a flying listening device? Invisible and colorless once activated? Undetectable and indestructible, I presume? Quite intriguing. Yi Feng retrieved it, discovering a minuscule, jade-colored insect. No larger than a grain of rice. With a mere thought, he squeezed a tiny drop of blood from his fingertip, cautious not to drown the listening insect. As the blood fell, a contract was established. Yi Feng realized he could now command the listening insect. With a flicker of intent, the insect transformed into an invisible, colorless entity, darting around him. This was rather amusing, and he chuckled softly, casually affixing it to his cuff, no longer paying it heed. The insect's intangible form could be sustained for an extended duration, rendering it nearly invincible in this state. Yi Feng continued to assess his gains. Skill, extraordinary charm quality, rare description, a passive skill. Upon mastering this skill, you will find it easier to attract the attention and affection of the opposite sex. You will exude a unique allure, making others more inclined to engage, communicate, and become enamored with you. Is this a skill for wooing? Will all beauties fall for me? Chapter 40. Enhanced senses. Yifeng promptly chose to extract the skill. With a swift motion, a source orb materialized in the air. Yifeng reached out to catch it. In an instant, the orb transformed into a stream of blue light, merging seamlessly into his being. Concurrently, a system notification echoed. Notification, congratulations. You have acquired the skill Extraordinary Charm. Yifeng had learned the passive skill Extraordinary Charm. There seemed to be no immediate change. He produced a mirror, scrutinizing his reflection. With sword-like brows and starry eyes, his countenance resembled polished jade, radiating an extraordinary aura. A commendable skill indeed. It enhanced his already striking appearance even further. Continuing to examine his acquisitions, he noted, item, olfactory enhancement scroll, quality, rare description. Upon using this scroll, your sense of smell will be significantly enhanced. Once again, it was part of the enhancement scroll series. With a mere thought, Yifeng withdrew the olfactory enhancement scroll. A finely crafted scroll appeared in his hand. Gently, he tore it open. A rich and complex aroma wafted forth, intertwining in the air. In the next moment, the scent coalesced into a stream of blue light, surging into Yifeng's nostrils. A wondrous power swiftly fortified his olfactory nerves. Yifeng's gaze shifted slightly as he acclimated to the new enhancement. Soon, the enhancement concluded. He inhaled deeply, pleasantly surprised to discover that the once mundane air was now saturated with myriad subtle fragrances. The enticing aromas of hot pot ingredients, the earthy scent of flowers and decay, and the distinctive odor of a place recently occupied by others filled his senses. Yifeng pondered. It seemed that someone had lingered here not long ago. He endeavored to discern each scent. With a thought, he retrieved some food from his spatial storage. Then, he gently closed his eyes, identifying each aroma one by one. The crisp fragrance of apples, the rich scent of cheese, the essence of tobacco. Yifeng felt a wave of nostalgia. Is this the enhancement of smell? It feels rather delightful. Yifeng was thoroughly satisfied. Now, he has continuously enhanced his auditory, visual, and olfactory senses, and Yifeng displays a glimmer of anticipation. He wonders what further enhancements might be in store. Having compiled his gains, Yifeng opens the panel. Bait, 20 pieces. With 20 more fishing opportunities remaining, let's utilize them all. System, continue fishing. At the same time, the fishing hook is cast out. Consume 20 baits, fishing for items. Yifeng exhales softly, patiently awaiting the outcome. Notification, congratulations to the host for a successful catch. Acquired 10 Philips electric shavers from the 1000 Yuan series. Notification, congratulations to the host for a successful catch. Acquired 1 collector's edition DVD of the martial arts drama The Land of the Brave. Notification, congratulations to the host for a successful catch. Acquired 3 bottles of basic recovery potions. Notification, congratulations. Yifeng's heart stirs. 3 bottles of basic recovery potions? It seems he has acquired these before. Yifeng ponders. It appears that he can fish up items he has previously obtained. This should be considered good news, right? Notification, fishing in progress. Notification, congratulations to the host for a successful catch. Acquired 1 DVD of the movie Blind Woman 36 Hours. Notification, congratulations to the host for a successful catch. Acquired 100 copies of the character album of Sister Bai. Notification, congratulations to the host for a successful catch. Acquired 1 taste enhancement scroll. Notification, congratulations. Taste. Indeed, it is an enhancement of the 6 senses. This time, it is a taste enhancement scroll. Yifeng raises an eyebrow. Soon, the fishing concludes. This round of fishing did not yield significant gains. Yifeng opens the recovery potions to examine their details. Item, basic recovery potion quality, rare description upon use. Your stamina and energy will be significantly restored for a short duration. Yifeng recalls having previously acquired one of these. It is a potion that ensures sustained combat effectiveness. Quite good. Yet, he has yet to find an opportunity to use it. Yifeng places the 3 newly acquired potions alongside the ones he obtained earlier in his storage space. Next, he examines the new scroll. Item, taste enhancement scroll, quality, rare description. Upon using the scroll, your sense of taste will be enhanced to a certain degree. An enhancement belonging to the series of 6 senses. Yifeng concentrates and retrieves the scroll. A small blue scroll materializes in his hand. Yifeng tears it open. In an instant, the scroll transforms into a flowing blue light, surging into Yifeng's body and swiftly merging with his taste buds. The enhancement continues. Before long, the enhancement concludes. Yifeng, with a thought, retrieves several pieces of chocolate from his storage. One by one, he places them in his mouth, savoring them quietly. The bitterness of dark chocolate, the sweetness of milk chocolate, the richness of nut chocolate. The taste enhancement seems to hold little significance in battle. It merely makes him more discerning about food. Yifeng finds himself both amused and exasperated. Could this be considered a negative enhancement? In the past, the enhancement of auditory, visual, and olfactory senses had proven beneficial to Yifeng in combat support and intelligence gathering. However, the improvement in taste seemed somewhat redundant. Yifeng chose not to dwell on it. Although this recent fishing expedition did not significantly boost his strength, he felt quite content. Each fishing trip yielded rewards, and every enhancement contributed to his gradual strengthening. With a smile, Yifeng opened his interface to review his existing skills: Chaotic Thunderstrike, Storage Space, Malice Perception, Sacred Blessing. Mental Probe, Mastery of Swordsmanship, Mastery of Shooting, Mastery of Hand-to-Hand Combat, Mastery of Driving, and Extraordinary Charisma. A slight smile graced his lips as he glanced at his combat power assessment. Chapter 41. The Helpless School Bell Combat Power. 389 points. Yifeng felt a surge of joy within. In the room, a faint mist of steam lingered as the water in the hot pot reached a boiling point. The rich aroma of beef tallow hot pot base gradually permeated the entire space. Yifeng added lamb and meatballs to the pot before retrieving his phone, noticing several unread messages. With a gentle tap of his finger, he opened the messages from Zhao Wumei. Zhao Wumei. Yifeng, my superpower has awakened. Zhao Wumei. I have awakened a legendary superpower, Master of Thunder. Accompanied by a flurry of emoticons, she continued, I can control thunder. This ability is incredibly powerful. I can hardly imagine just how strong you must be, Yifeng. Her exuberance was palpable. Yifeng couldn't help but smile, genuinely pleased for Zhao Wumei. Those who awakened legendary superpowers stood at the pinnacle of the human ability hierarchy. As far as Yifeng knew, legendary superpowers were the most formidable, while mythical abilities were merely whispers of unattainable feats. Continuing to scroll through his phone, Yifeng also found several messages from Lin Xiaoxiao at home. Upon opening them, he found her affectionate words of concern. Lin Xiaoxiao. Yifeng, I miss you so much at home. Lin Xiaoxiao. Yifeng, please be careful while you're out. Yifeng chuckled gently. To Zhao Wumei, he offered a few light-hearted jests, while to Lin Xiaoxiao, he reassured her of his well-being and safety. Before long, the hot pot broth began to bubble again. It was time to eat. Yifeng eagerly picked up his chopsticks, scooping a piece of lamb, dipping it in sauce, and savoring it. Delicious. The tender flavor of the lamb tantalized his taste buds, and he nodded in satisfaction. Another slice of tripe, simply divine. Refreshing. He opened a bottle of soda to cleanse his palate. Yifeng feasted heartily, relishing the culinary delights. Time swiftly passed, and with a contented burp, he set down his chopsticks. After satisfying his hunger, Yifeng's gaze shifted, lightly tapping the table with his fingers. Currently, his stockpile of supplies was ample, sufficient to comfortably endure the early days of the apocalypse. Yifeng's thoughts wandered as he murmured to himself, if I desire to establish a powerful faction, the accumulation of resources becomes paramount. Conversely, should I choose not to forge such a force, ordinary supplies hold little significance for me. After all, for formidable abilities wielders, as we progress into the mid-stages of the apocalypse, superior food alternatives emerge. Yifeng's gaze flickered with intensity, as pivotal moments from his previous life surged through his mind. The first crucial juncture occurred on the 7th day of the apocalypse. From this day forth, some zombies would develop cores within their skulls. These zombie cores are vital for enhancing strength and are of utmost importance to human ability wielders. The second significant milestone arrived on the 10th day of the cataclysm. To be precise, it commenced on the night of the 9th day. The blood mist thickened, and a multitude of plants, animals, and objects would undergo collective mutations. The third critical moment is that every transformation of the blue star profoundly influences and alters the survival conditions of human survivors. With each disaster, human survivors evolve step by step, striving for existence amidst relentless calamities. Under these mutations, various energy-infused mutant plants and creatures will gradually emerge. For many powerful ability wielders, the ordinary resources available before the apocalypse will scarcely suffice for their physical needs. As the level of ability wielders rises, so too does their strength, accompanied by an intrinsic change in their very essence. Post-cataclysm, the mutated food produced becomes far more suitable for their physiological conditions. Contemplating this, Yifeng narrowed his eyes. Whether it be mutant wheat, mutant corn, or mutant cows yielding fresh milk, or the delightful taste of mutant pork, they vastly outshine ordinary supplies. Prolonged consumption would greatly benefit the bodies of ability wielders, even slightly enhancing their physical strength. The common food prior to the apocalypse was meant for regular survivors and lower-tier ability wielders. In his past life, Yifeng had fortuitously tasted half of a barbecued mutant swan. The aroma, flavor, and texture were unforgettable. He swallowed hard, shaking his head as he made a silent vow. In this life, he is determined to reach the pinnacle, to vanquish all foes, to indulge in various mutant foods until he can eat no more. Returning to the present, Yifeng immersed his mind into his storage space, beginning to inventory his resources. Beef, lamb, pork, chicken, duck, and seafood. There were enough supplies to last him a millennium. As the second wave of mutations approaches, an abundance of mutant flora and fauna will arise, making it impossible for Yifeng to continue consuming these ordinary foods. Furthermore, he has no intention of establishing a grand faction. At most, he would form a small team to sustain himself and enhance his personal prowess. With this thought, Yifeng smiled. The gathering of resources should be a matter of fate, not a forced endeavor. Yet, if he refrains from collecting resources, what should he do now? Slay zombies? At present, these zombies have not produced any cores. The opportunities he is aware of have yet to manifest. Considering the butterfly effect, Yifeng decided against intervening excessively beforehand. Apart from this, it seemed there were no other avenues for gaining strength. Should he return home to rest? The memory of Lin Xiaoxiao's statuesque figure and her alluring curves momentarily distracted him. No, Yifeng, how can you be so negligent? The mutated zombies yield crystal cores. Moreover, with the apocalypse just unfolding, the abundance of beautiful women is particularly noteworthy. As time progresses, such beauties will become increasingly scarce. After all, the awakening of humans into supernatural beings is not closely tied to beauty. Most of the enchanting women are not endowed with powers. By the mid-apocalypse, even among the beautiful, few will retain their pristine qualities. Though Yifeng harbored no particular desires, he naturally would cherish his partner more if she were unblemished. Thus, seizing the opportunity in the early days of the apocalypse to gather a few alluring subordinates is paramount. At that moment, Yifeng's phone vibrated. He glanced down and saw several messages pleading for help. Yifeng, I saw a video on the city forum featuring a supernatural being that resembles you. If you are capable, please assist me. I am at my wit's end. The messages were plentiful, yet Yifeng merely cast a casual glance. Upon discerning the sender's identity, his eyes narrowed slightly, and a smile of intrigue graced his lips. It was her. The one seeking assistance was Nan Shirin, the unparalleled beauty of Jiangxing University. Yifeng found himself lost in reminiscence. He graduated from Jiang University. During his senior year, Nan Shirin had just entered as a freshman. Upon her arrival on campus, her breathtaking beauty overshadowed the entire institution. With her stunning visage and ethereal demeanor, she undeniably became Jiangxing University's foremost flower of the school. Yifeng had once encountered her at the library, where she wore glasses, radiating unparalleled beauty. Now, Yifeng's gaze flickered, and a subtle curve graced his lips. Such a beauty has reached a point of desperation. Bookshelves, gifts, and 5-star reviews are all welcome. Thank you. Chapter 42. Responding to Nan Shirin. A dual triumph. Nan Shirin possessed an extraordinary beauty. Every man who laid eyes upon her, from octogenarians to young children, found her enchanting. Yifeng was no exception. At Jiangxing University, a saying circulated, who could possibly dislike Nan Shirin? However, Yifeng remained steadfast in his loyalty to love, and despite having Li Yuting, he did not seek contact with Nan Shirin. They merely exchanged contact information during a school-organized event, and later had a few interactions due to university matters before Yifeng graduated. This meant that Nan Shirin was still alive. Yifeng's gaze shifted. In his previous life, after the apocalypse descended, he had sought information about Nan Shirin. It was said that she had not awakened as a supernatural being. Thus, as an ordinary person, she met an untimely demise early in the apocalypse. Yifeng was unaware whether her life was claimed by the claws of zombies or by the hands of others. Truly, a beauty with a tragic fate. At that moment, Nan Shirin sent another message. Yifeng, I am uncertain if you can see this message or if you will come to my rescue. I have exhausted all my options and can do no more. The rest I must leave to fate. Below, she outlined the dire circumstances she was facing. Yifeng gazed at his phone as he read her subsequent messages, which briefly described the life-threatening predicament she was in. With a deft swipe of his finger, he perused the details. For a more comprehensive understanding, he navigated to the Jiang University campus forum. After a cursory glance, he set his phone down, having grasped the essential facts. The library was besieged by a terrifying mutated creature, a being endowed with supernatural powers. A glimmer of intrigue sparked in Yifeng's eyes. He learned that the library of Jiang University had been overrun by this fearsome beast for several days. Thus, it had transformed into a death zone for the students. In his previous life, Nan Shirin had likely perished there. Pondering for a moment, Yifeng picked up his phone to respond to her. I am Yifeng, the supernatural being from the video. I have seen your plea for help and am aware of your perilous situation. I possess the ability to vanquish this creature and rescue you. However, everything comes at a cost. If I risk my life to save you, what shall I gain in return? Minutes passed without a reply. Yifeng contemplated again and made a voice call, but no one answered. A frown creased his brow. Could it be that Nan Shireen was already gone? The thought of her meeting a tragic end at the hands of the undead filled him with sorrow. What a pity. A flower-like girl. Yet, he did not dwell long in sadness. He stood to gather the remaining hot pot ingredients back into his storage space. At that moment, a slight furrow formed on his brow. Was someone approaching? Yifeng listened intently. Moments later, a cold smile crept across his lips. Outside the door, a pair of young adults stealthily approached. The man wielded a crossbow with a resolute expression, while the woman furrowed her brow, clutching a kitchen knife. Little sister, are you certain? There is a man in our home, eating hot pot? The man whispered, still incredulous that such an absurdity could unfold before his eyes. In a time when most struggled to find enough to eat, someone was feasting on hot pot, no less, in their own home. It was utterly ludicrous. Brother, you need not doubt my rare ability to sense, the woman replied quietly. They were siblings, having returned from a fruitless search for food. The sister had awakened a rare level of supernatural perception, while the brother was skilled with his crossbow. Upon hearing his sister's words, the man's eyes narrowed as contemplation flickered within them. After a moment, he spoke with a fierce tone. In that case, we shall proceed as we did with that lecherous Wang Chong. You will lure him in, capture his attention while I remain hidden behind you, and then I will strike him down with an arrow. Wang Chong was their neighbor, whom they had successfully ambushed just days prior, using the allure of beauty to gain entry into his home and eliminate him while he was unsuspecting. Upon hearing this, the woman hesitated briefly before speaking. Brother, I sense that this individual possesses an extraordinary background. Should we consider enlisting him? How foolish. A plump lamb has presented itself so willingly. How could we possibly refrain from seizing the opportunity? Moreover, we are on the verge of starvation. If we do not procure some sustenance soon, we shall be left with no alternative. Hence, we must eliminate him. The woman fell silent for a moment. The step her brother referred to was, in fact, cannibalism. The first to strike prevails, the second suffers the consequences. I am determined to kill this man. Will you assist me, sister? The man furrowed his brow. Very well, brother. Let us proceed as you suggest. The woman ultimately nodded, lamenting the loss of a handsome young man. Inside the room, Yifeng sat calmly at the table, continuing to enjoy his hot pot. Suddenly, the sound of a key turning in the lock echoed from the entrance. Yifeng looked up to see a woman, clad in revealing attire and possessing considerable beauty. Stepping through the door, she feigned surprise and gasped softly, "Who are you?" Yifeng's expression remained composed, offering no reply. Sensing something was amiss, the woman decided to follow the script. "Why have you invaded my home? There is nothing of value here," she said, glancing around the room. Upon realizing the situation within, her jaw dropped in astonishment, her mind racing with disbelief. How is this possible? This is absurd. The steaming hot pot, filled with tantalizing slices of meat, accompanied by an abundance of ingredients, various vegetables and meatballs, filled the air with an enticing aroma. The woman, with her limited perception, had only noticed Yifeng eating previously. She had not anticipated the richness of his hot pot ingredients. In an instant, her eyes glimmered with greed, her throat involuntarily swallowing as she yearned for the delectable scent that wafted through the air. She gazed at Yifeng, handsome, tall, and exuding an aura that was quite appealing. What a handsome man, she thought. However, her gaze shifted to the lavish spread on the table, and a flicker of malice crossed her eyes. A man this attractive deserves to be eliminated. Why must we subsist on meager scraps while you live so comfortably? Handsome brother, could you possibly spare me a morsel? I am at your mercy, she implored, accentuating her ample bosom and posing seductively to showcase her figure. Yifeng cast a brief glance in her direction, remaining unmoved. Compared to Lin Xiaoxiao and Zhao Wumei, she simply did not measure up. I am merely passing through, enjoying a meal, Yifeng stated as he rose to his feet. The woman rolled her eyes inwardly. You call this lavish hot pot a mere meal? Look at me, she said, shedding her outer garment to reveal a glimpse of her fair skin. Yifeng, intrigued by her words, glanced up. In a flash, a sharp arrow shot through the air toward Yifeng. Die! A man, eyes gleaming with excitement, emerged from behind the door, brimming with confidence in his archery skills. The hot pot man was doomed. Yet, in the next moment, the man's smiling face froze in disbelief as he stared incredulously at Yifeng. Unable to trust his own eyes, Yifeng effortlessly caught the incoming crossbow bolt with a single hand. Caught it. The woman stared in disbelief, her eyes wide with astonishment. This is impossible. The man's eyes widened in horror. To catch a crossbow bolt barehanded. Is he even human? Could he also be an extraordinary being? Yifeng's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes on the two, slowly uttering, "Shoot me? Then allow me to return the favor." Chapter 43. The predicament of the campus beauty upon hearing this. The man's expression changed dramatically. The woman's face also turned pale as she turned to flee. With a flick of his wrist, Yifeng sent the arrow flying back with astonishing speed. Whoosh! The sharp projectile first pierced the woman's neck, then struck the man's heart. Thud! Thud! A double kill. Yifeng had executed both with a single arrow. They collapsed to the ground, blood oozing out slowly. Until their last breath, their faces remained etched with sheer terror. Yifeng's demeanor was calm and unruffled. He showed no mercy to those who sought to harm him, regardless of who they were. The only outcome for them was death. With a thought, Yifeng stored the remaining hot pot ingredients into his spatial realm, then approached the window. He leaped down. The sound of the wind whistled past his ears. Pat! Yifeng lightly tapped the wall with his toes and descended gently to the ground. Though the sound of his landing was subtle, it still drew the attention of the surrounding zombies. However, as they looked up, they found no target and continued to wander about in confusion. Sauntering through the streets, Yifeng's phone suddenly vibrated. He pulled it out to check the message, a flicker of joy passing through his eyes. The message was from Nan Shireen. Senior Yifeng, please ask anything you need. I am in dire need of the assistance of an extraordinary being. A second message followed. Senior Yifeng, I am currently at the second library of Jiangxing University, in the reading room on the west side of the third floor. We are being stalked by a terrifying mutated dog. I do not wish to deceive you. This beast possesses formidable strength, having claimed the lives of epic-level awakened beings. There are reports online regarding this. The entire Jiangxing library has become the territory of this mutated beast, a forbidden zone for humanity. We are unfortunately trapped here, at risk of death at any moment. Nan Shireen's words were filled with urgency. A flicker of delight crossed Yifeng's eyes. The goddess campus beauty was alive and enduring an exceptionally difficult situation. This was simply splendid. A slight smile crept upon Yifeng's lips. This predicament was perfectly suited for him to extend a helping hand, nay, to provide timely aid. As for a terrifying mutated dog, was that even an issue? At this moment, creatures more fearsome than it had yet to be born. Yifeng promptly replied, I can come to your rescue. A mere mutated dog may seem formidable to you, but to me, it is nothing of concern. Barely seconds after sending the message, Nan Shireen responded, Wonderful. Senior Yifeng, please hurry to save me. You truly are a good person. Yifeng replied, Damn it, are you giving me a good person card? Little girl, allow me to unveil the perils of this world. Forgive me, for I am no paragon of virtue. I have previously conveyed that, much like there are no free lunches in this world, survival demands a commensurate sacrifice. My intervention to rescue is conditional. What are the conditions, you ask? They are remarkably simple. Become my woman. I have harbored feelings for you for quite some time, and I shall be forthright. It is straightforward, direct, and rather blunt, a matter of expediency. What? You argue that pursuing a goddess requires nurturing affection? My dear fellow, do you not perceive the gravity of our situation? The apocalypse is upon us. Engaging in romantic pursuits amidst such calamity is tantamount to idleness. Hence, I lay my terms bare. Should you acquiesce, I shall come to your aid. Should you refuse, you may await your demise. After all, there are countless beautiful women in the world, and while you are indeed stunning, you are not irreplaceable. At that moment, a reply materialized on Yifeng's phone screen, consisting of a mere line. Senior Yifeng, I accept your terms, but this place is truly perilous. The mutated dogs are exceptionally terrifying. Please ensure your safety. A flicker of delight danced in Yifeng's eyes, his lips curving into a slight smile. She is perceptive. In terms of beauty, Nan Shireen from Jiangxing University stands as the most exquisite woman Yifeng has ever encountered, surpassing even some celebrities in allure. Yifeng swiftly typed a message. Hold on. Do not perish. I shall arrive shortly. What are mutated dogs? They shall be reduced to ashes in an instant. He stowed his phone and vanished from sight. At Jiangxing University, within the library, on the third floor in a reading room, 8 students, 6 boys and 2 girls, huddled in a corner, their faces pale and expressions vacant. Among them was the campus belle, Nan Shireen. Unlike the others, she harbored a glimmer of anticipation in her brow. Senior Yifeng, she thought, reflecting on whether he would truly come as promised. The notion of reducing foes to ashes with a snap of his fingers seemed dubious. Nan Shireen sighed inwardly. She was skeptical of Yifeng's claims, especially given the formidable strength of the mutated pine lion. Yet, trapped in her dire circumstances, she clung to this flicker of hope. She had conveyed the entirety of her predicament to Yifeng. If he remained so confident, then perhaps, just perhaps, his prowess was commendable. She prayed he would arrive before the mutated pine lion made its appearance. The mere thought of that terrifying creature sent shivers down her spine. When the apocalypse struck, Nan Shireen had sought refuge in the library's snack bar, narrowly escaping the initial onslaught of zombies. Sustained by the snacks and pastries from the shop, she and the other survivors managed to endure several days in relative safety. However, as time wore on, the food within the library gradually dwindled. Just as anxiety began to spread among the survivors, two special ability users emerged. One, a junior named Wang Haoxuan, possessed the rare ability of metallization. Another individual, named Li Donghai, served as the school counselor, possessing an epic power of icy abilities. Under their guidance, the group united to vanquish several zombies within the library, collecting essential survival resources. However, just as the situation within the library began to improve, a nightmare descended upon them. Chapter 44. The terrifying mutated mastiff. A colossal mutated mastiff suddenly emerged within the library, wreaking havoc upon the survivors in an almost one-sided massacre. This mutated beast, both in strength and intellect, far surpassed its original form. Measuring 2 meters in length and boasting incredible speed, it was more ferocious and terrifying than a tiger. Often, before individuals could even comprehend its presence, they would already lie lifeless upon the ground. Such creatures, classified as mutated beasts, were rare yet immensely powerful, distinct from the mutated zombies. When the mutated mastiff first appeared in the library, it swiftly claimed the lives of over 10 survivors. Subsequently, it engaged in a fierce battle with 2 superhumans, brutally tearing apart Li Haidong, the ice-powered adept, on the spot. The other superhuman, Wang Haoxuan, fled in panic, narrowly escaping with his life. With the demise of the superhuman, how could ordinary individuals hope to survive? As despair enveloped Nan Shirin and her companions, the mutated mastiff unexpectedly retreated. It turned out that this once stray dog, abandoned by its owner and subjected to cruel mistreatment, harbored a deep-seated hatred for humanity. After the apocalypse, rather than succumbing to zombification, it fortuitously mutated into a speed-enhanced beast. The mutated mastiff claimed the library as its territory and regarded the surviving humans as its prey, intent on savoring the torment of these detestable beings to relieve its pent-up resentment. Once the mutated mastiff withdrew, the survivors rejoiced, believing they had narrowly escaped death. However, a few hours later, the creature reappeared, baring its teeth. It began to chase, toy with, and mercilessly slaughter those within the library. Some brave souls ventured outside, only to be gruesomely torn apart by the lurking mastiff. The mutated beast viewed the survivors as mere prey, spreading terror with impunity. The human survivors, akin to lambs awaiting slaughter, found themselves trapped within the library, unwilling to submit to their fate. They resorted to online pleas for assistance, hoping a superhuman would come to their rescue, while collectively concealing the true prowess of the mutated mastiff. Due to the presence of Nan Shirin, the first school beauty, there was indeed a superhuman willing to come to their aid, an awakened individual with enhanced strength, who fervently pursued the first beauty, rushed to rescue her upon learning of her perilous situation. However, his bravado led him directly into the maw of the mutated mastiff, where he met a particularly tragic demise. From that moment on, no one dared to attempt a rescue, even with the first beauty in peril. After all, there were plenty of women, but only one life to spare. In the reading room, Nan Shirin cowered in a corner, her head bowed, eyes filled with anxiety and hope. Yifeng, please hurry. It could appear at any moment. 2 hours prior, the mutated mastiff had prowled the library, mercilessly slaughtering another wave of survivors before departing with satisfaction. Since then, only the last wave of survivors remained within the library. In the reading room, an overwhelming sense of despair began to permeate the atmosphere, and the emotions of the survivors grew increasingly agitated. Damn it, how could such monsters exist in this world? A few hours ago, that beast had devoured the other survivors. And when it returns, it will be our demise. I do not wish to die. I do not wish to die. Some wept, while others fell into numbness. Hurry, someone. Come save us. The epic ability wielder, Li Donghai, is dead. Who else can come to our aid? Even if the monster does not return, we cannot endure much longer. I have gone an entire day without food or water. Among them, a young man with bloodshot eyes was particularly agitated. Damn that mutated lion dog. Here I am, a capable ability wielder with a promising future, and yet I am to perish here. This is truly infuriating. He kicked over a nearby trash bin in frustration. Nan Shirin cast a glance at the young man, remaining silent. The young man was Wang Haoxuan, a third-year student who had awakened the ability of metallization. This power allows the wielder to transform parts of their body into metal, significantly enhancing their strength, speed, and defense. Alas, Wang Haoxuan's abilities were insufficient against the mutated lion dog. He sat down heavily on the ground, pursing his lips and ceasing to speak. In his heart, he believed himself to be the chosen one, destined for greatness. Yet here he was, facing death at the jaws of a monster, which was simply unacceptable. As time passed, the tension among them grew increasingly palpable. At that moment, a slightly plump girl suddenly became animated with emotion. You, Wang Haoxuan, are wholly to blame for this situation. If Li Donghai had not died and you two had fought together, perhaps we would have had a chance against the mutated lion. The girl's voice rose increasingly fervently, drowning out the complaints of others. As she directed her ire towards Wang Haoxuan, the murmurs of the crowd diminished somewhat. You truly should not have stood by idly. Why did you not fight alongside Li Donghai? You are nothing but a coward. The other students fell silent, yet exchanged knowing glances. In truth, the girl's words held merit. Li Donghai, with his epic-level abilities, could wield the power of ice, making him far more formidable than Wang Haoxuan. When the mutated lion first appeared, Li Donghai had managed to wound the beast with his frost. However, Wang Haoxuan, paralyzed by fear of the creature's strength, failed to engage in battle and merely lingered on the sidelines, ultimately leading to Li Donghai exhausting his energy and being torn to shreds by the lion, which then consumed him, enhancing its own power. This mutated lion could strengthen itself by devouring ability wielders. Yet Wang Haoxuan, relying on his formidable defenses, had successfully escaped and survived to this moment. The slightly plump girl, with a frenzied expression, continued her tirade. Wang Haoxuan, had you bravely charged forward to withstand the assault of that mutated mastiff, allowing Li Donghai to create some distance in the battle, perhaps our circumstances would have taken a different turn. The predicament in which we now find ourselves, awaiting our demise, stems from your cowardice and ineptitude at that moment. As she spoke, her agitation grew, completely oblivious to the darkening expression on Wang Haoxuan's face. Enough, Li Ling, someone nearby interjected, noticing the shift in Wang Haoxuan's demeanor. Li Ling raised an eyebrow, her displeasure evident. What? Is Wang Haoxuan above reproach? Why should I hold my tongue? I'm not afraid, after all. We are all fated to die. At that moment, Wang Haoxuan could no longer contain his rage and abruptly stood up. What nonsense are you spouting? He roared, his face twisted in fury as he seized the slightly overweight girl by the throat. You wretched woman, how dare you claim I was in the wrong? On what grounds? Your mere bulk? The girl's face flushed crimson as she struggled, her legs flailing helplessly. Ugh, gee, give me mercy. Since awakening his powers, Wang Haoxuan's strength and speed had dramatically increased. Even without activating his metallic abilities, he was a formidable force. Are you still attempting to instruct me? What do you even amount to? His agitation intensified as he tightened his grip around the girl's neck, her eyes rolling back as she gasped for air. Amidst his frenzy, chaos erupted around them. Brother Xian, please, don't do this. We're all classmates. Li Ling was merely anxious and didn't intend to blame you. Hao Xian, if you continue this way, Li Ling will truly perish. Wang Haoxuan let out a chilling laugh, releasing the girl and letting her fall heavily to the ground. Wheezing, she lay there, her complexion pale and fear etched on her face as she struggled to catch her breath, no longer daring to utter a word. Chapter 45. A delightful proposal. Wang Haoxuan's gaze was wild as he bellowed. The strength of that mutated dog was evident to all. Who among us possesses the capability to slay it? Even epic-level superhumans have fallen. In such a situation, what difference would my presence have made? It would merely mean one more casualty. His voice echoed in the reading room, and the crowd remained subdued, eyes cast down, none daring to provoke his ire. Wang Haoxuan continued to survey the assembly, a mocking expression adorning his face. Furthermore, when has any battle not seen me take the lead? You pitiful cowards merely cheer from the sidelines, utterly useless. You, and you. Why do you not engage in the fight? He pointed accusingly at those in the front row, and collectively, they bowed their heads in silence, unwilling to respond. You are all nothing but trash. A deathly silence ensued. The more the audience remained mute, the more fervently Wang Haoxuan spoke. His gaze suddenly turned vicious as it fell upon the overweight girl. For someone like her, I was foolish enough to share my rations. How blind I was. Bah! His expression contorted with rage, he activated his metallic powers. With a creaking sound, his right leg became encased in a layer of dark metal. They questioned, how could she have the audacity to blame me for not engaging in battle? How could she even think herself worthy? Wang Haoxuan stepped forward, lifting his right leg. The slightly plump girl, upon witnessing this, was instantly filled with terror. No, don't. Shireen, Leping, stop him. Save me. The girl never anticipated that Wang Haoxuan might genuinely intend to take her life. Haoxuan, don't act impulsively. We are classmates. Wang Haoxuan let out a sinister laugh, raised his foot, and stomped down with force. With a sickening thud, Li Ling's head exploded like a watermelon, brain matter and blood splattering everywhere. Li Ling, perish. The onlookers were struck with disbelief, too fearful to utter a sound. After dispatching the slightly plump girl, Wang Haoshuan surveyed the crowd, his gaze icy. I have sent her on her way. Do any of you have objections? Panic washed over everyone as they shook their heads in unison. No, no objections. She deserved it. Li Ling got what she deserved. Brother Xian has endured much, and she is not someone of her ilk who can chastise him. They began to flatter Wang Haoshuan, fearful that if he were to become agitated, they too might suffer the same fate. Though they would ultimately perish when the terrifying beast arrived, a delayed death seemed preferable. The instinct to survive is inherent in every creature. Seeing no one daring to oppose him, Wang Haoshuan felt a surge of confidence. In the final moments of life, he was the king, the sovereign of this place. However, his bravado soon waned, and he muttered to himself, "We are the last survivors within the library. Thus, when that mutated beast returns, it will herald our demise. We can only await our fate." As Wang Haoshuan's spirit sank, his gaze fell upon Nan Shirin, his eyes flickering with intensity. Nan Shirin, the universally acknowledged first beauty of Jiang University, possessed fair skin, enchanting beauty, long legs, and a slender waist. Most importantly, she exuded an ethereal aura, an air of sanctity that made her irresistibly captivating. Upon realizing Wang Haoshuan's attention was directed at her, Nan Shirin's heart sank, silently lamenting her fate. This is bad. Wang Haoshuan's demeanor was distinctly unsettling. She forced a smile, though it felt insincere, and said, "Classmate Wang, what you did was not wrong." Wang Haoshuan did not respond, but his eyes grew increasingly frenzied. "Everyone, I have a proposal, a rather splendid one." A lecherous smile crept across his lips. At his words, eager sycophants among the boys quickly chimed in. "Brother Xian, what brilliant idea do you have? Please share." Wang Haoshuan's gaze fixated on Nan Shirin's graceful figure, licking his lips as he slowly articulated, "Since we are all destined to die, why not indulge ourselves before our end and relish in a moment of carnal pleasure? Wouldn't that be delightful? I wonder what the esteemed first beauty Nan Shirin thinks of this." As this suggestion escaped his lips, the atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically, the crowd's expressions turning peculiar. Originally, there were 8 survivors, 6 males and 2 females. Following the demise of one girl, Li Ling, the numbers dwindled to 6 males and 1 female, the remaining girl being none other than Jiang University's first beauty, Nan Shirin. A 6v1 scenario? Wang Haoshuan, with a sinister grin, began to advance toward Nan Shirin step by step. "Before the impending doom, you resolutely rejected my affections 3 times, Nan Shirin. I wonder if you will once again be so heartless in your denial?" As Wang Haoshuan approached, Nan Shirin's heart sank. "No, I must buy some time." Biting her lip, she hastily declared, "Wang Haoshuan, please, calm down. We are on the brink of salvation." Wang Haoshuan paused, taken aback. "What do you mean?" Nan Shirin rose to face everyone. "Wang Haoshuan, and all my fellow classmates, we have yet to reach the point of no return. I just contacted a senior named Yi Feng. He too possesses extraordinary abilities and is willing to come to our rescue. His powers are formidable, even surpassing those of Li Donghai. He is on his way and will arrive shortly." Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes sparkled with hope. "Really? That's wonderful. We have a chance." Initially stunned, Wang Haoshuan soon scoffed. "Huh, what a coincidence. Just as you make your proposal, someone comes to our aid. I never imagined the first beauty of our school, Nan Shirin, would resort to deceit." He was utterly unconvinced. "I'm not lying, I swear," Nan Shirin fervently explained. Yet Wang Haoshuan waved her off, his expression dripping with disdain. News of our predicament in the library has already spread online. The terrifying prowess of the mutated pine lion is well known. Even a powerful ability user like Li Donghai is no match for it. How could any fool dare to come to their demise here? Even if this so-called Yi Feng is your devoted admirer, he must possess at least a modicum of intelligence. Chapter 46. Yi Feng arrives. All hope is lost. Wang Haoshuan scrutinized Nan Shirin, his eyes laced with mockery, as if to say that even a beautiful school idol could be a deceiver. As his words sank in, the others began to realize the absurdity of the situation. Indeed, who in their right mind would venture here to meet their end? It was evident that without a dozen ability users or formidable heavy weaponry, we stood no chance against the mutated pine lion. Moreover, even if a fool did arrive, it would only mean one more casualty, much like the last survivor, who could not even breach the entrance. We were destined to perish regardless. The gazes of the boys roamed over Nan Shirin's exquisite form. The ice princess, fair-skinned and stunning, an unparalleled beauty. Her expression shifted, and her heart felt as though it had plummeted into an abyss. Yet surrender was not in her nature. She quickly retrieved her phone, holding it aloft for all to see, attempting to persuade them. "Please, everyone, I am not lying. I have the communication records as proof. His name is Yi Feng, a senior, an exceptionally powerful ability user. Let us remain calm, wait a moment longer, and see what unfolds." Isn't it better to stay alive? I speak the truth. However, at that moment, Wang Haoshuan had already lost interest. He waved dismissively, his tone icy. Whether it's true or false is irrelevant. If this were true, it would merely signify the arrival of yet another foolish suitor, likely to be torn apart by that monstrous creature before even stepping foot into this library. Should it be false, it is indeed a great pity for a renowned beauty like you to meet such an untimely demise, untouched by worldly affairs. Allow me to assist you, dear sister. As he spoke, his body inched closer to Nan Shireen, inhaling deeply, an expression of intoxication washing over his features. How fragrant! Truly delightful. Although it had been many days since a proper bath, the goddess remained irresistibly enchanting. Wang Haoshuan reached out, intent on grasping Nan Shireen's delicate arm. Gritting her teeth, Nan Shireen struggled fiercely, repeatedly shouting, Wang Haoshuan, have you lost your mind? Let me go, quickly. Everyone has seen the communication records. You must persuade Wang Haoshuan. Wang Haoshuan's strength was overwhelming, and in that moment, she found herself unable to break free. Despair surged within her heart. Yi Feng, is there still time for you? In that thought, a renewed courage welled up in Nan Shireen, and she cried out, classmates, Wang Haoshuan has gone mad. You must stop him. Her display, along with the evidence presented, stirred the other male students. One boy, frowning, cautiously suggested, Xiangu, how about we wait a moment? Wang Haoshuan turned, casting a cold glance in his direction. Silence. The boy, startled, immediately fell silent. Wang Haoshuan turned back, gazing at Nan Shireen's icy visage, unable to contain his exhilaration as he laughed heartily. Before I, Wang Haoshuan, depart this world, to feast upon such delectable fare is indeed worthwhile. Listen to me, all present. Every boy shall have a share. Once I, Wang Haoshuan, have finished, you shall take your turn. We shall waste nothing. Upon hearing this, the boys present erupted in cheers. Excellent. Haha, just as it should be. Let us go. They eagerly rubbed their hands together, ready to partake. Xiangu is magnificent. If I can savor this fragrant essence today, my life shall not have been lived in vain. Wang Haoshuan, brimming with pride, was about to proceed when a sudden thunderous noise echoed from the entrance. Boom. Wang Haoshuan froze, instinctively loosening his grip. The faces of those present turned ashen, their bodies trembling involuntarily as if struck by lightning. It's over. The mutated pine lion is here. I do not wish to die. This is the end. With no pleasure to be had, some collapsed to the ground, others turned pale, and a few were so frightened they lost control of themselves. Wang Haoshuan, too, wore a mask of terror, his body shaking relentlessly. I do not wish to die. Seizing this opportunity, Nan Shireen broke free from his grasp. As footsteps approached, a figure slowly emerged. Confusion spread among the crowd. It didn't seem to be the mutated pine lion? As the figure drew nearer, it became clear, clad in black, with sharp brows and starry eyes, standing tall was Yi Feng. Surveying the surroundings, Yi Feng allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. His arrival was timely indeed. Upon realizing that a human had entered rather than a beast, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief. Phew, you nearly scared me to death. Goodness, are there other survivors here? You reckless fool. Wang Haoshuan let out a long sigh, his expression easing. Only Nan Shireen's eyes sparkled as she swiftly approached Yi Feng, gazing at him intently and asking, You are Yi Feng, the one come to rescue me, aren't you? Indeed, Yi Feng replied with a gentle smile and a nod. This revelation caused a stir among the crowd. Could it be that he was truly the person she described? If he were not among the other survivors in the library, he must be the devoted ability user Nan Shireen mentioned. How did he manage to enter? Surely, the mutated pine lion must have allowed him passage. Wang Haoshuan stood frozen, eyes wide in disbelief as he stared at Yi Feng. Are you really from outside? Yi Feng ignored the commotion of these foolish onlookers and focused his attention on Nan Shireen. She possessed eyes as beautiful as a galaxy, her lips slightly chapped, yet still retaining a rosy hue, with a delicate oval face, a straight nose, and a cascade of black hair simply tied back with a common hair tie. Her neck was as white as a swan's, giving her an ethereal presence. Her attire was modest, consisting of a light gray short-sleeve top paired with snug black jeans. Standing at approximately 175 centimeters, her tall figure boasted long, fair legs and a shapely silhouette accentuated by the jeans. If there were a flaw, it might be that her bosom was somewhat modest, perhaps a B cup. Nonetheless, Yi Feng felt a warmth rise within him. No wonder she was the top beauty of the school. Her looks and long legs surpassed even his memories. This visit was indeed worthwhile. Yi Feng gazed at Nan Shireen, a smile curving his lips. Yet, in the next moment, he noticed tears shimmering in her beautiful eyes, causing him to frown. He reached out to wipe away the tears at the corner of her eye. Nan Shireen felt a bit shy, but did not flinch. Yifeng took her delicate hand gently, asking softly, "You seem troubled. Has someone mistreated you? Tell me, who has wronged you? Or perhaps..." Yifeng surveyed the room with a cold gaze. "Is it everyone present here?" In the disordered reading room, there lay a headless female corpse and 6 boys, each displaying a range of expressions. At that moment, they did not respond to Yifeng's inquiries, but instead whispered among themselves. Who would have thought that a powerful ability user would actually come here to meet his demise? Poor fellow. Perhaps he is unaware that the library has become the territory of mutated beasts, where entry is permitted but exit is forbidden. In their eyes, ability users enjoyed a carefree life outside. To risk death for a woman seemed utterly foolish. It was well known that even the epic-level ability user Li Donghai could not defeat that terrifying mutated creature. Could Yifeng possibly be stronger than Li Donghai? Only Wang Haoxuan's gaze flickered with unspoken thoughts. Yifeng looked around once more before turning to Nan Shirin and asking, "Shirin, do you think these people deserve to die?" At his words, Nan Shirin instinctively nodded. However, she quickly realized that Yifeng's implication was to seek vengeance on her behalf. She grasped his hand tighter and hurriedly added, "Perhaps it is best to let it go, Yifeng. After all, I am unharmed. As long as you can take me away, that is enough." I had previously mentioned to you the terrifying prowess of that mutated lion. Nan Shirin whispered softly, recounting the recent events to Yifeng. Finally, she leaned closer to him and cautioned, "Yifeng, that mutated lion is truly formidable. 2 ability users have already perished at its jaws. You must exercise utmost caution." Chapter 47. Wang Haoxuan's favor. At that moment, it appeared Wang Haoxuan had completed his internal deliberation. He took a deep breath, forced a smile, and approached Yifeng with enthusiasm, saying, "Brother, allow me to introduce myself. I am the ability user Wang Haoxuan. You must be Yifeng, right? I know you're here for Nan Shirin. Ha ha ha, you are indeed a man of sentiment." Wang Haoxuan gave a thumbs up to Yifeng, his face full of admiration. Yifeng regarded him with indifference, remaining silent as if gazing upon a corpse. Witnessing this, a flicker of displeasure crossed Wang Haoxuan's eyes, and he inwardly cursed. "How dare you disregard me? Truly insufferable." However, prioritizing the greater good, he inhaled deeply and suppressed his anger, maintaining a facade of warmth. As the saying goes, a woman is like clothing. Brother Yifeng, since you have feelings for Nan Shirin, I shall yield her to you, not competing for her affections. Yet, with the external threat looming, we are both ability users. If we join forces against the enemy, we stand a chance of repelling that mutated lion and escaping this library. What do you think? Wang Haoxuan spoke with earnestness. He had his calculations. In his view, preserving one's life outweighed transient pleasures. After all, once they escaped this peril, women would be plentiful. Moreover, should the opportunity arise to eliminate Yifeng during battle, Nan Shirin would remain his plaything. While Wang Haoxuan plotted, he gazed expectantly at Yifeng. "Brother Yifeng, what are your thoughts?" Yifeng's expression remained serene as he slowly replied, "Do you think you are worthy of calling me brother?" Upon hearing this, Wang Haoxuan's face changed dramatically, doubting his own ears. What did you say?" He truly had not anticipated encountering such blatant ingratitude, trampling upon his goodwill. Yifeng continued with a cold sneer, "I am asking, what do you consider yourself? To presume we could ally? Do you believe yourself worthy?" These words left Wang Haoxuan trembling with rage, unable to comprehend the existence of such arrogance in the world. "Why you?" he stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Yifeng surveyed the surroundings, his gaze sweeping over Wang Haoxuan and the others present, coldly declaring, "Today, no matter who steps forward, only one outcome awaits, death." At these words, Wang Haoxuan felt as if he might explode with fury. Suppressing his wrath as he pointed at Yifeng and shouted, "You fool! You have no comprehension of how terrifying that mutated lion truly is. You fail to grasp that only by uniting our powers can we have any hope of defeating that beast. Why not inquire with Nan Shirin? She is well aware of the terrifying strength possessed by that mutated pine lion." Beside them, Nan Shirin, upon hearing Wang Haoxuan's words, hesitated for a moment but then tugged at Yifeng's sleeve and spoke. "Though this man is indeed a scoundrel, he is not entirely incorrect. The mutated pine lion possesses extraordinary power. If you were to join forces, it would be the optimal solution." Hearing Nan Shirin's words, Wang Haoxuan's heart lifted, and he erupted into laughter. "Ha ha, truly deserving of the title of the foremost campus beauty, you certainly understand the gravity of the situation." He continued with excitement. "Just as Nan Shirin has articulated, Brother Yifeng, we must cooperate and work together to escape this library if we are to have any chance of survival." The other survivors present began to voice their encouragement as well. "Indeed, Yifeng, you must not act so irrationally. Faced with external threats, our only path to survival lies in unity. Although we may have our differences, Can we truly dismiss Nanshirin's perspective? Nanshirin looked at Yifeng with a worried expression, mirroring the concern in her voice. Yifeng took her delicate hand and replied nonchalantly, "Do not worry. I am more than sufficient on my own. Their lives are not worth sacrificing for such worthless individuals, even as mere cannon fodder." With that, Yifeng began to stride toward Wang Haoshuan, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. As he prepared to make his move, Wang Haoshuan's expression darkened considerably. "Yifeng, you are truly impervious to reason," he bellowed. "Let me bring you to your senses." His body began to envelop in a grayish-white metallic glow, encapsulating him completely. In an instant, Wang Haoshuan transformed into a towering metal giant, over 2 meters tall, his entire form clad in dark, formidable metal. The transformation complete. A confident smile graced Wang Haoshuan's face. This was his ultimate form. Fully metallic, he could harden his muscles, bones, and even internal organs into metal. Witnessing this, Nanshirin's beautiful eyes filled with concern. "Yifeng, be careful." Despite Wang Haoshuan's transformation, Yifeng remained unfazed, approaching him with an unhurried demeanor. "Enough theatrics, perish." He charged at Yifeng, raising his massive fist to strike. In response, Yifeng merely lifted a finger. In an instant, a tempestuous surge of gray lightning energy coalesced at his fingertip. The air crackled with electric arcs. A subtle yet oppressive aura permeated the atmosphere. "What is this?" Wang Haoshuan's pupils constricted, a sense of foreboding washing over him. It seemed Yifeng indeed possessed formidable abilities. However, with the arrow knocked, he had no choice but to unleash all his might, bringing down his iron fist upon Yifeng. "Showy tactics, meet your demise." The wind from his punch was fierce and formidable. Yifeng's wrist flicked lightly, and the lightning transformed into a dazzling streak, hurtling toward Wang Haoshuan. He had no time to evade. Boom! The electric arc collided with his metallic fist in midair, producing a thunderous explosion. Chapter 48. The death of Wang Haoshuan and the battle against the mutated pine lion. In an instant, a tempest of thunder surged forth. A formidable and terrifying energy that enveloped Wang Haoshuan's entire being almost instantaneously. Countless arcs of electricity danced wildly upon his form, akin to serpents of silver. His every muscle and sinew felt as though encased in ice, rendering him utterly immobile. He stood there, rigid and unyielding. Lo and behold, Wang Haoshuan's eyes widened in sheer terror and disbelief. His lips quivered, as if he yearned to utter something more. In the next moment, his seemingly indestructible metallic body shattered explosively, disintegrating into myriad fragments that scattered across the ground. Wang Haoshuan was no more. Witnessing this spectacle, the eyes of the onlooking boys bulged in astonishment, gasping in unison, unable to fathom the scene before them. What manner of skill is this? The annihilation of thunder? Thunder's powers? This is overwhelmingly formidable. Nanshirin's eyes too were agog, her mouth agape in shock. She had anticipated that Yifeng would be powerful, but never could she have imagined him to possess such extraordinary strength. The might of Wang Haoshuan, so potent, had been vanquished by Yifeng in a single, decisive strike, leaving no room for counterattack. How could this be possible? It was utterly inconceivable, a staggering absurdity. Was Yifeng's claim of annihilating mutated beasts with a mere snap of his fingers not mere bravado, but rather a stark reality? In that moment, Nanshirin's gaze towards Yifeng transformed entirely. He was dashing, charismatic, potent, and enigmatic. After dispatching Wang Haoshuan, Yifeng shifted his attention to the others present. The crowd, gripped by sheer terror, trembled as they pleaded for mercy. "Spare us. We were wrong. It was Wang Haoshuan who misled us. Die." Yifeng's eyes were devoid of warmth. In the next heartbeat, a handgun materialized in the air, and an intangible mental force squeezed the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire echoed through the hushed library like the tolling of death's bell. Each bullet erupted forth as though wielded by the Grim Reaper, extinguishing the lives of those present. "No, please." A cacophony of anguished cries filled the air. In the blink of an eye, the reading room was littered with lifeless bodies, blood pooling relentlessly upon the floor. None of the boys in the reading room were spared. They all succumbed to the grim fate. The stench of blood permeated the atmosphere. Witnessing this brutal scene, Nanshirin's face turned pale. Yet, as she recalled the malicious visages of those who had tormented her, she felt they all deserved their fate. "Yifeng, thank you." Nanshirin's gaze towards Yifeng sparkled with admiration. She understood that his actions, though lethal, were a means of protection for herself. Yifeng lowered his gaze upon Nanshirin. Her skin was as fair as snow, smooth and delicate, her figure tall and graceful, particularly her long, slender legs that drew the eye. Her large, bright eyes shimmered as though imbued with the light of stars. With a prominent nose and cherry-like lips, she was utterly captivating. So beautiful. A true masterpiece of creation. Yifeng gently clasped Nan Shirin's delicate hand, speaking to her with a soothing tone. Shirin, let us depart from this place. Nan Shirin nodded, her face alight with excitement. However, in the next moment, a thought crossed her mind. Yifeng, if we simply walk out like this, we are certain to encounter the mutated pine lion. Although Yifeng had dispatched Wang Haoshuan with the ease of crushing a mere chick, the mutated pine lion was equally capable of such feats. Thus, a twinge of concern lingered in Nan Shirin's heart. Upon hearing her words, Yifeng chuckled softly, reassuring her. Do not worry, I can handle everything. Witnessing Yifeng's unwavering confidence, Nan Shirin nodded in admiration, a profound sense of security swelling within her. Hand in hand, they exited the reading room. Before long, they arrived on the first floor. Surveying their surroundings, they found the area in disarray, littered with the remnants of battle. Yifeng scanned the vicinity, noting that the mutated pine lion had yet to make an appearance. Beside him, Nan Shirin tightly grasped his hand, her heart racing with trepidation, her chest rising and falling with anxiety. Could it be that the mutated pine lion was asleep? Her mind began to whirl with possibilities. As Yifeng and Nan Shirin continued onward, just as they were about to step through the library's grand entrance, a low, thunderous roar erupted. The sound reverberated like a celestial force, seemingly striking at the very essence of one's soul. Nan Shirin trembled, her expression fraught with panic as she looked to Yifeng. Yifeng, the mutated pine lion, it has come. It truly has arrived. I am so frightened. Her face turned pale, caught in a flurry of uncertainty. Do not fret. I shall protect you, Yifeng assured her, holding her delicate hand with vigilance. In an instant, a shadow darted past them, revealing a formidable mutated beast before them. Yifeng lifted his gaze to behold the creature, a mutated pine lion, stretching 3 meters in length, imposing and fierce, with sharp teeth and lethal claws. Its coarse yellow fur resembled steel needles, and its pitch-black eyes radiated a menacing glare that deterred direct confrontation. The beast exuded an aura of overwhelming power. The mutated pine lion did not immediately attack. Instead, its dark eyes reflected a hint of sentience as it stared intently at Yifeng and Nan Shirin. Shirin, you should take cover to the side and observe, Yifeng instructed, positioning her safely behind him. He then gazed at the mutated pine lion, his voice laced with admiration. What a splendid specimen of a mutated beast, it would be perfect as a pet. With a fierce roar, the mutated pine lion's gaze brimmed with murderous intent. Its massive frame launched forward like an arrow released from a bow, hurtling towards Yifeng. Not bad speed, perfect for a guard dog. Yifeng chuckled, raising a finger. A flicker of gray electricity danced at his fingertips, crackling with energy. As the lightning crackled, the mutated pine lion felt a surge of alertness. Realizing it could not withstand the attack, Yifeng lifted his hand, and a bolt of gray electricity shot forth. Anticipating Yifeng's movement, the massive creature deftly twisted in midair, narrowly evading the arc of electricity. The bolt grazed past the mutated pine lion, striking a nearby bookshelf with a resounding explosion. With a thunderous crash, the towering shelf shattered under the force of Yifeng's lightning. The mutated pine lion, drenched in cold sweat, regarded Yifeng with a newfound wariness. Yifeng, too, was taken aback by the unfolding spectacle. This marks the first encounter with an adversary, from which he narrowly escapes the chaotic divine thunder. The mutated lion roars in fury, its form flickering with rapidity. In the mere span of a breath, it reaches Li Feng's side. Its eyes gleam with ferocity as it raises its massive claws, poised to strike down upon Li Feng's head. The stench of blood and decay wafts from its body. Beside them, Nan Shirin gasps in alarm. Li Feng, be cautious. With a slight movement, Li Feng evades, the lion's claws narrowly grazing past him and crashing heavily into the ground. The sound echoes as tiles shatter and debris flies. Raising his hand, a fiery blade materializes within Li Feng's grasp. In an instant, he swings the blade horizontally. Simultaneously, the mutated lion lifts its claws. The clash between the lion's claws and Li Feng's flaming blade resonates. The sharp claws are met with a decisive strike from Li Feng, creating a deep gash and spilling forth crimson blood. At the same moment, flames erupt from the wound, igniting the lioness' paw. The creature howls in agony, its massive frame retreating swiftly, rolling on the ground to extinguish the flames. Gasping for breath, the mutated lion's eyes blaze with rage and torment. The pain is excruciating. This is the first time since its mutation that it has sustained such grievous injury. It is enraged. A deep growl reverberates from its throat. Suddenly, the lion's head swells to several times its size. Li Feng's heart races. What kind of technique is this? A head enlargement maneuver? Just as Li Feng prepares himself, The lion's neck elongates unnaturally, stretching towards him like a taut rubber band, propelling itself with astonishing speed. One must understand, the lion's speed is already formidable. Yet this attack is tenfold swifter. By the time Li Feng comprehends the peril, evasion is futile. Chapter 49, 4 strikes, a successful hit. The attack lands successfully. A glimmer of triumph flashes in the lioness' eyes. It opens its cavernous maw, revealing razor-sharp fangs, and lunges towards Li Feng as if intent on devouring him whole. Watching from the sidelines, Nansharine gasps, her beautiful eyes filled with dread. The mutated lion viciously bites into Li Feng's waist, its gaze brimming with exhilaration. Damn human, perish. In its imagination, Li Feng would be torn asunder, hot blood gushing forth. It even envisions the act of consumption, first this way, then that, biting down with ferocity. Crack. But wait, something feels amiss. A flicker of confusion crosses the lion's eyes. It feels as though its fangs are sinking into solid metal. A sharp pain radiates from its jaws, revealing a crack at the base of its sharp teeth, blood seeping forth. The mutated lion is utterly bewildered. How could this be? Its teeth, renowned for their unyielding strength, are deemed indestructible. Since its mutation, nothing has ever resisted its bite. The mutated lion instinctively lifted its head and beheld a faint golden radiance emanating from the human figure before it, an utterly blinding sight. What on earth is this? The mutated lion, filled with a mix of anger and urgency, swiftly retracted its massive head and regarded Yi Feng with uncertainty. Meanwhile, Nansharine, who was watching from the side, let out a long sigh of relief, her beautiful eyes brimming with excitement. It was truly wonderful that Yi Feng was unharmed. Brother Feng, go for it. Yi Feng furrowed his brow. Why does this ability seem familiar? He fixed his gaze on the mutated lion, sifting through the memories in his mind. Suddenly, a flicker of realization crossed his eyes. He remembered. A smile curled at the corners of Yi Feng's lips. So, you are the colossal beast whose head can stretch. In his previous life, this very mutated lion had caused considerable trouble for humanity. By the time Yi Feng had heard of it, the mutated lion had already reached a formidable level. Its body was as massive as a small mountain, a true behemoth, with razor-sharp claws and astonishing speed. It also possessed a bizarre ability to elongate its form, making it exceptionally powerful in combat. It had ruled over Jiang City, committing countless misdeeds until a coalition of human warriors had finally managed to encircle and slay it. Little did he expect to encounter it in this life. This was a mutated beast with immense growth potential. Yi Feng suddenly recalled the little sparrow that had been killed by the Zhou brothers. Although the number of mutated beasts was scarce, those that managed to grow strong were typically formidable. Should he consider taking this foolish beast as a mount? With this thought in mind, Yi Feng spoke calmly. Foolish beast, I know you can understand me. I offer you a chance to become my pet. Otherwise, death awaits you. The mutated lion regarded Yi Feng with uncertainty. It could distinctly sense the tremendous threat he posed, particularly the terrifying thunder that could obliterate its defenses and take its life. Yet, to submit to humanity? That was utterly inconceivable. A fierce light flickered in the lion's eyes. My enmity with humans is irreconcilable. Besides, my speed is clearly superior to yours. If I truly cannot defeat you, can I not flee? With a roar of defiance, the mutated lion rejected Yi Feng's offer. Seeing the lion's refusal to submit, Yi Feng contemplated for a moment before reiterating, "Submit to me, and you shall live. This is your only chance." Yi Feng genuinely believed that this beast before him could be a valuable ally in battle and wished to offer it one more opportunity. A glimmer of defiance flashed in the lion's eyes, and it resolved to express its stance through action, teaching this man a lesson. In an instant, the lion's claws expanded, its legs snapping forward like rubber bands at breathtaking speed. This is bad. Yi Feng, fully focused, immediately sensed something amiss. This time, the target of the mutated lion's attack was not Yi Feng, but rather Nansharine, who stood watching nearby. In a split second, the massive claws descended upon her, and she had yet to react, standing there in shock. Bang! The air resonated with a sound of explosion, and in a flash of golden light, Yi Feng positioned himself before Nansharine at an astonishing speed, braving the assault of the mutated pine lion head-on. The creature trembled violently, its claws inflicting excruciating pain. It stood there, utterly bewildered. How could this be? The human before it emerged unscathed, as steadfast as a rock. It was impenetrable. An expression of disbelief flickered in the creature's eyes. If it could speak, the mutated pine lion would surely roar in frustration. Damn it, a bloodlocked cheat. At this moment, Nansharine finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Yi Feng had once again saved her life from the claws of the mutated beast. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she felt a profound appreciation for Yi Feng. Thank you for saving me once more, she thought. Yifeng, with his back turned to her, waved his hand dismissively. Yet a sense of dread lingered in his heart. Thankfully, he had remained vigilant, focusing his attention on Nansharine, which allowed him to execute such a perilous rescue. The speed of this mutated beast was terrifying. Had he hesitated even a moment, Nansharine would have been reduced to mere pulp, her life extinguished. With this thought, Yifeng's gaze hardened, filled with lethal intent as he looked at the mutated pine lion. The attempt to subdue it had failed. He withdrew the fiery war blade into his spatial realm. With a mere thought, crackling energies surged around him. Arcs of electricity danced, crackling ominously. The mutated pine lion sensed impending doom and immediately turned to flee. Where do you think you're going? Yifeng stepped forward, thrusting his hands forward with great force. Boom, boom, boom. For massive gray arcs of electricity surged forth from his hands, one after another, from both the front and the back, as well as the left and right. These arcs of lightning, propelled at unimaginable speed, hurtled towards the mutated pine lion. The air crackled with electricity, a symphony of thunderous sounds. Confronted with Yifeng's barrage of thunderous attacks, the mutated pine lion was paralyzed with dread. A flicker of fear glimmered in its human-like eyes. It let out a roar within its mind. I can evade this. Tapping into its latent potential, it anticipated the trajectory of the strikes and maximized its speed. The colossal form of the mutated pine lion suddenly shrank, narrowly avoiding the first arc of electricity. However, the remaining 3 arcs followed in a triangular formation. The creature rolled with agility, evading the second and third arcs. Yet, it could not escape the fourth divine thunder unleashed by Yifeng. Yifeng's gaze was frigid. The 4 arcs of divine thunder converged, leaving no avenue for escape. A glimmer of resignation flashed in the mutated pine lion's eyes. It could only brace itself for impact. In a desperate bid, its spiny fur twisted and intertwined, forming an improvised defense. This will withstand the blow. The creature roared within. Boom. The gray arc of electricity tore through the air, crashing down upon the mutated pine lion's body. The chaotic divine thunder struck true. Electricity surging and crackling like a rampaging dragon. Chapter 50. The annihilation of the mutated pine lion. Thunder roared. In an instant, it consumed the entire form of the mutated pine lion. The creature, its might reverberating, widened its eyes in disbelief, emitting a furious, defiant roar. Crackle. In this moment, thunder unveiled its terrifying destructive power. Lightning flickered and crackled. The steel-like quills of the mutated lion dog's defense were instantly reduced to ashes. Its entire form stood rigidly in place, charred black. As the lightning gradually faded, a glimmer of despair crossed the mutated lion dog's eyes. It lifted its head, gazing at Yifeng with a pleading look. The intention to surrender was unmistakable. I'm afraid it is too late, Yifeng replied nonchalantly. In the next instant, the light in the mutated lion dog's eyes dimmed. Its breath dissipated completely, and its massive body slowly toppled backward. With a thunderous crash, it fell to the ground, sending shards of stone flying and cracking the tiles. Simultaneously, an enticing aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. The mutated lion dog, under Yifeng's divine lightning attack, had been charred and tenderized. Seeing this, Yifeng smiled slightly. The roast was cooked to perfection. Brother Yifeng, you are truly remarkable, exclaimed Nansharine, who had been observing from the sidelines, her mouth covered in astonishment, her eyes sparkling with delight. Yifeng's power completely exceeded her expectations. He was nothing short of invincible. The once fearsome mutated lion dog had effortlessly succumbed at Yifeng's feet. It was worth noting that 2 other ability users had previously fallen to this beast's claws. Even more astonishing was the swift and decisive manner in which Yifeng had dispatched the creature, a true one-sided annihilation. Nansharine ran up to Yifeng, gazing up at him with admiration, her eyes twinkling like stars. This beast was indeed stronger than I had imagined. It took a bit more effort, Yifeng said with a chuckle, waving his hand dismissively. He then glanced at the now thoroughly cooked mutated lion dog. With a thought, he stored its carcass in his spatial storage. Undead animals, as well as mutated corpses among them, were strictly inedible. However, creatures like the mutated lion dog did not fall into the category of zombies. They were not only consumable, but also boasted exceptional meat quality and flavor. Most importantly, the energy contained within mutated meat could aid in enhancing the strength of ability users. Certain parts of mutated beasts held extraordinary effects for power augmentation, considered priceless treasures. Yifeng did not inspect the head of the mutated lion dog, for there were no crystal cores within the skulls of mutated beasts. The essence of mutated creatures paralleled that of human ability users. Only upon reaching the 4th tier would an energy core form within them. Yifeng's act of summoning the carcass out of thin air left Nansharine astonished once more. She could not help but ask, Brother Yifeng, what is this ability of yours? How did that colossal monster vanish in an instant? Is it an illusion? Yifeng smiled gently, offering no further explanation. This is my supernatural ability. I will gradually explain it to you in due time. A man must maintain a touch of mystery. With that, Yifeng took Nan Shirin's delicate hand and led her away from the library. She obediently followed by his side, filled with an overwhelming sense of security as she admired his handsome profile and sturdy frame. Is this the man to whom I am about to commit myself? How many secrets do you truly possess? Yifeng and Nan Shirin wandered through the campus. Occasionally, zombies would launch attacks on Nan Shirin, but Yifeng dealt with them without hesitation. During this time, Nan Shirin uncovered yet another secret. The zombies seemed to focus solely on her, completely ignoring Yifeng. It was utterly astonishing. Due to the burden of having Nan Shirin with him, their pace was rather slow. As they continued walking, Nan Shirin's speed diminished, and her soft gasps became more pronounced. Only then did Yifeng realize, casting an apologetic look at her. My apologies, I forgot that your stamina is quite poor. Nan Shirin's complexion paled slightly, and she quickly shook her head to indicate that it was fine. Yifeng gently arranged her hair. Are you hungry? Should we find a place to rest? Nan Shirin shyly nodded. I haven't eaten well in a long time, and I haven't had a good night's sleep these past few days. Yifeng nodded in understanding. Soon, he led Nan Shirin to a faculty dormitory building. The faculty dorms at Jiangda are all single rooms, with some luxurious ones featuring 2 bedrooms and a living room. Outside the dormitory, Yifeng drew his knife and swiftly dispatched the dozens of zombies that had taken residence there. He then reached out and gently embraced Nan Shirin's slender waist. Her cheeks flushed, yet she did not resist. Yifeng softly instructed her, hold on to me. Nan Shirin wrapped her arms around Yifeng's waist, feeling a flutter in her heart at this closeness with a man for the first time, as if she were nestled in a warm harbor. Seeing her secure, Yifeng bent his legs and leaped into the air, launching himself upwards. Amid her instinctive gasp of surprise, he jumped directly to the 5th floor, crashing through a window. Once inside the room, Yifeng released Nan Shirin. Yifeng, you are simply superhuman. Nan Shirin was both nervous and exhilarated. Yifeng surveyed the surroundings, assessing the dormitory environment. There seemed to be no zombies. The room was a 2-bedroom apartment, clean and tidy, with all necessary living supplies at hand. This place is quite nice. We can rest here for the time being. Yifeng meticulously searched the entire apartment, confirming the absence of any zombies before securely locking the doors and windows. Nan Shirin completely followed Yifeng's lead. Now in a safe environment, her expression relaxed considerably. Suddenly, a rumble echoed from her stomach. Are you hungry? Yifeng inquired with a hint of a smile. Nan Shirin nodded shyly. What would you like to eat? Feel free to choose. Yifeng gestured broadly. With the ingredients in his space, he was confident he could fulfill most of Nan Shirin's requests. Anything at all. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Of course, Yifeng affirmed with a nod. Then, I would like to have hot pot, Nan Shirin exclaimed without hesitation. But I just had hot pot for lunch, Yifeng remarked. Noticing Yifeng's silence, Nan Shirin suddenly felt a pang of guilt. She chuckled awkwardly. What am I thinking? In a world where 99% of people are starving, I still wish to have hot pot? How selfish of me. I was merely jesting. Any other food will suffice. She added hastily. Yet, Yifeng maintained a calm smile. All right, hot pot it is, no problem. Although he had just finished a hot pot meal, indulging in another posed no issue. With a mere thought, a long, brown hot pot table materialized in the room, complete with a specialized copper pot. Yifeng had previously emptied an entire large hot pot restaurant, and thus, all the necessary utensils were readily available. Nan Shirin stared in astonishment. Yifeng, are you like Doraemon? Whatever you think of appears. Chapter 51, A Lavish Hot Pot. Seeking trouble under Nan Shirin's watchful gaze, Yifeng resembled a magician, continuously producing hot pot ingredients from thin air, slices of beef, lamb, chrysanthemum greens, shiitake mushrooms, baby bok choy, and konjac noodles. Yifeng, you are truly remarkable, Nan Shirin exclaimed, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she swallowed hard. Yifeng chuckled and continued retrieving food: eggs, fish tofu, duck intestines, meatballs, morel mushrooms, and kelp knots. The table became a cornucopia of ingredients, a feast for the eyes. Nan Shirin's mouth slightly agape, her eyes wide with wonder. Though she had witnessed Yifeng's extraordinary abilities before, this display of conjuring food, as if by magic, left her utterly astounded. Yifeng, you are incredible. What is truly happening? After a moment's contemplation, Yifeng decided there was no need for concealment. This is my spatial ability. I can store items. He then produced 2 packets of hot pot dipping sauce, a bottle of sesame sauce, a bottle of fragrant oil, a handful of crushed peanuts, a handful of chopped green onions, and a handful of cilantro. Lastly, He retrieved a case of mineral water and instructed, "Shireen, the remaining tasks are entrusted to you. By the way, what flavor of hot pot base would you prefer? I have tomato, bone broth, beef tallow, and mushroom bases. What do you think?" Shireen quickly replied, "I'm fine with any. I'll handle the rest. Yifeng, you should go rest. Then I shall await the feast," Yifeng said, turning to sit on the sofa and relax. Shireen began preparing the hot pot ingredients, adding the mineral water to the pot, pouring in the base, and mixing the dipping sauce. Before long, the water in the pot began to boil, and the rich aroma of beef tallow hot pot wafted through the air. "It smells divine," Shireen exclaimed in delight. The two then took their seats and commenced their meal. Yifeng placed the meat slices into the pot, waited a moment, retrieved them, coated them in the prepared dipping sauce, and savored the flavors. "Delicious. Absolutely delightful," Yifeng praised, while Shireen was moved to tears by the experience. She had once thought she would never again enjoy such exquisite food. At this moment, immense gratitude filled Shireen's heart. Thank goodness for Yifeng's presence. She too devoured her meal with great enthusiasm. The two reveled in their feast within the room. On the same floor, in another room, 5 men gathered around a dining table, sharing a meal of soy sauce-soaked rice. The table bore only a bowl of rice and 2 sausages, nothing more. As the group dined in silence, among them was a well-proportioned man adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, known as Sun Weixin, a lecturer from the Chinese department of Jiangxing University. When the apocalypse struck, he had been resting in the faculty building, narrowly escaping disaster. Subsequently, a few campus security guards sought refuge there. Initially, these guards exhibited a semblance of kindness, but as days turned into weeks, it became increasingly evident that order had disintegrated. The guards, emboldened by their numbers, began to abuse and berate the surviving teachers, seizing their meager supplies. Sun Weixin once faced the brink of starvation. However, fortune smiled upon him when he awakened to a remarkable ability to petrify his body, forming a protective stone armor, thus becoming a superhuman. On the very first day of harnessing his newfound power, he decisively exacted vengeance upon those who had tormented him, eliminating them one by one in a cathartic retribution. The sole surviving guard was Wang Dezhuang, who had treated him decently and had never inflicted humiliation upon him. Wang Dezhuang, somewhat simple-minded, occupied the lowest tier among the guards. Noticing that everyone had nearly finished their meal, Sun Weixin spoke slowly. "Dear friends, our food supplies are dwindling. This afternoon, we must ascend the building once more to gather resources." Wang Dezhuang immediately thumped his chest and declared, "Hee, no problem. I will follow your lead, Boss Sunday." Sun Weixin cast a glance at him. True to his name, Wang Dezhuang was tall and robust, albeit a bit dim-witted and straightforward in his speech. He was timid but had a hearty appetite. His only redeeming quality was his loyalty to Sun Weixin. The other 3 nodded in agreement. Having been victims of the guards bullying themselves, and they had witnessed Sun Weixin unleash his formidable power, dispatching the guards with ruthless efficiency. Following that incident, the 4 pledged their allegiance to Sun Weixin, who became their leader. They constituted the only surviving team within the faculty building. Wang Dezhuang continued to eat, quickly finishing 3 bowls of rice. "You truly are a bottomless pit, capable of consuming so much." Sun Weixin laughed, chiding him. Wang Dezhuang responded with an innocent smile. Sun Weixin narrowed his eyes, lost in thought. The resources in this building were alarmingly scarce. With the 6th floor still unlooted, if the supplies remained insufficient, we would have no choice but to venture outside. The faculty building had never housed many residents, and at the onset of the zombie crisis, most individuals were absent due to classes. Consequently, while the number of zombies was limited, the available food was equally sparse. Now, they were left with only a small amount of rice and a few precious loaves of bread and ham that Sun Weixin was reluctant to consume. After satisfying their hunger to some extent, they armed themselves with various makeshift weapons and set forth from their room to ascend the building. "Boss, I seem to detect a peculiar aroma," Wang Dezhuang suddenly whispered. The others halted in their tracks. "Do you all smell that?" Sun Weixin furrowed his brow. "I can smell it. There is indeed an odor, reminiscent of hot pot." A sense of confusion enveloped the group. Where does this enticing aroma of hot pot originate? How peculiar. "Everyone, exercise caution," commanded Sun Weixin. Following the scent, they swiftly pinpointed the source to a particular room. "Boss, I recall this is an unoccupied room. It's impossible for there to be hot pot inside. Are we encountering a supernatural event?" murmured the group in hushed tones. The suddenly wafting aroma left them all somewhat perplexed. Fragrant notes of beef tallow hot pot mingled with the scent of fresh meat wafted through the crack of the door. Outside, the crowd swallowed hard, their throats constricting. It smelled divine. The desire for hot pot was overwhelming. "What on earth is happening?" exclaimed one. "Boss, what should we do now?" The group hesitated. Let us return to our room. Exercising caution, Sun Weixin led them back. Once inside, he addressed the group. Upon careful reflection, I suspect there is no supernatural occurrence. It's likely that newcomers have arrived in this building. Dazhuang, Hosey, take our supplies and scout the situation in that room. Find out what is going on. Dazhuang, also known as Wang Dazhuang, promptly acknowledged. Hosey, whose real name was Li Fenghui and served as a university counselor, was given the nickname due to his diminutive stature. Presently, he felt a twinge of reluctance, as the strange emergence of the hot pot aroma hinted at potential danger. Are you unwilling to go? Sun Weixin's displeasure was palpable as he fixed a stare at Li Fenghui. A shiver ran down Hosey's spine. Vividly recalling Sun Weixin's past exploits against numerous security personnel. Under pressure, he reluctantly nodded in agreement. The two, armed with food, steeled their resolve as they approached the door of Yi Feng's room. Knock, knock, knock. Trembling, Hosey gently tapped on the door. Hello, is anyone there? Inside. The sound of knocking resonated. Yi Feng remained unfazed. Nan Shirin, however, felt a twinge of fear and glanced inquiringly at Yi Feng. He calmly reassured her, do not worry. I will handle this. The knocking persisted. I'll take care of it, Yi Feng declared, rising to approach the door. Who is outside? Outside. Wang Dazhuang and Hosey exchanged glances. Hosey spoke earnestly. Hello, we are survivors from here and also teachers from Jiangxing University. My name is Li Fenghui. We noticed you seem to be enjoying hot pot. Might you spare us some food? We would be very grateful. Without hesitation, Yi Feng replied, no, please leave. At that moment, Nan Shirin joined Yi Feng, peering through the peephole and softly remarked, I recognize this person. It must indeed be Teacher Li. Oh, what is your opinion? Yi Feng's interest was piqued. Nan Shirin pondered for a moment and remarked, I believe that, for our safety, we should not open the door. Yi Feng nodded in approval. Shirin, you are absolutely correct. In times of apocalypse, there is no need to show pity for others, as the human heart can be treacherous. Outside, the sound of the monkey continued. Classmate, please, I beg you. Yi Feng coldly retorted, get lost. Hearing the unceremonious rejection from within, Wang Dazhuang exchanged glances with the monkey and decided to alter their approach. Classmate, could we perhaps exchange some rice and bread for a portion of your hot pot ingredients? Rest assured, you will not suffer any loss in quantity. As the voices outside persisted, Yi Feng turned to Nan Shirin and said, I will open the door to drive them away. After a moment's thought, Nan Shirin replied, then I shall step aside to avoid causing you any unnecessary trouble. With that, she rose and retreated into the bedroom. Although Yi Feng felt it unnecessary, he did not prevent her actions. Classmate, this transaction is undoubtedly in your favor, he continued. But before he could finish, Yi Feng abruptly flung the door open. As the door swung wide, Wang Dazhuang and the monkey's eyes lit up. The enticing aroma of the steaming hot pot wafted into the air, making one's mouth water. The dining table was adorned with a splendid array of food, slices of beef and lamb, baby bok choy, and mushroom meatballs. Yi Feng assessed Wang Dazhuang and the monkey, one robust, the other small and thin. An idea sparked, and a minuscule, transparent listening bug, nearly imperceptible, silently flew from Yi Feng's sleeve and gently landed at the roots of Wang Dazhuang's hair. This was a new listening device Yi Feng had acquired, designed to eavesdrop on conversations. Since obtaining it, he had yet to put it to use, and the current situation provided the perfect opportunity for a test. Wang Dazhuang and the monkey swallowed hard. After placing the listening bug, Yi Feng coldly stated, do you not understand when you are told to leave? The monkey raised the bag of food in his hand. Classmate, I am willing to trade what I have for a pack of baby bok choy and half a box of beef. What do you think? Judging solely by quantity, they indeed possessed a considerable amount. Over 10 pounds of rice, 7 or 8 pieces of bread, and 3 sausages. Clearly, Yi Feng stood to gain from this transaction. However, he was indifferent to such trifles. Not trading. Get lost. Upon hearing Yi Feng's refusal, the duo was not particularly surprised. Wang Dazhuang implored, classmate, think it over. It's quite a bargain. Leave, or else face the consequences. A chilling aura emanated from Yi Feng. The two involuntarily shivered, and as the monkey attempted to utter more, Wang Dazhuang abruptly seized him. All right, we'll leave immediately. Wang Dazhuang yanked the monkey by the collar and dragged him away. As the two departed, Yi Feng slowly closed the door. Nan Shirin emerged, her face etched with concern. Yi Feng, do you think they will come back to trouble us? After all, there is an ancient saying in our Huaxia, wealth should not be flaunted. This hot pot meal, once deemed ordinary, now held a different significance. Yi Feng gently placed his hand upon Nan Shirin's slender waist, whispering tenderly in her ear, Shirin, do not fret, I have my own plans. There is no need for you to expend energy on trivial matters. These distractions do not require your concern at present. Let us hasten to finish our meal and attend to more pressing matters. A delicate blush adorned Nanshurin's fair cheeks as she obediently nodded. The pair resumed their enjoyment of the sumptuous hot pot. Meanwhile, Wang Dazhuang and Hosey returned to their room, where Sun Weixin eagerly awaited them. How did it go? What did you discover? He inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Hosey summarized, there are likely two individuals, one male and one female. The hot pot ingredients are plentiful: beef, lamb, meatballs, an array of vegetables. They are all present. The mere mention of these words made everyone's mouths water. Hosey continued, regardless of the quantity and variety, if we ration wisely, we could easily feast for 3 meals without issue. However, the man was dressed in splendid attire, clearly unaccustomed to hardship, and spoke with remarkable confidence. I suspect he might possess abilities similar to yours, boss. As for the woman, though I did not see her, I caught a glimpse of her voice, which was exceedingly melodious. She is likely a beauty. Sun Weixin nodded approvingly at these words. Excellent work, both of you. Rising to his feet, he surveyed the room with a fierce glare. As the saying goes, how can one sleep soundly beside a resting tiger? I have decided to launch a surprise attack on these two and capture them decisively. What are your thoughts? The individuals present offered no dissent, for those who opposed Sun Weixin had already met their demise. Not to mention, the enticing hot pot lured them further. Sun Weixin nodded in satisfaction. Very well, let us set the time for the assault at night. Now, let us discuss the strategy for our ambush. Within the confines of the room, Yifeng continued to savor the hot pot while listening to the information relayed by the surveillance bug. A surprise attack? Yifeng chuckled coldly, setting down his chopsticks and turning to Nanshurin. Shirin, I must step out to attend to certain matters. Remain here and await my return. With that, Yifeng retrieved his keys and made his way toward the door. It was only when he opened the door that Nanshurin realized what was happening. Yifeng, you are. The words hung in her throat as she reconsidered her position. What right did she have to question Yifeng's decisions? She quickly amended her statement. Yifeng, I unconditionally support all your choices. I only hope you will exercise caution and prioritize your safety. Chapter 53. Swiftly defeating the enemies. Nanshurin's concern in the room. Sun Weixin and Wang Dazhuang were engaged in a fervent discussion. The crux of the matter lay in resolving the key issue, the surprise attack. At that moment, a voice interrupted. I believe we need not overcomplicate things. Simply lure him out and strike him down with a single blow. Upon hearing this, Sun Weixin instinctively rebuked. That is not feasible. One must employ some intellect in all matters. In the next instant, he froze, shock overtaking him. Sun Weixin suddenly raised his head, eyes wide with astonishment, exclaiming, Who are you? Wang Dazhuang and his companions quickly sensed something amiss and turned to look. Upon seeing, both the monkey and Wang Dazhuang shuddered. They could not help but exclaim, Boss, it's him. He asked the hot pot man. Hearing this, Sun Weixin's expression changed abruptly as he instinctively inquired, My friend, what have you heard? Yifeng, with a half-smile, teased, I heard every single word you uttered. He emphasized each phrase. Yet Sun Weixin's group was destined not to grasp this. Observing their puzzled expressions, Yifeng suddenly felt a wave of disinterest and casually stated, I have come to kill you. At this, Wang Dazhuang stammered, You want to kill us? Our boss is an awakened one with petrification abilities. Sun Weixin's lips twitched slightly. Wang Dazhuang, you absolute fool. Why not just tell the enemy the color of my underwear as well? Petrification? How interesting. Yifeng glanced at Sun Weixin. Sun Weixin's gaze turned icy. So, you think you have me figured out? Let me see your prowess. A glint of ferocity flashed in his eyes as he swiftly activated his petrification ability. Boom. In an instant, his arms, legs, and even his head were encased in a hard, pale stone layer. He appeared as an indomitable warrior clad in white stone armor, exuding immense might and ferocity. Our boss is amazing. Let us take down this arrogant fellow. Wang Dazhuang and the others, having witnessed the terrifying power of Sun Weixin's petrification ability, felt a surge of confidence as they looked towards Yifeng. What expression would Yifeng wear in the face of such fearsome powers? Would he regret his earlier bravado? To everyone's astonishment, Yifeng remained nonchalant, seemingly unfazed by Sun Weixin. A flicker of nostalgia crossed Yifeng's eyes. In a past life, he had a teammate, a close ally, with a petrification ability. Seeing Yifeng seemingly distracted, Sun Weixin became enraged. So you look down on me, do you? Watch how I crush you and splatter your brains. With his petrification ability activated, his defenses became nearly invincible, impervious to blades. His strength and speed surged dramatically. Whether striking ordinary people or zombies, each punch could fell a child. This was his ultimate form. With his current energy, he could only maintain this for a minute. Thus, he aimed for a swift victory. Sun Weixin roared, swinging his stone fist as he lunged towards Yifeng. Yifeng summoned his fiery battle blade, concentrating his thoughts. A minuscule bolt of lightning clung to the blade. This was a technique Yifeng had developed in his spare time, enhancing his attack power while expending minimal energy. Yifeng's body flickered, vanishing from his spot. No, this is bad. Sun Weixin's face paled suddenly. This person's speed was astonishingly fast. In mere moments, he closed the distance of several meters. Yifeng's fiery battle blade carved a brilliant arc in the air, aimed at Sun Weixin. Sun Weixin also let out a furious roar. Die! His fist swelled once more. The blade and fist clashed. Uffed! Under the incredulous gaze of Sun Weixin, his seemingly indestructible stone armor shattered in an instant. No, this is impossible. Sun Weixin found it hard to believe. Before him, his stone armor had been cleaved open by Yifeng, leaving a gaping wound. Hiss! Cold sweat streamed down Sun Weixin's face as excruciating pain radiated from his arm. Blood gushing forth. Oh, your defense is surprisingly strong. It seems your ability is not merely ordinary, but rather rare. Yifeng countered with another swift strike. It was alarmingly fast. By the time Sun Weixin reacted, the blade had already struck fiercely against his neck. With a squelch, the blade descended. Sun Weixin's head rolled away, his expression one of utter disbelief. He could not fathom that his prideful stone armor had been rendered as fragile as paper before Yifeng's 2 strikes. After Sun Weixin's demise, his body crumbled, the petrified parts shattering. De Zhuang and the others watched in disbelief. No, this cannot be. How could this happen? The boss is dead. This is the end. Yifeng grinned, speaking, now it is your turn. Under Yifeng's icy gaze, the group felt an overwhelming chill, as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. No, do not kill us, please. We were merely following orders. We are innocent. Our crimes do not warrant death. Despite his imposing stature, Wang Dazhuang was a complete coward, kneeling first to plead for mercy. The others trembled uncontrollably, joining him in supplication. Give me a reason not to kill you, Yifeng inquired with interest. I do not wish to die, I beg you. I have a beautiful sister. Yifeng's expression was indifferent. With a flicker of his form, the flaming war blade struck again. Blood erupted like a fountain. Several heads tumbled to the ground. All were dead. Insufficient reason. Yifeng waved his hand, retracting the listening insect. Without lingering, he turned and departed. Upon returning to the house, Nan Shireen cautiously peeked out. Seeing Yifeng return safely, her lovely face lit up with joy, and she dashed toward him. Thank goodness you're back. I was so worried. Although Nan Shireen knew of Yifeng's formidable strength and that the group posed no threat, she still felt a tinge of concern. Yifeng embraced the beautiful maiden, smiling down at her. Were you worried about me? Nan Shireen nodded, her voice soft. I truly was worried about you. Yifeng gazed at Nan Shireen, feeling a sense of admiration. Truly, she was the belle of Jiangxing University, not only stunningly beautiful with a flawless figure and smooth skin, but also possessing a charming contrast. Her playful demeanor, adorable words, and captivating beauty contrasted sharply with her cool demeanor. May I take a bath first? Nan Shireen asked sweetly. Go ahead. Yifeng watched as Nan Shireen entered the bathroom, then sat on the bed, patiently awaiting her return. The night was lovely. Chapter 54, The Unparalleled Beauty. The eye of insight an hour later, Nan Shireen fell into a deep slumber. Beside her, Yifeng stretched his body. He gently caressed Nan Shireen's silky hair, admiring the exquisite beauty of the enchanting maiden. Her beauty seemed like a miraculous creation of the divine. Her lustrous black hair, delicate brows, rosy lips, and statuesque figure with enchanting curves, complemented by skin as flawless as porcelain, made her truly captivating. Moreover, Nan Shireen possessed an extraordinary asset. Her legs were long, slender, and fair. The combination of her snow-white long legs and petite, elegant feet, along with her naturally ethereal demeanor, resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens. Indeed, she was breathtakingly beautiful. Yet, Yifeng found himself unable to sleep on the bed, hesitant to rouse Nan Shireen from her slumber. Reflecting on the events of the past few days, he realized he had 3 subordinates, Lin Xiaoxiao, Zhao Wumei, and Nan Shireen. In terms of sheer beauty, both Lin Xiaoxiao and Zhao Wumei were stunning. However, they paled in comparison to Nan Shireen. Nevertheless, she did possess a slight flaw. Her figure was somewhat slender and lacked fullness. Casting a glance at Nan Shireen, who was deeply asleep with a soft snore escaping her lips, Yifeng couldn't help but smile. Such a breathtaking beauty. Feeling restless, he decided to rise quietly and stepped out of the bedroom into the living room. Upon glancing upward, Yifeng noticed that the sky outside had darkened. Reluctant to awaken Nan Shireen from her peaceful slumber, he thought to himself, Xiao Xiao, I regret to leave you in the lurch. He took out his phone and sent a message to Lin Xiaoxiao, informing her that he would not be returning home that night. Naturally, Lin Xiaoxiao was left disappointed, sending multiple messages and eventually calling with a video. Yifeng offered a few words of comfort before setting his phone down. Opening the panel, he checked the quantity of bait. Bait. 20 portions. A smile crept across Yifeng's face as he realized he had once again acquired 20 portions of bait. He decided to cast his line for another round. With a flick of the rod, the hook plunged into the infinite darkness. Notification. Fishing in progress. Yifeng waited in silence. Notification. Congratulations, host. You have successfully caught 3 bottles of basic recovery potion. Notification. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired a complete collection of XS Star Palace DVDs, 10 copies. Notification. Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained a tactile enhancement scroll. Yifeng's eyes lit up. He had reeled in 3 bottles of basic recovery potions, along with a mysterious enhancement scroll. Notification. Fishing in progress. Yifeng felt a surge of anticipation. Notification. Congratulations, host. You have successfully caught a book titled Chronicles of the Celestial Maidens. Notification. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired a complete set of Marvel films on DVD. Notification. Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained an epic skill, Eye of Insight. Yifeng's heart raced with excitement. A new skill. He immediately examined the details of the skill. Skill. Eye of Insight quality. Epic description. Active skill. Upon learning this skill, you will perceive the essence of things and gain additional insights. Eureka! It was indeed a detection skill. A wave of joy surged within Yifeng as he directly extracted the skill. A purple source orb materialized in the air. With a swift motion, Yifeng crushed the orb. In the next instant, the orb transformed into a stream of purple light that merged seamlessly into his body. Notification. Congratulations. You have acquired the epic skill Eye of Insight. Notification. Your skill Eye of Insight will synergize with combat power detection skills. Simultaneously, a message regarding the skill surfaced in Yifeng's mind. A subtle smile graced his lips, and a glimmer of anticipation flickered in his eyes. What might its effects be? A thought crossed Yifeng's mind, prompting him to turn towards Nanshirin and activate the Eye of Insight. Name. Nanshirin. Description. A remarkably beautiful human female. Ability. Non-combat power index. 7. Yifeng's eyes sparkled with delight. This skill could indeed unveil a person's fundamental information and combat prowess. How fascinating. Yifeng continued to scrutinize other objects. Item. Floor description. A dilapidated floorboard. Yifeng activated the Eye of Insight once more. Item. Double bed description. An old bed. Where just moments ago, a couple had engaged in passionate entanglement. Yifeng chuckled. The Eye of Insight proved to be somewhat useful after all. At the very least, it could provide valuable intelligence. The skill test concluded. Yifeng then turned his attention to a new scroll. Item. Tactile enhancement scroll quality. Rare description. Upon using this scroll, your sense of touch will be significantly enhanced. Ah, it's from the classic series. A tactile enhancement indeed. Yifeng retrieved the scroll. With a swift motion, a palm-sized scroll appeared in his hand. He tore open the scroll. In an instant, the petite scroll transformed into a stream of blue light, surging into Yifeng's body. A tremor coursed through him as he felt a surge of power rapidly assimilate into his tactile nerves. Simultaneously, he experienced a slight prickling sensation throughout his body, compelling him to gently close his eyes and force himself to adapt to the enhancement. Before long, the enhancement was complete. Yifeng opened his eyes, brushed his clothes, and was met with astonishment. Every object he touched seemed to possess a newfound sensation. The soft fabric and the cool metal felt more vivid and real than ever. Yifeng even became aware of the flowing air around him. What a delightful sensation. Yifeng chuckled. With 10 fishing opportunities remaining, he decided against saving them. System. Proceed with 10 additional fishing attempts. The fishing rod stirred. Notification. Fishing in progress. Yifeng casually settled into a chair, awaiting the results of his fishing endeavors. Notification. Congratulations. Host, you have successfully fished and obtained 10 Huawei shortwave radios. Notification. Congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and acquired 1 Emerald Route Radiant model. Notification. Congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained 100 jars of heartfelt brand yellow peach canned goods. Yifeng mused. It seems there are no noteworthy items? The system prompted him again. Notification. Congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and received 1,000 matches. Congratulations, host, on successfully fishing and obtaining a low-level Genius smartwatch. Congratulations again for acquiring an Intuition Enhancement Scroll. Yifeng let out a slight sigh of relief. Rewards were indeed gratifying. Soon, the fishing endeavor came to a close. With a flicker of thought, Yifeng retrieved his solitary prize from the fishing space. Item: Intuition Enhancement Scroll, Quality, Rare Description. Upon utilizing this scroll, your intuition will experience a notable enhancement. The sixth sense is fortified. Chapter 55. Enhancing Intuition. Ascending to 2 stars, Yifeng tore open the Intuition Enhancement Scroll. In the next moment, the scroll transformed into a stream of azure light, merging into Yifeng's being. He gently closed his eyes, but felt little change. Was there truly no alteration? Upon opening his eyes, a hint of perplexity crossed his mind. Previous enhancements had always brought about some transformation. What was this peculiar sensation? Yifeng's gaze shifted. In the room, a cockroach scuttled out from a crevice beneath the dining table. He crouched to observe it. The cockroach meandered about before disappearing into another gap. Is this what intuition feels like? Or perhaps it could be referred to as the sixth sense. Yifeng's eyes sparkled with newfound clarity. Following the enhancement, his perceptive abilities had surged significantly. He could now more acutely perceive subtle changes in his surroundings. The enhancement of intuition was indeed commendable. A satisfied smile graced Yifeng's lips. This enhanced intuition would assist him in both combat and decision-making. The enhancement concluded. Yifeng exhaled a breath of turbid air. Though the 7th day had yet to arrive, he felt ready to attempt to elevate his star level. With this thought, Yifeng retrieved a zombie crystal nucleus from his storage space and activated his insightful eye to examine it. Item: First Stage Crystal Nucleus, Elite Level. Description: A crystal nucleus imbued with energy. Absorption may enhance the abilities of the supernatural beings. Absorbing an elite crystal nucleus can assist supernatural beings in breaking through their limitations. Upon understanding the detailed information, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Yifeng's eyes. The mutated zombie pig was indeed a first-stage mutated zombie. The special nuclei, also known as mutated nuclei, elite nuclei, or advancement nuclei, were derived from mutated zombies and classified as elite nuclei. Nuclei derived from ordinary zombies are considered common nuclei. The elite crystal nucleus in Yifeng's possession, when absorbed to enhance strength, is equivalent to the efficacy of 3 to 4 common nuclei. However, in the apocalyptic realm, few would indulge in the luxury of utilizing such special nuclei for power enhancement. These unique nuclei can aid supernatural beings in breaking physical constraints, evolving their abilities to the 2nd stage. The initial stage for supernatural beings is 1 star. Through the continuous absorption of crystal energy, they can elevate their star level. The upper limit for ordinary supernatural beings is 7 stars. It is said that there exists a certain treasure capable of surpassing the 7-star limit, allowing supernatural beings to ascend to 8 and 9 stars. Yet, Yifeng had only heard tales of such treasures and had never encountered one. Once a supernatural being reaches the star level limit, further enhancement of their prowess becomes unattainable. At this moment, the supernatural beings must transcend the confines of their physical forms and achieve evolution. The 2nd stage of evolution marks a new beginning, wherein their powers will surge exponentially. Yifeng gazed intently at the crystal core before him. This extraordinary crystal core could be utilized to break through the barriers of limitation or to enhance one's star-level power. Logically, it would be wiser to hunt ordinary zombies from the morrow to procure crystal cores and elevate his level, reserving this elite crystal core for advancement. However, a sudden wave of confidence washed over Yifeng as he held the crystal core in his hand. With an auspicious start and an overwhelming advantage in strength, he pondered how he could ever find himself lacking in crystal cores in the future. As time progresses, the number of mutated zombies will only increase. Provided he possesses sufficient strength, he can acquire a plethora of crystal cores. With this thought, a glimmer of determination flickered in Yifeng's eyes. He began his cultivation. There are generally 2 methods for absorbing the energy of zombie crystal cores: holding them in hand or swallowing them. Both methods require the supernatural being to exert their will, gradually drawing the energy into their bodies. It is noteworthy that ingesting an excessive number of crystal cores poses the risk of catastrophic bodily failure. Holding the core in hand is decidedly safer, albeit requiring more mental focus. Each absorption method has its advantages and disadvantages, yet their efficiency in energy absorption remains the same. However, the rate of energy absorption varies among different supernatural beings, influenced primarily by their innate abilities. For those with ordinary abilities, absorbing a single zombie crystal core may take approximately 24 hours. For those with rare abilities, it could take around 12 hours. Epic-level abilities allow for absorption in about 6 hours, while legendary abilities shorten this time to roughly 3 hours. As for mythical-level abilities, Yifeng had never encountered any supernatural being with such prowess. Thus, he would personally assess the energy absorption efficiency of mythical-level abilities. With this in mind, Yifeng felt a surge of excitement. He settled into a meditative posture, cradling the crystal core in his hands, and focused intently on absorbing the energy contained within. Streams of energy flowed into Yi Feng's being like crystalline waters. A portion of this energy melded with his physical form, continuously fortifying his body, while another portion seeped into his dantian, progressively augmenting his energy reserves. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Yi Feng's eyes. The rate of energy enhancement was astonishingly rapid. After a brief moment of contemplation, he gently closed his eyes and continued to absorb the energy from the crystal core. Approximately 3 hours later, at a certain moment, Yi Feng's body trembled suddenly, and his aura surged dramatically. A wave of joy washed over him as he realized that he had advanced from a 1-star to a 2-star level. He continued to absorb the energy, depleting the special crystal core in his grasp until it dimmed. Upon opening his eyes, a spark of delight shone within them. The speed of energy absorption exceeded his expectations. In his previous life, he had only possessed ordinary abilities, requiring a full 24 hours to absorb a standard crystal core. The past 24 hours demanded an uninterrupted absorption of energy. Yet, one must eat and engage in activities, making it impossible to maintain constant focus. A typical ability user often requires more time to completely absorb a single crystal core. In this lifetime, Yi Feng possesses a mythical level ability, allowing him to absorb an ordinary crystal core in approximately 1 hour. This time, he is absorbing a special crystal core, which contains 3 times the energy of a regular one, taking him over 3 hours to complete the process. Had it been his previous life with an ordinary ability, he might have needed 3 days and nights to finish. Chapter 56. Surge in Power. Yi Feng gently closed his eyes, feeling the surging energy within him, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. He threw a few punches, noticing a significant increase in his strength. His eyes sparkled with delight. This enhancement surpassed that of his previous life's ordinary abilities by a considerable margin. The disparities among different levels of abilities, ordinary, rare, epic, legendary, and mythical, result in vastly different increases in combat power. This gap would only widen over time, ultimately becoming a chasm as vast as the heavens. With this thought, Yi Feng stretched contentedly and turned to the grand bed. Nan Shireen remained deeply asleep. With his power amplified and a beautiful woman in his embrace, life felt remarkably sweet. A hint of a smile lingered on Yi Feng's lips as he held Nan Shireen and drifted into a deep slumber. The following morning, a beam of radiant sunlight streamed into the room, gently rousing Yi Feng from his dreams. Lazily reaching for his phone, he discovered it was already past 10 o'clock. Today marked the 6th day of the apocalypse, and there was no pressing matter at hand. He glanced at Nan Shireen, her long hair cascading over her shoulders. Her exquisite face bore a slight frown, and her long, straight legs were crossed, as if she had experienced a troubling dream. Yi Feng tenderly brushed her hair aside, his eyes reflecting a sense of affection. From this angle, Nan Shireen exuded a strikingly mature charm. With her fair skin, captivating beauty, and long, elegant legs, she resembled a goddess by the Seine. Seeing her in such peaceful slumber, Yi Feng was reluctant to disturb her. In recent times, Nan Shireen had endured considerable anxiety and stress, and he fully understood her plight. Rising from bed, he made his way to the kitchen, retrieving a set of cooking utensils. A few eggs, a bottle of oil, 2 packages of wontons, and a large container of mineral water from his spatial storage. Once the ingredients were prepared, Yi Feng set to work, boiling water and frying eggs. Before long, a simple breakfast was ready. After indulging in 2 hearty hot pot meals, Yi Feng craved something lighter. The aroma of wontons and fried eggs wafted through the air. Then Shireen stirred slightly, gradually awakening. How delightful, she thought, still dazed and trying to grasp the situation. Yi Feng emerged from the kitchen, carrying 2 steaming bowls of wontons, placing them on the dining table. Shireen, you're awake? Breakfast is ready, come and eat. As Nan Shireen beheld the scene before her, a wave of emotion surged within her. Yi Feng is truly wonderful, handsome, capable, and now he is even cooking for me. She quickly sprang to her feet. Yi Feng, henceforth, allow me to handle such trivial matters. However, as she made the slightest movement, a soft gasp escaped her lips. Her delicate complexion flushed slightly. The previous day's intense skirmish had left her body with various aches. More critically, Nan Shireen's garments were in tatters, leaving her without anything to wear. Yi Feng discerned her embarrassment and, with a thought, retrieved a lace nightgown from his spatial storage, presenting it to her. Change into this for now. I shall find you several outfits shortly. Nan Shireen rose to accept the garment, inadvertently revealing a glimpse of her allure. Yi Feng's gaze lingered upon her with admiration. Upon inspecting the nightgown, her cheeks reddened further. This appeared to be a set of intimate sleepwear. Yet, She chose not to voice her thoughts and obediently donned the attire. Once she had completed her change, Yifeng scrutinized her from head to toe. The wine-red sleepwear complemented Shireen splendidly. Its form-fitting design accentuated her gently curved hips, slender waist, and fair, delicate legs, showcasing her beauty exquisitely. Coupled with her naturally fair neck, stunning visage, and ethereal aura, she was truly captivating. Yifeng silently marveled at the sight. If only she held a glass of swirling red wine in her hand, it would epitomize her status as the top beauty of the academy. Her figure was a natural masterpiece, suited to adorn any attire. Feeling somewhat bashful, Shireen took a seat. In her life, she had never worn anything so provocative. The aroma of breakfast wafted through the air, tantalizing her senses. The steaming little dumplings captured her full attention. However, as Yifeng had not yet picked up his chopsticks, she hesitated to start. Yifeng settled down, picked up his chopsticks, and encouraged, "Eat. You need not wait for me." Thus, the two began to tackle the simple breakfast before them. A bite of dumpling, a taste of fried egg. This uncomplicated meal filled Shireen with a profound sense of happiness. This very breakfast, seemingly simple, was something 90% of people could not access nowadays. Reflecting on her recent days, the most fortunate event had been establishing contact with Yifeng. The wisest decision she had made was to agree to become his woman. After a while, they had completely devoured the breakfast laid out on the table. Yifeng then retrieved a multitude of garments from his spatial storage. T-shirts, shirts, jackets, shorts, overalls, flared pants, leggings, dresses, and an array of various brands and colors of lingerie, all splendidly diverse. He spread them across the bed in a splendid display. "Wow, Yifeng, how did you acquire so many clothes?" Shireen exclaimed in astonishment. "Feel free to pick out an outfit that suits you," Yifeng replied with a smile. Shireen nodded and bent down to select her attire, her tall figure becoming evident in the process. Yifeng quietly admired her. Before long, Shireen found a suitable outfit. The process of changing clothes provided Yifeng with a feast for the eyes. After a considerable time, she emerged from the bedroom, and Yifeng's eyes lit up upon seeing her new ensemble. She had merely opted for a very simple combination. A simple hair tie snugly binds the hair, endowing the individual with an endearing and playful charm. The upper garment is a fitted short sleeve in a muted greenish-gray hue, accentuating her figure, while the lower attire consists of form-fitting deep blue jeans that perfectly delineate her exquisite bodily curves. Her slender waist, elongated legs, and voluptuous hips evoke a sense of admiration. Yifeng licked his lips, feeling a slight stir within him, truly invigorating. Chapter 57. The Silver RV, Random Task. Under the fervent gaze of Yifeng, Shireen glanced at him with eyes as fluid as water. "You naughty boy, please do not look at me like that." Yifeng chuckled mischievously, a teasing tone lingering in his voice. "Shireen, how do your long legs appear so elongated, straight, and fair?" Shireen's delicate face flushed with shyness. "Please stop." Yifeng gently grasped her delicate hand, whispering, "Shireen, rest assured, I shall treat you well." Upon hearing this, Shireen's smile blossomed like a flower, radiant and captivating. "I believe you." Yifeng's heart surged with emotion as he drew her into his embrace. Shireen's exquisite countenance turned a delightful shade of crimson. Her enchanting eyes, reminiscent of a starry river, were now veiled with a soft mist. A captivating beauty, she radiated charm. Yifeng couldn't help but swallow hard. As the clouds dispersed and the rain ceased, the bed was in disarray. Shireen's stunning face was flushed, her gaze dreamy, and her small hands fidgeted, unsure of where to rest. Her adorable demeanor filled Yifeng with affection. Just then, a system notification chimed. Notification, event triggered. Notification, mood elevated, reward, 10 bait. Yifeng's eyes sparkled with surprise as he checked the bait quantity. Bait, 10 portions. Yifeng smiled. His current state was just right, and his spirits high. It was the perfect time for fishing. With a thought, he chose to cast his line. On the fishing platform, the golden rod stirred as the hook sank into the endless darkness. Notification, fishing in progress. Yifeng silently prayed, "Good system, grant me something useful." The next moment, the system announced, "Notification, congratulations, host, successful fishing. Obtained a lifelike wax figure of Wonder Woman." Notification, congratulations, host, successful fishing. Obtained 10 packs of ultra-thin sweet sleep night pants. Notification, congratulations, host, successful fishing. Obtained 3 temporary enhancement scrolls, movement speed. Temporary enhancement scrolls? Yifeng was momentarily taken aback. The system continued with its notifications. Notification, congratulations, host, successful fishing. Obtained 10,000 blue star summer coins. Notification, congratulations, host, successful fishing. Obtained a venomous white rabbit figurine from the Green Line. Notification, congratulations, host, successful fishing. Obtained a modified RV. Before long, the fishing concluded. The haul was modest indeed. Yifeng frowned slightly and entered the fishing space to inspect his recent acquisitions. Item: temporary speed boost scroll, quality, rare description. Upon using this scroll, your movement speed will be temporarily increased tenfold for a duration of 10 minutes. Yifeng felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Wasn't this merely a temporary buff? While the enhancement to movement speed was indeed formidable, it was regrettable that it wasn't permanent. Yifeng placed 3 scrolls into his storage space and continued to examine other items. Models and knight and trousers were nothing extraordinary. However, when Yifeng laid his eyes upon the modified RV, his eyes brightened with excitement. Item: modified off-road RV, quality, rare description. This silver RV boasts exceptional defensive capabilities, luxurious interiors, and is equipped with various features such as automatic obstacle removal and self-driving functions. Within the RV, a mysterious spatial magic has been imbued, rendering it both spacious and comfortable. Yifeng felt a surge of joy. What a remarkable find! With this modified RV, his future travels would be secure. No longer would he need to zip around on a small electric scooter. He could even retire the heavy truck. Had he possessed this RV back then, his bird would not have been so ruthlessly destroyed by the Zhou brothers. After the initial thrill, Yifeng transferred all the items acquired from his fishing expedition into his storage space. He then focused his thoughts on the RV. Its sleek lines, silver exterior, and high-end aesthetics captivated him more and more. Unfortunately, the space was too confined to extract the RV and admire its grandeur. With a thought, Yifeng opened the task panel. The system prompted him. Prompt: please select whether to increase the difficulty of daily tasks. 2 options appeared before Yifeng. 1. Yes. 2. No. Yifeng smiled slightly. More difficulty? He decisively chose option 1. Increase the difficulty. The daily task was generated. Daily task: eliminate 40 zombies. Task reward: 40 portions of fish bait. Yifeng's eyes sparkled with delight. This was excellent. The task rewards continued to escalate. As for the difficulty of eliminating a few more zombies, was that truly a challenge? Prompt: you have triggered a random task. Would you like to accept? Yifeng was momentarily taken aback. What? The fishing system also had random tasks? His gaze flickered as he clicked to accept the task. Random task: eliminate 100 zombies. Task completion reward: 10 portions of advanced fish bait. The system continued with its notifications. Prompt: upon completing this task, you will unlock the fish bait synthesis privilege. Yifeng's gaze sharpened. Advanced fish bait as a reward? And the privilege to synthesize bait? System: what exactly is advanced fish bait? What does synthesis privilege entail? The mechanical system offered no response to Yifeng's inquiries. He had anticipated such a result and felt no particular disappointment. After all, it was merely an inquiry. And it cost him nothing. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Yifeng's eyes. Could advanced fish bait yield superior catches? There was no need to rush. After completing the task, the outcome would reveal itself. Yifeng contentedly shut down the system and turned to glance at Nan Shireen. She had emerged from her reverie. Now gripping her phone tightly, her delicate face adorned with a look of distress. Yifeng inquired with a smile, Shireen, what troubles you? Nan Shireen raised her gaze to meet his, hesitating to speak. Sensing her conflict, Yifeng's heart stirred slightly. Shireen, if you have something on your mind, please share it with me. There's no need to keep secrets. Biting her lip gently, Nan Shireen whispered, Brother Yifeng, may I ask you for a favor? Yifeng squinted slightly, responding slowly, Shireen, please tell me what it is. Chapter 58. Departure. Golden Summit Hotel having been granted a second chance at life. Yifeng vowed to refrain from being overly accommodating. Thus, he wished to ascertain whether Nan Shireen's request was reasonable before making a decision. Nan Shireen exhaled in relief and quickly explained, Yifeng, my aunt, Nan Ruyan, is the manager of a branch of the Qingxiu Group. During the apocalypse, she was trapped in a conference room at the Golden Summit Hotel, negotiating with another company. Now, she is ensnared in a warehouse there, her situation perilous and dire. In essence, Nan Shireen's aunt, Nan Ruyan, was in urgent need of rescue from the Golden Summit Hotel. In fact, she had reached out to Nan Shireen for help. However, at that time, Nan Shireen was herself ensnared within the Jiangda Library, desperately seeking assistance, unable to aid her aunt in the slightest. Yet, circumstances had changed, and now Nan Shireen had a new ally, managing to reconnect with her aunt. In the room, Nan Shireen bit her lip, her expression one of vulnerability as she implored, Yifeng, I just re-established contact with my aunt. She is currently in a presidential suite at the Golden Summit Hotel, and only you can help me. I understand this request may be excessive, so I do not wish to impose. However, If it lies within your capabilities, I beseech you to aid her. Of course, this must be contingent upon ensuring your own safety. Otherwise, I would prefer you not go. After receiving her aunt's distress signal, Nan Shireen found herself in a state of agitation. She recognized her own limitations. The only hope for rescuing Nan Rian lay with Yifeng. Nevertheless, she grappled with the moral dilemma of asking Yifeng to risk his safety for her aunt. After all, Yifeng represented her hope for survival, and any misstep in saving her aunt would weigh heavily on her conscience. Yifeng stroked his chin, his gaze shifting thoughtfully. Regardless, he intended to venture out to hunt zombies and fulfill his mission. With new provisions for travel at hand, rescuing someone would merely be a matter of convenience. With this in mind, Yifeng smiled faintly. No problem, I will certainly rescue your aunt. Upon hearing Yifeng's affirmation, Nan Shireen leaped to her feet. Her cheeks flushed as she embraced him tightly. Yifeng, I adore you. I shall share this wonderful news with my aunt immediately. With great haste, Nan Shireen sent the message. Immediately, Nan Shireen excitedly flipped through her phone's photo album and quickly found several pictures, then handed her phone to Yifeng. Look, this is my aunt, Nan Rian. Yifeng took the phone and casually glanced at the photos, but in the next moment, he felt a jolt of surprise. The image depicted a stunning beauty clad in a tailored suit, with elegant legs accentuated by black stockings, exuding poise and grace. Her figure was truly remarkable. Yifeng instinctively continued to scroll through the album, discovering even more images. Her voluptuous physique seemed to surpass that of Nan Shireen herself. Shireen, you should have mentioned that your aunt was this breathtaking. I would have agreed much sooner. Yifeng raised his gaze to Nan Shireen and inquired, Shireen, your aunt appears quite youthful. Yes, my aunt Nan Rian is merely elder in terms of family hierarchy. She is actually not yet 30 this year, Nan Shireen replied candidly. Yifeng, appearing nonchalant, asked, she looks like a mature woman. Is she married? Yes, Nan Shireen nodded. She is married. But there is little affection between her and my uncle. It was merely a marriage of convenience to appease family pressures. After marriage, her aunt and uncle mostly lived apart, as she was wholly dedicated to her career. Upon hearing this, Yifeng felt a mixture of disappointment and elation. Such a striking woman. What if she were to be bitten by a zombie? With that thought, Yifeng made a swift decision. Shireen, time is of the essence. Since your aunt is currently in danger, we must hasten to the hotel and rescue her. Yes, yes. Nan Shireen nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grain. Therefore, I have decided to set off immediately, Yifeng declared with a grand gesture. With a whoosh, the items within the room instantly vanished, all absorbed into Yifeng's storage space. Nan Shireen also quickly donned her attire, and the two of them swiftly prepared to depart. Come, let us head downstairs, Yifeng exclaimed as he wrapped his arm around Nan Shireen's slender waist. Hold on tight. Like a koala, Nan Shireen clung to Yifeng's robust frame, pressing her charming face against his chest. Yifeng brought her to the window and leaped out. The wind rushed past Nan Shireen's ears, startling her into a tighter embrace around Yifeng. He lightly tapped the curtain with his toes to control their descent. They landed safely. Suddenly, a few zombies with bloodshot eyes lunged towards them, claws outstretched. With a flash of lightning, several zombies were instantly charred and fell to the ground. Yifeng was equipped with a concealed necklace, with the zombies drawn in by Nan Shireen's presence. It was time for the modified RV to make its appearance. Yifeng focused his thoughts, and an 8-meter-long, 3-meter-wide, silver RV with sleek lines materialized in the open space ahead. This RV was highly attractive, with a minimalist design that exuded a strong sense of technological advancement. What kind of RV is this? It looks so cool, Nan Shireen exclaimed in awe. Yifeng was also seeing the RV for the first time and felt a surge of excitement as he approached the door. The door of the silver RV slowly opened. The modified RV had automatically designated Yifeng as its owner. Yifeng and Nan Shireen stepped into the motorhome, their senses overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of the space within. From the exterior, the vehicle appeared modest in size, but upon entry, they were astonished to discover an expansive interior, easily spanning 200 square meters. Yifeng silently marveled at this remarkable spatial magic. It was truly impressive. The spacious interior was adorned with a grand sofa, a dining table accompanied by chairs, and several cozy beds. The kitchen boasted modern amenities including a microwave, an oven, a refrigerator, cabinets, and a dishwasher, all complemented by a separate bathroom, an audio system, a large-screen television, and a gaming console. At that moment, a clear voice chimed in. Hello, esteemed owner. I am the intelligent assistant, Meili. Allow me to present an overview of the motorhome's features. This vehicle is equipped with a highly advanced defense system capable of withstanding conventional bullets, missiles, and any physical assaults, as well as strong resistance against attacks of the 4th tier and below. After the introduction concluded, Yifeng promptly issued a command. Melee, initiate autonomous driving to our destination, the Golden Ding Hotel. No sooner had he spoken than the large screen at the front of the motorhome illuminated, buzzing to life. Understood. Navigating to the Golden Ding Hotel. Engaging autonomous driving mode. In the next moment, a soft rumble echoed as the motorhome sprang into action, leaving dust in its wake. Yifeng reclined comfortably on the sofa, gazing ahead. The urban roads were anything but clear, with numerous zombies and abandoned vehicles obstructing the path. In this context, the formidable capabilities of the modified off-road motorhome became evident. A silver triangular steel plate automatically emerged from the front of the vehicle, resembling freshly fallen snow as it effortlessly cleared the surrounding obstacles, sending zombies and small vehicles flying in its wake. Within the motorhome, Yifeng sat on the sofa, pouring 2 cups of coffee. The soundproofing and stability of the modified vehicle were exceptional, ensuring that the chaos outside did not intrude upon their journey. The occupants could simply sit back and await their arrival at their destination. As the motorhome sped along, Yifeng handed a cup of coffee to Nan Shireen, who took a delicate sip, yet her anxious demeanor remained. Do not worry, your aunt will be just fine, Yifeng reassured her. Nan Shireen nodded, glancing at her phone screen. Brother Yifeng, how much longer until we reach the hotel? Yifeng glanced at the route and speed. Approximately 10 minutes. Nan Shireen exhaled in relief, murmuring, if it's just 10 minutes, we should be fine. Just then, her phone vibrated unexpectedly, causing her heart to skip a beat. She quickly unlocked the screen and opened the message. However, upon reading it, her mind went blank, overwhelmed by the shocking content. Regaining her composure, she hurriedly sent a flurry of messages to Nan Ruyan. However, her attempts seemed to vanish into the abyss, yielding no response. Yifeng, noticing something amiss with Nan Shireen, promptly inquired, Shireen, what troubles you? What has transpired? A fleeting shadow of sorrow crossed Nan Shireen's eyes, her beautiful gaze glistening with tears. Brother Yifeng, we are too late. My aunt has just messaged me. She has been bitten by a zombie. At these words, Yifeng's heart jolted with alarm. Bitten by a zombie? Typically, the transformation into a zombie occurs within approximately 5 minutes post-infection. Yifeng sighed, contemplating the fate of such beauty succumbing to the undead. Truly, beauty is often accompanied by misfortune. In the face of calamity, identity and appearance hold no sway. All are treated equally. Nan Shireen's eyes reddened, her voice trembling. Brother Yifeng, we must not waste any more time. We cannot go to the Jinding Hotel. I sent several more messages, yet my aunt has not replied. Time briefly rewinds to 9 o'clock that morning. At this moment, Yifeng and Nan Shireen were still slumbering in the staff dormitory. Meanwhile, on the 8th floor of the Jinding Hotel, in a back kitchen storage room, over a dozen survivors had gathered. The air was filled with the anguished cries of zombies outside. Nan Ruyan cowered in a corner, her face etched with worry. Observing the others, she noted that they too bore expressions of numbness, their gazes vacant and resigned. In the midst of calamity, Nan Ruyan had been engaged in business negotiations on behalf of her company when the world was turned upside down. In an instant, the majority of those around her transformed into zombies. Thankfully, under the protection of her bodyguard, Li Jiandong, they had found refuge in the kitchen storage. There were more than 10 survivors sheltering here, relying on the kitchen's provisions to survive thus far. Over the days, their mentality had shifted dramatically, from initial hope of rescue to despair, as the emergence of supernatural beings led to societal collapse. The internet was rife with reports of human-on-human violence, even cannibalism, becoming alarmingly frequent. The atmosphere within the storage room grew increasingly tense. By yesterday afternoon, they had completely run out of supplies, signifying the grim reality that they might starve to death. Hiding in her corner, despair enveloped Nan Ruyan. She had sent countless distress signals, yet in the current dire circumstances, how many possessed the strength to save others? Just then, a piercing female voice shattered the silence. Chubby, you've eaten the most these days. I witnessed you hoarding food yesterday. Hand it over. We are all starving. Nan Ruyan lifted her gaze to see the speaker, the administrative secretary from the rival company. Once a gentle lady with alluring black stockings, she now appeared utterly transformed. The secretary seemed to be engaged in a fruitless negotiation with the chubby individual, now resorting to a physical altercation. I haven tea. Do not falsely accuse me. The chubby one protested, panic evident in their expression. At that moment, a burly figure in the corner abruptly raised his head, eyes gleaming with intensity. His name was Li Jiandong, Nan Ruyan's bodyguard and driver. At the onset of calamity, Nan Ruyan survived solely under the protection of Li Jiandong. Initially, Li Jiandong held her in high esteem. However, as time progressed, he gradually recognized himself as the true authority in this domain, and his demeanor toward her became increasingly disrespectful. In recent days, His gaze had taken on a disconcerting quality. Nan Ryun understood that if it weren't for the multitude of people present, Li Jiandong would have acted differently. The sense of crisis in her heart intensified. Yet she felt utterly powerless. Li Jiandong strode towards the chubby boy, his voice sharp as he demanded, "Hiding something? Hand it over." The boy, evasive and defensive, protested. "I haven't got anything. Don't listen to that woman's nonsense. I saw it with my own eyes. There can be no doubt." The secretary in black stockings exclaimed. Li Jiandong bent down and began to tear at the boy's clothing. "Get away. Let me go." The chubby boy struggled. But he was no match for the imposing figure of Li Jiandong. Before long, a half bag of sugar and 2 cucumbers tumbled from the boy's pants. Li Jiandong felt a mix of disgust and surprise. Continuing his search, he confirmed there was no more contraband. He unceremoniously picked up the items and turned to leave. The chubby boy, with a face full of despair, clutched at Li Jiandong's pant leg, wailing, "Don't take everything. It's all mine. Get off me." Li Jiandong kicked him to the ground. The boy groaned as he lay there, and onlookers gazed hungrily at the food. Li Jiandong's expression twisted into one of menace. "Scram. All of you get away. This little bit of food isn't enough to satisfy me. Whoever dares to rob me shall face dire consequences." He brandished a kitchen knife, causing the crowd to cower in the corners, fear etched on their faces. Li Jiandong was the most formidable individual present, and no one wished to incur his wrath. They had merely endured a day of hunger and had not yet lost their sanity. Only the secretary in black stockings, who had previously exposed the chubby boy's secret, cautiously approached. "Brother, I also contributed. Could I have a taste?" Li Jiandong pondered for a moment, then pinched a small amount of sugar and placed it in her mouth. The secretary's eyes sparkled as she eagerly licked her tongue over the sweetness. Witnessing this, Li Jiandong felt a profound sense of satisfaction. In a corner, a young man with a buzz cut clenched his fists, his expression one of frustration. He was infatuated with the secretary and worked in the same company. The secretary soon licked the sugar clean and implored, "Brother, could I have a little more?" With her lips glistening, Li Jiandong, growing impatient, pushed her away and snapped. "There's none left." He then cast a glance at Nan Ryun, wishing she would be as forward as this woman. Li Jiandong moved directly to the corner, savoring the sugar and cucumber, prompting the others to swallow hard in envy. He remained vigilant, his weapon never far from reach. Before long, the food was nearly depleted, leaving only a smattering of sugar behind. Li Jiandong suddenly inquired, "Manager Nan, would you care for some sugar?" Chapter 60, Li Jiandong's Proposal and Ruthlessness. He extended the sugar towards Nan Ryun, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. Faced with the temptation of the sugar, Nan Ryun shook her head in refusal. This sugar was not to be consumed. Should she indulge, Li Jiandong would undoubtedly become even more insistent. Noticing her rejection, Li Jiandong appeared somewhat disappointed. After finishing his own share, he rose once more and approached the group. The onlookers were filled with curiosity, unaware of his intentions. Clearing his throat, he surveyed the crowd. "Listen closely. Our food supply has been entirely depleted. Continuing in this manner will surely lead us to our demise. Ultimately, we may find ourselves in a situation akin to that of cannibalism depicted online. Surely, none of us wish to witness such a fate." Upon hearing Li Jiandong's words, a ripple of unrest spread through the crowd as people began to murmur among themselves. Indeed, remaining idle was tantamount to courting death. Yet, without shelter, what other options did they have? "What do you propose?" Li Jiandong nodded in satisfaction and continued, "Our remaining provisions were exhausted yesterday. I believe we must seize the moment while we still possess some strength and find a way to escape. The Jinding Hotel has more than one kitchen, and certain rooms still harbor provisions. I have observed that the number of zombies outside is relatively sparse. I suggest we charge out together and then each fend for themselves." At this, some were swayed while others hesitated. Just then, a robust middle-aged man voiced his agreement. "I believe Li Jiandong makes a valid point. Waiting any longer is akin to awaiting death. The number of zombies outside is indeed limited, only around 8. And there are 13 of us here." The implication was clear. One person could distract a zombie, leaving 5 others with a chance to escape. Li Jiandong cast a glance at the sturdy man, nodding in approval. "Precisely. That is exactly my intention. While we still have the energy to run, let us take a desperate gamble. Our lives are in our own hands." The group exchanged glances, seemingly deep in thought. Li Jiandong sought to capitalize on the momentum, but was interrupted by the chubby young man beside him. "However, that wouldn't be fair. If we all rush out, it simply becomes a race to see who can run faster. Those of you with better physiques will undoubtedly have a higher chance of survival than those of us who cannot run as swiftly." The crowd began to murmur in agreement. Indeed, those who run faster have a greater chance of survival. "Are we, the women who run slower, to be left to protect you?" "I disagree. In essence, to survive, one need not outrun the zombies, but merely outpace the majority. The chubby young man, having disrupted Li Jiandong's plan, felt a fleeting sense of triumph. You want my food? You deserve it. Li Jiandong fixed his gaze on the chubby young man, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips. You raise an excellent point, my friend. In response to your observation, I have a suggestion. The crowd gradually fell silent. Li Jiandong chuckled. In order to enhance our survival rate, we must be willing to sacrifice someone to serve as bait. If one person takes the lead, they will undoubtedly attract the attention of the zombies, thereby significantly increasing the survival probability for those who follow. At this juncture, Li Jiandong cast a meaningful glance at the chubby fellow. The chubby man widened his eyes, sensing an ominous turn of events. The others understood as well, their expressions brightening with realization. Li Jiandong continued, since we all agree that someone must take the risk, then you, chubby one. Over the past few days, you have consumed the most food and have even dared to hoard supplies. He pointed decisively at the chubby man, his demeanor resolute. You are the transgressor among us and must contribute for the greater good. The chubby man's face instantly drained of color. Li Jiandong surveyed the group with a smile, stating, I believe the chubby one is well suited to take the front line, running ahead to draw the zombies' attention. What do you all think? They exchanged glances and soon voiced their agreement. I concur. So do I. They all expressed their approval, relieved as long as it wasn't their own sacrifice. Li Jiandong nodded in satisfaction. The chubby man, originally just a servant with the lowest status, had no ties with these former corporate elites. Eating the most while hoarding supplies was a grave error, making him the perfect choice for bait. If not him, then who? Absolutely not. Why should it be me? The chubby man protested, his voice rising in defiance. A cold glint flickered in Li Jiandong's eyes as he brandished the kitchen knife menacingly. Everyone has agreed. Do you wish to incite the wrath of the group? Let me be clear, you have no choice. Either you become bait, or I will end your life and use your corpse as the lure. Trembling with fear, the chubby man's face contorted in despair. After a moment, Li Jiandong attempted to soothe him. In truth, your task is quite simple, and it's not necessarily a death sentence. What if you manage to evade the zombies? Or perhaps they show no interest in you at all. Ultimately, we all must accept our fates. The group exchanged glances and encouraged him. Chubby one, just agree. You've eaten the most these past few days. Indeed. Consider it a means of atonement. The chubby man, pale and vacant-eyed, found himself overwhelmed by their collective condemnation, at a loss for what to do. Very well. He finally relented, glancing at the knife in Li Jiandong's hand, resigning himself to the inevitable. With a consensus reached, preparations commenced without delay. Groups began to form as alliances were forged. A buzzcut youth mustered his courage to team up with the woman in black stockings. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded in agreement. In the corner, Nan Ruyan felt a flicker of hope ignite within her. Manager Nan, you must stick close to me. I will lead you to safety. Li Jiandong gazed greedily at Nan Ruyan, who managed a strained smile in response. Before long, everyone was ready. Chapter 61, The Crisis of Nan Ruyan. Some wielded frying pans, others steel pipes, as they anxiously awaited their fate. Li Jiandong commanded everyone to clear the clutter at the entrance. Now, we are ready to begin. He slightly opened the door and menacingly addressed the chubby boy. Hurry. Charge out. Trembling, the boy hesitated to step outside. Without hesitation, Li Jiandong brandished a kitchen knife at the boy's throat. If you burst out, you may have a chance of survival. If not, I will strike you down immediately. The chubby boy glanced at the knife, gritted his teeth, and dashed out. Run, run, run. He felt as if he had never run so swiftly before, as if the wind propelled him forward. A few zombies, drawn by his movement, began to pursue him. Seeing this, the boy hastened his pace even more. At that moment, a ruthless glint flashed in Li Jiandong's eyes. He swung his arm and hurled a rolling pin into the air. It traced a parabolic arc before crashing onto the chubby boy's back with a resounding thud. Ah! The boy fell to the ground, the pain forcing a cry from his lips. Roaring in hunger, the zombies that had been chasing him quickly pounced on him as he lay there. In the face of the ferocious undead, despair etched itself onto the boy's face. No, don't come near. But the zombies paid him no heed, baring their bloodthirsty maws and brandishing their sharp claws, surging toward him. Thud! The boy's chest was torn open, and his screams echoed through the air. Help! Help! Witnessing the boy's tragic fate, Li Jiandong's eyes glimmered with determination as he issued a command. Now everyone, charge! With a rush, the crowd surged forward. Li Jiandong seized Nan Ruyan and sprinted for their lives. Not all the zombies had been drawn away by the chubby boy. A few remained, charging toward the group. Some unfortunate souls found themselves ensnared by the zombies, helplessly watching as their bodies were torn apart, their anguished cries piercing the air. The remaining individuals, wishing their parents had bestowed upon them fewer legs, ran for their lives. A young man with a buzz cut clutched a kitchen knife, dragging his secretary in black stockings as they fled. However, a zombie soon followed closely behind them. As the woman's speed lagged, the distance between her and the creature dwindled. Just as the zombie was about to catch up, the black-stockinged secretary suddenly pushed the young man towards it. In disbelief, he looked back at her as the zombie began to gnaw at him. "I'm so sorry, I want to live," she sobbed, tears welling in her eyes. The young man gritted his teeth and retaliated, severing a zombie's finger. In a twist of fate, the severed digit landed squarely on the woman's head. Terrified, she thought she would become the zombie's next meal. Turning around, she saw the young man grappling with the creature. "Xiao Wei, run!" she cried. Joy surged within her as she fled without looking back, while the young man quickly succumbed to his injuries. Meanwhile, Li Jiandong and Nan Rian were also sprinting with great fervor. Yet, there was one man who outran them, a man who had earlier echoed Li Jiandong's sentiments. The three of them raced with desperation. As they rounded a corner, they encountered a staggering zombie approaching them. The trio froze in shock. Li Jiandong acted decisively, delivering a powerful kick to the back of the middle-aged man, sending him tumbling into the clutches of a zombie. The creature, delighted by the unexpected meal, bared its teeth and lunged forward to take a bite. The man's throat was shattered. "Li Jiandong, may you suffer a terrible fate," he cried out in despair. Unfazed, Li Jiandong thought, as the saying goes, a friend of the dead does not concern himself with the living. If he did not perish, how could Li Jiandong escape? He and Nan Rian continued their frantic flight. However, in the next moment, two more zombies appeared before them, causing their hearts to sink. Turning back, they realized another zombie had joined the fray, fixating its gaze upon them. A wave of despair washed over Li Jiandong and Nan Rian. Just then, Nan Rian exclaimed with joy, "There's a room here. The door is unlocked." Li Jiandong looked up, his heart soaring with elation. Indeed, there was a door. Without hesitation, the two narrowly slipped inside just as the zombies were about to pounce, quickly locking the door behind them. Listening to the zombies hammering against the door, Li Jiandong's face was alight with joy. "Haha, I have survived." Nan Rian's chest heaved as she gasped for breath, her face radiant with the joy of having escaped death. As they surveyed their surroundings, they were thrilled to discover they were in a presidential suite, devoid of any occupants and, thankfully, any zombies. "Li Jiandong, thank you. Thank you for saving me once again," Nan Rian said, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Had it not been for him, she would have undoubtedly become a meal for the undead. Li Jiandong, unable to tear his gaze away from her heaving chest, swallowed hard. "Manager Nan, what are you saying? It is only right that I save you." Sensing his gaze, Nan Rian instinctively took a step back, offering an awkward smile. "Quick, let us find something to eat." Li Jiandong began to search the room as well. "There is food. There's even stuff in the fridge." They rummaged through the suite, yielding an impressive bounty. Indeed, it was a presidential suite, and the fridge was well-stocked. Li Jiandong's face lit up with avarice as they uncovered more than 10 bottles of beverages, 7 or 8 bags of chips, and an assortment of snacks. A few plates of fruit were also laid out on the table, though not entirely fresh. Most were still edible. "If we ration this, it should last us several days." Both were already famished and began to indulge heartily. As the snacks filled their stomachs, they gradually dispelled their hunger. Nan Rian casually took out her phone and checked her messages. The next moment, disbelief flooded her as she rubbed her eyes and checked again. It was no mirage, it was real. A message from Nan Shireen read, "Aunt, are you still alive? Aunt, I have been rescued. My boyfriend, Yifeng, is a powerful ability user." Nan Rian immediately replied, "I'm still alive. Can you come to rescue me?" Moments later, a response came through. "Yifeng has agreed. We will come to rescue you shortly." Joy surged in Nan Rian's heart. Immediately send the detailed address to Nan Shireen. Following that, send several messages to convey the perilous nature of her situation. With a sense of clarity, Nan Rian felt a slight easing of her tension. She casually reached for a packet of biscuits, intending to indulge further. However, to her astonishment, a pair of large hands abruptly snatched the biscuits from her grasp. Startled, Nan Rian looked up, only to find that the culprit was Li Jiandong. An ominous premonition surged within her. "What are you doing?" Nan Rian forced a smile. "What am I doing?" Li Jiandong's lips curled into a subtle smirk. "Since the advent of this calamity, I have shown you nothing but benevolence. Haven Ti, I have saved you at least twice." A peculiar smile danced across his face. "Though I am merely a bodyguard and a driver, I am, after all, just a hired hand. This situation has far exceeded the responsibilities of a bodyguard. Wouldn't you agree?" Upon hearing Li Jiandong's words, Nan Rian's expression shifted slightly. "I am well aware, Li Jiandong. Therefore, I am exceedingly grateful to you. I wish to repay you with money." I understand that in these times, money holds little value. But I truly do not know what else could express my gratitude. Nan Ruyan spoke earnestly. Li Jiandong interrupted her. No, you know very well what you can offer me in thanks. His greedy gaze roamed over Nan Ruyan's delicate form. Her slightly disheveled hair and cracked cherry lips could not conceal her stunning beauty. The taut suit and the swell of her shirt hinted at the grandeur beneath. Not to mention her long, slender legs and the alluring curve of her hips. The ripe allure of a peach stirred Li Jiandong, who was already sated. Noticing the predatory glint in Li Jiandong's eyes, Nan Ruyan managed a weak smile. I don't quite understand what you are implying. To be clear, all the food here belongs to me. You are not permitted to eat any more. Why not? Nan Ruyan instinctively inquired. Because I am stronger than you. Li Jiandong declared with pride. Look at the current situation. I need not elaborate further. It is too dangerous outside. You must find someone to rely on. I am your most suitable choice. Chapter 62. The enraged Li Jiandong. Li Jiandong grinned broadly. Manager Nan, I have actually harbored feelings for you for quite some time. You have appeared in my dreams countless times. Your enchanting allure captivates me. If I were not so fond of you, how could I possibly exert myself to save you? Nan Ruyan's lips moved, but she found herself at a loss for words. At this point, we do not know how long we will survive. Why not indulge in pleasures while we can? Li Jiandong's expression turned lewd. Nan Ruyan took a step back, forcing a semblance of a smile. Li Jiandong, please don't do this. I'm afraid. Hearing her words, Li Jiandong narrowed his eyes slightly and said, afraid of what? Am I going to eat you? Nan Ruyan cautiously replied. Could you perhaps give me some time to think about it? The suddenness of it all left me momentarily stunned. Li Jiandong nodded in agreement, confident that she could not escape. A cooked duck cannot fly away, after all. Very well, but from this moment on, you are forbidden to consume anything. For all that exists within this room belongs solely to me. Nan Ruyan nodded without further protest. Li Jiandong sat beside her, inhaling deeply and revealing a twisted smile. He continued to ramble. To be honest, I quite relish this apocalypse. When I served as a bodyguard, I often found myself wishing for the end of the world to arrive. Without this apocalypse, how could I possibly have the chance to possess a woman of your caliber? Nan Ruyan forced a smile and nodded in agreement. After a brief moment, Li Jiandong suddenly declared, by the way, hand over your phone. I do not wish for you to maintain any contact with the outside world. Nan Ruyan's heart sank, instinctively resisting. That isn't necessary, is it? Contacting the outside world is of little use now. If you leave me a phone, I could at least scroll through some videos to alleviate my boredom. Li Jiandong regarded her with suspicion. Nan Shirin attempted to remain composed. Li Jiandong appeared to have an epiphany, raising his gaze to fixate on Nan Ruyan. Give me your phone. Nan Ruyan's complexion darkened, uncertainty flooding her mind. She instinctively clutched her phone tightly, her body stiffening. Li Jiandong let out a cold laugh and snatched the device from her grasp, swiftly perusing its contents. As he continued to read the messages, his expression soured further. Upon reaching the last message, Li Jiandong's face turned ashen. You wretched woman, how dare you seek another man to rescue you? You claim to be in peril, yet you are so foolish. His eyes widened, bloodshot and furious. No, that is not what I meant. Nan Ruyan frantically tried to explain. Ignoring her, Li Jiandong bent over to compose a message. Shirin, I have discovered that during my recent escape, I was bitten by a zombie. There is no need for you to come and rescue me. Take care of yourself and live on for my sake. He clicked send. Then, with a chilling demeanor, Li Jiandong slowly stated, I just informed them that you have turned into a zombie. Given the dangers outside, they will not come to your aid any longer. Dream on if you think someone with special abilities will save you. It is best to submit to me. I will cherish you well. Upon hearing this, Nan Ruyan's face paled dramatically. No. How can you do this? Quickly, give me back my phone. She instinctively reached out to reclaim her device. Witnessing her reaction, Li Jiandong's expression darkened even further. Wretched woman, what makes you think I am unworthy of you? Enraged, Li Jiandong hurled the phone violently to the ground. With a resounding crack, the screen shattered, and the body was marred with fractures. Yet, he was not satisfied. In a fit of rage, he stomped on it relentlessly, reducing the phone to mere fragments, extinguishing its light forever. As Nan Ruyan beheld the destruction of her phone, her face turned ghostly pale, her eyes devoid of sparkle. It was over. However, she soon recalled something, and a flicker of hope reignited within her as she murmured to herself. Perhaps Shirin would be willing to come and confirm the situation. Li Jiandong calmed down and spoke slowly. You have no expectations now, and I am unwilling to wait any longer. Today you must be mine. You shall agree, whether you wish to or not. Nan Ruyan, reluctant to relinquish any hope, quickly thought of a response and earnestly said, Li Jiandong, please calm down. In fact, waiting a little longer would be the best choice for you. If no one comes to rescue me, you would merely be waiting a little longer without any loss. But if someone with abilities does come to save me, you would be saved as well, wouldn't you? Although you treat me this way now, you have saved me twice, and I will certainly repay you. I will hold no grudge against you, nor will I disclose what just transpired. Li Jiandong squinted his eyes, clearly unconvinced by her words. Huh, woman, do you take me for a fool? At this juncture, you still wish to delay time. I cannot wait any longer. As he spoke, Li Jiandong grinned lewdly and reached for her suit jacket. Li Jiandong, can you please wait a moment? I beg you. Nan Ruyan pleaded, desperately dodging his advance. With a violent tug, Li Jiandong ripped open her suit jacket, causing several buttons to pop off. He lunged forward. Just submit to me, he wailed. But Nan Ruyan retaliated with a swift kick, striking him between the legs. A wave of excruciating pain washed over him, turning his face a deep shade of maroon. Seizing the opportunity, Nan Ruyan frantically fled into the inner room of the presidential suite and swiftly locked the door behind her. Once Li Jiandong regained his composure, fury consumed him. He pounded on the door, shouting angrily, "Open up, you filthy woman. When I break down this door, I will make you wish you were never born." Nan Ruyan pressed her body against the door, her heart racing in panic, utterly unsure of what to do next. She could only silently pray, "Shireen, Yefeng, will you come?" Chapter 63. Yefeng's intuition on the road. A sleek silver then sped along. Inside, both Yefeng and Nan Shireen bore solemn expressions. Nan Shireen had just learned that Nan Ruyan had turned into a zombie. Her beautiful eyes were red, and she wept incessantly. Yefeng approached her to offer comfort. "Shireen, given the state of the world, such things are all too common. Try not to be too heartbroken." Nan Shireen wiped her tears and nodded. "I understand. It's just that the suddenness of it all is overwhelming." Yefeng continued to console her for a while, and Nan Shireen's spirits began to lift. Yefeng's gaze flickered as he pondered deeply. Since there was no need to head to the Jinding Hotel, they would return to the Longqing Daijing community to retrieve Lin Xiaoxiao. As this thought crossed his mind, he prepared to instruct Millie to change their destination. However, a sudden pulse of intuition surged within him. The situation was devoid of logic and information, driven solely by Yi Feng's intuition, which hinted that something was amiss. "Shireen, may I see your phone?" he requested. A bit perplexed, Nan Shireen handed over her device. Upon unlocking the screen, Yi Feng discovered the chat messages exchanged between Nan Shireen and Nan Ruoyan. "Nan Shireen, Aunt, are you still alive?" "Nan Shireen, Aunt, I have been rescued. My boyfriend Yi Feng is a powerful supernatural being." "Nan Ruoyan, I am alive. Can you come to save me?" "Nan Shireen, Yi Feng has agreed. We will come to rescue you shortly." "Nan Ruoyan, Shireen, I just left the kitchen and fled to the presidential suite 8001, pursued by a horde of zombies." "Nan Ruoyan, I am with my bodyguard Li Jiandong, and we have managed to find some food, but I still feel endangered. Please hurry." "Nan Ruoyan, Shireen, I realized during my escape that I have been bitten by a zombie. There's no need for you to come. Protect yourself and stay safe. Live on for me." Yi Feng's eyes flickered with understanding. Logically, it made sense. Nevertheless, a sense of unease lingered within him. After pondering, he looked directly at Nan Shireen and slowly said, "Shireen, something feels off. It's possible that Nan Ruoyan is still alive." Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, a spark of hope illuminated Nan Shireen's eyes as she exclaimed, "Really? Yi Feng, you mean my aunt is still alive?" Yi Feng nodded solemnly. "I cannot be certain, but since we are already on our way, we should verify it with our own eyes. It won't take much time." "Yes, you are right." Nan Shireen seemed to grasp onto a lifeline. "Let us hurry." Hope glimmered in her beautiful, watery eyes. Yi Feng glanced at the time and mused, "We still have at least 8 minutes before we reach the Jinding Hotel. I wonder what the situation is there." He furrowed his brow in contemplation. "Is there a faster way to get there?" After a brief moment of thought, Yi Feng suddenly had an idea. He turned to Nan Shireen and said, "Shireen, I have just granted you the driving rights to this RV. Use the autopilot to head towards the Jinding Hotel." Nan Shireen was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend Yi Feng's statement. "Yi Feng, what do you mean, Millie? Stop the vehicle and open the door." Yi Feng commanded decisively. "Understood, master," responded the vehicle's intelligence system, Millie, in a crisp voice. The RV came to an abrupt halt, and the door slowly opened. Yi Feng swiftly exited the vehicle and said to Nan Shireen, "Shireen, I fear something has transpired with your aunt. To be safe, I must move faster than the vehicle. I will go ahead." As he spoke, a small, light blue scroll appeared in Yi Feng's hand. It was a temporary enhancement scroll, having undergone multiple enhancements. Yi Feng's full-speed running was already on par with the RV's speed. Activating the temporary enhancement scroll would amplify his speed tenfold. He tore the scroll apart, and in an instant, it transformed into a stream of blue light, surging into Yi Feng's body. In that moment, Yi Feng felt an exhilarating lightness coursing through him, filling his heart with joy. My speed of movement seems to have increased tremendously. With a swift touch of his toes to the ground, Yi Feng soared forth, vanishing from sight. Nan Shireen stood frozen, bewildered. How could Yi Feng be so fast? Regaining her composure, she promptly commanded Mi Li to head towards the Golden Tripod Hotel. Yi Feng, resembling a streak of black lightning, sprinted wildly. The howling wind rushed past his ears. Countless buildings receded behind him, the sound of air bursting echoing around him. My speed has surged. Yi Feng's face radiated joy. At this moment, his velocity approached the speed of sound, leaving behind only fleeting shadows in the air. At the Golden Tripod Hotel, in an 8th-floor suite, Li Jiandong, struck at his vital points, had completely succumbed to a state of frenzy. He frantically smashed against the door with furniture. Bang! Bang! His eyes were bloodshot, and he roared like a madman. Vile woman, open the door, or when I break it down, you'll see how I deal with you. Inside, Nan Ruoyan trembled uncontrollably. She had no viable options and could only instinctively brace against the door. Bang! Bang! As Li Jiandong continued to batter the door, the lock twisted and cracked. Soon, with a thunderous crash, the bedroom door burst open. Nan Ruoyan fell to the ground. Vile woman, I will kill you, Li Jiandong said, brandishing a kitchen knife with malice. At that moment, Nan Ruoyan felt an icy chill penetrate her bones, as though she had plunged into an ice cellar. Li Jiandong approached with a sinister grin, and without uttering a word, slapped her across the face. Smack! A clear red handprint appeared on Nan Ruoyan's exquisite cheek. Li Jiandong, please don't. This strike brought tears to her eyes as she could only plead helplessly. Still harboring fantasies, are we? Still waiting for rescue? Li Jiandong sneered lecherously. Let us not even discuss that so-called superhuman. Once he knows you've turned into a zombie, he's certainly one T come. Even if he intended to check on you. Would he arrive in time? Before he gets here, I will have already finished. With greedy eyes, Li Jiandong gazed at the sitting Nan Ruoyan, her posture accentuating her long, beautiful legs and ample curves. What a sight! He raised the knife, placing it menacingly against her fair neck. Move, and I'll sever your head. Nan Ruoyan's expression turned blank, her heart sinking. Li Jiandong squinted as he leaned in to kiss her delicate face. Just then, a thunderous shout erupted from a distance. Seeking death. The voice resonated powerfully, leaving Li Jiandong momentarily stunned. In the next instant, a dark figure crashed through the window, delivering a swift kick to Li Jiandong's chest. Whoosh! He was propelled several meters, crashing violently against the wall before collapsing to the floor. He was utterly bewildered, feeling as if a heavy truck had struck him. His internal organs rearranged, and countless ribs broken. He lay on the ground like a lifeless dog. Chapter 64. Departing the hotel. Leaving no hidden dangers, Li Jiandong lay on the ground, akin to a lifeless dog, oblivious to his own fate. I truly am a small genius. My judgment was entirely accurate. The arrival seemed particularly timely. Clad in black, with striking brows and starry eyes, it was Yi Feng. Nan Ruoyan appeared somewhat dazed. What had transpired? Had I been rescued? Yi Feng glanced at her, and then found it impossible to divert his gaze, his heart unable to suppress its admiration. What a remarkable beauty! There she knelt on the ground, adorned in a crisp white shirt, her striking looks captivating, and her gaze imbued with allure. A distinct red handprint graced her cheek, yet it did little to diminish her beauty. Rather, it lent her an air of charm. Her lustrous black hair cascaded over her shoulders, her neck alabaster, and her figure was alluringly curvaceous. Most astonishing to Yi Feng was the impression that her bosom resembled two towering peaks, straining against the confines of her white shirt, as if it might tear at any moment. His eyes reflected appreciation. Furthermore, her tailored trousers could not conceal her shapely form, presently accentuated by her pose. Drawing the eye irresistibly, Yi Feng approached swiftly, smiling as he gently assisted Nan Ruoyan to her feet. I am Yi Feng. Are you all right, Miss Nan Ruoyan? Gazing at her trembling stature, Yi Feng could not help but swallow hard. No wonder that bodyguard harbored impure thoughts. Testing a man with such a challenge? What man could withstand such a trial? Nan Ruoyan stared at Yi Feng, momentarily feeling as though she were ensnared in a dream. Was it this strikingly handsome man, with his sharp features and dark attire, who had saved her? At the last moment, in a dire situation, he appeared like a celestial warrior, rescuing her from peril. In an instant, a warmth enveloped her entire being. This was too surreal. Surely, I am not dreaming, she murmured to herself, still in disbelief. You are certainly not dreaming, Yi Feng replied with a hearty laugh. I am Yi Feng, sent by Nan Shireen to rescue you. It appears I arrived just in time. You are now safe. Utterly secure. No one can harm you any longer. Nan Ruoyan looked up, gazing at Yi Feng in awe. The man before her was tall and imposing, extraordinarily handsome, as if bathed in golden light. Most importantly, he exuded a captivating charm. Her heart raced, leaving her momentarily speechless. Noticing her silence, Yifeng furrowed his brow slightly, pondering why she seemed dazed. Had I arrived too late? Her attire appears quite tidy, so that cannot be it. Perhaps she is in shock? Clearing his throat once more, Yifeng spoke again. I am Yifeng, sent by Nan Shirin to rescue you. How are you feeling? Are you all right? It was then that Nan Rian regained her composure, a lovely blush blossoming on her exquisite face as she hastily replied, I am fine. Fortunately, you arrived just in time, and I am unscathed. Thank you so much. Yifeng smiled faintly, his gaze lingering on the handprint on Nan Ruyan's cheek. How can you say you're fine when you bear such a mark? Yifeng lifted his eyes to the man still sprawled on the ground and spoke slowly. This beast dared to strike you. He is truly despicable. Nan Ruyan also glanced at Li Jiandong, her expression inscrutable as she asked, Is he dead? Yifeng replied, I spared his life, but given his injuries, he is on the brink of death. Do you wish for me to end it for you? Upon hearing this, Nan Ruyan's gaze turned complex, and she let out a soft sigh. I never imagined he would turn out to be such a person. However, he did save me twice. I suppose we are even now. Let him be. He is unlikely to survive anyway. Yifeng's eyes flickered, and he chose not to speak further. Nan Ruyan surveyed her surroundings, and, after a moment's hesitation, asked, What about Shirin? Did she not say she would come with us? Yifeng chuckled lightly. I sensed your danger and rushed here ahead of time. Nan Shirin is still on her way. Nan Ruyan exclaimed in slight alarm. Will she be in danger? Do not worry. She is quite safe. Yifeng reassured her. The modified RV boasts exceptional defenses. Yifeng surveyed the area again and suggested, If you have no further matters to attend to, let us depart. I will take you to meet Nan Shirin. Nan Ruyan nodded. But before that, I can tend to your wounds. Yifeng added. Noticing the puzzled expression on Nan Ruyan's face, Yifeng lifted his hand and gently brushed her delicate cheek. Nan Ruyan's face flushed slightly. Goodness. What is he about to do? Should I pull away? Buzz. A beam of white light emanated from Yifeng's hand and, under Nan Ruyan's astonished gaze, enveloped her, coursing through her entire being. A wave of refreshing sensation spread throughout her body, and she could not suppress a soft moan. She felt revitalized, her energy surging. Moreover, much of the handprint on her cheek faded away. Her beautiful eyes brimmed with astonishment. How extraordinary. Is this what supernatural powers are like? Yifeng smiled and nodded. This is a sacred blessing. Now, let us leave this place. Yifeng took her delicate hand in his. Nan Ruyan's face grew warm. Yet she did not resist. Under his guidance, they approached the window. Yifeng extended his arm, encircling her slender waist. In response to Nan Ruyan's questioning gaze, he explained, I am going to jump from here, so you must hold on to my waist tightly to avoid falling. Nan Ruyan gasped in shock. Jumping from the 8th floor? However, she quickly recalled that Yifeng had also entered through a window, and being an extraordinary individual, he must possess considerable ability. Thus, she refrained from further inquiries and, feeling somewhat bashful, wrapped her arms around his sturdy waist. The two embraced, with Nan Ruyan resting her head against Yifeng's chest, her eyes slightly entranced. Yifeng softly uttered, Hold on tight. We are about to leap. In the instant they jumped, Yifeng deliberately adjusted his angle, discreetly flicking his fingers out of Nan Ruyan's sight. A flash of lightning erupted. Boom. The terrifying arc of electricity struck Li Jiandong in an instant. Chapter 65, Random Task. The survivor's plea for help. Li Jiandong let out a muffled groan, reduced to mere ashes, dead beyond revival. Eradicating threats has always been Yifeng's modus operandi. After all, in the apocalypse, anything is possible. Despite Li Jiandong's current grievous state, he could awaken latent abilities at any moment, resurrecting fully to seek vengeance. Even if he could not overpower Yifeng, the prospect of him plotting in the shadows or targeting Yifeng's beloved was utterly repugnant. The sound of the wind echoed in Nan Ruyan's ears. During their descent, Yifeng's toes grazed the exterior walls of the building, countering gravity. Soon, they landed safely. Nan Ruyan felt the masculine aura surrounding Yifeng, filling her heart with an overwhelming sense of security. Yifeng appeared like a divine savior, an image forever etched in her soul, indelible and profound. Reluctantly, Nan Ruyan released her hold on Yifeng. He retrieved his phone, glancing at it thoughtfully. His rapid movements and the swift progression of events had left him wondering. The Mi Li Hao RV had yet to arrive. Yifeng addressed Nan Ruyan. How should I refer to you? Just call me Nan Ruyan, Mr. Yi, she replied. There's no need for such formality. Simply call me Yifeng, he said. We have 5 minutes before Nan Shirin arrives to pick us up, so we must wait a little longer. Whatever you decide is fine by me, Nan Ruyan responded. Yifeng nodded and led her into the hotel lobby, seeking a safe place to rest. He opened the task panel to review his progress. Daily task: eliminate 40 zombies. Task reward: 40 bait. Task status: completed. Yifeng was momentarily taken aback. What's this? I've completed the daily task. He then turned his attention to the random task. Random task: eliminate 100 zombies. Task reward: 10 high-grade bait. Unlock bait synthesis privilege. Task status: 47,100. When did I slay these zombies? Yifeng pondered briefly before the realization struck him. The zombies his RV had crushed were counted towards the task's tally. His RV possessed an obstacle-clearing function. Along the way, it had unknowingly dispatched countless zombies. Of course, many had not been killed by the impact. Nevertheless, even the count of those slain by the collision alone reached 47. Quite impressive. Yifeng smiled slightly. He promptly clicked to claim his daily task reward. With the system's notification, congratulations, host has received 40 bait. Yifeng was elated as the 40 bait were credited to him. His joy was further amplified by a newfound interest in the high-grade bait. Only 53 zombies remained to complete the random task. 5 minutes should suffice. Seizing the moment, Yifeng resolved to eliminate the zombies within the Golden Ding Hotel. Clearing the undead from a building is typically safer, as one can utilize the terrain to dispatch them without provoking a horde. Conversely, in an open area, slaying too many zombies can easily summon a tide of the undead. Yifeng was acutely aware of this from his previous life. However, the current zombies were of a lower level, and Yifeng, possessing formidable strength, felt no trepidation. Yet, should he be accompanied by a burden, the situation would change. Thus, choosing to clear the hotel as zombies was the wisest course of action. I will handle the zombies. You need only stay by my side, Yifeng instructed Nan Ruyan. Though somewhat perplexed, she nodded in agreement. Yifeng retrieved a pistol from his spatial inventory and began to systematically purge the zombies layer by layer. On the first floor of the hotel, he encountered approximately 20 zombies. Bang, bang, bang. Yifeng's technique was steady, and his aim was swift, not a single bullet wasted. With each gunshot, a zombie collapsed, each headshot precise. Witnessing Yifeng effortlessly dispatch these terrifying creatures with the ease of mowing grass left Nan Ruyan utterly astonished. Yifeng was indeed a sharpshooter, impressive. As he searched each hotel room, some harbored hidden zombies. After clearing them out, Yifeng did not overlook the belongings within the hotel. With a mere thought, he collected beds, mini fridges, televisions, and bottled water into his space. The adage "pluck the feathers as the goose passes" rang true. At each location, he instinctively gathered items, for his space was boundless. Why not take advantage of it? After all, these modern conveniences would become increasingly scarce. Though these items appeared well-preserved now, in a year or two, they might be unattainable. Upon encountering them, Yifeng was unreserved in his appropriation. This scene left Nan Ruyan in a state of disbelief. She rubbed her eyes, gone. They had truly vanished. Yifeng glanced at Nan Ruyan's astonished expression and simply remarked, "This is my ability. You will come to understand it in due time." Nan Ruyan's eyes sparkled with curiosity. What else could Yifeng accomplish? So mysterious. As Yifeng continued to eliminate zombies, he swiftly ascended to the 3rd floor. After dispatching the undead in the corridor, he searched 6 additional rooms. The number of zombies vanquished had now surpassed 50. Adding the previously accumulated count, Yifeng's random task was nearing completion. Bang, bang, bang. He entered another room, where a family of 3 zombies awaited, 2 adults and a child. Yifeng fired several shots. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 zombies fell in unison. Yifeng smiled and clicked to view the task details. Random task: eliminate 100 zombies. Task reward: 10 high-quality baits. Unlocking bait synthesis permission. Task status: completed. At last it is done. Yifeng felt a flicker of joy as he stepped out of the room, ready to leave this place with Nan Ruyan. Just then, a woman suddenly emerged from the stairwell. She was stunningly beautiful, with alluring legs adorned in black stockings, drawn to the sound of gunfire. Upon seeing Yifeng, her expression shifted to one of excitement as she inquired, "Are you a rescue worker?" Then, her gaze fell upon Nan Ruyan, and she gasped in astonishment. "It's you." Nan Ruyan recognized her as well. She was the administrative secretary who had been trapped on the 8th floor alongside her. The woman, brimming with joy, rushed towards Yifeng. "You must be a rescue worker. Please, take me away." Chapter 66. No burdens. Bait synthesis. As the woman lunged towards him, Yifeng calmly raised his gun. The woman froze in disbelief, her expression perplexed. "I am not a rescue worker. I am a survivor, just like you," Yifeng replied, shaking his head. Her eyes widened in disbelief, her excitement turning to desperation. No. But she quickly regained her composure, pleading, "Please, save me." "Save you?" Yifeng assessed her briefly. instinctively shaking his head. I do not rescue burdens. What value do you hold? The woman appeared bewildered. My value. Yi Feng turned away, preparing to leave. Frantic, she implored him in rapid succession, please don't go. Take me with you. Manager Nan and I are together. Why can she follow you? Manager Nan, please say something. Yi Feng paused, glancing at Nan Ruyan. Do you know her? Nan Ruyan, her expression complex, nodded slightly. She is the administrative secretary of one of our partner companies. But we are only acquaintances. Understanding dawned on Yi Feng as he looked at the woman in black stockings, shaking his head in refusal. She is my friend. I came specifically to rescue her. Upon hearing this, the woman's face paled. Gritting her teeth, she suddenly knelt before him. Please, take me with you. My value lies in my body. You can take her. I am just one more. I can do anything, as long as I can survive. Yi Feng scrutinized her. Noting her beautiful legs and striking features, she could indeed be considered a beauty. However, compared to Lin Xiaoxiao, Nan Ruyan, and Nan Shireen, she fell short. His standards had been raised. Moreover, a sense of unease lingered in his perception of this woman. With that thought in mind, Yi Feng resolutely shook his head. Given the current state of the world, you know well that I will not carry burdens. Your body holds no worth to me. The woman's expression turned blank, her delicate form trembling. Nan Ruyan's expression mirrored her own complexity, reflecting on Yi Feng's rejection. She realized that she had no true connection with him. It was only through Nan Shireen that Yi Feng had come to rescue her. In essence, she was not unlike the black-stocking secretary before her. She was merely a burden at Yi Feng's side, necessitating his constant vigilance to protect her. What value does he hold for himself? Nan Ruyan's gaze flickered, lost in thought. The woman, witnessing Yi Feng's unyielding demeanor, turned to plead with Nan Ruyan. Manager Nan, I am your friend. I implore you to say a word. If you leave me here, I will surely perish. Nan Ruyan, her expression a tapestry of complexity, met her gaze, but ultimately shook her head slowly. I witnessed the moment you pushed the crew-cut youth down. At her words, the woman trembled, as if struck by lightning. No, I did not. I did not push him. If he lives, I shall die. You must understand my plight. Just then, Yi Feng's phone vibrated gently. He retrieved it and glanced at the screen. It was a message from Nan Shireen. Shireen has arrived. We should go, Yi Feng said, turning to Nan Ruyan. Her face lit up with delight. Wonderful. Let us hurry. Yi Feng and Nan Ruyan turned to leave. Observing their departure, a flicker of malice crossed the dark-clad woman's eyes. Nan Ruyan, why do you deserve to live? Why must I die? Why do you have protection while I am left to fend for myself? Ah, but I possess this. The dark-clad woman brandished a severed zombie finger. If you are merciless, do not blame me for being heartless, she murmured to herself. Manager Nan, wait. I have a secret to share. The dark-clad secretary hastened to say. Nan Ruyan turned back in surprise. This secret is for your ears alone. The secretary swiftly approached Nan Ruyan and, wielding the object in her hand, plunged it forcefully into her wrist. Nan Ruyan, you shall become a zombie too. A glimmer of excitement danced in the dark-clad woman's eyes. Die. Just as she believed victory was at hand, a pair of strong hands emerged, knocking the zombie finger to the ground. The hands then seized her throat, lifting her off the ground. It was Yi Feng, intervening to halt her actions. Only then did Nan Ruyan regain her senses. Yi Feng cast a glance at the fallen object and quietly remarked, it is a zombie finger. At his words, Nan Ruyan's complexion drained of color. Her face filled with terror as she pointed at the woman and scolded, you wretched creature. Why are you so malevolent? The dark-clad woman, filled with resentment, struggled violently. I am so unwilling. Yi Feng tightened his grip. Crack. The woman's eyes rolled back as her neck snapped, and she succumbed to death. Yi Feng coldly discarded her corpse to the ground. Well done. Nan Ruyan exclaimed with indignation, her body trembling slightly. Yi Feng gently took her hand and said softly, do not concern yourself with such individuals. The vehicle is ready. Let us depart. Yi Feng and Nan Ruyan exited the Golden Summit Hotel. A sleek, silver RV was parked at the entrance. This silver RV is astonishing, Nan Ruyan exclaimed in awe. Although she had seen many things, she had never encountered a vehicle of this brand on Blue Star. Yi Feng led her onto the RV. Once inside, Nan Ruyan was further astonished. The exterior of the RV was already impressive, but she had not anticipated the extraordinary features and decor within. Without further ado, let us speak solely of the fact that the space within is far more expansive than she had ever envisioned. From an external perspective, one would never anticipate such vastness within this vehicle. Nan Ruyan found herself bewildered and profoundly astonished. Not only was the space ample, but it also boasted all the amenities typically found in a motorhome. Furthermore, it included features that are generally absent in conventional models. It was, in essence, a mobile supermansion. At that moment, Nan Shireen had already rushed over. Oh, Auntie, you are truly alive. Nan Ruyun, equally overwhelmed, wept tears of joy, exclaiming, Shireen, I have finally found you. She turned and embraced Nan Shireen tightly. The two women, reunited at their pinnacle, wept together in each other's arms. Yifeng, standing nearby, smiled with a sense of satisfaction. However, one thing puzzled him. Despite their blood relation, why was there such a stark disparity in their circumstances? The difference was indeed striking. As the two women began to express their emotions, chattering incessantly, Yifeng's thoughts shifted. Having completed both daily and random tasks, he decided to claim his task rewards. The system's notification sounded. Notification, congratulations, host. You have received 40 units of bait. Notification, congratulations, host. You have received 10 units of premium bait. Notification, congratulations, host. You have unlocked the bait synthesis privilege. Yifeng examined the new feature and soon grasped its significance. In essence, utilizing premium bait while fishing would facilitate the acquisition of higher-grade items. The bait synthesis privilege allowed for the combination of 10 ordinary baits into a single premium bait. However, 10 ordinary baits for just one premium bait seemed excessively costly. He was curious to observe the effects of premium bait firsthand, especially since his random task had rewarded him with 10 units of it. Yifeng promptly resolved to embark on a fishing expedition to test the quality of the premium bait. System, initiate 5 rounds of premium fishing. Notification, fishing in progress. Yifeng's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Notification, congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained 1,000 copies of the film A Record Towards the West on HD DVD. Notification, congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained 300 g of Mongolian yak jerky in 100 bags. Notification, congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained 3 bottles of miraculous spray. Miraculous spray? Yifeng felt a stirring in his heart. Notification, congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained 10 copies of the deluxe edition HD DVD of The Silver Bottle Plum starring Yang Si-min. Notification, congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained 1 bottle of corpse toxin immunity potion. The 5 rounds of fishing concluded, and Yifeng's expression turned to one of disappointment. Was this truly all? Excluding the 2 types of DVDs and the jerky from his 5 rounds of premium fishing, he had only acquired 3 bottles of miraculous spray and 1 bottle of corpse toxin immunity potion. While both items were indeed useful, this was the yield from 5 units of premium bait. If he had used ordinary bait for synthesis, that would equate to 50 units. With 50 units of bait, one could fish 50 times. How could it be that he had obtained so little? Utilizing premium fishing felt like a significant loss. It was as if he were hemorrhaging resources. What was going on? Yifeng shook his head in confusion and began to inspect his spoils. The miraculous elixir needs no further introduction. Yifeng had previously acquired it. Initially, he was somewhat disdainful, but now he could only exclaim, how delightful. After all, with a growing number of confidants, it was just as well that his supply of the spray was dwindling. Yifeng carefully stored the wondrous spray. Chapter 67, Thunderous Stance. God of War Contract. Yifeng then turned his gaze to the newly obtained Zombie Toxin Immunity Potion. Item, Zombie Toxin Immunity Potion. Quality, rare. Description. Upon consuming this potion, you will gain super immunity to the zombie virus, fearless of infection. Those already infected, as long as they have not yet transformed, can equally attain super immunity. Yifeng had previously acquired such a potion, which granted an individual a state of super immunity against zombies. Even those afflicted by the toxin could ensure their safety if they consumed the potion before transformation. He had already used that bottle, so receiving a new one was indeed fortuitous. With several confidants at his side, possessing this potion brought him some solace. After organizing his gains, Yifeng checked the quantity of bait. Bait, 40 portions, high-level bait. 5 portions. Silently, Yifeng instructed the system. Commence high-level fishing 5 times. Alert! Fishing in progress. Yifeng did not harbor excessive expectations. Alert! Congratulations, host, on successful fishing. You have obtained 10 AK-47 firearms. Alert! Congratulations, host, on successful fishing. You have obtained 10,000 rounds of AK-47 ammunition. Alert! Congratulations, host, on successful fishing. You have obtained 100 sets of the Deaf Tribe series of books. Yifeng felt a tinge of disappointment. While firearms were useful, they were not what he desired. At that moment, the system hesitated slightly. Yifeng's gaze flickered. Based on experience, prolonged processing often heralded the arrival of something remarkable. Just then, the system's alert resonated. Alert! Congratulations, host, on successful fishing. You have obtained the legendary skill, Thunderous Stance. Alert! Congratulations, host, on successful fishing. You have obtained a rare item, one flame sea cucumber. What? Yifeng was initially taken aback, but soon elation surged through him. He had struck gold. Yifeng had successfully fished out the legendary skill, Thunderous Stance. A golden legendary skill. He immediately immersed his mind into the fishing space. A source pearl radiating a golden glow lay upon the fishing platform. Was this the legendary skill, Thunderous Stance? Yifeng promptly clicked to view the details. Skill, Thunderous Stance quality, legendary description, active skill. Upon activating Thunderous Stance, your form will undergo slight alterations. Attributes such as attack, defense, speed, and strength will receive substantial temporary enhancements. Special description, Thunderous Stance will strengthen as your level and combat power increase. Furthermore, upon reaching a certain level, you will unlock even more potent enhancement effects. A skill that significantly boosts combat power. It appears to be a growth-oriented transformation skill. What an extraordinary skill. Yifeng's face beamed with joy. He promptly chose to extract the skill. Swish. A radiant pearl of energy, exuding a golden glow, suddenly materialized in the air. Li Feng immediately reached out and shattered it. The two women beside him cast a fleeting glance at Li Feng before resuming their conversation. His enigmatic presence had become a familiar curiosity to them. The energy pearl transformed into a stream of golden light, merging seamlessly with Li Feng's being. Notification, congratulations. You have acquired the legendary skill, Thunderous Stance. Notification, detecting your possession of a mythical level lightning ability. Your skill's potency will be significantly augmented. Your Thunderous Stance will be perfectly attuned, evolving into a special skill. Simultaneously, a message regarding the skill emerged in Li Feng's mind. The Thunderous Stance, now enhanced by the chaotic divine thunder, seemed to have undergone a profound transformation, elevating its strength to a new echelon. Li Feng's heart brimmed with elation. He pondered the true magnitude of this legendary skill's power. However, confined within the vehicle, he found it inconvenient to test the skill, forcing himself to suppress his excitement. High-grade bait. Such exquisite bait indeed. Li Feng mused to himself. How many times had he fished with ordinary bait? Aside from the initial 3 attempts blessed by the novice aura, he had never reeled in a legendary item. Yet, with merely 10 uses of the high-grade bait, he had successfully acquired a legendary skill. What did this signify? Ordinary bait was utterly worthless. Utilizing high-grade bait for fishing was undoubtedly the correct approach dictated by the system. Legendary skills utterly overshadowed rare items and abilities. There was simply no comparison. Li Feng resolutely decided. Henceforth, he would exclusively employ high-grade bait for his fishing endeavors. He then proceeded to examine the rare items he had obtained. Item: Flame Sea Cucumber, quality, rare description. A mutated sea cucumber imbued with miraculous power. Consuming it can enhance physical strength and provide 50 resistance to flames. What a splendid find. Li Feng promptly extracted the sea cucumber and took a bite. The fist-sized black sea cucumber was delightfully crisp. He quickly finished it, feeling a surge of warmth coursing through his body. His physical strength had increased once more. Li Feng felt a surge of joy. He had grown stronger. Upon organizing his acquisitions, he thought to himself, system, combine all 40 units of ordinary bait into high-grade bait. The system immediately presented an option. Notification, do you confirm the synthesis? Li Feng clicked confirm without hesitation. Notification, congratulations, host. You have acquired 4 units of high-grade bait. Another 4 units of high-grade bait. Li Feng was elated. He inhaled deeply. System, let us conduct 4 high-grade fishing attempts. The golden rod stirred, casting the hook into the boundless darkness. May the celestial sisters bless me with remarkable catches. The system's notification chime resonated. Notification, fishing in progress. Notification, congratulations, host. Fishing successful. You have obtained 1 rare level item, Surveillance Guardian Spirit. Notification, congratulations, host. Fishing successful. You have obtained 10 Tang Swords. Notification, congratulations, host. Fishing successful. You have obtained 1 epic level item, Ability Awakening Elixir. A Surveillance Spirit? And an epic level ability Awakening Elixir? Li Feng's heart soared with delight. At that moment, the system hesitated slightly. Yi Feng's heart tightened. A system lag indicated the emergence of something extraordinary. Soon, a notification echoed. Notification, congratulations, host. You've successfully fished and obtained a legendary item. 1 War God Contract Scroll. Oh my luck is astonishing. Yi Feng was overwhelmed with joy. A continuous bounty, 1 epic and 1 legendary. What bliss. Yi Feng immersed himself in the fishing space, quickly discovering the War God contract suspended above the island. A scroll radiating a faint golden glow. Alongside it was a vial emitting a purple light. A scroll and a potion? Yifeng promptly clicked to view the details of the scroll. Item: War God Contract Scroll. Level: Legendary. Description: the War God contract can be utilized to establish a formidable combat team. The primary contractee is designated as the War God, with the lives and deaths of the remaining contractees under the War God's control, ensuring their unwavering loyalty. Tear the scroll to automatically become the War God. Special description: the War God contract comprises 1 War God position, 20 general positions, and 200 warrior positions. Contractees of varying ranks will receive different extents of permanent enhancement effects at the inception of the contract, along with the benefits of the War God team's skills. The War God contract. Yifeng was profoundly astonished. Such a powerful item, truly deserving of its legendary status. Chapter 68. Contracting the War God, Awakening the Extraordinary Potion. Yifeng licked his lips, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Contracting as the War God allows for the summoning of 200 warriors and 20 generals, with their fates in his hands, ensuring their absolute loyalty. What exhilaration! Yifeng's heart soared with joy, feeling his future brim with possibilities. Without hesitation, he immediately chose to extract the War God contract scroll. With a swish, a scroll emanating a golden glow appeared before him. Yifeng reached out to grasp the War God contract scroll, tearing it apart without delay. In the next instant, the scroll transformed into a stream of golden light. Rushing into Yifeng's body, a golden radiance emerged from within him. Yifeng instantly felt the formidable power of the contract rapidly enhancing his physical energy. His strength, speed, defense, vision, and reflexes were all comprehensively magnified. Yifeng was filled with elation. Contractees receive enhancements from the power of the contract. The contract master is the sole War God, receiving the most substantial boost. Generals follow, with warriors receiving the least. Shortly after, the enhancement concluded and the golden glow faded. Yifeng was exhilarated. Empowered by the War Goddess' strength, he felt himself grow stronger, his power surging. Eagerly, he checked his combat power. Combat Power Index, 810, an increase of over 300 points. A smile crept across Yifeng's lips. Simultaneously, a surge of information flooded his mind. Yifeng's eyes sparkled with renewed joy. The War God contract was even more formidable than he had anticipated. Upon becoming the War God, his War God team would also gain War God skills. Possessing 3 formidable skills, each may be employed only once per day. The War God team boasts 3 distinct abilities. Firstly, the War God's Blessing. This skill is bestowed upon the War God, the War Commander, and the Warrior. Upon activation, it grants an aura of War God's Blessing, which lasts for 1 hour, temporarily enhancing combat power by a certain percentage. Secondly, the War God's Might. This skill is exclusive to the War God and War Commander and cannot be acquired by warriors. When the contract holder is gravely injured and on the brink of death, the War God's Might automatically triggers, instantly healing their wounds and restoring a portion of their combat capabilities. Lastly, the War God's Fury. This skill is solely available to the War God. When activated, it unleashes a fan-shaped shockwave directly in front, inflicting tremendous damage upon enemies within a specified radius. The precise power is determined by the War God's combat strength. These are indeed remarkable skills. Yifeng felt a surge of exhilaration. After a brief moment, his excitement gradually subsided. During his fishing expedition, he also acquired an epic-level Awakening Elixir. Item: Extraordinary Awakening Elixir. Quality: Epic. Description: a mysterious elixir capable of awakening latent abilities deep within the human body. Consuming this elixir guarantees the awakening of special powers. The quality of the abilities varies from person to person. An elixir that aids in awakening extraordinary powers? Yifeng's heart leapt with joy. In his previous life, he had heard that besides natural awakenings, the use of certain extraordinary treasures could also lead to an awakening. However, such treasures are exceedingly rare and seldom circulate in the market. Now, he possessed a vial that could potentially facilitate an awakening. The question arose, should he consume this awakening elixir? Yifeng pondered. What reactions might ensue? Since he already possessed an extraordinary ability, there was a chance that this elixir would go to waste. There was also a greater likelihood of awakening a common-level ability, Strength Enhancement, which he had experienced in his previous life. Yifeng shook his head. Common-level abilities were too weak to significantly enhance his strength. Moreover, he still had the potential for self-awakening. If he chose not to drink it, the dilemma persisted. Should he give it to Lin Xiaoxiao or Nan Shirin? Yifeng found himself in a quandary. After all, there was only 1 vial of the elixir. Both women were admirable, and he felt torn. After contemplating, Yifeng placed the awakening elixir into his storage space. The decision regarding its use would be addressed later. He then turned his attention to the new item he had fished out. Item: Reconnaissance Guardian Sprite quality, rare description, a consumable item. Upon summoning this sprite, it will safeguard a radius of 100 meters around you, scouting the surroundings and promptly identifying potential threats. In the event of an insurmountable crisis, it will immediately alert its master. The sprite will persist for 72 hours before dissipating on its own. Yifeng's eyes flickered with interest. This is also a valuable asset. In this perilous world, possessing such a guardian would allow him to relax and rest peacefully. Moreover, he had also fished out 10 crates of tang knives. Yifeng casually opened one crate and discovered it contained a full 20 tang knives. Item: Tang Dao quality, ordinary description. The Tang Dao boasts a sharp blade, making it suitable for swift combat with a reliable quality. Indeed, it is a commendable weapon. In the post-apocalyptic world, possessing a dependable armament is of paramount importance. A sword is particularly adept at dispatching zombies. However, Yifeng has already acquired a superior flaming sword. With the collection now complete, Yifeng felt an undeniable surge of joy. He embraced Nan Shirin and planted a fervent kiss upon her lips. Nan Shirin's cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment as she cast a shy glance at Nan Ruyan. "It's all right. You may as well pretend I'm not here." Nan Ruyan teased with a knowing smile, a flicker of envy passing through her heart. Yifeng, cradling a beauty in his arms, contemplated his ensuing course of action. Perhaps it is time to secure a territory for himself? After all, the living conditions in the dilapidated Dragon City Imperial View community are rather subpar. He ought to procure a more suitable villa for himself, a residence that is not only comfortable but also secure, ideally conducive to his future endeavors. What location would be appropriate? As he pondered, Yifeng's eyes suddenly lit up. That place seems rather promising. In his previous life, it had sparked fierce competition among various factions. Securing it as his foundational stronghold would be quite advantageous. The more he contemplated, the more satisfied he became. Just then, his phone vibrated. Upon glancing down, he saw it was a voice call from Lin Xiaoxiao. A smile tugged at the corners of Yifeng's mouth as he recalled Lin Xiaoxiao's voluptuous figure and her impeccably beautiful visage. I should invite her to join me, he mused before answering the call. "Yifeng, this is bad. You must come to my rescue." Lin Xiaoxiao's voice was laced with urgency. "Calm down. Take your time to explain," Yifeng replied, his expression sharpening. As Lin Xiaoxiao recounted the events, Yifeng grasped the situation. "You, Lin Haoyan, your audacity mirrors my own." A cold glint flashed in Yifeng's eyes. "Lin Haoyan, you dare to lay your hands on my woman? For this alone, your fate is sealed. Not even Jesus can save you. Mark my words." Chapter 69. The Awakening of Lin Haoyan. A new crisis. Lin Ruyan character image 2. Lin Haoyan is Yifeng's downstairs neighbor, mentioned earlier. Today he fortuitously awakened his supernatural abilities. This lad is indeed audacious. Upon awakening, instead of seeking sustenance, he immediately thought of Lin Xiaoxiao, residing in the same building, and attempted to contact her to make her his own. Having already aligned herself with Yifeng, Lin Xiaoxiao naturally declined without hesitation. Lin Haoyan, incensed by this rejection, was unwilling to relent. Lin Xiaoxiao was the most stunning woman he had ever encountered. He could not simply let it go. He promptly issued a bold proclamation in their group chat. "Lin Xiaoxiao is mine. Anyone who dares to contest me will meet their demise." The opinions of Lin Xiaoxiao herself were of no consequence. Whether she consented or not, Lin Haoyan was determined to claim her as his own. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao realized the gravity of the situation and immediately sought Yifeng's assistance. Yifeng reassured her, "Xiaoxiao, you must ensure your safety. I am returning to the community right away. I will arrive shortly." He ended the call. Yifeng's expression was grave as he swiftly issued a command. "Set forth. Destination Dragon City, Imperial Residence." "Understood, Master." With the mechanical resonance of a synthesized voice, the silver RV roared to life, propelling itself towards the predetermined goal. While Yifeng felt a surge of anxiety within, he was also beset by a sense of frustration. In his previous life, Lin Haoyan had not awakened any supernatural abilities. What could be the cause? The butterfly effect, perhaps? It seemed imperative to establish a secure haven swiftly to protect his beloved. Yifeng's unusual demeanor naturally drew the concern of Nan Shirin and Nan Ruyan. "Brother Yifeng, what transpired?" Yifeng slowly shook his head and replied, "Nothing of great consequence, merely a fool causing a ruckus. We are on our way to fetch Xiaoxiao." He had previously explained Lin Xiaoxiao's significance to Nan Shirin, and both women nodded in understanding. The vehicle sped forward. Meanwhile, on the 8th floor of Dragon City Imperial Residence, Lin Haoyan was engulfed in unrestrained elation. He could hardly believe that the day had come when he, Lin Haoyan, would awaken as a supernatural being. Just the day before, witnessing the prowess of a lightning-based ability user had profoundly inspired him. And today, in a sudden turn of fate, he had awakened his own power, rare level, Berserker Strength. This ability not only significantly enhanced his physical prowess, but also granted him a strength-based skill. Upon activation, his power surged threefold, along with an increase in both defense and mobility. However, such power came at a cost. After utilizing the skill, he would experience a state of mild weakness and would be unable to employ it again for a short duration. Nonetheless, Lin Haoyan had transformed into a veritable Superman. At least within this building, he would be free to act as he pleased. With his newfound abilities, thoughts of power and women naturally flooded his mind. Who was the woman closest to him? Lin Xiaoxiao. This exquisite beauty, with her alluring curves, left him in a reverie. Without hesitation, he attempted to contact Lin Xiaoxiao, only to be met with a resounding refusal. How dare she reject me? He seethed inwardly. With her perfectly refined features, long legs, and voluptuous figure, how could anyone resist? I find you worthy, and yet you spurn my advances. Fury ignited within Lin Haoyan as he contemplated how to handle Lin Xiaoxiao, his lips involuntarily licking in anticipation. To the upper floor. I must ascend immediately. Chapter 70. Activation. Thunderous stance. Lin Xiaoxiao, I am on my way. With thoughts of Lin Xiaoxiao's enticing figure clouding his mind, Lin Haoyan could hardly contain himself as he boldly stepped out. Meanwhile, Yi Feng, troubled by unease, inquired, Mi Li, how long until we reach Dragon City Imperial Residence? A mechanical voice responded, Master, approximately 8 minutes remaining. Yi Feng furrowed his brow. 8 minutes felt interminable. No, we must act immediately. He turned to Nan Shirin and Nan Ruyan, declaring, the situation is urgent. I shall proceed ahead. The RV, under Mi Li's control, would automatically navigate to Dragon City Imperial Residence. Nan Shirin nodded, indicating her understanding. This scene was all too familiar to her. It mirrored the moment when she had just rescued Nan Ruyan. Yi Feng commanded Mi Li to roll down the car window and leaped out of the vehicle. In the next instant, Yi Feng activated his legendary skill, Thunderous Stance. Boom. Chaotic divine thunder energy surged from within Yi Feng, rapidly enveloping his entire being. His body radiated a dazzling golden light, his hair becoming wild and dancing freely with arcs of electricity. Crackling sounds filled the air as Yi Feng's eyes transformed into a profound golden hue, muscles bulging with strength. His entire form was interwoven with golden and gray thunderous energy, an ancient and weathered aura enveloping him. Golden light flickered and crackled. Yi Feng seemed to have emerged from a myth, embodying the essence of the thunder god. The scene was overwhelming, powerful, and enigmatic, leaving Nan Shirin and Nan Ruyan utterly spellbound. How strikingly magnificent. A thunder god? Yi Feng surveyed himself, nodding in satisfaction. Golden eyes, muscular physique, surrounded by arcs of lightning. This sensation was invincible. Moreover, just as he had imagined, both his strength and speed had seen a tremendous enhancement. Time was of the essence. With a thought, Yi Feng produced a temporary speed enhancement scroll and tore it apart. His movement speed skyrocketed in an instant. Off he went. In a flash, Yi Feng transformed into a dark phantom, vanishing at the end of the street. In Longqing Imperial Scenic Community, Lin Haoyan swiftly ascended to the 18th floor, pounding on the door with fervor. Darling, I'm here. Open the door quickly. Lin Xiaoxiao shouted anxiously from behind the door. Get lost. Do you even know who my man Yi Feng is? He is 100 times stronger than you. If you back off now, there's still time. If you persist in your foolishness, you'll be doomed when he arrives. Hearing this, Lin Haoyan scoffed. Don't be ridiculous. The probability of 2 supernatural beings appearing in one building is exceedingly low. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Haoyan continued to batter the door. How can that be impossible? Have you forgotten yesterday's video? A man who can summon thunder appeared in our community, causing a tremendous uproar. He is Yi Feng. These words left Lin Haoyan momentarily stunned. There seemed to be some truth in what she said. Could there really be a supernatural being? Lin Haoyan, you still have time to back off. I can easily pretend nothing happened. Lin Xiaoxiao continued to persuade. You must be lying to me, Lin Haoyan probed. I would never lie to you, Lin Xiaoxiao replied earnestly. The atmosphere became tense. After a moment, Lin Haoyan gritted his teeth. Forget it. The arrow is on the string and must be released. First, I'll deal with this girl. If the thunder user has nothing to do with her, I'll strike it rich. If there is a connection, I might still be able to hold my ground. Even if I can't win, I can use Lin Xiaoxiao as a hostage. The more Lin Haoyan thought, the more convinced he became of his strategy. A sinister grin spread across his face. Bang, bang, bang. He continued to rain punches upon the door. Inside the room, Lin Xiaoxiao, seeing that Lin Haoyan was still unwilling to relent, had no choice but to hide. After all, Lin Haoyan was an extraordinary being of great strength. Despite his relentless attempts to break down the door, Lin Xiaoxiao's entrance was ultimately breached. As Lin Haoyan stepped inside, he called out, "Xiao Xiao, my dear, where are you?" He searched each room, living room, kitchen, and bathroom, until he eventually focused his attention on the master bedroom, for it was the only door securely locked. He continued to pound on the door, and soon, the lock shattered, falling to the ground. With a powerful kick, he forced the door open. He searched frantically, but to his dismay, found nothing. "Damn it, where are you?" Lin Haoyan exclaimed in frustration. He continued his search in the study and the second bedroom. Upon entering the second bedroom, he was met unexpectedly with a colossal rolling pin. "I'll smash you," Lin Xiaoxiao declared, making one last desperate effort. Lin Haoyan, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure and seized the rolling pin from her grasp. Gazing upon Lin Xiaoxiao's stunning beauty and captivating figure, he licked his lips and smirked. "Oh, little beauty, you're quite formidable. Yifeng will not spare you," Lin Xiaoxiao shouted defiantly. "Even if this so-called Yifeng truly possesses the power to summon thunder, I shall still give him a taste of defeat today." Lin Haoyan laughed heartily. At that moment, a Siberian husky charged out, sinking its teeth into Lin Haoyan's calf. "Ah!" he cried out in pain. Turning around, he discovered it was merely a dog. Enraged, he kicked the dog, Xiaobai, in the abdomen. Arg! Xiaobai was sent flying several meters, landing on the ground and howling in distress. Lin Haoyan glanced down at his injury, noting it was minor, then growled menacingly, "Damn it. I hope that foolish dog doesn't have rabies. You wretched beast. Once I'm through here, I'll make you into a hot pot." Chapter 71. The Thunder God Descends. One strike to defeat the enemy. Seeing Xiaobai being kicked away, Lin Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes brimmed with tears, her voice choked with emotion. "Don't worry, your turn is coming soon." Lin Haoyan chuckled ominously. Lin Xiaoxiao drew a dagger from her bosom, summoning her courage as she sternly warned. "Yifeng will not let you go. If you escape now, you might still have a chance." Lin Haoyan, emboldened by his desires, disregarded all caution. As the saying goes, to die beneath the peony is to be a ghost with style. Just as Lin Haoyan was about to take a step closer, Lin Xiaoxiao's expression shifted to one of surprise. "Yifeng, you finally arrived." Startled, Lin Haoyan turned sharply, scanning the surroundings, but found no one. Realizing he had fallen for yet another trick, he turned back only to see Lin Xiaoxiao sprinting towards the study. He hastily pursued her, but was a moment too late. Lin Xiaoxiao managed to lock the door behind her. Feeling his intelligence had suffered another crushing blow, Lin Haoyan seethed with rage. "You treacherous woman, I will make you pay." With all his might, he began to kick the door furiously. Before long, the door splintered into pieces. Lin Xiaoxiao, trembling as she clutched the dagger, resolved to fight to the death. As Lin Haoyan burst in, wearing a cruel grin and preparing to speak further, he noticed Lin Xiaoxiao's expression once more filled with surprise. Lin Haoyan smirked dismissively. "I'm not so easily outsmarted. Can a person truly stumble over the same stone twice?" At that moment, a chilling male voice resonated. "You are truly despicable." Yifeng shattered the window and descended gracefully. His entire being crackled with thunder and lightning, with wild hair and golden eyes exuding an aura of terror. Lin Haoyan's body instantly froze. Yifeng's arrival was akin to a bucket of icy water poured over him, awakening a chilling dread from the depths of his heart, extinguishing the raging fire within him. You are Yifeng?" Lin Haoyan stammered, trembling violently. "It's over." Yifeng, slightly out of breath, dispelled his thunderous demeanor, reverting to a more ordinary state. The thunderous form, while immensely powerful, drained a considerable amount of energy, and now Yifeng felt utterly depleted. "Xiao Xiao, are you all right?" Upon seeing Yifeng return, Lin Xiaoxiao rushed into his embrace, her tear-streaked face evoking a deep sense of pity. "Woo-woo, Yifeng, you have finally come." Yifeng gently patted her back, soothing her softly. "It's all right. Everything is over." Turning his gaze towards Lin Haoyan, his eyes brimmed with murderous intent. "Today, if I allow you to die too easily, I shall deem myself incompetent." Lin Haoyan, frightened by Yifeng's ferocity, took a step back. Regaining his composure, he gritted his teeth. "What are you pretending for? We haven't even fought yet, and you assume victory is yours. If I'm not mistaken, your energy is already nearly depleted, correct?" Yifeng ignored his taunts, focusing instead on Lin Xiaoxiao's pale visage, bestowing upon her a sacred blessing. This skill drew upon his mental strength. Enveloped in a radiant glow, Lin Xiaoxiao quickly began to recuperate. "Yifeng, you need not concern yourself with me. Focus on defeating the enemy." Lin Xiaoxiao released him, a hint of anxiety in her tone. She was unfamiliar with the abilities of superhumans, and hearing Lin Haoyan claim that Yifeng's energy was exhausted filled her with concern. Lin Haoyan furrowed his brow, his gaze flickering. "Your energy is entirely spent. You are in no condition to continue fighting. So, why not continue your charade of a feigned city defense, pretending to unleash another skill? If my deductions are correct, your previous skill has depleted your last vestiges of energy. You are utterly spent. Lin Haoyan continued to analyze, meticulously observing Yi Feng's expression. Unfortunately, Yi Feng remained impassive, feigning calmness while sweat poured down his back upon being struck at his vulnerabilities. Lin Haoyan persisted. Xiao Xiao glances at Yi Feng with concern. Yi Feng's lips curled into a cold smile as he applauded. Astute analysis. You are indeed quite clever. You are right. My energy has indeed been exhausted. This moment presents your finest opportunity to defeat me. Unleash everything you possess. As he spoke, Yi Feng secretly activated his Eye of Insight, revealing Lin Haoyan's information in its entirety. Name, Lin Haoyan level, 1-star ability, Power Frenzy, Blue Rare, Combat Index, 61. The information of a superhuman was indeed more comprehensive compared to that of an ordinary individual. Lin Haoyan gazed at Yi Feng with uncertainty, momentarily immobilized. Yi Feng took the initiative to approach Lin Haoyan, advancing step by step, each footfall seemingly pressing upon Lin Haoyan's heart. Observing Yi Feng's confidence, Lin Haoyan's heart raced in trepidation. Despite being depleted of energy, why was he unafraid? Surely, it was an act, an attempt to intimidate him into retreating. How clever of me. With this thought, Lin Haoyan roared, "Damn it, I will fight you." With that, Lin Haoyan activated his power frenzy. His muscles swelled instantaneously, and his strength surged exponentially. I am formidable. The newfound power instilled confidence within Lin Haoyan. He clenched his fists, feeling capable of demolishing anything. Watch as I shatter you with a single blow. Feeling invincible, Lin Haoyan charged at Yi Feng, delivering a fierce punch. The air crackled with the intensity of his strike. Yi Feng remained unfazed, countering with a punch of his own. The two fists collided in midair. A sharp crack echoed from Lin Haoyan's wrist. "Ah!" Lin Haoyan cried out in agony as his arm broke. Not only that, his body was propelled back several meters, crashing violently to the ground. The impact created a deep crater, shattering the tiles beneath him. Lin Haoyan's face turned pale, his mind consumed by a singular thought. This is impossible. How can his strength be so overwhelming? Is he also a power wielder? Yi Feng swiftly appeared before Lin Haoyan, lifting his right leg to harshly press Lin Haoyan's head beneath his foot, repeatedly grinding it down. "Is this all you've got?" Yi Feng mocked, a smirk on his face. Lin Haoyan wailed in despair, his face flushed as he struggled with all his might. Yet, no matter how he exerted himself, he could not rise. Yi Feng's foot felt like a mountain, unyielding and immovable. A wave of helplessness washed over Lin Haoyan. How could this be? My strength has increased so dramatically. Confusion clouded his mind as he stared blankly, sweat pouring down. Yi Feng had not even resorted to his lightning ability. He effortlessly subdued Lin Haoyan with sheer physical strength. Chapter 72. Killing Lin Haoyan. Off to the hospital with Lin Haoyan beneath his foot, Yi Feng focused his thoughts, summoning the fiery battle blade into his grasp. Lin Haoyan caught a glimpse of this and trembled in horror. "No, Yi Feng, I was wrong. Spare my life, please. I beg you. I am a power wielder. I am willing to submit to you. Just spare me." Lin Haoyan's pleas for mercy echoed incessantly. Yi Feng let out a cold laugh, unmoved by his desperation. With a swift motion, he brought the blade down. In a flash, it glinted. Thud! Lin Haoyan's arm fell away, blood gushing forth and splattering the ground. "Oh!" The anguished cries of Lin Haoyan resonated throughout the room. "Yi Feng, I beg you, do not kill me," he pleaded in sheer terror, racked with pain. Yi Feng, unrelenting, swung the blade again. Thud! Lin Haoyan's other arm fell to the ground, crimson blood gushing forth. The pain was excruciating. "Yi Feng, you will not die a good death." Lin Haoyan wailed in agony. Yi Feng ruthlessly scraped his foot across Lin Haoyan's face, soon rendering it a gruesome mess. He raised his flaming battle knife, the blade flashing ominously. In an instant, both of Lin Haoyan's legs were severed. "Spare me," Lin Haoyan murmured, his breath faint. Finally, with a decisive stroke, Yi Feng accurately severed Lin Haoyan's fifth limb, as though performing a surgical procedure. Lin Haoyan's head lolled, succumbing to unconsciousness from the unbearable pain. Yi Feng smirked coldly, casting a divine blessing. Enveloped in white light, Lin Haoyan slowly awakened, only to be engulfed by immense suffering. Realizing he had been reduced to a living nightmare, despair consumed him. "Yi Feng, you will not die a good death. Do you think you are a virtuous person? Bah, you merely rely on your superior abilities. One day, you will encounter someone even stronger than you, and your demise will be far worse than mine." Yi Feng, with a flick of his wrist, thrust the long knife into Lin Haoyan's shoulder blade, lifting him effortlessly. At that moment, Lin Haoyan was but a bloodied mass, blood dripping profusely. Yifeng gazed at him, a cold smile gracing his lips. No one understands the cruelty of this world better than I do. As Yifeng lifted Lin Haoyan, he exited the bedroom, striding towards the living room window. I am indeed stronger than you. What can you do about it? This is the current way of survival. Upon reaching the window, Yifeng extended his flaming battle knife, suspending Lin Haoyan in midair. A gentle breeze brushed past. Lin Haoyan fell into utter despair. Please, do not feed me to the zombies. Grant me a swift end. With a light flick of his knife, Yifeng let Lin Haoyan drop. Lin Haoyan plummeted from the 18th floor, emitting a desperate wail. Thud! He crashed to the ground, becoming a mere puddle of flesh. Zombies below quickly swarmed, devouring him entirely. Lin Haoyan was dead. Yifeng turned and returned to the bedroom, colliding with Lin Xiaoxiao, who was exiting with Little White in her arms. Yifeng, you must look at Little White. It was kicked by Lin Haoyan while trying to save me. Lin Xiaoxiao exclaimed, panic etched on her face. Yifeng was taken aback and glanced down. Little White's right leg was bent. Although its spirit appeared diminished, its eyes still sparkled with life. Yifeng released a divine blessing. The white light cascaded down. Woof, woof. The husky barked a few times, visibly revitalized, though still with a broken leg. How is Little White? Lin Xiaoxiao asked, her face hopeful. It seems fine on the outside, but I cannot ascertain if there is internal bleeding, Yifeng replied, his brow furrowing. The divine blessing merely restores condition and sensation. It does not heal injuries. Lin Haoyan, despite his incompetence, was still an ability wielder. His strength should not be underestimated. Little White was kicked by him. What shall we do, Yifeng? Lin Xiaoxiao suggested instinctively. However, she soon shook her head bitterly. Alas, is the hospital still operational? Yifeng's eyes flickered slightly. A visit to the hospital could indeed be worthwhile. After all, hospitals are stocked with various medications and equipment, invaluable resources that could be collected even in the absence of a doctor. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Xiaobai had been injured by Lin Haoyan while attempting to save her, and guilt filled her eyes. Yifeng took Xiaobai into his arms and turned to Lin Xiaoxiao, saying, Xiaoxiao, I will take you away from here. We require a more secure shelter. This place is not suitable. Lin Xiaoxiao had no objections. She quickly gathered her belongings and obediently followed Yifeng downstairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, their vehicle arrived right on cue. Yifeng, cradling Xiaobai, led Lin Xiaoxiao into the high-tech RV. Lin Xiaoxiao was utterly astonished by the vehicle. But her astonishment deepened upon encountering the two stunning women inside. One was an exquisite young matron with captivating beauty and an alluring figure, while the other was a strikingly beautiful young lady with a supermodel physique and an air of icy elegance. This sudden revelation filled Lin Xiaoxiao with an overwhelming sense of insecurity. Hello, my name is Nan Shireen. The beautiful woman greeted Lin Xiaoxiao. Though her demeanor appeared calm, she was internally astonished. Nan Shireen was aware of Lin Xiaoxiao's presence, yet she had not anticipated that Lin Xiaoxiao would possess such a voluptuous figure. A trim waist and ample hips, particularly the latter, which seemed even more pronounced than her own. Did Yifeng truly have a preference for this type? For the first time in her life, Nan Shireen felt a pang of inferiority, realizing she could not compete in this regard. Lin Xiaoxiao also introduced herself succinctly. However, an awkward silence enveloped the atmosphere between the two women. Thankfully, with Nan Rian present to lighten the mood, the three women, gathered by Yifeng, soon found themselves engaging in cheerful conversation. Meanwhile, Yifeng promptly instructed Mi Li to locate the nearest hospital. The vehicle glided smoothly along the road. Stealing a glance at Lin Xiaoxiao and Nan Shireen, Yifeng felt a sense of relief as he observed their harmonious interaction. The RV sped along, and before long, they arrived at the hospital. Once the vehicle came to a halt, Yifeng glanced at the three women. Recognizing their fragility as ordinary individuals, he resolved to enhance their strength through the war god contract once they were settled. For now, he decided against bringing them inside. The increasing number of companions made him feel overwhelmed. Rising to his feet and picking up the dog, Yifeng instructed the three women, You all stay in the vehicle and rest. I will go in alone. Also, this vehicle has a very high level of defense. Ordinary ability users cannot breach it. The three girls nodded in agreement, fully aware of their status as Yifeng's burden. The intelligent Mi Li opened the vehicle door, and as Yifeng exited, he was pleasantly surprised to discover a large pet hospital situated behind the main hospital. After contemplating Xiaobai's condition, Yifeng concluded that the pet hospital would be more appropriate. He decided to carry Xiaobai and proceeded towards the back entrance of the pet hospital. First, I will visit the pet hospital, then proceed to the regular hospital to collect supplies. Yifeng swiftly arrived at the back entrance of the pet hospital. Fortunately, there were not many zombies present. A few of them lunged towards him, and as he advanced, he unsheathed his knife and dispatched these creatures with precision. Chapter 73. The Ability User. Chu Xiaodu. After eliminating the zombies, Yifeng stepped into the pet hospital. Scanning his surroundings, he noted the pleasant decor and the well-equipped instruments. It appeared to be a privately owned pet hospital of considerable scale. Upon entering the first floor, Yifeng found himself targeted by several zombies. To be precise, it was the little white creature in his arms that caught the attention of the undead. With a menacing growl, 2 human zombies clad in white lab coats and 5 varying-sized zombie cats and dogs bared their teeth and charged at him. With a swift mental command, Yifeng retrieved a handgun from his spatial storage and commenced firing. Bang, bang, bang. Each shot found its target, and the zombies fell to the ground. Once the area was cleared, Yifeng cleared his throat and called out, "Are there any survivors?" His voice echoed in silence, only to attract 3 more zombies. Among them was a bald zombie dressed in a white doctor's coat. "Surely, you can't be a doctor?" Yifeng pondered as he raised his weapon and dispatched the 3 zombies. Furrowing his brow, Yifeng activated his mental probing skill. His mental energy extended outward like fine threads. 1 meter, 3 meters, 5 meters. Yet there was no one in sight. He cautiously ascended to the 2nd floor. Still no one. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Yifeng meticulously inspected the area. Suddenly, a spark of awareness ignited within him, and a smirk graced his lips. "Come out. I have discovered your hiding place." Silence enveloped him. Behind the 3rd cabinet at the right corner, a girl clad in a white nurse's uniform, with her backside sticking out, remained hidden. "Should I continue speaking? Come out. If you don't, I will fire." 3 seconds later, the cabinet began to tremble. "Don't shoot, I'm coming out." As her words faded, a girl clumsily crawled out, trembling. Yifeng assessed her appearance. She had a ponytail, large eyes, a prominent nose, and a pure, beautiful face. Though petite, standing under 5 feet 6 inches, she possessed an adorably delicate charm. With wide eyes, the girl nervously gazed at Yifeng, resembling a frightened little rabbit. "I have nothing. Please don't harm me." Yifeng softened his tone and reassured her. "Do not worry, little one. I am not a villain. What is your name?" Hearing Yifeng's gentle voice, the girl's tense demeanor began to relax. With a timid expression, she replied, I am Chu Xiaodu, a 3rd-year veterinary student at Jiangxing Medical University. I was working part-time here." Yifeng furrowed his brow in response. "Not a doctor? This complicates matters. Are there any other survivors here?" Chu Xiaodu initially nodded but then shook her head vigorously. Yifeng, slightly exasperated, inquired, "What do you mean?" Noticing his confusion, Chu Xiaodu hurriedly explained, "The doctors and others are indeed here, within this building. However, he has now transformed into a zombie." Yifeng let out a disappointed sigh. It became clear to him that it was most likely the bald doctor downstairs. Noticing Yifeng's disheartenment, Chu Xiaodu pondered for a moment, mustering her courage to speak. "May I inquire if you seek a doctor for assistance? Is it because of this adorable little dog?" Chu Xiaodu cast a quick glance at the small white dog in Yifeng's arms. Yifeng nodded. "Yes, my dog was kicked quite hard. I am concerned it may have internal bleeding, so I wish to find a veterinarian to examine it." Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaodu breathed a sigh of relief and earnestly stated, "Brother, if you trust me, I can help assess its injuries. I may not be able to handle complicated ailments, but if it's merely due to external force, I can use my instruments to take a look. I am quite adept at using the equipment here." Chu Xiaodu confidently patted her chest. Yifeng's spirits lifted at her words. "Is that so? That is splendid." He then handed the husky over to Chu Xiaodu. Despite her petite stature and seemingly delicate appearance, Chu Xiaodu possessed considerable strength, effortlessly cradling the husky. Perhaps sensing that Chu Xiaodu was tending to its injuries, the little white dog was remarkably cooperative and affectionate towards her. Chu Xiaodu began operating the instruments to examine the small white dog, while Yifeng observed nearby. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the pet hospital, an uninvited group of 4 approached. The leader was a slender, green-haired youth. The 4 of them quickly surrounded the striking silver-modified RV, captivated by its splendid appearance. 3 leaders. "This vehicle is undoubtedly a fine piece," exclaimed one of the lackeys with a horse-like face, reaching out to caress the RV's glass, his eyes glinting with greed. The one referred to as the 3 leaders, the green-haired youth, was likewise filled with avarice, incessantly tapping on the vehicle's window. "Is anyone inside? If so, hurry up and come out," he shouted. Silence ensued, with the RV offering no response. "It seems there is no one here." The green-haired youth circled the vehicle several times, growing increasingly enamored and satisfied, declaring to himself, "I must find a way to take this vehicle. 3 leaders, normally such a thing should have an owner. Shouldn't we be cautious?" One lackey suggested. "What I see is mine. Whoever dares to compete with me shall meet their end." The green-haired youth's eyes gleamed with malice as he grinned. The others nodded in agreement, having witnessed the formidable abilities of the three leaders. Regardless of the vehicle's owner, they resolved to eliminate them. Smash the windows of the RV at once, commanded the green-haired youth. The group swiftly brandished axes and iron rods, striking at the glass of the RV. Inside, the three girls displayed slight unease. They had noticed the ruffians long before. However, since Yifeng had mentioned that the RV possessed formidable defenses capable of withstanding even bullets, let alone cannon fire, they felt a degree of reassurance. Moreover, the vehicle's windows are one-way. The occupants within can observe the outside clearly, while those outside are entirely oblivious to the interior. Consequently, the four individuals outside are unaware of the presence of anyone inside the vehicle. The vehicle quivers slightly. The outsiders begin to strike it, their hearts racing. Bang, bang, bang. The windows remain virtually unscathed. Lin Xiao and the others exchange glances, finally exhaling in relief. It appears that this mobile home possesses astonishing defensive capabilities. Should we notify Brother Yifeng? Let's observe for a while. If they cannot breach the defenses, we shall delay informing him. Yifeng has his own matters to attend to and should not be distracted by our troubles. Outside, the four ruffians have circled the vehicle for over 10 rounds. Exhausting various tools, the green-haired youth even resorts to his extraordinary powers, yet ultimately, they remain powerless against the mobile home, having left not even a scratch. The four stare at one another, their expressions mirroring confusion and frustration. Finally, the green-haired youth snarls, "Damn it. Inform the second brother that I intend to haul this mobile home back to the gang." Chapter 74. The three leaders of the Wild Wolf Gang at the pet hospital. Chu Xiaodu deftly operates the instruments, successfully completing a series of examinations. Setting down the husky, Chu Xiaodu exhales deeply, her face lighting up with joy as she declares, Little White is not seriously injured. With proper rest, he will gradually recover. However, he is currently in considerable pain and requires medication to alleviate his discomfort. Additionally, his leg is fractured and needs further treatment. Oh, and Little White must take antibiotics to prevent infection. Speaking of Little White, Chu Xiaodu becomes quite animated, chattering incessantly. Yifeng's gaze shifts slightly as he activates his inside eye. Name: Chu Xiaodu. Rank: 1-star. Ability: Animal Affinity, Ordinary Level. Combat Power Index: 38 indeed. She is an ability wielder? Ordinary Level, Animal Affinity. So that is why you possess such strength. You are an ability wielder. Yifeng smiles gently and speaks. How did you know? Chu Xiaodu gasps in surprise. Animal Affinity, I presume? Yifeng replies with a smile. Yes. Chu Xiaodu nods, slightly dejected. My ability is practically useless compared to others. Yifeng ponders for a moment before responding. Chu Xiaodu, my name is Yifeng, and I am also an ability wielder. After a brief introduction, he continues, Now, I invite you to join my team. Please consider it. I agree. Chu Xiaodu replies without hesitation. Yifeng is momentarily taken aback before chuckling. You agreed so quickly? Are you not concerned that I might be a villain? Chu Xiaodu, with utmost seriousness, responds. In these circumstances, anyone who strives to heal an ordinary dog must surely be a good person. In truth, she harbors another unspoken reason. Yifeng's striking appearance makes him seem anything but a villain. At her words, Yifeng laughs heartily. If that is the case, you are now a member of my team. Chu Xiaodu beams, feeling as though she has successfully found her place. Subsequently, she lowered her head to attend to the fractured leg of Little White, applying a cast. Seizing the opportunity, Yifeng packed all the medications and instruments from the entire pet hospital into a storage space. Chu Xiaodu was naturally taken aback. What? My instruments have vanished in an instant? Yifeng offered no further explanation, assuring her that in time, she would understand. After attending to Little White's injury, the two descended the stairs. Yifeng then cleared out the items from the pet hospital sales area, acquiring enough dog food, medicine, and toys that Little White could never consume in a lifetime. Upon exiting the pet hospital, Yifeng paused momentarily, spotting 4 individuals encircling his RV, smoking and exhaling clouds of smoke. How much longer until the second brother arrives? A green-haired youth inquired, inhaling deeply before discarding his cigarette, but on the ground. The second leader will take about 10 more minutes to reach here, another lackey promptly replied. Humph. The second brother's unique ability could easily lift this vehicle away. This vehicle can withstand my ability's assault. It is no ordinary item. We shall return and study it thoroughly. The green-haired youth's expression turned greedy. The third leader is truly wise and powerful. His companions praised him with admiration. Yifeng narrowed his eyes slightly. At that moment, his phone buzzed with a message. Glancing down, he saw it was from the 3 women inside the vehicle, notifying him of his arrival. After a swift perusal of the messages, Yifeng comprehended the situation clearly and let out a cold laugh. So, they dare to damage my vehicle? How utterly infuriating. He handed Little White over to Chu Xiaodu for care and strolled towards the RV. As he did not make any effort to conceal his presence, the four ruffians quickly noticed him. One of them shouted, "Hey kid, stop. What do you think you're doing? This vehicle was discovered by us first." Yifeng continued walking, his voice icy as he replied, "Do you not understand that the vehicle has an owner?" He then inquired, "How do you wish to meet your demise?" The four exchanged glances, and moments later, they burst into laughter. "Ha! Where did this lunatic come from?" The green-haired youth chuckled arrogantly. "Is there really someone bolder than me in this world? Do you know who I am?" Yifeng cast a sidelong glance at him, his brow furrowing as he suddenly recognized the individual before him. "Oh, who are you?" he inquired slowly. With his nose held high, the green-haired youth exuded arrogance. And a lackey stepped forward to boast, "Kid, we are members of the Wolf Pack. Our gang currently boasts 8 ability users, and the 3 leaders are immensely powerful. The esteemed individual before you is the 3rd leader of our Wolf Pack, Lord Zhou Qingming, an epic-level ability user." Wolf Pack? Zhou Qingming. Yifeng's gaze sharpened. He scrutinized the green-haired youth once more and finally recognized him as Zhou Qingming, one of the leaders of the Wolf Pack from his previous life. Yifeng had indeed known him, having once been a member of the Wolf Pack, albeit a second-rate faction led by 2 epic-level awakened beings. However, it is said that the Wild Wolf Gang originally emerged from a usury lending company, formed by a coalition of 3 formidable power wielders, who united as a faction of survivors. They referred to each other as the first leader, the second leader, and the third leader. Among them, the first leader was a legendary figure endowed with extraordinary abilities. Regrettably, on the blood-soaked night of the 9th day of the apocalypse, he fell victim to the blood demon while vying for a significant opportunity. With the demise of their leader, the Wild Wolf Gang could not thrive with only the remaining 2 members, failing to establish themselves as a formidable force, and were eventually absorbed and merged by other factions. As Yifeng contemplated, he activated his inside eye. Name, Zhou Qingming. Rank, 1-star ability, Steel Bones, epic level, skill, Steel Claws, combat power index, 81 epic level ability, Steel Bones, and a skill, Steel Claws. So it is truly you, my former leader Zhou? Yifeng mused with a sense of nostalgia. In his past life, his days in the Wild Wolf Gang were far from pleasant. He held a lowly position and was frequently targeted by Wang Kuan, the son of Wang Guofeng, the physician. Yifeng found himself in a difficult situation, having spent only a brief period in the Wild Wolf Gang before departing swiftly. Therefore, he was not well acquainted with Zhou Qingming, one of the 2 leaders, having only met him a handful of times. In Yifeng's recollection, Zhou was not characterized by green hair. Thus, he was genuinely taken aback to discover that this green-haired youth before him was Zhou Qingming, the later deputy leader of the Wild Wolf Gang, renowned for his unmatched combat prowess. Yifeng harbored a poor perception of the Wild Wolf Gang and bore no animosity towards Zhou Qingming, yet there lingered a semblance of connection. With this thought, Yifeng squinted, revealing an aura of his abilities, and spoke softly. "So you are the 3rd leader of the Wild Wolf Gang? I offer you a chance. Flee now and live, or else face death." Chapter 75. Shattering Zhou Qingming. Yifeng's expression was indifferent, yet a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Zhou Qingming erupted into laughter. "Huh, is being an ability user such a grand achievement? I am one as well," he retorted, his face brimming with arrogance. "I have a particular disdain for pretty boys who are more handsome than I. But what I detest even more are those who pretend to be impressive. How unfortunate for you that you embody both." Zhou Qingming's demeanor was one of sheer arrogance as he demanded, "How would you like to die?" Yifeng regarded Zhou Qingming, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "There is a path to heaven, yet you refuse to tread it." Zhou Qingming scoffed, his expression rife with contempt. "Still trying to act tough, are we? Today, I shall let you witness the terrifying power of an epic-level ability user." With that, a sharp energy surged from his being. Meanwhile, Chu Xiaodu, hiding at the entrance of the hospital, faintly overheard the exchange between Yifeng and Zhou Qingming, her heart filled with concern. What if Yifeng was not a match for him? An epic-level ability. It surpassed her own by a full 2 tiers. Could Yifeng possibly prevail? "Pretty boy, if I don't beat the crap out of you today, consider yourself lucky." Zhou Qingming sneered, his body enveloped in silvery protective armor. The 3 subordinates beside him wore expressions of disdain, joining in with mocking taunts. "Ah, this young dandy, so pretentious, is likely an ability user himself. Yet, he remains oblivious to the vastness of the world, entirely unaware that there exists a disparity among those with powers. I wonder if he will still be able to laugh after this." Yifeng's gaze turned icy. The noise was unbearable. With a single thought, thunder rumbled through the sky. 3 bolts of gray lightning, as thick as pencils, crashed down. The small ruffians were caught completely off guard. Bang, bang, bang. The three ordinary members of the Wild Wolf gang instantly froze, turning to cinders as they fell lifeless to the ground. Zhou Qingming was also taken aback, his heart filled with dread as his expression grew solemn. That young dandy dared to launch a sneak attack. He truly deserved to die. He inwardly cursed Yi Feng for his lack of martial ethics. In an instant, his entire body radiated a brilliant silver light, transforming him into a figure of steel. His right hand began to writhe, morphing into a silver claw within mere breaths. Zhou Qingming swung the steel claw continuously, the wind from his strikes cutting through the air with a sharp whoosh. "Watch as I tear you apart," Zhou Qingming sneered, his figure flashing forward like a humanoid tyrannosaurus. Lunging at Yi Feng. In the face of his assault, Yi Feng thought to himself, "This is perfect. A splendid opportunity to test my new skill, Thunder Form." With a single thought, he activated Thunder Form. In the next moment, golden lightning energy began to coalesce around Yi Feng's body. Crackle! Strands of gold and gray electric arcs entwined and leapt around him, illuminating the air with brilliant flashes. Pop! Pop! Yi Feng, enveloped in lightning, felt his eyes turn a profound gold, his muscles gradually swelling. Golden thunder energy coursed through him, an ancient and powerful aura radiating from his being. The golden lightning surged continuously, and Yi Feng resembled a deity of thunder emerging from myth, exuding a terrifying and awe-inspiring presence. Powerful, mysterious, and domineering. At that moment, Zhou Qingming's face paled drastically as he realized the gravity of the situation. Goodness! The effects of his opponent's abilities were simply too exaggerated, too outrageous. Comparing his own power to Yi Feng's, it was evident they belonged to entirely different realms. He was engulfed in panic, his body trembling uncontrollably, and he halted in his tracks, shouting loudly, "I surrender. I won't fight anymore." A cold glint flashed in Yi Feng's eyes. "Oh, so you think you can just walk away? Take a blow from me. If you survive, consider it a victory." With that, Yi Feng's figure flickered, resembling a bolt of golden lightning as he charged toward Zhou Qingming. Boom. The air reverberated with sonic booms. "No, don't come closer." Zhou Qingming cried out in sheer terror as the two collided. Boom. A colossal wave of energy reverberated through the air, causing the ground to tremble and stones to scatter. Amidst the swirling dust, a loud bang resounded as Zhou Qingming's body exploded. Fragments of steel and flesh rained down like confetti. With a single collision, Yi Feng had shattered Zhou Qingming's form into pieces. The once epic ability user met his end in the most final of ways. As the flickering thunderous radiance surrounding Yi Feng gradually dissipated, he returned to a state of normalcy, gazing at the remnants of steel and flesh scattered across the ground. A faint smile graced his lips. The once renowned boss Zhou, who commanded great respect in his past life, was utterly unable to withstand even a gentle collision from him. What exhilaration! This is the essence of absolute power. The legendary skill, Thunderous Stance, exuded dominance and terror. Yi Feng's eyes sparkled. Upon entering this state, his energy would deplete rapidly, yet his combat prowess experienced a remarkable enhancement. Strength and speed surged disproportionately, truly worthy of being labeled a legendary skill. From the moment he engaged to the conclusion of the battle, exiting combat mode took but a few fleeting seconds. Witnessing Yi Feng's swift and decisive victory, effortlessly annihilating his adversary, the three women in the vehicle were filled with joy. Though Yi Feng's strength had long been ingrained in their hearts, there remained an undercurrent of concern during his battles. In the midst of their astonishment, they also reflected upon how Yi Feng's capabilities seemed to be growing increasingly formidable and diverse, each encounter revealing new techniques. Meanwhile, the newcomer Chu Xiaodu was witnessing Yi Feng's power for the first time. His efficient and brutal approach to combat left her utterly astounded. Goodness! Is this truly a power possessed by humanity? Even the legendary deities must pale in comparison. In contrast to Yi Feng, her own ability to commune with animals felt utterly insignificant. Was there truly such a vast chasm between abilities among those who wield them? Chu Xiaodu stared at Yi Feng, feeling disheartened, yet simultaneously filled with admiration for him. With a gentle exhale, Yi Feng turned to glance at Chu Xiaodu. "Why are you still dawdling? Come here and get in the car." Only then did Chu Xiaodu snap out of her stupor, hurriedly jogging to Yi Feng's side. He led her to the striking silver RV. Upon seeing the stunningly attractive vehicle, Chu Xiaodu's heart swelled with awe. So cool. Furthermore, Yi Feng was not only handsome and powerful, but even his mode of transportation was so extraordinary. How was this achieved? As the two arrived before the RV, a soft click sounded. The vehicle's steward, Mi Li, activated its systems upon the return of its master. The silver door swung open, and a staircase gracefully emerged. Chapter 76. Departure. The second leaders Shak Yifeng and Chu Xiaodu ascended the steps and entered the RV. Darling, you're finally back. Upon seeing Yifeng return, Lin Xiaoxiao exclaimed joyfully, rushing towards him as if they had been apart for ages. The fragrant breeze enveloped him as the beauty fell into his embrace. On the other side, Nan Shirin did not exhibit the same lack of restraint as Lin Xiaoxiao, but she also approached, gently linking her arm with Yifeng's and sweetly calling him darling. With his two confidants by his side, radiating warmth, Yifeng felt somewhat perplexed. What was the reason for this sudden fervor after such a brief absence? Meanwhile, the mature Nan Rian stood nearby, observing the scene with a smile, feeling a tinge of envy. Darling, how is Xiaobai? Is it all right? Lin Xiaoxiao inquired immediately after their embrace. Rest assured, Xiaobai is perfectly fine. She simply needs to recuperate, Yifeng remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao was filled with uncontainable joy, bursting into a jubilant cheer, her chest swelling with excitement as she bounced around, captivating Yifeng's gaze. Observing this, Nan Shirin snorted softly, holding onto Yifeng tightly. Yifeng Gij, who is this? Yifeng promptly introduced the girls to Chu Xiaodu. This is Chu Xiaodu. The girls, accustomed to Yifeng's return with another beauty, showed little surprise. Xiaodu, please greet everyone. Yifeng encouraged. Chu Xiaodu shyly replied. Hello, sisters, my name is Chu Xiaodu, and I am a university student. Welcome, Xiaodu. We're delighted to have you with us. The girls, regardless of their inner thoughts, warmly embraced Chu Xiaodu's arrival. Especially after learning that she possessed extraordinary abilities, their enthusiasm intensified, calling her sister and little sister incessantly. As everyone conversed casually in the vehicle, fostering their bond, Yifeng stepped out once more, heading towards a nearby hospital. Half an hour later, he returned, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction, having emptied the hospital of all its resources in that short span. Upon re-entering the vehicle, he was greeted with cheerful exclamations. Yifeng Gij, you're back. He reciprocated their smiles before settling onto the sofa. Everyone, please quiet down. I have an announcement to make. At his words, the group fell silent. Yifeng nodded and continued. I intend to establish a team, and from now on, you shall all be members of my team. First, regarding our base. I have decided to relocate to the Longton Mountain Villa area, which will serve as our residence. The women unanimously expressed their agreement, nodding in approval, except for Lin Xiaoxiao, who pondered for a moment before inquiring. Yifeng Gij, are you referring to the villas at the foot of Longton Mountain to the east? Indeed, that very area. Yifeng replied, casting a puzzled glance her way. Lin Xiaoxiao's face lit up with joy. That's wonderful. I have a distant cousin who is trapped there. Do you want me to rescue her? Yifeng asked with a smile. Lin Xiaoxiao, a bit shy, nodded. She mentioned it once. But I can't remember if she is indeed in the Longton Mountain Villa area. We lost contact a few days ago. Her phone seems to have died. Finally, Lin Xiaoxiao added, Yifeng, my cousin is very beautiful and is a big star. Yifeng nodded slightly, assuring her, Xiaoxiao, do not worry. It's merely a matter of convenience. When we arrive at the villa area, I will commence clearing out the zombies tomorrow. If your cousin is truly there, I will certainly come to her aid. Lin Xiaoxiao expressed her gratitude, planting a kiss on Yifeng's cheek. Yifeng Gij, you are truly kind. This exchange did not go unnoticed by the other girls. Chu Xiaotu appeared somewhat bewildered, while Nan Shirin and Nan Rian displayed varied expressions. Yifeng then turned and commanded. Mi Li, set the destination to the Longton Mountain Villa area. The car's AI, Mi Li, chirped in a clear voice, understood, master. In the next moment, the vehicle roared to life, speeding towards Longton Mountain. Why venture to the Longton Mountain Villa district? This was a notion that Yifeng had contemplated long before. The reason is quite simple. It is a land of exceptional feng shui. On the blood-red night of the 9th day, the greatest opportunity for Jiangsheng shall descend upon this very place. Subsequently, it will flourish with a multitude of extraordinary flowers and herbs, celestial spiritual entities. Eventually, even mystical crystals will emerge naturally. After a tumultuous surge of celestial energy, Longton Mountain will transform into a mountain rich in ores, producing the finest materials for crafting divine weapons. Moreover, the soil there will become increasingly fertile, ideal for cultivating mutated grains and plants. In Yifeng's previous life, Longton Mountain was a coveted territory among various factions, a veritable treasure trove. With this thought, Yifeng smiled faintly. Now reborn and equipped with extraordinary advantages, Yifeng could assert without hesitation that anything he set his sights on in Jiangsheng, or even throughout the entire Blue Planet, would inevitably bear the Yi surname. Longton Mountain is a land of riches. Thus, transforming the Villa District at its base into a stronghold is the most fitting course of action. Regaining his focus, Yifeng noticed several women engaged in lively conversation. Lin Xiaoxiao, Nan Shirin, Nanruyan and Chu Xiaodu, each a worthy candidate for the God of War contract. He approached them, greeted warmly by the ladies. Yifeng, darling. They chimed in unison. Yifeng seated himself comfortably between Nan Shirin and Lin Xiaoxiao, unabashedly embracing them, causing their cheeks to flush slightly. Chu Xiaotu, shyly averting her gaze, while Nan Ruyan watched on with a bright smile, intrigued. With a thought, Yifeng retrieved a bounty of snacks from his spatial realm: peanuts, sunflower seeds, chicken feet, pig trotters, and beverages. He then cheerfully addressed the ladies. Come, let us have a modest gathering. From this day forth, we shall consider ourselves a team. The sumptuous spread elicited cheers from the women, particularly Chu Xiaodu, who exclaimed, Wow! You're amazing, dear. Fenggu, you're incredible. As they indulged in food and drink, the atmosphere became imbued with joy and merriment. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the pet hospital, a group of over a dozen young men armed with weapons rushed in hastily. Some wielded clubs, others steel pipes, and their leader even brandished a firearm. Upon witnessing the scene of chaos, they collectively gasped in shock, their hearts racing with disbelief. My heavens! Were the three leaders reduced to mere fragments? One exclaimed, What kind of savage beast could inflict such devastation? The ground was strewn with remnants, bloodily grotesque. Scattered about were grotesque amalgamations of human limbs, mingled with steel and flesh, while several zombies were hunched over, feasting. The bald, muscular leader was visibly shaken, his eyelids twitching in disbelief. This is impossible. I rushed over as soon as I received the notification from the third brother. It appears the battle concluded with remarkable swiftness, practically instant annihilation. The man, known as Wang Tianba, was the second in command of the wolf pack and had been a manager at a renovation company prior to the apocalypse. 2 days ago, Wang Tianba awakened an epic ability known as the Might of the Heavens. The enemy is exceedingly ruthless. The three leaders are squabbling over a mere vehicle, which is quite trivial. Members of the team shook their heads in dismay. Wang Tianba cleared his throat and, with a sorrowful expression, lamented, Third brother, your demise was most tragic, but fret not. I shall avenge you and dismantle those who brought about your end. At that moment, a subordinate with purple-dyed hair abruptly interrupted Wang Tianba. Second leader, look, he exclaimed, pointing excitedly towards a road heading north. Chapter 77, The Contracted Warrior. Pledging loyalty, the purple-haired subordinate was brimming with enthusiasm. Second leader, I have made a new discovery. The condition of this road is clearly unusual. I deduce that the enemy has just departed from here, heading north. If we pursue them, we shall surely catch up and exact vengeance for third brother. As he spoke, an unexpected chill coursed through him. Upon lifting his gaze, he was met with the menacing glare of a bald, muscular man. The words of vengeance that had been on the tip of his tongue abruptly lodged in his throat, rendering him speechless. The purple-haired subordinate was left bewildered, while those around him gazed at him as if he were a simpleton. Your assessment is erroneous, Wang Tianba stated with a stern countenance. But the purple-haired subordinate attempted to protest, only to be hastily restrained by a companion. Wang Tianba furrowed his brow. You truly lack perception. If I take you out again, I might as well be a dog. Wang Tianba thought irritably. What does it matter where the enemy departed? Am I blind to the obvious? The crux of the matter lies in the fact that third brother possessed an epic ability, steel and iron body. Yet he was brutally shattered, reduced to mere fragments. Steel and iron body? Mere scrap metal. One can only imagine the cruelty of the enemy. Is he to chase after them and offer himself up as a sacrifice? If you wish for my demise, just say so. With a reminder from his comrades, the purple-haired subordinate finally grasped the situation and fell silent, nodding obediently. Observing the team's unified stance, Wang Tianba expressed his satisfaction. Ahem, since we are unclear about the enemy's origins, their destination, or their strength, let us retreat for the time being, report to the boss, and devise a new plan. What do you all think? Second leader speaks wisely. We cannot act recklessly. A subordinate quickly concurred. The strength of third leader is evident to all. It is prudent to allow the boss to take action, another added. The big leader possesses legendary abilities, extraordinarily powerful. Wang Tianba took out his phone and recorded a video of the scene. Then, he turned to depart, carrying the fragmented remains of Zhou Qingming. Meanwhile, on the other side, a silver-modified RV sped along the road. Inside, they indulged in snacks, laughter, and merriment, akin to a vacation. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the Longton Mountain Villa area. The Longton Mountain Villa area is an upscale residential district, sprawling in size and nestled against Longton Mountain. It consists of standalone villas, each with its own entrance and courtyard, ensuring exceptional privacy. The residents here are the affluent of Jiangxing. The motorhome gracefully entered the residential community, ultimately coming to a halt in front of a villa boasting an exceptional geographical location. The owner had arrived at the designated spot, as the voice of the intelligent car butler chimed in clearly. Yifeng rose from Lin Xiaoxiao's welcoming embrace and declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached our destination. From this moment forth, this villa district shall be our home." The group disembarked, their eyes drawn to the villa that stood as the finest standalone dwelling within the entire complex. Its prime location was undeniable. The villa sprawled across a generous expanse, complete with an impressive entrance and scenic views. It featured 3 levels, each ascending with slightly diminished size, creating a distinct sense of hierarchy. Before the villa lay a splendid swimming pool. "Wow, this place is truly remarkable," Lin Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she surveyed the surroundings. "Such a large pool," quipped Chu Xiaotu, her lips curling into a delighted smile. Nan Shirin and Nan Ruyan also expressed their exhilaration. It wasn't merely the villa's grandeur that stirred their hearts, but the notion of home that Yifeng had evoked within them. Yifeng led the way, with the women closely following. Chu Xiaotu cradled the small white creature, as she was the strongest among them after Yifeng. The villa's door stood ajar, inviting them inside. Suddenly, 3 menacing zombies, their faces contorted in grotesque expressions, lunged toward the group. The trio, consisting of 2 adults and a child, appeared to be a family. In a swift motion, Yifeng dispatched the zombies with ease, casting them out of the doorway. Thunder cracked as 3 bolts of lightning descended, effectively obliterating the undead threats. This place would be his home, and Yifeng had no intention of allowing it to be sullied. After neutralizing the zombies, Yifeng instructed the women to remain in place. Activating his psychic abilities, he swiftly searched the entire villa, inspecting each floor meticulously to ensure there were no lurking dangers. Only when he was satisfied did he call out, "Come, choose your rooms." With a smile, he continued, "The 3-story villa features a dining room and kitchen on the first floor, along with several small bedrooms and a bathroom. The second floor comprises 6 medium-sized bedrooms, each with its own en-suite bathroom. The third floor contains a spacious master bedroom, along with a gym, study, esports room, and various recreational areas. From now on, we shall reside here. The large room on the 3rd floor will be mine. You may select from the other rooms." Yifeng made his choice first. Lin Xiaoxiao and the others, feeling at ease, promptly opted for several rooms on the 2nd floor. Once the room selections were complete, everyone settled in comfortably. Yifeng began distributing daily necessities: shower gel, toothpaste, toothbrushes, towels, and pajamas. After distributing all the items, he announced, "Let us gather in the hall on the 1st floor shortly. I have an important announcement to make." The 4 girls busied themselves once more. A quarter of an hour later, they reconvened in the grand hall. Yifeng's expression turned solemn as he began, "I have something significant to convey to you. The current state of the outside world is evident to all. Zombies roam freely, and dangers lurk everywhere. Without strength, ordinary people are mere lambs awaiting slaughter." Lin Xiaoxiao and the others nodded in agreement, fully acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Indeed, without strength, one becomes prey to the whims of others. Yifeng's expression turned solemn as he continued, "I possess a unique covenant ability that can bestow upon you a power far exceeding that of ordinary mortals. By entering into a contract with me, you shall acquire this extraordinary strength. However, the consequences entail that your lives will be under my dominion, and betrayal will be eternally forbidden. Consider this carefully." After delivering his proclamation, Yifeng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, lost in contemplation. He had his own calculations in mind. With the God of War covenant at his disposal, he knew that anyone he chose to gather around him must agree to this contract to ensure his peace of mind. The dual safeguards of malicious perception and the God of War covenant would guarantee that no one could ever betray him. The 4 women before him, should they not willingly enter into the covenant, would inevitably find themselves marginalized by him in the future. As Yifeng finished speaking, the others exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting astonishment. "Yifeng, are you suggesting we could become superhumans?" Lin Xiaoxiao was the first to inquire, her eagerness palpable. Yifeng shook his head in explanation. "It is not about awakening superpowers, but the situation is akin to it. One can still attain formidable strength, though not awakening supernatural abilities." The hearts of the others were still aflame with excitement. The number of those who could awaken such powers was, after all, a mere fraction. The majority remained ordinary folk, in the harshness of the apocalypse, who would not desire the means to safeguard themselves. The gazes of the girls turned towards Yifeng, filled with admiration. They had witnessed his might firsthand, yet they had never imagined that he could grant others extraordinary power. Yifeng appeared omnipotent, almost divine. Without further deliberation, Nan Ruyan was the first to acquiesce. "Yifeng, I am willing to enter into this covenant. My life is yours to command. So what of you controlling life and death? Besides, should you wish to harm us, it would merely be a fleeting thought. Offering my loyalty and never betraying you is only natural. Excellent. Yi Feng felt a surge of joy within. Shortly thereafter, Lin Xiaoxiao, Nen Shirin, and Chu Xiaodu nodded in agreement. Yi Feng, I wish to sign the covenant. I desire the power for self-preservation. Yi Feng, I wish to remain by your side forever. So do I, the women declared in unison. Seeing their unanimous acceptance, Yi Feng's face broke into a satisfied smile. Very well. In that case. With a mere thought, Yi Feng activated the power of the covenant. Instantly, an enigmatic aura emanated from him. Chapter 78, The Blessing of the God of War. Enhancement of combat power. The power of the covenant surged forth. To enter into this contract, a bond of blood was required. Yi Feng bit his fingertip, allowing a drop of crimson blood to emerge. He extended his finger gently to Lin Xiaoxiao's lips. Xiaoxiao, you must swallow this drop of blood. Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at his fingertip, her cheeks slightly flushed. However, she hesitated not. She extended her delicate tongue to lick away the blood from Yi Feng's fingertip. Yi Feng repeated the process, extending his finger towards the other three women in turn. They too obediently consumed Yi Feng's blood. Yi Feng activated the power of the covenant. The God of War covenant was undeniably formidable. Yet, there was a prerequisite for signing the contract. The signatories must willingly enter into it. The signatories may outwardly express their willingness, yet internally resist, or perhaps have been subjected to some insidious means, leading to the failure of the contract. In an instant, a wave of trepidation coursed through the hearts of the women. It felt as though a voice echoed in the recesses of their minds. Would they sign the pact, pledging their loyalty, and become warriors under the command of the war god, Yi Feng? Without hesitation, they chose to sign. In that moment, radiant golden light manifested in the void, surging into their beings. The resplendent golden glow shimmered and pulsed around them. Lin Xiaoxiao wore an expression of astonishment, while the others were equally taken aback. It was truly marvelous. Their delicate bodies began to tremble, as waves of extraordinary warmth flowed ceaselessly within them. Energy filled their forms, coursing through their limbs and bones, continually augmenting their physical strength. "Ah, I suddenly feel so hot," exclaimed one. "Me too. This sensation is delightful. I am rapidly growing stronger." This woman was overwhelmed with joy, immersed in the process of her empowerment. Strength, speed, stamina, mental acuity, hearing, vision, and more, all experienced varying degrees of enhancement. It was a comprehensive transformation. Before long, the golden light dissipated, signaling the end of their augmentation. The girls emerged from their trance, awakening to their newfound abilities. Yi Feng felt a profound sense of realization. The pact had been forged. He was the war god, and the four before him were now his warriors. He held absolute dominion over their lives and deaths. A mere thought could extinguish their existence. Furthermore, they would remain eternally loyal to him, never to betray. Yi Feng's eyes flickered with intrigue. The sensation of such control was exhilarating. With a mere thought, he activated the Eye of Insight. Name, Lin Xiaoxiao. Rank, none. Ability, none. Skill, Blessing of the War God, Combat Power Index, 57. With a subtle shift in his thoughts, Yi Feng noted that Lin Xiaoxiao's combat power had significantly increased. The average person typically possesses a combat power of around 10 points. Lin Xiaoxiao had reached 57 points. He then turned his gaze to the others. Nan Shirin's combat power index stood at 58 points. Nan Rian's index was also 57 points. Chu Xiaotu, being an ordinary level ability awakener, began with a notably higher combat power than the average person, and at this moment, her index had soared to 89 points. Each individual's strength had experienced a remarkable surge. "Yi Feng, I've become superhuman," Nan Shirin exclaimed with delight. "Yi Feng, you are incredible. You are a deity in my heart," Nan Rian added, her excitement palpable, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Chu Xiaodu beamed with joy, grinning foolishly at the side. Lin Xiaoxiao, filled with exhilaration, approached and planted a kiss on Yi Feng's cheek. "Thank you, Yi Feng." Yi Feng laughed heartily and said, "Since you have all become warriors, take a moment to acclimate to your newfound strength, and then test the efficacy of your contractual skills." The women, brimming with joy, stretched their limbs, adapting to their surging power. Gazing at the female warriors before him, Yi Feng's eyes shimmered. This was the War Goddess Pact. Once successfully signed, it could not be rescinded unless in death. Moreover, becoming a warrior not only meant a dramatic increase in strength, but also the acquisition of skills. Each contracted warrior would experience a boost of approximately 50 points to their combat power. At a power level of 10, it is equivalent to the strength of a single individual. It can be said that each of them has become a superhero. This is merely the augmentation of power gained from becoming a warrior. Should they ascend to the rank of general, their strength would amplify even more dramatically. Upon achieving the status of a god of war, their power would surge exponentially. Of course, there can only be one god of war, and that is Yifeng. Previously, upon contracting to become the god of war, Yifeng experienced an increase of over 300 points in strength, significantly enhancing his capabilities. Yifeng contemplated briefly. The god of war contract allows for a total of 200 warrior slots and 20 general slots. He could easily use the god of war contract to establish a team dedicated to serving him, catering to his needs, and hunting zombies to acquire crystal cores. At this moment, Lin Xiaoxiao was the first to activate the contract skill, God of War's Blessing. Yifeng turned to observe her. A flash of golden light enveloped Lin Xiaoxiao, and in an instant, her aura intensified. Yifeng, I feel about 30% stronger. A glimmer of surprise sparkled in Lin Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes. Yifeng nodded slightly. The God of War's Blessing is an active skill that, once activated, grants a blessing aura lasting for 1 hour. Its effect temporarily increases power by a percentage, currently estimated to enhance strength by approximately 30 points. The effect is quite remarkable. It is essential to note that this is a percentage-based skill. With a low base power, the gain is naturally modest. As they grow stronger, the base will increase, leading to more significant benefits, a perfect skill for the later stages. At that moment, the other women began testing their skills as well. Waves of golden light flashed, and everyone's power began to rise. I have become stronger. Woohoo, let us take flight. They cheered with joy, observing that everyone had acclimated to their newfound strength. Yifeng clapped his hands. From this day forth, we shall be known as the God of War Squad. The squad consists of 200 warriors, 20 generals, and 1 god of war. I am the sole god of war. Lin Xiaoxiao, Nen Shirin, I now elevate you both to the rank of general. Please take a moment to give a 5-star rating, I humbly request. Chapter 79, The Scout Spirit, Li Xingqian's decision. Yifeng's thoughts shifted. The power of the contract surged from his body, resonating throughout the hall. Lin Xiaoxiao and Nan Shirin were overjoyed. There are generals as well? I am going to become a general. Husband, I adore you. You are truly wonderful. In an instant, 2 beams of light emerged from the void, flowing into the bodies of the 2 women. Their auras surged once again. Nearby, Chu Xiaotu and Nan Ruyan cast envious glances at them. While Chu Xiaotu and Nan Ruyan felt a tinge of envy, they understood the situation. After all, Yifeng had previously stated that there were only 20 general positions available. The reason Yifeng chose Nan Shirin and Lin Xiaoxiao to become generals was evident, as they were close companions of his. Before long, the reinforcement concluded. Yun Xiaoxiao and Nan Shirin's power soared yet again, and they also acquired a second contract skill, God of War's Power. Yifeng activated his insightful eye. Name, Nan Shirin. Rank, none. Abilities, none. Skills, Blessing of the War God, Power of the War God, Combat Power Index, 158. Upon advancing to the rank of War General, Nan Shirin's combat power increased by an additional 100 points. Yifeng turned a glance at Lin Xiaoxiao, who also experienced a similar rise of 100 points in her combat prowess. The 2 women, filled with excitement, continued to acclimate to their newfound strength. Yifeng addressed them. The second skill you have acquired is unique to warriors. It is called the Power of the War God. This skill is neither an offensive nor an active one, but rather a passive healing ability. When you are gravely injured, the Power of the War God will automatically activate, instantaneously healing your wounds and restoring a portion of your combat capability. Upon hearing this, the 2 women's faces lit up with exhilaration. Healing from severe injuries? In this light, the Power of the War God could indeed be likened to a second life. Yifeng nodded slightly. With their mastery of this skill, the girls' self-defense capabilities were significantly enhanced. In a moment of resolve, Yifeng silently determined that the limited slots for war generals would be reserved exclusively for his cherished companions. Nearby, Nan Ruyan and Chu Xiaotu felt a surge of envy. They too yearned to possess the power of the war god, aspiring to advance and amplify their strength. The gazes of the 2 women turned fervent as they looked towards Yifeng. Unbeknownst to them, he casually opened his panel. He too possessed the blessing of the war god and the power of the war god, in addition to a unique contractual skill, Fury of the War God. When activated, this skill would unleash a fan-shaped shockwave in front of him, inflicting substantial damage upon enemies within a certain range, with its potency influenced by his combat power. This contractual skill could only be used once daily. He would seek an opportunity to test it in the future. Returning to the present, Yifeng noticed the girls' eager stares. How are you feeling? Are you hungry? The girls averted their eyes, a hint of bashfulness evident. My strength has increased, and I'm feeling a bit peckish. I'm a bit hungry too. I'd also love to take a shower. Me as well. Yifeng chuckled. We can have a meal. By the way, does anyone here know how to cook? I'm quite good at it. My aunt makes exceptionally delicious food. Nan Shireen chimed in eagerly. Yifeng turned his gaze to Nan Ruyan, who smiled confidently. I've self-taught cooking and even have a certificate. I can handle most home-cooked dishes. Excellent. Yifeng replied, his delight evident. In that case, Ruyan, I'll rely on you to manage our meals. If you find it overwhelming, feel free to enlist the help of others here. Nan Ruyan nodded enthusiastically, thrilled to prove her worth to Yifeng. Yifeng continued. To celebrate our gathering and the establishment of the War God team, let us indulge in a hearty feast today. Anyone who needs to shower, please do so. And those who wish to change clothes, feel free. Let us all come together to assist Ruyan in preparing the meal, shall we? The girls nodded in agreement. No problem. I'll help after my shower. Yifeng smiled slightly and added, Great. Then I shall take on the role of the one who eats. Subsequently, Yifeng transported a multitude of supplies from his spatial storage to the villa's grand hall. An array of meat products, including chicken, duck, fish, sea cucumbers, abalones, and various cuts of beef and lamb, along with an assortment of vegetables and fruits such as celery, potatoes, leeks, apples, bananas, and strawberries, were brought in, alongside numerous daily necessities. Once everything was meticulously arranged, several women commenced their activities, bathing, changing clothes, and preparing dinner. Yifeng ascended the staircase to the spacious room on the third floor, where he reclined comfortably on the bed and retrieved a reconnaissance guardian spirit from his storage space. Item: Reconnaissance Guardian Spirit, quality, rare, description, consumable. Upon summoning this spirit, it will safeguard the area within 100 meters around you, scouting for potential dangers and promptly alerting you of any threats. If faced with an insurmountable crisis, it will immediately notify its master. The spirit will persist for 72 hours before dissipating on its own. This was a consumable item that Yifeng had previously acquired while fishing, capable of protecting him within a 100-meter radius for a duration of 72 hours. Yifeng promptly activated the item. In an instant, a soft blue light began to gather before him, transforming and coalescing until it ultimately formed a transparent little spirit. The spirit's body was crystalline, emanating a verdant glow, and it resonated with Yifeng's intentions. Go forth, Yifeng commanded softly. The reconnaissance guardian spirit gracefully ascended and began its surveillance within the 100-meter radius surrounding Yifeng. It would address ordinary threats, and if faced with something beyond its capacity, it would inform Yifeng. After releasing the reconnaissance guardian spirit, Yifeng closed his eyes to rest. Meanwhile, at the Jiangxin Grand Hotel, one of the premier establishments in the city, now a stronghold for the Wolf Gang following the apocalypse, Wang Tianba returned from the pet hospital. He sought an audience with the gang leader, as the death of the third chief was no trivial matter. In the conference room, a young man clad in white emerged. He appeared to be around 25 years of age, tall and of unremarkable appearance, yet his eyes sparkled with intensity. This was Li Xingqian, the formidable leader of the Wolf Gang and a legendary awakened ability user. As they took their seats, Wang Tianba respectfully detailed the events. After listening intently, Li Xingqian furrowed his brow. You mean to say that the third chief met a swift demise, seemingly crushed by a ferocious beast? That is my assessment, Wang Tianba replied, handing Li Xingqian a video of the scene captured on his phone. After watching the footage, Li Xingqian fell into contemplation, his fingers rhythmically tapping the table, producing a series of sharp sounds. Our understanding of this apocalypse remains woefully inadequate. Perhaps the third chief did not perish at the hands of the previously reported youth, but rather by some terrifying creature. After a moment of thought, Li Xingqian continued. The circumstances surrounding the third chief's death are indeed suspicious. I propose we set this matter aside for now. What do you think? Wang Tianba replied with utmost respect. Boss, I will heed your judgment. Li Xingqian nodded in satisfaction and then shifted the conversation, asking, Tianba, you don't hold it against me for not taking the initiative to avenge the third chief, do you? Wang Tianba's body shuddered, his head bobbing like a rattling drum. I believe the leader's decision was entirely justified. In this eerie and terrifying apocalypse, everyone lived on the edge, and it was unnecessary to provoke a formidable beast. Li Xingqian remained noncommittal, waving his hand dismissively. Wang Tianba understood the unspoken message and turned to leave. After Wang Tianba departed, Li Xingqian let out a resigned sigh. The so-called terrifying monster was merely an excuse. Everyone knew full well that the one who had killed Zhou Qingming was that silver-haired driver, a powerful esper. Li Xingqian was acutely aware of Zhou Qingming's abilities. With his steel-like physique activated, his combat prowess would soar dramatically, making him a top-tier warrior in the world. Even Li Xingqian would find it challenging to contend with him. Yet, such a formidable individual had been brutally smashed to pieces, instantaneously vanquished. One could only imagine the terrifying strength of the enemy. A peerless fiend. Chapter 80. A lavish dinner. Li Xingchen rose from his seat and gazed out the window, his eyes glimmering. Having awakened the legendary power of starlight, he could manipulate its essence. With a promising future ahead, it was not worth confronting such a fearsome opponent over a fallen subordinate. Life is singular and precious. In an instant, a beam of starlight erupted from Li Xingchen's hand, illuminating the entire room. In the Longton Mountain Villa area, approximately 2 hours later, Yifeng slowly descended the stairs. A sumptuous dinner was prepared. The dining table was laden with an array of delectable dishes: kung pao chicken, mapo tofu, braised pork, boiled fish, and sweet and sour ribs. The tantalizing aroma of the food wafted through the air, stirring appetites and causing mouths to water. Beside the dining table, red wine, beer, and various beverages were readily available. Additionally, 2 plates of freshly washed fruits were set aside for anyone to enjoy. Yifeng, you arrived just in time. I was about to call you for dinner. Lin Xiaoxiao stood up, her voice sweet and inviting. It seems I have come at the perfect moment, Yifeng replied with a smile. Everyone, please take a seat. Yifeng settled into the main seat. After he was seated, Lin Xiaoxiao, Nan Shirin, Nan Ruyan, and Chu Xiaodu all took their places. It had been a long time since they had formally dined together, let alone with such a lavish spread. As signatories of the War God contract, they had drawn closer, bridging any gaps between them. Come on, everyone, eat heartily. Yifeng was the first to pick up his chopsticks. Nan Shirin and the others, no longer holding back, eagerly began to feast. They were all quite hungry. With ravenous appetites, they indulged in the sumptuous banquet, and for a moment, silence enveloped the table. Delicious. Absolutely divine, Yifeng exclaimed. After a while, he opened several bottles of beer and cheerfully addressed the group. I have employed a certain mysterious method to ensure everyone's safety. So, indulge freely. With his words, cheers erupted around the table. Let us drink, Chu Xiaotu exclaimed joyfully, her face beaming with delight. Lin Xiaoxiao and the others also radiated happiness. Some sipped red wine, while others enjoyed beer. In an instant, laughter and clinking glasses filled the air, creating a lively atmosphere. Woof woof, Xiaobai limped alongside, his mouth glistening with grease as he indulged in chicken legs and spare ribs. As the wine flowed and the dishes were savored, a gentle haze of inebriation enveloped the gathering. Yifeng felt a slight heaviness in his mind, and amidst the clinking of glasses, Nan Ruyan's delicate hand brushed against his, sending a jolt through his heart. He instinctively glanced at her, only to find her sitting upright, avoiding his gaze, yet her cheeks were flushed, hinting at a touch of intoxication. Disappointment washed over Yifeng. At that moment, Nan Ruyan cast him a flirtatious glance, causing his heart to race. Moments later, she suddenly stood and declared, Everyone, I am unable to handle my liquor. I shall retire to my room. Please continue. With that, she gracefully ascended the stairs. Yifeng, captivated by her retreat, took a hearty gulp of his drink and stood up. I too shall take my leave. Enjoy your meal. At the table, Lin Xiaoxiao watched Yifeng depart, secretly cursing the vixen named Nan. Just then, she unexpectedly locked eyes with Nan Shirin, and both women felt a twinge of awkwardness. Clearly aware of the unspoken tension between them, Chu Xiaodu continued to giggle foolishly, playing happily with Xiaobai, oblivious to the surrounding sentiments. Nan Shirin's eyes fluttered shut momentarily, a pang of sorrow striking her heart as memories flooded back. Just over an hour ago, she had shared a conversation with Nan Ruyan. Aunt, you have feelings for Yifeng, don't you? Of course not. Yifeng is your boyfriend. How could I? It's all right. Yifeng is a notorious flirt, and in the future, he will only attract more women. If you join in, I'll have someone to rely on, so I won't be bullied. I wouldn't compete with you for a man. Besides, Aunt, Yifeng would never look my way. Aunt, do not underestimate yourself. Look at Lin Xiaoxiao. She is young and voluptuous, clearly Yifeng's type. You have an advantage in that regard. But Yining, do you truly not mind? I support you. Just go ahead and pursue what you desire. Returning to the present, Nan Shirin took a sip of beer, her lips pursed. Lin Xiaoxiao, unable to contain her frustration any longer, exclaimed, Nan Ruyan must have your backing, right? Chapter 81. Nan Ruyan's promotion to Battle General. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes flickered with a hint of anger. Nan Shirin rose to pour a drink for her. Sister Xiaoxiao, allow me to toast you. With that, she downed her drink in one go. Lin Xiaoxiao, puzzled, followed suit. Nan Shirin spoke softly, Sister Xiaoxiao, since you are a few years my senior, I shall address you as such. You know that in this world rife with zombies, only those with abilities can protect us, ordinary folk. I have my own desires. I wish for my aunt to advance and attain the title of Battle General. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with earnestness. By becoming a Battle General and acquiring the skills of a war god, my aunt's chances of survival will significantly increase. I hope you do not hold it against me. After uttering these words, Nan Shireen downed 3 more glasses of beer, clearly punishing herself. Lin Xiaoxiao listened in silence, her thoughts swirling. She found herself understanding the behavior displayed before her. Casting a discreet glance at Chu Xiaotu, she noted that the latter was already inebriated, cradling a small white creature and giggling to herself incessantly. This simply would not do. I must draw this girl into my fold. With Yifeng's followers steadily increasing, if Nan Ruyan and Nan Shireen were to conspire against me, I would find myself utterly alone. On the second floor, within Nan Ruyan's chamber, the door was ajar. A figure quietly pushed it open and slipped inside. You've arrived? Nan Ruyan remarked, a hint of amusement gracing her features. Her striking brows and starry eyes exuded an aura of remarkable prowess. The visitor was none other than Yifeng. Upon entering, he inquired, "What brings you here?" "I came to discuss the plans for tomorrow's zombie clearing operation," Yifeng replied, moving closer to Nan Ruyan with a smile. An hour later, the two sat together. "To ensure the success of tomorrow's endeavor, I hereby promote you to the rank of Battle General," Yifeng declared without waiting for a response. He immediately invoked the power of the contract, initiating her ascension. An enigmatic aura filled the room as a golden light emerged from the void, enveloping Nan Ruyan. In her astonished gaze, the golden radiance continually fortified her physical prowess, enhancing her strength, speed, constitution, and reflexes across the board. Before long, the golden light dissipated. Yifeng activated his insightful eye, revealing, name, Nan Ruyan, rank, none abilities, none skills, blessing of the war god. Power of the war god, combat power index. 159. Her combat power had surged dramatically, increasing by over 100 points, equivalent to the strength of 10 men. Truly extraordinary. The augmentation of power appeared out of thin air. Nan Ruyan reveled in the surging strength coursing through her body, feeling a sense of enchantment. Suddenly, the system emitted a prompt. Notification, event triggered. Notification, reward of 20 bait. Yifeng felt a surge of joy at the prospect of acquiring more bait. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to refrain from fishing for the time being, opting instead to accumulate the bait. Once the quantity increased, he would consolidate it to craft advanced bait. Ordinary bait rarely yielded epic items, let alone legendary ones. Only by upgrading ordinary bait to advanced bait could one hope to draw forth rare treasures. Whether it be an epic ability Awakening Potion, the legendary skill Thunderous Stance, or the legendary item War Goddess Contract, all derived from advanced bait. Nan Ruyan gazed at Yifeng, her eyes sparkling with joy. As night turned to day, Yifeng awoke feeling invigorated. The enchanting presence beside him was already up and about. After completing their morning routines, Yifeng descended the stairs. A steaming breakfast awaited him. Whole grain bread, warm milk, a selection of side dishes, and a fried egg. Soft music filled the air as Nan Ruyan and Nan Shireen engaged in yoga nearby. Their commendable posture was a testament to their diligence. Nan Shireen sported a black cropped yoga top paired with tight black leggings, while Nan Ruyan donned a set of pink yoga attire. The two were gracefully stretching their bodies, embodying tranquility and strength. Two women were on the yoga mat, their hands extended forward, their graceful forms bending down, while Yifeng's atoms apple bobbed. Hint, event triggered. Hint, reward of 10 bait. Wow, a mere glimpse could yield such a reward? The system is truly benevolent. Yifeng felt elated. At that moment, the two women noticed his arrival. Yifeng, you're here? They greeted him. Yifeng nodded. Shall we dine together? The women readily agreed and went upstairs to change clothes. Upstairs, in Chu Xiaotu's room, Lin Xiaoxiao had stealthily entered. Xiaotu, what do you think of Yifeng? What kind of person is he? And how does he treat you? Lin Xiaoxiao asked directly. Brother Yifeng is very nice, Chu Xiaotu replied, her head lowered, shyly. So you must make an effort, Lin Xiaoxiao advised. Chu Xiaotu looked at Lin Xiaoxiao, a hint of confusion in her pure eyes. Lin Xiaoxiao sighed in exasperation. Are you not aware of that vixen, Nan Ruyan, from last night? Don't you feel any sense of urgency? Chapter 82. Lin Xiaoxiao's Persuasion, task upgraded. Chu Xiaotu's mouth slightly opened, her expression adorably dazed. Indeed, it's just as you think, Lin Xiaoxiao confirmed. A blush crept across Chu Xiaotu's cheeks. So, Nan Ruyan is currently. Indeed, she has become a formidable adversary, Lin Xiaoxiao stated bluntly. Chu Xiaotu bit her delicate lip, falling silent. Lin Xiaoxiao sighed, taking Chu Xiaotu's hand earnestly. Xiaotu, the number of Yifeng's followers will only increase. When opportunities arise, you must seize them decisively. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaotu seemed to ponder something, her charming face turning even redder as she murmured to herself. Seize them? Noticing Chu Xiaotu's realization, Lin Xiaoxiao smiled, satisfied. Come on, let us go downstairs for breakfast. I just saw those two vixens with the surname Nan still practicing yoga together. How competitive they are. Lin Xiao grumbled as they descended the stairs together. Just as Nan Ruyin and Nan Shirin finished changing, everyone began to have breakfast together. After the meal, Yifeng gathered everyone, his expression serious. Today marks the 7th day since the apocalypse began, a rather significant day. We must clear out all the zombies in the Longton Mountain Villa area. Now that we all possess extraordinary powers, I will distribute some weapons and equipment shortly. Upon hearing this, the women nodded in agreement. Understood. Strength is the source of a person's courage. Now that we have formidable power, we no longer fear the zombies. Seeing no signs of hesitation among them, Yifeng smiled reassuringly and continued, there exists a crystal within the heads of zombies, a substance that is very important to me. Therefore, as you slay the zombies, be sure to collect their cores. However, not every zombie will possess a core. Currently, only a few do. The key to defeating zombies is, everyone listened intently, knowing they were about to engage in battle. No one would choose to gamble with their lives. Subsequently, Yifeng retrieved weapons and equipment from his space. The handguns, submachine guns, and bulletproof vests were all sourced from the police station. Moreover, there were also the tang swords previously acquired from fishing. Various pieces of equipment lay scattered across the ground. Everyone, equip yourselves, Yifeng commanded. The group immediately began donning their bulletproof vests and familiarizing themselves with the gear. Yifeng continued, this morning is primarily focused on honing your courage. Speed is not the objective. You must practice using firearms and the tang swords to eliminate zombies. Brother Yifeng, I've never touched a gun or wielded a knife. The timid little rabbit, Chu, spoke softly. Brother Feng, I'm a bit afraid. Lin Xiao echoed quietly from the side. What is there to fear? Everyone has their first time. Yifeng responded sternly. You have all witnessed the current state of the world. Do not dwell on the past. This is now a post-apocalyptic era. Each of you must learn how to fight and protect yourselves. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, the group fell silent, nodding in agreement. Subsequently, Yifeng began instructing them on how to fire a gun and wield a knife. After a quarter of an hour, he declared, now, we set off. With a wave of his hand, he issued the command. The 5 of them, properly equipped, with firearms strapped to their waists and tang swords in hand, exited the villa. Where shall we head first? Lin Xiao inquired. Yifeng casually pointed in a direction, over there. Under his guidance, they made their way towards the nearest villa. Along the route, Yifeng opened the system panel as usual. A prompt appeared. Notification, choose whether to increase the difficulty of the daily quest. Before Yifeng, 2 options emerged. 1, yes, 2, no. Yifeng's face lit up with excitement. The daily quest could be further intensified. Without hesitation, he selected the first option. Increase the difficulty. Daily quest, eliminate 70 zombies. Quest reward, 70 fish baits. Excellent. With the escalation of requirements, the rewards had also upgraded. Today, he could earn 70 fish baits. Yifeng smiled as he closed the panel and looked ahead. The Longton Mountain Villa area is an expansive estate, featuring over 160 villas, including both row houses and standalone villas. Yifeng continued, we will clear each villa one by one. If we encounter an overwhelming number of zombies, I will intervene. If the numbers are manageable, I shall refrain from stepping in. The women all nodded in agreement. Just then, a middle-aged zombie, clad in a blue shirt and sporting a bow tie, entered their line of sight. Judging by its attire, it appeared to be a former homeowner who had emerged from one of the villas. Upon spotting Yifeng and the others, the zombie became agitated. As if a wolf had spotted its prey. With a howl, it charged towards them. Chapter 83. Nan Shirin's first kill. Nan Shirin clenched her teeth and stepped forward. Yifeng, let me go first. Yifeng nodded appreciatively, watching closely. With her right hand gripping the tang sword, Nan Shirin approached the middle-aged zombie, her expression tense. Yifeng, you must keep an eye on me, she said, her voice filled with apprehension. The zombie likewise noticed her and suddenly lunged forward with a roar. In a moment of instinct, Nan Shirin swallowed hard, forcefully overcoming the fear that gripped her heart. As the zombie approached, she suddenly exclaimed, die? With a swift diagonal slash of her tang knife, she struck. The blade cleaved through the zombie, spilling forth dark, putrid blood. Continue the assault. Yifeng urged from the side. With determination, Nan Shirin raised her knife once more. With another decisive strike, the zombie's head flew into the air, rolling to the ground with a thud. The headless corpse collapsed, a wave of pungent blood enveloping her. Nan Shirin's delicate face paled slightly as she glanced down at her trembling hands. Yifeng, have I succeeded? Yifeng replied reassuringly, indeed, you have successfully slain the zombie. In truth, each of you possesses physical abilities that far exceed those of zombies. As long as you act with caution, defeating them is not a formidable challenge. Nan Ruyan licked her lips, her face radiating excitement. Seeing Nan Shirin's triumph, Lin Xiaoxiao, Nan Ruyan, and Chu Xiaodu felt their confidence soar. Gather around, and I shall explain. Yifeng beckoned them closer. Using the slain zombie as an example, he began to elucidate the precautions they should take. If we merely stab the zombie in other parts of its body, it will not perish. Only by severing it in half or decapitating it can we effectively kill a zombie. Additionally, be aware that if a zombie is cut in half, it may still have a few seconds of movement left. Xiao, please check if there is a crystal core within the zombie's head. Lin Xiao, suppressing her nausea, stepped forward and plunged the tang knife into the zombie's skull, searching diligently. Before long, she extracted a hard, crystalline object, the zombie's crystal core. Yifeng's eyes lit up as he picked up the core. We are fortunate. The probability of finding a crystal core among these zombies is relatively low. It often takes the defeat of dozens of zombies to yield a single core. From his storage space, Yifeng produced clean water to wash the core. A thumb-sized, translucent crystal core now rested in his palm. He presented it to the group for their inspection. Wow, is this the crystal core? How beautiful. It's astonishing that such a thing could arise from such an ugly zombie. The women took turns examining the core, their amazement palpable. Yifeng continued to advise. The crystal core can enhance the powers of ability users. In the future, after each zombie we slay, we must check for a crystal core within its head. After securing the core, he led the group onward. Soon, they arrived at the first villa, its grand doors firmly shut. However, this posed no challenge for Yifeng. With a thunderous crash, he summoned a strike of lightning, and the villa's door fell to the ground. As they stepped inside, a series of growls erupted. Several zombies emerged. Drawn by the noise, 3 adult zombies and 1 child zombie, a family from this very villa, along with what appeared to be a nanny. Yifeng's heart stirred as he activated his inside eye, gazing intently at the leading male zombie. Name, Zombie, Ordinary Level, Power Index, 37. The zombies have collectively grown stronger. In this day and age, unless firearms are employed, ordinary humans are no match for the zombies. Yifeng cast a glance at the child zombie. Name, Zombie, Ordinary Level, Power Index, 29. Several zombies, brandishing their sharp claws, lunged towards the crowd. For zombies, precisely enough for each of you to face one. This time, engage with blades. Yifeng directed the young women. With Yifeng's guidance and the prior demonstration by Nan Shirin, the girls shed their fears, each grasping a tang knife as they charged towards the zombies. Empowered by the war goddess covenant, their speed surged to several times that of ordinary individuals, and their combat prowess greatly surpassed that of the zombies. Hey, perish. They wielded their blades with wild abandon, toppling the 4 zombies to the ground, swiftly delivering finishing blows. Before long, the heads of the 4 zombies soared into the air, their bodies collapsing lifelessly. Yifeng's expression softened with a hint of satisfaction. His female warriors were far from timid. Lin Xiaoxiao and the others proceeded to sever the heads of the zombies, inspecting for the presence of crystal cores. Brother Yifeng, this zombie seems to lack a crystal core, Lin Xiaoxiao remarked with disappointment. None here either. I find none as well, the others echoed after their inspections. Yifeng nodded. Not overly disheartened. Not every zombie yields a crystal core. At this stage, statistically, only 1 in 20 zombies possesses a core. Should one be particularly unlucky, they might slay 100 zombies without a single reward. However, the likelihood of acquiring a crystal core increases as the strength of the zombies escalates. By the later stages of the apocalypse, most zombies will harbor crystal cores within them. Yifeng activated his mental probe, meticulously examining the villa's condition. He needed to ensure no residual threats lingered within. His objective was unequivocal. As the saying goes, one cannot allow others to slumber peacefully beside them. In the entirety of the Longton Mountain Villa area, apart from his team, no uncontrolled beings, be they zombies or living humans, were to remain. During his search of the villa, Yifeng collected any useful supplies he encountered into his storage space. Before long, he completed his inspection. Departing from this villa, he proceeded to the next. Upon reaching the second villa, he found the front door slightly ajar. Leading his team, Yifeng chose to enter directly. Inside this villa, 2 zombies awaited, an elderly zombie and a cat zombie. Xiao, Shirin, resolve these 2 zombies with firearms. Yifeng commanded. The 2 girls appeared somewhat flustered but obeyed Yifeng's orders, promptly drawing their handguns. Unlocking the safeties, they raised their weapons, aimed, and squeezed the triggers. Having received Yifeng's brief training, their movements appeared quite proficient. Bang, 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 bang. A flurry of gunfire erupted, and the 2 zombies fell to the ground with a thud. Yifeng stood with his hands clasped behind him, nodding slightly in approval. The 2 individuals still lacked precision. Yet considering it was their inaugural experience with firearms, their performance was commendable. They possessed extraordinary physical attributes, coupled with an enhanced capacity for learning. Ruoyan, Xiaotu, please advance and check for any crystal cores. Ruoyan and Xiaotu promptly moved forward, utilizing their tang knives to probe the skulls of the zombies. Soon, they turned to Yefeng, shaking their heads in disappointment. Yefeng collected the useful supplies into his space and conducted a thorough inspection to ensure there were no hazards. Excellent. Let us maintain this momentum and proceed to the next villa. Yefeng led the way to the next residence, embarking on a series of systematic clearances. The third, fourth, fifth villas were tackled in succession. As time passed, Yefeng and his team arrived at the ninth villa. This time, they encountered a survivor, a middle-aged woman. Upon their arrival, she was hiding in the bedroom, famished. 3 zombies roamed outside the door, preventing her from daring to step out. After clearing the zombies in the villa, they discovered the survivor. Once rescued, Yefeng provided her with some food, sourced from the very villa she had been trapped in. A quick glance confirmed she was not an ability user, prompting Yefeng to have Ruoyan take the lead in negotiations. Madam, we have saved your life. This entire villa district is now under our control, and we do not intend to recruit new members at this time. Thus, we must ask you to leave per Yefeng's regulations. For ordinary survivors, a small provision was offered to encourage their departure, effectively purchasing their claim to the villa. In cases of refusal, circumstances would dictate the response. The woman expressed deep gratitude to Yefeng and his team, wishing to join them. However, Yefeng naturally declined her request. Left with no choice, she accepted the food Yefeng had provided and departed. Yefeng and his team continued their efforts in the villa district. During this period, in pursuit of their daily objectives, Yefeng personally eliminated 70 zombies, ceasing only upon task completion. As midday approached, Yefeng's group had systematically cleared over 60 villas. During this time, they encountered a total of 9 survivors, all of whom, recognizing the situation, departed quietly with the provisions given by Yefeng. However, not everyone exhibited such wisdom. In one villa, after Lin Xiaoxiao and her team had eradicated the zombies, they rescued a young man who appeared to be in his 20s. He was gaunt yet strikingly handsome, having been trapped in the basement of his own villa. After rescuing him, Lin Xiaoxiao approached, ready to advise him to leave. This place has been requisitioned by us. Yet, this time, she faced a dilemma. The man, confronted with Lin Xiaoxiao as formidable figure, exhibited a glimmer of greed in his eyes. After listening to her words, he shook his head vehemently. This is my villa. Why should I leave? The man was unwilling to depart. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao displayed a hint of helplessness. Sir, we owe you a debt of gratitude for saving our lives. The man, with a glint in his eye, retorted. A debt of gratitude is insufficient to exchange for my villa. Moreover, I did not compel you to save me. Lin Xiaoxiao found herself momentarily speechless. Observing the situation, Chu Xiaodu stepped forward to offer gentle persuasion. Your villa scarcely contains any food. If you do not depart from here, you will ultimately perish from starvation. To their surprise, the man shifted his gaze and implored, You are right, esteemed ladies. Why not allow me to join your team? He lowered his gaze, covertly stealing glances at Lin Xiaoxiao and her companions. The voluptuous curves of Lin Xiaoxiao, the alluring figure of Nan Ruyan, and the stunning beauty of Nan Shireen ignited a fervor within him, as a flicker of lasciviousness glimmered in his eyes. He cast a glance at Yifeng, whose expression was rife with envy. The handsome man concluded that Yifeng was merely coasting along, relying on the protection of women. What luck had he to be surrounded by such goddesses? It must simply be fortuitous. He believed he could easily take his place. For his own looks and physique were not inferior to Yifeng's. He too was strikingly handsome. Ladies, please allow me to stay. I am capable of any task. The man adopted a pitiable expression, continually beseeching. Yet, within, he harbored a cold smirk. When the opportunity arises, I shall ensure you ladies experience my finest skills. You will be unable to part with me. The man lingered, unwilling to leave. Lin Xiaoxiao and her companions found themselves at an impasse, instinctively glancing towards Yifeng for guidance. Yifeng yawned and cast a glance at the man. The handsome man, in turn, gazed at Yifeng, puzzled. What is happening? Why do these women look to him? Is he not merely a pretty face? A flicker of doubt arose within him. Brother, he began, but Yifeng interrupted. You refuse to leave? Then prepare to meet your demise. His tone was utterly devoid of emotion. The handsome man paused, struggling to comprehend Yifeng's words. Yifeng unsheathed his blade, and it was then that the man grasped the gravity of the situation, fear flooding his features. Why you intend to kill me? His face turned ashen, his body trembling uncontrollably. Ladies, please stop him, he pleaded. Lin Xiaoxiao and her companions remained unmoved. You cannot kill me. That is a crime. The man was in a state of sheer terror. Yifeng let out a cold laugh, disinterested in further discussion. He stepped forward and swung his blade. With a swift motion, a head soared into the air, blood cascading forth. Yifeng sheathed his weapon and turned to the group, stating, "In the future, should you encounter individuals like this, do not waste words, simply eliminate them." The women nodded in agreement. Yifeng glanced at the time. It was nearing noon. "Let us return and rest. After continuous battles, we are all somewhat fatigued." He made his way back to the villa. Upon returning to the main residence, Nanruyan and the others began preparing lunch. Yifeng ascended to the third-floor lounge, seated himself upon the sofa, and reflected upon the gains of the morning. The population density in the villa district is quite low. Yifeng led a team to clear over 60 villas, vanquishing more than 100 zombies. Yet he only obtained 6 crystal cores. After toying with the cores for a while, Yifeng stored them in his spatial pocket. With a meal to partake in soon, he opted not to engage in cultivation. He accessed the task panel. Daily task: eliminate 70 zombies. Task reward: 70 fish baits. Task status: completed. Yifeng clicked to claim his task reward. With the system's notification chime, he received the following notification: "Congratulations, host. You have obtained 70 fish baits." Yifeng's spirit soared. Having completed the daily task, he now possessed a total of 100 fish baits, including the remaining 30 from the previous day. He could continue his fishing endeavors. In his heart, Yifeng silently intoned, "System, combine the ordinary fish baits into advanced ones." A system prompt resonated, asking for confirmation. Yifeng clicked to confirm. The 100 ordinary fish baits were synthesized into 10 advanced fish baits. Synthesis complete. System, let me fish vigorously 5 times. Yifeng fervently thought. Notification: advanced fishing in progress. Yifeng narrowed his eyes in anticipation. The system chime rang again. Notification: congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained 1 mutagen catalyst. Chapter 85. Mythical Grade. Qilin Bloodline, is this a lucrative catch? Yifeng felt a surge of joy. A mutagenic agent? It certainly sounds promising. The system continued to chime. Notification: congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained 1 pair of black VR goggles. Notification: congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained 1 rare grade item. Invisibility mask. He had fished out equipment. A rare grade invisibility mask. Yifeng's eyes flickered with intrigue. Notification: congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained 3 unopened 3 kilograms versions of the Ultra Rise waste. Notification: congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained 100 boxes of 10-pound large pomelos. The 5 rounds of advanced fishing concluded. Yifeng's heart stirred as he opened his haul. Item: mutagen catalyst, quality, rare, description: upon consumption, ordinary beings have a 70 chance of evolving into a mutant beast, a 20 chance of remaining unchanged, and a 10 chance of death. Yifeng's expression momentarily froze. Consuming this potion grants a 60 probability of becoming a mutant beast? He immediately thought of his husky, Xiaobai. My dear Xiaobai, you surely do not wish to remain an ordinary dog forever, do you? A 10 mortality rate is entirely acceptable. Yifeng promptly made a decision for Xiaobai. Drink. Continuing to examine his rewards, the VR headset and Ultra Rise waste were not particularly useful. The 100 boxes of pomelos, each weighing 20 pounds, were also of little interest. Ultimately, Yifeng's gaze settled on the rare grade equipment. Item: invisibility mask, quality, rare, description: this mask possesses mysterious powers, allowing the wearer to seamlessly blend into their surroundings, achieving invisibility. In this state, the wearer becomes exceedingly difficult for enemies to detect. Additional description: maintaining the invisibility effect of the mask will continuously consume a certain amount of energy. During the period of invisibility, the wearer's movement speed will be slightly enhanced. Yifeng's eyes brightened. What a wonderful item. He retrieved the invisibility mask. With a swift motion, a black and purple mask, adorned with peculiar runes, appeared in his hand. The moment he donned the mask, Yifeng's figure seamlessly blended into the surroundings, vanishing entirely. A surge of joy filled his heart. Indeed, he had become invisible. Removing the mask, Yifeng mentally commanded, "System, allow me to continue fishing." The system prompted him to proceed. Prompt: congratulations, host, for successfully fishing and obtaining 3 sets of the ancient-style passionate spring lady outfit. Prompt: congratulations, host, for successfully fishing and acquiring a rare skill, extraordinary night vision. Prompt: congratulations, host, for successfully fishing and obtaining 5 black versions of the Ji Huan brand passionate position cushions. Prompt: congratulations, host, for successfully fishing and acquiring a rare item, 1 bottle of the magical blue pill. Yifeng's eyes sparkled. The ancient-style passionate outfit, position cushions, and the rare blue pill seemed to be excellent treasures. Just then, the system experienced a brief pause. Yi Feng's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Could it be that? The system notification chimed. Prompt. Congratulations, host, for successfully fishing and acquiring a mythic item. 1 Qilin Bloodline Source Pearl. Fishing concluded. Mythic level? Incredible. Yi Feng's eyes radiated pure elation. Had he truly fished out a colorful mythic item once again? His heart raced with excitement as he immediately clicked to view. Item. Qilin Bloodline Source Pearl. Quality. Colorful mythic. Description. Upon merging with this source pearl, one will possess a fragment of the legendary divine beast Qilin's bloodline, resulting in a complete transformation and a significant enhancement of strength. Please note, merging with this source pearl will lead to irreversible beastification, rendering the human form unsustainable. Special description. The stronger the biological constitution, the more effective the merging will be. However, there exists a small risk of death during the merging process, so proceed with caution. A fragment of the divine beast Qilin's bloodline? The side effect being an inability to maintain a human form. Would he cease to be human? Yi Feng felt bewildered, his expression shifting unpredictably. After a long moment, he exhaled slowly. It was of no consequence. As long as he continued to fish, he would inevitably acquire items that suited him. He still preferred to remain human. After all, with so many wives, how could he communicate with them if he transformed into a half-Qilin? It would be utterly absurd. Nevertheless, this item needed to be utilized. It must be given to someone trustworthy. Perhaps to one of his beloved confidants, the Qilin Divine Beast Nin Shirin, the Qilin Divine Beast Lin Xiaoxiao. Yi Feng shook his head vigorously, casting aside such a terrifying notion. After much contemplation, it seemed the only suitable candidate would be Xiao Bai. Yi Feng muttered to himself. After all, it was originally a dog, so it mattered little if it ceased to be human. Any creature could merge with the source pearl items obtained through fishing. Yi Feng stowed the Qilin bloodline source pearl safely and continued to tally his gains. The ancient style ensemble is a lovely pink variant, comprising a pink floral bustier, a gossamer bind skirt, T-pants, and a pink outer garment. Yi Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. It seems quite fitting for Nan Shirin. After carefully stowing the outfit, Yi Feng continued his exploration. The black positional cushion proved to be of little use. He turned his attention to the skill of night vision. Skill. Extraordinary night vision quality. Rare description. A passive skill. Upon mastering this ability, one can perceive everything even amidst the pitch blackness of night, as if it were daylight. Excellent. Yet another beneficial skill. Yi Feng felt a surge of joy in his heart. As he concentrated, a source orb radiating a soft blue glow manifested in the air. He reached out and gently touched it, causing the orb to meld with him instantaneously. In that moment, Yi Feng acquired the skill of night vision, surveying his surroundings. The shadows became distinctly clearer. With the skill assessment concluded, Yi Feng turned to his final acquisition. Item. Enigmatic blue pill quality. Rare description. Upon ingesting this blue pill, it significantly enhances certain physical attributes and endurance in males for a limited duration. Continuous consumption may yield permanent enhancements. What a marvelous item. Yi Feng's face lit up with joy. A bottle containing 10 pills. This would last him quite a while. With a smile, he carefully stored the blue pills away. After a brief respite, Yi Feng took out his phone to inform Zhao Wumei about the crystal cores obtainable from hunting zombies. Moments later, a message from Zhao Wumei arrived. Zhao Wumei, zombies actually possess crystal cores? How astonishing. Yi Feng. Indeed, mutated zombies yield mutated crystal cores. You must retain any you acquire. They are highly valuable. Zhao Wumei understood. You haven't come to see me in ages. How heartless. Yi Feng, I've been exceedingly busy, but I promise to visit in a couple of days. Just wait until I catch up with you. Zhao Wumei, I'll be waiting. Setting his phone aside, Yi Feng donned his invisibility mask. In an instant, he entered a state of invisibility. He examined himself from head to toe, feeling thoroughly satisfied. Descending the stairs, he found the women bustling in the kitchen, immersed in their tasks. Yi Feng quietly passed by them, unnoticed, and refrained from causing any disruption. He made his way directly to the doghouse and removed his invisibility mask. The sudden appearance of Yi Feng startled Xiao Bai, causing the dog to jump with a yelp. Woof! The bark drew the attention of Lin Xiaoxiao and the others. They looked up, and upon seeing Yi Feng, let out a sigh of relief. Yi Feng's elusive nature meant his sudden presence no longer surprised them. He gazed at Xiao Bai and slowly spoke. Xiao Bai, I now offer you a transformative opportunity, albeit with a 10% mortality risk. Do you wish to accept? The Qilin bloodline source orb. The stronger the initial power, the better the fusion effect. Yi Feng aimed to transform Xiao Bai into a mutated beast to maximize the potential of the mythical item. Xiao Bai's eyes widened, and the dog eagerly wagged its tail. Without uttering a word, Yifeng took it as a sign of agreement. He retrieved the mutation catalyst potion from his storage space. A vial emanating a faint blue glow appeared in his palm. Unscrewing the cap, the potion released an unpleasant odor. A sense of unease washed over the little white dog, and the frequency of its tail wagging began to diminish. Yifeng swiftly seized the little white creature, pried open its mouth, and administered the potion with determination. A howl escaped the dog's lips, its eyes wide with terror as it shook its head in protest. Alas, its feeble strength was no match for Yifeng's control. The potion took effect almost instantaneously. The little white dog yelped in agony as its body underwent a rapid transformation. Its physique began to swell, muscles becoming more pronounced, while its fur lengthened, revealing a striking black and white pattern. Its back arched gracefully, limbs became robust and powerful, and its tail grew thick and agile. Yifeng's heart swelled with joy. It seemed the mutation had been a success. Before long, the transformed creature's eyes sparkled with excitement as it leaped toward Yifeng. Woof, woof, woof. Yifeng embraced the little white dog, beginning to examine its body. Its belly, arms, legs, and fur appeared to be in perfect condition. A look of delight spread across Yifeng's face. With this, it was time to proceed to the next step. Chapter 86, Warrior Little White. Divine Beast Qilin, the miraculous transformation of the husky, had already captivated a group of girls. Wow, Yifeng, what has happened to Little White? Lin Xiaoxiao exclaimed in astonishment. Brother Yifeng, I can feel Little White's happiness, quipped Chu Xiaodu, her eyes filled with joy. Yifeng smiled gently and explained, Little White has become a mutated beast, akin to an extraordinary human with special abilities. Wow, Little White can actually mutate. That is amazing. I envy Little White and wish I could mutate too. The girls cast envious glances at the little creature. Little White continuously nudged Yifeng's hand with its head. Yifeng reached out, affectionately patting the dog's head, and slowly said, Little White, mutation is merely the beginning. I shall bestow upon you a grand destiny. However, you must first agree to sign the warrior contract with me. The warrior contract was not limited to humans. Even dogs could become warriors. This contract was both wondrous and formidable, yet it required the participants' willing consent. Coercion was out of the question. Do you agree to sign this contract with me? To pledge your eternal loyalty and never betray me, with your life and death under my command? Yifeng gazed intently at Little White, his voice steady. Little White stared back with wide, clear eyes filled with loyalty. It had already regarded Yifeng as its master. With a look of understanding, Little White seemed to ask, Isn't this how it should be? A smile graced Yifeng's lips. If that is the case, then let us begin. He bit his index finger, drawing forth a droplet of blood, which he flicked toward Little White. Consume it. With newfound intelligence, Little White leaped forward and swallowed Yifeng's blood in one swift motion. Yifeng, observing the transformed husky, decisively initiated the warrior contract. Boom. The power of the contract surged forth, enveloping both Yifeng and Little White. The girls held their breath, captivated by the familiar scene before them. They had all witnessed such a moment before. However, the fact that a dog was now entering into a contract left them astonished. Could a dog, like them, become one of Yifeng's contracted warriors? Buzzing. The mysterious energy of the contract surged vibrantly. Little Bai seemed to hear a voice, and suddenly widened its eyes. In the next moment, it nodded without hesitation. The contract instantly took effect. A powerful force surged from the void, merging into Little Bai's body. Its form was instantly enveloped in a golden radiance. The immense energy flowed continuously within it. Little Bai's body began to tremble slightly. Its strength, speed, hearing, vision, and other abilities were rapidly enhancing. Before long, the strengthening concluded, and the contract was complete. Yifeng felt a surge of joy. He could clearly sense the unbreakable bond between him and Little Bai. Woof, woof. Little Bai circled excitedly around Yifeng, its elation evident. Yifeng smiled gently. Next comes your greatest transformation. With a thought, a round orb the size of a pebble, radiating colorful light, appeared in the air. It was the mythical item, the bloodline source pearl of the Qilin. Little Bai, merge with it. Yifeng commanded. Little Bai's eyes sparkled with determination. With focused intent, it raised its paw and gently touched the orb. Boom. A surge of powerful energy flooded into Little Bai's body, causing it to tremble violently. Woof, woof. It felt a mixture of anxiety and excitement. An ancient, mysterious aura resonated throughout the villa. The bloodline source pearl was merging with Little Bai's essence. Ow. A painful cry escaped Little Bai. Is it all right? Chu Xiao too asked softly, concern etched on her face. Lin Xiaoxiao also displayed worry. Do not fret. Little Bai is on a perilous yet necessary path to gain power. Yifeng reminisced, recalling the process of awakening his own chaos divine thunder, which had brought similar agony. Little Bai's form twisted and transformed as they all patiently awaited the outcome. Moments later, a colorful glow enveloped Little Bai. Its physique altered once more. Soon, the fusion was complete. A pair of short golden horns sprouted from the head of the husky. Its muscles bulged like those of a fierce tiger, stretching nearly 2 meters in length. Its tail grew thicker and longer, with sharp spikes at the end, embodying both offense and defense. The original black and white fur transformed into a striking shade of blackish blue. Little Bai slowly opened its eyes, emanating a formidable aura reminiscent of ancient times, causing the surrounding furniture to tremble slightly. Excellent. It appeared to be a success. Yifeng felt a rush of excitement and quickly activated his inside eye. Name: Qilin Little Bai level. 2 stars abilities. Qilin Bloodline, mythical level. Skills: Super Hearing, Qilin Claws, Auspicious Healing, Qilin Roar, Qilin Transformation. Combat Power Index: 245. Qilin Claws. Little Bai's claws become indestructible, capable of tearing apart all in existence. Super Hearing: Little Bai can hear distant and faint sounds. Auspicious Healing: the Qilin can emit a radiant light to swiftly heal its own or others' wounds while slightly enhancing defense for a short duration. Qilin Roar: the Qilin emits a thunderous roar, inflicting significant mental damage on surrounding foes, with a chance to induce a state of dizziness in enemies. Qilin Transformation: for a fleeting moment, it transforms into its true form, significantly enhancing attributes such as attack, defense, and speed. In that instant, Yifeng was dazzled. What a marvel! Yifeng's heart swelled with joy. With an initial rank of 2 stars and 5 formidable skills at its disposal. Chapter 87. Can it bestow extraordinary abilities? Yifeng was filled with excitement. Although he had anticipated the tremendous power of the Kirin Bloodline Source Pearl, he was still astonished that upon merging, Xiaobai not only achieved 2-star strength, but also possessed 5 powerful skills. The claw and auditory skills were self-evident. Moreover, there were control skills, transformation skills, and a robust healing ability. It was truly a versatile powerhouse. It was as if a little calf had ascended to the pinnacle of brilliance in the Antarctic. Just then, a tender voice broke the silence. "Daddy, I'm so hungry." Yifeng was startled. Who spoke? He glanced around, but there was no one in sight. Wait, could it be? Yifeng quickly turned to Xiaobai, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Xiaobai, was that you speaking? You can talk?" The onlookers gasped in disbelief. A dog can actually speak. Xiaobai gazed innocently. "Daddy, I can talk." The childish voice emerged again from Xiaobai's direction. Yifeng was utterly amazed. Truly, a product of the system must be of exceptional quality. The Kirin bloodline enabled Xiaobai to articulate human speech. However, Xiaobai, while I can comprehend that a dog can talk, why do you call me daddy? Yifeng inquired hastily. Am I not your father? Xiaobai replied with a naive expression. Yifeng retorted, what nonsense is this? I am not your father. We share no blood relation. Yifeng explained earnestly. No, you are my father. Grant me your bloodline. Xiaobai insisted stubbornly. Yifeng found himself at a loss for words. No way, my friend. We bear no resemblance. That pearl was something I fished out. I did not give birth to you. The onlooking women stifled their laughter. Xiaobai is so adorable. Yifeng, just accept it. Xiaobai turned to Lin Xiaoxiao and the others, asking, who among you is my mother? The crowd was taken aback. Yifeng felt somewhat exasperated. Kirin Xiaobai, daddy. I'm hungry. All right, what would you like to eat? Yifeng replied. Crystal cores. Astonishingly, you even know about crystal cores? You certainly have a taste for the finer things. Yifeng retrieved 3 crystal cores from his space and tossed them to Xiaobai. With glee, Xiaobai leaped up and devoured the crystal cores. Hey, take it slow. Eating too much of this will cause an explosion, Yifeng cautioned. Kirin Xiaobai nodded. Okay, daddy. Yifeng remarked, change your address. Don't call me daddy anymore. Kirin Xiaobai lowered its head in dismay. Then what should I call you? Yifeng replied, you should call me master. He pointed to Lin Xiaoxiao and the others. You shall refer to them as mistresses. Kirin Xiaobai complied. All right, master daddy. Yifeng sighed. Moments later, in the villa's dining room, a feast of delectable dishes adorned the table. Braised pork ribs, steamed crucian carp, spicy tofu, and winter melon soup. Despite the time constraints, Nan Rian still led the others in preparing a splendid meal. So delicious. Yifeng lifted a piece of rib, savoring its exquisite flavor. Not far away, Xiaobai was seated at a separate table, perched on a chair before a large ceramic bowl brimming with ribs, tofu, and an assortment of delicacies. After discovering his ability to speak, Xiaobai felt he had transcended his canine origins and resolutely refused to consume dog food. Thus, Yifeng had made such arrangements for him. Now, he presented himself in a rather dignified manner, attempting to use chopsticks for his meal. Though he had yet to succeed, even after half a day, Nan Shirin, Lin Xiaoxiao, and the others occasionally cast curious glances at the Qilin Xiaobai, their eyes sparkling with astonishment and excitement. Although they were already aware of Yi Feng's remarkable abilities, this series of events left them utterly astounded. The transformation of the husky Xiaobai into a variant form was within their comprehension, and even the notion of the variant Xiaobai becoming a canine warrior was somewhat understandable. Yet, the subsequent transformation of the canine warrior Xiaobai into the legendary divine beast Qilin Xiaobai was simply outrageous, beyond all reason. What connection could there possibly be between a husky and a divine beast? One could only describe Yi Feng's methods as akin to those of a mythical creator, comparable to a deity. With a crisp sound, a ceramic bowl shattered as Qilin Xiaobai, struggling to master the use of chopsticks, accidentally squeezed it too hard, scattering food across the table. In a moment of panic, Xiaobai resorted to using his paws to eat. Observing this, Yi Feng frowned slightly and chastised him. Xiaobai, you have gained wisdom and the ability to speak, and you are now a member of my warrior team. You must learn to conduct yourself with decorum and cannot eat like an ordinary dog. Qilin Xiaobai nodded with a forlorn expression. Chu Xiaodu approached, cleaning up the broken bowl and gently wiping Xiaobai's mouth before presenting him with a spoon. Xiaobai, this is a spoon. It may suit you better. You must practice politeness and refrain from breaking dishes indiscriminately. Chu Xiaotu, possessing a unique affinity for animals, shared a special bond with Qilin Xiaobai. Upon taking the spoon, Xiaobai's eyes lit up. This is great. It suits me well. He quickly mastered the use of the spoon, and the group continued to relish their delightful lunch. Before long, they had nearly finished their meal. Suddenly, Nen Rian cautiously inquired, Yi Feng, I have a question. Do you think we could absorb zombie crystal cores to enhance our strength? At her words, the other women also looked up, their gazes fixed on Yi Feng. Seeing Xiaobai, who had become more powerful than them, ignited a new yearning for strength within them. Yi Feng pondered for a moment before responding. Only those with abilities can absorb the energy from crystal cores. Ordinary people cannot do so. The women felt a wave of disappointment wash over them. However, Yi Feng's next statement reignited a flicker of hope. There is, however, a method for forcibly absorbing crystal core energy by swallowing the zombie crystal core. Ordinary people who ingest the core may awaken abilities under its energy stimulus, thereby successfully absorbing its power. Yi Feng's words caused Lin Xiaoxiao and the others' eyes to brighten with excitement. Yi Feng, what is this probability of awakening? Lin Xiaoxiao eagerly pressed for more information. Yi Feng stroked his chin and chuckled. The success rate is approximately 1 in 10,000. 1 in 10,000? That's exceedingly low. The women were momentarily taken aback. Nan Shirin immediately inquired, with such a low awakening probability, what if one does not awaken any abilities? Yi Feng responded with a grin. Well, if one fails to awaken any abilities, it's not a significant issue. Upon hearing this, everyone exhaled in relief. Yi Feng continued. It simply means that under the stimulation of crystal core energy, one's meridians may rupture, leading to a fatal explosion. The women felt as if a bucket of cold water had been thrown over them, their faces etched with disappointment. This is far too dangerous. Isn't that tantamount to suicide? Yi Feng smiled nonchalantly and elaborated. In truth, those who do awaken abilities will do so regardless of crystal core stimulation. Then Shirin summarized. In other words, for an ordinary person, swallowing a crystal core is akin to courting death. Those who survive are destined to become ability users. Consuming the crystal core merely accelerates the process. Yi Feng nodded in approval. Indeed, Shirin is correct. Moreover, I must warn you that ingesting crystal cores is exceedingly perilous. Even ability users face the risk of fatality if they consume multiple cores at once. Lin Xiaoxiao sighed and remarked, Yi Feng, we are not ability users. Knowing this doesn't change anything. Yi Feng's lips curled into a mysterious smile. Who says you cannot become ability users? The reason I share all this with you is that I possess a method that guarantees a 100 awakening of abilities, even for ordinary individuals who cannot awaken under normal circumstances. His words struck like thunder, rendering the room silent, the sound of a pin dropping audible. Everyone's mouths fell agape, their eyes wide with disbelief. Then, an uproar erupted. Did I hear that correctly? A 100 awakening of abilities? Yi Feng, you actually have a way to make us ability users? Joy illuminated the faces of each woman. Yi Feng's smile broadened as he continued. You heard correctly. There is a method without any risk that guarantees a 100 awakening of abilities. Just a little longer, and each of you will possess abilities. Do not rush. With Yi Feng's affirmative response, the dining table erupted into a frenzy of excitement. Yi Feng, you are my savior. I adore you, Yi Feng. Chapter 88, The Fiery Zombie. Terrifying the celebrity after lunch, the group set out to continue clearing zombies. The pace of their efforts was noticeably quicker, primarily for two reasons. First, Yi Feng's team had gained a warrior, specifically, a canine warrior named Qilin Xiaobai. In the face of zombies, Xiaobai charged forward with unparalleled bravery, dispatching foes with a single claw, earning the title of a monster-slaying machine. Second, the group had grown more experienced in slaying zombies, their coordination becoming increasingly harmonious. Inside a villa, 6 zombies lunged forward menacingly. Qilin Xiaobai darted forth like a bolt of black lightning. With a swift motion, 2 claws, as fierce as steel, shattered the heads of the zombies in an instant. Lin Xiaoxiao, Nan Shirin, and the others followed closely behind, each confronting a zombie. With their long knives swirling, flashes of steel glimmered as they struck. Thud, thud, for decapitated zombie heads lay on the ground. Yifeng stood nearby with his hands clasped behind his back, nodding in satisfaction. He found it unnecessary to intervene. The 4-person team, in conjunction with Qilin Xiaobai, was capable of clearing the villa area efficiently. With this in mind, Yifeng felt a spark of inspiration and spoke with a smile. You 4 and 1 dog team, continue clearing eastward. Eliminate all the remaining villas in this row. I shall take another route and clear the area alone, ultimately rejoining you. This way, we can conclude the majority of the villa district today. What do you think? Any objections? Yifeng decided to split into 2 groups to expedite their progress. After undergoing rigorous training, the team was brimming with confidence. No issues, they affirmed. Yifeng nodded and turned to depart. With Qilin Xiaobai's presence, the team could face even mutated zombies without fear. Furthermore, they were bolstered by both the blessing and the might of the war god, armed with sharp tang knives and firearms. It was time for his war god team to demonstrate their prowess independently. 2 hours later, Yifeng arrived at a villa. He swiftly dispatched 2 zombie dogs and a zombie disguised as a maid. As he ascended the stairs, his gaze was suddenly drawn to a room on the 3rd floor, where he overheard a conversation between a man and a woman. This cursed apocalypse. How much longer can we survive? I don't know, with zombies lurking downstairs. I truly cannot venture down. Let us live one day at a time and seize the moment. Yifeng listened intently, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Not wishing to linger, he hastened upstairs and kicked the door open. Ah! A disheveled couple stared at Yifeng in terror. Who are you? The man stammered, mustering his courage. Yifeng looked at them, noting the man's decent looks and the woman's fair complexion. He explained. Here's the situation. After narrating the circumstances, he tossed them 2 bags of food, stating, You're saved, but you must leave this place. The man grasped the message. Thank you, but can we stay? He inquired tentatively. No, there's no room for negotiation. Yifeng replied, shaking his head. The couple, somewhat disappointed, did not press further. They accepted the food and turned to leave. Once they had departed, Yifeng conducted a brief exploration of the villa, confirming there was no further danger before he too exited. In the villa district, Yifeng gazed at a villa not far away. Unbeknownst to him, this was the last villa. After 2 hours of clearing, Yifeng had vanquished over 100 zombies and obtained 3 crystal cores, though his luck was somewhat lacking. However, given the current timing, the drop rate was indeed low. It was normal to receive 1 crystal core for every 20 zombies slain. Yifeng approached the final villa, its front door firmly shut. With a flick of his mind, a bolt of lightning struck down. Boom! The door shattered into pieces. Yifeng stepped inside, and as customary, unleashed his mental probe. Streams of mental energy spread out like a web. Wait, is there a survivor in the basement? Yifeng's eyebrows raised in surprise. Within this villa, not only was there a survivor in the basement, but there was also a zombie in the living room. Moreover, the appearance of the zombies is rather peculiar, seemingly indicative of mutated forms. Yifeng entered the villa's parlor. Roar! The zombie noticed Yifeng and immediately bared its teeth at him. This particular zombie was a grotesque, blood-red mutated dog with sharp claws. To Yifeng's delight, he activated his inside eye. Name, Flame Mutated Zombie, Rare, Rank, 2 stars Ability, Flame Skill, Flame Shot, Combat Power Index, 130 indeed, it is a mutated zombie. Yifeng's heart surged with joy. It was his first encounter with the panel of a mutated zombie. Mutated zombies, also known as special zombies, elite zombies, or rare zombies, are all essentially the same. The crux of the matter is that they can reliably yield special crystal cores. The mutated dog let out a furious roar and unleashed a torrent of flames from its mouth. Whoosh! Yifeng deftly evaded the fiery onslaught and retaliated with a bolt of lightning. The thunder surged, and gray arcs of electricity cascaded down. The mutated dog instinctively reacted, spewing forth another jet of flames. The flames and lightning clashed midair. Boom! In the next instant, the thunder shattered the flames and struck the zombie dog's head. The zombie dog, struck by the bolt, was instantly charred and collapsed to the ground, motionless. Yifeng approached, withdrew his fiery battle blade, and extracted the crystal core from the zombie's head. A special crystal core was now in his possession. Afterward, Yifeng surveyed the surroundings, finding no new zombies. He proceeded to the entrance of the basement. Inside, there was a survivor. Yifeng swung his blade and severed the door lock. He pushed against the door. What a sturdy security door. No wonder the mutated zombies were helpless against the person inside. However, this posed no challenge for Yifeng. A gray bolt of lightning struck down. Boom. The thunder flickered. Arcs of electricity surged. Crackle. The security door trembled precariously. Yifeng raised his right foot and delivered a powerful kick. Crash. The security door fell with a thunderous noise. Yifeng stepped inside. It was pitch dark within, devoid of light, and one could not see their hand in front of their face. However, endowed with night vision, Yifeng could clearly discern the situation inside. In the corner, a trembling, beautiful girl was huddled. The woman possessed an exquisite visage and an admirable figure. Her hair was somewhat disheveled, her eyes filled with panic, and her body shook incessantly as she desperately covered her mouth, fearful of making even the slightest sound. Yifeng narrowed his eyes. Why did this woman seem so familiar? He gazed intently at her, attempting to recall. Suddenly, realization struck him. Wasn't this the renowned star Mu Qingli? Mu Qingli, a top-tier celebrity in Huaxia, an actress and singer. Before the apocalypse, she enjoyed immense popularity with a legion of fans. With her stunning beauty and flawless figure, she consistently ranked among the top 3 in entertainment search trends. At this moment, Mu Qingli sat on the ground, her eyes filled with terror. Yifeng's lips curled into a smile as he stealthily approached her, step by step. Ultimately, he stood before her. Huh. Suddenly, he spoke. Please don't kill me. Mu Qingli's delicate body trembled, emitting a terrified scream, her eyes rolling back as she fainted. Yifeng. Chapter 89. The embarrassment of Mu Qingli. Mu Qingli's head tilted, and she lost consciousness. Observing this, Yifeng felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, a mixture of speechlessness and incredulity. Is she really fainting? Is she so easily frightened? This has gone too far. Simultaneously, a faint, unpleasant odor lingered in the air. Yifeng could only smile wryly as he reached out to pat her charming face. The young star remained utterly unresponsive. Yifeng furrowed his brows. It appeared she had genuinely fainted. He grasped Mu Qingli by the collar, lifting her effortlessly. She was surprisingly light, weighing around 100 pounds. Carrying her, Yifeng exited the basement and made his way to the living room, where he placed her upon the sofa. Once again, he surveyed her appearance. She was extraordinarily beautiful. Yifeng found it hard to tear his gaze away. In his memories, the Mu Qingli on screen was just as stunning. To his astonishment, in reality, she was flawless. Her face, innocent yet alluring, appeared pitiful, prompting admiration for the creator's favoritism. Even though her condition was poor, her hair disheveled, complexion pale, lips devoid of color, and an unpleasant odor emanating from her lower body, one could still discern that Mu Qingli was a rare gem. Her bosom was ample, waist slender, hips curvaceous, and legs long and straight, presenting a perfect silhouette like a finely sculpted work of art. Yifeng's fingers moved slightly, an array of white light surged forth. Sacred blessing. Buzz. The white light penetrated Mu Qingli's delicate form, initiating her recovery. Soon, she let out a soft groan, gradually awakening and opening her eyes. What greeted her sight was Yifeng's ambiguous smile. She was taken aback, her voice trembling. Who are you? Please do not harm me. Her tone was soft and melodious, particularly enchanting. Rest assured, the mutated zombie has been dealt with. You are safe now, Yifeng reassured her. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingli's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Really? Is that true? The strength of that zombie dog was formidable. Had I not cleverly hidden in the basement, I would have surely been torn to shreds. Indeed, the corpse is over there, Yifeng indicated with his eyes. Following his gaze, Mu Qingli turned to the side and indeed spotted the charred remains of the zombie dog. A breath of relief escaping her lips. She then looked back at Yifeng, who stood tall, with sharp brows and starry eyes, undeniably handsome, exuding an indescribable aura. Mu Qingli's eyes sparkled with renewed brightness as she relaxed her guard. My name is Mu Qingli. Thank you for saving me. Are you an official rescue personnel? Her beautiful eyes widened with anticipation. Yifeng slowly shook his head, explaining, I am not a rescue worker. I am merely a survivor, just like you. Upon hearing this, disappointment flickered in Mu Qingli's eyes, but she mustered her spirits and said, Thank you for your assistance. May I ask your name? I am Yifeng, he replied. Pausing briefly before continuing, I recognize you. You are the famous star Mu Qingli. However, you must be feeling rather uncomfortable at the moment. Would you like to change into a different outfit? Yifeng's lips curled into a teasing smile. Following Yifeng's gaze, Mu Qingli lowered her eyes to inspect her lower body. Memories flooded back, causing her delicate face to flush a deep crimson. She realized to her mortification, that she had lost control. Overwhelmed by embarrassment, she wished for a crack in the ground to swallow her whole. "Please, don't look at me," she stammered, her cheeks resembling ripe red apples, as she fumbled for words. Yifeng reassured her, "I have thoroughly assessed all potential dangers in the villa. You may find a room to change your clothes." "Thank you. Thank you." Mu Qingli nodded eagerly, akin to a chick pecking at grains, and hurriedly retreated to her bedroom. As he observed her graceful silhouette fade away, Yifeng couldn't help but lick his lips. Shortly thereafter, Mu Qingli emerged, her hair tied up, clad in a stylish black and white athletic ensemble, paired with sporty shoes, exuding a vibrant charm alongside her beauty. "Is the world still overrun with zombies? My phone is dead, and I have lost contact with the outside world for several days," she inquired impatiently upon returning downstairs. Yifeng's smile vanished, replaced by a serious expression as he replied, "The zombie threat persists, and the situation has worsened since a few days ago." Disappointment washed over Mu Qingli's face. Yifeng continued, "To be frank, my team intends to clear all the villas in this area and claim the entirety of Longton Mountain as our own. Thus, all unrelated individuals must leave." Upon hearing this, Mu Qingli's smile faltered instantly. Her misty eyes widened as she weakly asked, "So, you intend to drive me away? Is that correct?" "That is indeed the case," Yifeng confirmed with a nod. Tears shimmered in her beautiful eyes as panic crept into her voice. "Then, does your team accept new members? Can I stay and join you?" Yifeng, intrigued, posed another question. "We do accept new members, but are you an ability user?" Mu Qingli shook her head despondently. "I am not an ability user." Yifeng pressed on, "If you are not an ability user, my team does not take in the useless. What skills do you possess? What use could you be to me? Can you fight, or do you have medical knowledge? You must have some expertise, otherwise, I will have to expel you from this villa." With a slight bite of her lip, Mu Qingli trembled, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. I cannot fight, nor do I understand medicine. Please, Yifeng, take me in. I truly have nowhere else to go." Her delicate form quivered like a frightened canary, evoking pity. "The world outside is filled with zombies. I cannot survive out there." Tears streamed down her cheeks. "But you lack any skills," Yifeng feigned hesitation. "I can do anything. I can bake, clean, do housework, and serve you. You can treat me like a servant. Please don't send me away." Mu Qingli sobbed softly. Yifeng fell into silence, seemingly contemplating her plea. "Please. You are a good person. You will surely help me." Mu Qingli looked at him with a heart-wrenching expression. Yifeng decided to drop his pretense. "You may stay as a maid, but you must obey my instructions and perform the duties of a maid." "I agree," Mu Qingli exclaimed, her face lighting up with excitement as she began to cheer. Suddenly, a rumble emanated from her stomach. "Are you hungry?" Yifeng asked with a smile. Mu Qingli nodded apologetically. Yifeng's mind stirred, and he retrieved milk and bread from his storage space. Witnessing such a miraculous scene, Mu Qingli's eyes widened in astonishment. Her mouth slightly agape. "Yifeng, do you possess magic?" Chapter 90. For new contract warriors added, Yifeng presented the food to Mu Qingli. "I am an ability user, naturally endowed with some extraordinary powers." Faced with such delectable fare, Mu Qingli, momentarily forgetting her shock, eagerly accepted the food and began to devour it. Having fled to the basement, she had not eaten for 2 days. In a frenzy, Mu Qingli finished the food, licking every crumb clean. Yifeng conjured a bottle of water and handed it to her. Is it truly possible for an ability user to be so wondrous? Mu Qingli accepted the water, a glimmer of envy flickering in her beautiful eyes. Yifeng gently caressed Mu Qingli's hair. "First, enjoy this, for there is a grand feast awaiting us." Mu Qingli trembled slightly at his touch, but did not shy away. Recognizing the timing was not right, Yifeng refrained from pursuing anything further. "Let us proceed and reunite with my teammates." At his words, Mu Qingli nodded obediently. Before departing, Yifeng, as was his custom, gathered all valuable items within the villa into his storage space, which drew another round of admiration from Mu Qingli. Exiting the villa with her, Yifeng swiftly met up with Lin Xiaoxiao and the others. He had brought along a newcomer, while Lin Xiaoxiao had an additional 6. Qilin Xiaobai dashed over first, shaking its head and running excitedly. It arrived before Yifeng, panting, eager to take credit. "Daddy, I've been quite capable, having dispatched numerous zombies." Qilin Xiaobai wagged its tail joyfully, turning to urge Nan Ruyan, "Hurry, warrior Nan Ruyan, present my spoils." With a resigned smile, Nan Ruyan stepped forward to report. "Yifeng, we have successfully cleared the designated villa area as planned, with Qilin Xiaobai achieving remarkable merit, and no unexpected incidents occurred. We obtained several valuable items, yet they remain uncollected and require your attention. There are also 6 survivors whose fates await your decision. As for the crystal cores, our luck was not favorable this time. We acquired only 4 zombie crystal cores. Nan Rian produced the cores and handed them to Yi Feng, who accepted them and stored them away. Not bad. I have only secured 3 ordinary crystal cores. Yi Feng, as the sole leader of the team, claimed all spoils, including every team member, with all items to be surrendered for his allocation as needed. Just as Nan Rian was about to continue, Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly exclaimed, "Cousin?" Mu Qingli, standing behind Yi Feng, froze momentarily before bursting with joy. "Is that you, Xiaoxiao?" The 2 women immediately embraced, weeping uncontrollably at their reunion in these dire times. Yi Feng was initially taken aback, but soon realized that Mu Qingli was indeed the distant cousin Lin Xiaoxiao had mentioned. She had fled to the basement due to the threat of mutated dogs, her phone unable to charge, and subsequently lost all contact with the outside world. Upon encountering this situation, Nan Shireen and Nan Rian exchanged glances, beginning a silent communication through their eyes. Shireen seemed to perceive yet another formidable competitor on the horizon. Not only was she a prominent star, but she also stood in the same camp as Lin Xiaoxiao. Yi Feng, this notorious flirt, would certainly not let her slip away. Alas, we must strive to showcase our worth. Noticing the 2 sisters' animated expressions, Yi Feng couldn't help but feel perplexed. "What is wrong with your eyes? Are you unwell?" The sisters quickly composed themselves, replying, "No, no problem." After the excitement subsided, Lin Xiaoxiao expressed her gratitude to Yi Feng. "Thank you for saving my sister." Yi Feng waved his hand dismissively. It was nothing. He then shifted his gaze to the 6 individuals behind Nan Rian. "Are these the survivors you mentioned?" Nan Rian promptly clarified, "Yi Feng, we have persuaded all the survivors we could to leave. Those who were unwilling and displayed a hostile attitude have been dealt with by Kiran Xiaobai. Only these 6 remain, exhibiting a commendable attitude. According to them, they have nowhere else to go and wish to join our team. Unsure of what to do, I brought them back for your judgment." Yi Feng immediately understood. For those who were reluctant to leave and genuinely wished to join his team, it was not out of the question, contingent upon the circumstances. After all, Yi Feng had 200 slots available in his contract. He scrutinized the 6 individuals, 4 women and 2 men. Among the women, 2 bore a striking resemblance to one another, likely sisters. Yi Feng spoke slowly, "We do not accept idlers here. To join us, certain conditions must be met. First, you must willingly sign a mysterious contract, surrendering your life and death to my control with an unbreakable vow of loyalty. Second, you must adhere to commands and follow directions. New recruits must start as subordinates. With that said, do you still wish to join?" Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, all 6 nodded in unison. Under the scrutiny of malice, they seemed unperturbed. Yi Feng contemplated further. Dragon Pool Mountain would henceforth be his abode, and it was unnecessary to retain other men here. He then declared, "I am not accepting any men. You 2 must leave at once." The 2 men displayed expressions of reluctance and pleaded, "Please, sir, take us in. We truly have nowhere to go." They implored desperately. Yi Feng maintained a calm demeanor. "Your words are unnecessary. My decision is final." With no recourse, the men appeared despondent. Nan Rian approached, offering each of them a package of food as a means of sending them away. Yi Feng did not refuse male subordinates outright, but they needed to be of legendary caliber, and it was best for them to forge their paths independently outside of Dragon Pool Mountain. Once the 2 men departed, Yi Feng surveyed the remaining 4 women. All were quite attractive, youthful, and charming. However, in comparison to Lin Xiaoxiao and Nan Shireen, they still fell somewhat short. Yi Feng pricked his index finger, allowing 4 drops of blood to emerge, which he controlled with his mental power, sending them flying toward the lips of the 4 women. To forge a contract, it is essential to seal it with blood, willingly, and with intent. They consumed a drop of this blood. The 4 women widened their eyes in astonishment. However, they hesitated only briefly before eagerly partaking of Yi Feng's blood. He activated the power of the contract, and a mysterious aura began to rise. At that moment, each of the 4 felt a stirring within their hearts, accompanied by an ancient voice echoing softly in their ears. "Do you wish to establish a contract and become warriors?" The 4 chose to sign. In an instant, golden light manifested in the air, surging into their bodies, continuously enhancing them. Yi Feng felt a profound connection. The contract was sealed. He had gained 4 new warriors, including Xiao Bai and Chu Xiao too. He now commanded 6 warriors and 3 battle generals. The lives of these individuals would forever be under Yi Feng's control, bound to him in unwavering loyalty. Chapter 91. Absorbing the energy of crystals, the enhancement persisted. The golden light flowed, causing the 4 women to tremble slightly. A warm current coursed through their bodies, fortifying their very essence. "I feel so warm. This is so comfortable. Strength. I sense myself growing stronger rapidly." The 4 women became entranced by their escalating power, unable to extricate themselves from the sensation. Their strength, speed, stamina, mental acuity, hearing, and vision all experienced significant improvement. Soon, the golden light dissipated, marking the end of their enhancement. By becoming my contracted warriors, you shall all gain powers that transcend the ordinary. Yifeng activated his Eye of Insight. Before him, each of the 4 women had increased their combat prowess by approximately 50 points. They knelt in gratitude before Yifeng, expressing their thanks. Thank you, War God Yifeng, for our rebirth. We shall follow you eternally. Yifeng waved his hand dismissively, saying, there is no need for such formality. With the contract complete, he led everyone back to the main villa. After the ordeal, hunger and fatigue set in. Yifeng decided against having Nan Ru Yen continue as the chef. Instead, he retrieved an abundance of instant food products from his space, complementing them with the leftovers from their previous meal, setting a lavish table. He presented sliced beef, roasted chicken, barbecued duck, instant hot pot, instant noodles, and sausages. Yifeng poured himself a few bottles of beer, savoring a sip. At the main table, Lin Xiaoxiao, Nan Shiyin, and others took their seats one after another. Due to space constraints, and considering the newly acquired 4 warriors were designated as servants, Yifeng arranged a small table for them. Nevertheless, the 4 expressed their heartfelt gratitude. Having not experienced such a feast in days, only Mu Qingli felt somewhat awkward, unsure of where to sit, until Lin Xiaoxiao pulled her to join the others. Yifeng cast a glance, but said nothing. Although Mu Qingli was brought in as a servant, Chu Xiaotu and Xiaobai also sat at the main table, and everyone joyously feasted together. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Yifeng accommodated the celebrity Mu Qingli in the main villa. He organized the newly acquired 4 warriors into groups and found 2 nearby villas for them to reside in, establishing a strategic position while ensuring adequate living arrangements. This was necessary, as the main villa could not accommodate so many individuals. Additionally, it allowed for the deployment of personnel for reconnaissance and protection. Once everything was set in order, Yifeng produced the crystal cores and tossed 4 pieces to Xiaobai. Xiaobai's face instantly lit up with joy. Subsequently, Yifeng turned and ascended the stairs. On the first floor, Mu Qingli and Chu Xiaotu engaged in casual conversation. Xiaotu, do enlighten me about that extraordinary contract. Mu Qingli inquired, her beautiful eyes shimmering with curiosity. Certainly, the contract is divided into generals and warriors. Chu Xiaotu eagerly divulged all that she knew. In other words, Yifeng has the ability to contract with both generals and warriors, granting ordinary individuals extraordinary powers, and the potential to acquire skills such as the blessing of the war god and the might of the war god. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingli found it somewhat difficult to believe. Chu Xiaodu continued, indeed, Yifeng previously mentioned that he could awaken extraordinary abilities in ordinary people, and perhaps even enhance my own powers. At this revelation, Mu Qingli's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Is it truly possible for ordinary individuals to awaken extraordinary abilities? How incredible! Chu Xiaodu nodded with conviction. I believe it is true. Brother Yifeng is truly omnipotent. Suppressing her shock, Mu Qingli's beautiful eyes flickered, her thoughts drifting into contemplation. After a while of idle chatter, the 2 women retreated to their respective rooms to rest. The Kirin Xiaobai, having indulged in some wine, also returned to his room in a tipsy state, preparing to commence his training. Yifeng had arranged a small room for him on the first floor. Tossing and turning in bed, Xiaobai found it impossible to fall asleep. Ultimately, he dragged the dog bed from the living room into his room and nestled back into it. Finally finding a sense of familiarity, Xiaobai settled down comfortably. After swallowing the crystal core provided by Yifeng, he closed his eyes and began to absorb and refine the energy within the core. On the upper floor, Yifeng arrived at the rest area on the 3rd floor. Sitting cross-legged, he retrieved the remaining crystal cores. That morning, he had collected 6 ordinary crystal cores, of which Xiaobai consumed 3. In the afternoon, he gathered 7 more ordinary crystal cores and allocated 4 to Xiaobai. Currently, Yifeng possessed 6 ordinary crystal cores and 1 special core from a mutated zombie dog. Blessed with mythic abilities, his absorption efficiency was approximately 1 core per hour, 3 times that of legendary abilities. Lining up the 6 ordinary cores, Yifeng took one in hand, calming his mind and commencing his training. As he grasped the core, he felt its icy touch, focusing on the energy contained within. Before long, he sensed a wave of energy emanating from the core, flowing into his body. Upon its entry, Yifeng's spirit surged. Seconds ticked by as he absorbed wave after wave of energy into his body, which began to undergo subtle transformations. Muscles tightened, strength increased, and the energy within him gradually multiplied. Approximately an hour later, Yifeng completely absorbed the energy of 1 crystal core. He then proceeded to the 2nd zombie core. beginning the absorption process anew, followed by the third. Chapter 92, Strength 4 Stars, Contracting Mu Qingli. As time passed unknowingly, Yifeng's body quivered, breaking through a certain barrier within. His aura surged. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Yifeng's eyes as his strength elevated from 2 stars to a successful advancement to 3 stars. His combat power surged, stabilizing his mind. Yifeng continued to absorb the energy from the crystal cores. Time elapsed, and 3 more hours passed. Yifeng absorbed the remaining 3 energy crystals completely, elevating his energy star level by 1, now reaching the 4th star. He let out a soft sigh, expelling a breath of murky air. Opening his panel to assess his combat prowess, he noted, Name, Yifeng, level, 4th star, supernatural ability, Chaos Divine Thunder skills, Chaos Strike, Storage Space, Malicious Perception, Divine Blessing. Eye of Insight. A glimmer of delight flickered in Yifeng's eyes as he realized his strength had once again surged. He rose, stretching his limbs after 6 continuous hours of training, feeling slightly fatigued. With a thought, a beam of white light flashed before him. Yifeng bestowed upon himself a divine blessing, restoring his condition. Savoring the effects of the blessing, he smiled contentedly before returning to the spacious room. Upon his return, Yifeng discovered Nan Ruyan, Lin Xiaoxiao, and Nan Shirin soundly asleep. He chose not to disturb them, gently lying down nearby to rest. When dawn broke, Yifeng awoke, brimming with vitality. Though his sleep was brief, his current physical condition rendered it sufficient. The girls had already risen and departed. As was his custom, Yifeng accessed the task panel, and the system's prompt echoed in his ears. Prompt: Would you like to increase the difficulty of the daily task? This enhancement will be the final escalation. 2 choices remained. Yifeng felt a mix of surprise and joy. The joy stemmed from the opportunity to further augment the daily task's difficulty, while the surprise arose from the realization that this would be the last enhancement. Without further contemplation, he selected the first option. The daily task refreshed. Daily task: Eliminate 100 zombies. Task reward: 100 portions of bait. Yifeng's heart leapt at the generous reward of 100 portions of bait. After completing his morning routine, he descended the stairs. Nan Ruyan had prepared a sumptuous breakfast, steaming buns, fragrant meatball soup, and what appeared to be delectable braised beef. The group seated themselves and began to enjoy the meal. The 4 servant warriors from the neighboring villa did not share such breakfast privileges. However, Yifeng had prepared sustenance for them in advance, sparing them from hunger. At the dining table, Chu Xiaodu and Mu Qingli wore peculiar expressions. Yifeng's formidable image from the previous night had firmly etched itself in their minds. After a simple breakfast, Mu Qingli grasped Yifeng's arm, earnestly requesting, Yifeng, I wish to join you and become a member of the God of War team. A contractee, Yifeng was not taken aback by her decision. He had intended to contract her the previous day but postponed it, considering her relation to Lin Xiaoxiao. With determination in her gaze, Mu Qingli nodded affirmatively. I have given it considerable thought. Very well then, Yifeng said, drawing a drop of blood from his fingertip and extending it toward Mu Qingli's delicate lips. Her face flushed slightly. What is this? You didn't do this with the others yesterday. Under Yifeng's intense gaze, Mu Qingli hesitated briefly, but ultimately extended her tongue, delicately enveloping the drop of blood and swallowing it. A faint metallic taste made her frown slightly. The power of the contract surged forth, enveloping her in a strange sensation. A voice whispered in Mu Qingli's ear, Will you sign the contract and become a warrior? Without a moment's hesitation, Mu Qingli readily agreed. In an instant, a wave of emotion surged within her heart. A stream of golden light manifested, enveloping her delicate form. Bathed in this radiant glow, she felt her strength rapidly ascend. A warmth coursed through her entire being, as torrents of energy surged and flowed within her. For a moment, she was lost in the exhilarating process of her transformation. Before long, the golden light dissipated, signaling the completion of her enhancement. The pact was sealed. Another member was added to Yifeng's cadre of warrior champions. Thank you, my mighty warrior. Mu Qingli jested. Yifeng, in high spirits, replied, Now that you are a warrior, you must venture forth to hunt the zombies. Mu Qingli acknowledged this with understanding. Lin Xiaoxiao had already relayed all pertinent details. Yifeng called back the female warriors scattered across various villas, distributing equipment to 5 individuals, including Mu Qingli, Dao swords, firearms, bulletproof vests, and more. They were now fully equipped and ready for action. Yifeng nodded in satisfaction, with the addition of Xiao Bai. His team of warrior champions now boasted 10 members. We shall continue to operate in 2 separate teams, with me leading one and you forming the other. For now, Nan Ruyan will serve as team leader, with Lin Xiaoxiao as her deputy. There were no objections from the group. At that moment, Xiao Bai interjected, Dad, what about me? Yifeng's expression turned serious. It felt rather peculiar for a dog to insist on calling him dad. Regrettably, Xiaobai was unyielding in his ways. Xiaobai, listen to me. From now on, when we are out, you must address your title properly. The Qilin dog blinked, sensing the wisdom in his father's words, and promptly responded. Yi Feng, the warrior, may I inquire what my title is? Yi Feng raised an eyebrow. You, a mere dog, aspire to be a leader? However, upon seeing the hopeful glint in Xiaobai's eyes, Yi Feng resolved to encourage him. Xiaobai, your role is quite significant. I appoint you as the vanguard officer, a member of our mobile unit. You must not only bravely slay zombies, but also remain vigilant in safeguarding your teammates' safety. Can you fulfill these duties? Chapter 93, Exterminating Zombies. The ability user Wang Dali, can you fulfill these duties? Yi Feng inquired. Upon hearing this, Xiaobai felt a rush of fervor and excitedly thumped his paw against his chest. Dad, the mighty warrior, rest assured, I shall protect my comrades with unwavering dedication. If anything goes awry, let me be questioned. A glimmer of excitement shone in Xiaobai's eyes, as he felt the weight of responsibility upon him. Observing Xiaobai's continuously wagging tail, Yi Feng smiled faintly. Xiaobai possessed formidable combat prowess and healing abilities. With him around, Yi Feng felt a profound sense of reassurance. Activating his insight, he assessed Xiaobai's status. Name, Qilin Xiaobai. Rank, 4 stars. Yi Feng's face lit up with joy. It appeared that his foolish dog had not been lax in its training. Having absorbed all the zombie crystal cores he had provided, Xiaobai's strength had indeed risen to 4 stars. After imparting his final instructions to Xiaobai, Yi Feng turned and retrieved his phone, opening the map to plan the area and route for today's cleansing operation. The previous day, they had successfully cleared the majority of the zombie presence in the Longton Mountain Villa area. What remained were merely the corners and edges of the territory. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Feng decided to split his team into 2 once more, opting to lead a solitary unit himself. This strategy would enable him to clear the entire villa district of zombies within a mere morning. He summoned Nan Ruyan and instructed her. You and your team will handle the cleanup here. I shall take care of the rest. Nan Ruyan nodded in understanding. After delineating the areas of responsibility, Yi Feng surveyed the group and issued the command. With that settled, let us embark. Our objective today is to eradicate every last zombie in the villa district. Yi Feng ventured alone to the first villa. Inside, he encountered 2 zombies, one a humanoid figure and the other a zombified dog. As he moved with an air of calm, a thunderous bolt of lightning struck, incinerating both zombies to ashes. Yi Feng then approached to collect the spoils and gather items from the villa. Once finished, he swiftly proceeded to the next villa to continue his cleansing endeavor. The process repeated for the 3rd and 4th villas. An hour and a half later, within another villa, Yi Feng swung his blade, dispatching the final zombie. A quick search revealed no zombie cores. He glanced around, confirming that the area was devoid of further threats. With a sigh of relief, Yi Feng exhaled a breath of relief. He had thoroughly cleared his designated zone ahead of schedule. He pondered the current situation of Lin Xiaoxiao and Xiaobai. First, I shall collect the supplies they secured from the villas yesterday. Then I will rendezvous with Xiaobai, he resolved, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, Nan Ruyan's team worked efficiently, swiftly eliminating the zombies from another villa. They were also tasked with selecting valuable items from within, piling them for Yi Feng's later collection. With their combined strength, the work was completed expeditiously. As they regrouped, Nan Ruyan contemplated briefly before suggesting, I sense that everyone's combat abilities have markedly improved, and we have grown quite adept at hunting zombies. There are just 3 villas left. To save time, why don't we split into 3 groups to clear them simultaneously? What do you all think? As her words hung in the air, the team exchanged looks. Chu Xiaodu felt it might be somewhat risky, yet she remained silent. I agree. Lin Xiaoxiao was the first to voice her support. The team leader's proposal went unopposed by the vice captain, and the majority had no objections. The group promptly divided into 3 teams, each heading towards one of the last 3 villas. In the outskirts of the Longton Mountain Villa district, a robust middle-aged man reclined comfortably on a sofa, enjoying the attention of 2 women attending to him. Being an ability user truly sets one above the rest, he mused, squinting his eyes in contemplation. Once merely a member of the Villa District security team, known as Wang Dali, he had witnessed the transformation of most of his colleagues into zombies following the apocalypse. The remaining guards had largely met unfortunate fates as well. Wang Dali was fortunate to escape with his life, unexpectedly awakening a formidable ability known as the Giant Fist. This rare power not only rendered his fists unyieldingly hard and immensely large, but it also significantly enhanced his physical prowess and combat strength. Empowered by this extraordinary ability, Wang Dali summoned his courage to vanquish zombies, making his way from the security room to the villa. In the process of gathering supplies, He saved 3 survivors, a couple and another woman. Initially, their cohabitation was harmonious. However, as time passed, Wang Dali's mindset began to shift. With the collapse of order and the rise of rumors, no one seemed to care for him, leaving him in a state of turmoil. One day, unable to contain his desires any longer, he summoned a survivor named Lily to his room and coerced her into a relationship. Wang Dali felt elated, oblivious to the fact that Lily had a husband. Sensing something amiss, her husband fought desperately against Wang Dali, only to be struck down by a fatal blow. With blood on his hands, Wang Dali's audacity grew unchecked. Under the threat to her life, Lily ultimately knelt in submission to him. Another woman, though somewhat attractive, was also coerced into compliance under the threat of starvation. Wang Dali had the capability to slay zombies and procure resources, making it manageable to sustain the 2 women. At this moment, he lounged on the sofa, squinting in pleasure. Suddenly, a noise echoed from the doorway. Startled, Wang Dali lifted his gaze to find 3 young women armed with knives and guns storming into the villa. This group consisted of Lin Xiaoxiao, Chu Xiaotu, and a newly joined female warrior. Concurrently, Yi Feng arrived at the villa, his keen senses revealing everything. It appeared they had begun to separate and clear out zombies. Displaying considerable audacity, Yi Feng couldn't help but let out a soft exclamation, intrigued by the presence of survivors. How interesting it would be to observe how Lin Xiaoxiao would handle the situation. Donning an invisibility mask, Yi Feng seamlessly blended into the surroundings and stealthily entered the villa. Inside, Lin Xiaoxiao locked eyes with Wang Dali. "Oh, there are survivors here? Are there still zombies around?" she inquired, initially taken aback. Wang Dali gazed at Lin Xiaoxiao, instantly captivated, his body sitting upright. My goodness, this woman is breathtaking. Her curves are astonishing. He felt a surge of greed as he glanced at Chu Xiaotu, who was also quite charming, delicate and adorable, an ideal candidate for a maid. In comparison, the 2 women beside him suddenly seemed far less appealing. Overwhelmed by the stark contrast in beauty, Wang Dali gulped and slowly rose. "Ladies, there are no zombies here. We are all survivors," he managed to say, squeezing out what he hoped was a friendly expression. He dared not overstep, aware that these women were armed with guns and knives. Though he had no fear of knives, he remained cautious. However, his fist had yet to meet the bullet, leaving uncertainty whether it could withstand the impact. Chu Xiaodu and another female warrior stood on either side of Lin Xiaoxiao. Generally, matters of negotiation were handled by Lin Xiaoxiao herself. With a raised eyebrow, Lin Xiaoxiao spoke. "Though it may seem somewhat unreasonable, I must inform you that this villa, indeed the entire Longtan Mountain Villa district, is now the property of our War God Squad. As compensation, I shall offer each of you a package of food, and then kindly request that you depart." "Request that I leave?" Upon hearing this, Wang Dali's expression darkened, fluctuating with uncertainty. "May I ask if you are an ability user? Why act with such tyranny?" Lin Xiaoxiao slowly shook her head, her tone leaving no room for debate. "That is not something you need to concern yourself with. You merely need to leave." Wang Dali refrained from inquiring about the consequences of refusal. Instead, he concealed his murderous intent, seemingly casually stepping forward, and inquired, "Might we join your team?" Lin Xiaoxiao found Wang Dali's gaze unsettling. She shot him a disdainful glance and replied, "I'm afraid we do not accept individuals like you. Please leave at once." As she spoke, she turned to retrieve the food. Wang Dali thought to himself, an opportunity has arisen. He acted decisively. Die, before anyone could react. His right fist rapidly swelled, hardening as it struck towards Lin Xiaoxiao. Chapter 94. Confronting the opponent, Lin Xiaoxiao heard the sound of air being sliced and realized the imminent danger. She swiftly turned around to face a massive fist hurtling towards her. A jolt of fear coursed through her. Could he be an ability user? Boom. Without time to evade, Lin Xiaoxiao was sent flying by Wang Dali's punch. Thud. She fell heavily to the ground, her body racked with pain. The events transpired too swiftly for Chu Xiaodu and the other warrior to react. They hastily raised their weapons, preparing to fire. However, it was already too late. Due to the short distance and their initial lack of vigilance, compounded by Wang Dali's premeditated assault, he struck out with both fists, delivering a crushing blow. Smack! Smack! The weapons in Chu Xiaodu and the female warrior's hands were instantly knocked to the ground. "Haha, stay down." Wang Dali cackled, relishing the ease of his triumph. And he unleashed another punch. Summoning her courage, Chu Xiaodu advanced rather than retreating, drawing her knife with a swift slash. Whoosh! The blade moved with astonishing speed. Wang Dali was taken aback and quickly leaned back to evade the strike. His face reflected shock. Damn, how can this woman strike so swiftly? She doesn't seem like an ordinary person. Could she be an ability user? Chu Xiaodu continued to swing her knife towards Wang Dali, though her technique lacked precision. Wang Dali charged forward once more, his fists raised. Despite Chu Xiaodu's superior combat prowess, her abilities were not combat-oriented. Conversely, Wang Dali, though physically weaker, wielded the rare ability to manifest colossal fists. Bang! Bang! The two engaged in a fierce exchange, evenly matched for the moment. Meanwhile, the other female warrior maneuvered around, providing support. The three battled intensely, and Wang Dali grew increasingly alarmed and drenched in sweat. They must be ability users. No ordinary person could possess such strength. As Wang Dali's heart raced with terror, Lin Xiaoxiao, who lay on the ground, had already regained her composure. She was not gravely injured. Thus the healing powers of the contracted war god did not activate. Gritting her silver teeth and enduring the excruciating pain, she picked up the handgun that had fallen to the ground, preparing to fire. However, she soon discovered, to her dismay, that the figures of Wang Dali and Chu Xiaodu were shifting erratically. She was unable to aim accurately, fearing that she might accidentally harm her teammates. She could only anxiously observe from the sidelines. Out of the corner of his eye, Wang Dali caught sight of Lin Xiaoxiao rising, his heart pounding with anxiety. Beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. This shouldn't be happening. With such a powerful punch, he was certain he could have rendered Lin Xiaoxiao unconscious. Why did she seem completely unfazed? It was utterly bewildering. Lin Xiaoxiao, biting her lip in determination, decisively holstered her handgun and drew her tang knife, joining the fray. The three women launched a coordinated attack on Wang Dali. Overwhelmed, he broke into a cold sweat. None of these individuals were ordinary. How could this be? How could there be so many extraordinary beings? Wang Dali, who believed himself to be a paragon of excellence, was met with a harsh reality. Suddenly, a blade struck his thigh, and blood gushed forth. The situation grew increasingly dire, prompting Wang Dali to cry out in surrender. "Ladies, I was wrong. Please, no more fighting," he implored. Lin Xiaoxiao, however, paid him no heed. With a swift motion, Chu Xiaodu delivered another slash to Wang Dali's arm, blood spraying forth. Enraged, Wang Dali thought, "Enough is enough. I will fight back." Just then, a loud bang resonated through the air. A sharp pain pierced his chest. He looked down in disbelief to find a gunshot wound gushing blood. You lack honor," he exclaimed incredulously, staring at Lin Xiaoxiao. Lin Xiaoxiao, with her right hand gripping the gun, wore an expression of exhilaration. As it turned out, amidst the chaos, a brilliant idea struck her. If I cannot aim from a distance, surely I can do so at close range. Taking advantage of Wang Dali's moment of vulnerability, she drew her handgun and fired decisively. An ancient saying rings true: beyond 7 steps, the gun is swift. Within 7 steps, it is both swift and precise. Wang Dali clutched his chest, his eyes filled with bitterness, ready to utter something. Yet Lin Xiaoxiao, unwilling to waste time on words, glared at him with hatred and continued to pull the trigger. "Die!" she shouted. Bang, 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 bang. She emptied the magazine in one breath. Each shot rained blood. Wang Dali, riddled with bullets, felt his consciousness fading as he crumpled to the ground. Still unsatisfied, Lin Xiaoxiao drew her tang knife and severed Wang Dali's head with one swift stroke. With a sickening sound, he was irrevocably dead. After dispatching their foe, the three women, panting heavily, exchanged glances filled with relief. "Do not let your guard down. There are still 2 survivors," Lin Xiaoxiao warned. They turned their attention to the other 2 survivors hidden within the room, trembling in fear behind the sofa. Realizing they could no longer conceal themselves, the 2 women rushed out, kneeling and pleading for mercy. "Please, do not kill me. I am not with him," they begged. "Thank you for avenging me. This beast murdered my husband. Please, do not take my life. I was merely captured to serve him," pleaded the 2 women, tears streaming down their faces, imploring Lin Xiaoxiao for mercy. After hearing their plight, Lin Xiaoxiao chose not to direct her ire at them. Following protocol, she provided them with 2 bags of provisions and sent them on their way. With the immediate danger averted, the 3 exchanged glances, each feeling a sense of relief. This encounter had been perilously close. Lin Xiaoxiao felt a pang of guilt. At that moment, a gentle male voice resonated. "Hee. Have you come to sense the treachery of mankind?" Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in astonishment. Chu Xiaodu's body trembled in response, quickly regaining her composure. A flicker of joy sparkled in Lin Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes. "It's Brother Yifeng." The women surveyed their surroundings, yet could not discern Yifeng's whereabouts. "Brother Yifeng, where are you? I cannot see you," Lin Xiaoxiao exclaimed, anxiety etched across her face. Yifeng, having dispelled his invisibility, gradually materialized before them. "When did you arrive? Why did you not come to my aid?" Lin Xiaoxiao rushed into Yifeng's embrace, her expression one of deep grievance. "I have been here for a while, observing the entire ordeal. I merely wished to see if you could handle the situation on your own, and it seems you still have much to learn," Yifeng replied. his demeanor serious. I see. Lin Xiaoxiao lowered her gaze, falling silent. Yi Feng continued sternly. You have far too many oversights. For instance, why did you allow the enemy to approach you so closely? Moreover, why did you dare to turn your back on them when they were already upon you? Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes reflected shame as she explained. This time, it was indeed my fault. I did not anticipate that he was an ability user, nor did I expect him to launch a surprise attack. Seeing her acknowledge her mistake, Yi Feng's tone softened. Xiao, you must exercise utmost caution in your actions from now on. In this apocalyptic world, even the most seemingly inconspicuous foe may harbor malevolent intentions, seeking your life. Brother Yi Feng, I understand. I will never be careless again, Lin Xiaoxiao responded earnestly. Yi Feng then turned his attention to Chu Xiaodu. And you all, upon realizing there were no zombies, relaxed your guard, failing to keep your weapons trained on the enemy. Did you not consider that he might be deceiving you? Chu Xiaodu and the female warrior hung their heads in shame, humbly accepting Yi Feng's admonishment. After this round of reprimands, Yi Feng shifted the conversation. Xiao, that ability user's punch must have hurt you quite a bit, did it not? Upon hearing Yi Feng's concern, Lin Xiaoxiao's expression shifted to one of deep distress. It hurt immensely. I am in pain all over, with several particularly sore spots. Tears shimmered in her eyes, revealing her vulnerability. Yi Feng smiled reassuringly. My admonishments stem from my concern for you. How about we seek out Qilin Xiaobai to provide you with healing? As he spoke, Yi Feng waved his hand, casting 3 divine blessings. Buzzing sounds filled the air as 3 beams of white light descended upon the trio. In an instant, their fatigue dissipated. Under the divine blessings, Lin Xiaoxiao's face brightened, and the pain she felt began to subside. Chu Xiaodu and the female warrior, experiencing divine blessings for the first time, exhibited expressions of astonishment. The blessings concluded. Yi Feng escorted the supplies into the villa's storage space. If there is nothing else, let us depart, he declared, leading Lin Xiaoxiao and the others away from the villa, heading towards the direction of Qilin Xiaobai. Along the way, Lin Xiaoxiao implored, Yi Feng, you must not mention this to Nan Shirin and the others. Promise me, or they will surely mock me. No, Yi Feng frowned, shaking his head in refusal. He intended to use this incident as a cautionary tale, to widely propagate it within the group. Please, Yi Feng, I beg you. This is far too embarrassing to let it spread, especially not to Nan Shirin. Lin Xiaoxiao continued to plead, employing her most endearing charms. With a smile yet a firm shake of his head, Yi Feng initially resisted. However, ultimately, he could not withstand Lin Xiaoxiao's persistent coaxing and reluctantly agreed. Deciding to use her example as a lesson for others, without disclosing her name, Lin Xiaoxiao then hurried to inform the female member and Chu Xiaodu, urging them to keep the secret as well. Outside the villa, Yi Feng successfully reunited with Nan Shirin and the others. Nan Rian approached Yi Feng, reporting on their situation and presenting the spoils. Yi Feng, the villa area has been thoroughly cleared, and we have acquired a total of 6 crystal nuclei. Yi Feng's face lit up with joy as he accepted the 6 nuclei. Well done. Qilin Xiaobai bounded over, eager to take credit. Wang, Lord of War, I have successfully completed the mission. Yi Feng affectionately ruffled the creature's fur, tossing 3 crystal nuclei to Xiaobai. Train diligently, and do not become complacent. Xiaobai's eyes sparkled with delight as he consumed the 3 nuclei, ready to digest them and enhance his strength. The act of ingesting 3 nuclei at once poses considerable risk for humans, yet for mutated beasts, it carries minimal danger as long as they refrain from excessive consumption. Furthermore, with Xiaobai's Qilin bloodline, he indulged without hesitation. Yi Feng issued a command, Xiaobai, please tend to Lin Xiaoxiao's injuries. Understood. Qilin Xiaobai responded. A pure white light, imbued with a sense of auspiciousness, erupted from the golden horn atop Xiaobai's head. Buzz. The pristine light enveloped Lin Xiaoxiao's delicate form, gradually healing her wounds. Xiaobai's skill, auspicious healing, allowed him to emit a radiant glow that swiftly mended injuries and provided a temporary boost to the target's defense. Lin Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes sparkled with joy as her pain eased and her wounds healed rapidly. Before long, the healing concluded, leaving Lin Xiaoxiao in excellent condition. Yi Feng led the group back to the main villa. Once inside, Yi Feng gathered everyone and announced, you all have performed admirably. I have decided that we shall have barbecue for lunch. The legendary meat of mutated beasts is guaranteed to be exceptionally delicious. Cheers erupted among the group, filled with excitement. Barbecue time. And it's mutated beast meat. Everyone wore expressions of delight, their faces beaming with smiles. Particularly the newly joined warrior members, who had yet to taste decent food, were overjoyed at the prospect of a barbecue, their hearts soaring with elation. Outside the main villa, there was a dedicated courtyard, perfect for the barbecue festivities. Upon arriving at this location, Yifeng extracted the mutated pine lion he was to slay at Jiangxing University Library. A colossal creature thudded to the ground, manifesting before the crowd. Once a formidable beast, this mutated creature now lay lifeless, exuding a subtle aroma of flesh. Nan Shirin's delicate visage shifted slightly, evidently recalling a time steeped in terror. The onlookers expressed astonishment, gathering around in intrigue. Incredible! What a massive beast! Are we truly to dine on this today? Is it even edible? Yifeng smiled gently, clarifying, "Indeed, this shall be our feast today." The meat of mutated beasts is rich in energy and can nourish the human body. Consuming it offers numerous benefits, and it is exceptionally delectable. Go ahead and indulge. No one should hold back. The women stepped forth to examine the colossal creature, their astonishment palpable. Naturally, the task of preparing the meat did not fall to Yifeng. The group swiftly engaged in the work, handling the ingredients, adding seasonings, cutting portions, and setting up the barbecue grill. Before long, platters of mutated beast meat adorned the grill. They settled around it, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Yifeng sat down, wielding chopsticks to place pieces of the prepared meat upon the charcoal, allowing them to roast gradually. Flames leapt vigorously, licking the grill and radiating warmth. Gradually, the meat began to emit an enticing fragrance, surpassing that of any human barbecue. Nan Shirin and Lin Xiaoxiao, among others, fixed their gaze upon the grilling meat, their beautiful eyes reflecting a glimmer of eagerness. As the aroma intensified, the mutated beast meat turned golden and crispy, juices flowing freely. The spectators found themselves salivating uncontrollably. Yifeng raised a small knife, gently slicing into the roasted meat, spearing a piece to taste. With one bite, he was enveloped in exquisite flavor, smoky and delectable, utterly divine. Yifeng was momentarily lost in ecstasy, a flicker of nostalgia crossing his eyes as he murmured, "Yes, this is the taste." Memories of a previous life flooded back, recalling the only time he had savored mutated meat, spicy roasted wings made from mutated swan. The flavor lingered vividly in his mind, nearly identical to the barbecue he was currently enjoying. Simply exquisite. Regaining his senses, Yifeng noticed the women eagerly swallowing, their appetites insatiable. With a smile, he waved his hand and proclaimed, "All right, let us feast." The crowd erupted in excitement. However, he cautioned, "Do not overindulge. This meat is energy-rich and can be difficult to digest in excess." The women, upon hearing this, could hardly contain their enthusiasm, swiftly grabbing the golden roasted meat with their chopsticks and placing it in their mouths. After just a couple of bites, Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with delight. "Tender and juicy. This is absolutely delicious," echoed by Chu Xiaodu and Mu Qingli, who also sang praises. Eating such meat was truly a delight. They devoured the feast with fervor, lost in the joy that the roasted meat brought. Yifeng then produced beverages, including beer, along with refreshing vegetables and fruit platters. Together, they relished the barbecue, sipping beer, enjoying hearty laughter and conversation. After finishing the feast, Yifeng announced a break, prompting even greater joy as everyone returned to their respective rooms. Yifeng returned to the spacious room and had just reclined when a graceful silhouette stealthily entered. Upon lifting his gaze, he was momentarily taken aback. "What brings you here?" Mu Qingli approached him with a charming smile, her delicate teeth gently nibbling on her lower lip. "Yifeng, I aspire to improve, to become your warrior and fight alongside you." Yifeng was momentarily speechless. Undoubtedly, Mu Qingli was a remarkable talent, possessing both an enviable figure and striking beauty, rivaling that of Nan Shirin. However, their temperaments were distinctly different. If Nan Shirin epitomized the frosty beauty akin to a Tianshan snow lotus, distant and untouchable, then Mu Qingli embodied the allure of a pure and enchanting beauty, captivating and heart-stirring. "Is that acceptable?" Yifeng inquired as Mu Qingli, still smiling, gracefully approached the edge of his bed. A waft of fragrant air enveloped him. Half an hour later, Mu Qingli stood before him, her expression a blend of astonishment and delight. "I hereby promote you to a contract warrior," he announced. Upon hearing this, her eyes widened with joy. Yifeng channeled the power of the contract, initiating her ascension. A mysterious aura filled the room, and golden light emerged from the void, enveloping Mu Qingli's delicate form. As she gazed in wonder, the reinforcing golden light began to enhance her physical strength, amplifying her power, speed, constitution, and reflexes across the board. Soon, the process concluded. Yifeng activated his inside eye. Name, Mu Qingli. Rank, none abilities, none skills. Blessing of the Warrior God. Power of the Warrior God. Combat Index 158. Mu Qingli's combat prowess surged, transforming her into a superwoman with nearly 16 times the strength. She reveled in the exhilarating power coursing through her body and embraced Yifeng. You are truly wonderful, Yifeng. Thank you for promoting me. Her smile radiated a unique charm, and her soft, melodious voice tugged at the heartstrings. Yifeng exited the room, preparing for training, and as he reached the corridor, he was intercepted by a familiar figure. Chu Xiao Tuesday, brother Yifeng. I too wish to become a warrior and fight for you, she declared, summoning her courage. Everyone was advancing, yet she remained a mere soldier, feeling anxious. Yifeng regarded Chu Xiao too earnestly. In truth, compared to Lin Xiaoxiao and Nan Shirin, her figure and beauty fell slightly short. Nevertheless, she possessed her own virtues. Primarily, she was an ability user. Additionally, her delicate and petite demeanor exuded an endearing charm. And most importantly, she was obedient. With a gentle smile, Yifeng replied, Very well, I shall promote you. Half an hour later, Yifeng moved briskly to the entertainment room on the 3rd floor. After closing the door, he seated himself cross-legged, a faint smile gracing his lips. Another slot for a warrior, he mused regarding Chu Xiao Tuesday. After a moment of reflection, he composed himself and accessed his panel. Bait, 80 portions. Today, a total of 60 portions were acquired, along with 20 remaining from yesterday, summing up to 80. Yifeng then opened the daily tasks. The daily objectives remained unfulfilled, requiring him to eliminate 17 zombies. It seemed another outing was inevitable. Yifeng contemplated briefly before deciding to focus on his training first. Yifeng sat cross-legged, cradling a zombie crystal core in his hand, commencing the absorption of its energy. With a swift motion, the energy surged into his body, fortifying his physical form and gradually elevating the energy within him. Time passed silently. Yifeng completely absorbed the energy of the zombie crystal core, feeling a notable increase in his aura and strength. He then picked up a second crystal core and continued the process. An hour later, he finished the absorption. Next came the 3rd core, and at an unforeseen moment, Yifeng's body trembled suddenly. His aura skyrocketed. Unfazed, Yifeng continued to absorb the energy of the crystal core until it was entirely depleted, before slowly opening his eyes. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, he accessed his status panel. Realm, 5 stars. A flicker of joy crossed Yifeng's eyes. He had ascended to the rank of a 5-star supernatural being. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Yifeng rose and descended the stairs. In the doghouse on the 1st floor, Qilin Xiaobai was peacefully asleep, the residual energy still lingering, indicating that it too had thoroughly digested its crystal core. Yifeng approached and looked up, discovering that Xiaobai's aura was also at the 1st level of 5 stars. Xiaobai had been diligent during this time. A smile spread across Yifeng's face. In the living room, Nan Rian, Lin Xiaoxiao, and Nan Shirin were engrossed in a movie, snacking and chatting leisurely. Chu Xiaodu and Mu Qingli, overwhelmed, were resting in the room upstairs. Upon seeing Yifeng, they greeted him in unison. Brother Yifeng, come watch a movie with us. Yifeng walked to the dining table, picked up an apple, and took a bite. By the way, Rian, have you made any progress with the intel I asked you to gather? At his words, Nan Rian immediately responded, there has been progress. According to online reports, mutated zombies have been spotted at Biting Commercial Street. Saying this, she handed Yifeng a mobile phone. He took the phone to examine it and remarked thoughtfully, this location is quite suitable. It's neither too far nor too close, definitely worth a visit. Nan Rian revealed a mysterious smile, producing another phone, and continued, Yifeng, I've discovered something else that will surely pique your interest. Chapter 98, A New Weapon, the Lava Battle Blade. Oh, what is it? Yifeng inquired with curiosity. Nan Rian, her smile bright, explained, near that commercial street, there is a law firm named Qijing. Half an hour ago, a beautiful female lawyer posted a plea for help, named Lin Kaiwei, and included a photo. She showed Yifeng the picture, which depicted a stunning woman who had left a message stating that whoever could rescue her would be willing to offer themselves in return. Upon glancing at the photo, Yifeng's eyes sparkled. Indeed, she was a striking beauty. The woman in the image possessed an alluring visage, adorned with black-framed glasses and clad in a professional outfit, presenting a unique charm. However, the photo appeared to be retouched. Nan Rian smiled coyly and said, you've never encountered such a legal beauty before, have you? Yifeng stroked his chin and chuckled. Indeed, it appears this commercial street warrants a visit. Checking the time, Yifeng decisively concluded, without further ado, I shall set off immediately. You need not accompany me. Rest well at home. Yifeng turned to the direction of the doghouse and called out, Xiaobai, come out and join me. Upon hearing this, the little Qilin, Xiaobai, sprang up from its resting place, shaking its head and trotting towards Yifeng. Dad, where are we going? Yifeng affectionately patted the dog's head. We are descending the mountain to slay some zombies. He then turned to the group of women and advised, I will return tonight, so there is no need for you to wait for me. Have your dinner as usual and rest early. We shall venture out again tomorrow to continue our fight against the undead. The women nodded in understanding. As they exited the villa, Yifeng gazed at Xiao Bai's broad back, and an idea struck him. How about you become my steed and let me ride you? At this, Xiao Bai felt a jolt of surprise. Wait, is this what Yifeng often discussed with Lin Xiaoxiao and the others? Xiao Bai had inadvertently absorbed some of their conversations. A sense of unease washed over it, and it looked up at Yifeng with a troubled expression. Daddy, what does steed mean? It's similar to riding a horse. You would carry me forward, Yifeng explained. Suddenly, Xiao Bai envisioned the idea. That's it. No, that doesn't seem right. It hesitated visibly. Yifeng, perplexed, inquired. What's wrong? It's a perfectly normal thing. Xiao Bai widened its eyes. Normal? Yifeng glanced at Xiao Bai and noticed its distress. He waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. If you don't want to be ridden, then it's settled. I shall find a better mount. Xiao Bai felt a pang of anxiety, sensing its potential replacement. Gritting its teeth, it decided, fine. I will let you ride. Come on. With that, Xiao Bai closed its eyes and knelt down, its face displaying a resolute determination. Observing Xiao Bai's peculiar behavior, Yifeng was momentarily taken aback before realization dawned on him. He playfully kicked Xiao Bai's rear, laughing. You silly dog, what are you thinking all day? Feeling wronged by the kick, Xiao Bai looked confused. Yifeng, noticing Xiao Bai's bewilderment, continued. You completely misunderstood. Never mind, I won't ride you. We'll take the car instead. On the road, the silver-white RV sped past, scattering the zombies that obstructed its path. Inside the vehicle, Xiao Bai asked, Master, you truly want to ride me? I already told you, what I meant by riding is a mount. You misunderstood. But Master, you say that every day. Silence. It's impossible to explain this to you. Xiao Bai sighed with relief. That's good. The vehicle moved smoothly along its path. Yifeng decided to indulge in some fishing. He opened the interface, revealing a stock of 80 bait. System. Combine all the ordinary bait into high-grade bait. Yifeng silently instructed. 10 ordinary baits could be synthesized into 1 high-grade bait. After the system confirmed, Yifeng acquired 8 high-grade baits. He thought to himself, System, let us commence fishing. In the fishing space, the hook arced gracefully, sailing into the boundless darkness. Notification. Fishing in progress. Notification. Congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained a pair of exquisite red high-heeled shoes. Notification. Congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained a mini-game console. Congratulations to the host for successfully fishing, acquiring 100 bottles of Jijiotang Lu Wei Di Huangwan. Congratulations to the host for successfully fishing, obtaining a stack of 1 zombie luring talisman. It seems that a remarkable item has been caught. Yifeng's expression shifted. Congratulations to the host for successfully fishing, acquiring 100 boxes of mail-in ibuprofen suspension, 35 milliliters each. Congratulations to the host for successfully fishing, obtaining 100 units of Yanuki E93 mobile phone. Congratulations to the host for successfully fishing, acquiring 10 bottles of Jinggu Palace vintage liquor. Congratulations to the host for successfully fishing, obtaining a rare weapon upgrade stone. The fishing has concluded. This time, no epic or legendary items emerged. Yifeng felt a hint of regret. Click to view the rewards. Item: Zombie Luring Talisman Quality. Rare description: a mystical talisman imbued with peculiar powers, capable of attracting zombies within a 100-meter radius to a designated location. Yifeng's eyes brightened, revealing his delight. This item seems quite impressive. A monster-attracting artifact. Yifeng took a moment to examine, discovering that he had acquired a stack of 20 talismans. He would seek an opportunity to test it later. Yifeng stored the items in his space and continued to inspect his haul. High heels, ibuprofen, liquor, mobile phones, none of these held much utility. However, he was intrigued by the final item, clicking to review it. Item: Weapon Upgrade Stone Quality. Rare description: a consumable. This extraordinary stone harbors immense energy, which can be used to upgrade weapons of corresponding levels, enhancing their performance and attributes. Additional description: the specific enhancement effects depend on the quality of the upgrade stone and the weapon's inherent attributes. Upon successful strengthening, the quality will be elevated by 1 level. Simply bring the upgrade stone close to the equipment to be enhanced. Yifeng's gaze flickered. He possessed only 1 weapon, which was coincidentally of rare quality. With a thought, Yifeng retrieved the flame battle knife. He took out the fist-sized upgrade stone, radiating a blue glow, and placed it atop the battle knife. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The upgrade stone transformed into a pool of liquid, merging with the flame battle knife. The blade of the knife trembled. Before long, the flame-long knife absorbed the upgrade stone completely. Master, what are you doing? Xiao Bai inquired curiously. Upgrading my weapon, Yifeng replied casually. At that moment, A surge of intense purple light erupted, filling the entire car with its brilliance. As the light dissipated, a brand new weapon appeared before Yifeng. Item: Lava Battle Knife. Quality: Epic. Description: a battle knife infused with the power of lava, meticulously forged. Its blade guarantees fire attribute damage upon attack, and has a high probability of causing explosive flames upon striking an enemy, dealing area damage. Yifeng's heart soared with joy. He reached out, grasping the lava battle knife, a surge of warmth coursing through his body. A sense of grandeur enveloped Yifeng as the lava battle knife emanated a powerful and scorching aura. The hilt was crafted from an exotic dragon bone, while the blade's surface was intricately etched with flame patterns, as if molten lava were flowing. Magnificent. Yifeng swung it a couple of times, the sound of slicing through the air resounding. What a splendid weapon. Yifeng's heart swelled with joy. Soon, he would seek out some zombies to test his new armament. Before long, a silver RV arrived at Qinghe Commercial Street. Yifeng and Xiao Bai disembarked from the vehicle, which was subsequently stored away in his spatial pocket. Xiao Bai: our target is a mutated zombie cheetah, do you understand? Xiao Bai responded with a sound, indicating comprehension. Suddenly, Yifeng instructed, Xiao Bai, remain still. Xiao Bai halted, a look of confusion on its face. Yifeng then mounted Xiao Bai, unleashing his mental probing skill. As Xiao Bai felt Yifeng's presence on its back, a moment of clarity washed over it. So this is how one rides. Chapter 99. Slaying Zombies. Establishing standards. Yifeng's mental energy unfurled like fine threads. Various pieces of information flooding his vision. Xiao Bai run. Xiao Bai dashed forward swiftly, more information pouring into Yifeng's sight. The zombies on the street quickly noticed Xiao Bai and surged towards it. Roar. Two zombies blocked their path ahead. With a swift claw, Xiao Bai tore them apart. It then began a relentless slaughter. With each strike, another zombie fell lifelessly. Yifeng refrained from engaging, his mental energy extending further in search of his quarry. Not here. This place lacks them as well. Moments later, disappointment flickered in Yifeng's eyes. He had not encountered the cheetah-shaped zombie mentioned in Nan Rian's reports. He sighed inwardly. Very well, since the mutated zombie eluded him, he would first eliminate some ordinary zombies. Yifeng's gaze shifted slightly as he extended his right hand. In an instant, a sphere of gray lightning coalesced in his palm. Crackle. Soon, a multitude of zombies began to congregate ahead. Yifeng decisively hurled the lightning ball. Boom. Thunder erupted. Arcs of electricity rampaging through the horde. Instantly, dozens of zombies fell charred and lifeless to the ground. Yet, the zombies, akin to moths drawn to a flame, continued to surge forward. Yifeng laughed heartily. Just as I wished. Boom. Boom. Strikes of thunder cascaded down. Simultaneously, Xiao Bai lunged forth, claws flashing. With each swipe, they became a veritable harbinger of death, harvesting zombies relentlessly. On either side of the street, survivors soon took notice of this horrifying spectacle, their faces etched with terror. My God, dear, come quickly to witness the divine. Is this truly a human? Such power in an ability user? It's as if Thor himself has descended. Utterly absurd. Some survivors were particularly intrigued by Xiao Bai. What is this creature being ridden? A lion? Why does it seem so extraordinarily fierce? It resembles a dog, but possesses horns. Yifeng and Xiao Bai continued their relentless quest, reaping the undead. Most of the survivors merely observed in silence, refraining from calling for help. The apocalypse had lingered for many days, and most had come to grasp the harsh realities of their new world. You possess no value. Why would anyone come to your aid? Unless they are individuals clinging to the brink of survival. Thus, only a handful of desperate survivors sent out cries for help to Yifeng. Lord Thunder God, I beseech you to save me. I am willing to be your dog. Your servant. Please, rescue me. I am fair-skinned, beautiful, and skilled in various arts. Brother, save me, and I shall offer you my wife. Other pleas for help fell on deaf ears for Yifeng. However, upon encountering the offer of a wife, Yifeng's interest was piqued, and he cast a fleeting glance. Yet, in the next moment, he withdrew his gaze in disappointment. The quality of the wife was indeed quite average. She was not comparable to the likes of Nan Shirin or Lin Xiaoxiao. Not even someone of Chu Xiaodu's caliber could be found. Even if she were a married woman, Yifeng felt no inclination in front of her husband. Yifeng had lofty standards. In truth, he had his own criteria for classifying beauty. To him, only those scoring above 90 could be considered beautiful. Those below were not worthy of his attention. Within the realm of 90, there existed 4 tiers. The first tier consisted of unparalleled beauties, classified as T0. Exemplary figures include Nan Shirin and Mu Qingli. The second tier encompassed beauties of slightly lesser appeal, designated T1, with references such as Lin Xiaoxiao and Nan Rian. The third tier, T2, included stunning beauties who were a notch below, represented by Li Yating, Yi Feng's ex-girlfriend, and Zhao Wumei. The fourth tier, T3, encompassed exquisite beauties serving as gatekeepers, with figures like Chu Xiaodu and Su Xiaoxiao, Zhao Wumei's female assistant. As for those who did not meet the T3 standard, including artificially enhanced beauties, they fell below the 90 mark and were not even worthy of Yi Feng's glance. In the streets, blood flowed freely, and a palpable aura of violence pervaded the air. Yi Feng and Xiao Bai continued their relentless slaughter. After a quarter of an hour, the entire block of zombies had been effectively eradicated. The ground was littered with dismembered zombie limbs, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. Yi Feng stood, hands clasped behind his back. He couldn't be bothered to search for the remaining zombies hiding in the corners of the streets. Gazing at the multitude of fallen zombies, a look of delight crept across his face. It was time to reap the rewards. Yi Feng and Xiao Bai began inspecting the severed zombie heads, collecting their spoils. None here, but this one has a core. Before long, their collection was complete. Yi Feng and Xiao Bai had dispatched over 130 zombies, ultimately gathering 4 zombie cores. Yi Feng pursed his lips, his expression slightly disgruntled. Under normal circumstances, he should have acquired 6 cores. Nevertheless, it mattered little, as long as they killed enough. The data would balance the gains. Yi Feng stored the zombie cores in his spatial storage. With a swift motion, he mounted Xiao Bai. Let us proceed to the next block. The mutated zombie cheetah may also be lurking there. Yi Feng arrived at the next district, unleashing his mental energy to conduct a thorough search while simultaneously hunting zombies. Although he managed to slay several zombies, he still failed to uncover any trace of the zombie cheetah. He struck down a zombie with a lightning bolt. Yi Feng's brow furrowed in contemplation. Blindly searching was not the solution. Thus, Yi Feng resolved to change his course and head towards the law firm. After all, there was still a beautiful maiden there. If I cannot find any zombies, it would be beneficial to recruit another maid. Taking out my phone's map, I ensured my direction was correct. Yi Feng rode swiftly on Xiao Bai, making rapid progress. Before long, he arrived at his destination, the Qizheng law firm. A mental probe was initiated, and Yi Feng's expression shifted dramatically. This is bad. Chapter 100. Survivors within the law firm. Yi Feng's countenance altered slightly. In the realm of his mental probe, he observed the office area of Qizheng law firm, where a leopard-like zombie was wreaking havoc, while several survivors cowered in the corners. Yi Feng was filled with both surprise and joy. Truly, I have stumbled upon this treasure without the slightest effort. So, the little leopard is here after all. A smile crept upon Yi Feng's lips. Roar. A horde of zombies was steadily converging on the street. These were the very zombies that Yi Feng and Xiao Bai had drawn in their wake. With a swift thought, Yi Feng made a decisive choice. Xiao Bai, you are responsible for dealing with these zombies we've attracted. Remember to collect the spoils, he instructed. Xiao Bai's eyes glimmered with enthusiasm upon hearing this. Leave it to me. With that, Xiao Bai lunged forward like a bolt of lightning, charging towards the zombies. With each swipe of its claws, akin to blades of gold and iron, a zombie was torn asunder, meeting its end on the spot. Witnessing Xiao Bai's formidable prowess, Yi Feng felt a surge of satisfaction as he darted into the interior of the law firm. Yi Feng moved with incredible speed, leaving only a fleeting shadow in the air. Inside the law firm, in one room, 8 survivors huddled in a corner, their faces twisted in terror. It's over. That monster is coming. Someone exclaimed. What should we do? I don't want to die. Panic rippled through the group as they spoke over one another. Enough. We should fight that beast. One individual declared defiantly. Fight. That ability user, Zhao Chong, whom Lin Kaiwei tricked, couldn't even stand up to that creature. What do we have to fight with? Retorted another burly man, exasperation evident in his tone. Woohoo, I don't want to die, cried a beautiful woman dressed in a black bodycon dress, her black-rimmed glasses perched delicately on her nose. Her tears fell like rain, evoking sympathy. What are you crying about? Isn't it because you're useless and couldn't attract a strong ally? I thought Zhao Chong was formidable, but he turned out to be nothing more than a decorative pillow. The burly man shot a disdainful glance at the woman, his voice raised in anger. How was I to know he was so incompetent? You were all smiles when you first met him, she retorted, her tears drying as she stood her ground. You wretched woman. The burly man was about to unleash another tirade when suddenly, a deep growl reverberated through the room. Roar. A sleek, jet-black leopard zombie slowly entered the room. Upon seeing this, the survivors' faces drained of color, their bodies trembling like leaves in the wind. Oh my God, it's over. We're all going to die? The burly man also wore a grim smile. The mutated leopard zombie's eyes glowed red, its claws razor-sharp. In a flash, it lunged at the group. The crowd was paralyzed with fear, their screams echoing in the air. The zombie cheetah leapt high, its gaping maw poised to strike. Just then, a flash of lightning illuminated the scene. A thunderous crash resounded. Boom. A bolt of terrifying lightning, as thick as a pencil, struck the zombie cheetah's head in an instant. The airborne creature trembled violently before crashing heavily to the ground. Its body charred, its eyes glazed with confusion. It convulsed a few times and then lay still. The mutated zombie cheetah was dead. The onlookers stared in disbelief at this spectacle before joy erupted among them. They had narrowly escaped death. Saved. The monster was slain. Ha, we have survived. Among the crowd, some wept tears of joy while others wore frenzied expressions. Soon, a faint sound of footsteps approached. Everyone looked up in unison. A strikingly handsome man, clad in black, with a well-proportioned physique and a countenance reminiscent of a celestial being, strolled leisurely toward them. He was their savior. The crowd exchanged glances, and a burly man, his mind racing, stepped forward and exclaimed, "You saved us. Truly, thank you so much." His face was etched with flattery. Yifeng cast a sidelong glance at him. "No need for thanks. There will be a fee," he replied, leaving them bewildered. Yifeng then approached the carcass of the mutated zombie cheetah and extracted a special crystal core from its skull. After completing this task, he turned his gaze to the 8 survivors present, a robust man and a disheveled woman. Yifeng furrowed his brow. Among these individuals, there was no sign of the target. Had she already perished? Chapter 101. Even free offers are unwelcome. Yifeng looked up, failing to spot the intended lawyer among the crowd. The expressions of the onlookers darkened with unease, uncertain of what this mysterious powerhouse sought. "Excuse me," the burly man smiled ingratiatingly. Yifeng frowned and replied, "I came here after seeing Lin Caiwei's plea online. Where is she?" Upon hearing this, a bespectacled woman in the crowd revealed an expression of excitement. She quickly stood up, her heart brimming with joy. I am Lin Caiwei. You must be here for me." The woman's demeanor was filled with eagerness. Yifeng scrutinized her, and disappointment washed over him. While the woman was indeed attractive, her face bore unmistakable signs of cosmetic surgery. Her eyes, nose, and mouth appeared unnaturally rigid, clearly products of advanced technology. Furthermore, even her post-surgery beauty was only on par with that of Chu Xiaodu. She bore little resemblance to the stunning lawyer depicted in the photographs, save for a faint similarity around the brows. This was not what he had expected. Yifeng's brow furrowed, his expression darkening. How infuriating. I've been deceived. Noticing Yifeng's displeasure, Lin Caiwei immediately leaned closer, her face full of an ingratiating smile. "Handsome. From now on, I am yours." Her voice, though sweet, prompted Yifeng to frown and step back repeatedly, ultimately coldly stating, "Stay away from me." Lin Caiwei's expression turned to one of confusion, her face marred with a sense of grievance. "Why? Were you not here to find me?" Yifeng scoffed in response. "I have indeed come to seek you out, yet your demeanor is profoundly disappointing. Not only have you undergone cosmetic surgery, but I refuse to associate with someone of your ilk." Yifeng's words were sharp and unyielding. Lin Caiwei's complexion shifted from pale to flushed, her chest rising and falling erratically, a flicker of anger hidden in her gaze. However, she ultimately forced a smile. "Oh, great one, please take me with you. I am capable of anything, truly." Lin Caiwei's face was awash with flattery. After finally encountering a formidable individual, how could she let him slip away so easily? "Unnecessary," Yifeng replied coldly, dismissing her once more. He felt irritated at the wasted trip, yet he consoled himself with the acquisition of a rare crystal core. Otherwise, it would have been a complete loss. Lin Caiwei was unwilling to concede defeat, pressing closer in an attempt to leverage her alluring figure to entice Yifeng. Upon noticing her lack of discernment, Yifeng's countenance darkened. With a surgically altered face and enhanced assets, you are not even aware of how many men you have entangled with. You boast online, hoping to deceive me? I am not easily swayed. His tone grew increasingly severe. The burly man beside them sensed the tension and hurried to mediate. "Esteemed sir, since you have come, it would be a shame to leave empty-handed." Though Lin Caiwei was not a beauty of extraordinary caliber, she possessed a unique charm. "You will see for yourself. She is undoubtedly worth your time." The robust man wore an expression that only a man would understand. Lin Caiwei hastened to elaborate. "Please, take me with you. Although I may not be the most attractive, I am incredibly skilled. I excel in all pursuits, from fire and ice to aerial acrobatics and global exploration. I will undoubtedly satisfy you." Yifeng, intrigued by her fervor, scrutinized Lin Caiwei once more, activating his inside eye. Name, Lin Caiwei. Description: a manufactured beauty sculpted by cosmetic prowess, experienced and adept. Abilities: none. Combat index 8. Caution: this female organism carries the HIV virus. Please ensure safety precautions. Yifeng's eyes narrowed instantly. What the hell? HIV? I would not even accept such a woman for free. He cursed inwardly. Meanwhile, the burly man mistakenly believed Yifeng had developed an interest. He stepped forward, his face filled with obsequiousness as he whispered, "Esteemed sir, not only can you take Lin Kai Wei, but we are all willing to accompany you. We can serve you, run errands, and handle any menial tasks." Before he could finish, Yifeng's fury erupted. "Get lost." He raised his hand and struck the man. The sound of the slap echoed as the man spun around, his body swaying, his right cheek swollen. Clutching his face, he suppressed his anger. Confusion etched on his features. Sir, I apologize. I did not mean to offend you." His eyes brimmed with tears, yet he maintained a forced smile, cautiously inquiring, "What have I done to deserve this? Are you truly unaware? She carries a disease starting with A. Are you trying to infect me?" Yifeng's gaze was icy, a menacing aura emanating from him. The man's pupils dilated, his face draining of color. "AIDS? No, this cannot be." Chapter 102. Total annihilation. The burly man spun around in an instant. His face contorted with rage, directing a furious gaze at the visibly panicked Lin Kai Wei. "Quick, tell me. What he said, is it not true? Is it all just nonsense?" The man's voice trembled, his complexion turning ashen. At that moment, the other survivors also exhibited expressions of disbelief, their faces paling in unison. What was the truth behind Lin Kai Wei, the formidable individual? "You wretched woman. How could I have failed to manage my brother properly?" The man's voice rose in desperation. "Speak up already." In a surge of agitation, the crowd pressed Lin Kai Wei for answers. Lin Kai Wei was rendered speechless, her gaze darting about in fear. Her expression a portrait of anxiety. "No, that is not true. He is spouting lies. I am not ill. You must believe me." The burly man, witnessing her demeanor, felt a jolt of despair, his face paling further. "This is clearly a guilty conscience," he exclaimed in a fit of rage, raising his hand to deliver a stinging slap across Lin Kai Wei's face. "Please, no." Tears welled in Lin Kai Wei's eyes as her face swelled from the blow, her body collapsing to the ground. "You refuse to speak the truth? I will end you. You shameless woman, afflicted with illness, yet you dare provoke me." Fury consumed the man as he unleashed a torrent of punches and kicks upon Lin Kai Wei. "Spare me, you forced me. I had no choice," she sobbed, her cries echoing the depths of her despair. Her pleas shattered the man's hopes, his expression darkening. Simultaneously, the other survivors grasped the reality of the situation. Their fleeting hopes extinguished. One middle-aged man, his face a mask of horror, lunged forward, while a gaunt figure bore a look of utter hopelessness. The agitated crowd converged, mercilessly assaulting Lin Kai Wei. "You have brought me suffering. You vile woman. How dare you?" they shouted, disdain spilling from their lips. Yifeng stood aloof, observing the scene with an amused detachment. These survivors were not worthy of sympathy. Lin Kai Wei's cries were heart-wrenching. "Please, spare me. You are the ones who coerced me. Why treat me with such cruelty?" As Lin Kai Wei's lamentations filled the air, Yifeng's interest was piqued by her mention of coercion, zhaochang, and schemes. After a moment's contemplation, he grasped the situation. "Enough." Yifeng's voice sliced through the chaos, halting the farce. The crowd paused, startled by his command. With a piercing gaze, Yifeng surveyed the assembly, a cold smile gracing his lips as he spoke. "In truth, the posts circulating online are a deception, are they not? You manipulated Lin Kai Wei, luring those consumed by lust under false pretenses, feigning alliances for ulterior motives. It was never about Lin Kai Wei offering herself willingly. If I am not mistaken, there were others with abilities who fell victim before me." Yifeng's eyes swept across the ground, landing on a corpse. The physique clearly superior to that of an ordinary human. However, his misfortune had struck, for he had already fallen victim to a mutant zombie leopard. Upon hearing this, the crowd widened their eyes, their expressions transforming in horror. "What are you saying?" the burly man thought to himself, trembling with anxiety as beads of sweat formed on his forehead, desperately seeking an explanation. Yet, Yifeng had no desire to engage in further meaningless chatter. Each one of these individuals was no better than the next. "You all deserve to die?" Yifeng proclaimed, extending his finger as bolts of lightning began to coalesce at his fingertips. "What do you intend to do? Are you going to kill us?" The burly man's complexion shifted dramatically. The others, sensing Yifeng's impending action, were gripped by terror, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. "Please spare me. I cannot survive much longer anyway." Lin Kai Wei fell to her knees, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded. "I admit, we did harbor ulterior motives and have deceived others, but we were forced into this. We merely sought to align ourselves with a strong ally. We are all human. Our sins do not warrant death." Yifeng's lips curled into a cold smile. "Desiring to seek refuge is not the issue. It is your deceit that condemns you. Death is your destined fate." With a flick of his finger, a bolt of lightning shot forth with blinding speed. "No, please." Lin Kai Wei's pupils contracted, her scalp prickling in fear. She had no time to evade as the electric arc struck her neck with a swiftness that was almost imperceptible. With a sickening sound, her head was severed from her body, blood gushing forth as her lifeless form crumpled to the ground. Lin Kaiwei is dead. Panic ensued. Faces turned ashen and souls appeared to flee their bodies. Some knelt and begged for mercy, while others turned to flee. Run. Spare us, my lord. We were also deceived by her and were unaware. The burly man, realizing escape was futile, clenched his teeth and knelt, producing a zombie crystal core from his bosom. My lord, I unexpectedly acquired this from a zombie's head. If you spare my life, I shall present it to you, he said, his face betraying a sycophantic demeanor. However, before he could finish his sentence, Yifeng scoffed coldly. Boom. A flash of lightning erupted. An arc of electricity coursed through the air. The man trembled, his expression freezing in disbelief. In the next moment, his charred body collapsed to the ground, devoid of life. Hee, by slaying you, the crystal core is still mine. Yifeng smirked, retrieving the core. Raising his gaze, he observed that the remaining individuals had begun to scatter in panic. Do you think you can escape? Yifeng's eyes turned icy. Rumbling. Bolts of thunder surged forth, mercilessly reaping lives. No, please, spare me. The crowd was engulfed in terror, their cries echoing in despair. Yifeng remained impassive, showing no mercy. Before long, he had dispatched every last one of them. After a thorough inspection to ensure no survivors remained, Yifeng turned and departed. Exiting the law firm, he found that the zombies outside had already been cleared away by the little white figure. The air was thick with the stench of blood, as dismembered limbs lay scattered across the ground. With a swift swipe of its claw, the little white creature tore a zombie to shreds. Upon raising its gaze, it spotted Yifeng emerging and immediately darted towards him. Master, where's the new mistress? The little white creature inquired, looking around curiously but finding no one present. Do not mention her again. Where would a new mistress come from? Yifeng replied, somewhat irked. The little white creature's eyes widened in confusion, failing to comprehend the situation. By the way, I have already dispatched that mutated leopard zombie inside. There is no need for further searching, Yifeng stated, though the little white creature remained puzzled. Wasn't he the objective to find a person? How did they end up encountering zombies instead? Yifeng narrowed his eyes and surveyed the surroundings, noting the dwindling number of active zombies. Let us move to another location, little white creature, and continue our hunt, he declared, turning to mount the little white creature. In a flash, it leapt into the air, leaving a trail of afterimages. Soon, Yifeng arrived at a new district. As he surveyed the scene, he observed zombies bustling about in abundance. Occasionally, their guttural roars echoed through the air. This is splendid. It provides the perfect opportunity to test my new weapon and the recently acquired zombie lure talisman, Yifeng mused, his eyes narrowing slightly as he retrieved the talisman from his spatial storage. Infusing it with a hint of energy, he activated the zombie lure talisman. In an instant, the palm-sized talisman emitted a soft blue glow. Yifeng hurled it forward with force. As the talisman gently landed on the ground, it unleashed an invisible wave. Suddenly, all zombies within 100 meters of the talisman halted in their tracks. In the next moment, they erupted into frenzied roars, uncontrollably racing towards the lure. The horde surged forth, competing to reach the talisman, causing some to trip and fall in a chaotic stampede. Within moments, all the zombies within the 100-meter radius had congregated, forming a considerable mound of corpses. The sight was quite spectacular. What an incredible effect! Yifeng's eyes glinted with surprise. He had not anticipated the talisman would attract such a multitude of zombies, with even more continuing to flock towards it. What is happening to them? The little white creature scratched its head in bewilderment. They have been lured by me. It facilitates our extermination efforts. Yifeng chuckled, drawing forth his magma battle knife. The newly acquired weapon boasted immense power and an impressive design. With the blade in hand, Yifeng strolled leisurely towards the massive pile of zombies. Upon reaching the periphery, he raised the knife and executed a horizontal slash. A flash of light emitted from the blade, unleashing a scorching wave of heat. Boom! In an instant, flames erupted violently. The fire spread rapidly, igniting dozens of zombies and causing them to collapse one after another. Yifeng paused, astonished. Was it truly possible to trigger a fiery explosion with just one strike? Satisfaction washed over his face. Not bad. Yifeng continued to wield the blade in a flurry of strikes. Each slash bore fire attributes, and with nearly every 2 cuts, a fiery explosion would ensue. Boom, boom, boom. Before long, the surroundings transformed into a vast ocean of flames, where the aroma of roasted flesh mingled with the scent of charred remnants. On either side of the towering structures, numerous eyes gazed in astonishment at the spectacle before them. Is this the work of an extraordinary being? How formidable! One could hear the whispers. I am certain this is the manifestation of a pyromancer. Each day, new awakenings occur. When shall my own powers emerge? Yifeng relentlessly wielded his blade, causing the undead to collapse in droves. Some zombies began to retaliate, while others attempted to flee. Occasionally, a bolt of lightning descended, ensuring that none escaped his wrath. The allure of the lure spell continued to draw the zombies in, as they surged forth from the periphery. Beside Yifeng, Xiaobai tirelessly slashed with its claws, mopping up any remaining threats, while blood and gore splattered about. With his right hand, Yifeng swung his knife, and with his left, he summoned thunder. The blade was sharp, and the thunder roared as the zombies fell one after another. Oh, it seems I once fished out a certain explosive talisman. Yifeng retrieved it from his storage space. Item: Explosive Talisman Quality. Rare description. An explosive talisman from the realm of Hidden Leaf. Upon activation, it unleashes a formidable fiery explosion. Excellent. This is the perfect opportunity to test its might. Yifeng extracted an explosive talisman, infusing it with a spark of energy to activate it. The talisman ignited in an instant, and he hurled it forth. Moments later, an earth-shattering explosion erupted. Flames soared into the sky, and a wave of heat enveloped the vicinity. All zombies within a radius of several dozen meters were obliterated. Its power surpassed that of a grenade by a significant margin. Yifeng chuckled to himself. Though I shan't require it in ordinary circumstances, I shall save it for Nan Shirin and the others. As he gazed around, he noted that the number of zombies had dwindled considerably. The entire block had been mostly cleared of the undead, with only a few stragglers remaining. Yifeng swiftly moved to another area where the zombies were more concentrated. Thunder roared as lightning struck down, and the zombies fell like crops being harvested. After more than an hour, Yifeng began his journey back. Inside his silver RV, he examined his spoils. After sweeping through 4 districts, he had amassed a total of 31 ordinary first-tier crystal cores and 1 special first-tier crystal core. He casually distributed 15 cores to Xiaobai, retaining 16 for himself. These cores would suffice to elevate his strength to 7 stars. Yifeng murmured to himself, a smile creeping across his lips. Opening the panel, he noted that his daily tasks were marked as complete. Yifeng clicked to claim his reward. Notification: Congratulations, host, for completing the daily task. You have received 100 portions of bait. A smile brightened Yifeng's face as he checked the quantity of bait. Bait: 100 portions. System: Combine all ordinary bait into advanced bait. Yifeng commanded mentally. A confirmation sound resonated, and he clicked to confirm. Notification: Congratulations, host, for obtaining 10 portions of advanced bait. Yifeng immediately focused his thoughts. System: Let me fish with great fervor. As the system momentarily paused, Yifeng felt a surge of joy. Could it be that? Just then, the system notification chimed in. Congratulations to the host for successfully fishing. You have obtained a complete set of the Monster comic series. Congratulations to the host for successfully fishing. You have acquired 1,000 bags of Huali 28 laundry detergent. Congratulations to the host for successfully fishing. You have received a Dior Dual Diamond melee model. Amidst this, the notification resounded once more. Congratulations to the host for successfully fishing. You have acquired a mythic item, a single leaf from the Ancient Enlightenment Tea Tree. Chapter 104. Mythic item. Leaf of the Ancient Enlightenment Tea Tree. A leaf from the Ancient Enlightenment Tea Tree. Yifeng's face radiated with exuberance. A colorful myth. He immediately ceased his fishing endeavors, turning his attention to this remarkable find. Item: Leaf of the Ancient Enlightenment Tea Tree. Quality: Mythic. Description: A consumable item. Harvested from the millennia-old Ancient Enlightenment Tea Tree, this single leaf encapsulates profound wisdom and cosmic mysteries. Consuming it significantly enhances one's comprehension and speed of thought for 3 to 5 minutes. After the effect dissipates, it will permanently provide a slight boost to one's insight. Additional description: The effects of the Ancient Enlightenment Tea Tree leaf vary among individuals, contingent upon personal aptitude. It is advisable to consume it during critical moments for optimal results. A mixture of delight and a tinge of regret washed over Yifeng. While the leaf from the Ancient Enlightenment Tea Tree was indeed a treasure, it was merely a consumable and not a permanent item. Despite being a mythic item, its value paled in comparison to that of the Chaos Divine Thunder or the Qilin Bloodline Source Pearl. With a gentle exhale, Yifeng released a breath of disappointment. In a moment of thought, he retrieved the leaf from the fishing space. With a swish, a vibrant green leaf shimmering with colorful radiance materialized in the air. Yifeng reached out to catch it, scrutinizing it meticulously. The leaf was roughly the size of a playing card, deep green in color. With clear veins and a smooth surface, its edges slightly curled. He brought the leaf to his nose, inhaling deeply. A delicate fragrance of tea and wood wafted from it, coupled with an aura of mystery. as if it contained boundless wisdom. Yi Feng's eyes flickered, feeling invigorated and mentally refreshed, as if a spark of wisdom had been ignited within him. Master, I really want to eat it. I feel that just one bite will surely make me incredibly intelligent, exclaimed Qilin Xiaobai, who was wide-eyed and salivating profusely. Stay away from me. Such a precious item should not be wasted on you. Yi Feng cast a sidelong glance at Xiaobai, carefully storing the leaf in his spatial storage. It would be best consumed at a critical moment for maximum effect. Seeing Yi Feng tuck away the leaf, Xiaobai's expression fell into disappointment. Wah, I really want to eat it. Yi Feng ignored the lamenting creature and continued to focus inwardly. System, resume fishing. The system promptly responded. Congratulations to the host for successfully fishing. You have obtained 10 cans of herring. Herring cans? Yi Feng shot a sideways glance at Xiaobai, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. What do you think? Would you eat canned fish? Congratulations to the host for successfully fishing. You have acquired 1,000 boxes of Pudu Lawn Oral Solution. Congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and obtaining 2 copies of How to Change 50 Bad Habits in 1 Day. Splendid. Receiving both at once allows for an audacious leap forward, eliminating a total of 100 bad habits. Yi Feng couldn't help but scoff. The system continued to prompt. Congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and acquiring 10 boxes of strawberry-flavored beverages. Congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and receiving a bottle of transparent hyaluronic acid lubricant. Congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and obtaining a rare food item, kamikaze pork chop. The fishing expedition concluded. Yi Feng examined his haul. The books, beverages, and lubricant were all commonplace items. Item, kamikaze pork chop, quality, rare description, sourced from a mysterious forest extraordinary pig breed. Its meat is exquisitely tender and infused with potent wind energy. Consuming it enhances agility and wind attribute attacks while increasing wind resistance by 50 points. Yi Feng's spirits soared as he retrieved the kamikaze pork chop. In an instant, a perfectly grilled pork chop materialized before him, its golden hue and firm texture radiating a gentle wave of wind energy. A rich aroma of barbecued meat enveloped him, and Yi Feng instinctively swallowed. Eagerly, he seized the chop and took a bite. The moment it touched his palate, his eyes sparkled with delight. Delicious. This kamikaze pork chop was incredibly succulent, far surpassing the mutated pine lion meat he had grilled himself. Yi Feng tore off another piece, devouring it heartily. As the food filled his belly, a warm surge began to flow through his body, and he felt a sudden lightness. Joy surged within him. The pork chop was beginning to take effect. Oh, how fragrant! Little White, nearby, was nearly brought to tears by the enticing aroma. Oh, Daddy, Master, God of War Daddy, I want to eat too. The tail of the Qilin Little White wagged furiously. Yi Feng paid it no mind, taking several more bites until he had consumed 4/5 of the entire chop. Moments later, the warm sensation subsided, and Yi Feng realized the effects of the pork chop had fully manifested. Continuing to eat would not further enhance his strength. Wiping his mouth, he tossed the remaining portion to Little White, who leaped in delight and swallowed it whole. Instantly, Little White's eyes sparkled with joy. Delicious. So delicious. Master, I love you. Daddy, is there more? I want to eat more. Yi Feng, smiling, replied, There is no more pork chop, but I do have a can of meat. Would you like it? But mind you, if you want it, you must finish it. No wasting food. Little White beamed with excitement. I want it. A quarter of an hour later, Little White lay listlessly on the car, feeling as though it reeked. It could not fathom why humans would create such a foul-smelling food as herring canned fish. Who could possibly enjoy this? Yi Feng sat beside it, rubbing his temples, his expression tinged with regret. He had not thought it through. Despite activating air circulation, a faint odor lingered in the vehicle, refusing to dissipate. They sped along the road. Not long after, Yi Feng returned to the main villa, home at last. At this hour, most of the team members had already retired for the night. Xiaobai, having brushed his teeth, returned to his cozy den, assuming a familiar posture to continue absorbing the crystal cores. Yi Feng exchanged greetings with the on-duty soldiers before ascending the stairs. He quietly made his way to the third-floor lounge, securely locking the door behind him. Seated in a meditative posture, Yi Feng took a deep breath, steeling himself for the night's objective, to advance to the 7 stars. Chapter 105, The 7-Star Limit. A great change approaches. Yi Feng's eyes sparkled with determination as he laid out all the crystal cores before him. Grasping one core in his hand, he focused intently, feeling the immense energy contained within. As his concentration deepened, energy from the zombie crystal core flowed into his body. Yi Feng trembled slightly. His muscles taut as his strength gradually intensified. Time slipped away unnoticed, and soon Yi Feng picked up the second crystal core, continuing his absorption. Then came the third, his breath steady, The energy within him surged. At a certain moment, a slight tremor coursed through his body. His power ascended to the 6 stars. A glimmer of joy filled Yi Feng's gaze. Rising to his feet, he stretched his limbs and bestowed upon himself a sacred blessing. A flash of white light invigorated him, restoring his spirit. Once he adjusted his state, he resumed his meditative position and took up the 4th crystal core, continuing his absorption. 3 hours later, Yi Feng had completely absorbed the energy from the core in his hand. He opened his eyes, a gleam of brilliance illuminating his expression. The cultivation had concluded. He had achieved the 7 stars. Yi Feng exhaled a deep breath, quietly savoring the surging energy within. A slight smile graced his lips. He opened his status panel. Name: Yi Feng. Level: 7 stars. Ability: Chaos Divine Thunder. Skills: Chaos Strike, Storage Space, Malicious Perception, Sacred Blessing. Eye of Insight. Combat Index 1024. A smile of delight spread across Yi Feng's face as he calmed his emotions. He pondered silently. The 7 stars. This rank signifies the energy limit of an ability user. This realm is also known as the 7-star limit. Reaching this pinnacle represents the completion of the 1st stage. The energy fully realized. Yi Feng's next step involves absorbing the energy of special crystal cores, striving to break through constraints, evolve his physical form, and complete the breakthrough. Elevating his abilities to the 2nd stage. The 2nd stage, an entirely new realm awaits. However, a flicker of memory crossed Yi Feng's mind. If that legend holds true, I must wait one more day, until tomorrow evening, to acquire that fabled item and shatter my limits. Yi Feng's excitement bubbled forth as he murmured to himself. When that time comes, advancing will represent the pinnacle of evolution for a true warrior. In his recollection, on the 10th day of the apocalypse, more accurately, the 9th night, around 8 o'clock, the world would undergo a tremendous transformation. Blood mist would thicken, spatial rifts would open, and the entire Blue Star world would be beset by boundless opportunities and dangers. Extraordinary items, mystical crystals, mutated plants, and terrifying otherworldly beasts shall manifest in this realm. The later awakened abilities shall refer to this night as the Crimson Night. On this fateful eve, countless powerful individuals fell, while the weaker ones seized opportunities to soar to great heights. Following this night, a new wave of extraordinary awakenings shall erupt. In his previous life, Yi Feng awakened his powers during this very moment. Of course, the awakening explosion is not limited to humanity. Mutated beasts and aberrant zombies shall also arise. Moreover, formidable zombie kings will gradually emerge. The mutated zombies and beasts Yi Feng previously vanquished were indeed exceptional beings. Otherworldly beasts, extraordinary items, and various fortunes. Yi Feng murmured to himself, a slight smile gracing his lips. Awakening is not solely a privilege of humans and animals. On the vast land of Blue Star, diverse plants and items may also encounter their own fortuitous transformations and awakenings, subsequently elevating themselves to the extraordinary realm. Numerous plants shall metamorphose into mutated species. Some will yield bountiful harvests, sustaining human life, while others will possess miraculous effects, such as healing, detoxification, and beautification. Indeed, certain plants may even develop consciousness, becoming sovereigns of their domains. Beyond flora and fauna, ordinary items are subject to the same fate. A commonplace antique or a mere pebble by the roadside may transform into an extraordinary item, awakening miraculous abilities. Yi Feng once witnessed a roadside statue gaining sentience and transforming into a stone creature. He had also heard tales of cow dung in the field successfully awakening, cultivating into a sentient being, ultimately establishing itself as a formidable entity known as the cow dung spirit. The cataclysmic changes in the world represent hell for humanity, yet a grand revelry for all beings. Moreover, it marks the genesis of my abundant fortune. Yi Feng's eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance, and a smile crept across his face. Having been reborn, he was acutely aware of where great opportunities would arise. Across the vast expanse of the universe, infinite fortunes would descend. However, those far beyond his grasp would remain elusive. After all, time is limited, and he lacks the ability to divide himself. Yet, regarding the myriad opportunities manifesting in Jiang City, Yi Feng possessed clarity. This is because the sites of many fortunes often coincide with locations where spiritual energy converges, ultimately becoming focal points sought after by various factions, transforming into landmarks. The extraordinary crystals, mutated plants, and remarkable items descending in Jiang City. Every treasure bestowed from the heavens shall bear the surname Yi. In his room, Yi Feng murmured to himself. The following day, in the early morning, Yi Feng arose. Despite having practiced late into the night and engaged in some planning, he felt invigorated. Since becoming an extraordinary being, He required merely a few hours of sleep each day to replenish his energy. Yifeng strolled to the window, gazing into the distance. Outside, the world lay in ruin, shrouded in a dense blood mist that thickened by the moment, identical to the memories etched in his mind. Chapter 106. Announcement from the war zone at 8 o'clock tonight. The blood mist shall reach its zenith. At that moment, the heavens and earth shall tremble, heralding a great upheaval. Yifeng reminisced once more, ensuring that there were no significant oversights in last night's scheme, and exhaled a breath of stale air. He turned to dress, freshen up, and descended the stairs. In the dining area on the first floor, breakfast was already prepared. Yifeng, you're awake. Breakfast is served. Come over quickly. The girls greeted him, their faces aglow with smiles. Yifeng returned their grin and approached. The exquisitely arranged table displayed an array of breakfast items: millet porridge, pickled vegetables, fried eggs, deep-fried meatballs, steamed buns, oats, milk, and several side dishes. Only after Yifeng took his seat did everyone else settle down to begin their meal. Brother Yifeng, what shall we do today? Lin Xiaoxiao asked sweetly. Today, we must not be idle. We shall continue hunting zombies to acquire crystal cores. In the future, crystal cores will serve as the principal currency of exchange. Yifeng declared while eating his breakfast. The girls nodded in agreement without any objections. Yifeng, the zombies in the villa area have been cleared out. Where shall we hunt today? Nenrian inquired. Yifeng narrowed his eyes and replied, we will head to the nearest commercial street, perhaps a large shopping mall, or a school. These locations are densely populated, teeming with zombies, and rich in resources. While hunting zombies, Yifeng could conveniently gather supplies, achieving two objectives in one endeavor. After breakfast, everyone began checking their firearms and preparing their knives. Nenrian had already made prior preparations and was browsing messages on her phone nearby. Suddenly, a piece of news caught her eye. Her expression changed dramatically, and she rubbed her eyes in disbelief. I must not be mistaken. The incredulity flashed in her beautiful eyes as she hurriedly reported to Yifeng. Yifeng, there's significant news online. The authorities have issued an official announcement. Upon hearing this, Yifeng raised an eyebrow, not particularly surprised. In his previous life, a similar announcement regarding the apocalypse had been made around this time. Noticing Nanrian's anxious demeanor and the rising and falling of her chest, he offered her a gentle smile and reassured her, Rian, do not panic. I am here with you. As he spoke, Yifeng took out his phone to browse through the news, having forgotten the specifics of the announcement that had been made long ago. Soon, he found the relevant announcement, which had already sparked a considerable uproar online. To inform all citizens, in light of the dire situation regarding the zombie crisis, China has initiated the highest level of emergency response. The entire nation will be divided into 5 major battle zones: the Eastern, Western, Southern, Northern, and Central battle zones. Based on these zones, official survivor bases will be established. We understand that this period is challenging for every citizen, but please believe that we will strive tirelessly to rebuild our homeland. Yifeng's eyes narrowed slightly. The 5 battle zones had indeed arrived. In the days to come, these zones would represent the 5 major official powers of China, the most formidable forces. Below the announcement, numerous comments were already flooding in. I yearn to ascertain whether salvation may arrive. It appears increasingly unlikely. We must rely solely on ourselves. I have come to understand that if we wish to survive, we must seek them out and join their ranks. Damn it. Yifeng continued to read on. By disseminating intelligence, after vanquishing zombies, one can procure a zombie crystal core from their cranium. This core harbors energy, which is pivotal for enhancing the powers of the extraordinary. All extraordinary beings are encouraged to take proactive measures, slaying zombies to acquire cores and elevate their capabilities. Join the 5 major war zones and strive for the restoration of civilization. The document also contained comprehensive details regarding the attributes of zombies, including but not limited to: zombies perceive their surroundings through hearing. Their sense of smell is exceptionally acute. Only by severing a zombie's head can one ensure its complete demise. Additionally, there were pertinent considerations regarding extraordinary beings absorbing the crystal cores. The detailed nature of the cores, war zones, and intelligence left Yifeng with a shadow of gloom in his eyes. In his previous life, there existed a semi-public secret within the realm of extraordinary beings. The authorities had anticipated this calamity long before it unfolded. Subsequent developments indicated that the officials had undertaken extensive preparations in advance, encompassing the establishment of large-scale bases, the war zone system, food reserves, military readiness, and more. They had even conducted prior research on extraordinary powers. Consequently, the 5 major war zones emerged as the most formidable forces. Of course, the reason for the delayed response and the difficulty in organizing effective rescue efforts lay in the sheer swiftness and ferocity of the disaster. which far exceeded official expectations in every conceivable sense. For instance, the speed at which humans transformed into zombies was astonishingly rapid. One moment, they were engaged in lighthearted conversation, and the next, they swiftly morphed into zombies. This was the direct cause of the rapid collapse of order. However, after days of consolidation, reaction, and recovery, the authorities finally caught their breath. Once the 5 major war zones were established, they would absorb exceptional, extraordinary beings, preserving the essence of humanity and safeguarding the ember of civilization. The war zones were equipped with superior weaponry, capable of confronting the initial wave of zombies with considerable strength. The true threats to human survival were the elite zombies, the king zombies, the mutated creatures, and the beasts from other realms. The trial for humanity was merely beginning. As Yifeng murmured to himself, memories flickered in his eyes. Jiang City, geographically aligned with the Eastern War Zone, saw forces from the Eastern War Zone attempt to assimilate and consolidate the extraordinary beings within its confines approximately 20 days after the apocalypse commenced. Their strategy typically involved raising a grand banner to rally, absorb, and suppress the establishment of a war zone branch. These branches served as survivor bases established within major cities, and Jiang City was one such branch base of the Eastern War Zone. For those extraordinary beings who chose to align with them, those of commendable aptitude could even be sent back to the headquarters of the Eastern War Zone for further cultivation. Those of average capability, as well as those unwilling to depart, could remain to serve within the newly established branch of the war zone. In his past life, Yifeng, possessing limited strength, drifted aimlessly until he joined the search team of the war zone, becoming a member of the lowest echelon, to toil in the most arduous tasks for the meagerest share, barely surviving in the war zone, Li family. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a cold glimmer flashed in Yifeng's eyes. Li Yufan, along with the Li family behind him, in this lifetime, you shall not remain exalted. I shall personally cast you into the abyss. Chapter 107. The New Awakened, Ice Element. Li Yufan is a scion of the Li family, one of the 3 titans that truly govern the Eastern War Zone. Since ancient times, the illustrious families of Huaxia have wielded power. Of course, I speak of a parallel world, entirely unrelated to reality. During times of peace, the true rulers of the Eastern War Zone are the 3 prominent families, the Li, Zhang, and Song families. Even after the apocalypse descended, this remained unchanged, for they had foreseen the calamity and made extensive preparations, with some even mastering extraordinary powers ahead of time. In the previous era, the initial dominion of the Jiangqing base was centered around the Zhang family's influence. However, it later appeared that a transaction transpired between the Li and Zhang families, resulting in the Zhangs withdrawing while the Lis took control of the Jiangqing base. Yifeng's nemesis, Li Yufan, as the representative of the Li family, arrived in Jiangqing at this time. The Li family is undoubtedly a behemoth. The supernatural beings serving them are as numerous as the fish in the river, countless in number. Additionally, the combat teams under their command are formidable, equipped with advanced weaponry. Various firearms, rocket launchers, missiles, and helicopters are at their disposal, even capable of launching nuclear warheads. As a core descendant of the Li family, should Yifeng kill him or even merely injure him, it would surely offend the entire Li family and the Eastern War Zone, inviting suppression and retaliation. But what of it? A cold glint flickered in Yifeng's eyes. My heart is kind. I shall only slay Li Yufan and his entire Li family. I hope the others in your war zone will not provoke me. Yifeng's expression remained impassive. He understood clearly that in the future world, strength reigns supreme. As long as his power escalates to a level where no family or war zone can rival him, he would be invincible, strong enough to withstand nuclear blasts, capable of suppressing all opposition with ease and eliminating any adversaries in an instant. He could act with impunity. Yifeng, what shall we do? Should we join the war zone? Is the war zone reliable? Will they come to our rescue? The women, having read the news, instinctively drew closer to Yifeng, their expressions filled with concern, creating a tense atmosphere. Yifeng smiled slightly and spoke. Rest assured, the establishment of the war zone is a positive development. This indicates that humanity has not yet entirely lost its dominance over Blue Star. As for relying on them for rescue, that is impossible. We must depend on ourselves. We shall not join the war zone. His tone was gentle and composed. The anxious hearts of the women were instantly calmed. I understand. Yifeng, we will follow your lead. No matter what happens, I will always stand by my brother Yifeng, they all declared in unison. Yifeng nodded. In truth, he could never join any war zone. Yifeng harbored a covert ambition to dominate the war zone, siphoning resources for his own purposes. This matter required meticulous planning. He opened the panel, revealing the daily tasks. Daily task: eliminate 100 zombies. Task reward: 100 bait. The bait reward was fixed at 100 units. Glancing at the spatial items, Yifeng turned his gaze towards the others. I have previously mentioned that I possess a means to transform you into abilities users. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the women sparkled with anticipation. Today, I shall fulfill my promise. However, there is only one slot available. As Yifeng spoke, he turned his palm over, revealing a vial emanating a faint purple glow. Item: Ability Awakening Potion. Quality: Epic. Description: a mysterious elixir capable of awakening latent abilities deep within the human body. Consuming this potion guarantees the awakening of one's abilities. The quality of abilities varies from person to person. This was indeed the potion Yifeng had previously fished out, alongside the contract with the war god. Its efficacy ensured a 100 awakening of abilities for humans. The women observed this scene, their eyes shimmering with vibrant colors. Consuming this potion will undoubtedly awaken their abilities, Yifeng proclaimed. Is it truly that miraculous? Yifeng, elder brother. The women's faces instantly lit up with hope. Yifeng smiled and called out, Nan Shireen, step forward. Upon hearing this, Nan Shireen trembled slightly, her eyes reflecting a disbelief filled with joy. Yifeng, are you suggesting that I should drink it? Nan Shireen's delicate face was awash with excitement. Indeed. You shall awaken first. Come and take it. Yifeng beamed. Nan Shireen, brimming with joy, hastily approached Yifeng. He handed her the potion. Lin Xiaoxiao and Nan Rian looked on with envy. Rest assured, more opportunities will arise in the future, Yifeng reassured them. The fishing system will surely yield similar potions down the line, which can be distributed accordingly. Moreover, there will be certain mutated spiritual plants that will also aid in awakening abilities. Given Yifeng's capabilities, acquiring these is not a daunting task. As for why the first potion was given to Nan Shireen instead of Lin Xiaoxiao, it was primarily because Nan Shireen was brave enough to be the first to engage in battle with zombies, displaying a calm demeanor amidst chaos, which Lin Xiaoxiao lacked somewhat. Furthermore, Nan Shireen had been diligent in another realm, collaborating with Yifeng to unlock a multitude of combat postures. This aspect greatly pleased Yifeng. At this moment, Nan Shireen held the awakening potion in her delicate hand, trembling slightly. Drink it, Yifeng encouraged. Taking a deep breath, Nan Shireen decisively uncorked the vial. Gulp. She swallowed the potion in one go. Sweet. That was Nan Shireen's immediate impression. Soon after, a warm current spread from her stomach throughout her body. Almost instantly, the mysterious liquid seemed to activate every nerve within her. Nan Shireen gently closed her eyes, sensing a powerful force surging continuously within her. Moments later, Yifeng. It seems I have successfully awakened. Nan Shireen's eyes opened, revealing a glimmer of surprise. Awakened? What type and level of ability? Yifeng inquired. The other women, upon hearing this, leaned in with curiosity. A cool voice rang out. Epic level. Frost Control. Chapter 108. Comforting Lin Xiaoxiao. Departing epic level. Frost Control. With Nan Shireen's declaration, the onlookers displayed expressions of envy once more. Wow, how wonderful. Yifeng smiled and said, an epic level ability is already quite impressive. You can attempt to activate your powers. Nan Shireen, hearing this, displayed excitement and nodded vigorously. With a thought, she endeavored to control the frosty powers. An energy wave erupted from within her. In an instant, the surrounding temperature plummeted several degrees. Buzz. A glimmering white frost began to coalesce at her fingertips. The frost swiftly took the form of an ice blade. Yifeng. I believe I have also comprehended a skill. Ice blade. Nan Shireen's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight. You have comprehended a skill? Excellent. Come, attack me and test the might of your powers. Yifeng instructed. Nan Shireen glanced at him hesitantly. Do not fear. You cannot harm me. Yifeng chuckled. At his words, Nan Shireen nodded. Indeed, she was well aware of Yifeng's formidable strength. How could her diminutive ice blade possibly inflict harm? With a gentle sweep, Nan Shireen sent forth the ice blade at lightning speed towards Yifeng. Unfazed by the incoming ice shard, Yifeng maintained his composure and raised his right hand slightly. A flash of lightning erupted brilliantly from his palm. Boom! The thunder surged forth, shattering the approaching ice blade in an instant. Ice shards flew in all directions. The power of the ice blade was commendable. Yifeng's fingertip lightning dissipated. Is that true? You are not merely comforting me, are you? Nan Shireen asked, somewhat astonished. It was utterly normal for her ice blade attack to be effortlessly neutralized by Yifeng. Gaining his acknowledgement was what surprised her. Of course, it is not mere consolation. Yifeng pondered for a moment and continued. Shireen, your potential for abilities is quite high, yet you must practice diligently to develop new skills. In the future, you will be a key player in our battle against zombies. As for the advancement of your powers, you need not worry. I will provide ample crystal cores for your ascension. Nan Shireen nodded earnestly, her starry eyes brimming with gratitude. She understood clearly that had it not been for Yi Feng's provision of the awakening potion, she might have never awakened her powers. Yi Feng was her savior. Thank you, Yi Feng. Nan Shirin's cheeks flushed slightly as she rose onto her toes to bestow a delicate kiss. Yi Feng smiled and waved his hand dismissively. Turning to the gathered crowd, Yi Feng spoke. All right, everyone, do not linger any longer. Perform at your best. And I assure each of you will have the opportunity to become an ability user. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Witnessing Nan Shirin's awakening had invigorated their spirits immensely. Yi Feng smiled as he waved his hand. Quickly, prepare for the final arrangements. We shall depart in a quarter of an hour. From now on, the endeavor of exterminating zombies shall become the principal theme of our existence. Everyone nodded in agreement and dispersed. Yi Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back. A graceful figure approached his side. It was none other than Lin Xiaoxiao. With a hint of grievance in her voice, Lin Xiaoxiao said, Yi Feng, brother, am I the first to follow you? Is there something I did wrong that has caused you to dislike me? Upon hearing this, Yi Feng quickly reassured her, Xiaoxiao, you have done nothing wrong. I do not harbor any dislike towards you. Lin Xiaoxiao lifted her gaze slightly, her beautiful eyes glistening with unshed tears. Brother, your choice of Sister Shirin as the first to awaken must have its reasons. I do not wish to compete, as long as you hold me in your heart. That is enough. Yi Feng, observing her pitiful demeanor, felt a twinge of concern. I understand your feelings of injustice, but there is only one vial of the awakening serum. It cannot remain unused. Both you and Shirin hold significant places in my heart. I promise that when there are more serums, they shall be yours. Not only that, but I will also provide you with additional compensation. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with delight at his words. Really? If there are more awakening serums, you must give one to me. Otherwise, she bit her lip, her heart heavy with unspoken words. Yi Feng, you heartless person. How is Nan Shirin superior to me? Is it merely her prettier face, taller stature, or longer legs? I possess more curves than she does. She pretends to be an ice queen, but in reality, she is as hollow as an egg. Hearing this, Yi Feng's heart soared with joy, and he promptly replied, Absolutely no problem. The awakening serum I acquire will definitely be yours. He raised his finger, speaking with utmost seriousness. Lin Xiaoxiao finally broke into a smile, her heart relieved. Had she not approached Yi Feng, the second vial of serum could very well have ended up in Nan Rian's hands. Brother Yi Feng, I believe in you. Lin Xiaoxiao left, content. After soothing her, Yi Feng stepped forward to the entrance of the villa, where everyone was already equipped and ready to depart. He retrieved a silver RV from his storage and left 2 female warriors to guard the premises. The remaining members, including Xiao Bai, climbed into the vehicle. Subsequently, the RV sped down the mountain, traveling swiftly. After a quarter of an hour, it halted in a commercial area nearest to Longton Mountain. Once the vehicle came to a stop, Yi Feng led the group out, surveying the surroundings, where a multitude of zombies surged forth. Yi Feng, the number of zombies here should be quite satisfactory, wouldn't you agree? Nan Rian remarked with a smile. The zombies, sensing the commotion, began to emit guttural growls. Indeed, the quantity is neither too much nor too little, just perfect, Yi Feng replied, his eyes narrowing as he gazed into the distance, a look of delight crossing his face. Could there be unexpected gains? Chapter 109. The Hunt for Zombies. An unexpected visitor, Yi Feng lifted his gaze and beheld, 3 kilometers away on a rooftop, a colossal zombie rabbit flashed past. Yi Feng's vision had been significantly enhanced, allowing him to effortlessly capture the fleeting glimpse of a zombie rabbit. This creature, measuring 2 meters in length, boasted snow-white fur and crimson eyes that glinted with malice. A slight smirk curled at the corners of Yi Feng's lips. Such a massive form could only signify a mutated zombie. He raised his hand, directing it forward. Xiao Bai, that mutated zombie rabbit is your responsibility. Bring me back a mutated crystal core. Is that understood? With subordinates at his command, there was no need for Yi Feng to personally intervene in such trivial matters. The Qilin, Xiao Bai, grinned widely. Master understands. Xiao Bai guarantees the task will be accomplished. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xiao Bai leaped forth, racing towards the distant building with astonishing speed, leaving a cloud of dust in its wake. Once Xiao Bai departed, the zombies on the street began to stir violently. Several of them, arms flailing, lunged towards the RV. Yi Feng remained calm, his fingertips crackling with electric energy. Arcs of lightning surged and crackled. In the next instant, the lightning came crashing down. Boom. The zombies were instantly reduced to charred remains, collapsing to the ground. Simultaneously, Nan Rian swiftly issued commands. Everyone, according to the predetermined team formation, commenced the zombie cleanup. The women responded, drawing their tang swords and charging towards the isolated zombies. Why use tang swords instead of firearms? As Yifeng had stated, in such an open and bustling area, the sheer number of zombies posed a threat. The noise from firearms could attract a horde, leading to an endless influx of zombies, which was perilous. Therefore, firearms should not be used unless absolutely necessary. After all, Yifeng would only be with them for a limited time. He could not serve as their caretaker indefinitely. Once he confirmed that the team could independently hunt zombies and procure crystal cores, he would venture forth on his own. A relentless tide of zombies surged forward. Yifeng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression serene, refraining from taking action. Lin Xiaoxiao, Chu Xiaotu, and Mu Qingli paired with several soldiers, continuously striking at the zombies. Nan Shirin unleashed icy blades, providing ranged fire support. Nan Ruyan coordinated personnel while also hunting down any stray zombies, ensuring no gaps remained in their efforts. With each resounding clash of blades accompanied by the battle cries of the female warriors, flashes of steel illuminated the scene, and the air was thick with the scent of blood. The heads of zombies fell one by one, rolling to the ground. The entire squad advanced in an orderly fashion, their cooperation growing increasingly seamless. Yifeng nodded, a satisfied smile gracing his face. It appeared that his war god team had matured into a formidable unit. After a moment's contemplation, Yifeng decided to return to the RV for a brief respite. 3 minutes later, Xiaobai returned, clutching a mutated crystal core, its head bobbing with pride. Well done, Yifeng mused, playing with the crystal core in his hand and patting Xiaobai's head. Master, is there anything else I can do? Xiaobai beamed at the praise, feeling elated. Get to it. Join them and slay some ordinary zombies. I believe you will collect more crystal cores than anyone else. Of course, Xiaobai replied, brimming with pride. However, they have now surpassed you. Yifeng chuckled. This cannot be allowed. Xiaobai exclaimed anxiously, darting out of the RV like a bolt of lightning. Fueled by an adrenaline rush, she charged toward the front, her claws striking fiercely at the zombies. Her sharp talons even left afterimages in their wake. With each swipe, a zombie fell to the ground. Yifeng reclined on the sofa of the RV, leisurely sipping a glass of juice, while keeping a vigilant eye on the battle unfolding nearby. Indeed, everyone was quite capable. Establishing such a team to support himself felt rather gratifying. As time passed, a quarter of an hour later, Yifeng's warrior squad had successfully cleared the entire block of zombies. The women were panting heavily, their faces displaying signs of fatigue. Nan Ruyan ordered a brief rest and began to clean the battlefield, gathering their spoils. Upon tallying their haul, they had collected a total of 14 ordinary zombie cores, with Kiran Xiaobai alone securing 5. Holding the cores in her hand, Nan Ruyan prepared to enter the RV to report on the situation and present the loot to Yifeng. At that moment, the sound of approaching vehicles echoed from a distance. The group looked up to see 4 large vehicles driving down the street from the west. Since the zombies had mostly been cleared away, the vehicles faced little obstruction and sped forward with great haste. Witnessing this scene, Nan Ruyan, Lin Xiaoxiao, and the others tightened their grips on their long knives, instinctively bracing themselves. In the apocalypse, while zombies were indeed terrifying, the true horror lay within the hearts of men. As the vehicles came to a halt before them, a cacophony ensued as nearly 40 people disembarked. At the forefront was a young man accompanied by a stout individual, both appearing to be ability users. Surround them. Chapter 110, Greedy Adversaries, Arranging the Opponent. With that command issued, these individuals swiftly advanced, encircling Nan Ruyan, Lin Xiaoxiao, and the others along with the RV. Greed gleamed in their eyes as they brandished their makeshift weapons, clubs, fire axes, and cleavers, with an air of arrogance. Wow, so beautiful. They are all stunning. And this RV is quite impressive. What a massive dog. Their discussions were rife with lewd expressions. Did you kill all these zombies? The leading young man, suppressing his own greed, frowned as he scrutinized the women. He possessed a modicum of intelligence, understanding that an abundance of zombies was not easily vanquished. He pondered, perhaps among these women, there were others who had awakened powers like his own. However, after slaying so many zombies, even a formidable ability user would surely have depleted energy, significantly diminishing their combat strength. So what? Nan Ruyan's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Lin Xiaoxiao, Chu Xiaotu, and the others stood resolutely, weapons in hand, quietly alert. Just then, an excited shout came from a stout man beside the young leader. Zhao Gu, look quickly. What is that explosive-bodied woman's holding? Is it the cores we need? The young man turned to follow the sound, his eyes suddenly brightening. Before them, Nan Ruyan held the very crystal core mentioned in the official announcement. This crystal core possesses the ability to enhance the powers of those with supernatural abilities. Most importantly, there is no shortage of these gems. The young man licked his lips, his eyes shimmering with avarice. Previously, they had exerted considerable effort, losing 3 subordinates and managing to slay over 30 zombies, yet they had only salvaged a pitiful single crystal core. Now, however, this group of delicate beauties possessed such an abundance of zombie crystal cores, surely more than 20. Dear ladies, after slaying so many zombies, you must be utterly exhausted, no? The young man said greedily, a flicker of malice crossing his gaze as he toyed with a silver throwing knife in his hand. If you are wise, you will immediately hand over the crystal cores, and we shall let you go unharmed. Boss, don't forget about that RV, the plump man beside him quickly added. Oh, yes, your vehicle must also be surrendered for our safekeeping, the young man threatened coldly. Hand over these items, and we will leave this place. Otherwise, he tightened his grip on the throwing knife, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Oh, and what will you do if we refuse? Lin Xiaoxiao retorted, raising an eyebrow without a hint of politeness. The young man cast a glance at Lin Xiaoxiao, his heart racing. Wow, what a strikingly powerful woman. He exclaimed, haha, truly a domineering beauty. He licked his lips again and continued, if you refuse to comply, we shall resort to force. His demeanor turned icy as he sobered. At that point, these delicate beauties may find themselves at our mercy, along with their crystal cores. Haha, the young man, despite his boisterous attitude, was calculating in his mind. If the beauties before him truly capitulated, it would indicate their current state was less than ideal. He would act swiftly, capturing these women for his and his subordinates' enjoyment. While others trembled, he reveled in greed. His underlings began to jeer. Haha, our boss is a lover of beauty. Be wise and hand over the crystal cores. Indeed, and that RV looks like a fine prize. You must surrender it to us. Yes, you would do well to heed our warning. Upon hearing this, Nan Ruyun's beautiful eyes turned cold, ready to take action. Just then, a gentle voice emerged from the RV. 2 supernatural beings? You arrive at just the right moment. As he spoke, Yifeng stepped out of the vehicle. He first cast a glance at the young man, then turned his attention to Nan Shireen. Shireen, since you have just awakened your powers and lack experience in combat with other supernatural beings, how about you practice on these 2 seasoned ones? Me? Nan Shireen was momentarily taken aback, then looked at the young man. Yifeng, are you referring to them? Yifeng nodded affirmatively. Yes, indeed. What do you think? Hey, do you think so little of me? Are you referring to me as the seasoned one? How arrogant. The young man's eyes flashed with anger. Yifeng, however, paid him no mind, merely casting a casual glance at the young man's details. Name, Zhao Hongwei. Rank, 1-star ability. Telekinesis, rare level. Combat power index, 66. Yifeng turned to look at Nan Shireen and remarked, the one at the forefront possesses the ability of telekinesis. A rare ability. Nan Shireen nodded in understanding. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hongwei was momentarily taken aback. A frown creased his brow as an unsettling premonition arose within him. What was happening? How could this man be so well informed about his circumstances? Yifeng then cast a glance at the stout individual beside the young man. Name, Sun Zixin. Rank, 1-star ability. Skin hardening, common level. Combat power index, 43. This portly fellow awakened a common defensive ability. Both individuals possessed a combat rating of 1 star, with neither exceeding 100 in strength, rendering them suitable as sparring partners. Yifeng looked towards Nan Shireen and asked with a smile, so, do you have confidence? Nan Shireen nodded, revealing a confident smile. Of course, it's no problem. Excellent. I'll be your support. Do not use knives or guns. Combat with your ice blade skill. Yifeng was filled with confidence in Nan Shireen. After all, the combat power of the 2 adversaries was slightly above 60 and 40 respectively, whereas Nan Shireen's strength, bolstered by the dual enhancement of her epic ability and the War God contract, had reached an astonishing 233 points. Seeing Yifeng so dismissive of him, Zhao Hongwei narrowed his eyes slightly. Are you saying my strength is lacking? That is rather arrogant. Yifeng chose to ignore him, as Zhao Hongwei noticed Yifeng's indifference. His expression darkened as he stepped forward, shouting loudly, who exactly are you? Only then did Yifeng cast a glance at him, replying coolly, you do not deserve to know. Chapter 111. One strike to defeat the enemy. At these words, a flash of anger flickered in Zhao Hongwei's eyes. Are you not being overly arrogant? Yifeng remained calm, pointing towards Nan Shireen, and continued, if you 2 can defeat her in a one-on-one match, I shall spare your lives. Otherwise, this day next year will mark your demise. You have 10 seconds to decide. Yifeng's tone was devoid of emotion, yet it brimmed with overwhelming confidence, leaving no room for doubt. Zhao Hongwei gritted his teeth, his expression fluctuating between anger and contemplation. After a few seconds, he suddenly burst into laughter. Huh, you think we will accept your challenge? I'll tell you, we will never engage in a one-on-one fight. Today, I will have over 40 of us take you on. Feeling a surge of insecurity, Zhao Hongwei abandoned all semblance of shame, signaling to a few loyal followers. The nearby underlings instantly understood, bursting into raucous laughter. Sorry, we only engage in group fights, not one-on-ones. Huh, do you consider us invisible? We are numerous. If we all rush at you, do you really think you can kill us all? Nan Shirin interjected. Lin Xiaoxiao, are you tired of living? Yifeng chuckled upon hearing this. Relying on sheer numbers, is it? I'm afraid your advantage will vanish shortly. As he spoke, a terrifying bolt of lightning erupted from Yifeng's fingertips. In an instant, a lightning strike, as thick as a pencil, descended from the heavens. Boom. The few individuals speaking were struck upon their heads, their smiles abruptly freezing, eyes glazed with confusion as their charred bodies collapsed to the ground. In that very moment, Xiaobai sprang forth, relentlessly brandishing its claws. With each swipe, another victim fell lifeless. No, don't kill me. Wei Ge, save me. Within mere seconds, the front line of Zhao Hongwei's team had suffered grievous losses. The eyes of those in the rear were now filled with terror. Some turned pale, their legs trembling, while Zhao Hongwei himself appeared ashen, his body shaking with fear. How could this be? Is there truly such a formidable ability in this world? He stiffly turned his gaze towards the nearby portly man, who mirrored his horror. Boss, what do we do? I don't want to die. The portly man's face was ghostly white, his body quaking as perspiration beaded on his forehead. Stop, please. Zhao Hongwei, at a loss, could only stammer in trepidation. Unexpectedly, upon hearing his plea, Yifeng indeed ceased his assault. What? Have you agreed? Yifeng turned with a smile. Zhao Hongwei's complexion was as pale as parchment. His team had suffered devastating casualties, and the remaining survivors were gripped by panic, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Regret surged within Zhao Hongwei. It's over. I've been blinded by foolishness today. My lord, I was wrong. I failed to recognize your greatness. Please, spare me. Zhao Hongwei implored humbly. The portly man, drenched in sweat, echoed his flattery. Yes. Just let us go. We're not worth your time. Yifeng shook his head, smiling. Enough with the pleasantries. Abide by my previous terms, and you might have a chance at survival. Otherwise, you shall all perish. Zhao Hongwei hesitated, then gritted his teeth and replied, Very well. I accept. Your strength surpasses ours. We concede. A bitter smile graced Zhao Hongwei's lips as he thought, as long as the two of us can defeat her, we will survive. He pointed towards the standing Nan Shirin, resolutely convincing himself that he could surely overcome such a delicate woman. Yifeng nodded, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed. It is as you say. If you two can defeat her, I shall spare your lives. Otherwise, you shall all meet your demise. Yifeng surveyed the crowd, causing all present to shudder in fear. Zhao Hongwei exchanged a glance with the portly man, who reluctantly nodded and spoke. All right, I agree, but we must attack together. He stipulated his condition. Agreed. Yifeng replied nonchalantly. Zhao Hongwei gritted his teeth, declaring loudly, Let heaven and earth witness. I hope you keep your word. The remaining subordinates now bore expressions of hope, rallying behind Zhao Hongwei. Boss, you must prevail. Portly man, you must win. Our lives depend on you. Meanwhile, with a confident smile, Nan Shirin stepped forward. She understood that all of Yifeng's actions were aimed at facilitating her swift growth. The duel commenced in earnest. Zhao Hongwei's thoughts stirred, and he struck first. A silver flying dagger shot forth like a streak of silver light, aimed directly at Nan Shirin. Enhanced by his mental energy, the dagger moved with the swiftness of lightning. Simultaneously, the stout man bellowed, unleashing his unique ability as he charged towards Nan Shirin. In the face of such a situation, Nan Shirin remained composed, raising her hand to unleash a frost spell. Instantly, the speed of the incoming dagger was significantly hindered. With a deft sidestep, she effortlessly evaded the dagger. With a graceful flick of her wrist, she conjured a blade of blue ice. The ice blade flew at an astonishing pace, reaching the stout man in the blink of an eye. Oh no! Panic surged within him, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he desperately activated his powers. His skin abruptly hardened. However, with a piercing sound, the sharp ice blade still penetrated his abdomen, causing blood to spurt forth. The stout man looked down. Disbelief etched across his face. This is impossible. Chapter 112. Annihilating the enemies. Yifeng's guidance. The stout man was in a state of incredulity. His ability to harden his skin should have easily defended against blades, yet he could not withstand the piercing of this ice blade. Unbeknownst to him, the disparity in combat power between the two sides significantly influenced the potency of their respective abilities. Nan Shirin's formidable strength rendered her ice blade far more powerful than an ordinary sword. In the next moment, he coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground, motionless. A successful strike. Joy illuminated Nan Shirin's face. Beside her, Zhao Hongwei cursed his useless teammate under his breath. He immediately directed the other two silver daggers in his hand towards Nanshirin. In response, she activated her powers once more. Two ice blades soared from her hands, razor-sharp, and aimed at Zhao Hongwei's face. Zhao Hongwei was struck with terror as the ice blades approached. Damn, how can this woman cast spells so swiftly? Alarmed, he could only redirect the flying daggers to defend himself as best he could. Thud, thud. The daggers were cleaved to the ground by the ice blades. Nevertheless, the momentum of the ice blades also waned. Zhao Hongwei dodged the two ice blades with a quick movement, feeling a slight relief. Just then, another ice blade pierced straight into his throat. I don't. Zhao Hongwei clutched his throat, blood gushing out and swiftly congealing. His lips trembled, revealing his unwillingness to accept defeat. A surge of joy filled Nanshirin's heart. After unleashing two ice blades, she realized she still had the strength to conjure another instantaneously. She made a decisive move, using the two blades to obscure his vision, stealthily launching another ice dagger. Indeed, it struck true. Why is our gap so immense? With those words, Zhao Hongwei's head tilted, his breath ceased. Zhao Hongwei was dead. Shirin, well done. Yifeng's lips curled into a smile. Receiving Yifeng's praise, Nanshirin's eyes sparkled with joy, and a subtle smile graced her lips. Since the outcome has been determined, relay my command to all. Take action and eliminate the remaining individuals. Yifeng issued the order. Simultaneously, a bolt of lightning struck down. Boom. A tremendous thunderbolt descended upon the plump psychic lying on the ground, feigning death. Instantly, disbelief flashed in his eyes, followed by a muffled groan as his body disintegrated into powder. I have always detested the sixth one. Yifeng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Zhao Hongwei's subordinates, upon hearing Yifeng's command, were overtaken by fear, pleading for mercy. Spare us, grant us our lives. We are but pitiful souls, merely trying to survive alongside Zhao Hongwei. I beseech you, do not kill me. The women present hesitated at these words. Some displayed reluctance, while others found it impossible to take action. Observing this, Yifeng was not surprised. After all, there is a stark difference between slaying zombies and taking the life of a fellow human. Many among them had never killed before. However, every situation has its first time. Such deeds require practice. Encouraging them to commit murder was Yifeng's intention, for survival in this apocalyptic world demands it. Killing zombies has become the norm, and so too has slaying humans and beasts alike. Sometimes, humanity can be far more perilous than the undead. Yifeng, is that so? Lin Xiaoxiao inquired hesitantly as she stepped forward. They chose the wrong leader. Their deaths are not unjust. My command is to leave no survivors. Do you not comprehend? Furthermore, let me clarify. Each person must shed blood. Yifeng's gaze was devoid of warmth as he reiterated his command. A glance at the Kirin, Xiaobai, revealed its eager expression. Yifeng frowned and said, Xiaobai, you are forbidden from intervening. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, the women understood that today offered no chance of mercy. They could only resolutely confront these individuals. Go and die. Mu Qingli's delicate hand trembled as she raised her tang knife and brought it down. With a splatter, accompanied by a scream, a middle-aged man collapsed. Chu Xiaodu also displayed a pained expression. Yet, summoning her courage, she swung her knife down. I'm sorry. It's only the cursed apocalypse to blame. The female warriors surged forward, wielding their weapons with intent to kill. In an instant, chaos erupted, flesh and blood flying as crimson flowed freely. Spare us. Not like this. Within moments, Zhao Hongwei's subordinates were decimated by the female warriors. The ground was strewn with severed limbs and remnants of bodies. The atmosphere was charged with emotion as everyone gasped for breath. Witnessing this, Yifeng commanded the group to rest and recalibrate their mental state. The tension eased, and the group began to catch their breath. Yifeng approached the vehicles brought by Zhao Hongwei, using his spiritual senses to search and scavenge. 1 crystal core, a whole box of chocolates, 10 boxes of bread, and over 30 bags of instant noodles. Every little thing counts. Yifeng collected these items into his storage space. Then, he stepped before the group and admonished them. Remember, in this apocalypse, one must be decisive and ruthless. Once you make an enemy, you must eradicate them completely. Always be wary of humanity. Do you understand? The women listened attentively, nodding in response. We understand. We have grasped the lesson. Yifeng smiled faintly and spoke. In fact, you have all performed remarkably well, surpassing my expectations. Given this, I shall take my leave. Upon hearing this, the ladies were taken aback. Yifeng, are you leaving us? Lin Xiaoxiao inquired, astonished. Yifeng nodded and replied, Indeed, I am heading to the nearby large shopping mall to hunt zombies alone and procure some essential supplies. However, Nan Ruyan displayed hesitation, clearly lacking confidence. Yifeng gazed intently at her and reassured, You will lead the team, and I have faith in you. They have matured considerably. After my departure, Rian, exercise caution and avoid recklessness. Just advance steadily, slay the zombies, and collect the crystal cores, understood? I understand. Nan Rian affirmed with a nod. Dad, can I come with you? Xiaobai quickly asked. Yi Feng pondered briefly before responding. Xiaobai, you must remain. After me, you are our strongest warrior and a vital healer. Xiaobai's face lit up with pride. Yi Feng continued. As the saying goes, greater power brings greater responsibility. Thus, Xiaobai, you must not only hunt zombies but also ensure the safety of our team through your healing abilities. Is that clear? Xiaobai nodded earnestly. Master, I will take good care of the ladies. You can rest assured. Chapter 113. Collecting supplies. Fishing for spatial talismans. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng's expression turned slightly dark. Xiaobai's words sounded rather peculiar. He shot her a glance, and she blinked innocently. Convinced that Xiaobai did not intend to provoke him, he continued. I will take the silver RV. Fortunately, these vehicles left by the enemies are in decent condition. Rian, you can make use of them to form a convoy. As for your course of action, continue advancing westward. There is a school over there, and many zombies are surely present. Is there any problem? The ladies shook their heads, indicating there were none. Yi Feng smiled, and with a thought, retrieved some food from his storage space and placed it in the vehicle. Bread, milk, ham, an instant hot pot. I may not return for lunch. Consider these provisions for your meal. Having arranged everything, Yi Feng stepped into the silver RV. Yi Feng, please be careful. Brother Feng, take care. He waved with a smile, started the RV, and swiftly departed. Kumao Shopping Center, a large commercial complex in Jiangxing, had become a gathering place for numerous zombies since the onset of the apocalypse. A silver RV raced from afar, coming to a steady halt at the entrance of the shopping center. The door slowly opened, and a tall, handsome man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes stepped out. Yi Feng, the number of zombies and supplies here perfectly aligns with my requirements. Yi Feng surveyed his surroundings, his eyes glimmering with excitement. In that case, let us commence the hunt here. With a flicker of eagerness in his gaze, he stored the RV back into his spatial storage and proceeded into the first floor of the mall. As he looked around, he noticed hordes of zombies wandering aimlessly. With a swift motion, Yi Feng extended his hand, and a magnificent crimson long sword materialized within his grasp. This blade was none other than the upgraded epic long sword. Gripping the weapon firmly, Yi Feng's gaze sharpened as he charged directly into the throng of zombies. In an instant, a brilliant scarlet arc of light cleaved through the air. The zombies, caught unawares, were effortlessly severed in two. Boom! The fierce flames ignited, engulfing the surroundings. Yi Feng moved like a bolt of lightning, weaving swiftly through the horde. Wherever he went, flames followed in his wake, illuminating the path with their fiery presence. In his wake, the charred remains of zombies fell, their heads rolling onto the ground. In the distance, terrifying thunderbolts rained down, obliterating the zombies at the periphery into mere fragments. The zombies closer to him could not withstand the onslaught of Yi Feng's fiery blade, while he chose to conclude the distant extermination with chaotic divine thunder. The horrific slaughter continued to spread. An hour later, a figure leapt down from the third floor, landing silently. Yi Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement, surveying his surroundings. He found the entire first floor hall devoid of any surviving zombies. The lower levels, the basement, second, and third floors, had also been largely purged of their undead inhabitants by Yi Feng. It was time to collect his spoils. A slight smile crept upon his lips as he began to scavenge. 1, 2. Moments later, he had completed his collection. Fortune smiled upon me. I have gathered 33 crystal cores. Yi Feng's heart swelled with joy as he stored the cores away. Next, he would gather another wave of supplies. Yi Feng proceeded to scour the first floor for resources. The ground level of the mall was nearly devoid of food. Instead, it was filled with high-end boutiques featuring both international and domestic luxury brands. Yi Feng gathered all the clothing into his space. In addition to apparel, the first floor housed cosmetics, perfume stores, and gold jewelry. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to collect these items as well. Although he might not have a use for cosmetics, perfumes, or gold, his contracted warriors would undoubtedly find them valuable. Having cleared the hall, Yi Feng descended the staircase to the basement. There, he discovered a medium-sized supermarket, a food court, and a clothing section. A handful of zombies lingered, yet Yi Feng had yet to attend to them. However, equipped with an invisibility necklace, he remained undetected by the undead. As long as he did not provoke them, the ordinary zombies could not sense his presence. Arriving at the supermarket, he effortlessly shoved aside an obstructive zombie and focused his thoughts. Canned goods, daily necessities, and electrical appliances. Everything Yi Feng laid eyes upon was swiftly stored away. Moments later, he had emptied the basement, leaving behind a bewildered group of zombies who, faced with their altered surroundings, could only emit futile roars of frustration. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yifeng opted not to eliminate these zombies for the time being. In a flash, he swiftly ascended to the second floor. As he surveyed the expanse of the mall's second level, he found it teeming with women's clothing stores. Dresses, trousers, skirts, and various accessory shops selling handbags, shoes, jewelry, and watches. Yifeng wasted no time in gathering everything in sight. He then made his way to the third floor. Men's clothing stores, sports brand shops, children's apparel boutiques, toy and early education centers. Clear them out. The fourth floor is filled with home goods, bedding sets, and electronics including phones, computers, and cameras. With a smile, Yifeng takes it all. On the fifth floor, the bookstore and cinema are emptied entirely. On the sixth and seventh floors, Yifeng tirelessly scavenges, his bounty overflowing. Before long, he has nearly cleared the entire shopping mall. Satisfied, he swiftly returns to the second floor. Finding a quiet corner, he sits cross-legged and opens the panel. At this moment, his daily tasks are complete. Yifeng beams with joy as he clicks to claim his reward. Bait. 100 portions. It is time to fish again, Yifeng thinks with anticipation. However, the first step is to synthesize the bait. As he performs the necessary actions, a system notification chimes. Notification: congratulations, host. You have synthesized 10 portions of high-grade bait. High-grade bait. 10 portions. Yifeng smiles slightly, silently instructing the system. Engage in high-grade fishing. A fishing hook is cast into the boundless darkness. Notification: fishing in progress. Yifeng relaxes, taking out a bottle of Waha pure water from his space and savoring a sip as he waits quietly. Notification: congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained 10 bottles of aspirin. Notification: congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained a complete collection of short dramas featuring Doll Sister. Notification: congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained 5 cool tech power banks. Yifeng chuckles, pondering what are these? Notification: congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained an epic space transfer talisman. Chapter 114. A new myth. The Yin-Yang Divine Body, a purple epic, a space transfer talisman? Yifeng's heart leaps with joy as he clicks to view. Item: space transfer talisman. Quality: epic. Description: a consumable item. Activating this talisman allows you to transcend space and instantly teleport to a designated location. As long as a position has been preset, the talisman will transport you there in an instant. Not bad. Yifeng's eyes shine with delight. The only downside is that this item is a consumable, usable only once. He stores the space transfer talisman in his space and chooses to continue fishing. Notification: fishing in progress. Notification: congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained 100 boxes of ultra-thin, sensation-free steel. Notification: congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained a rare regeneration potion. A regeneration potion? Yifeng's eyes brighten instantly. He clicks to view immediately. In the fishing space, a green potion hovers. Item: regeneration potion. Quality: rare. Description: upon using this potion, one will experience a miraculous effect of regrowing severed limbs. Whether it be an arm, leg, or any other part, it can regrow and return to its original state in a remarkably short time. This is excellent. Yifeng smiles gently. Although it is merely a rare item, its practicality is undeniably high. After all, in a world fraught with peril, dangers lurk at every corner. The warriors under one's command are inevitably thrust into the front lines, where the likelihood of suffering grievous bodily harm looms large. The regenerative elixir possesses the remarkable ability to restore severed limbs, transforming the disabled back into the realm of the normal. Its practicality is undeniable. A smile graced Yifeng's lips as he stored the regenerative potion in his spatial pouch and resumed his fishing endeavors. Notification: fishing in progress. Notification: congratulations to the host for successfully fishing, obtaining 50 boxes of cold remedy Shao Chai Hu granules. Notification: congratulations to the host for successfully fishing, obtaining 20 training athletic headbands. At that moment, the system hesitated slightly. Could it be? Was something about to be delivered? Yifeng licked his lips, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his eyes. Indeed, the system's notification rang out. Notification: congratulations to the host for successfully fishing, obtaining the mythical physique, Yin-Yang Divine Body. Yifeng's eyes widened in astonishment. It had truly delivered. A mythical level physique, the Yin-Yang Divine Body? Overwhelmed with joy, his heart raced. A kaleidoscopic myth. Yifeng immediately plunged his consciousness into the fishing space. Within the fishing realm, vibrant rays of light filled the air. On the fishing platform rested a source pearl emanating a dazzling spectrum of colors. The pearl, the size of a fist, bore a mesmerizing black and white hue, exuding an aura of unfathomable mystery. Was this the source pearl representing the yin-yang divine body? Yifeng's excitement surged as he forced himself to calm his emotions and clicked to view the details. Physique, yin-yang divine body quality, mythical description, a uniquely growth-oriented divine body. Those who possess the yin-yang divine body can significantly enhance mutual energy absorption during dual cultivation, while simultaneously providing a slight boost to both physical strengths. Special description, the enhancement effects of the yin-yang divine body will grow alongside the owner's strength. Upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, one will gain even more powerful dual cultivation benefits, including but not limited to increased energy absorption rates, augmented physical prowess, and more. Those who possess the yin-yang divine body will permanently enhance their vitality, recovery, and mental attributes after each dual cultivation session. Yifeng paused momentarily. This mythical physique was somewhat different from his expectations. Yin-yang? Dual cultivation? A growth-oriented divine body. No matter. It was undoubtedly a treasure. A kaleidoscopic, mythical level. Moreover, it offered permanent enhancements. Splendid. Drawing a deep breath, Yifeng silently intoned. System, extract the source pearl. In the next instant, a black and white source pearl, shimmering with a kaleidoscopic glow, materialized in the void, spinning gracefully. Yifeng swiftly reached out and crushed the mythical source pearl. In an instant, the pearl transformed into a stream of colorful light, vanishing into his forehead. Yifeng's body jolted, and an overwhelming surge of black and white yin-yang energy erupted from within him. His form trembled slightly as a powerful force of yin-yang coursed through his being, reshaping his very essence. Gritting his teeth, he endured the waves of pain. Yet he steadfastly channeled the yin-yang energy, guiding it to merge with his body. Simultaneously, the atmosphere in the entire shopping mall seemed to be shrouded by an immense pressure. The nearby zombies began to howl incessantly, growing increasingly agitated. As the outside world was engulfed in tumultuous dark clouds, a suffocating atmosphere permeated the air. Inside the shopping mall, Yifeng's eyes sparkled with intensity as his muscles began to swell, and his bones cracked audibly. Mysterious patterns emerged on the surface of his skin, only to vanish moments later. Yifeng closed his eyes, gritting his teeth in determination. Soon enough, the final surge of yin and yang energy fully integrated into his being. The ominous clouds outside dissipated, and the heavy atmosphere vanished in an instant. The fusion of the yin-yang divine body was a success. Yifeng suddenly opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. I have succeeded, he exclaimed joyously, quietly savoring the changes within his body. An unprecedented sensation of euphoria surged through him, as torrents of vital energy coursed throughout his entire being. At that moment, a profound clarity blossomed in Yifeng's mind. He would transform into a warrior brimming with boundless energy. One word echoed within him, exhilarating. After a while, Yifeng calmed his emotions and surveyed the surrounding zombies, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. With his newfound mythical physique, he was eager to slay a few zombies for excitement. Yifeng drew forth his crimson blade, poised to unleash a massacre. Just then, he abruptly halted his movements, his gaze shifting toward the entrance of the mall, his eyes flickering with intrigue. Could someone be approaching? Chapter 115. The Night Walker, a foe from a past life? Yifeng subtly concealed himself, raising his gaze downward. At the entrance of the mall, a group of panicked survivors rushed in. Leading them was a short-haired policewoman in uniform, brandishing a firearm. Yifeng's eyes sharpened as he regarded her, a sense of admiration washing over him. What a beautiful girl. The policewoman sported blunt bangs, clad in a fitted uniform. Her features striking. Her long legs, curvy hips, and alluring silhouette were captivating. A tiny waist complemented her ample bosom. Yifeng's brow furrowed suddenly. This girl, he felt he had encountered her in a past life, and there was a grudge. In the lobby on the first floor, the short-haired policewoman held her gun in her right hand, her pretty face betraying signs of fatigue. She steeled herself, surveying the area. Then, her eyes widened in disbelief. The entire lobby was devoid of zombies. Their heads had been severed, their bodies charred beyond recognition. None had survived. The survivors displayed expressions of awe, their faces a tapestry of incredulity. What on earth had transpired here? Was there a monster on the loose? At that moment, a slight, frail young man frowned and remarked, "The zombies here bear signs of having been slashed. Their skulls are cleaved. Clearly, a formidable team of superhumans has passed through. What do you think, Weijia?" He cast an inquisitive glance toward her. "I concur," the short-haired policewoman nodded slightly. "However, this place appears deserted. Is anyone here?" Someone called out loudly. But after a moment's pause, no response came. Upon witnessing this, The short-haired policewoman made a swift decision. In that case, since there are not many zombies, we can take a short rest here and replenish our supplies. The group nodded in agreement at her words. The policewoman let out a sigh of relief, leaning against a pillar as she gradually sank down. Thank you so much, Wei Jia, for your help throughout this journey. A middle-aged woman expressed her heartfelt gratitude as she looked at the short-haired girl. Indeed, you are truly our savior. Another gentleman, nearing 50, similarly expressed his sentiments. The short-haired policewoman managed to force a faint smile, remarking, "This is the result of our collective efforts." Then, she slowly lowered her head, a flicker of concern passing through her beautiful downcast eyes. "Sister, are you all right? Are you safe?" 2 days prior, due to her sister's phone running out of battery, they had lost contact. However, she did not dwell on worry excessively, for in contrast to her own dire predicament, her sister was far more fortunate. She was guarding a supply warehouse alone, with no concerns for sustenance, and was temporarily out of danger. At that moment, a young couple emerged from the crowd. The young man was short and frail, with dark skin. Indeed, he was the one who had spoken earlier. The young woman, on the other hand, was tall and strikingly beautiful. They approached, offering water and bread. "Sister Wei, please have something to eat. You have truly worked hard on this journey." The slender young man cast a discreet glance at the firearm in the short-haired policewoman's hand, expressing his gratitude. "Sister, let me massage your back." The woman, also smiling, stepped forward to begin her ministrations. On the second floor, Yifeng's lips curled into a smile. "It's her," he thought, retrieving his invisibility mask. The moment he donned the mask, his body vanished from sight, entering a state of invisibility. He quietly descended the stairs, careful not to disturb the survivors below. Simultaneously, his eyes flickered with memories. There were not many legendary powerhouses in Jiang City. The notable strong individuals and forces could be counted on one's fingers. In his previous life, this short-haired girl was one of the top-tier powerhouses endowed with legendary abilities. She was known for her coldness and ruthlessness, speaking little, engaging in wanton slaughter, and displaying indifference to everything. People referred to her as the Night Walker. Yifeng had been fortunate enough to encounter her once, as part of an opposing faction, following his leader into battle. The outcome of that clash had been devastating for Yifeng's side, suffering heavy casualties while the Nightwalker departed with grace. He himself had sustained dark corruption to his right leg, leaving him permanently disabled and diminishing his combat prowess. Was the merciless Nightwalker truly so benevolent before awakening? Yifeng murmured to himself, gazing at the short-haired girl with a complex expression. Name, Shun Huaiwei. Ability, Non-Combat Power Index, 13. She had yet to awaken. Yifeng's gaze shifted thoughtfully. Should he seek revenge or attempt to subjugate her? Perhaps both could be pursued concurrently. At that instant, an unusual commotion arose in the gathering. "Sister Wei, we owe you so much for this journey," the slender young man praised. "Not at all. Your speed, ability, and contributions to slaying zombies are no less than mine." Shun Huaiwei managed to smile, waving her hand dismissively. The slender young man, named Sun Haifeng, was an awakened rare-level speed-type ability user. "Sister, please don't be modest. Without your care, Peak Brother and I would have perished beneath the claws of zombies long ago," chimed the woman beside him, stifling a giggle, while reaching out to massage Shun Huaiwei's shoulders. Her name was Zhou Qingqing, Sun Haifeng's girlfriend. Suddenly, Shun Huaiwei felt a sharp pain, furrowing her brow as she instinctively let out a soft gasp. Hiss! The crowd gasped in alarm, instinctively turning their gazes toward Shun Huaiwei. "She has been wounded," Zhou Qingqing exclaimed in terror, taking a step back. Following the direction indicated by her, one could discern a mark on Shun Huaiwei's shoulder, resembling a scratch, albeit not particularly pronounced. The massage performed by Zhou Qingqing had inadvertently brushed against the wound. The group was momentarily taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. Could this injury possibly be the result of a zombie's attack? "It's over. Sister Wei has been scratched by a zombie. What shall we do?" Panic ensued amongst the crowd, spiraling into chaos. Sun Haifeng instinctively took 2 steps back, then quickly regained his composure, furrowing his brow in disbelief. "How could this be? How could I have been scratched by a zombie?" Shun Huaiwei's complexion turned ashen as she turned to inspect her wound. Upon completing her examination, she exhaled a sigh of relief. Looking at the crowd, she earnestly explained, "I recall now. This is merely an abrasion I sustained while fleeing. I have not been bitten or scratched by a zombie. Please trust me." Shun Huaiwei spoke with sincerity, gazing into the eyes of her companions. However, their eyes averted, and they instinctively moved further away from her. Chapter 116. The wrong Shun Huaiwei. "I truly am just scratched," Shun Huaiwei said, her expression tinged with helplessness. "Is it true? Because it certainly looks like a scratch to me," remarked a middle-aged woman, who had previously expressed gratitude, now wearing a face of suspicion. Young lady, do not feign strength or lie. It could endanger us all. A man in his 50s admonished without hesitation. Shen Huaiwei, upon hearing this, instinctively sought reassurance from Sun Haifeng and Zhou Qingqing. Haifeng, Qingqing, you two are close. Please confirm that this is indeed just a scratch. At her words, both exchanged glances. Momentarily silent, Sun Haifeng's expression shifted between uncertainty and concern, while Zhou Qingqing lowered her head, lost in thought. Seeing their reaction, Shen Huaiwei felt a pang of anxiety. Can you please speak? Sun Haifeng narrowed his eyes slightly and hesitantly spoke. Sister Wei, I acknowledge the diligence you have shown throughout this journey. You even saved my life before I awakened my powers, for which I am deeply grateful. However, I must prioritize the safety of everyone. To speak candidly, that wound does appear somewhat akin to a zombie scratch. Shen Huaiwei's eyes widened in alarm as she rushed to explain, I assure you, I have not been scratched by a zombie. Noticing the two remained unmoved, she felt a sense of defeat. Very well. The announcement stated that those infected by scratches would undergo transformation within 10 minutes to half an hour. We merely need to wait patiently. The truth will eventually reveal itself. Sun Haifeng squinted, raising his gaze to Shen Huaiwei as he continued. Sister Wei, this is indeed a viable approach. However, to be safe, we must bind you. Would you consent to this? As he spoke, he produced a length of rope. This is for everyone's benefit. If you do not transform, we shall release you immediately. If you do transform, we can minimize the danger. He refrained from elaborating further, as Shen Huaiwei's expression had turned increasingly grim. With disbelief etched on her face, she stared at Sun Haifeng, asking you intend to bind me? After a brief silence, he replied, this is the consensus of the group. Shen Huaiwei paused, then turned to the others, her voice slightly hoarse. Is this what you all think? As the crowd noticed her gaze, they instinctively averted their eyes and fell silent. The atmosphere grew tense until a sharp voice broke through. Daughter, just agree. It's for everyone's benefit. With her words, the floodgates of conversation opened. Indeed, this is the best way to handle it. You are a police officer. You should consider the people. An elder declared with conviction. Yes, just make a small sacrifice. For the greater good. Voices chimed in unison, echoing the sentiment. Upon hearing these remarks, a trace of despondency flickered in Shen Huaiwei's eyes. When the apocalypse struck, she had been responding to a call with several colleagues. In the wake of disaster, they chose to protect the populace, fulfilling their duty. They safeguarded survivors, battled zombies, and evaded peril. As food became scarce, they risked their lives in search of supplies. Tragically, 2 of Shen Huaiwei's colleagues perished at the hands of zombies while fighting for a box of bread. Now, the very people she had fought to protect turned against her. Leaving her heartbroken, Shen Huaiwei gently closed her eyes, forcing herself to regain composure. After a moment, a self-deprecating smile graced her lips as she spoke calmly. Very well. I consent. Bind me if you must. The truth shall soon reveal itself. Forgive me, Sun Haifeng said, though his hands were swift and efficient. In no time, he had secured Shen Huaiwei. He then scanned the surroundings and spotted a small room. Sister Wei, if you would kindly follow me, he said with a faint smile, an enigmatic glint in his eyes. Shen Huaiwei remained silent, casting a deep, contemplative glance at him. Inside the room, Shen Huaiwei found herself tied to a chair. Are you truly this cautious? She remarked, slightly furrowing her brow. At that moment, Sun Haifeng lunged forward, catching her off guard as he seized the handgun from her waist. Sun Haifeng, what are you doing? Even if I were to transform, I wouldn't use the gun. Shen Huaiwei's expression shifted in alarm as she realized the gravity of the situation and began to struggle. Yet, the ropes binding her were too tight, rendering her efforts futile. Sun Haifeng smirked slightly, toying with the weapon as he gazed at Shen Huaiwei, admiring her short hair and confident demeanor, her physique alluring and strong. He could not suppress a swallow. Sister Wei, I understand your grievances. In truth, no one comprehends your plight better than I do. You are not infected. Shen Huaiwei widened her eyes, taken aback. You know? Then why have you wrongfully accused me? Sun Haifeng hesitated before responding. Indeed, that was my intention. Confused, Shen Huaiwei questioned. Why? His expression darkened. Why? Let me ask you this. Why did you reject my confession? His tone grew fervent. I am the chosen one, a powerful abilities wielder. Am I not worthy of you? How could you turn me down? Shen Huaiwei's disbelief was palpable. You mean, it was for this reason? Do you not have a girlfriend? Is not Zhou Qingqing good enough? Previously, Sun Haifeng had indeed covertly expressed his affection for her, only to be met with her heartless rejection. She did not harbor any feelings for Sun Haifeng. Moreover, Sun Haifeng already had a girlfriend. At this moment, outside the door, Zhou Qingqing, eavesdropping, instinctively clenched her fists, a flicker of resentment flashing in her eyes. Chapter 117. The malicious Zhou Qingqing. What of having a girlfriend? What kind of world are we living in? Is it abnormal for me to have multiple girlfriends? Sun Haifeng remarked with an air of nonchalance. How can you say such a thing? Shun Huaiwei exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Shun Huaiwei, why not be my girlfriend? If you agree, I shall release you immediately. Rest assured, I will treat you well. Sun Haifeng's gaze was fervent, his breath quickening. Impossible. You are not my type. Besides, you already have a girlfriend. Sun Haifeng, release me at once. Shun Huaiwei resolutely rejected him, shouting loudly. Upon hearing her response, disappointment clouded Sun Haifeng's features. In that case, do not blame me, he said, preparing to take action. Just then, the door creaked open. A figure stepped into the room. Shun Huaiwei, catching sight of the newcomer, was instantly elated and urgently called out, Qingqing, you must help me. Sun Haifeng, he has gone mad. In her anxiety, she failed to notice Zhou Qingqing's face, which had turned a deep shade of gloom. Zhou Qingqing fixed her gaze on Sun Haifeng, her teeth nearly biting through her lower lip. What are you doing here? Leave at once. Sun Haifeng furrowed his brow, a hint of unease creeping in. Brother Haifeng, I heard everything. Why not allow me to persuade Sister Wei? Sun Haifeng's eyes widened in surprise. Persuade? Do you even realize what you were saying? He doubted his ears, or perhaps misunderstood the situation. Brother Haifeng, you heard correctly. I have a method to sway her back to you, and serve you together. Zhou Qingqing smiled slowly, her tone enticing. What are you talking about? Shun Huaiwei's mouth fell agape, her face a mask of shock. Are you serious? Sun Haifeng exclaimed, his spirits lifting. Indeed, but I need you to step outside first. Zhou Qingqing continued after a brief pause. Why is that? Sun Haifeng instinctively frowned. It is a secret among women. Zhou Qingqing replied. Sun Haifeng fell silent, his expression shifting. Brother Haifeng, if I succeed in persuading her, I will serve you alongside my sister. Zhou Qingqing's words were laden with temptation. Sun Haifeng couldn't help but let his imagination wander, nodding instinctively. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, I agree. Qingqing, you must help me persuade Wei Wei. If you succeed, you shall be my greatest ally, and I shall reward you handsomely. Sun Haifeng approached with a smile and planted a kiss on Zhou Qingqing's cheek. Zhou Qingqing's lips curled into a smile. Brother Haifeng, you mustn't eavesdrop. Sun Haifeng nodded, no problem, and promptly exited the room. Inside, Zhou Qingqing turned to Shun Huaiwei, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. Shun Huaiwei let out a cold huff, forcing herself to maintain composure. Qingqing, no matter how you persuade me, I will never agree. What on earth were you thinking to accept such outrageous terms? Release me immediately, and I will leave you at once. She felt as though she had saved a pack of ingrates and had no desire to linger any longer. All she wished for was to find her sister. However, Zhou Qingqing made no move to comply, nor did she attempt to reason with her. Instead, she spoke slowly. Sister Wei, you are just an ordinary person like me, not a powerful ability user. Why do you constantly act so high and mighty? Zhou Qingqing gradually produced a dagger, a hint of madness glimmering in her eyes. Shun Huaiwei caught sight of the sharp blade from the corner of her eye and felt a chill run down her spine. Qingqing, what are you doing? Calm down. Zhou Qingqing laughed uproariously, raising the dagger high. Ha ha ha, haven't you been flaunting your gun? You strutted around, but now you are disarmed and bound, completely at my mercy. How foolish. Zhou Qingqing, have you lost your mind? What do you intend to do? Shun Huaiwei scolded sharply. What do I intend to do? You flaunt your long legs, slim waist, and ample bosom. Who are you trying to entice? My brother Haifeng was ensnared by your charms, you wretched woman. Shun Huaiwei attempted to explain weakly. Yet, Zhou Qingqing paid her no heed and pulled something else from her pocket. Sister Wei, look at this. Shun Huaiwei raised her eyes, her expression shifting dramatically. In Zhou Qingqing's hand was a dog-esque tooth, stained with the poison of the undead. Zhou Qingqing approached, brandishing the infected tooth. Stay away. Help. Shun Huaiwei trembled, her face pale, struggling desperately while calling out. Upon hearing her cries, Zhou Qingqing's expression changed. She stepped forward, gripping Shun Huaiwei's face with one hand while raising the dagger high with the other. With a brutal thrust, she plunged the dagger into Shun Huaiwei's mouth, twisting it slightly. Thud! Blood gushed from Shun Huaiwei's mouth as something fell to the ground. An overwhelming agony surged through her. Ah! Zhou Qingqing appeared exhilarated. Scream. Let me hear that lovely voice. I will render you speechless. Shun Huaiwei trembled in despair, unable to utter a word as blood continued to flow. Zhou Qingqing grinned, taking the zombie-esque tooth and tearing open Shun Huaiwei's clothing, plunging it into her abdomen. You're not infected, are you? Let me help you. She laughed, embraced the transformation into a zombie. Zhou Qingqing's excitement was palpable as she mimicked the bite of the undead with the poisoned tooth. Thud! Thud! Shun Huaiwei felt excruciating pain in her abdomen, her heart sinking into an abyss of darkness. Not only had she lost her tongue, but now she was truly on the verge of being infected with the zombie virus. Despair enveloped her completely. Shun Huaiwei's eyes dimmed, her expression vacant. Sister, I can no longer seek you out. I hope you are safe and sound. At that moment, a shadow burst into the room. What are you doing? Chapter 118. Despair of Shun Huaiwei. The newcomer was Sun Haifeng. However, Zhou Qingqing was already prepared, having hidden the zombie's venomous fangs in advance. Yet, upon seeing Shun Huaiwei spitting blood, Sun Haifeng was seized by uncontrollable rage and raised his hand to deliver a resounding slap. The sound echoed sharply, and Zhou Qingqing's right cheek began to swell. Covering her face, she looked utterly aggrieved. Brother Haifeng, it was my fault. I accidentally hurt Sister Huaiwei. But she truly has been infected by the zombie virus. The wound is not on her shoulder, but on her abdomen. Shun Huaiwei's eyes widened in shock. What? What on earth is happening? Sun Haifeng, momentarily stunned, gazed at Shun Huaiwei, who was still spewing blood. I discovered she was indeed infected. And just as I was about to report to you, Sister Huaiwei attempted to attack me. Luckily, I managed to evade her. However, in my instinctive counterattack, I inadvertently injured her tongue. Zhou Qingqing's face was filled with grievance. No, this is impossible. How could she be infected? Sun Haifeng's expression was one of disbelief. Brother Haifeng, let me show you. The wound on her abdomen is concealed. Zhou Qingqing stepped forward and tore open the hem of Shun Huaiwei's shirt, revealing distinct bite marks from a zombie on her abdomen. Upon witnessing this scene, Sun Haifeng's expression turned blank. At this point, he could no longer deny the truth. Woo-woo. Shun Huaiwei glared at Zhou Qingqing with eyes filled with resentment. Sun Haifeng cast a deep glance at Zhou Qingqing, remaining silent. Zhou Qingqing wore an expression of feigned innocence. Sister Huaiwei, I know you hate me for injuring you, and I sincerely apologize. Sun Haifeng looked up at Shun Huaiwei. I never expected you to truly be infected. Fortunately, I managed to control you beforehand. His demeanor was cold, tinged with a hint of regret. Alas, it is indeed a pity, such a captivating beauty. Yet I cannot enjoy it. Shun Huaiwei's expression was vacant, her heart filled with despair. But you have a sister, don't you? I recall you mentioning that she is alone, guarding a supplies warehouse, living carefree, without worries. How can this be allowed? What if she encounters a villain? I must go protect her. Sun Haifeng chuckled, stepping forward to seize the phone from Shun Huaiwei. Weili, you may rest easy. I will contact your sister, extract her address, and take good care of her. Shun Huaiwei's eyes widened in horror as she struggled violently, a tempest of fury swelling within her. Though she had lost contact with her sister, her phone contained chat records with her sister's address information. Shun Huaiwei's eyes blazed with rage as she muttered incoherently. Cursing beast. Sun Haifeng, wearing a look of regret, turned and walked away, with Zhou Qingqing following closely behind. A smug expression on her face as she locked the door behind them. Within the room, only the despairing figure of Shun Huaiwei remained. Sun Haifeng stepped outside and declared, Regrettably, I have just risked my life to conduct another examination, and it has been confirmed that Shun Huaiwei has indeed been infected by a zombie and may transform at any moment. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief. Not a single person expressed sorrow for Shun Huaiwei. Their eyes were filled only with gratitude. Is it true? It seems we were right. I initially felt a twinge of guilt, but it turns out she truly was bitten. She deserves it. By the way, Brother Feng, we just checked, and all the supplies in this wretched place are gone. Indeed, they've been completely taken, not a single strand left behind. Without resources to replenish, our current supplies are quite limited. At this, Sun Haifeng furrowed his brow, disbelief evident on his face. No supplies here? How is that possible? It is true. Not only food, but even undergarments are absent. Everything is utterly bare. Indeed, it's absurd. Seeing the consensus among the group, Sun Haifeng fell silent for a moment before speaking. If there are none, then so be it. I have received good news. Shun Huaiwei's sister is guarding a warehouse full of supplies. The stock there is plentiful, and zombies are scarce. I believe it is an excellent destination. Trust me, follow me. As soon as Sun Haifeng's words fell, excitement surged through the crowd. Is it true? We are all following Brother Feng. Haha, splendid. Why didn't Shun Huaiwei tell us sooner? Exactly, she is truly selfish. The crowd buzzed with excitement, their faces alight with joy. Without delay, since everyone agrees, we shall set off now. Sun Haifeng announced resolutely. Haha, following Brother Feng guarantees food and drink. Indeed. From now on, I shall be Brother Feng's loyal subordinate. With cheerful expressions, they all rose to prepare for departure. Sun Haifeng led the way, with Zhou Qingqing quickly following behind. She approached him and whispered, Brother Haifeng, why are we bringing these burdens? Sun Haifeng glanced at her and replied softly. They will be useful at a critical moment. They are our bait. Our shield. Zhou Qingqing immediately understood, nodding in silence. Sun Haifeng then guided the group away from the location. However, unbeknownst to him, at the moment he stepped out of the mall, a listening device had silently landed on his clothing. Inside the room, Shun Huaiwei, bound to a chair, wore a mask of despair. "Sister, it is my incompetence." Tears streamed down her face as anguish, hopelessness, and resentment intertwined within her. At that moment, a clear male voice echoed, "Would you willingly accept such a fate?" Chapter 119. The Contract. Shun Huaiwei awakens. Startled by the voice, Shun Huaiwei instinctively opened her eyes. She beheld a tall figure slowly materializing in the air, standing with hands clasped behind his back, his tone indifferent. "To be repaid with betrayal by a group of beasts. And for them to even threaten your sister. Are you truly willing to accept this?" Shun Huaiwei's eyes widened, her excitement nearly spilling over. She did not know who Yi Feng was, but without a doubt, his appearance had given her a glimmer of hope. The voice of Yi Feng continued to resonate in her ears, akin to a celestial melody. "Shun Huaiwei, surrender to me. Offer your loyalty, your body, your everything. I shall rid you of the corpse poison, heal your wounds, and bestow upon you formidable, transcendent power. At that time, whether for vengeance or to protect your sister, it shall be effortless." The air was filled with Yi Feng's clear voice. Shun Huaiwei looked at him in disbelief, her delicate form trembling continuously, unable to utter a word. For her, Yi Feng's words felt like the whispers of a demon, yet also like the salvation from a deity. It was the last lifeline for her survival. Though what Yi Feng said seemed utterly preposterous to her, purging corpse poison, healing her injuries, was that within human capability? However, in her dire straits, she was determined to grasp even the faintest glimmer of hope. It could not get any worse. "If you agree, merely nod. Make your decision swiftly, otherwise. Once the transformation occurs, I shall be powerless to assist." Yi Feng maintained a calm demeanor, his tone unruffled. He could detect a faint, putrid odor emanating from Shun Huaiwei, a scent of impending transformation that normal individuals could not perceive. Yi Feng's heightened sense of smell allowed him this awareness. Shun Huaiwei fervently nodded, her eyes filled with insatiable yearning. She gazed at Yi Feng as though he were a lifeline to a drowning soul. A subtle smile graced Yi Feng's lips as he produced a vial of corpse poison antidote. Stepping closer, he pried open Shun Huaiwei's mouth and, under her hopeful gaze, poured the liquid down her throat. Gulp. As the antidote entered her system, her delicate body began to tremble violently, and her condition improved almost instantaneously. The effect was immediate. Under Yi Feng's watchful eyes, the faint aura of decay surrounding her rapidly dissipated. Shun Huaiwei felt a surge of gratitude as she looked toward Yi Feng. Overwhelmed with emotion, she knelt before him. Yi Feng, with a flick of his wrist, conjured a vial of green potion, the miraculous regeneration elixir he had recently acquired. This elixir possessed the extraordinary ability to restore severed limbs, regardless of whether it was an arm, leg, or any other part. Consuming the potion would result in the regrowth of the corresponding limb. Shun Huaiwei had only lost a portion of her tongue, making restoration effortlessly achievable. Yi Feng handed the elixir to her, urging, "Drink it." Shun Huaiwei, kneeling before Yi Feng, accepted the potion without hesitation and swallowed it in one gulp. Gulp. The potion coursed through her. In the next moment, a flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes. "Ah!" she exclaimed, for her tongue began to tingle and swell, rapidly regenerating. Tears of joy streamed down Shun Huaiwei's face. Before long, her tongue returned to its original state. Thank you for saving me," she exclaimed, her face brimming with excitement and elation. She looked at Yi Feng, her gaze filled with admiration and astonishment. Yi Feng smiled gently and said, "Do not kneel. Rise and speak." Since he had intervened to save Shun Huaiwei, he was determined to see it through. The expenditure of 2 vials of elixir was not trivial, yet the reward was far greater. Not only a delicate beauty, but also an awakened individual endowed with legendary powers. This transaction was indeed quite advantageous. It was time to formalize the contract. Yi Feng grinned, biting his index finger to draw forth a drop of his blood. He then extended his finger towards Shun Huaiwei's lips. "Consume it. To forge a pact with me, blood must be the covenant." Shun Huaiwei hesitated for a moment, gazing at his elongated finger near her lips. Without a second thought, she flicked out her tongue and took in Yi Feng's blood, swallowing it whole. Yi Feng observed the short-haired beauty before him, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue, and immediately activated the God of War contract. Boom! A surge of contractual energy arose, enveloping both Yi Feng and Shun Huaiwei. The air vibrated with the mysterious force of the contract. Shun Huaiwei paused, and a voice echoed in her mind. "Will you sign the contract, pledging your loyalty to become a warrior under the command of the God of War Yi Feng?" She nodded resolutely, opting to accept the pact. In the next instant, a beam of golden light materialized in the void before flowing into her being. Shun Huaiwei absorbed the golden radiance, her body trembling as the enhancing light shimmered and surged within her. Astonishment graced her features. How wondrous! A warm current coursed through her, and her complexion flushed, overwhelmed by an intense heat. Simultaneously, her attributes, strength, speed, and stamina, were all comprehensively augmented. Soon, the golden light dissipated, marking the end of the enhancement. The contract was established. Yifeng felt a sense of satisfaction wash over him as he nodded approvingly. From that moment forth, Shun Huaiwei would be his contracted warrior. Her life and death entirely under his control. Shun Huaiwei trembled, her visage radiant, her excitement palpable. I feel so powerful. Her beautiful eyes sparkled, ready to express more. Just then, her body suddenly weakened, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Yifeng's expression shifted as he rushed forward to embrace her soft waist. He quickly assessed her condition, and a glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes. She was on the verge of awakening her powers. However, she had lost considerable blood and had been overwhelmed by a whirlwind of emotions. The surge of awakening energy had caused her to faint, but this would not impede her awakening process. Yifeng carried Shun Huaiwei onto the street in search of a secluded location. He then chuckled softly to himself, realizing that his own mobile home was the most discreet and secure place. With a mere thought, he summoned the silver RV from his spatial realm and gently placed Shun Huaiwei on the sofa inside. Yifeng scrutinized her closely. With her short hair framing her exquisite features, a slender waist, and a generous bosom, she exuded an air of striking elegance. Yifeng continued to gaze upon her. A pair of long legs, straight and elongated, coupled with firm and elastic thighs and buttocks. Yifeng silently marveled at the extraordinary beauty before him. Rising to his feet, he prepared himself a cup of tea. As he savored the beverage, he quietly observed Shun Huaiwei's awakening process. The awakening of one's abilities requires time. The more potent the ability, the longer the duration. Shun Huaiwei's aura grew increasingly dense, enveloped by swirling dark energy. The fluctuations of energy ebbed and flowed unpredictably. Yifeng chuckled softly. Since ancient times, deep affections have proven ephemeral. Only through strategy can one capture the heart. It is only by making a formidable entrance during a person's most vulnerable moment, becoming a beacon of light in their life, that one can swiftly penetrate their heart. Enhancing beauty pales in comparison to providing timely assistance in times of need. Yifeng patiently awaited, glancing occasionally at Shun Huaiwei. Suddenly, he felt a stirring within. A hum resonated as a unique energy erupted from his body, exuding an enigmatic aura. What is this? Yifeng was momentarily taken aback, but swiftly regained his composure. A glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. Could it be an awakening of abilities? Chapter 120, Power Ability for Major Skills. My abilities are awakening? Yifeng stood frozen, incredulity flickering in his gaze. Remarkably, while observing Shun Huaiwei's awakening, he found himself stirred, beginning his own awakening. He promptly sat cross-legged, gently closing his eyes to quietly experience the wondrous changes within him. A stream of cool energy surged within, pulsating steadily. Simultaneously, Yifeng's physical strength experienced a slight enhancement. Regrettably, the energy dissipated all too quickly. Yifeng slowly opened his eyes, a flash of golden light gleaming within. The awakening was successful. At the same moment, a message flooded into his consciousness. Ordinary level, strength enhancement. Yifeng pressed his lips together, a trace of disappointment surfacing in his eyes. Is it merely an ordinary level ability? It is identical to the ability he awakened in his previous life. Nevertheless, Yifeng quickly concealed his disappointment. Dual abilities. Regardless, he had acquired a second ability. Moreover, what does it matter if it is an ordinary level ability? It is essential to recognize that the quality of abilities can be upgraded. The effects and power of abilities of the same type can undergo transformative changes when their quality is elevated. Take, for instance, the power abilities Yifeng is most familiar with. Despite being categorized as power abilities, their combat effectiveness varies significantly based on quality. From low to high, there are Strength Enhancement, Strength Frenzy, Strength Control, and Strength Domination. Strength Enhancement is an ordinary level ability. Both its power and growth potential are rather average. Strength Frenzy is a rare level ability. Those who awaken this ability not only experience a stronger growth curve, but also have the opportunity to comprehend formidable skills. For example, Yifeng's foolish neighbor, Lin Haoyan, awakened Strength Frenzy and also comprehended the skill Frenzy, which sacrifices defense to significantly enhance his power for a short duration. Strength Control, classified as an epic level ability, allows its wielder to masterfully command their physical strength. boasting overwhelming combat power while also enabling the comprehension of powerful skills that project energy outward. As for the legendary power of the extraordinary abilities, it is truly unparalleled and immensely domineering, enabling one to single-handedly conquer multitudes in battle. In his previous life, Yifeng had heard tales of a power-type ability user in the capital of magic, who initially awakened only an ordinary level of strength. However, by sheer luck, he encountered an opportunity that ultimately enhanced his original power ability to the legendary force of earthly god. From that moment on, this extraordinary user possessed incredible strength. As long as he stood upon the ground, his stamina would never wane, and his power would be inexhaustible. The deeds of this ability user inspired countless individuals at the lowest rungs of society, who revered him as an idol, yearning for the day they could achieve similar greatness. Contemplating this, a subtle smile graced Yifeng's lips. The opportunity that countless low-tier ability users had dreamt of in his past life would descend upon him tonight. Furthermore, Yifeng was aware of the precise time and location. If he successfully acquired that coveted item this evening, he could elevate his newly awakened power. Rare? Epic? No. He aspired to possess a legendary ability. Yifeng's heart surged with excitement. At that moment, insights concerning strength and thunder flooded into his mind. Could it be that the convergence of thunder and power abilities had led to this unique epiphany? Joy sparkled in Yifeng's eyes. The system's prompt resonated soon after. Alert. The host is experiencing a moment of special enlightenment. It is recommended that the host consume the ancient tree tea leaves of understanding at this moment. Yifeng was momentarily taken aback, but swiftly retrieved the ancient tree tea leaves from his spatial storage. A fragrant aroma enveloped him, invigorating his spirit. He promptly bit down on half a leaf. As it entered his mouth, it transformed into a refreshing essence that coursed down his throat and permeated his entire being. He then returned the remaining half of the ancient tea leaf to storage. With eyes closed, Yifeng quietly embraced the changes. In an instant, an enigmatic aura enveloped him. He felt an unprecedented clarity in his mind. Matters that had previously eluded his understanding suddenly became clear. A myriad of forgotten memories surged forth, illuminating his thoughts with profound insights. Concepts of strength, dominance, fury, and thunder cascaded through his heart. Alert! You have grasped the path of thunder and strength, touching upon the power of rules. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill, Thunder Fist. Rules? In that moment, Yifeng's eyes gleamed with exhilaration. It is known that comprehending the rules is a requisite for ability users to advance to the 4th tier. In his previous life, Yifeng had been unable to comprehend the rules, resulting in his stagnation at the 3rd tier. He forcefully subdued his excitement, for he understood that the rewards of this endeavor might far exceed his expectations. Inside the vehicle, Yifeng sat cross-legged, surrounded by waves of mysterious energy. Alert! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill, Thunderblade. Alert! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill, Thunder Slash. Once again, he had grasped 2 formidable skills. Yifeng felt a rush of exhilaration within. Settling his mind, he continued to absorb the insights. Moments later, just as the effect of the ancient tree leaf began to wane, Yifeng's body trembled with newfound power. Note: congratulations to the host for comprehending the unique skill, Thunder Leap. Yifeng slowly opened his eyes, a sense of wistfulness washing over him. It was over. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure and calmed his thoughts. He clicked to view his newly acquired abilities. Thunder Fist. Channel the power of thunder into one's fist, delivering a formidable strike to the target, inflicting both electrical and physical damage. Thunderblade. Summon a blade of thunder, dealing immense electrical damage to foes. Thunder Slash. Condense the power of thunder into a semicircular arc and swiftly strike out, causing terrifying cutting effects on those struck. Yifeng nodded in satisfaction. From this moment onward, his arsenal of attacks would be significantly enriched. He then focused on the final skill he had comprehended. Thunder Leap. A unique skill that allows the user to instantly leap forward a certain distance, inflicting electrical damage to enemies in the vicinity of the landing spot, while temporarily enhancing one's movement speed. Yifeng's eyes widened, a look of extraordinary delight illuminating his features. Thunder Leap. It was indeed a mobility skill that also pertained to the laws of space. Yifeng's heart soared with joy. Such mobility skills are exceedingly rare and challenging to master. Furthermore, they greatly aid in combat. I am truly fortunate. Yifeng was utterly content, feeling as if he could burst into bloom with joy. Rising to his feet, he prepared to test his new skills. Just then, his body trembled once more. A powerful wave of energy radiated from within him. Yifeng's aura surged dramatically. Initially taken aback, a flicker of incredulity crossed his eyes. What is happening? Yifeng immediately closed his eyes to sense the changes in his body. Moments later, he opened his eyes, his voice brimming with excitement. Could this be the legendary self-promotion? Chapter 121. The method of breakthrough. Raging bolts of thunderous energy swirled around Yifeng. Roaring and crackling, the air was electric. Is this truly a self-breakthrough? A glimmer of astonishment filled Yifeng's eyes. A self-breakthrough is an exclusive method reserved for geniuses. Yifeng's heart raced, memories flashing through his mind. In his previous life, within the central battle zone of Huaxia, after years of research, several methods for extraordinary individuals to break free from their limitations and achieve evolution were eventually discovered. There are 4 primary methods of breakthrough. The first method involves consuming mutated crystal cores or other treasures that assist in breakthroughs. Ingesting such treasures offers a certain probability of breaking through constraints, but the success rate varies from person to person. The downside of this method is its costliness, as it requires precious mutated crystal cores. The second method entails enduring time to achieve a breakthrough. Any extraordinary individual who remains at the extreme energy star level for too long, influenced by the blood mist energy of heaven and earth, possesses a small chance of breaking through without consuming a crystal core. However, this method demands a considerable investment of time. The third method is to achieve breakthroughs during combat. Engaging in battles, particularly life and death struggles, is highly effective for advancing one's realm. As the saying goes, great terror and great fortune lie between life and death. The practitioners of supernatural abilities often contemplate life and death, which may lead to a breakthrough in their realm. However, this method carries the inherent risk of sudden demise. The fourth approach, which Yifeng currently encounters, is self-initiated breakthroughs. This method is accessible only to those with extraordinary insight or those who possess treasures aligned with their unique rules. When a practitioner's comprehension of their abilities transcends their current realm, there exists a chance to grasp skills and techniques that do not belong to their present level. Those who successfully acquire such skills may trigger a self-initiated breakthrough. Among the 4 methods of breakthrough, none is superior to the others. However, it is undeniable that practitioners who achieve self-initiated breakthroughs, armed with skills most compatible with their abilities, often possess combat prowess that exceeds their peers within the same tier. Currently, Yifeng is on the verge of evolution, having preemptively grasped a higher-tier technique known as Thunder Leap. His aura intensifies as he prepares for this transformation into a second-tier practitioner. Meanwhile, outside the RV, 2 unexpected guests approach stealthily. Wow, this silver vehicle is stunning. I absolutely adore it. They exclaim as they circle the RV, scrutinizing its exterior. Both are ordinary-level practitioners, dispatched by their leader to investigate the surrounding zombie situation. After circling the RV a few times without discovering an entry point, they exchange puzzled glances. What kind of vehicle is this? I've never seen anything like it. One remarks, raising a fire axe to strike the window. Bang, bang. After several strikes, his astonishment is palpable as his blows leave no marks on the vehicle's surface. The RV's sturdiness astounds them. What is going on with this vehicle? The other observes, also drawing a weapon to test it. Still, no scratches appear. They share an excited glance. This vehicle could be regarded as a mobile fortress. Indeed, it's a fine piece of equipment, but alas, we cannot access it. We must inform the leader. Inside the RV, the voice of the intelligent assistant, Mi Li, suddenly resonates. Master, I have detected individuals with ill intent. How shall we proceed? Yifeng smiles slightly and waves his hand dismissively, choosing to disregard them. He is in high spirits and reluctant to engage in violence. Understood, Master. Mi Li's melodious voice replies. Outside, as the 2 inform their leader, they prepare to further investigate the silver RV when it unexpectedly emits a low rumbling sound. What the hell? The vehicle is reacting. They barely have time to react before the RV suddenly roars to life and speeds away. The RV is driving off. How can this be? They stand dumbfounded, glancing at each other in confusion. What do we do? What can we do? We already reported to the leader. We must chase after it. They sprint after the RV, but alas, its speed far surpasses theirs. Inside the vehicle, Yifeng remains oblivious to the commotion outside. He sat cross-legged, quietly savoring the profound process of self-breakthrough, a faint smile gracing his lips. While self-breakthrough was indeed commendable, the timing was not quite right. Yifeng slightly pursed his lips, hesitating for a moment. However, he soon resolved to act. Moments later, as Yifeng's aura reached its zenith, he suddenly cried out. Disperse. His eyes widened as he forcefully dissipated the overwhelming energy of ascension. The breakthrough ceased. A torrent of wild energy surged within Yifeng's body, causing a trickle of blood to escape the corner of his mouth. The abrupt termination of his ascension had left him with a slight injury. I can initiate my breakthrough at any time. Yifeng maintained a calm demeanor, his gaze serene. The self-ascension, which had been yearned for by all in his previous life, was relinquished effortlessly by him, without a hint of regret. This moment is inconsequential. Yifeng seated himself, taking a delicate sip of tea, awaiting the night. Chapter 122, Shun Huaiwei Awakens. The Dark Sovereign. The silver vehicle sped along the road, soon leaving behind the two pursuing supernatural beings. Under Mi Li's guidance, the silver car came to a halt in a secluded street. Hardly had the vehicle stopped when Shun Huaiwei suddenly stirred, her eyelashes fluttering as she slowly opened her eyes. Yifeng's gaze sharpened, fixating on her. At that moment, Shun Huaiwei's beautiful eyes held a hint of confusion as she looked at Yifeng. Yifeng, I feel so strange. What has happened to me? Good news. Yifeng smiled. You have successfully awakened your powers and have become a supernatural being. Really? Shun Huaiwei's eyes widened in surprise as her expression turned joyful, promptly closing her eyes to feel her new abilities. Yifeng, I have truly become a supernatural being. She exclaimed repeatedly. Congratulations. What kind of power have you awakened? Yifeng inquired with a sip of tea and a smile. Legendary power, the Dark Sovereign. Shun Huaiwei declared joyfully. Yifeng nodded with a smile. Her powers appeared to be the same as in his past life, which did not disappoint him. His efforts to win over Shun Huaiwei were not in vain. By the way, let me promote you to a war general. Yifeng chuckled. War general? Shun Huaiwei was taken aback. With a thought, Yifeng invoked the power of the contract to begin her promotion. In an instant, an aura of contract filled the entire vehicle. A beam of golden light emerged from the void, entering Shun Huaiwei's body. Under her astonished gaze, the golden light continuously strengthened her physical prowess, enhancing her strength, speed, and constitution in all aspects. How delightful! Shun Huaiwei's lips curved into a smile, completely entranced by the sensation. Before long, the enhancement concluded. Shun Huaiwei opened her eyes, her face radiating joy. Yifeng, I feel significantly stronger now. Yifeng activated his insight eye to examine Shun Huaiwei. Name, Shun Huaiwei. Rank, 1-star ability. The Dark Sovereign. Legendary. Skills, Dark Blade, Dark Concealment, God of War's Strength. God of War's Blessing, Combat Power Index, 249. Impressive. Yifeng silently praised. Shun Huaiwei performed a brief stretch of her limbs, and then turned to Yifeng. By the way, Yifeng, I have also comprehended 2 new skills. The first skill, known as the Blade of Darkness. As Shun Huaiwei spoke, a dark energy began to coalesce in her hand, swirling and ultimately forming a blade of shadowy power. The blade, infused with dark energy, radiated a formidable aura. The potency of the Blade of Darkness was undeniably impressive. Huaiwei, you are destined to become a powerful psychic. Yifeng remarked with a gentle smile, offering his praise. Receiving Yifeng's compliment, Shun Huaiwei smiled coyly. Yifeng, I have a second skill as well. It is called Dark Concealment. As she spoke, she activated the skill, her body vanishing from sight. Yifeng looked up to discover that Shun Huaiwei had completely melded into the shadows. Yifeng, in this state, the power of the Blade of Darkness is significantly enhanced. Her faint voice echoed through the air. Ah, if it were nighttime, your skills would be even more effective. Yifeng pondered. Although Shun Huaiwei's concealment could not match his own, it nonetheless influenced the efficacy of her abilities in other ways. It seemed that his War God squad would soon welcome a formidable female warrior. Shun Huaiwei truly deserved the title of Night Stalker, a powerful awakener from her past life. I feel the same. My abilities seem to be more suited for action in the dark, she remarked as she deactivated her skill, revealing her form once more. By the way, Yifeng, where are we now? She asked, her eyes wandering curiously around. We are inside my RV, Yifeng replied with a smile. Inside the RV? Her beautiful eyes widened in shock. How can there be such a spacious RV? It's like a supersized room with all sorts of amenities. Indeed, you will understand in due time. Yifeng offered no further explanation. Oh, Shun Huaiwei responded, taking a seat on the sofa once more. She absent-mindedly rubbed her stomach, her gaze drawn to the small dining table within the RV, which was adorned with several plates of pastries. Yifeng, I'm so hungry. After days of hardship, caring for a group of ungrateful souls, she had hardly eaten her fill. Awakening her powers had also drained her of much energy and stamina. Now, she was ravenous. In response, Yifeng reached out and handed her a plate of pastries. Help yourself, don't be shy. Shun Huaiwei's eyes sparkled with delight as she accepted the food and began to devour it eagerly. This is delicious. A radiant smile graced her lips as she savored the soft and sweet pastries. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, and her expression shifted dramatically. Oh no, Yifeng, that scoundrel Sun Haifeng stole my phone. He might find my sister's address and my messages. Shun Huaiwei exclaimed, rising to her feet in agitation. Sun Haifeng and Zhou Qingqing were nothing short of beasts. They would surely bring harm to her. Chapter 123. The Power of Yin and Yang, the Cycle of Taiji. Shen Huaiwei looked at Yifeng with desperation in her eyes. Brother Yifeng, I must go save my sister. Can you help me, please? Upon hearing this, Yifeng smiled calmly and said, Huawei, you need not worry. I have already anticipated the situation regarding your sister. I have employed certain methods to monitor the whereabouts and circumstances of Sun Haifeng and his group. The eavesdropping insect, an imperceptible creature, possesses not only the ability to listen but also to locate. At these words, Shen Huawei's eyes sparkled with delight as she turned to Yifeng and asked, Is that true? That is wonderful. So what about Sun Haifeng and the others? Yifeng continued with a gentle smile. Currently, Sun Haifeng and his companions have encountered some difficulties. They still have a long journey ahead before they can find your sister. Shen Huawei immediately felt a wave of relief wash over her. Rest assured, I will monitor them in real time to ensure that Sun Haifeng does not harm a hair on your sister's head, Yifeng assured her, his tone calm and confident. Upon hearing this, Shen Huawei's anxious heart finally settled. That's good, she sighed, lightly patting her heaving chest. She had no doubt about Yifeng's words, even if they seemed preposterous. This was due to the extraordinary methods Yifeng had previously demonstrated, which were indeed remarkable. For instance, using just a vial of potion, he managed to revive someone poisoned by a corpse toxin, restoring them to vitality, a feat she had never heard of. Moreover, he had managed to regrow her severed tongue in a short span of time, allowing her to speak again. Such abilities were truly unfathomable, akin to divine intervention. With a grateful expression, Shen Huawei said, Thank you, Yifeng. You are truly considerate. Yifeng smiled and replied, There is no need for formality between us. Shen Huawei beamed and sat down contentedly, continuing to eat. After a moment, as she was finishing her meal, Yifeng gently said, Huawei, the most crucial aspect in this apocalyptic world is to enhance one's strength. Would you not agree? Upon hearing this, Shen Huawei raised her gaze to Yifeng and nodded. Brother Yifeng, you are absolutely right. In this changed world, possessing formidable strength is essential for safeguarding oneself from harm, making the enhancement of one's abilities vital. Yifeng promptly concurred. For those with special abilities, the most important factor in enhancing strength is leveling up. Are you aware that by absorbing the energy from zombie crystal nuclei, we can elevate our ability star levels? Shen Huawei immediately responded, I know, as it was mentioned in the official announcements, but I have yet to see a crystal nucleus in person. Before she could finish, Yifeng had already retrieved a crystal nucleus from his space and handed it to Shen Huawei. Is this really a zombie crystal nucleus? She exclaimed with delight as she accepted it. Yifeng briefly explained the methods of absorbing the crystal nucleus. After understanding, Shen Huawei grasped the nucleus in her hand and began to close her eyes to absorb its energy. After a moment, she furrowed her brow and looked up at Yifeng. Brother Yifeng, the absorption speed of this energy is rather slow. Yifeng chuckled. Indeed, it is not fast. But this is not your fault. Everyone experiences this. Besides, as a legendary level ability user, your energy absorption rate is comparatively swift. Others will be even slower. I see. Shen Huawei nodded thoughtfully, realizing that she could only level up gradually. However, I possess a method that can swiftly enhance your absorption rate of crystal core energy. Yifeng smiled mysteriously. What method? Shen Huawei's eyes widened, her excitement palpable. Yifeng leaned closer to her, whispering a few words in her ear. Upon hearing this, Shen Huawei's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. What? Such a physique exists in this world? A divine physique, coupled with dual cultivation? Shen Huawei's mouth fell open in astonishment. Indeed. Huawei, shall we give it a try? Yifeng's gaze was intense as he looked at her. Shen Huawei, with her short hair framing her lovely face and long, elegant legs, exuded an aura of fitness thanks to her years of training, which subtly accentuated the muscle tone in her legs and abdomen, bestowing her figure with a robust and graceful allure. Yifeng's eyes sparkled with appreciation. Shen Huawei felt a bit bashful under his gaze. Her cheeks flushed as she gently lowered her head, clearly acquiescing to his suggestion. Noticing her lack of opposition, Yifeng instinctively licked his lips. Shen Huawei's figure was striking. Her curvaceous hips complemented her toned legs, and her neat, short hair added to her healthy beauty. This is all for the sake of cultivation, Yifeng remarked. Shen Huawei nodded softly, her breath quickening, her cheeks aglow. There is water in the RV. You should clean yourself up a bit and change into suitable clothing. Yifeng instructed. With that, he retrieved clean underwear, a short skirt, and white stockings from his space, handing them to Shen Huawei. Blushing, she accepted the garments. After a moment, she completed her cleansing and donned her new attire. The girl who emerged before Yifeng was a vision in a gray ultra-short skirt and white tights. her short hair framing her beautiful, clean face, capturing attention effortlessly. Half an hour later, inside the RV, Yifeng and Shun Huaiwei sat facing one another, their gazes locked in sincere exchange. Through a heartfelt conversation, they grew remarkably familiar with each other. Shun Huaiwei's cheeks were flushed, her demeanor languid, her beautiful eyes shimmering. Brother Feng, you truly. Yifeng's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Wei, let us now circulate our energies and experience the profound mysteries of the yin-yang divine body. Yifeng took out 2 crystal cores, swallowing one before offering the other to Shun Huaiwei. Mimicking him, she opened her mouth and swallowed the crystal core, then closed her eyes. Immediately, streams of energy transformed into warm currents, coursing through her body, albeit at a slow pace. Meanwhile, Yifeng's eyes sharpened as he began to activate the powers of his yin-yang divine body. Boom! A surge of yang energy erupted within him. Simultaneously, a wave of yin energy manifested within Shun Huaiwei's body. The 2 energies ascended, overflowing, buzzing. Before long, both were enveloped in swirling black and white energies. The yin and yang energies flowed between them, moving in an orderly fashion, forming a perfect cycle. The interplay of black and white embodied the essence of the Tai Chi cycle. Chapter 124, Thunderstrike. The flawless Tai Chi cycle rapidly facilitated the absorption of zombie crystal core energy. The rate of energy absorption has ascended to a new level. Moments later, Shun Huaiwei's eyelashes fluttered, and a glimmer of astonishment flickered in her beautiful eyes. Yifeng, you have progressed far too swiftly. She could distinctly perceive that her energy absorption rate had surged by several dozen times. It was astounding. Yifeng smiled and nodded, a satisfied curve gracing his lips. I, too, am somewhat taken aback. Setting aside other considerations, the value of this yin-yang divine body is immense, especially regarding the energy absorption rate. The 2 of them settled into a focused state. As they immersed themselves in their cultivation, a vast reservoir of energy continuously flowed within their bodies. Before long, they simultaneously opened their eyes. Shun Huaiwei's expression radiated joy and surprise. Previously, she required around 3 hours to absorb energy from a single crystal core. However, under the enhancement of Yifeng's yin-yang divine body, she completed the absorption of energy from a zombie crystal core in merely a matter of minutes. Not only that, but her physical strength had also experienced a notable enhancement due to the nourishing effect of the yin-yang energy. With flushed cheeks and a slight tremor in her delicate frame, Shun Huaiwei was overwhelmed with excitement. Yifeng, not only has my cultivation improved, but my physical strength has also increased. Is this phenomenon normal? Amid her delight, a hint of concern lingered. Yifeng chuckled and reassured her, rest assured, this is a natural occurrence, and there is no need for worry. He, too, had reaped benefits from this endeavor. Although his strength had already reached the limit of 7 stars, he had not undergone a breakthrough in realm. Nevertheless, Yifeng could distinctly feel a slight enhancement in his physical prowess. His muscles had grown firmer and more powerful, and even the density of his bones had improved. Although the enhancement was modest, it was still an additional gain. Moreover, aside from the aforementioned increase in strength, Yifeng had experienced slight improvements in his vitality, recovery, and mental strength. Even the smallest of gains is still a gain. With this thought in mind, Yifeng felt a surge of exuberance and swiftly produced 2 zombie crystal cores. Come, Huaiwei, let us continue. Elsewhere, in a corner of the street, within an abandoned shop. What? You say that vehicle can move on its own, and you lost track of it? A middle-aged man with a bushy beard was reprimanding 2 dejected individuals. These 2 were the ability users who had discovered Yifeng's RV, and the bearded man was their leader. The 2 men bowed their heads under the scolding, exchanging furtive glances that revealed their shared sense of grievance. What could they do if the vehicle had fled? They had exerted themselves to the utmost. Yet the vehicle had proven too swift, especially with the hindrance of zombies in their way. However, boss, I can sense the general location of that RV. We just need to search more thoroughly to pinpoint its exact position. One of the ability users hesitated but eventually spoke up. His ability was an ordinary level enhancement of olfactory senses, allowing him to search and locate based on scent within a certain range. Earlier, he had memorized the scent of the silver RV. Is that truly the case? Quickly, lead me there. I can hardly contain my eagerness. Upon hearing this, the bearded leader's surprise was evident as he immediately issued commands. Understood. The 2 replied swiftly. Half an hour later, inside the RV, Yifeng and Shun Huaiwei had once again completed their task. Shun Huaiwei, with a rosy complexion, sat cross-legged, drawing the last vestiges of energy into her being. An aura of first-tier, 2-star strength resonated from her. Meanwhile, Yifeng reclined languidly on the sofa, sipping tea while glancing at the display panel. Alert! Event triggered. Alert! Reward of 20 bait. Alert. Additional reward of 20 bait. A smile graced Yifeng's lips as he reveled in the unexpected bounty of 40 portions of bait. Quite satisfactory. Just then, a frown creased Yifeng's brow, his gaze turning icy. Another wave of trouble? Truly reckless. Outside the RV, 3 extraordinary individuals sprinted towards them with remarkable speed, led by a man with a bushy beard. They swiftly encircled the silver vehicle, and the leader approached, scrutinizing the RV with evident delight. You certainly did not deceive me. This is undoubtedly a treasure. Upon hearing this, the 2 subordinate abilities relaxed, relieved to have located the RV and pleased with their leader's satisfaction. A job well done. The bearded leader circled the RV, lightly tapping on its surface, his eyes gleaming with greed as he murmured, "What a fine object, truly a fine object. This vehicle must belong to me." His subordinates chimed in with congratulations. "Congratulations, boss, on acquiring such a treasure." The bearded man smiled contentedly, preparing to speak when a cool male voice interrupted. "I intended to spare you, but you have sought your own demise." At these words, the trio's expressions shifted, and they turned toward the source of the voice. The door of the silver RV swung open, revealing a staircase that materialized slowly. A man dressed in black, with sharp brows and piercing eyes, descended the steps, his demeanor cold as he regarded the 3 men. The bearded leader cast a doubtful glance at Yifeng, furrowing his brow as he shot a fierce glare at his 2 subordinates. "Didn't you 2 claim this vehicle was unclaimed?" The 2 subordinates widened their eyes in shock, exchanging glances. "Did we ever say that?" After uttering these words, the bearded leader immediately donned a conciliatory smile for Yifeng. "Brother, this is a misunderstanding. I was unaware this vehicle had an owner, and I apologize." As he spoke, he subtly leaned toward Yifeng, fingers discreetly clutching a dark object concealed within his sleeve. It turned out that the bearded leader possessed an epic-level ability, the alchemical bomb, capable of creating extraordinarily powerful explosives. "Brother, I will," he began, but a flicker of malice briefly flashed in his eyes. Yifeng merely glanced at him, remaining silent as he extended his finger. In an instant, a crescent-shaped arc of thunder materialized, a terrifying energy reverberating through the air. The 3 men froze, utterly unprepared for the oncoming storm. The arc of thunder sliced through the air with alarming speed. Chapter 125. Target, Warehouse District. The crescent-shaped thunder arc sped toward the trio, instilling dread in their hearts as their scalps tingled. However, the speed of the thunder strike was so swift that evasion was impossible. Under the terrified gaze of the 3, their upper bodies were instantaneously cleaved in 2 by a bolt of lightning, severed at the waist. The wounds were smooth and charred. As the dismembered forms gradually collapsed to the ground, the burly man with a beard stared wide-eyed, disbelief flooding his gaze. "Impossible. Am I truly defeated so swiftly?" I had yet to unleash my power, my alchemical bomb, and then consciousness faded into darkness. The other 2 met the same fate. Observing this, Yifeng smiled with satisfaction. This thunder slash proved to be quite effective. Compared to lightning strikes, it consumed less energy and operated with greater stealth, while also incorporating commendable physical assault. Yifeng returned to the RV. Inside the vehicle, Shun Huaiwei had already organized her internal energy. "Yifeng, did you just get out?" she inquired with curiosity as he re-entered. "Yes, I dealt with 3 small thieves," Yifeng replied nonchalantly. "Oh," Shun Huaiwei did not dwell on it. After a moment, her cheeks flushed as she gently leaned closer to Yifeng. "Yifeng, I still want." Her tone was sweetly coaxing. After all, the allure of rapidly enhancing one's strength was simply irresistible. Upon hearing this, Yifeng paused, then gently pushed Shun Huaiwei away. Wei, please wait a moment," he said. Shun Huaiwei was taken aback, looking at him in confusion. Wei, we must set off to find your sister. Otherwise, we may run out of time." Yifeng explained with a smile. "Ah," Shun Huaiwei exclaimed, her face turning crimson in an instant. A wave of guilt and worry surged within her. Her sister. She had completely forgotten about her sister. How could she have been so thoughtless? She felt utterly wretched. Yifeng chuckled, continuing, "Get dressed. We'll depart soon. Don't worry. Time is on our side." Shun Huaiwei nodded obediently. Yifeng raised his gaze and issued a command to Mi Li, set the destination to Qinghao Warehouse District. "Understood, Master," the intelligent vehicle assistant Mi Li responded promptly. Almost simultaneously, the RV emitted a soft beep and swiftly activated. In the next moment, the vehicle changed direction and sped forward. Yifeng immersed his consciousness into the spatial realm, retrieving several suitable outfits and handing them to Shun Huaiwei. Blushing, she hurriedly accepted and donned the clothes, her focus entirely on her task, oblivious to how Yifeng had conjured them from thin air. Meanwhile, the silver vehicle sped away. On the other side, Sun Haifeng and his group were enduring a life-and-death crisis, besieged by nearly 40 zombies. However, fortune favored them. After sacrificing 7 ordinary individuals, they finally escaped the relentless pursuit of the undead and found a temporary safe haven. At that moment, everyone sat haphazardly on the ground, exhausted and panting. Just then, an irate elderly man in his 50s stormed up to Sun Haifeng. Why? The elder glared, demanding answers. What? Sun Haifeng did not even lift his eyelids, his demeanor exuding arrogance. Just now, 2 of our people fell behind. Why didn't you save them? The elder exclaimed in exasperation. Just moments ago, 2 members of their team fell behind and were mercilessly devoured by zombies. Among them was a girl with whom the elder had just begun to forge a connection, barely having taken advantage of their budding rapport. He had not anticipated her demise would come so swiftly, and his heart ached with sorrow. They were simply too slow. They deserved their fate. Why should I risk my life to save them? What if in attempting to rescue them, I only lead more to their doom? I must be accountable for the greater good. Sun Haifeng's face was stern, brows furrowed as he shot a glance at the elder. The elder, upon hearing this, widened his eyes in disbelief. Sun Haifeng, you are utterly irresponsible. You pale in comparison to Shun Huawei. The elder's face flushed with anger as he pointed an accusing finger at Sun Haifeng, his fury palpable. At this moment, other team members chimed in to support the elder. Indeed, Comrade Haifeng, you should have lent a hand. Slaying a few zombies poses no challenge for you. Absolutely, we are a team. You must learn from Shun Huawei and never abandon anyone. Upon hearing this, Sun Haifeng raised his head slightly, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Learn from Shun Huawei? Huh, how laughable. Do you not realize? She has already become a zombie, cast aside by all of you. His tone dripped with disdain. The group stood frozen, rendered speechless by his words. You wretched boy. The elder trembled with rage, unleashing a torrent of insults. Zhou Qingqing raised an eyebrow, stepping forward with a swift motion that resulted in a resounding slap. The elder staggered back, his cheeks swelling as he gazed at Zhou Qingqing in disbelief. Old dang, mind your manners and understand who the true master is here. Speak out of turn again, and I shall end you. Zhou Qingqing's expression was fierce, devoid of mercy. The elder, clutching his face, paled, his gaze vacant, utterly speechless. Leave. Sun Haifeng uttered the word coldly. The elder stiffened, not daring to utter a sound, and trembled as he retreated back to the group. Witnessing this, those present bowed their heads, enveloped in a heavy silence. At this moment, they longed for the presence of Shun Huawei. Sun Haifeng truly regarded them as inconsequential. After a brief pause, Sun Haifeng rose and declared, everyone has rested sufficiently. Let us press on with vigor. The faces of the group reflected unease. They had not rested enough. Someone dared to voice a suggestion, Brother Feng. Must we go to Shun Huawei's sister? Perhaps we should first locate a supermarket to replenish our supplies. Before the suggestion could be completed, Sun Haifeng interrupted with a chilling remark, silence. My words are absolute truth. Those unwilling to follow me, leave immediately. Exchanging glances, the group, though filled with grievances, dared not speak further. Content with their submission, Sun Haifeng nodded approvingly. His authority was firmly established. He surveyed the group, a sense of triumph in his demeanor. Onward. Our destination, Qinghe Warehouse District. In a secluded corner of the Qinghe Warehouse District, within a snack warehouse, a petite girl crouched, clutching her legs as her body trembled uncontrollably. Sister, where are you? I am so frightened. The girl murmured to herself, the corners of her eyes faintly marked by dried tears. She was none other than Shun Huawei's younger sister, Shin Huairo, still in junior high. Beside Shin Huairo lay a large, white cat. The feline was entirely snow white, with sharp claws, and a faint royal character discernible on its head. Meow. The white cat lazily lifted its head and casually flicked its tail. Hearing the cat's call, Shun Huairo turned to it, extending her small hand to stroke the cat's soft fur, gently saying, Big White, I'm so glad you are by my side. You will protect me, won't you? Meow. The white cat responded once more, seemingly acknowledging her words. A smile blossomed on Shun Huairo's face, and she felt a slight sense of relief. The sisters' parents were small business owners of a logistics company. On the day the apocalypse struck, Shun Huairo happened to be on holiday and had brought her pet cat to her parents' workplace, ultimately becoming trapped in the snack warehouse. Tragically, both of her parents had turned into zombies. Fortunately, her pet cat, Big White, had undergone a transformation, acquiring extraordinary abilities. The remarkable cat had safeguarded Shun Huairo, otherwise, she would have perished long ago. After all, within that snack warehouse, there were not only zombies but also other survivors, and now they faced their grim fate. Shun Huairo lifted her gaze and glanced at the ground in the distance, where several zombie corpses lay strewn about. Further away, remnants of 2 human bodies could be seen. They had once plotted against Shun Huairou, but were mercilessly torn apart by the mutated Big White. The scattered remains rendered the already small warehouse, merely a few dozen square meters, even more sinister and terrifying. Fearful, Shun Huairou clutched the large white cat tightly against her chest. Time passed slowly. After an indeterminate period, Shun Huairou began to feel hunger. She set the white cat down, stood up, and prepared to search the shelves for some snacks. This warehouse, if lacking in anything, was abundant in snacks. However, just as she rose, she suddenly heard a commotion outside. Startled, Shun Huairou's expression changed, and she quickly crouched back into the corner. With wide eyes, she gently covered her mouth, her petite frame trembling incessantly. Then came the sounds of honking vehicles, the roars of zombies, and the rumble of thunder. Shun Huairou's pupils dilated, her face filled with terror. A fierce glint flickered in the eyes of the white cat. It let out a soft meow and swayed its tail, attempting to soothe the panicking Shun Huairou. Clutching the white cat tightly, she felt utterly lost. Big White, I'm so scared. At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly echoed from outside. Xiaorou, where are you? Shun Huairou froze in the corner, momentarily stunned. Then, realizing the source, her eyes widened in disbelief. The voice continued, Xiaorou, don't be afraid. It's your sister coming to find you. In an instant, overwhelming joy surged in Shun Huairou's gaze. It was her sister. It was her sister's voice. Shun Huairou immediately rose to her feet and swiftly dashed toward the warehouse's entrance. A glimmer of helplessness flashed in the eyes of the white cat, which hurriedly followed suit. Upon reaching the door, Shun Huairou did not open it right away. Instead, she crouched down to peer through the gap, observing stealthily. Outside, a silver RV was parked, surrounded by a multitude of zombies lying haphazardly, seemingly lifeless, with dark, putrid blood seeping from them. Beside the RV stood a man and a woman. The man was clad in black, his handsome visage strikingly noble, while the woman wore black athletic attire, her short hair framing a lovely face and slender figure. Shun Huairou's eyes brightened instantly, for the woman was none other than her sister, Shun Huiwei. Sister, where are you? Shun Huiwei called out anxiously, glancing around restlessly. Yifeng, meanwhile, smiled gently, his gaze directed toward the snack warehouse, as if he could already see Shun Huairou. Overwhelmed by emotion, Shun Huairou could no longer contain herself, and tears streamed down her face. Sister, I'm here. I'm right here. She unlocked the warehouse door, but found it obstructed by clutter. Momentarily, she was unable to exit. Meow, meow. The white cat called out warily. It's all right. It's my sister. She won't harm me. Dabai, please help me. Shun Huairou turned to stroke Dabai, her voice choked with emotion. With a resigned glance at Shun Huairou, Dabai lifted a paw and pushed aside the obstructing box. At the same moment, Shun Huiwei heard her sister's voice and ran toward the direction of the snack warehouse. Once the clutter was cleared, Shun Huairou wasted no time in forcefully pushing open the warehouse door and rushing outside. Finally spotting her sister, Shun Huiwei's tears flowed freely. Sister, she exclaimed, sprinting toward Shun Huairou. Wuwu's sister. Shun Huairou ran to her as well. The two sisters embraced tightly, weeping bitterly. Yifeng watched the scene with joy for the pair, surveying the surroundings. A smile crossed his face. He knew he had come to the right place. The abundance of resources in the Qinghe warehouse area exceeded his expectations. Originally, Qinghe was a vast logistics hub, brimming with a massive stockpile of supplies, divided into 4 zones with hundreds of warehouses, each storing a variety of items, cumulatively astonishing in number. After exchanging pleasantries, Shun Huiwei led her sister toward Yifeng. Shun Huairou followed her sister closely, casting curious glances at Yifeng. Sister, let me introduce you. He is the leader of our team, and his name is Yifeng. Shun Huiwei announced. Hello, brother Yifeng, Shun Huairou said shyly. Greetings. Yifeng responded with a smile directed at Shun Huairou. His attention then turned to the cat beside her. What is the name of this cat? The white cat bared its teeth, warily regarding Yifeng. Instinct told it that he was a profoundly dangerous individual. However, it assumed that if its owner was with him, her safety would be significantly assured. Her name is Dabai. Thankfully, she has been protecting me during this time. Otherwise, I might have lost my life by now. Shun Huairou cast a glance at the white cat, immediately turning her anxious gaze towards Yifeng. Brother Yifeng, you will allow Dabai to stay, won't you? Yifeng smiled gently, his eyes fixed on the feline. Dabai's pupils suddenly contracted, its fur bristling, sensing an unsettling aura. Yifeng spoke calmly. As long as it behaves, it may remain. Dabai nearly lost control in fear. Hearing this, Shun Huairou released a sigh of relief and looked down at the white cat. Dabai, you must be obedient, or you will be sent away. The white cat rolled its eyes in exasperation. Terrifying. This person is far too formidable. Compliance is essential. Yifeng, noticing the cat's submission, smiled once more. At that moment, the sound of a vehicle approaching broke the stillness. Chapter 127. Zhou Qingqing's despair upon hearing the noise. Yifeng lifted his gaze. In the distance, a black heavy-duty pickup truck intruded into the area. Observing this, a cruel smile curled upon Yifeng's lips as he turned to Shen Huaiwei. Huaiwei, Sun Haifeng and Zhou Qingqing have arrived. At Yifeng's words, Shen Huaiwei shuddered, her eyes flashing with hatred. Really? That's splendid. Her vision, not as keen as Yifeng's, prevented her from discerning the newcomers immediately. Huaiwei, do you require my assistance? Yifeng inquired, regarding her closely. No, I can manage alone. Just keep an eye on my sister. Shen Huaiwei shook her head. Very well. Proceed as you wish. Yifeng nodded in agreement. Shen Huaiwei turned her gaze towards the distant truck, a cold smile gracing her lips. I will make these two beasts understand the meaning of cruelty. Inside the heavy-duty pickup, Zhou Qingqing exclaimed, Brother Haifeng, thankfully our luck has favored us. We found this vehicle. Sun Haifeng chuckled in agreement. Indeed, our fortune is remarkable. Brother Haifeng, is this the warehouse district you mentioned? It appears splendid. Zhou Qingqing surveyed her surroundings enthusiastically. Absolutely. As far as I know, this warehouse district has everything. And Shen Huaiwei's sister occupies a snack warehouse. She must have been living quite comfortably during this time, Sun Haifeng remarked, his gaze deep and his tone laden with meaning. I haven't had snacks in ages, Zhou Qingqing added excitedly. Humph. Why should Shen Huaiwei's sister have all the good things while we are left to struggle for survival? In my opinion, everything here rightfully belongs to us. Jealousy flickered across Zhou Qingqing's face. You are right. All these things will be ours in due time. Sun Haifeng replied with a grin. The other survivors in the vehicle, upon hearing their conversation, couldn't help but display expressions of excitement. Nearby, the elderly couple lamented. Good days are coming. I want to eat 10 chicken legs. Just then, Zhou Qingqing exclaimed, Brother, look over there. It seems there are a few people. Her gaze sharpened as she pointed ahead. Sun Haifeng was taken aback, following Zhou Qingqing's finger. His expression changed dramatically, a chill washing over him. Shen Huaiwei, how is this possible? How could she appear here? Sun Haifeng instinctively rubbed his eyes, hardly believing the sight before him. At this moment, Zhou Qingqing clearly discerned the faces of several individuals, her complexion turning ashen. How could this be possible? I personally witnessed her demise. This cannot be. Zhou Qingqing stood frozen in shock. Sun Haifeng cast a glance at Zhou Qingqing, his expression darkening. Perhaps they merely bear a striking resemblance. Sun Haifeng clung to a sliver of hope. As the vehicle drew nearer, the scene became increasingly clear. Among those ahead, one individual was unmistakably Shen Huaiwei, who was supposed to be dead. Zhou Qingqing and Sun Haifeng locked eyes, each reflecting horror and confusion. Logically, Shen Huaiwei had been infected with the zombie virus and was destined for death. Moreover, even if she had miraculously survived, how could she have arrived at the warehouse district before them? Could she possibly fly? Yet the evidence before them was irrefutable. There could be no one who looked exactly alike. Even if such a person existed, it was implausible for them to appear here so coincidentally. She is Shen Huaiwei. What do we do, Haifeng? Panic filled Zhou Qingqing's eyes. Besides Shen Huaiwei, there also seemed to be a man and a little girl. Sun Haifeng furrowed his brow and abruptly slammed on the brakes, bringing the truck to a halt. Should we proceed or retreat? The thought flashed through Sun Haifeng's mind. Meanwhile, the other occupants of the vehicle caught sight of Shen Huaiwei. No way, Shen Huaiwei is alive. I knew Sun Haifeng was deceiving us. Let us call Shen Huaiwei to protect us. The survivors in the truck were simultaneously astonished and elated. Not far away, upon noticing Sun Haifeng had stopped the vehicle, Shen Huaiwei let out a cold snort, her beautiful face set in a frosty glare, eyes glinting with murderous intent. Yifeng, I am going to exact my revenge. Yifeng nodded, advising her to be cautious. Rest assured. With that, Shen Huaiwei propelled herself forward like an arrow released from a bow, racing towards the truck. Sun Haifeng's pupils constricted as he witnessed Shen Huaiwei approaching, his heart gripped by fear. My goodness, her speed is astonishing. Zhou Qingqing, equally incredulous, gazed at Shen Huaiwei. Her face pale. Has she awakened her powers? Before either could react, Shen Huaiwei had reached the front of the truck. An aura of death surrounded her. Your time of reckoning has arrived. As she spoke, her right hand conjured a blade of darkness. A terrifying energy emanated from the dark blade, the air around them growing oppressively heavy. Sun Haifeng was overwhelmed by this aura, his face paling and his breath becoming labored. This is in the next instant. Shen Huaiwei made a swift motion, and a streak of black light sliced through the air. With a deafening crash, the upper half of the heavy truck disintegrated. Exposed metal screeched and emitted wisps of smoke. Sun Haifeng and his companions found themselves laid bare to the elements. This horrifying destructive force left Sun Haifeng dumbfounded, his heart in turmoil. Zhou Qingqing trembled violently, shaking her head in disbelief. The survivors in the back were so frightened that their legs quaked, some even collapsing to the ground in terror. Shen Huaiwei leapt lightly onto the roof of the truck. From her elevated position, she gazed down upon the crowd, embodying the presence of a Valkyrie descending upon the earth. Upon witnessing this scene, Sun Haifeng's mind raced with thoughts. He could not comprehend what had transpired with Shen Huaiwei. However, he was acutely aware that engaging in combat was utterly futile. Even firearms would likely prove ineffective. If he did not take action soon, he would face dire consequences. I cannot perish. With this resolution, Sun Haifeng gritted his teeth and knelt before Shen Huaiwei. Huaiwei, I was mistaken. This is all a misunderstanding. Please, allow me to explain. Tears streamed down his face as he repeatedly bowed, blood seeping from his forehead. A misunderstanding, you say? You slandered me, accusing me of being infected with a virus. And you attempted to sever my tongue. Is that what you deem a misunderstanding? You plotted to harm my sister, and you dare label this as a misunderstanding? Shen Huaiwei gazed at Sun Haifeng with icy disdain. It was not my doing. It was all Zhou Qingqing. She acted unilaterally. I will turn her over to you now. You may deal with her as you see fit. As he spoke, Sun Haifeng seized the dazed Zhou Qingqing and dragged her forward. Zhou Qingqing looked at him in disbelief, as if she were seeing him anew. What are you staring at, you worthless wretch? Had you not acted on your own accord, we would not be in this predicament. Sun Haifeng pointed an accusatory finger at her, his voice laced with fury. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingqing's face drained of color, her eyes wide with despair as she shook her head. Haifeng, how could you say such things? Sun Haifeng ignored her, directing a sycophantic smile toward the towering Shen Huaiwei. Esteemed Huaiwei, I entrust Zhou Qingqing to you. He yanked Zhou Qingqing by her collar and forcefully hurled her from the vehicle. Thud! She landed like a lifeless dog, rolling twice upon impact. Shen Huaiwei turned her gaze toward Zhou Qingqing, her fury bubbling to the surface. Her deepest animosity was reserved for Zhou Qingqing. She leapt from the car and approached Zhou Qingqing's fallen form. Huaiwei, please let me explain. Zhou Qingqing, drenched in cold sweat, struggled to rise, managing to muster a weak smile. I do not wish to hear it. Shen Huaiwei delivered a swift kick, sending Zhou Qingqing sprawling on the ground. The force of the blow drained the color from Zhou Qingqing's face, contorting her body into a bow-like shape. Shen Huaiwei stepped forward, placing her foot upon Zhou Qingqing's head. Applying relentless pressure, blood oozed forth, rendering Zhou Qingqing's cheek a grotesque mess, her ear crushed beneath Shen Huaiwei's foot. The air was filled with Zhou Qingqing's anguished cries. Yet, Sun Haifeng remained motionless, his heart devoid of empathy, his body frozen as if turned to stone. He felt no sorrow for Zhou Qingqing. Instead, he was frantically devising an escape plan. Currently, Shen Huaiwei's abilities were overwhelmingly formidable. Sun Haifeng's means were no match for her strength. In that moment, he cast a fleeting glance at the man standing nearby and the young girl who bore a striking resemblance to Shen Huaiwei. Although he could not contend with Shen Huaiwei, it did not imply he was powerless against others. The man in black was unfamiliar to him, but the girl must be Shen Huaiwei's sister. A thought surged through Sun Haifeng's mind. If I can abduct Shen Huaiwei's sister, I may secure my survival today. Chapter 128. A glimmer of hope for Sun Haifeng. Sun Haifeng racked his brain, finally conjuring a possibility for survival, his heart racing with anticipation. I am a speed manipulator. I require but a single opportunity. Meanwhile, Shen Huaiwei removed her foot from Zhou Qingqing's head. Zhou Qingqing, momentarily believing that Shen Huaiwei had softened her heart and that she might escape death, slightly lifted her gaze, only to catch a glimpse of Shen Huaiwei producing a sharp dagger, a cruel smile gracing her lips. She froze in shock, her heart plummeting. No, Shen Huaiwei. What are you planning to do? I beg you, spare my life. Fear filled Zhou Qingqing's eyes. Shen Huaiwei sneered. What do you think I intend to do? I shall return to you everything you have done to me, tenfold. As her words echoed, Shen Huaiwei raised the dagger and fiercely plunged it down. With a sickening sound, blood erupted from Zhou Qingqing's mouth. Ah! A chilling scream pierced the air. Zhou Qingqing had lost her tongue. Go ahead, scream. Soon, you shall be unable to make a sound. Shen Huaiwei laughed, continuing to wield the dagger. With another thrust, silver flashed through the air. Zhou Qingqing's body was torn apart, blood gushing forth like a fountain. In a fleeting moment, her eyes, nose, mouth, and chest became a grotesque tableau, unrecognizable as human. Witnessing this scene, Sun Haifeng paled. How vicious Shen Huaiwei is. Yet, it seems my opportunity is approaching. Not far away, Shen Huaiwei watched her sister's frenzied display, her small face paling as she clutched Yi Feng's sleeve, murmuring, Sister, what has happened to her? Yi Feng smiled down at her, gently ruffling her hair. Your sister has endured much suffering and injustice. Let her vent her frustrations. Suffering may not deserve glorification, yet it undeniably fosters personal growth. The tormented Shun Huaiwei had drifted far from the duty-bound, compassionate savior she once was. This transformation was precisely what Yi Feng had hoped to witness. His earlier detached observation served not only to facilitate Shun Huaiwei's submission, but also to encourage her evolution, allowing the naive, overly altruistic version of her to perish. After all, in this brutal apocalypse, only those with ruthless hearts can endure. Beside them, Shun Huairou nodded, her understanding limited, her heart aching for her sister. At that moment, Sun Haifeng cast a glance at the revenge-driven Shun Huaiwei, a glimmer of determination igniting in his eyes. Now is the moment. There will be no better opportunity. With a resolute bite of his teeth, Sun Haifeng propelled himself towards Shun Huairou, and Yi Feng with the utmost speed he had ever mustered. The distance of several dozen meters vanished in an instant. Life or death hinged on this singular action. His eyes sparkled with exhilaration. That man, though handsome, often lacked true capability, so he should be easily disregarded. And what of that large white cat? No matter. As long as I can capture Shun Huairou, Shun Huaiwei will undoubtedly hesitate to act, and there is even a possibility that she might submit to my control. With this thought in mind, Sun Haifeng's expression grew increasingly exhilarated. I shall turn the tide. Like a whirlwind, he swiftly approached Shun Huairou. A cruel smile crept across his face as he bared his teeth. In an instant, he lunged forward, his large hand reaching for Shun Huaiwei's neck. Little sister. Sun Haifeng had already observed the bewilderment on Shun Huairou's face, and he could not help but display a victor's smile. However, in the next moment, his grin abruptly froze. A figure suddenly appeared before him. What? Sun Haifeng was momentarily taken aback, unable to react. He witnessed the figure execute a rapid flying kick. Bang! Sun Haifeng's body was propelled backward like a cannonball, soaring several dozen meters before crashing violently against a truck and subsequently falling to the ground. Puff! He coughed up a mouthful of blood, laced with fragments of his internal organs, and he was uncertain how many ribs had been broken. At that moment, Sun Haifeng's face turned deathly pale, and he was filled with sheer terror. He gazed at Yi Feng, disbelief etched in his eyes. How is this possible? That man. Sun Haifeng was frightened to the core, and upon noticing that Yi Feng did not pursue him, remaining stationary, he finally exhaled in relief. He attempted to struggle to his feet, but this action caused him to spew another mouthful of blood. In that instant, his pupils dulled to a lifeless gray. It's over. His injuries were too severe. He had completely lost his fighting capability. Beside Yi Feng, Shun Huairou finally came to her senses. Someone had just attempted to harm her. Terrified, she clung tightly to Yi Feng's thigh, her complexion pale. I am so scared. Yi Feng smiled and reached out to gently stroke Shun Huairou's little head. Do not fear. As long as I am here, no one can harm you. The white cat was also nearby, its eyes filled with shock. It was a speed-type mutated beast. Yet even it had not been able to catch a glimpse of Yi Feng's movements. This indicated that Yi Feng's speed surpassed even its own. How astonishing. Yi Feng turned his gaze towards Sun Haifeng in the distance. The kick he had just delivered had not been executed with full force. Otherwise, Sun Haifeng would have been dead by now. Beside the truck, Shun Huaiwei did not react significantly to Sun Haifeng's actions. With Yi Feng present, her sister would not suffer any harm. Time passed, tick by tick. Zhou Qingqing, with a final push, ultimately succumbed to her pain, taking her last breath. Shun Huaiwei slowly rose, exhaling a deep breath of relief. Vengeance had been fulfilled, and her spirits were lifted. After witnessing Shun Huaiwei vent her emotions, Sun Haifeng, dragging his severely injured body, knelt before her, completely devoid of any options. He wore a fawning smile. Lady Shun Huaiwei, I have been blinded by my own greed. I realize my mistakes. I am also a supernatural being. I am willing to serve you as a dog. He repeatedly bowed his head, smashing it against the ground. You serving me as a dog? I would find that revolting. Shun Huaiwei scoffed. A dark blade flashing through the air. With a swift thrust, Sun Haifeng was cleaved in two, his body severed at the waist, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Sun Haifeng stared incredulously at his lower body. No, I do not wish to die. He uttered a desperate cry, unable to fathom that Shun Huaiwei had so brutally ended his life. Struggling with all his might, he attempted to reattach his dismembered form, but alas, such efforts were in vain. As his body ceased to convulse, his consciousness began to fade into oblivion. I do not want to die. In the end, Sun Haifeng succumbed, his heart filled with longing and desire for life. Shun Huaiwei felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. From this moment forth, I shall simply follow Yi Feng, engaging in battle on his behalf, while also caring for my sister. Beyond this, I seek nothing more. Clenching her fists, Shun Huaiwei vowed silently. As she turned to leave, survivors from the truck rushed down. Lady Shun, we beseech you to save us. Take us with you. Our existence under Sun Haifeng is worse than death. He is a brute. Your leadership is far superior. We regret our choices. The survivors swarmed around Shun Huaiwei, with the elder couple at the forefront weeping bitterly. Shun Huaiwei regarded them, a flicker of disdain flashing in her eyes. You are unworthy of my continued leadership. When I was wronged, did any of you speak a word of justice? Truly shameless. Shun Huaiwei raised her hand, pointing at them as she scolded vehemently. Yes, we acknowledge our mistakes. We implore you, noble one, to overlook our faults and resume your role as our leader. The survivors wore expressions of desperation. Shun Huaiwei replied coldly, Depart from here and fend for yourselves. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in fervor, clamoring loudly. Without protection, we shall surely perish. Indeed, Lady Shun, if you abandon us, it is no different than condemning us to death. How can you bear such a fate? Chapter 129. Those who dare to disrespect you shall perish. We plead with you. Help us. If you do not assist us, it is tantamount to killing us. The crowd encircled Shun Huaiwei, desperate to prevent her departure. Furrowing her brow, she gazed into the hopeful eyes of the crowd, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, a cold voice pierced through the air. To abandon you is to kill you? Then perhaps you should die now. Yi Feng approached slowly, a cruel smile gracing his lips. Who are you? What do you mean? The elder woman at the front raised her brows, her face filled with indignation. The others, equally furious, pointed accusatory fingers at Yi Feng. The earlier scene of Sun Haifeng being struck down had unfolded too swiftly for these ordinary individuals to comprehend. They were utterly oblivious to Yi Feng's true prowess. An elder man stepped forward, pointing at Yi Feng and rebuking. Lady Shun has yet to speak. Who do you think you are? Yet in the next instant, whoosh. A flash of steel. The elder's head soared into the air, blood gushing from his neck. Confusion filled the elder's eyes as he grappled with the suddenness of his fate. And soon after, his consciousness plunged into darkness. Beside him, Shun Huaiwei brandished a gleaming blade, her delicate visage frosted with coldness, her tone indifferent. You shall pay for your insolence. Yi Feng gazed at Shun Huaiwei in astonishment. How dare he show such disrespect toward you? Shun Huaiwei explained to Yi Feng. Realization dawned on him, and a faint smile played upon his lips. He turned to Shun Huaiwei and declared, These individuals have all disrespected me, thus they deserve their fate. Without hesitation, Shun Huaiwei responded affirmatively. At her words, the crowd was engulfed in terror. No, please spare us. Yet Shun Huaiwei paid no heed to their pleas. In a flash of dark light, her figure vanished from sight. Instantly, the shadowy blade sliced through the air. With a sickening thud, an elderly woman nearby had no time to react as a gaping wound the size of a bowl appeared in her chest. Without uttering another word, she collapsed to the ground, convulsing briefly before becoming still. A pack of treacherous wolves, perish. Shun Huaiwei's chilling voice echoed through the air. The crowd, gripped by fear, scattered in all directions. However, they could not outrun Shun Huaiwei. As her figure flickered, the anguished cries of the people filled the air as they fell one by one. Moments later, all lay lifeless, devoid of breath. Yi Feng, the task is accomplished. Shun Huaiwei approached him. You performed admirably, Yi Feng remarked with satisfaction. He then surveyed their surroundings and instructed, Huaiwei, let your sister rest in the vehicle while I gather some supplies before we depart. Understood, Shun Huaiwei nodded. With that, she took her dazed sister by the hand and led her to the vehicle. Inside the RV, Shun Huaiwei hesitated to speak. Shun Huaiwei, perceiving her sister's unease, looked earnestly into her eyes and said, Sister, rest assured, no matter how I may change, I will always be your elder sister. Shun Huaiwei gazed at her sister in a daze, and after a moment, gently nodded her head. I know, I just worry about you. The sisters exchanged smiles. Shun Huaiwei lifted her gaze to survey their environment. Sister, it's truly peculiar. Why is the interior of this RV so spacious? One cannot discern it from the outside. Her eyes sparkled with wonder. Meow, the cat, Dabai, chimed in, equally astonished. Shun Huaiwei chuckled. It's my first encounter as well, and I too am amazed. This is an RV imbued with extraordinary power. Not only is it spacious, but its defensive capabilities are remarkable. Such a wondrous thing exists in this world. Shun Huaiwei found it hard to believe. The Qinghe Warehouse District is divided into 4 major areas. The first area contains 80 warehouses of varying sizes. Naturally, Yi Feng could not leave empty-handed after coming here. He kicked open the door of the nearest warehouse. Before him lay an entire warehouse filled with brand-name sausages, an estimated 2,000 boxes in total. A slight smile crept onto Yi Feng's lips as he collected all the sausages into his storage space. He then proceeded to the second warehouse, which housed an array of spices, peppercorns, cumin, star anise, and salt. Yifeng emptied the contents without hesitation. In the third warehouse, he found an assortment of imported snacks, the very place where Shun Huairou had previously sought refuge. Yifeng similarly stored these snacks in his storage space. Then he arrived at the fourth warehouse, a facility dedicated to canned goods, filled with a diverse array of canned items, including canned peaches, hawthorn, and fish, totaling 3,000 boxes. Yifeng unhesitatingly absorbed the entire inventory into his storage space. The fifth warehouse contained instant noodles and convenience products, while the sixth warehouse was entirely stocked with Red Bull. Clear it out. He swiftly moved, darting through the entire warehouse area. Before long, Yifeng had transferred all the supplies from the 80 warehouses in the first district into his storage space. He then hastened to the second warehouse area, which primarily housed daily necessities. The first warehouse contained electronic components, the second stored clothing, and the third was filled with various books. After some contemplation, Yifeng decided to include these items in his storage as well, confident in his unlimited capacity to store without concern for space constraints. In the third area, he looked up to find it primarily stocked with construction materials, including warehouses for steel, timber, and tiles, all of which he promptly absorbed into his storage. Finally, Yifeng reached the fourth area. With a casual sweep of his mental energy, he couldn't help but smile as he realized that all the warehouses here contained frozen foods. Fortuitously, the power had not been cut, preserving the frozen goods in excellent condition. There were warehouses for frozen shrimp, crabs, chicken, duck, goose meat, as well as frozen pork, beef, and lamb. Yifeng moved like a shadow, swiftly circulating among the warehouses. Before long, he had stored all the frozen items. A quarter of an hour later, a silver RV departed from the location, leaving the entire Qinghe warehouse logistics area desolate. Inside the silver RV, Yifeng reclined contentedly on Shun Huaiwei's sturdy thigh, relishing the massage from the beauty behind him. Her sister, Shun Huairou, who had been exhausted from lack of rest over the past few days, found solace beside her sister and soon fell into a deep sleep. The bike kept her company. Thus, Shun Huaiwei grew bolder in her actions. How about this? She murmured with a bit of force. By the way, allow me to introduce my current team members. Yifeng proceeded to introduce his contracted warriors one by one. Yifeng, it turns out you have quite a few subordinates, Shun Huaiwei said, playfully biting her delicate lip. You are the most powerful among them. Yifeng chuckled, and upon hearing this, Shun Huaiwei's beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity. What abilities do they possess? Chapter 130, Rare Medical Ability Users. Yifeng smiled and looked at Shun Huaiwei. Don't worry, many of them are just ordinary people. Those with abilities do not surpass yours. You should interact harmoniously with them and refrain from bullying them just because of your strength. Of course not. Shun Huaiwei waved her hand dismissively. Is my dark ability truly that formidable? She hadn't anticipated being the strongest warrior under Yifeng, a glimmer of joy flickering in her eyes. Indeed, Yifeng nodded affirmatively. Shun Huaiwei inquired, Yifeng, are you aware of the various types of supernatural abilities? Yifeng pondered briefly before elucidating. There are generally 3 categories of supernatural powers: elemental abilities, enhancement abilities, and special abilities. For instance, those who awaken powers related to flames, frost, or darkness can be classified as elemental users. Those who awaken powers associated with strength, stamina, or speed fall under enhancement abilities. Other types that are harder to categorize are classified as special abilities. I see, Shun Huaiwei nodded. In truth, the type of ability is not of paramount importance. What truly matters is the skills one comprehends and the direction of their development. Yifeng smiled and continued. Take elemental users of light, for example. Some possess destructive rays as their abilities, while others wield the healing light. The latter's abilities hold far greater value than the former. Upon hearing this, Shun Huaiwei was momentarily taken aback, then responded, Yifeng, are you implying that a supernatural being with healing abilities holds significant value? Healers are indeed rare and precious. No one would refuse a medical practitioner among the supernatural, Yifeng affirmed. Shun Huaiwei's eyes flickered, as if a thought had crossed her mind. Yifeng chuckled and further explained, generally speaking, blood, light, and water abilities are more likely to yield medical-type users. In essence, healers are akin to support roles. Reality differs from games. Life is singular, and given their scarcity, the standing of such healing abilities is quite elevated. Currently, Yifeng possessed only a half-healer, named Qilin Xiaobai. Indeed, I have a close friend who is a doctor and seems to have awakened a healing ability, Shun Huaiwei remarked earnestly. Upon her words, Yifeng's eyes lit up. Really? That is splendid news. I cannot be entirely certain. I merely spoke with her a couple of days ago. She mentioned that after awakening her abilities, She acquired some form of healing skill, Shun Huaiwei swiftly clarified. Do you know where she is? Yi Feng inquired. Yes, Shun Huaiwei nodded. She should be at. She then disclosed the address. That will suffice. Let us go and see. Yi Feng straightened his posture and commanded. Mi Li. Change direction and set the destination to Jiangxing Second Hospital. Understood. A mechanical voice responded. Immediately, the silver RV adjusted its course and sped towards the intended location. At Jiangxing Second Hospital, on the 4th floor of the inpatient department, a pharmacy housed 7 or 8 survivors, men and women, young and old. Among them was a female doctor clad in a white coat. This was Zhang Minghui, Shun Huaiwei's close friend. At that moment, Zhang Minghui appeared fatigued, her eyes occasionally betraying a hint of concern. Minghui, why is Cohen still not back at this late hour? One of the young girls among the survivors spoke with an anxious tone. Zhang Minghui forced a smile. Do not worry, Cohen will be fine. Alas, if something were to happen to Cohen, what would we do? Sighed a middle-aged man with a limp, equally filled with trepidation. Rest assured, if anything were to happen to Cohen, I would never abandon you. After all, I am also an extraordinary being, and it is only natural that the heavens have bestowed upon me the duty to safeguard you all, Zhang Minghui asserted with unwavering conviction as she glanced at the crowd. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group. With Sister Minghui's assurance, we can rest easy. Thanks to Sister Minghui, we would have perished long ago. Long live Sister Minghui. At that moment, an unusual sound emanated from outside. The crowd, startled, instinctively raised their gazes. Shortly thereafter, a young man, his arms stained with blood and burdened by a bulging backpack, stepped into the pharmacy. The sight elicited expressions of joy among the onlookers. Cohen, you've returned. Cohen, you've worked hard. Immediately, someone approached to take the backpack from the man's hands. Upon seeing the man's return, Zhang Minghui let out a long sigh of relief. However, her expression shifted to one of concern as she noticed the wound on his arm. Wang Kuan, you're injured? The man named Wang Kuan smiled reassuringly. Do not worry, it's just a minor injury, not from a zombie bite. Besides, as an extraordinary being, I stand a good chance of surviving even a zombie bite. Wang Kuan approached. We mustn't be careless. I shall treat you. As Zhang Minghui spoke, a gentle white light emanated from her palm. The light softly enveloped Wang Kuan's injury, and to the naked eye, the wound began to heal at an astonishing pace. Before long, it was as if the injury had never existed. Minghui, thank you. Your abilities are truly remarkable, Wang Kuan said, glancing at his arm with delight. Though it was not his first experience with Zhang Minghui's healing, he was still deeply moved. With a healer of your caliber among us, as long as the injuries are not mortal, there is hope for recovery. I should be the one thanking you. After all, you have protected so many of us. Zhang Minghui replied. You know, I only wish to protect you, Wang Kuan declared passionately. Zhang Minghui's cheeks flushed slightly as she explained, in the face of disaster. All are equal. There is no distinction of status. I must assist them, for otherwise, they would face certain death. Zhang Minghui cast a glance at the survivors devouring their food, her heart swelling with a sense of satisfaction. Minghui, you are truly kind-hearted. Wang Kuan shot a sideways glance at the survivors fighting over food, a flicker of dissatisfaction glinting in his eyes. Damn it, what a bunch of worthless beings. Were it not for Minghui, how could I, an extraordinary being, lower myself to risk my life for these ordinary people in search of sustenance? Wang Kuan shook his head and said, I am a bit tired. I shall rest for a while. All right, take care of yourself, Zhang Minghui responded with concern. Wang Kuan entered the inner room and lay down, closing his eyes to recuperate. Zhang Minghui also took out some food and began to eat slowly. Meanwhile, at the hospital entrance, a silver RV came to an abrupt halt. A man and a woman disembarked from the vehicle. The man had striking features and an extraordinary demeanor. The woman sported a chic short haircut and exuded an air of confidence. These two were none other than Yi Feng and Shun Huaiwei. Chapter 131, Conditions for Joining. After stepping out of the vehicle, Yi Feng did not store the RV in his spatial compartment, as Shun Huaiwei was still lost in slumber. Yi Feng, the female doctor I mentioned is right here. If she hasn't left yet, she should be on the 4th floor. Shun Huaiwei gazed towards the hospital not far away, uncertain if she would be willing to join us. Let us go and take a look, she suggested. Yi Feng smiled softly and moved forward. It would be wonderful if the medical ability user was willing to accompany him. However, he would not impose if she chose otherwise. The hospital was abundant in supplies, and scavenging its resources was part of Yi Feng's plan. Whether it be medicines or medical equipment, acquiring some was undoubtedly essential. Observing Yi Feng leading the way, Shun Huaiwei hurried to catch up, and the two entered the hospital together. Inside the hospital lobby, the number of zombies was not excessive, and they were currently wandering about. Upon noticing the intrusion of living beings, The zombies immediately became agitated and lunged towards the pair. Shun Huaiwei stepped forward decisively. "Leave this to me, Yifeng," she declared. As her figure melded with the air, her right hand swiftly condensing a blade of darkness. With a hum, accompanied by waves of dark energy, wherever Shun Huaiwei passed, zombies fell lifelessly to the ground. She moved with agility, clearing the path while also checking the skulls of the zombies for crystal cores. Meanwhile, Yifeng followed behind, hands clasped behind his back, strolling leisurely. Having a few henchmen wouldn't be so bad, he mused. The duo made their way to the 4th floor. Soon, they arrived at the pharmacy. Shun Huaiwei pushed the door, but it wouldn't budge. It was locked from the inside. "Minghui, are you there?" "This is Shun Huaiwei," she called out, her voice echoing in the air, but received no response. After several attempts, still met with silence, Yifeng pulled her aside and flicked his fingers, releasing an arc of electricity. With a bang, the lock shattered, and the door swung open. They stepped into the pharmacy, where 7 or 8 survivors stood warily, their eyes fixed on Yifeng. Among them, the most striking figure was undoubtedly the voluptuous female doctor, Zhang Minghui. "Huaiwei, is that really you?" "It's me, Minghui," Shun Huaiwei exclaimed, recognition lighting up their faces, and they hurried to greet each other. Yifeng, meanwhile, cast a glance at Zhang Minghui. Name, Zhang Minghui. Rank, 1-star ability, water healing, rare level, combat power index, 46. Yifeng's eyes brightened. She was precisely the type of healer he required. At that moment, Shun Huaiwei also conveyed their intentions to Zhang Minghui. After a moment of hesitation, she approached Yifeng and spoke. "You wish to take me with you and have me serve you?" "Indeed," Yifeng replied. "I am Yifeng, endowed with formidable power that can ensure your safety. I can provide for your needs and even grant you more potent skills for self-preservation." Yifeng smiled lightly as he laid out his terms. "I can submit to you. But I have conditions," Zhang Minghui stated calmly. "Let us hear them," Yifeng responded with a smile. At that moment, the surrounding survivors began to comprehend the intentions of Yifeng and Shun Huaiwei. They were all restless, their faces alight with excitement. "No, you cannot take Dr. Zhang away. He is far too important to us. Taking him is akin to killing us. Indeed, unless you take us all with you." The crowd erupted into a cacophony of voices, the atmosphere growing increasingly chaotic. Yifeng let out a cold huff, accompanied by a surge of mental energy. An imposing aura washed over the gathering, instantly silencing them. The scene fell into a hush. Zhang Minghui felt the mental pressure as well, her complexion paling slightly. Beside her, Shun Huaiwei displayed a hint of concern. "Set conditions?" Yifeng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his tone nonchalant. Although Zhang Minghui recognized Yifeng's formidable strength, she remained undaunted. Her teeth clenched as she spoke. "If you intend to take only me, I shall not go. You must take all the survivors from the hospital. All of them." Yifeng raised an eyebrow. "Yes, and you must ensure their safety, providing them with appropriate shelter and sustenance," Zhang Minghui insisted, her determination unwavering. "Is that your condition?" "You may not realize, but my team does not harbor the inept," Yifeng replied flatly. Upon hearing his words, dissatisfaction flickered across the faces of those present. "Who do you call inept? I am a highly skilled professional in securities. Yes, we all possess our own expertise." Doubt began to stir among the crowd. Who is this person? Why such arrogance? He seems like an extraordinary ability user. Extraordinary? Our Kuan and Minghui are extraordinary too. Yifeng chose to ignore their remarks. His gaze fixed on Zhang Minghui. Shun Huaiwei cast a disdainful glance at the crowd. Recognizing that they had been well protected and perhaps failed to comprehend that only those equipped with survival skills in the apocalypse were truly valuable. These individuals had not faced the harsh realities of the new world and remained blissfully unaware. Under Yifeng's unwavering gaze, Zhang Minghui clenched her jaw, her expression resolute. "If you do not agree to my terms, I will not accompany you." "Oh, what if I were to take action?" Yifeng chuckled lightly. "Even if it means my death, I will not go with you, nor will I serve you," Zhang Minghui declared defiantly. Yifeng fell into a brief silence, the atmosphere thick with tension. "Very well, I can acquiesce," Yifeng finally conceded after a moment of contemplation. After all, relocating these individuals to a resource-rich supermarket or a safe haven posed little challenge for him. The onlookers now displayed expressions of delight. Yet, unexpectedly, Zhang Minghui furrowed her brow and added, "By the way, I have another condition." Yifeng narrowed his eyes. This woman seemed somewhat ungrateful. Chapter 132. Killing Wang Kuan. Faced with Zhang Minghui's renewed demands, a flicker of displeasure crossed Yifeng's eyes. Shun Huaiwei also exhibited her discontent, stepping forward to advise. "Minghui, you may not yet grasp the reality. The world has changed. Strength reigns supreme, and the weak are as worthless as grass. Power equals authority. Think carefully." Zhang Minghui smiled softly. gently pushing Shun Huaiwei aside, and resolutely declared, Wei Wei, there is no need for further persuasion. You have your thoughts, and I have my considerations. Shun Huaiwei was momentarily taken aback, gazing deeply at Zhang Minghui before shaking her head and falling silent. Zhang Minghui then looked up at Yifeng, took a deep breath, and continued, I have another friend who is also an ability user. We wish to join your team, and you must provide us with appropriate compensation. Oh, Yifeng chuckled, his expression serene as he inquired, what kind of compensation do you require? Please, enlighten me. You must not coerce us into activities we disdain. We possess the right to reject your unreasonable commands, and we can withdraw from your team at any moment. Zhang Minghui spoke rapidly. Enough. Before Zhang Minghui could finish her statement, Yifeng interjected. My team may not have room for someone of your stature. After uttering this remark, he turned without hesitation and departed. He had discerned that this woman seemed to harbor a troubled mind. Including her in the team would likely not bode well. Zhang Minghui was left stunned, a flicker of confusion passing through her eyes. Has he left? Were my conditions truly excessive? Shun Huaiwei cast a deep glance at her friend and subsequently followed Yifeng. At that moment, a man's voice emerged. Sir, please hold on. We can negotiate the terms further. Yifeng paused, a slight frown creasing his brow. The voice seemed somewhat familiar. The speaker was none other than Wang Kuan, who had been resting inside the room. In truth, he had awakened some time ago but chose to remain silent, quietly listening. Witnessing the collapse of negotiations between Zhang Minghui and Yifeng, he could no longer refrain from intervening. Why step forward? Because Wang Kuan was reluctant to continue serving these ordinary individuals. Joining Yifeng's team appeared to be a favorable option. As for Zhang Minghui's conditions, they indeed seemed a tad unreasonable and illogical. Any additional stipulations could be proposed once they had joined Yifeng's ranks. With some astute maneuvering, he might even outshine others and ascend to the position of team leader. Wang Kuan mused, adjusting his facial expression as he slowly exited the room to face Yifeng. Simultaneously, Yifeng turned to look at Wang Kuan. Upon seeing his face, Yifeng's countenance shifted dramatically, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. It is you, Wang Kuan. Yifeng's voice was chilling. Wang Kuan was taken aback, his expression revealing confusion. He was certain he did not know Yifeng. Do you know me? He stammered, a forced smile appearing on his face. At Wang Kuan's question, a peculiar smile curled at the corners of Yifeng's lips. Of course, I recognize you. Yifeng's gaze fixated on Wang Kuan, a palpable aura of hostility surrounding him. Wang Kuan widened his eyes. Is there some misunderstanding between us? There is no misunderstanding. Yifeng retorted coldly, raising a finger that crackled with arcs of electricity. At this sight, Wang Kuan's body trembled, a sense of dread washing over him as he swiftly summoned his powers to prepare for defense. Yet Yifeng was disinclined to utter another word. With a flick of his finger, a crescent-shaped bolt of lightning sliced through the air like a scythe. It was indeed Yifeng's new skill, the Thunder Slash. Yifeng possessed the ability to manipulate the size of the Thunder Slash, adjusting its radius from mere centimeters to several meters at will. All present, including Wang Kuan, were utterly caught off guard. The arc of thunder had already sliced through Wang Kuan's neck. With a sickening sound, a head, eyes wide with disbelief, shot up into the air, blood gushing forth from the severed neck, splattering across the ground. Until his last breath, Wang Kuan remained bewildered, unable to comprehend what had transpired, or when he had ever offended Yifeng. As Wang Kuan's head detached from his body, a glint of satisfaction flickered in Yifeng's eyes. In his previous life, during the cataclysm, Yifeng had selflessly assisted several neighbors, one of whom was Wang Guofeng. To his astonishment, Wang Guofeng turned out to be a treacherous ingrate. Wang Guofeng, Yifeng's downstairs neighbor, was slain by Yifeng in the 4th chapter. The Wang Kuan before him was none other than Wang Guofeng's son. Subsequently, Yifeng and Wang Kuan had joined a certain faction of ability users. Under his father's influence, Wang Kuan had continuously plotted against Yifeng, causing him severe injuries on multiple occasions, even nearly leading to his demise once. Upon his rebirth, Yifeng's first act was to eliminate Wang Guofeng, promising in that moment to ensure his son, Wang Kuan, would join him in death. A man must honor his promises. When he declares the annihilation of a family, he must fulfill it. Now that he encountered Wang Kuan, how could he spare him? Thud! Wang Kuan's head fell to the ground. The headless body slumped to the earth, twitching a few times before becoming still. The scene erupted into chaos. Murder! Murder! Kuan Gu has been killed? Kuan Gu, what are we to do without you? Zhang Minghui, her body frozen in shock, stared incredulously at Yifeng, her eyes reddening. Though her time with Wang Kuan had been brief, an affection had already blossomed between them. Why did you kill him? Zhang Minghui demanded, her voice raised. Yifeng offered no reply, merely casting her a dispassionate glance. I demand to know why. Answer me. Zhang Minghui charged at Yi Feng, her fists raised in rage. You are a madman, a scum, a beast. How could Kuan Ge have wronged you for you to so casually take his life? The stark contrast between Wang Kuan's vibrant vitality just moments before and his sudden, grotesque demise left Zhang Minghui reeling. Ignoring the disparity in their strength, her singular thought was to avenge Wang Kuan. Get lost. Yi Feng scoffed, delivering a powerful kick. With a resounding thud, Zhang Minghui's fragile form was sent hurtling against the wall, shattering it into fragments. She coughed violently, blood spilling from her lips as she crumpled to the ground. The overwhelming pain restored her clarity of mind. Struggling to rise, she harnessed her powers to heal herself. After catching her breath, Zhang Minghui fixed a fierce gaze upon Yi Feng. Why? Why did you kill him without cause? Beside her, Shen Huaiwei looked at Yi Feng with an equally perplexed expression. Yi Feng gazed at Shen Huaiwei and explained, I harbor an irreconcilable grudge against Wang Kuan. His character is despicable, hypocritical, and revolting. He deserves to perish. Shen Huaiwei nodded in agreement. Indeed, he is deserving of such a fate. Zhang Minghui, standing nearby, appeared stunned, clearly struggling to accept Yi Feng's rationale. Yi Feng turned his attention to Zhang Minghui and continued, Do not utter your absurd conditions again. If you are willing to serve me and submit, I shall spare your life, otherwise. His tone grew frigid as he extended a lifeline. After all, Zhang Minghui, a healer with extraordinary abilities, was a rare talent. With her striking beauty and admirable physique, she was undoubtedly alluring. Though somewhat naive and foolish, with proper guidance, she could be a valuable asset. Yet, upon hearing his words, Zhang Minghui merely smirked and retorted, And what then? Do you intend to kill me as well? Indeed. Yi Feng's eyes glinted coldly as he continued unabashedly. As an accomplice of Wang Kuan, you must either submit to me or choose death. Zhang Minghui was momentarily taken aback. Yi Feng surveyed the room before adding, By the way, should you choose death, those who stand with Wang Kuan shall meet the same fate. The atmosphere instantly fell into a chilling silence, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Chapter 133. Are you truly willing to kill? The room was enveloped in stillness. The surviving witnesses casting fearful glances at Yi Feng. They understood he was fully capable of carrying out his threats. Soon, some began to anxiously turn their eyes towards the silent Zhang Minghui. Agree to him. Sister Minghui, save us. Sister Minghui, please concede to his demands. Their lives hung precariously in Yi Feng's hands. If Zhang Minghui joined Yi Feng's ranks, they would have a chance at survival. At this moment, Zhang Minghui regained her composure. Remaining silent, yet her eyes flickered with hatred. I shall grant you 1 minute to ponder your decision, Yi Feng stated indifferently. He then turned to Shen Huaiwei beside him. The only person he was concerned about was Zhang Minghui's close friendship with her. Yi Feng, proceed as you see fit. I shall support any decision you make. Shen Huaiwei immediately responded upon meeting his gaze. Their bond was superficial. They had never been particularly close. Yi Feng nodded, choosing not to speak further. Time passed swiftly. A minute elapsed in no time. What have you decided? Yi Feng inquired with calmness. I have made my choice. You killed Wang Kuan without cause, and I cannot serve you. Zhang Minghui clenched her teeth, resolutely rejecting Yi Feng once more. In the face of life and death, maintaining composure is a rarity. Naturally, she wished to survive. However, Yi Feng had taken her friend Wang Kuan's life before her eyes. If she were to submit so easily, it would contradict her character. Joining Yi Feng's team in such a manner would likely place her in a subordinate position. Thus, she needed to leverage the situation. Zhang Minghui's gaze shifted subtly. She required Yi Feng to seek her favor in joining, preferably providing a rationale for Wang Kuan's demise. Only then would she consider aligning with him, ensuring she was held in higher regard. Zhang Minghui gazed resolutely at Yi Feng, her voice imbued with righteousness as she declared, I refuse. Unless you provide a compelling reason for killing Wang Kuan. This proclamation ignited a fervor among the other survivors. Sister Minghui, do not act so stubbornly. No, you should comply with this gentleman's request. The survivors present were taken aback by Zhang Minghui's fearless stance. What is there to fear in death? She cast a glance at the crowd, inwardly unperturbed by the prospect of her own demise, for medical practitioners with abilities were scarce and invaluable. Minghui, you ought to agree, Shen Huaiwei urged, but Zhang Minghui shook her head, continuing to scoff. If you possess the capability, compel him to elucidate what crime Kuan has committed. Should his transgressions indeed warrant such a fate, I shall immediately yield without further protest. Yi Feng stood unmoved, hands clasped behind his back, offering no explanation. Surely, if Kuan had erred, it could not merit death. A wave of disappointment washed over Zhang Minghui. What is happening? Please clarify. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to escalate her rhetoric. turning to Shun Huaiwei and imploring, Huaiwei, why do you follow such a man? You have allied with the wrong individual. He is a merciless butcher. Minghui, the error lies with you. If you refrain from killing, you shall be killed. Only through ruthless measures and decisive actions can one survive in this apocalyptic era. Shun Huaiwei gazed at Zhang Minghui, shaking her head in disappointment. Cease your obstinacy and naivety. Open your eyes to this shattered world. It is no longer the peaceful realm you once envisioned, but a harsh wasteland. Zhang Minghui fell silent, fully aware of the truth in Shun Huaiwei's words. Indeed, she was idealistic, yet she was one who urged others towards sacrifice. She herself would never consent to be the one to perish. Huaiwei, there is no need for further discussion. Yi Feng interjected, gesturing dismissively before fixing his indifferent gaze upon Zhang Minghui. So, you have declined my proposition? Zhang Minghui was momentarily taken aback. This was not how she had envisioned the scenario unfolding. With her head held high, she was poised to continue speaking when suddenly, a sharp arc of electricity sliced through the air. With a sickening thud, a beautiful head soared into the sky, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Zhang Minghui was engulfed in confusion. What just transpired? In the next instant, her perspective inverted, revealing a familiar headless corpse lying on the ground. It was her own. Her head had been severed from her body. Zhang Minghui's eyes filled with boundless astonishment and regret. No, did you truly strike so swiftly? In that moment, her consciousness plunged into darkness. Oh, Sister Minghui is dead. He is a murderous fiend. Everyone flee. As Zhang Minghui collapsed lifelessly, panic erupted among the crowd, who immediately scattered in all directions. Yi Feng chuckled coldly, flipping his palm to unleash an arc of electricity. These individuals had all received kindness from Zhang Minghui and Wang Kuan. Naturally, Yi Feng would not let them escape unscathed. Just then, Shun Huaiwei vanished into the shadows. Yi Feng, allow me to handle this trivial matter. As she spoke, she conjured a blade of darkness, her form flickering incessantly. Immediately, she approached a limping man. And under his terrified gaze, Shun Huaiwei struck with lethal precision. In the next instant, the man lay lifeless on the ground. Yi Feng was momentarily taken aback, then let out a soft chuckle as he retracted his thunderous energy. Wherever Shun Huaiwei went, the cries of the survivors echoed in despair. Before long, she had slain all the remaining survivors, leaving none to tell the tale. Returning to Yi Feng's side, she felt a sense of accomplishment. Well done. Yi Feng smiled. Yi Feng, it seems we shall return empty-handed this time, Shun Huaiwei expressed, her eyes betraying a hint of regret. It's all right, and it's not entirely in vain. Yi Feng replied with a smile, glancing aside. Shun Huaiwei followed his gaze to the shelves cluttered with various medicines. A realization dawned upon her. Yi Feng chuckled softly. Although their goal of recruiting a medical ability user had not been achieved, he had avenged himself against his past foe, Wang Kuan, and was about to acquire an entire hospital's worth of medical supplies, making the venture worthwhile. As Yi Feng's gaze swept across the surroundings, the medicines and medical equipment began to vanish before their eyes. Soon, he had emptied the entire hospital. The two exited the building. Suddenly, Yi Feng's expression turned serious as he looked towards his vehicle. A group of individuals surrounded the silver RV. Among them were two spirited figures exuding the aura of ability users. Boss, this vehicle is splendid, but how do we get inside? One grumbled in frustration. Damn it, we can't break it, nor can we chop it. The muscular leader and his slender companion, both ability users, cast greedy glances at Yi Feng's RV. Seeing this, Shun Huaiwei's face turned anxious. This is bad, my sister is still inside. Don't worry, the silver RV is highly fortified. They won't be able to breach it. Yi Feng reassured her. Relieved, Shun Huaiwei said, leave this to me. Yi Feng nodded in agreement. With that, Shun Huaiwei strode forward. Her gaze icy as she addressed the intruders. This RV has an owner. You should leave now, and I shall spare your lives. The group exchanged glances, then erupted into laughter. Leave? We're so frightened. An owner? I relish seizing what belongs to others. You're quite the beauty. I'll take the vehicle, and you as well. The leader and his companion scoffed, their eyes gleaming with avarice. Shun Huaiwei, already in a foul mood, felt a surge of murderous intent upon witnessing their contemptuous expressions. You've had your chance. As her words fell, she swiftly conjured a blade of darkness with her right hand. Then, her figure eerily melded into the shadows, vanishing from sight. The onlookers stared wide-eyed in disbelief. This is bad. She is also an ability user. The leader's expression shifted, his body trembling as his muscles swelled. The slender companion, in a state of panic, quickly drew two daggers. Just then, the air crackled with a flash of black light. With a sickening sound, a gaping wound appeared in the abdomen of the muscular leader, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. Boss, brother, A few individuals gasped in horror, their faces contorted with fear as they searched in vain for their unseen adversary. I, devoid of the robust presence I once had, lay lifeless on the ground. The second in command, witnessing this, was momentarily overtaken by a blend of terror and madness, wildly swinging his long blade at the surrounding air. Damn it, show yourself. Don't hide in the shadows. A streak of black light appeared from behind him. With a sickening sound, his head was severed, blood gushing forth in a grotesque display. The remaining few, mere ordinary souls, upon realizing that their leader and the second was no match for the foe, began to flee in a frenzy. However, their speed was unremarkable, and they did not escape far. Two more flashes of black light passed by. One by one, they collapsed to the ground, their breaths extinguished. Soon after, the curvaceous figure of Shun Huaiwei slowly emerged into view. Your mastery of your abilities has grown increasingly refined, Yifeng complimented with a smile. Shun Huaiwei merely smiled in return. Subsequently, Yifeng and Shun Huaiwei entered the vehicle. Inside, Yifeng prepared 2 cups of coffee. After taking a delicate sip, he turned his gaze towards Shun Huaiwei. She appeared somewhat pensive, her expression heavy with unspoken thoughts. Do you blame me for killing your close friend? Yifeng inquired. No, I do not blame you. Shun Huaiwei managed a strained smile, yet she added, her demise is ultimately my fault. After all, it was I. Yifeng chuckled softly and replied earnestly, her association with Wang Kuan sealed her fate. Your decision to lead me to her bore no relation to her end. Your actions merely prolonged her life by a few days. As for Wang Kuan, I must eliminate him. It's merely a matter of locating him. Thus, I owe you my gratitude for your assistance in this endeavor. Is that so? Shun Huaiwei nodded slightly. Yifeng continued with a grin. In truth, I could have pretended to agree and devised a way to secretly eliminate Wang Kuan, perhaps even gaining a loyal healer in the process. At this, Shun Huaiwei instinctively looked up at Yifeng, a flicker of confusion in her eyes. You're wondering why I didn't pursue that route? Yifeng asked with a smile. Indeed, Shun Huaiwei affirmed with a nod. Because neither Zhang Minghui nor Wang Kuan merits my energy in weaving intricate schemes. Yifeng stated with a calm demeanor, chuckling lightly. Wang Kuan is an enemy, and upon encountering him, he must be eradicated immediately. Zhang Minghui is a friend of his. Overly righteous and obstinate. I have no fondness for her, so I might as well eliminate her too. Just then, Yifeng's phone vibrated, signaling an incoming message. He opened it to find a note from Nan Shireen, indicating that they were currently hunting zombies at the art school. A contemplative look crossed Yifeng's face. Although it was still early before nightfall, preparations for the evening's operations were imperative. Thus, he swiftly made a decision. We shall rendezvous with Nan Ruyan and the others, returning to the Longton Mountain Villa area ahead of schedule. Huaiwei, we need to regroup with the main force, Yifeng declared with a grin. Shun Huaiwei nodded, her heart fluttering with a hint of anxiety. She wondered how Yifeng's other subordinates would fare. Mealy, target the Jiangxing Art School. Yifeng issued the command. Understood, master. A mechanical voice responded. The silver RV accelerated swiftly, gliding smoothly along the road. Moments later, Shun Huaiyo stirred from her slumber beside them. She awoke with sleepy eyes, rubbing them gently. Sister, I am so hungry. Shun Huaiwei gazed at her sister with warmth. Huairo, you are finally awake. She promptly grabbed a piece of bread and offered it to Shun Huairo. Shun Huairo took large bites of the bread. Meow. The cat, Dabai, called out from the side, also feeling hungry. Shun Huaiwei extended high-quality cat food towards Dabai, but Dabai resolutely pushed it away. Shun Huaiwei was taken aback, puzzled. Shun Huairo chuckled. Sister, Dabai prefers human food now. At Jiangxing Art University, a convoy was parked at the front gate, seemingly waiting for a considerable time. Several beautiful women gathered together, engaging in conversation. Some were curvaceous, others exuded an icy demeanor, while others possessed slender waists and shapely hips, each radiating charm in their own unique way. How many people do you think Yifeng will bring back this time? I guess just one. I estimate at least 2. The group consisted of Nan Shireen, Lin Xiaoxiao, Nan Ruyan, and others. Survivors in a distant building watched the scene unfold. So many beautiful women. They are all ability users, and they only accept women. Sigh, I envy them so much. I wish I could join. Why don't they accept men? I don't want to be a man anymore. As soon as Nan Ruyan and her team arrived, they began to dominate fiercely, attracting many survivors eager to join. However, they were coldly rejected. At that moment, a silver RV sped in from the distance and came to a halt by the roadside. Nan Ruyan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she led her group to greet it. The RV door swung open, and Yifeng emerged with Shun Huaiwei and Shun Huairo. Yifeng, you're back. Brother Yifeng. Nan Ruyan, Lin Xiaoxiao, and the others immediately surrounded him. Xiaobai dashed out from the vehicle, exclaiming, reporting in. I am the #1 contributor. With a proud expression, Yifeng greeted everyone with a smile. Meanwhile, the distant survivors were astounded, their expressions filled with disbelief. What is going on? Isn't their team supposed to not accept men? Indeed, what is happening? It's unfair. They have men in their team. Do I have a chance too? I am an ability user. Just then, the survivors noticed that the girls had completely encircled Yifeng. A particularly observant survivor remarked on the evident respect the women showed towards Yifeng, their astonishment growing. Wow, why do I feel like this man is the leader of these female ability users? Leader? No way. It can't be. I feel he is not just a leader. He might well be their master. Master? I'm a clown. I can't take this. Chapter 135, 12 Contract Warriors. Yifeng was blissfully unaware of the profound impact his appearance had on those who had just been rejected, especially the male ability users. He smiled and exchanged greetings with Nan Shirin and the others, soothing Xiao Bai before turning to introduce Shen Huaiwei. This is Shen Huaiwei. She will be a member of our team from now on. The girls greeted her with smiles. Welcome aboard. Hello, Sister Huaiwei. Greetings, I am Shen Huaiwei. And this is my sister Shen Huairo. I kindly ask for your continued support. Shen Huaiwei introduces herself. Lin Xiaoxiao and others greet Shen Huaiwei and Shen Huairo. Nan Rian approaches to report the recent achievements to Yifeng. Yifeng, we have 2 significant gains this time. The first is in the realm of crystal cores. We have obtained 215 zombie crystal cores and 1 mutated zombie crystal core. Upon hearing this, Yifeng's eyes gleam with interest. He takes the crystal cores handed to him by Nan Rian, examining them closely. Each crystal core has been meticulously cleaned, radiating a brilliant glow. Rian, you all have worked hard. Yifeng smiles. This is what we ought to do, Nan Rian replies with a smile. Yifeng nods, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Forming a team has indeed proven to be a wise decision. He can relish the resources without the burden of hunting zombies himself. In addition to that, we have a second gain, Nan Rian continues. What is it? Yifeng inquires, looking at her. Nan Rian smiles mysteriously and claps her hands. Soon, 10 beautiful girls emerge from the rear of Nan Rian's convoy. Yifeng's eyes brighten as he gazes upon them. Each girl appears pure and lovely, possessing commendable figures. Their faces aglow with youthful vitality. The 10 girls quickly form a line before Yifeng. He observes them before turning to Nan Rian, awaiting her explanation. Nan Rian, with a beaming smile, says, Yifeng, during our time apart, we primarily focused on clearing the zombie art university. Naturally, there were quite a few beautiful girls. Just as you instructed me to expand our manpower, these individuals are the result of my careful selection for you. Rest assured, they are impeccable in appearance, possess agreeable personalities, and are all in good health. After hearing Nan Rian's explanation, Yifeng chuckles helplessly. However, he had indeed asked her to scout for new warriors. The War God contract has numerous vacancies, most of which remain unfilled. The 10 female students stand in a line, each casting different glances at Yifeng. Some are bold and passionate, while others avert their eyes shyly. Yifeng scrutinizes them once more, realizing they are all ordinary individuals, devoid of special abilities. Many wish to join our ranks due to our formidable strength. However, they are predominantly men. Although they possess abilities, I have turned them down, Nan Rian elucidates. You have done well, Rian. My team indeed does not require the presence of other men. Yifeng nods in approval. There were female ability users who sought to join us, but either they lacked in appearance or had ulterior motives, so I did not allow them to join. Nan Rian continues to explain that the 10 girls before them have been rigorously screened, and the terms of the contract have been clearly communicated to them. Very well. You shall continue to uphold these standards moving forward, Yifeng thinks to himself, feeling immensely satisfied. Immediately, Yifeng turned his gaze towards the group of girls. The conditions for joining have been clearly stated. You are required to become my contract warriors. If anyone wishes to withdraw, now is the time to do so. Yifeng's expression was solemn. We understand and will not withdraw, the 10 girls replied in unison. Yifeng smiled with satisfaction. Without delay, he resolved to contract these 10 girls as his female warriors. Just then, Shen Huairo approached, cradling her cat, Dabai. Brother Yifeng. Dabai and I also wish to become your contract warriors. Shen Huairo stood before Yifeng, her eyes filled with determination. Dabai wagged its tail, appearing somewhat helpless. Yifeng was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing at her sister, Shen Huawei. Shen Huawei nodded with a smile. Turning back to the resolute Shen Huairo, Yifeng said with a hint of reluctance, even if you do not contract, I will still take good care of you. No, brother Yifeng, I have made my decision. I want to be your warrior, to possess extraordinary powers and serve you, Shen Huairo asserted firmly. And Dabai feels the same way, right Dabai? She looked down at her cat. Meow. Dabai could only respond helplessly. Seeing this, Yifeng nodded and smiled. In that case, let us do this together. Yifeng drew forth 12 drops of his essence blood from his fingertip, directing them with his mental power toward the 12 contract candidates. The God of War contract requires blood as a pledge. No one hesitated, and they all consumed the blood. Subsequently, the power of the contract surged from Yifeng. Chapter 136. Silence. I am contemplating on the road. A silver RV was making its way towards Longton Mountain, accompanied by several heavy trucks that formed Yifeng's convoy. Inside the silver RV, Yifeng reclined casually on the sofa while Nan Rian attentively massaged his head. Nan Shirin, Lin Xiaoxiao, Mu Qingli, Chu Xiaotu, Shen Huawei, and Shen Huaro were all present in the RV, while other warriors occupied the vehicles behind. Yifeng was in good spirits. His team had now expanded to include 12 contract warriors. He rose to savor a sip of fine tea. Qilin Xiaobai sat on a chair, curiously observing the large white cat, which trembled under the weight of Qilin Xiaobai's imposing presence, seemingly on the verge of tears. Xiaobai, do not bully our new companion, Yifeng casually admonished. Oh, Qilin Xiaobai replied, turning its head away. Only then did the white cat breathe a sigh of relief. Yifeng chuckled and looked out the window. The outside world was engulfed in a thick mist of blood, the concentration reaching alarming levels. At that moment, Yifeng's gaze sharpened as he peered ahead on the road. He noticed another convoy heading towards Longton Mountain. Their speed was greater, allowing them to quickly catch up. The convoy ahead suddenly halted, comprised of 4 large vehicles. Subsequently, more than 20 individuals disembarked, most armed with weapons. I will go down and assess the situation, Nan Rian said, furrowing her brow. Agreed. Yifeng nodded, remaining seated as he casually surveyed the scene. At the forefront stood a bald middle-aged man, appearing clean and tidy. Noteworthy among the group was a young man with dyed red hair and a delicate-looking young girl. Yifeng's eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of contemplation passing through them. The fair-featured girl struck him as somewhat familiar. Where had he seen her before? He fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, Nan Rian had also disembarked with her companions. The bald man stepped forward, frowning as he demanded, Who are you? What business do you have at Longton Mountain? Nan Rian scoffed, replying, That question should be directed at you. Longton Mountain up ahead is our territory, and what are you doing on this path? Upon hearing her words, the opposing group fell silent, exchanging glances. Your territory? The bald man's eyes lit up, realizing that he might have found what he was searching for. Inside the vehicle, Yifeng sighed internally. He could not recall the girl's identity at that moment, but felt certain he had encountered her in his previous life. He dismissed further thoughts and stepped down from the RV. Looking for us? Yifeng inquired, directing his gaze towards them. A young man from the opposing team. Upon spotting Yifeng, pointed excitedly and exclaimed, Boss Hu, this is the one I told you about. The ability user who drove me away. Hearing this, Boss Hu burst into laughter. Ah, I see. What fortunate timing for us. However, his expression quickly darkened as he glared at Yifeng, saying in an angry tone, Kid, we are here to demand an explanation. Your actions in driving away the original owner of Longton Mountain are no different from those of a bandit. If you do not provide adequate compensation today, do not expect to leave unscathed. Upon hearing Boss Hu's words, Nan Rian and her companions suddenly understood. The origin of the conflict stemmed from a survivor they had previously released from a villa. That survivor had allied with the ability user before them, returning with a group to seek vengeance. The reason was now crystal clear. At that moment, both Nan Shirin, Nan Rian, and Boss Hu's young men turned their gazes towards Yifeng. However, what surprised everyone was that Yifeng paid no heed to them, instead fixating intently on the young girl behind Boss Hu. What is your name? He asked. The girl, feeling the weight of his gaze, became anxious and dared not respond, even shrinking back in fear. Seeing Yifeng's apparent disregard, a flash of anger crossed Boss Hu's eyes. He quickly conjured a sphere of earthy energy in his hand, a cold smirk forming on his lips. Kid, stop pretending. Are you the leader? If so, then you need to provide an explanation. Boss, why waste words with him? Watch as I command the undead to wipe them out. The red-haired youth spoke with disdain, his tone arrogant. The young man at the rear of the group also sneered, his body beginning to swell rapidly. In an instant, he transformed into a 2-meter-tall muscle-bound figure. It turned out that he had fortuitously awakened the ability of a giant's physique. The youth, swollen with confidence, fixed his gaze upon Yi Nifeng and bellowed, You took advantage of your powers as an ability user to drive my sister and me away, ultimately leading to her demise. You never anticipated that I too would acquire such abilities. It is too late for your regrets. Yi Nifeng cast a casual glance at him, dismissively waving his hand as if swatting away a fly. Be quiet. I am in deep contemplation. In that moment, a minuscule, nearly invisible gray lightning bolt erupted from Yi Nifeng's fingertips. The muscular youth, who had been seething with anger at Yi Nifeng's demeanor and was about to unleash a torrent of insults, suddenly felt a tingling numbness coursing through his body. In an instant, he collapsed, his entire form rendered uncontrollable. Simultaneously, his enhanced muscular physique dissipated, reverting to that of an ordinary person. This unexpected turn of events left everyone astounded, perplexed by the youth's behavior. Yi Nifeng's method was so subtle that no one noticed. The youth sprawled on the ground, eyes wide with terror. What is happening? What has gone wrong? I. Panic surged within him as he struggled desperately, yet his limbs betrayed him, refusing to obey his commands. No matter how earnestly he tried, he remained utterly immobilized. Even speech became a challenge. What is going on? Hu Laoda shot a glance at the youth, frowning as he scolded. You are a liability at a critical moment. Get him to the back. You are making a fool of us. He remained oblivious to Yi Nifeng's tactics, believing instead that the youth's abilities had malfunctioned. The crimson-haired youth beside him also scoffed, derisively muttering, what a worthless fool. The atmosphere grew tense and silent, as Hu Laoda, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, noted that one of their 3 ability users had collapsed right after showcasing their skills. He glanced at Yi Nifeng, who, with a slight furrow in his brow, appeared to be lost in thought. A sharp glint flashed in Hu Laoda's eyes as he prepared to speak again to salvage the situation. Just then, Nan Ruiyan gazed at Yi Nifeng before stepping forward to address Hu Laoda. So you are Hu Laoda? There are matters I can also decide upon. How do you propose we resolve this? Hu Laoda cast a look at Nan Ruiyan, secretly admiring her beauty. The crimson-haired youth beside him also exhibited a flicker of greed in his eyes. Hu Laoda cleared his throat and stated, look at the chaos you have caused. My brother is incapacitated. My demands are not unreasonable. Leave this silver vehicle and all its supplies, and cede the entire Longton Mountain Villa area to me, and I shall spare your lives. His eyes gleamed with avarice as he surveyed the silver RV, recognizing its worth. This is unacceptable. You are courting death. Nan Shireen exploded, frost forming in her palm. We cannot agree to your terms. Nan Ruiyan's beautiful eyes mirrored the coldness of her companion. Consider your next words carefully, Hu Laoda sneered. I, Hu Batong, as an epic-level ability user, am not to be trifled with. Tension hung thick in the air as both sides braced for confrontation. At that moment, a clear voice rang out, Hu Batong? I remember now, you are Song Yujia. Yi Feng gazed at the young girl among the crowd, his eyes brimming with joy. Song Yujia, a unique awakened individual, a master enchanter. Chapter 137. Crushing the enemies. Yi Feng looked at Song Yujia, a flicker of excitement crossing his features. Song Yujia stared back, her eyes wide with confusion. She could not comprehend why Yi Feng had suddenly called her name. After all, she was merely an unremarkable university student. Disregarding the curious gazes of those around him, Yi Feng addressed Song Yujia softly. Do not be afraid, Song Yujia. I am Yi Feng, and I invite you to join my team. I will ensure your safety, bestow upon you extraordinary powers, and provide you with secure lodging and ample sustenance. As Yi Feng laid out his conditions, he observed the girl before him, who seemed an ordinary person at present. Yet, he was acutely aware that in the future, she would awaken a special ability known as enchantment, which would allow her to imbue any weapon with magical properties. Once her powers matured, she could even utilize rare materials to perform advanced enchantments on various weapons. Strategically, she would emerge as one of the most formidable support practitioners in Jiangxing and even across the entire Blue Star. Nan Ruiyan and the others exchanged peculiar glances upon hearing Yi Feng's immediate invitation. Song Yujia's eyes flickered with panic as she instinctively drew closer to her uncle, the bald middle-aged man. Uncle, I'm scared. A flash of anger crossed the eyes of Hu Laoda. Do not fear, my dear niece. I shall take care of this. He then glared at Yi Feng, exclaiming loudly, You, boy, already have so many beautiful women, yet you still set your sights on my niece. How shameless can you be? The red-haired youth's lips twitched in confusion. To him, Song Yujia, with her average looks and slender frame, held no allure. It was hard to fathom that Yi Feng, surrounded by an array of stunning women, would even express interest in her. Was this some peculiar preference? Nan Ruiyan and the others also regarded Yi Feng with an air of surprise, their expressions reflecting the same bewilderment. When had Yi Feng changed his taste? You are misunderstanding. Yi Feng, noticing the collective scrutiny, chuckled helplessly and quickly clarified, She is a talent. I wish to recruit her as my warrior. The sincerity of Yi Feng's explanation was met with skepticism by Nan Shireen and the others. However, Hu Laoda remained unconvinced, deeming Yi Feng's actions utterly outrageous and incomprehensible. You little brat, I've changed my mind. Today, I shall break your limbs. Hu Laoda sneered. Turning to Hu Laoda, Yi Feng's expression remained calm. You have obstructed my convoy and trespassed upon my territory. wealth, and women. According to my principles, you all deserve death. He paused for effect, before continuing earnestly. However, I am in a good mood today. For Song Yujia's sake, if you hand her over, I will not pursue further grievances with you. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Hu Laoda's fury morphed into mockery. The red-haired youth erupted into laughter, his eyes filled with derision. As for me, I am in a good mood today as well. If you relinquish your women to serve me, I will let you off the hook. You have forsaken your only chance at survival, Yifeng said calmly. Observing the red-haired youth. You seek death. The red-haired youth's bravado faltered. Iron-armored, charge. As the words fell, a black, mutated zombie suddenly leaped from the vehicle behind. This was the red-haired youth's extraordinary ability, controlling zombies. The fact that he could manipulate a mutated zombie indicated his formidable power. With a sinister grin, the red-haired youth commanded the mutated zombie to charge towards Yifeng, exclaiming, "Die for me." He fixed his gaze on Yifeng, eager to witness the extent of his fear. Unfortunately, Yifeng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression serene. A flicker of surprise crossed the red-haired youth's eyes. Was Yifeng not afraid? Just as the zombie approached within 3 meters of him, a resounding thunderclap echoed through the air, striking the mutated zombie squarely on the head. The creature froze instantly, rendered immobile. In the next moment, its body was reduced to mere powder. The red-haired youth's expression froze, disbelief reflected in his eyes. Silence reigned, a deathly stillness. Boss Hu, equally astonished, stared incredulously at Yifeng. The trump card of their team had been the red-haired youth's mutated zombie. Yet now, one had perished so effortlessly? Absurd. At this moment, their minds were engulfed in chaos. Yifeng cast a cold glance at the youth. The red-haired youth trembled in fear at his gaze, suddenly devoid of confidence, becoming pathetically weak. Yifeng smirked, vanishing from his position in an instant. Thunderleap. Moments later, Yifeng appeared before the red-haired youth. Under the incredulous gazes of all, a fist crackling with lightning descended with tremendous force. Thunder fist. With a resounding crash, the red-haired youth was driven into the ground, half of his body turning to char. The red-haired youth was dead, beyond revival. Everyone stood in stunned silence, gazing at the scene. Boss Hu also lost the courage to act, disbelief filling his eyes. This was not real. A lightning strike had obliterated the mutated zombie, and a single punch had annihilated the red-haired youth. The man before him possessed a power that extinguished any thought of resistance. Yifeng's expression remained cold as he surveyed the crowd. Under the oppressive force of his overwhelming aura, all present trembled. Some, in their cowardice, crumpled weakly to the ground. "Sir, my name is Boss Hu," he said with a pained expression, his throat constricting, at a loss for what to do. "My terms remain unchanged. Hand over Song Yujia, and I shall spare your lives." Yifeng chuckled, casting a casual glance over the assembly. His gaze finally settled on the youth at the back of the group, still in a dazed state. "Ah yes, you must die too," Yifeng remarked as he approached the youth. Hearing this, the youth's pupils dilated, his face draining of color. His previously paralyzed body could finally move slightly. "No, please don't kill me," he pleaded, his eyes filled with regret. Once, he and his sister had been desperately trapped in a villa. After Yifeng arrived, he had rescued them, but subsequently driven them away. Due to his misjudgment, he and his sister had fallen into peril, ultimately leading to her death at the hands of a zombie. In a moment of crisis, he awakened his powers and managed to survive. The youth was consumed by remorse, blaming all the misfortunes on Yifeng. Had it not been for Yifeng driving them away, he too would have survived upon awakening his extraordinary powers, and his sister would not have perished. Later, after joining the team of Boss Hu, he inadvertently mentioned Yifeng's actions. Boss Hu, intrigued by the villa district that Yifeng occupied, suspected he might have ulterior motives, which led to this operation. At this moment, the young man, eyes wide with panic, turned to Boss Hu, pleading, "Boss, save me." Boss Hu's face turned ashen, muttering inwardly, "What do you want me to do? I am but a clay figurine crossing a river, struggling to save myself." Despair flickered in the young man's eyes as he turned to plead once more, only to be met with a surge of blinding lightning. Boom! The electric arcs scattered, and the air grew unbearably hot. In an instant, the young man was reduced to a pile of charred remains. Witnesses turned pale at this scene, their faces drained of color. Chapter 138. Delivering a person after Yifeng annihilated the young man. He surveyed the surroundings, his gaze chilling. The atmosphere was thick with silence. Those present dared not utter a sound, their eyes filled with terror as they looked towards Yifeng. However, Yifeng had no intention of continuing the slaughter. He glanced at Song Yujia, and then at Boss Hu, softly stating, "My terms remain unchanged." Upon hearing this, despair flickered in Song Yujia's eyes, her delicate features growing even paler, her body trembling uncontrollably. In her mind, Yi Feng was a terrifying demon. If she fell into his hands, it would mean her doom. "Uncle, please don't abandon me. Save me," she pleaded, grasping the hem of Boss Hu's garment, her voice laced with helplessness. She was but an ordinary person, barely surviving due to her uncle's awakened powers. Boss Hu's expression darkened as he forced himself to remain composed, looking at Yi Feng and asking, "What do you intend to do with my niece?" "That is not for you to know," Yi Feng replied, shaking his head. Then, with a grave demeanor, added, "However, I can assure you of one thing. I will not harm her." Hearing this, Boss Hu's expression shifted unpredictably. "You have 10 seconds to consider," Yi Feng declared. Boss Hu, glancing at the panicked Song Yujia, forced a bitter smile, a flicker of guilt passing through his eyes. "I'm sorry, Jejia, but I have no choice but to sacrifice you to save everyone else." Upon hearing her uncle's words, fear flashed in Song Yujia's eyes. "No, uncle." Before she could finish, Boss Hu struck her neck with a swift motion, rendering her unconscious. With a heavy heart, Boss Hu handed Song Yujia over to Yi Feng. A smirk crept onto Yi Feng's lips as he accepted her. Boss Hu, filled with unease, looked at Yi Feng and tentatively asked, "Now that Jejia is in your possession, will you spare us?" "Indeed, you may leave." Yi Feng waved his hand dismissively. After uttering these words, Yi Feng turned and entrusted Song Yujia to Shun Huaiwei before striding towards the RV. Nen Shirin, Lin Xiaoxiao, and others followed closely behind, heading for the vehicle's door. Witnessing this, Boss Hu's eyes brimmed with ecstasy. "Haha, we have survived. This person is truly terrifying." The underlings behind Boss Hu shared in his exhilaration, their expressions radiant with joy and excitement. "Since he has spared me, he should also honor his promise and treat Jia kindly." Boss Hu gazed at Yi Feng's retreating figure, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. Once Yi Feng had departed, Boss Hu finally entered his vehicle, changed direction, and drove away. For him, having salvaged his life during this journey was already the greatest stroke of luck. Upon returning to the Longton Mountain Villa area, everyone dispersed. Yi Feng instructed Nan Ruyin to settle Song Yujia in a room on the lower floor, ensuring she was provided with various necessities. Subsequently, Yi Feng summoned Xiao Bai to his side. The aura of Xiao Bai's extraordinary abilities revealed that it had now reached the pinnacle of the 7-star evolution. Yi Feng looked at Xiao Bai with a serious expression and said, "Xiao Bai, your current realm has attained the 7-star limit. This means you can attempt to harness the power of the crystal cores to break free from your constraints and complete your evolution. Unlike humans, mutated beasts do not need to concern themselves with breaking through star-level limits." Breakthrough evolution? Xiao Bai was momentarily taken aback, then looked at Yi Feng with eager anticipation. Yi Feng nodded, handing over 30 prepared crystal cores and 1 mutated crystal core to the Kirin Xiao Bai. "Go for it, Xiao Bai. I have faith in you," Yi Feng encouraged with a smile. Understanding, Xiao Bai's eyes sparkled with excitement, its tail wagging vigorously. Under Yi Feng's encouraging gaze, Xiao Bai took the crystal cores and swiftly dashed back to its cozy nook to begin its training. Seeing Xiao Bai commence its cultivation, Yi Feng smiled with satisfaction and walked towards Song Yujia's room. At present, Song Yujia remained in a comatose state. Yi Feng couldn't help but frown. That Hu fellow was rather heavy-handed. Approaching her, he cast a beam of white light. Divine blessing. Moments later, bathed in the white light, Song Yujia's delicate eyelashes fluttered, and she gradually awoke. Noticing her consciousness return, Yi Feng wore a friendly expression and spoke. "Song Yujia, do not be alarmed. I genuinely wish to recruit you as my subordinate." However, before Yi Feng could finish his sentence, she exclaimed, "Ah? Don't come near me. Please don't kill me." Song Yujia retreated in fright, her face pale, her body trembling uncontrollably. Yi Feng's previous actions of slaying several individuals before her had left her with an exceedingly fearsome impression of him. Consequently, no matter how handsome or charming Yi Feng may be, he could not alter this perception. "Little girl, please refrain from shouting. I am not a villain," Yi Feng said helplessly. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Seeing that Song Yujia was utterly unresponsive, continuously screaming, he had no choice but to raise his voice. "Be quiet." The piercing screams abruptly ceased. Song Yujia tightly covered her mouth, not daring to make a sound. Yi Feng smiled wryly. Under such circumstances, communication between them was nearly impossible. He also had no time to squander here, so he turned to leave. As Yi Feng exited the room, he unexpectedly collided with Nan Ruyin. With a smile that was both teasing and enigmatic, she remarked, "I never imagined the omnipotent Yi Feng would also encounter setbacks." Yi Feng let out a bitter laugh and replied, "I genuinely wish to recruit her as my subordinate because she possesses unique talents. Why not let me give it a try?" Nan Ruyin suggested with a charming smile. Hearing this, Yi Feng's eyes lit up. Engaging another individual to converse with Song Yujia is indeed a splendid idea. Thus, I shall entrust her to you, Yi Feng advised, albeit it sounds somewhat utilitarian. Expeditiously claiming her for our own purposes remains of considerable significance to us. Nan Rian's eyes shimmered with a dynamic glimmer, her delicate hand gently patting her chest. Leave it to me. Subsequently, Nan Ruyan turned and swayed her hips as she stepped into Song Yujia's room. Soon, a hushed exchange filled the air within. Little girl, do not be anxious. We mean you no harm. What is your name? I am Song Yujia. Oh, where are you from? I am. Yi Feng positioned himself at the doorway, straining his ears for a moment, but gleaned little insight. He thus turned and returned to the upstairs lounge, reclining in the massage chair. Yi Feng cleared his mind, closing his eyes to rejuvenate for the battles that lay ahead that evening. Chapter 139, Evolution, the Unicorn Little White. After approximately half an hour of rest, Yi Feng gradually opened his eyes, lightly stretching his body, feeling invigorated. His thoughts wandered to the current training progress of the Kirin Little White, pondering the efficacy of Rian's persuasion. With a flicker of concentration, a stream of mental energy unfurled like an invisible thread, granting him a comprehensive view of the villa's state. His attention first settled upon the hall on the first floor. At that moment, within the kitchen of the hall, Nan Rian's newly assembled culinary team, comprised of 7 alluring chefs, was bustling about, diligently preparing ingredients for dinner. Among the team, which included 3 head chefs and 4 assistants, Nan Rian herself held one of the lead positions. The remaining 6 were meticulously chosen from Yi Feng's contracted warriors. After all, joining the culinary team not only enhanced their benefits, but also significantly reduced their participation in combat activities, allowing for a more comfortable existence. Consequently, the 6 selected female warriors were not only aesthetically pleasing, but also possessed commendable culinary skills. Yi Feng smiled with satisfaction. On the opposite side, perched upon an elegant sofa, Lin Xiaoxiao lounged in an oversized bear-print pajama, lazily engaged with her tablet. It was evident that, despite the loose attire, it did little to conceal her hourglass figure. She was unbothered by potential exposure, as the vast villa housed only Yi Feng as the sole male. Beside Lin Xiaoxiao sat her cousin, the illustrious star Mu Qingli, who radiated an air of sophisticated allure in a delicate black sheer dress that accentuated her voluptuous form. The 2 women occasionally exchanged whispers and laughter as they shared the screen of the tablet. As ordinary individuals without awakened abilities, they naturally had no need for training. At that moment, the cat, Big White, lounged lazily in a corner, while the Kirin Little White radiated an overwhelming energy, seemingly approaching a significant breakthrough. Yi Feng's spirit continued to scan the surroundings casually. Suddenly, his eyes brightened, and a smile crept upon his lips as he observed Song Yujia, who was reclining at the dining table, indulging in a hearty feast of spicy chicken wings reminiscent of KFC. Before her lay an array of sumptuous delights, including a pepper chicken burger, egg tarts, fries, and cola, all bountifully spread out. At this moment, Song Yujia appeared remarkably relaxed. Her previous fears vanished. Sister Narayan, this is absolutely delicious. With grease glistening on her lips, she struggled to swallow a chicken wing, her cheeks stuffed to the brim. I thought I would never taste such delights again in my lifetime. Her eyes sparkled with joy. Narayan gently caressed Song Yujia's soft hair and chuckled softly. This is just the beginning. We have an abundance of ribs, shrimp, abalone, and sea cucumbers. Once you officially join our team, these delicacies will be at your disposal. Really? That's wonderful. Song Yujia's eyes seemed to twinkle with starlight, her elation overflowing. Witnessing this scene, Yi Feng couldn't help but smile broader. It seemed that things were falling into place. He extended his mental energy to the 2nd and 3rd floors, where Nan Shirin and Chu Xiaotu were diligently cultivating in their respective rooms, each holding a crystal core. Meanwhile, the sisters Shun Huawei and Shun Huairo were taking a bath together in their room. Noticing this, Yi Feng quickly averted his gaze. One should not gaze upon such sights. He withdrew his mental probing and decided against resting further, making his way to the 1st floor and heading straight to the dining table. Is the fried chicken tasty? Yi Feng greeted Song Yujia with a smile. Upon hearing this, she abruptly halted her eating, her body stiffening as uncertainty flickered in her large eyes. Then, as if recalling something, she gradually relaxed and murmured, "Yes, it's delicious." She added, "The fried chicken made by my sister is especially tasty." "Thank you." Yi Feng smiled warmly at her and asked, "Are you willing to stay with me and join my team?" I would like to stay with you," the young girl said, unable to meet his gaze. Her eyes filled with timidity, but the formal contract to join the team. That's all right. Waiting a bit longer is fine. You can rest assured here. You need not worry about food and safety," Yi Feng replied joyfully. "By the way, is this burger enough? If not, I can have more made." "Yes, it's enough," Song Yujia quickly responded. Yifeng nodded in satisfaction and cast an appreciative glance at Neri Yen. This young girl was indeed an invaluable asset, and having her effortlessly under his wing brought him great contentment. All right, you stay here. It seems the little girl is still shy, Neri Yen said with a bright smile. Yifeng nodded and was about to turn away when suddenly, an extraordinary surge of energy emanated from a room on the right side of the first-floor hall. Yifeng paused, his eyes lighting up with excitement. It's Little White's room. He swiftly dashed to the room of the Qilin. Inside, Little White, nestled in its dog bed, was slowly opening its eyes, its aura gradually condensing. Little White, congratulations on completing your evolution, Yifeng exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with delight as he gazed at the radiant Qilin. The Little White before him had undergone significant changes compared to before. Firstly, it had grown larger once more, and its black and white fur was now even more distinct. Furthermore, the two golden horns atop its head have now merged into a singular, resplendent horn, radiating brilliance and exuding an air of majesty. Name, Kirin Xiaobai level, 2nd stage. 1 star. The evolution into the 2nd stage signifies an entirely new beginning. The transformations occurring within Xiaobai are entirely natural, as upon evolving to the 2nd stage, both mutated beasts and human psychics undergo significant alterations in their external appearance and internal structure, aligning with their newfound abilities. While the changes in external form are secondary, the internal modifications are profoundly significant. In the 1st stage, the energy within extraordinary beings typically exists in a gaseous state. Upon reaching the 2nd stage, their bodies can accommodate a greater reservoir of energy, which will naturally transition into a liquid state. The energy levels in the 2nd stage are similarly categorized by star ratings. Indeed, Xiaobai exclaimed, filled with joy, rising energetically with its fluffy tail wagging enthusiastically. I have successfully shattered my limitations and completed the extraordinary evolution into the 2nd stage. Chapter 140. Farewell to Zhao Wumei. As Zhao Wumei's image appeared, adorned in a gown, Yifeng's heart leapt with delight upon hearing her words. You have performed admirably. Without hesitation, Yifeng retrieved a zombie crystal core and tossed it to Xiaobai. Here, Xiaobai, continue absorbing the crystal core to solidify your level. With a leap, Xiaobai swallowed the crystal cores in one gulp. Subsequently, it closed its eyes once more to absorb the energy. Ordinarily, Xiaobai would require 2nd stage crystal cores to enhance its star rating. However, 1st stage cores could also suffice, albeit in significantly greater quantities. Moments later, Xiaobai opened its eyes again, a gleam of joy illuminating its gaze. Boss, ever since I ascended to the 2nd stage, my energy absorption rate has noticeably accelerated. Yifeng smiled in response. By the way, boss, I have acquired a new ability that I would like to demonstrate for you. With that, Xiaobai's body trembled slightly before it suddenly expanded, transforming into a colossal creature resembling a tank in the blink of an eye. Boss, I can continue to grow larger, but space is limited, Xiaobai remarked, scratching its head, its voice exuberant. Is this your new ability? Yifeng inquired. Yes, I can also shrink. Xiaobai nodded, its form rapidly contracting until it became a miniature dog, merely 20 centimeters in length. So, you can alter your size at will? Yifeng's expression revealed his astonishment. Indeed, when my size increases, my strength enhances. When I shrink, my speed increases, Xiaobai elucidated. Your abilities are remarkable, Yifeng praised with a smile. Xiaobai's eyes widened with pride as it wagged its tail gleefully. Yifeng's gaze shifted. Deep in thought, Xiaobai's successful advancement was exceedingly fortuitous, instilling him with greater confidence for the night's impending operations. After a moment of contemplation, Yifeng spoke directly. Xiaobai, your strength has increased at the perfect moment. Come with me tonight, for we have significant undertakings ahead. Absolutely. Xiaobai nodded enthusiastically. Yifeng turned and exited Xiaobai's room, with Xiaobai closely following behind. In the hall, Mu Qingli, Lin Xiaoxiao, and Nan Rian gazed in awe at the new appearance of the young Kirin named Xiaobai. Xiaobai, you look even more handsome. Xiaobai, your golden horns have grown larger. Upon hearing these remarks, Xiaobai beamed with pride. Hehe, I have evolved. I am now a 2nd stage mutated beast. The ladies were utterly amazed. Incredible. A 2nd stage mutated beast. Lin Xiaoxiao and Mu Qingli exchanged envious smiles. Yifeng approached Nan Rian and instructed, Rian, I must step out for a while. I will return before nightfall. He provided a series of precautions, to which Nan Rian nodded repeatedly, indicating her understanding. Subsequently, Yifeng and Xiaobai exited the villa and drove away. At a large supermarket in Jiangxing, on the 4th floor, a woman with alluring features and a voluptuous figure sat cross-legged, holding a zombie crystal core. Energy flowed continuously around her. After a considerable time, she exhaled a breath of frustration and slowly opened her eyes. The speed of energy absorption from this crystal core is far too slow. When will I ascend to a 7-star ability user? A hint of helplessness crept onto her lips. I wonder what level Yifeng has reached in his training. The woman stood up and stretched, showcasing her curvaceous figure. She was Zhao Wumei, the supermarket manager. 2 days prior, she had learned about the existence of zombie crystal cores from Yifeng and had quickly obtained several. However, the rate of energy absorption was slower than she had anticipated. Nevertheless, Zhao Wumei understood that, compared to ordinary ability awakens, her speed as a legendary ability user was still relatively swift. This was evident in her comparison with her assistant, Su Xiaoxiao, who had also awakened her abilities with the ordinary level, strength enhancement. Zhao Wumei had distributed some of the crystal cores to Su Xiaoxiao so they could train simultaneously. Currently, she had become a 2-star ability user. While Su Xiaoxiao remained a 1-star ability user, the disparity clear as day. At that moment, her phone chimed. Zhao Wumei glanced at it, momentarily stunned, before her eyes lit up with surprise as she quickly returned the voice call. What is it? Are you missing me? She laughed playfully. Indeed. That is why I am here. A clear voice responded from the other end. What? You are coming to my place? Zhao Wumei exclaimed, both surprised and delighted. I am not coming. I have already arrived. The voice continued. Where are you now? Zhao Wumei asked, her mouth slightly agape in disbelief. Come to the window. The man instructed. Zhao Wumei paused for a moment, then gracefully moved toward the window to look down. She spotted a sleek silver RV parked below, beside which stood a handsome young man clad in black. Yifeng. A glimmer of joy flashed in Zhao Wumei's beautiful eyes. Open the window, Yifeng said, glancing up at her. Although Zhao Wumei was puzzled, she complied and slowly opened the window. In the next moment, before she could react, Yifeng suddenly leaped into the air, soaring toward the heavens. In the blink of an eye, he landed on the 4th floor where Zhao Wumei resided. Swiftly slipping into her bedroom, Zhao Wumei was momentarily stunned. You, how could you? Yifeng smiled silently, his gaze fixed upon her. The beauty before him remained strikingly graceful, her features radiant, and her figure alluring. She exuded an air of mature femininity, reminiscent of a perfectly ripened peach, captivating to behold. Yifeng couldn't help but reminisce about their cherished moments, instinctively swallowing hard. Regaining her composure, Zhao Wumei enveloped Yifeng in an embrace. Feeling the masculine aura emanating from him, a shiver coursed through her, her delicate hands gently encircling his broad back as she gazed at his handsome face, her eyes shimmering like water. Yifeng reciprocated, wrapping his arms around Zhao Wumei's slender waist. All was conveyed without words. What brings you here so suddenly? Zhao Wumei inquired with a smile. Yifeng's lips curled into a gentle grin as he replied, Wumei, there exists a unique constitution known as the yin-yang divine body. Half an hour later, within the confines of the 4th floor bedroom, Yifeng and Zhao Wumei sat candidly together, surrounded by swirling black and white energies. Moments later, the ethereal mists gradually dissipated. Yifeng opened his eyes, reclined on the bed, lit a cigarette, and wore a contented expression. Zhao Wumei, beside him, also opened her eyes, excitement gleaming in her beautiful gaze as she regarded Yifeng as if he were a rare treasure. Yifeng, I cannot believe such a method exists to rapidly enhance one's cultivation. I am utterly enamored with you. Zhao Wumei's heart brimmed with delight. Within that brief half-hour, her extraordinary abilities had astonishingly ascended by a star. She was now a 3-star ability user. It was simply unbelievable. Overcome with joy, Zhao Wumei planted a sweet kiss on him, the two indulging in a tender moment. Yifeng, holding Zhao Wumei closely, tentatively proposed, Wumei, I wish to forge a contract of the war god with you. Zhao Wumei paused, asking, what kind of contract? Yifeng, with a smile, divulged the details of the war god contract without reservation. The power of the contract, the skills it grants, and the loyalty it demands. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Zhao Wumei's eyes flickered with hesitation, and the atmosphere in the room grew suddenly solemn. If you are unwilling, I shall not force you, Yifeng reassured with a smile. Does that mean if I do not sign the contract, you will abandon me? Zhao Wumei exhaled deeply, her voice light with laughter. Of course not. Yifeng's expression was earnest. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Wumei replied, Yifeng, could you grant me some time to consider this thoroughly? No problem. Yifeng nodded with a smile, though a hint of disappointment flickered in his heart. Yet, this was only natural. After all, Zhao Wumei was a legendary ability awakener, fully capable of self-sufficiency. If roles were reversed, Yifeng would certainly not enter into such a contract. The same had been true with Shen Huaiwei. Why would a prominent legendary ability user willingly serve another unless their heart was genuinely touched in a moment of dire need? Since ancient times, deep affection has rarely been retained. Only the artifice of strategy can win a heart. Yifeng reflected, filled with sentiment. However, this means that the opportunity at the bar tonight cannot be arranged for Zhao Wumei to seek out. After all, without a contractual assurance, there remains a barrier between them. The atmosphere suddenly fell into silence. Noticing Yi Feng's lack of response, Zhao Wumei playfully inquired, "What's wrong? Is my little adversary upset?" "No," Yi Feng replied. Returning to reality. "Please don't be unhappy." Zhao Wumei, with a bright smile, continued, "I happen to know a girl who has taken quite a liking to you. How about I arrange for her to sign a contract with you?" Yi Feng furrowed his brow. Who is she? After all, he was not one to accept just anyone. "Su Xiaoxiao, the one you've met. She is my most trusted assistant and quite the lovely girl." Zhao Wumei chimed in. A vivid image of a petite figure flashed through Yi Feng's mind, causing his eyes to flicker. Su Xiaoxiao was she? If memory served him right, Zhao Wumei's mention of Su Xiaoxiao referred to a spirited girl of diminutive stature. Indeed, she has awakened and possesses strength-based abilities. What do you think about contracting her? Zhao Wumei suggested with a smile. Yi Feng chuckled, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Pondering that Zhao Wumei was likely concerned about his mood and was thus offering her most trusted subordinate to curry favor. Seeing Yi Feng's lack of opposition, Zhao Wumei let out a sigh of relief and promptly picked up her phone to make contact. A moment later, there was a knock at the door. "Come in." The girl entered the room. "Mei Jia, did you call for me?" Upon seeing Yi Feng present, Su Xiaoxiao hesitated momentarily. "It's you?" Su Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in surprise as she gazed at Yi Feng, a flicker of admiration shining in her depths. The memory of Yi Feng's decisive defeat of a mutated zombie was likely one she would never forget. Yi Feng regarded Su Xiaoxiao with a glimmer of appreciation. She had short hair, a charming face, and a petite figure that belied her strength. Yi Feng recalled their first encounter with Zhao Wumei distinctly. "Xiaoxiao, come here." Zhao Wumei beckoned Su Xiaoxiao forward, and they engaged in a hushed conversation. Su Xiaoxiao occasionally glanced at Yi Feng, uncertainty flickering in her eyes. Ultimately, she nodded with flushed cheeks. After Zhao Wumei departed, the room was left with just Yi Feng and Su Xiaoxiao, their gazes locking. Yi Feng sat at the edge of the bed, observing Su Xiaoxiao. Name: Su Xiaoxiao. Rank: 1-star. Ability: Strength Enhancement, Ordinary Level. Su Xiaoxiao, right? I remember you. With a blush, Su Xiaoxiao nodded. Someone as powerful as you remembers me? I tend to have a vivid memory for beautiful women, Yi Feng replied with a smile, gently taking her delicate hand. Thank you for your compliment, Su Xiaoxiao murmured, looking down. Then, a silence enveloped them. Yi Feng furrowed his brow, aware that time was of the essence, and he could not afford to linger. Just as he was about to speak, Su Xiaoxiao suddenly beamed with courage and boldly declared, Yi Feng, I wish to cultivate with you and become your contracted warrior. Yi Feng was taken aback, but a smile soon crept onto his lips. Su Xiaoxiao held his gaze with determination. However, the slots for contracted warriors are limited, and not just anyone can before Yi Feng could complete his sentence. With great courage, Su Xiaoxiao approached. The beauty was near, and Yi Feng caught a whiff of a pleasant fragrance. An hour later, he gazed at Su Xiaoxiao, who was meditating beside him. Filled with countless emotions, he had to admit that appearances can be deceiving, and one cannot measure the depths of the sea by a mere cup. Combat strength, power, and height often bear little relation to one another. Moments later, Su Xiaoxiao finished her meditation, opened her eyes, and her gaze sparkled with joy. Yi Feng. It's truly miraculous. I have advanced to 2 stars. As a 2-star ability user, her strength, speed, and energy had all significantly increased. Su Xiaoxiao sensed her enhancements. Her delight palpable. Yi Feng, will you come here often in the future? She asked, her eyes brimming with hope. Yi Feng affectionately ruffled her adorable little head. Certainly. I promise you, he replied. By the way, I will now contract you as a battle general. Chapter 142, The New Battle General, Special Items Battle General? Su Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Yi Feng smiled and extended a finger, drawing forth a drop of his blood from its tip. He then brought his index finger to Su Xiaoxiao's lips. To sign the contract, we must use blood. Su Xiaoxiao blushed, her lips slightly parted. An hour later, Yi Feng walked briskly towards the silver camper. A smile graced his lips at the sight of Zhao Wumei. It turned out that after his encounter with Su Xiaoxiao, he had run into Zhao Wumei, who had been eavesdropping. The two exchanged glances, and Zhao Wumei, caught in the act, showed no embarrassment. Instead, she provocatively taunted Yi Feng. Teaching her a lesson consumed a fair amount of time. As Yi Feng pondered, he approached the silver camper. Upon sensing Yi Feng's presence, the vehicle door opened automatically. Inside, Xiaobai was startled awake by the noise and immediately turned alert towards the door. Seeing Yi Feng return, Xiaobai breathed a sigh of relief. Boss, did you take care of business? Yes, all done. The vehicle started up. Yi Feng settled onto the soft sofa in the car and opened the system panel. The message log displayed the bait rewards he had just acquired. Notification: congratulations on your reward. Yifeng's mind stirred as he reviewed the bait quantity, which now totaled 80 portions. Thanks to the recent acquisition coupled with previous rewards, he decided it was time to go fishing. System: initiate advanced fishing. Notification: advanced fishing in progress. Yifeng awaited patiently. Notification: congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained 10 units of the Little Me SU-97 Ultra. Notification: congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained 100 pounds of Longjing green tea. Notification: congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained 1 epic grade equipment, Shadow Blade. Notification: congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained 1 rare grade equipment, Shadow Walker Boots. Yifeng's heart leaped with joy. He had unexpectedly acquired 2 pieces of equipment, 1 rare and 1 epic. He immediately clicked to check them out. Item: Shadow Walker Boots, quality, rare. Description: this pair of boots absorbs the essence of shadows, bestowing enhanced speed and an additional skill for acceleration. Additional description: speed 20. Upon activating the extra skill of the Shadow Walker Boots, movement speed increases by 30 for a duration of 20 seconds. A glimmer of joy flickered in Yifeng's eyes as he realized these were boots that could augment his speed. He promptly retrieved this rare equipment. The boots were entirely black, adorned with subtle golden patterns. Yifeng slipped them on and took a few steps, feeling a gust beneath his feet, as if his body had become lighter. Excellent. A smile played at the corners of Yifeng's mouth. This piece of equipment also possessed an extra skill, enabling him to activate it at critical moments for an acceleration effect. Cooldown time for the skill: 20 minutes. Yifeng's gaze shifted to the second piece of equipment. Equipment: Shadow Blade, quality, epic. Description: this short sword emanates a disquieting dark aura. Its wielder can unleash formidable dark attribute attacks. Yifeng drew forth this weapon. Examining it closely, it was a short, exquisite blade, its body a profound black, shimmering with a dark purple glow. Yifeng's eyes flickered. This was indeed a fine sword. Alas, he already possessed an epic long sword, and acquiring another short sword would not significantly enhance his prowess. After a moment's thought, Yifeng stored the epic Shadow Blade in his inventory and resumed his fishing. Hint: congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained 10 rare healing elixirs. Hint: congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained 1 deluxe edition comic. I can level up alone. Hint: congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained 1 acceleration card. Hint: congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained 1 rare tranquility necklace. Yifeng's eyes brightened. The healing elixirs and tranquility necklace appeared to be valuable items. However, at that moment, the system experienced a slight lag. Yifeng paused, and his gaze sharpened. Could it be that the system had yielded something extraordinary? In the next instant, the system's notification chimed. Hint: congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained a special item, Limitless Spirit Stone. A look of intrigue crossed Yifeng's face. A special item, the Limitless Spirit Stone? He immediately clicked to view the details. Item: Limitless Spirit Stone, quality, special, phase 1. Description: a consumable. This stone appears ordinary but contains potent special energy. When an extraordinary being reaches their limit, they may use it to break through to the next star level, gaining even greater strength. Note: an extraordinary being may only use 1 Limitless Spirit Stone per evolutionary phase. Excitement surged within Yifeng's eyes. To fish up such a treasure? To transcend the limits of energy levels. He swiftly retrieved the Limitless Spirit Stone. The Extreme Spirit Stone appeared to be merely an ordinary stone, roughly the size of a fist, with a surface adorned by faint, irregular patterns that shimmered with a subtle luminescence. Yifeng contemplated for a moment, forcing himself to calm his emotions, and subsequently stored the Extreme Spirit Stone in his spatial storage. His gaze shifted to another find. Necklace: Tranquility Necklace, quality, rare. Description: a wondrous necklace exuding an aura of serenity, enhancing the wearer's composure and spirit by 30. The necklace is exquisitely crafted, featuring a delicate light blue heart-shaped gemstone at its center. A splendid piece of equipment indeed, perfectly suited to restore tranquility. Yifeng adorned himself with the necklace, immediately feeling a wave of calming energy envelop him, instilling a newfound sense of composure. Next, Yifeng examined the Cultivation Acceleration card. Item: Cultivation Acceleration card, quality, rare. Function: upon shattering this card, your energy absorption rate will increase by 50 times for a duration of 1 hour. Yifeng pondered its utility. Without the Yin-Yang Divine Body, this card could save him a substantial 49 hours. However, with the presence of the Yin-Yang Divine Body, its value diminished somewhat. With a smile, Yifeng discarded the card into his storage. Lastly, he encountered the healing sacred pill, contained within a beautifully crafted crimson vial, inscribed with runes and sealed with silver threads. Upon opening, he discovered 10 pills, each the size of a fingernail. Pill, healing sacred pill quality. Rare description: this miraculous pill possesses formidable healing abilities, capable of swiftly remedying various injuries. Each pill is a ruby-red crystalline form, emanating a soft glow. Excellent. Yifeng smiled with satisfaction as he stowed the vial of healing sacred pills. With that, Yifeng meticulously organized all the items he had acquired during his fishing expedition. He reclined on the sofa, closing his eyes for a brief respite. The silver camper sped along the road, heading towards the outskirts of the city. Approximately an hour later, the vehicle came to a halt in the courtyard of an abandoned factory on the city's periphery. The door swung open, and Yifeng, accompanied by Xiaobai, stepped out. Yifeng surveyed the surroundings, feeling a sense of contentment. Indeed, this is the place. Chapter 143. The Sky of Longtan Mountain. Yifeng conducted a thorough search, eventually finding a relatively concealed spot behind a cluster of stones within a dense forest. He turned to Xiaobai and, with a serious tone, instructed Xiaobai, "Since you can shrink your form, reduce yourself to the smallest size and hide here. Also, have you remembered everything I instructed earlier?" During their journey, Yifeng had clearly delineated the task Xiaobai needed to perform. Xiaobai wagged his tail and pounded his chest, assuring, "Don't worry, boss. I remember everything perfectly." Yifeng nodded and produced a mobile phone, handing it to Xiaobai. Xiaobai's eyes widened in confusion. "Master, I don't know how to use this thing." Yifeng glanced at him with a knowing smile. "I am aware of your lack of familiarity. This phone has been pre-programmed. If it experiences a significant shake or is damaged, I will receive an immediate notification. This evening, it is likely that the most formidable creature from Jiangxing will appear. At that moment, do not attempt to show off. Immediately shake or destroy this phone. Do you understand?" "Understood." Xiaobai nodded in agreement, yet remained unconvinced. After all, he was the powerful Qilin Xiaobai. Having completed his evolution, he had ascended to the second tier. What enemy in this world could possibly stand against him? Well, aside from the boss. Yifeng shook his head, choosing not to elaborate. Opportunities often come hand in hand with peril. In a past life, a blood demon from another realm materialized here. The notorious leader of the Wild Wolf Gang, the legendary ability wielder Li Xingqian, reportedly met a tragic end in this very spot. Yifeng retrieved a spatial teleportation talisman, unhesitatingly marking this location. Thus, when he shattered the talisman, he would be instantaneously transported here. After completing all preparations, Yifeng let out a long sigh. The sky had darkened, and the blood mist thickened ominously. He reiterated his instructions to Xiaobai before turning to depart. As he sped along, by 7 p.m., Yifeng returned to the Dragon Pool Mountain Villa area. The others were already fully armed in the hall on the first floor, eagerly awaiting his return. They had already dined. The first thing Yifeng did upon his return was summon Shen Huaiwei and Nen Shirin to his side. "You two are currently the strongest fighters aside from Xiaobai and me. Tonight, I have a task for you," he said, pulling out his phone and pointing to a target location on the map. "You will drive the RV to this point. I estimate it will take about half an hour to reach. At 8 p.m. tonight, in just an hour, a celestial phenomenon will occur here, accompanied by the descent of certain items. Your mission is to gather these items, understood?" Excitement flickered in their eyes. "Understood." Yifeng then produced a weapon from his spatial realm, the Shadow Blade, which he had acquired earlier that day. He handed this weapon to Shen Huaiwei. For Yifeng, possessing this weapon would not significantly enhance his strength. However, for Shen Huaiwei, it was an entirely different matter. This epic dark attribute weapon would harmonize beautifully with her dark abilities. With this blade, Shen Huaiwei would undoubtedly gain an edge, elevating her strength to a new level. Upon receiving the Shadow Blade, surprise glimmered in Shen Huaiwei's beautiful eyes. She instantly took a liking to this short sword, elegant and powerful. Beside her, Nen Shirin displayed an envious expression. "Shirin, do not worry. It won't be long before I procure a suitable weapon for you as well," Yifeng reassured her. "I believe you," Nen Shirin replied with a sweet smile. Yifeng then issued further instructions to the two, producing 4 explosive talismans, explaining their usage. These talismans, which he had earlier fished out, were from the realm of Naruto and could be utilized by any ability wielder, their power not to be underestimated. The two accepted the explosive talismans with solemn expressions before turning to leave. They boarded Yifeng's silver RV and departed the Dragon Pool Mountain Villa area. Yifeng watched them leave, returning to the villa, feeling a slight hunger pang. As he dined, he quietly began to await in the hall. Time slipped away imperceptibly, and soon it would be 8 o'clock. Yifeng emerged from the villa, followed by 4 formidable contract warriors. Nan Ruyen, Chu Xiaotu, Lin Xiaoxiao, and Mu Qingli. These four were all warriors of great prowess, while ordinary contract fighters remained stationed at the villa, strictly forbidden from venturing out. The five of them arrived at the foot of Longton Mountain, the namesake of the entire villa district. At this moment, the air was thick with a sanguine mist. A flicker of memory crossed Yifeng's eyes. He recalled that on this very night, a myriad of celestial phenomena would manifest in Jiang City. No, not just Jiang City. To be precise, the entire Dragon Nation and across Blue Star would witness such occurrences. Alongside these phenomena would come a plethora of treasures and opportunities. While Yifeng could not grasp the opportunities in other locales, he was confident in securing those in Jiang City. He clearly identified 3 key points for opportunity. The first was the abandoned factory he had previously visited, where he had already established spatial markers and stationed the evolved Xiaobai in wait. Although the potential rewards there were significant, so too were the dangers, for it was the site of the fabled blood demon from another realm. The second point was the street of the Qing Shui Bar, where he had sent Nan Shirin and Shen Huiwei. To ensure their safety, he had equipped them with a highly fortified RV and the epic-grade equipment, Shadowblade. He anticipated no significant upheaval there. As for the third location, it was where Yifeng currently stood, the Longton Mountain Villa District, the most promising site for opportunity in Jiang City. Not only was it rich in potential, but it also bore no risks, truly a land of fortune. Yifeng stood with his hands clasped behind his back at the mountain's base, awaiting silently. The other girls felt a twinge of anxiety. Time passed quietly, and as the hour hand precisely pointed to 8 o'clock, the sanguine mist began to coalesce ominously. Yifeng's heart stirred as he gazed upward. In the next moment, it seemed as though an invisible force had cleaved the very heavens above Longtan Mountain. Yifeng held his breath, focusing intently. Lin Xiaoxiao and the others were serious expressions. They had heard Yifeng's tales before, yet anxiety still gripped them. The dense blood mist gathered under an unseen power, converging above Longtan Mountain, pulsating like a beast poised to strike. Suddenly, a rift tore open at the heart of the blood mist. The expressions of the women shifted dramatically, while Yifeng remained calm, a smile of surprise playing at his lips. The rift was vast, as though a portal to another world had been forcefully torn asunder. A terrifying aura permeated the surroundings, sending shivers down their spines. Yet Yifeng, invigorated, raised his gaze to the heavens, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as if he could penetrate that immense spatial fissure. Beyond the vast chasm lay an abyss of seemingly endless darkness, reminiscent of an alternate realm. The sky roared with thunder and flashed with lightning, a cacophony that reverberated through the air, while the earth trembled, as if a fearsome beast were on the verge of awakening. Yifeng, could there be danger? Lin Xiaoxiao gazed at Yifeng, her expression tense. Chu Xiaotu, Nan Ruyan, and Mu Qingli also regarded Yifeng with concern. Do not worry. While other places may face peril tonight, this location should remain safe. Yifeng reassured them with a smile, offering no further explanation. Moments later, the spatial rift expanded dramatically. In the next instant, a cascade of blood-red crystalline stones poured forth from the inky void. These crystals varied in size, some no larger than a thumb, while others were as large as a watermelon. Blood-red crystals, the fabled treasures of legend. Yifeng's eyes sparkled. In his previous life, even a single piece of such a crystal could incite frenzied conflict among those with extraordinary abilities. Now, a multitude of these blood-red crystals appeared before him. Each blood-red crystal in the sky gleamed like a red ice gem, radiating an enticing luster, each one a priceless treasure. They descended like meteors, striking the earth. Yifeng felt a surge of excitement as he picked up one of the blood-red crystals for closer inspection. The crystals varied in size, but were all capable of being cut. People regarded the blood-red crystals the size of quail eggs as a standard unit. The one in Yifeng's hand was roughly the size of a fist, its appearance resembling congealed blood, translucent and mesmerizing. Within it flowed a light reminiscent of stars. Captivatingly beautiful. Yifeng activated his inside eye. Item: blood-red crystal. Description: this enigmatic crystal harbors a surging, otherworldly energy, endowed with remarkable powers. 1. Those whose abilities fall below 7 stars can consume the blood-red crystal to swiftly enhance their energy level. 2. 7-star limiters, upon consuming 1 unit of the blood-red crystal, have a chance to break their physical limits and elevate their abilities to the 8-star pinnacle. 3. 8-star limiters, by consuming 1 unit of the blood-red crystal, may again surpass their limits, raising their energy level to the 9-star extreme. Upon reading the description, Yifeng swallowed hard, a flicker of ecstatic joy passing through his eyes. Indeed, the legends were not unfounded. The blood-red crystals could truly assist extraordinary individuals in transcending their energy levels. A mere 2 units of the blood-red crystals could elevate an individual from the 7-star limit to the 9-star pinnacle. Just as Yifeng reveled in this revelation, the rain-like descent of blood-red crystals from the sky concluded, yet the spatial rift remained, lingering in the horizon as if brewing something ominous. These treasures, known as blood-red crystals, were exceedingly precious. Everyone, heed my command and gather all the blood-red crystals from this place immediately, Yifeng ordered the warriors behind him. The women nodded in understanding. In swift succession, 4 graceful figures darted forth, rapidly collecting the blood-red crystals from Longtan Mountain. Moments later, they returned to report their success. He placed the blood-red crystals into Yifeng's hands. Upon a brief estimation, the joy swelling in Yifeng's heart was indescribable. Altogether, these crystals, both large and small, amounted to approximately 200 units of blood-red crystals. This fortune was something Yifeng could scarcely have aspired to in his past life, yet it was now within his grasp. Overwhelmed with excitement, Yifeng could not suppress a smile that tugged at the corners of his mouth. At that moment, the sky underwent a sudden transformation. A spatial rift opened ominously above, its darkness seeping with an unsettling aura, as if heralding the arrival of a demon. Waves of blood mist surged forth, pulsating and retracting. Then, the spatial rift widened considerably. Yifeng and his companions focused intently, and amidst the vast energy of the blood mist, a peculiar object emerged. This object took the form of a teardrop, glowing a vivid crimson, resembling an energy body akin to tears. In the next instant, this tear-shaped energy burst forth from the rift. These crystalline teardrops seemed imbued with boundless energy. Indeed, such entities existed. A flicker of excitement danced in Yifeng's eyes as he observed the teardrop-like crystals scatter like raindrops, cascading down to earth. Each droplet appeared to encapsulate the essence of life itself. One particular teardrop landed right before Yifeng. He reached out to catch it, gazing intently at this treasure. The thumb-sized teardrop radiated a dazzling brilliance. It seemed both liquid and solid, a scarlet tear that exuded an air of profound mystery and an alluring fragrance. Item: Tear of Blood Luo. Description: This is a powerful treasure, existing between liquid and solid, with each droplet of tear of blood luo containing immense special life energy. Consuming the tear of blood luo can elevate the abilities of the awakened. Upon reading the description, Yifeng was filled with elation. The tear of blood luo. This was a treasure even more precious than the blood-red crystals. Such a treasure could drive all awakeners to madness, for it had the power to enhance their abilities. Just a single droplet of tear of blood luo could elevate an ordinary ability to a rare level. With another droplet, one could ascend from rare to epic. Such terrifying effects were enough to incite chaos among the awakeners. As the sky fell silent, the tear of blood luo had fully descended. Without waiting for Yifeng's command, Lin Xiaoxiao, Mu Qingli, and the others sprang into action. Graceful figures flitted across Dragon Pool Mountain, gathering the tears of blood luo for Yifeng. Moments later, all the tears of blood luo that had fallen upon the mountain were collected. Yifeng had amassed a total of 263 droplets of tear of blood luo. Please verify. The 4 gathered the tears together, and after Nan Ruyan counted them, they were handed over to Yifeng. With a satisfied smile, Yifeng stored the tears of blood luo in his spatial storage. He was overwhelmed with excitement. With 263 droplets of tear of blood luo, plus the one in his hand, he now had a total of 264 droplets. Each droplet was a treasure capable of inciting fierce competition among awakeners. Chapter 145, Blood-Red Crystals and Flame Stones. Yifeng was filled with exhilaration. In terms of efficacy, the tears of blood luo surpassed the crimson crystals in value. Moreover, the tears of blood luo are exceedingly rare. During the blood-colored night, the entire blue star is riddled with spatial fissures, and countless crimson crystals have descended. However, the tears of blood luo are distinct. This substance, capable of elevating the level of extraordinary abilities, is not commonly found. As far as Yifeng knows, tonight in Jiang City alone, there are at least 10 locations where crimson crystals have emerged, yet the tears of blood luo are only found in the Longtan Mountain Villa area. It is evident how precious this resource is. After all, merely 2 drops of tears of blood luo can elevate an ordinary extraordinary ability user to the epic level. This is a treasure that can alter the innate qualities of extraordinary individuals. Of course, the tears of blood luo cannot assist extraordinary users in ascending from the epic level to the legendary level. Its upper limit remains at the epic tier. As Yifeng pondered silently, the sky suddenly began to tremble once more. From the spatial fissure, another drop of tears of blood luo emerged. However, this time, the drop was significantly larger than the previous one, exuding a deeper aura and a more vivid crimson hue. Yifeng was momentarily taken aback, then filled with joy. Without waiting for the item to fall, he propelled himself skyward, grasping this unique drop of tears of blood luo in his hand. Gently landing, Yifeng eagerly examined the item. Essence of tears of blood luo description. The essence of tears of blood luo is an even rarer substance, the quintessence of the tears of blood luo. This essence can elevate an awakened individual's epic abilities to the legendary tier. What a marvelous treasure! Yifeng could not help but burst into hearty laughter. The essence of tears of blood luo, the size of a goose egg, radiated an exhilarating wave of energy, and Yifeng could distinctly feel its formidable power as he held it. He gently caressed the tears of blood luo. The essence of tears of blood luo is a miraculous existence capable of transforming decay into wonder, allowing epic extraordinary users to metamorphose into legendary ones. He carefully stored this precious essence of tears of blood luo in his spatial storage. The bounty of the night was immense, and Yifeng felt thoroughly satisfied. At that moment, a tremendous roar erupted from the sky. Boom! Yifeng immediately looked up. From the unfathomable darkness at the end of the spatial fissure, a terrifying roar echoed. Following that, a colossal black claw suddenly emerged, its presence threatening to rend the very fabric of space. Yifeng's expression turned grave. The aura of this creature was indeed formidable, instilling a sense of dread within him. Nan Ruyun and the others dared not even take a breath. However, in the next instant, the fissure in the sky began to close with astonishing speed. A reluctant roar emanated from the depths of the fissure, a sound that seemed capable of shaking one's soul, imbued with a malevolent force. The speed of the spatial closure momentarily faltered before hastening once more. Upon witnessing this, Yifeng felt a slight relief, and the women also relaxed. Was it over? Yifeng gazed at the heavens, murmuring softly to himself. Yet, in the final instant before the rift in space sealed, an object tumbled forth. It was an irregular gem, multifaceted and ablaze with a fiery crimson hue. Subsequently, the rift vanished entirely, and the strange phenomena in the sky gradually dissipated. The blood mist vanished without a trace, as though nothing had transpired. Yifeng reached out to catch the fallen gem. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the surface of the gem shimmered with a fiery brilliance, resembling a solidified flame. Yifeng was momentarily taken aback, and then a glimmer sparked in his eyes. Could this be the legendary treasure of rules? He whispered in astonishment. Resolutely, he activated his insightful eye. Item: Flamestone quality. Rule item description. The Flamestone is a treasure of rules, imbued with fragments of the fire rule. The holder can, through contemplation, absorb the Flamestone and comprehend the corresponding fire rule. Additional description: the Flamestone is immensely precious to fire manipulators, as it aids them in accelerating their understanding of the rules. However, the depth and speed of comprehension depend on the user's innate talent and diligence. Excitement flickered in Yifeng's eyes. Indeed, it was true. This was the legendary treasure of rules. Rules, laws, extraordinary abilities. Yifeng suppressed the shock swelling within him. Such an item was precisely what he yearned for in his past life. For extraordinary beings, evolution from the first stage to the second stage, and from the second stage to the third, merely required meeting the energy level requirements and absorbing mutated crystal cores to have a chance at evolution. However, the leap from the third stage to the fourth stage posed a significant challenge. Transcendent beings must grasp a complete rule pertaining to their own extraordinary abilities to break free from their constraints and achieve evolution to the fourth stage. This marked a critical turning point. As the difficulty of evolution increased, so too did the potential for extraordinary beings to experience a substantial enhancement in power. Upon comprehending the rules and completing the evolution to the fourth stage, transcendent beings would receive blessings from heaven and earth, gaining the might of will. Thus, fourth stage extraordinary beings are often referred to as rule-level extraordinary beings. Only those at the fourth stage can be regarded as true powerhouses. Understanding a complete rule is exceedingly challenging, testing the perceptiveness of extraordinary beings. Moreover, the rule cannot be arbitrary. It must be intimately connected to their own extraordinary abilities. Strength manipulators must comprehend a rule related to strength. Fire manipulators must grasp any rule associated with fire. Thunder manipulators must decipher a rule of thunder, and so forth. For the majority of extraordinary beings, attempting to comprehend the rules of their abilities through sheer insight is as daunting as scaling the heavens. Even if one could grasp it, it would require a significant investment of time. Therefore, utilizing corresponding rule treasures to comprehend the extraordinary rules becomes the optimal choice. Ordinary individuals, with the aid of such treasures, also have the opportunity to achieve evolution to the fourth stage. In his previous life, Yifeng was not a prodigy of insight. Thus, he was unable to rely on his own efforts to grasp the rules of power. He aspired to ascend, seeking a means to acquire the rare treasures of strength. However, such artifacts are exceedingly scarce, held solely by formidable entities endowed with extraordinary abilities, rendering them beyond Yi Feng's reach. Thus, he remained merely a third-stage ability user until his demise, his prowess unremarkable and conventional. Yet, the unexpected ease with which he obtained such treasures filled his heart with elation. Though it was regrettably not a thunder or strength rule artifact. Taking a deep breath to calm his exhilaration, Yifeng stored the flame stone within his storage space. With the descent concluded and opportunities grasped, Yifeng turned to the women and said, "Let us return to the villa. You shall take turns resting tonight, remaining vigilant." Nan Ruyan and the others nodded in agreement. In an instant, they vanished from sight. Upon returning to the villa, Yifeng entered the cultivation chamber. Sitting cross-legged to adjust his state, it was time for his advancement to the second tier. However, before proceeding, a smile graced his face as he flipped his palm. Therein lay a blood-red crystal. Chapter 146, 10-star limit, perfect ascension. Gazing at the lustrous gem, Yifeng withdrew his lava blade. With a flash of the blade, the blood-red crystal was swiftly cleaved into 6 neatly formed chunks, each representing a standard unit of the crimson gem. Yifeng picked up 1 unit of the blood-red crystal, a slight smile playing on his lips. For ability users below the 7-star threshold, consuming the blood-red crystal would imbue them with the unique energy contained within, aiding their ascension in energy star levels. Naturally, the consumption of the blood-red crystal necessitated the simultaneous absorption of a significant amount of zombie core energy. From a certain perspective, the blood-red crystal acted as a catalyst. For 7-star ability users, ingesting the blood-red crystal would unleash the unique energy within, enabling them to shatter the 7-star limit and ascend to 8 stars. Breaking through the 7-star barrier was a privilege exclusive to humans of Blue Star. Zombies, mutated beasts, and other monstrous entities remained confined to 7 stars. Yifeng had long surpassed the 7-star threshold. Without hesitation, Yifeng swallowed the blood-red crystal. He then retrieved an acceleration cultivation card, previously obtained through fishing, and tore it asunder without a second thought. In the next moment, he felt a brief pause in his body, as if time around him had accelerated, amplifying his energy absorption rate by 50 times. A surge of joy filled Yifeng's heart as he closed his eyes, feeling the crimson energy coursing through him at a rapid pace, spreading swiftly, nourishing, strengthening, transforming, breaking through. Moments later, Yifeng's physical form underwent a transformation. His ability aura surged higher, accompanied by a slight sting. Then, the blood-red energy, akin to the source of life, shattered the confines of Yifeng's body. His aura ascended rapidly. 8 stars achieved. Yifeng opened his eyes, sensing the energy within him. A glimmer of satisfaction reflected in his gaze. He swiftly took out a zombie core, commencing the absorption of its energy. The crimson crystal significantly enhances the energy absorption rate of the ability users, and at this moment, Yifeng is under a 50-fold acceleration. The synergy of both factors causes his cultivation speed to change almost every second. Within 2 minutes, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Yifeng's eyes. He has achieved the 8-star limit. However, this is not the end. Yifeng clenched his fists and took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm his emotions. After the 8-star limit comes the 9-star. Yifeng once again retrieved a unit of crimson crystal and swallowed it alongside several zombie energy cores. The vigorous energy erupted within him like an explosion. The crimson energy rapidly strengthened Yifeng's bones and flesh. The energy within him surged upward. Yifeng waited silently. Moments later, a tremor coursed through his body, and his expression revealed joy. He broke through the shackles once more, becoming a 9-star ability user. Less than 2 minutes later, excitement flashed in Yifeng's eyes. The 9-star limit is achieved. Yifeng tightened his fists, clearly feeling the significant enhancement in his combat strength after reaching the 9-star limit. After the exhilaration, a glimmer of anticipation crossed Yifeng's eyes. Should he break through now? No. The 9-star limit is the maximum permitted by the world, the pinnacle of human comprehension. Yet, it is not Yifeng's limit. The existence of the system transcends the world, surpassing all understanding. With this thought, a smile crept onto Yifeng's lips. He flipped his palm and retrieved an item from his storage space. It was the special item he had previously fished out, the Limit Spirit Stone. To break the limit and elevate his star level, an enigmatic item from the myriad realms. Yifeng felt a rush of tension as he gripped the Limit Spirit Stone tightly, his eyes gleaming with intensity. He took a deep breath and pressed the stone against his forehead. In an instant, the Limit Spirit Stone melted like ice, and a powerful energy surged into Yifeng's body like a tidal wave. The immense energy continuously washed through his meridians, refining his physical form. Boom. Under the impact of the surging energy, the barrier of the 9-star limit shattered like fragile paper. Excitement sparked in Yifeng's eyes. He had become the world's sole 10-star ability user. Just as Yifeng reveled in his triumph, the energy within him began to flow rapidly. The Limit Spirit Stone provided a vast reservoir of energy, eliminating the need for Yifeng to absorb additional core energy. Minutes later, Yifeng clenched his hands, feeling a transformative change within himself. He had reached an unprecedented 10-star limit. A 10-star limit ability user. Yifeng laughed heartily. Perfection. His laughter drew Lin Xiaoxiao, Nen Ruyan, and others to him. Yifeng, how are you? Are you all right? Hearing their concerned voices, Yifeng smiled slightly. Rest assured, I'm perfectly fine. I've never felt better. Upon hearing this, they finally exhaled in relief. Yifeng then took a deep breath. Reaching the limit, everything was in place. Only one step remained to break the shackles and evolve to the second stage, the 10-star limit, advancing to the second tier. Yifeng firmly believed that even in his past life, no one could achieve such a feat after all. The blood-red crystal could only facilitate a breakthrough to the 9-star limit. Yifeng exhaled a breath of stagnant air, resolutely deciding to seize the moment of heightened cultivation to extract the mutated zombie crystal core and complete his final evolution. However, at that very instant, an unusual ringtone emanated from Yifeng's mobile phone. Thud, thud, thud. Upon hearing the sound, Yifeng's expression shifted dramatically. This indicated that Xiaobai's phone had either been destroyed or was experiencing violent vibrations. Xiaobai might be in peril. With thoughts racing, Yifeng quickly made a decision, turning to Nan Ruyan and the others with calmness, stating, I will teleport to Xiaobai's location. It may become chaotic tonight, so there is no need for you to venture outside. Just prepare for defense and contact me via phone should any issues arise. After giving his instructions, Yifeng decisively crushed the space talisman. In the next moment, to the astonishment of Lin Xiaoxiao and the others, Yifeng vanished from sight. Abandoned factory. Time pushed slightly forward. Approaching 8 o'clock, Lin Xiaobai was crouched in the grass, flicking her tail, idly waiting. The leader had mentioned that an anomaly would occur, but the timing remained uncertain. Suddenly, a deafening sound erupted from the sky. Above the abandoned factory, a blood mist coalesced within a radius of several hundred meters, and the surrounding air grew inexplicably clear. Immediately thereafter, the gathered blood mist emitted a chilling wave of power. Xiaobai's heart stirred, and a glimmer of seriousness crossed her eyes. She mused, the anomaly the leader spoke of has arrived. In the next moment, it was as if an invisible force cleaved through the heavens and the earth, and at the very center of the blood mist, a spatial black hole abruptly materialized. The black hole expanded rapidly, drawing in all the energy of the blood mist. The sky resounded with thunderous roars, while the ground trembled simultaneously. Following this, a massive blood-red crystalline stone erupted from the spatial black hole. Surrounding the colossal stone were several smaller fragments, swirling around it. Xiaobai remained breathless and focused, refraining from immediate action. Boom! The enormous stone crashed violently into the ground, creating a semicircular pit. Debris scattered, trees splintered, and thick clouds of dust billowed upward. Xiaobai gazed into the distant pit, where a blood-red crystal, comparable in size to a small car, lay. Doubt flickered in her eyes. Could this truly be the blood-red crystal the leader mentioned? Furrowing her brow, she pondered, but this is far too large. Did the leader not say that such crystals typically maxed out at the size of a watermelon? Yet, this blood-red crystal was easily 1,000 times larger, a veritable behemoth. Chapter 147. The monster emerging from the crystal Xiaobai felt a surge of caution, opting to observe silently rather than act rashly. However, thereafter, no further changes occurred, and the surroundings fell into a profound silence. It seemed there was no immediate danger. A glimmer of suspicion crossed Xiaobai's eyes as she was about to make a move. Just then, a figure sprinted towards her from a distance. In no time, the figure reached the edge of the massive pit. Xiaobai looked over and saw that the individual was a young man, clad in gray attire with long pants. Tall and slender in stature, the man gazed at the enormous blood-red stone before him, his expression brimming with excitement as he erupted into laughter. This was undoubtedly a treasure. Ha ha ha. The fortune that belongs to me, Li Xingqian, has arrived. This individual was none other than the notorious leader of the Wild Wolf Gang, the legendary awakener of the extraordinary ability known as Starlight. After a moment of exhilaration, Li Xingqian leaped into the pit below, eager to examine the massive crystal. Noticing his intention to seize the prize, the small creature, Kirin Xiaobai, narrowed its eyes and charged forward. Just as Li Xingqian was about to make his move, his peripheral vision caught sight of a small golden-horned dog, approximately 20 centimeters in length, suddenly springing forth from the brush. Li Xingqian was taken aback, instinctively muttering, Where did this little dog come from? This belongs to me. Xiaobai leaped into the pit, fixating on Li Xingqian with a fierce glare. Li Xingqian's heart raced. Could this dog actually speak? He instinctively inquired, "Dog, do you know what this is?" At that moment, a crackling sound erupted. Crack, crack. Both Li Xingqian and Xiaobai turned their gazes toward the source of the noise. To their astonishment, the surface of the enormous blood-red crystal was riddled with intricate, spiderweb-like fissures. Xiaobai was momentarily stunned. What was happening? Li Xingqian was equally bewildered. Soon after, as they watched, the immense blood-red crystal rapidly became engulfed in cracks. And with a resounding boom, the crystal shattered. Fragments scattered across the ground, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that enveloped them. Xiaobai and Li Xingqian felt a surge of tension. What was occurring? As the dust settled, a shadowy figure emerged slowly. It was a wolf-like creature, measuring 2 meters in length, with a robust physique cloaked in blood-red fur. Its eyes were equally crimson, and its teeth were sharp, resembling rows of deadly knives, emanating an intimidating aura. Upon beholding this beast, Li Xingqian swallowed hard. What manner of creature was this? Xiaobai was equally astounded. This being was certainly not a mere mutated beast like itself. The wolf-like creature casually surveyed Xiaobai and Li Xingqian before suddenly speaking. Which of you is the contact? Its voice was hoarse and peculiar, yet unmistakably human. Both Xiaobai and Li Xingqian were taken aback. This creature could talk? And what did it mean by contact? Seeing them both frozen in place, a glimmer of cruelty flashed in the wolf-like creature's eyes. Apparently, neither of them was. In the next instant, the creature blurred and transformed into a crimson shadow, lunging toward Li Xingqian. Realizing the imminent danger, Li Xingqian's expression shifted, and he thought quickly. He immediately conjured a starlight shield to protect himself. In the blink of an eye, the wolf-like creature was upon him, striking with a paw. The blow landed on Li Xingqian's starlight shield with a resounding thud. The shield quivered, sending a jolt through Li Xingqian's arms. Yet, he felt a sense of relief. The attack was not as formidable as he had anticipated. Just as he lifted his head, he caught a glimpse of mockery in the creature's eyes. "You're truly pathetic. I exerted merely 1% of my strength." The wolf-like creature raised its paw once more, delivering a ferocious blow. This strike seemed to carry an additional measure of force. Bang! The shield shattered abruptly, dispersing into starlight. Li Xingqian felt a sudden prickling sensation at the nape of his neck. Almost immediately, the creature's tail swept through the air like an iron whip, striking him squarely in the chest. With a piercing scream, Li Xingqian was violently propelled several dozen meters away. Thud, thud, thud. He crashed through countless tree trunks, ultimately collapsing to the ground, his fate uncertain. Upon witnessing this, Xiaobai's body tensed, eyes wide with alarm as he focused intently on the wolf-like monster before him. The creature regarded the little dog with a glimmer of disdain, refraining from launching another assault. It glanced at its own claws, its crimson eyes betraying a hint of dissatisfaction, as if it found its own strength lacking. Then, it turned its gaze to the scattered blood-red crystals on the ground, curling its tail to toss 2 small shards high into the air, before tilting its head back and swallowing them whole, digesting and absorbing them. This scene ignited a fierce anger within Xiaobai. Yifeng had previously instructed him that these blood-red crystals were their hard-earned spoils, not to be laid claim to by others, let alone this monstrous creature. It was intolerable. Roaring, Xiaobai unleashed a furious howl, his form rapidly swelling as he regained his combat stance. Then, like a cannonball, surged toward the beast with incredible speed. The wolf-like creature, observing this, flickered with disdain in its eyes, and leaped forward in response. Their claws met with a resounding clash of metal. The impact resulted in a stalemate, both parties equally matched. The creature's eyes widened in surprise. This mutated beast seemed to possess formidable strength. The two resumed their fierce confrontation, exchanging blows with intensity. Bang! Bang! After several exchanges, Xiaobai and the blood wolf momentarily disengaged, creating distance between them. Xiaobai panted heavily, his body marked with several claw wounds, blood trickling down. In contrast, the blood wolf appeared unscathed, though its eyes now reflected a newfound seriousness. Xiaobai was astounded. Was he truly not a match for this monstrous wolf? In terms of both strength and speed, he realized there was a significant disparity. This revelation made him aware that the creature before him was likely not a mere first-tier monster, but rather a high-tier evolution. Its origins seemed extraordinary, far from being a simple mutated beast. With this thought, Xiaobai's gaze hardened with determination. There was no choice. He must reveal his trump card. In the next moment, waves of energy surged around him, emanating from his being. This was Xiaobai's ultimate skill, the Qilin transformation. His form expanded rapidly, radiating a golden glow. As Qilin horns rose majestically from his forehead, shimmering brilliantly. The transformation complete, Xiao Bai's eyes sparkled with surprise, feeling an immense surge in power. Meanwhile, the Blood Wolf, witnessing Xiao Bai's metamorphosis, was taken aback. This creature possessed an air of regality, hinting at exceptional potential, a true prodigy. Soon after, the wolf-like creature revealed a cruel smile. What of a prodigy? I exist to extinguish brilliance. In the eyes of the wolf-like monster, a glint of fierce energy ignited. Boom! A surge of vibrant scarlet energy erupted from its being. The fury of the blood demon. Witnessing such formidable power in his adversary, Xiao Bai felt a twinge of uncertainty. Without hesitation, he activated the God of War contract skill, granting himself the blessing of the War God to temporarily enhance his physical attributes. A flash of golden light enveloped him. Xiao Bai's combat prowess surged once more. The two combatants clashed again, unleashing a fierce battle. Chapter 148. The terrifying Blood Demon Wolf King. Two figures collided with ferocious intensity. It was a contest of strength and speed. For a moment, Xiao Bai and the Blood Wolf fought evenly, neither yielding ground. The earth trembled around them, dust and stones flying, trees splintering under the strain. Not far away, Li Xingqian, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes and stirred awake. He had been knocked unconscious by a blow from the Blood Demon Wolf King. Fortunately, due to his high physical resilience and the healing properties of the starlight energy within him, he regained consciousness. As he looked around, Li Xingqian beheld two monsters engaged in a frenzied battle not far from him. Dust and debris filled the air, trees were shattered, and even the atmosphere seemed to tremble. Seeing such an intense confrontation, Li Xingqian gasped in astonishment. Monsters! They were all monsters. One of the creatures was the wolf-like beast that had sent him flying with a single strike. The other, astonishingly, was a larger version of the golden-horned puppy he had just seen. Li Xingqian's eyes widened in shock. He had never anticipated that the dog-like aberration he had encountered moments ago possessed such formidable combat strength, capable of engaging in a fierce struggle with the peculiar creature emerging from the crystalline stone. A single blow from either of these monsters would likely spell his doom. With a wry smile, Li Xingqian felt an overwhelming urge to flee. However, his gaze fell upon the ground nearby, causing his heart to skip a beat. Just 3 meters away, beside a fallen tree, lay a fist-sized blood-red crystal. Li Xingqian's focus sharpened, and a thought crossed his mind. This crystal must have been inadvertently dislodged during the battle between the two beasts. Contemplating this, a flicker of hesitation passed through Li Xingqian's eyes. Should he seize the opportunity to snatch it away? After much deliberation, he steeled his resolve. Fortune favors the bold. If he did not act now, when would he? With determination, Li Xingqian quietly crept closer. Meanwhile, the battle within the abandoned factory grew increasingly fierce. Although the transformed Qilin Xiao Bai held the upper hand, he struggled to subdue the creature before him. The two were evenly matched. This outcome was unacceptable to Qilin Xiao Bai, as both the transformation duration and the enhancements from the God of War contract were time-limited. Once the time expired, he feared he would no longer be a match for the beast. Realizing this, urgency flashed in Qilin Xiao Bai's eyes as he decisively crushed the phone at his chest. Seizing the final moments of his transformation, he charged once more at the wolf-like monster, engaging it in combat. On the other side, Li Xingqian stealthily approached the blood-red crystal, and with lightning speed, he grasped the crystal in his hand. He had succeeded. A flicker of joy passed through Li Xingqian's eyes. However, the next moment, as he lifted his gaze, his smile abruptly froze. Before him, the air shimmered with a strange disturbance. In an instant, a figure materialized out of thin air. Li Xingqian was startled, convinced that he was hallucinating. He instinctively rubbed his eyes and focused intently once more. He was not mistaken. A dark silhouette indeed stood before him. The newcomer was Yi Feng. It turned out that after Yi Feng had reaped numerous benefits in Longtan Mountain, he received a distress signal from Xiao Bai and immediately transported himself there, arriving right in front of Li Xingqian. "Who are you?" Li Xingqian stammered, a look of wariness crossing his face. Yi Feng glanced at him. Name, Li Xingqian. Rank, 2-star ability, Starlight Power, Legendary, Skills, Power of the Stars, Starlight Shield. A flicker of understanding flashed in Yi Feng's eyes. The human before him was none other than Li Xingqian, the leader of the Wolf Gang. In his previous life, he had met a tragic end here. In this life, thanks to the intervention of the Qilin Xiao Bai, he had thus far escaped death. After discerning the identity of the individual before him, Yi Feng chose not to engage in conversation, but instead turned his gaze toward the battlefield. Not far away, Xiao Bai was currently locked in combat with a wolf-like monster. Although Xiao Bai had already activated the Qilin transformation, he still appeared to be at a disadvantage. Yi Feng activated his inside eye. Species, Blood Demon Wolf King, Royal, Rank, 7-star limit, Evolution, Second stage, Yifeng's eyes narrowed. It seemed that this was the blood demon he had encountered in his past life. The information panel contained further details. Yifeng continued to read. The Blood Demon Wolf King's legendary ability was Blood Demon Power, with skills including Blood Demon Claw, Blood Demon Fury, and Blood Demon Transformation. Note: this Blood Demon Wolf King had once evolved to the 4th stage, a 7-star limit beast. Blood Demon Wolf King? A 2nd stage limit beast? It had once reached the 4th stage? Yifeng murmured to himself, his expression turning grave. The information panel indicated that the Blood Demon Wolf King had once been a formidable entity of the 4th stage with a 7-star energy level. Moreover, it possessed the legendary ability of Blood Demon Power. Yet, for reasons unknown, its strength had regressed significantly. Just as Yifeng pondered this, the dynamics of the battle shifted. Xiaobai's form trembled, his body suddenly shrinking by a circle. The Qilin transformation had ended. With the transformation concluded, Xiaobai's combat strength plummeted. The Blood Demon Wolf King seized the opportunity, swinging its tail and unleashing a torrent of crimson light that struck fiercely at Xiaobai. Xiaobai raised his claws in defense. Crack! Xiaobai's claws shattered, akin to a kite severed from its string, as he was violently flung to the ground. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Xiaobai's aura weakened drastically. However, at that moment, a milky white radiance suddenly surged from Xiaobai, enveloping his entire form. This was the contract healing skill, God of War's power, which activated automatically when the contracted partner sustained serious injury. In the distance, Yifeng's expression shifted. Xiaobai was gravely wounded. In an instant, Yifeng dashed toward Xiaobai, leaving only a fleeting shadow behind. Li Xingqian observed as Yifeng dashed toward the defeated white monster like a bolt of lightning, leaving him utterly astonished. Such incredible speed. However, Li Xingqian shook his head, a look of confusion etched on his face. Had this individual not witnessed the terrifying strength of the two beasts? Charging in like that was tantamount to courting death. Chapter 149, Ultimate Move, Blood Demon Transformation. Li Xingqian was filled with disbelief. In his view, the residual force from the clash of the two monsters was sufficient to crush Yifeng. He began to mourn for Yifeng, convinced that the latter was doomed. Soon, a flicker of conflict crossed Li Xingqian's mind. Just 5 meters away lay a blood-red crystal. Should he seize the opportunity to snatch another piece? In the blink of an eye, Yifeng stood before Xiaobai, who was nearly healed. Upon seeing Yifeng arrive, Xiaobai hurriedly got to his feet. Master, I am fully recovered. The power of the war god is truly formidable. Xiaobai's eyes sparkled with joy. That's wonderful. Yifeng sighed in relief, then turned his attention to the Blood Demon Wolf King. Xiaobai, you have done more than enough. Allow me to handle the upcoming battle. Upon hearing this, a look of concern crept onto Xiaobai's face. Boss, you must be cautious. This monster possesses exceptional strength, and I sense he is yet to unleash his full power. Fear not, I shall assess his abilities. Yifeng replied with a smile. At that moment, the Blood Demon Wolf King also displayed surprise. He had thought his previous strike would suffice to eliminate Xiaobai, only to discover that this unicorn had the capability to heal itself. Humph, it's merely a matter of killing you once more. A cold glint flashed in the Blood Demon Wolf King's eyes. Just then, Yifeng stepped forward, his voice icy. Did no one inform you that one should consider the master when striking a dog? Come forth and meet your demise. The Blood Demon Wolf King was momentarily taken aback, a trace of amusement flickering in his human-like eyes. A mere human dared to speak so boldly? Upon sensing Yifeng's aura, the Blood Demon Wolf King felt nothing but disdain. The human before him seemed to possess only the first level of ability, truly unaware of his own mortality. Yifeng stood calmly, his hands clasped behind his back, facing the Blood Demon Wolf King with unwavering composure. With a single thought, he activated Thunderous Form. A surge of thunderous energy erupted from within Yifeng, swiftly enveloping his entire being. A smile graced his lips as his body suddenly burst forth with brilliant golden light. His hair danced wildly with arcs of electricity. His eyes transformed to a golden hue, and his muscles swelled with power. His entire form radiated with crackling lightning, exuding an ancient and profound aura, reminiscent of a thunder deity, imposing, potent, and enigmatic. From a distance, Li Xingqian, who was about to seize the second blood-red crystal, was suddenly captivated by the immense surge of energy. He gasped in disbelief, nearly dropping his jaw. How could this be? The individual who had arrived was merely an ordinary human. How could he possess such terrifying strength? Was he perhaps a second-stage ability user? Excitement flickered in Xiaobai's eyes. He was finally about to witness his master unleash his full potential. The Blood Demon Wolf King's gaze also shifted, revealing a hint of gravity. Such formidable thunderous power had never been witnessed by him before. The human before him seemed extraordinary. At that moment, Yifeng swiftly appeared before the Wolf King and unleashed a thunderous punch. The Wolf King, noticing this, retaliated with a claw strike. The punch and the claw collided midair, creating a resonating hum that reverberated through the atmosphere. Bang! Following this clash, both parties staggered back 3 steps, equally matched. The Blood Demon Wolf King set aside any notions of underestimation. A mere first-tier human could contend with his noble self. It was utterly astonishing. However, before the Blood Demon Wolf King could ponder further, Yifeng drew his battle blade and charged at him once more. Bang bang bang. The two forces collided again. The fierce encounters stirred up dust and debris, fracturing the ground and sending shockwaves through the air. Flames erupted and lightning danced. Li Xingchen widened his eyes in disbelief. Was this person truly human? He was holding his own against that monstrous beast, which was simply unfathomable. They were both monsters. No, I cannot be greedy. I must escape. With this thought, Li Xingchen tucked away 2 blood-colored crystals and turned to flee. Just then, a voice echoed from behind him. Hey kid, where do you think you're going with my boss's blood crystals? Startled, Li Xingchen slowly turned around. There stood a small dog with golden horns, its expression fierce and menacing. Li Xingchen silently lamented. It was all a misunderstanding. He hurriedly explained, I'll drop the blood crystal right now. You'd better. The little dog snapped threateningly. The blood crystal you're referring to, is it this redstone? I'll put it down, I will. Li Xingchen was taken aback for a moment, then quickly agreed. As the saying goes, those who recognize the times are the true talents. Li Xingchen understood that this dog could easily crush him with a single paw. Glancing at the blood crystal in his hand with a hint of reluctance, he handed it over to the little dog, then forced a smile. Big brother. May I leave now? The little dog glared. Leave? Where do you think you're going? Li Xingchen felt like crying without tears. Aye. You can't go. Wait for my master to win before you listen to him, the little dog said casually. Li Xingchen was taken aback, finally realizing that the master of this canine creature was none other than the human he had seen earlier, a human who was evenly matched with a wolf-like monster. He then glanced at Yifeng, who was currently engaged in a fierce battle with the Blood Demon Wolf King. Hesitating slightly, Li Xingchen said, But what if your master loses? Shut up. How could my boss possibly lose? The little dog interrupted, baring its teeth. Li Xingchen immediately fell silent. The little dog pondered for a moment before adding, If he does lose, I will smash you with a single paw. Li Xingchen's eyes widened in horror. A bitter smile forming. Please, don't. The little dog ignored him and turned its attention back to Yifeng's battle. Seeing this, Li Xingchen could only silently pray for the victory of the dog's master. At that moment, Yifeng and the Blood Demon Wolf King once again distanced themselves. The Blood Demon Wolf King bore several wounds, blood seeping from its body. Yifeng, on the other hand, appeared merely fatigued. A flicker of humiliation crossed the eyes of the Blood Demon Wolf King. He, the esteemed sovereign of the Blood Demon Wolf clan and once a formidable 4th-tier powerhouse, now found himself unable to subdue a mere 1st-tier human with his current 2nd-tier peak strength. It was nothing short of absurd and utter disgrace. Should this be revealed, it would undoubtedly invite ridicule from his kin. His royal dignity as a king would never permit such an indignity. A glint of resolve flashed in the Blood Demon Wolf King's eyes as he resolved to unveil his trump card, the Blood Demon Transformation. This formidable ability was one he had only comprehended upon ascending to the 4th tier. Previously, in order to traverse the spatial black hole, he had resorted to a special means to temporarily diminish his strength to the 2nd tier. To forcibly employ the Blood Demon Transformation while in a 2nd-tier form would inevitably result in significant depletion of his vitality and a slow recovery of his power. Nevertheless, as he cast a glance at the distant, composed human, a surge of fury welled within him. No matter the cost, he would eliminate this human. The fact that a human could compel him to unleash his ultimate move was a point of pride for them. The voice of the Blood Demon Wolf King was hoarse and peculiar. You can speak the human tongue? Why did you not speak before? Yifeng was taken aback, then gazed at the Blood Demon Wolf King with keen interest. The ferocious beast could actually converse in human language. The Blood Demon Wolf King snorted disdainfully and ceased his speech. Subsequently, a crimson glow began to emanate from his form, as his eyes turned blood red and his muscles swelled with power. As his size increased, his blood-red fur grew wildly, becoming as hard as steel needles. Yifeng observed this transformation with a furrowed brow. The Blood Demon Transformation enhances strength? A light chuckle escaped his lips, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. If that is the case, then I shall commence my transformation as well. Chapter 150. The Blessings of Heaven and Earth, the Might of Will? Yifeng resolved within his heart and promptly retrieved a mutated crystal core from his spatial inventory, swallowing it whole. Instantly, a torrent of surging energy radiated from him. and his aura began to rise exponentially. It turned out that Yi Feng was preparing to undergo evolution at this moment, aspiring to ascend to the second tier. In the distance, a hint of astonishment flickered in the Blood Demon Wolf King's eyes. The human before him actually intended to break through amidst battle. However, despite this, the Blood Demon Wolf King remained unperturbed. Even if this human were to ascend to the second tier, so what? He was once a fourth-tier monarch. The chasm between the fourth tier and the previous realms was insurmountable, akin to a vast gulf. Whether it was mutated beasts, zombies, ferocious creatures, or human abilities, the principle remained the same. The reason was that upon ascending to the fourth tier, all extraordinary beings would receive the blessings of heaven and earth. This was an immutable rule of the cosmos. By comprehending this rule and ascending to the fourth tier, the heavens would bestow upon the ascendant a fragment of willpower. This willpower would merge with the ascendant's being, significantly enhancing their attack techniques. Henceforth, all fourth-tier extraordinary beings, regardless of their methods or skills, would be imbued with this willpower. This led to a situation where fourth-tier extraordinary beings could easily overpower those without willpower, effectively executing a dimensional strike. Contemplating this, the Blood Demon Wolf King revealed a cold smirk. What of ascending to the second tier? What can shield me from your will's might? Although his current rank is merely the second tier, his Blood Demon transformation is a skill of the fourth tier. Once he completes his transformation, his attacks will bear the formidable willpower characteristic of a fourth-tier powerhouse. Not even a third-tier extraordinary being could hope to contend with him, let alone a mere second-tier ability user. Meanwhile, Yi Feng is in the midst of his ascension. The accelerated training card, granting him a 50-fold training state, remains active, allowing him to absorb the energy from the mutated crystal core at an astonishing pace. Suddenly, his gaze sharpens, and his aura momentarily falters. Yi Feng furrows his brow, his heart filled with uncertainty. Something has gone awry. He realizes that the energy from a single mutated crystal core is insufficient for him to complete his second stage evolution. In other words, he lacks the necessary special energy. Yi Feng is perplexed, as he has never encountered such a phenomenon. He has never heard of anyone requiring 2 crystal cores to advance. Typically, all extraordinary beings need only 1 mutated crystal core to break through. However, there is no time for contemplation. Yi Feng quickly retrieves another mutated crystal core from his spatial pouch and consumes it once more. The special energy within the crystal core is eagerly absorbed by his body. Yet, it is still not enough. A flicker of disbelief crosses Yi Feng's eyes. What is happening? Without further hesitation, he produces a third mutated crystal core and swallows it. He guides the special energy, gradually drawing it into his body. At last, Yi Feng lets out a sigh of relief. 3 crystal cores are finally adequate. Fortunately, he had prepared several mutated crystal cores in advance and is benefiting from the 50-fold energy absorption state. Otherwise, he would have faced failure in his breakthrough. Nevertheless, a sense of bewilderment lingers in Yi Feng's mind. He has never heard of anyone needing 3 mutated crystal cores for a single evolution. Typically, 1 suffices. What could be the reason behind this? Just then, the aura surrounding Yi Feng begins to rise steadily. Unbeknownst to him, the color of his hair also undergoes a transformation. In the distance, the observing Qiren Xiaobai and Li Xingqian dare not even draw a breath. Both the transforming Blood Demon Wolf King and the ascending Yi Feng are enough to leave them in awe. My leader Yi Feng is about to complete his evolution, breaking through to the second tier. Xiaobai exclaims joyfully. Upon hearing this, Li Xingqian is momentarily stunned, gazing incredulously at Xiaobai. Oh, he's advancing to the second tier. Wait, are you saying your leader was just a first-tier user? How can that be possible? A first tier facing a second tier could still hold the upper hand? Li Xingqian feels his mind is struggling to comprehend the situation. According to the official announcement, when an extraordinary being's star-level energy reaches its limit, further advancement necessitates completing an ability evolution to enter a new realm. This realm corresponds to the second stage of evolution. The wolf-like creature they just witnessed is clearly a high-star monster of the second stage. And yet, the human powerhouse Yi Feng, previously only a first tier, can contend with it on equal footing? If Yi Feng had been a second-tier powerhouse, it would still be astonishing, but somewhat understandable. However, Li Xingqian swallows hard. Indeed, one must consider who my master is. There is nothing extraordinary about it, Xiaobai proudly declared, tilting his head upwards. Li Xingqian was utterly astonished. What manner of creatures are you and your master? On another battlefield, the Blood Demon Wolf King had completed his transformation. As he reveled in the resurgence of his formidable power and the willful might that accompanied every movement, he could not suppress a hearty laugh. Meanwhile, Yi Feng had also successfully ascended, currently attuning himself to his newfound state and adapting to his transformation. The Blood Demon Wolf King did not seize the opportunity for a surprise attack. Instead, he leisurely stood by, awaiting Yifeng's post-upgrade adjustment. This was the demeanor of a true sovereign. A glint of pride flickered in the Blood Demon Wolf King's eyes. A genius among humans. I shall soon shatter your illusions, break your limbs, and crush your spirit. Allow me to demonstrate the terror of a fourth-tier powerhouse. The willful might shall plunge you into despair. While Yifeng remained vigilant against the Blood Demon Wolf King, he was also acclimating to his new evolutionary phase. He was unaware of the concept of willful might. He had merely heard that psychics must comprehend the rules to achieve fourth-tier evolution and receive the blessings of heaven and earth. The specifics of these celestial blessings were beyond Yifeng's understanding. He only knew that fourth-tier strength was formidable. In contemplation, Yifeng drew the surging energy back into his body. A glimmer of brilliance shone in his eyes. The second tier, indeed, was utterly distinct from the first. His appearance had undergone slight changes, rendering him even more handsome. His skin had become fairer and more radiant, and his hair had shifted from black to a light gray. Simultaneously, a gentle clarity surged within him. With a focused mind, Yifeng promptly retrieved the remaining half of the ancient tea leaf from the space and consumed it. Waves of insights regarding thunder and power flooded his consciousness. Notification: congratulations on comprehending the skill, Thunderlight Destruction Cannon. Skill: Thunderlight Destruction Cannon. Description: this skill amalgamates the destructive power of lightning with the precision of light energy. Capable of unleashing a spiraling energy attack imbued with thunderous and luminous forces, inflicting immense damage upon enemies in a linear path. A smile graced Yifeng's lips. Overwhelmed with delight, he had mastered another formidable skill, a terrifying single-target ability. Clenching his fist, he smiled in satisfaction. Observing Yifeng's apparent confidence, the Blood Demon Wolf King chuckled as well. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed from the heavens. Everyone turned their gaze skyward, only to behold a radiant rainbow light piercing through the sky. The colorful rays illuminated the earth, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Yifeng felt a sense of confusion. What is happening? Yet, his instincts suggested that this might not be a harbinger of doom. Conversely, the Blood Demon Wolf King's expression transformed dramatically upon witnessing this phenomenon. He stared incredulously at the rainbow light, his crimson eyes seemingly on the verge of bursting. How can this be? Absolutely impossible. The blessings of heaven and earth, the might of will? Chapter 151. The Desperate Blood Demon Wolf King. The Blood Demon Wolf King gazed in disbelief. It was a known fact that the heavens would bestow their will and power only upon those who had ascended to the fourth tier. Yet, the human before him had merely just attained the second tier. How could he possibly be granted such celestial blessings? The Wolf King was certain he was not mistaken. In that moment, his mind felt as if it were on the verge of collapse. Could it be that this realm had encountered a glitch? Meanwhile, Yifeng furrowed his brow, contemplating the vibrant, multicolored light rapidly approaching him. Could this be the celestial blessing, uniquely reserved for those who had evolved to the fourth tier? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and a glimmer of joy danced in his eyes. Before he could make any further movements, the radiant light seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, swiftly enveloping him and merging with his being. In that instant, Yifeng felt a surge of mental power, alongside the mastery of a peculiar force. Notification: you have received a celestial blessing. You have integrated a fragment of will power, significantly enhancing your combat prowess. Will power? How extraordinary! Not only had my mental strength skyrocketed, but as Yifeng gently threw a punch, he felt as though the very fabric of the universe was at his command, filling him with uncontainable elation. This was a capability exclusive to fourth-tier warriors. Amidst his joy, a flicker of doubt arose within Yifeng. How had he come to receive such a celestial blessing? As he pondered this, he quickly began to formulate a hypothesis. Only by comprehending the rules and ascending to the fourth tier should one be granted such will power. Yet here he was, having merely ascended to the second tier, yet somehow acquiring this formidable ability. If he were to consider what made him unique, three distinct factors came to mind. First, he possessed a mythical ability, the chaotic divine thunder. Second, he was endowed with dual extraordinary powers. Alongside the chaotic divine thunder, he also wielded a force-based ability. Third, he had achieved an unprecedented feat, the 10-star limit, a flawless evolution, a perfect descent. On the other side, the Blood Demon Wolf King's eyes glowed with a fierce intensity. Ordinarily, the comprehension of rules and ascension to the fourth tier would be prerequisites for the granting of will power by the heavens. This was an ironclad law. Yet now, that law had been shattered. The Blood Demon Wolf King had his own suspicions regarding this anomaly. It seemed that the realm had encountered a grave flaw. Under this flaw, Any cultivator who ascended to the second tier would receive the willpower from the heavens. Upon reaching this conclusion, the Blood Demon Wolf King was filled with exhilaration. His collaboration with others, the deliberate lowering of his power, and the perilous descent into this world had indeed proven to be a wise gamble. In a surge of excitement, he trembled with anticipation. If he were to ascend anew within this world, reaching the third or fourth tier, might he not also reclaim the willpower? He understood well that willpower was exceedingly precious. Each additional fragment would elevate his combat abilities and strengthen his soul. If the Blood Demon Wolf King could acquire several fragments of willpower, he would undoubtedly rise above all others. In such a scenario, he would become an undeniable sovereign even among his kin. Truly, this place was a land of fortuitous opportunity. The Blood Demon Wolf King's eyes sparkled with unrestrained joy. Ha ha ha, come forth, human, and allow me to express my gratitude for unveiling a secret. I shall ensure your demise is swift. The Blood Demon Wolf King cast a derisive glance at Yi Feng, erupting into a cacophony of maniacal laughter. Yi Feng, reflecting on his own formidable strength, cast a puzzled look at the Blood Demon Wolf King. Unveiling a secret? What secret could it be? A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Yi Feng's eyes. What could this Blood Demon Wolf King possibly know? Never mind what it knows. I shall simply eliminate it. A cold smile curled upon Yi Feng's lips. Simultaneously, the Blood Demon Wolf King let out a furious roar, its entire being surging with a torrent of crimson energy. In the next instant, the Blood Demon Wolf King transformed into a shadow of blood, hurtling toward Yi Feng. Observing this, excitement surged within Yi Feng. Though the Blood Demon Wolf King appeared formidable at this moment, he sensed an even greater strength within himself. Terrifying strength. In an instant, Yi Feng activated his thunderous stance, accompanied by a crackling display of lightning. His eyes turned golden, muscles bulging, and hair thrashing wildly. Having ascended to the second tier, Yi Feng's thunderous stance had become even more potent. He invoked the additional skill of Shadow Boots and activated the blessing of the War God, instantly maximizing his status. Without waiting for the Blood Demon Wolf King to close in, Yi Feng decisively executed a thunder leap, vanishing from his original position in an instant. The Blood Demon Wolf King froze, bewildered by the sudden disappearance of its target. Almost immediately, it sensed a terrifying aura looming above. Turning its gaze upward, it beheld Yi Feng materializing directly above it, surrounded by crackling lightning, as a terrifying bolt of energy erupted from his palm. Thunder slash. In a heartbeat, a crescent arc of energy surged from Yi Feng's hand, slicing through the air toward the Blood Demon Wolf King with the swiftness of lightning. A flicker of astonishment crossed the Blood Demon Wolf King's eyes. It was too fast. There was no time to evade. The Blood Demon Wolf King could only contract its body with all its might. With a sickening sound, a massive gash was carved into its waist, blood spurting forth and bones fracturing with a sharp pain. In the throes of agony, the Blood Demon Wolf King's eyes blazed crimson as it frantically gathered its blood energy to heal its injuries. Simultaneously, disbelief filled its gaze. How could this human be so overwhelmingly powerful? It found itself inferior to this mere human. What a jest! Its strength was that of a second-tier 7-star limit, and as a royal of the Blood Demon Wolves, it possessed fearsome skills. Yet, this human was merely a newly ascended second-tier 1-star ability user. How could I be inferior to him? Unbeknownst to Yi Feng, the Blood Demon Wolf King was ensnared in a web of thoughts. His eyes were alight with murderous intent as he chose to press the advantage. With a swift motion, he executed another thunder leap, launching a surprise attack. In the blink of an eye, Yi Feng reappeared behind the Blood Demon Wolf King. This is bad. The Blood Demon Wolf King trembled in fear. This is impossible. I am no match. Yi Feng unleashed a thunderous punch, striking with tremendous force. Bang! The Blood Demon Wolf King was sent hurtling through the air, crashing down several dozen meters away like a cannonball, creating a massive crater in the ground. Yi Feng, emboldened by his newfound power, relentlessly gathered energy in his hands, unleashing a flurry of thunderous strikes. The air crackled with the sound of thunder as these celestial slashes rained down upon the Blood Demon Wolf King. The earth trembled beneath them, clouds of dust billowed forth, and shards of stone flew in every direction, snapping trees as if they were mere twigs. The Blood Demon Wolf King, momentarily dazed by the onslaught, let out a furious roar, summoning a crimson shield for protection. Boom, boom, boom. The thunder strikes collided with the shield, which shattered under the force. A torrent of electric light surged forth, once again targeting the Blood Demon Wolf King. Though the red shield had offered some respite, the creature found itself awkwardly evading the barrage, narrowly avoiding several strikes. However, as the relentless lightning continued to descend, evasion became futile. It could only brace itself against the impending blows. With a thunderous crash, the Blood Demon Wolf King fell to the ground, blood pouring from its wounds. Its organs damaged and ribs shattered. Fear and despair flickered in its eyes. Chapter 152. The tide turns. The Blood Demon Wolf King was gravely injured. Utterly bewildered by the sheer disparity in strength between the two combatants, Yi Feng's frenzied assault had swiftly depleted its energy reserves. Reluctantly, Yi Feng paused, the dazzling lightning dissipating. Before him lay a vast crater carved into the earth, within which the Blood Demon Wolf King lay, its vitality waning. Its fur was charred, bones broken, one eye blinded, and its innards were disturbingly visible. With a cold smirk, Yi Feng swiftly retrieved an energy restoration potion from his spatial storage and consumed it in one gulp. As he felt his own energy rapidly replenish, satisfaction gleamed in his eyes as he once again concentrated the lightning in his hands. The Blood Demon Wolf King's gaze towards Yi Feng was now riddled with terror. It realized it must flee. Just as this thought crossed its mind, the skies shifted ominously once more. Yi Feng leaped high into the air, gathering an intense surge of electric energy in his hands. The energy surged forth, rapidly coalescing into a shimmering golden sphere. This sphere then compressed, transforming into a slender, spiraling beam of light. Sensing the overwhelming energy radiating from Yi Feng, the Blood Demon Wolf King trembled, a chilling premonition coursing through it. This strike would surely spell its doom. No, you cannot kill me. I have connections with your human elite. We are allies. If you take my life, you will offend them. Spare me, and I shall repay you. Panic-stricken, the Blood Demon Wolf King lowered its once proud head and begged for mercy. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng hesitated momentarily, then inquired, "Oh, what is the name of the human faction you are in contact with?" "The Eastern Theater, the Zhang clan." The Blood Demon Wolf King quickly replied. "Very well, I understand." Yi Feng nodded. A sigh of relief washed over the Blood Demon Wolf King, but a flicker of malice glimmered in its eyes. Damn those humans. Once I regained my fourth-tier strength, yet the very next moment, a radiant golden light erupted. The lightning cannon in Yi Feng's hands fired forth like a cannonball, hurtling towards the Blood Demon Wolf King. Wide-eyed in despair, the Blood Demon Wolf King could only watch as the spiraling beam, laced with grayish-white thunder, approached its form. The Blood Demon Wolf King widened its eyes, frantically channeling the fury of its blood magic to shield itself. The clash between the Thunderlight killing cannon and the Blood Fury energy erupted. Boom! A terrifying wave of energy surged forth, causing the very space to tremble imperceptibly. Immediately, under the despairing gaze of the Blood Demon Wolf King, the Thunderlight killing cannon continued unabated, effortlessly shattering its Blood Fury defenses in an instant. The spiraling thunderbolt beam struck fiercely at its heart. Splurt! A gaping wound appeared on the chest of the Blood Demon Wolf King, and its heart vanished completely. How could I, the formidable Blood Demon Wolf King, be defeated so easily? The Blood Demon Wolf King spat out a mouthful of blood, staggered a few steps, and collapsed to the ground, breath extinguished. The Blood Demon Wolf King was dead. I never claimed to spare your life. Yi Feng's expression remained indifferent, his tone tranquil. Silence. A profound stillness enveloped the world. Only the wind howled past. In the distance, Li Xingqian was so terrified that he held his breath. His eyes were filled with disbelief, his scalp tingling, and his body swayed unsteadily. How powerful! Especially the final strike, it was utterly cataclysmic. As a fellow ability user, the disparity was astonishing. Xiaobai, witnessing the full might of the leader for the first time, was equally awestruck. Boss, you are truly formidable, worthy of being my father. Yi Feng flashed forward, standing before the Blood Demon Wolf King's corpse. After a thorough search, he unearthed a crystal the size of a fist. The beast crystal core. A glimmer of joy flickered in Yi Feng's eyes. Typically, slaying beasts from other realms yields such cores. Although these cores cannot be directly absorbed, they are precious treasures, often containing the power of rules. Among humans, some extraordinary individuals awakened as potion masters can transform these cores into corresponding rule potions. While these potions are not as effective as rule artifacts, they can assist ability users in comprehending the rules to some extent. For instance, the beast crystal core in Yi Feng's hand could potentially be refined into a blood rule potion. This potion is an invaluable treasure for those awakened with blood abilities. Furthermore, beast crystal cores are often materials for advanced enchantments. Yi Feng swiftly stowed the Blood Demon Wolf King's core. Just then, a system notification sounded. Notification: you have defeated a formidable foe. Reward of 20 baits. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Yi Feng's eyes. An unexpected gain. Excellent. Yi Feng then surveyed his surroundings. Upon doing so, his smile broadened. Before him lay a vast expanse of crimson crystals, quietly resting on the ground. The scale and quantity were truly staggering. In the previous life, no one could match the Blood Demon Wolf King, thus these crimson crystals were entirely absorbed by it. After regaining its strength, the Blood Demon Wolf King departed Jiang City, and no one knew its whereabouts. Yifeng pondered thoughtfully. From the Blood Demon Wolf King's words before its demise, he could roughly deduce where it had gone in the last life. The final 5 great powers of humanity, the Eastern War Zone. Yifeng's thoughts soared, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Indeed, it was as he had surmised. Concerning this cataclysm, the higher echelons of humanity possessed much deeper knowledge. They had even forged alliances with the ferocious beasts from other realms. This information was entirely unknown to Yifeng in his past life. Regaining his composure, he gazed at the myriad of crimson crystals scattered around him, a smile inevitably gracing his lips. Having slain the Blood Demon Wolf King, all these blood-red crystals would rightfully belong to him. In the next moment, Yifeng's figure flickered as he traversed the open space. Wherever he went, the crimson crystals vanished without a trace. Before long, he had collected every last one of the blood-red crystals strewn across the ground into his storage space. After counting them, his spirits soared even higher. A total of 365 units of blood-red crystals. This was a windfall. Chapter 153, Blood-Red Crystals, Subjugation of 365 units. Joy illuminated Yifeng's eyes. It is worth noting that in the Dragon Pool Mountain Villa area, Yifeng had only acquired 200 units of blood-red crystals, which had already brought him immense delight. How much more thrilling, then, was it to behold such a substantial fortune before him? Yifeng was in high spirits. Just then, Xiao Bai and Li Xingqian rushed over. "Boss, you are magnificent." Xiao Bai wagged his tail, exclaiming, "Boss, your hair color has changed." Yifeng was taken aback. At that moment, Li Xingqian also hurried over. Before Yifeng could speak, Li Xingqian suddenly knelt down. "Boss, I wish to become your subordinate. From this day forth, I shall be unwaveringly loyal to you, willing to face any peril without hesitation." He knocked his head several times on the ground, truly impressed. He realized that with his meager strength, Yifeng could easily crush him with a mere finger. In that moment, all ambitions and aspirations were cast aside. Yifeng was momentarily stunned, then smiled. This Li Xingqian was quite perceptive. It would be somewhat excessive for him to act with hostility. "Rise," Yifeng said softly. To his surprise, Li Xingqian shook his head. "Please accept me. I am willing to be your subordinate," he declared earnestly. "Li Xingqian, are you aware that we have some prior grievances?" Yifeng replied with a faint smile. "Ah." Li Xingqian looked bewildered, soon replaced by fear. "Impossible. How could I possibly have any grievances with you?" he exclaimed, shaking his head vigorously. Yifeng then recounted the incident at the pet hospital, where he had dispatched the third-in-command of the Wolf Gang. Upon hearing Yifeng's account, Li Xingqian's confusion cleared. It turned out that the Yifeng before him was the legendary ruthless figure of the past. It was fortunate that he had not rushed to seek vengeance. Otherwise, his grave would likely be overgrown with grass 2 meters high by now. A flicker of apprehension crossed Li Xingqian's eyes, and cold sweat trickled down his back. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he slapped his own face 3 times. "Boss, it is my failure to manage my subordinates properly that has offended you. I sincerely apologize." Li Xingqian's expression was earnest. Seeing his sincerity, Yifeng pondered for a moment, considering that taking on another subordinate might not be such a bad idea after all. However, should they formalize a contract? Should we bring back Longton Mountain? A thoughtful glimmer crossed Yifeng's eyes. The answer was evident. Accepting it posed no problem, as it was indeed a golden legend with extraordinary powers. However, a mere contract for an ordinary warrior would suffice. Yet, the throng of enchanting figures at Longton Mountain would not permit any other man to tread upon their grounds. It would be wiser to have Li Xingqian venture into the wilderness, while he himself periodically reaps the spoils, thereby maximizing the benefits. With this thought in mind, he declared, "I can accept you, but I must sign a contract for my subordinate." Subsequently, Yifeng succinctly briefed Li Xingqian on the matters concerning the warrior contract. Without hesitation, Li Xingqian bowed thrice before affirming, "I am willing to sign the contract and serve as your forebear." Yifeng smiled, allowing Li Xingqian to rise. Standing respectfully, Li Xingqian presented the blood-colored crystal in his hand to Yifeng. "Boss, this is the spoils I have collected, offered to you." Yifeng glanced at the blood-colored crystal, smiling as he remarked, "This is indeed a precious treasure, capable of aiding your cultivation and breaking through your limits. You should keep it for yourself." He then proceeded to explain the usage of the blood-colored crystal to Li Xingqian. Upon hearing this, Li Xingqian's face lit up with joy as he solemnly stowed the crystal away. "Next, I will proceed to contract with you." As Yifeng's words fell, a surge of contractual power began to rise. Beneath the night sky, 2 figures, one black and one white, traversed the towering edifices. Soon, they dashed onto a sky bridge. "It should be here," one of the figures suddenly spoke, prompting the other to halt. These two figures were none other than Yi Feng and Xiao Bai. After Yi Feng had contracted Li Xingqian as a warrior, he entrusted him with a mission to continue developing the wolf pack, aspiring to establish it as the foremost survivor faction in Jiangqing. Officially, the leader of the wolf pack was Li Xingqian, yet in truth, he remained loyal to Yi Feng in secrecy. The benefits and crystal cores Li Xingqian acquired would all be submitted to Yi Feng. With the wolf pack boasting a legendary powerhouse, it would undoubtedly ascend beyond the mediocrity of its former existence. Yi Feng harbored great anticipation for its potential development. Standing on the sky bridge, he gazed into the distance, the breeze gently caressing him. He picked up his phone, which echoed with the anxious voices of two women. "Yi Feng, we are just 3 kilometers away from the Rainbow Bridge. Do not worry, Xiao Bai and I are already waiting for you at the Rainbow Bridge." Yi Feng replied calmly. "That's wonderful." The voice on the other invisibly relaxed. The two women in contact with Yi Feng were Nan Shirin and Shun Huaiwei. Following Yi Feng's orders, they had positioned themselves on Bar Street and were fortunate enough to witness a small spatial rift. From the rift emerged 3 blood-colored crystals, 1 large and 2 small. Just as they were filled with delight, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A mutated zombie suddenly burst forth from the other side, devouring one of the smaller blood-colored crystals. Enraged, the two women immediately retaliated, only to their astonishment, discovering that the mutated zombie had sprouted wings. It soared into the air, launching an assault upon the 2 girls from above. The 2 girls were left speechless. They neither possessed the ability to fly nor had adequate means of retaliation. After firing several shots, they not only failed to hit the airborne zombie, but inadvertently attracted a horde of the undead. In desperation, they had no choice but to stow away the remaining 2 blood-red crystals and flee in their vehicle. To their astonishment, the mutated zombie, having consumed the blood-red crystals, grew significantly stronger. Greed ignited within it as it eyed the 2 remaining crystals and relentlessly pursued the girls. As the 2 fled, the mutated zombie hot on their heels. Yi Feng had sent Li Xingqian away and, upon contacting the girls, learned that they were driving a silver RV, being frantically chased by the mutated zombie. Although they were not in immediate danger, the situation was exceedingly troublesome, and they dared not return to the Longton Mountain Villa area. After inquiring about their exact location, Yi Feng arranged to meet the girls at the Rainbow Bridge. Before long, a silver RV sped toward the bridge, while above it, a grotesque zombie with black wings stared down menacingly at the vehicle. "Xiao Bai, I entrust this mutated zombie to you. Be cautious, it can fly, and you may have but one opportunity," Yi Feng commanded. "Understood," exclaimed Xiao Bai, a glimmer of excitement flashing in her eyes. How could she, who had faced the Blood Demon Wolf King, not triumph over a mere first-tier mutated zombie? She immediately gathered her strength, silently awaiting her moment on the Rainbow Bridge. As the silver vehicle approached, the airborne zombie entered Xiao Bai's attack range. With a thunderous roar, she unleashed her power, Kirin Roar. A mental assault radiated forward in a fan-shaped wave, instantly stunning the airborne zombie, which plummeted to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, a golden light sparkled in Xiao Bai's eyes as she shot forth like a rocket, charging at the fallen creature. With a swift strike, she tore the flying zombie apart, black blood splattering the air. The mangled remains crashed heavily to the earth. Xiao Bai then landed and deftly extracted the mutated crystal core from the vanquished creature. The flying mutated zombie was no more. Seeing Xiao Bai's decisive victory, Yi Feng smiled faintly and, with a flicker of movement, appeared before the silver RV. The 2 girls, upon seeing Yi Feng approach, quickly stepped out of the vehicle, their faces alight with joy. "Yi Feng, you've arrived." "Yi Feng, here is the blood-red crystal you requested," Shun Huaiwei said, handing him the crimson stone. Yi Feng accepted the blood-red crystal and examined it closely. The crystals obtained by Shun Huaiwei and her companion were 1 large and 1 small, totaling approximately 70 units. A flicker of sentimentality crossed Yi Feng's eyes. Now, with over 3,000 blood-red crystals in his possession, he regarded these with a sense of indifference. However, this did not diminish the value of the 70 units. In fact, such a quantity would suffice to elevate many ability users from the 7-star limit to the 9-star limit. The unique energy contained within the blood-red crystals would facilitate the absorption of zombie crystal energy, thus accelerating the cultivation process. Yet in his previous life, low-tier ability users, even when fortuitously acquiring blood-red crystals, would simply choose to sell them off. Ambitious supernatural beings will also utilize their powers to transcend their own limits within the star rankings. Only formidable factions would be willing to expend blood crystals to assist their core supernatural entities in rapidly advancing prior to reaching the 7-star threshold. You and Xiao Bai should return to the Silver RV in the Longton Mountain Villa area, Yifeng remarked with a smile. Yifeng, aren't you coming back with us? Shun Huaiwei inquired, her brow furrowing in curiosity. I intend to continue exploring for a while longer. Tonight is unlike any other, and it may yield unexpected rewards, Yifeng replied. Then perhaps we should also remain outside to seek our fortunes, Shireen suggested. There's no need. Yifeng shook his head in refusal. Tonight, the atmosphere is tumultuous, and there may be terrifying or bizarre beasts lurking about. Your current strength is still insufficient. After all, should a blood demon wolf king emerge, the two women would be ill-equipped to handle it. Upon hearing this, the two women displayed expressions of reluctance. Yet they were acutely aware of their own limitations. Forcing themselves to stay would only hinder Yifeng. Thus, after bidding farewell to him, the two departed with Xiao Bai in the vehicle. Yifeng watched as the silver RV receded into the distance. I am unaware of the locations of other opportunities. Otherwise, I would explore them for potential benefits, Yifeng mused to himself while standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Simultaneously, fragments of information about formidable figures from the past swiftly flickered through Yifeng's mind. This night, several legendary strongmen would rise powerfully in Jiang City, not as flattery, but as a reference to the awakening of legendary-level supernatural abilities. The first legendary strongman is an awakened fire ability user named Jun Ma Xiao, who refers to himself as the Fire God, leading a faction known as the Fire God Base. The Fire God commands two capable subordinates, one a poison user and the other a fire user. As Yifeng pondered this, his eyes sparkled with intensity. The Fire God is known for his cruel and tyrannical nature, exhibiting unpredictable moods. He particularly delights in capturing numerous ordinary individuals, imprisoning them, and subjecting them to relentless torment, ultimately leading them to a gruesome demise. In his previous life, Yifeng's faction had encountered conflicts with the Fire God's subordinates and had witnessed ordinary people and weaker supernatural beings being abducted, only to end up as mere bones. This man must be slain. Yifeng narrowed his eyes, reaching a resolute decision. Beyond the Fire God, Yifeng continued to contemplate. The second legendary figure in Jiang City is named Li Kuei, codenamed Wolf King. He possesses immense strength and has established the Wolf King base, conducting himself with utmost propriety. The third legendary figure is Zhang Xingxing, a scion of the Zhang family, one of the three titans of the Eastern War Zone. Zhang Xingxing will seize an opportunity tonight and rise with great power. In the future, he will consolidate local military factions and establish connections with the Zhang family in the Eastern War Zone to gain robust support. Ultimately, the Zhang family base will emerge as the most formidable force in all of Jiang City. In addition, there are several notable lone strongmen, such as the Nightwalker, Shun Huaiwei, whom Yifeng has already subdued, and the one known as the Radiant Venerable, Xiao Yifei, among others. Lost in thought, Yifeng's figure flickered and vanished into the night. At a chemical factory, the blood-red stones are indeed remarkably extraordinary. A broodingly handsome man, clutching a blood-red crystal, displayed an expression of exhilaration. This man was none other than the Fire God, Jun Mo Xiao, as referred to by Yifeng. At that moment, a burly elder approached with swift steps. Young master, I have examined the two extraordinary items that emerged from the spatial black hole. They are indeed remarkable treasures, the elder exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Oh, do enlighten me. Is there something even more wondrous than this blood-red stone? Jun Mo Xiao inquired, raising an eyebrow. The elder then produced a gourd-shaped object, enthusiastically explaining. This artifact is known as the Fire Spirit Gourd. It can store fiery energy in advance and release it instantaneously at a crucial moment, inflicting extensive fire damage, particularly effective for fire-based supernaturals. At these words, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Jun Mo Xiao's eyes. He accepted the Fire Spirit Gourd, and a surge of information flooded his mind. What a treasure! Truly, heaven aids me, he declared, brimming with excitement. Jun Mo Xiao had already awakened a formidable legendary ability, the Master of Flames. Now, having acquired this celestial artifact, he felt as if he had gained wings. With this, I shall undoubtedly achieve an earth-shattering enterprise. Chapter 155. Zhang Xingxing's Dilemma. Jun Mo Xiao let out a resounding roar towards the heavens. After his exhilaration subsided, he turned to the elder. Is there another item? The second item is even more extraordinary, with greater power, but the elder hesitated as he produced a staff shrouded in an ominous black aura. But what? Jun Mo Xiao inquired curiously, glancing at the staff. According to the information conveyed by this item, it is categorized as a forbidden artifact. The term forbidden implies that its use comes at a cost. As the elder elaborated, Jun Mo Xiao's expression shifted. Although both the fire spirit gourd and this item were extraordinary objects from another realm, the former was merely a conventional extraordinary item. In contrast, the staff, named the Dark Reaper's Staff, was a forbidden item. To wield a forbidden item necessitates a sacrifice. Utilizing the Soul Reaper's Staff requires the offering of numerous souls. The greater the number, the more potent the effect. Furthermore, each use would diminish the user's lifespan by at least 20 years. Jun Mo Xiao took the staff, inspected it thoroughly, and then handed it back to the elder. This item is exceedingly malevolent, yet the more wicked it is, the more I am drawn to it. I shall entrust this to you for cultivation. It must not be used lightly, but may prove invaluable at a critical juncture, he stated coldly. Understood. The elder bowed deeply as he received the staff. Jun Mo Xiao, with the fire spirit gourd and the blood-red crystal in hand, wore a proud expression. This shall be my era. At the military base in Jiang City, a young man in uniform, unable to conceal the smile on his face, listened to his subordinate's report. Indeed, splendid work. This young man was Zhang Xingxing, a scion of the Zhang family, who once stood at the pinnacle of power in Jiang City. Rising from his seat, he accepted a wooden box handed to him by his subordinate. Within the box lay over 10 blood-red crystals, quietly resting. Is this the blood-red crystal my father spoke of? A glimmer of joy sparkled in Zhang Xingxing's eyes. According to my father, the crimson crystal not only facilitates a rapid elevation of star levels, but also possesses the remarkable ability to transcend these limits, rendering it a rare treasure. Even before the apocalypse descended, the Zhang family had engaged in research concerning this artifact. With its assistance, I shall undoubtedly become the foremost extraordinary being in Jiangxing. Zhang Xingxing, gripping the crimson crystal, smiled with pride. Soon, another subordinate reported back. Young master, we still have not made contact with the aberrant creatures you mentioned. However, among the locations you instructed us to monitor, one abandoned factory is emitting significant energy fluctuations and colorful auroras. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xingxing furrowed his brow, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Could there have been an unforeseen incident? What of the cameras we set up in advance? He inquired. The subordinate quickly replied. They remain intact. However, for security reasons, the concealed cameras we positioned at various locations are not connected to the network. At this, Zhang Xingxing waved his hand dismissively, issuing a command. There is no need to approach or investigate further. We shall continue to wait. Tomorrow, we will seize the opportunity to retrieve the footage. Understood. The subordinate bowed and then retreated. Once the subordinate left the room, Zhang Xingxing sank into the sofa, murmuring to himself. No contact with the energy fluctuations. Perhaps it is for the best. As he spoke, a trace of apprehension glimmered in his eyes. It was said that the creature possessed formidable power, ranking at the 4th tier, and he had no desire to engage with it. Since an unforeseen event has occurred, let others worry about it. I cannot afford to expend too much energy on this matter. My priority must be to focus on enhancing my strength. Power is everything. In a community hospital, a burly man stood atop a table, cradling a blood-red crystal the size of a watermelon, his brow furrowed in contemplation. What exactly are you? The man seemed to speak to himself, though it appeared he was conversing with someone unseen. In the next moment, an ancient voice resonated within his mind. I am known as Qinghua, merely a remnant soul, and I pose no threat to you. I possess vast knowledge, and we could certainly collaborate, with my assistance. You will undoubtedly rise swiftly. Listening to the voice in his mind, the imposing man regarded it with skepticism. That night, while out for a stroll, he had witnessed a rift in space from which the blood-red stone had fallen. His intuition told him that this stone would greatly enhance his power. However, upon picking it up, a beam of crimson light penetrated his brow. Can you truly aid me? The burly man asked, frowning. Indeed. For instance, I can instruct you on the usage of the crimson crystal in your hand. It can be employed to elevate your cultivation and shatter limits. The ancient voice spoke soothingly, gradually dispelling the man's doubts. Is that so? If I possessed this artifact, coupled with my legendary abilities, I could certainly dominate in this apocalypse. The burly man's face lit up with excitement as he explored the crimson crystal. Indeed, with my support, you shall surely soar. The ancient voice praised. As the man continued to converse with the ancient voice, he gradually lowered his guard, a joyful expression spreading across his face. This individual was none other than the legendary powerhouse known as Wolf King, Li Kuei. Unbeknownst to him, the ancient figure was silently scoffing within its consciousness. He spoke no falsehood. His name was indeed Qinghua, hailing from a parallel realm known as the Totemic Extraordinary World. In that realm, humanity could harness extraordinary powers by inscribing totems upon their bodies. Qinghua was a 6th-tier totemic sorcerer. Due to his heinous acts of murder and soul refining, he met his demise at the hands of others during one of his malevolent deeds. However, after death, His spirit fortuitously did not dissipate, but clung to a blood-red crystal. As time passed, he lost track of how long he had lived in a stupor until a twist of fate arrived. He found himself cast into this new world alongside the blood-red crystal, a peculiar yet vibrant realm. Additionally, he encountered a remarkably gifted human. Thus, he promptly initiated a soul takeover. However, Qinghua soon realized that his spirit was far too feeble. If he acted hastily, the chances of a successful takeover were slim, and failure could lead to his own demise. Therefore, he swiftly altered his strategy and commenced a scheme of deception. The blood-red knight heralded both danger and opportunity. Yifeng leaped through the air with great speed, the towering buildings and trees around him receding rapidly. The wind whistled past his ears, and he pondered whether he might once again encounter some fortuitous opportunity. As he soared, a faint energy fluctuation suddenly emanated from a museum ahead. Cause of the cataclysm: world fusion. Worlds appearing in the early to mid-stage include 1. Beastly World, represented by the Blood Demon Wolf King. 2. Totemic World, represented by Qinghua. 3. Alien World. Power system, universally applicable across worlds, ranging from 1st to 6th tier, with 7 stars in each tier. The 1st to 3rd tiers primarily focus on life evolution, while the 4th to 6th tiers center around the laws of profundity. Chapter 156. The Blue and White Porcelain Bowl. Xiao Yifei's suffering, Yifeng's eyes brightened as he hastily dashed towards the museum. Soon, he arrived at the entrance, where several zombies obstructed his path. Drawing his combat knife, he swiftly dispatched a few of the undead. Upon entering the museum, Yifeng surveyed the scene. Artifacts once steeped in history lay scattered across the ground, neglected and unheeded. Paying no mind to these relics, he activated his inside eye to conduct a swift investigation. Before long, his gaze fell upon a blue and white porcelain bowl. This exquisite piece was adorned with simple blue patterns that seemed to flow gently like water. A smile crept across Yifeng's lips as he approached the porcelain bowl with purposeful strides. An extraordinary item awakening before him, his fortune seemed rather favorable. He smiled faintly, his eyes gleaming with contemplation. Since the onset of the blood-red night, the world was on the verge of significant transformation. The first anomaly would arise from dangers or opportunities descending through spatial rifts or black holes. Resources such as blood-red crystals, tears of blood luo, and stones of flame were among them, alongside extraordinary and forbidden treasures. There exist treacherous alien souls and formidable bloodthirsty beasts. The second significant upheaval arises from Blue Star itself. The energy that permeates the cosmos is poised to escalate to a new echelon. As a result, a considerable number of supernatural beings are set to awaken, and the population of mutated creatures and zombies will surge rapidly. Additionally, mutated flora and anomalous items, like the exquisite blue and white porcelain bowl before Yifeng, are not mere extraordinary artifacts that have fallen through spatial rifts, but rather extraordinary creations born of Blue Star, influenced by the celestial energies, soon to acquire remarkable properties. Yifeng gingerly grasped the porcelain bowl. Extraordinary item, blue and white porcelain bowl description, an extraordinary item in the process of awakening. Yifeng smiled gently, securing it within his spatial confines. Indeed, another splendid acquisition. He surveyed his surroundings to ensure nothing was overlooked before turning to depart. As he exited the museum, he paused abruptly. A mournful wail echoed from a short distance away. Xiaowen, no, do not perish. It was the anguished cry of a man. After contemplating, Yifeng decided it prudent to investigate, and in an instant, his figure vanished from sight. On the streets, at the steps of a shop, a man, his gaze vacant and complexion ashen, cradled a blood-soaked woman, her breath faint, as he wept uncontrollably. His voice, hoarse and laced with despair, was rife with crimson-streaked anguish. Nearby, a dismembered, mutated zombie lay twitching on the ground. Xiaowen, why must you be so foolish? I am but a useless wretch. Why sacrifice yourself for me? The man's eyes brimmed with sorrow. The woman managed a faint smile, raising her hand in a feeble attempt to caress his cheek, yet failed. A bitter smile crossed her lips as she remembered her severed arm. This futile attempt exacerbated her abdominal wound, causing blood to flow incessantly. Do not move. The man's face was etched with desperation, his heart wrenching. The woman had not only lost an arm, a gaping wound the size of a fist marred her abdomen. Her intestines severed. Instinctively, he pressed his hand against her injury, though it was clear his efforts were destined to be in vain. Once you protected me, now? It is my turn to safeguard you. The woman smiled, her tone remarkably serene. After I depart, you must live on. Keep this, it holds great significance. She extended a blood-red crystal to the man, who did not accept it, his eyes filled with self-mockery. You are a supernatural being. I am merely an ordinary man. You deserve to survive far more than I. If you perish, what meaning remains for my existence? The man glanced at the crimson crystal, anguish flashing in his eyes. It is this very item that summoned the mutated zombies, leading to your demise. It is my inadequacy. I was too slow. Tears of blood streamed from the corners of his eyes, his sorrow reaching a crescendo. The woman shook her head, speech eluding her, her gaze growing increasingly vacant, clearly nearing her end. Just then, a clear voice resonated. Are you Xiao Yifei? A figure appeared beside the two, revealing itself to be Yifeng. Yifeng turned to the man, a look of surprise crossing his face. Name, Xiao Yifei. Ability. Awakening soon. 50 chance to awaken the legendary ability, Heart of Light. 50 chance to awaken the legendary ability, Heart of Darkness. The information displayed by the Eye of Insight confirmed that Yifeng had not mistaken the identity. Intriguing. Yifeng smiled, a glimmer of an enigmatic light flashing in his eyes. It was indeed the revered Master of Light, Xiao Yifei. Xiao Yifei, a legendary lone warrior from a previous life. His disposition was eccentric, his moods unpredictable, harboring an intense hatred for zombies. He once annihilated a minor faction of ability users over a trivial dispute, yet he had selflessly aided many weaker ability users. The legendary Xiao Yifei was immensely powerful, yet refrained from establishing or joining any factions. He sought not luxury, shunned the company of women, and feared not death, focusing solely on vanquishing zombies. Ultimately, he perished in battle against the undead. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Xiao Yifei glanced at him, unfamiliar with the man and devoid of any desire to converse. His gaze was vacant, cradling his gravely injured wife, yearning only for their eternal departure together. Yifeng surveyed the scene before him, the woman's abdominal wounds, her severed arm, the blood-red crystal clutched in Xiao Yifei's hand, and the distant corpse of a mutated zombie. From these observations, Yifeng surmised the situation. The woman was an ability user, while Xiao Yifei was an ordinary man. They appeared to be a loving couple. That night, they had stumbled upon an opportunity and acquired a blood-red crystal, only to be targeted by a mutated zombie. In a bid to protect Xiao Yifei, the woman had slain the zombie but was gravely wounded in the process. Yifeng gathered his thoughts and turned his attention to the woman, quickly arriving at a decision. She could still be saved. With this declaration, Yifeng unleashed a powerful surge of energy. The overwhelming aura and his words immediately captured Xiao Yifei's attention, who fixed his gaze upon Yifeng. She can still be saved. I possess an item that can preserve her life. Yifeng smiled gently, his calm demeanor infused with a sense of confidence. Is that truly so? Do you speak the truth? Xiao Yifei, both skeptical and hopeful, felt a flicker of anticipation in his eyes. Yifeng turned his palm, revealing a vial of medicinal pills that materialized seemingly out of thin air. It was the healing elixir he had previously fished out, a vial containing 10 pills, each possessing remarkable healing properties. I possess an extraordinary healing artifact as a trade. In return, I require your loyalty to serve me henceforth. What say you? Yifeng maintained his serene countenance as he slowly spoke. Witnessing this, a wave of ecstasy surged in Xiao Yifei's eyes, his voice trembling with excitement. You can truly save her. Do not hesitate to claim my life in exchange for her salvation. I will serve you loyally. Chapter 157. Subduing Xiao Yifei. Bestowing the tears of blood. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yifei fell to his knees, overwhelmed by desperation. He was uncertain whether Yifeng possessed the genuine ability to save his wife, but at that moment, he found himself in a dire predicament. Yifeng's words were akin to a lifeline for a drowning man, something he clung to with fervent desperation. Moreover, Yifeng appeared to be a formidable psychic, and the items he produced seemed extraordinary. Perhaps there was indeed hope. Contemplating this, Xiao Yifei became increasingly agitated, bowing fervently. Thud, thud, thud. His forehead broke open, blood seeping slowly. I beseech you, grant her a chance at life. I implore you, as long as she survives, I would offer my loyalty without hesitation, even if it means my demise. His eyes were filled with desperation. In a flash, Yifeng appeared before the woman. Let it be known, I am unable to restore her severed limb. However, if she can be saved, all else may be discussed. Xiao Yifei was filled with overwhelming joy. Yifeng examined the woman's condition. She was on the brink of death, yet still had a chance for recovery. Without delay, he retrieved a healing sacred pill from a small vial. The pill, a small crimson crystal, radiated a warm glow. Under Xiao Yifei's hopeful gaze, Yifeng flicked his finger, sending the healing pill into the woman's mouth. Upon ingestion, a miraculous transformation began. Within mere seconds, the woman's pallor shifted to a healthy hue. Xiao Yifei widened his eyes, holding his breath, afraid to blink. Following the rapid action of the medicine, a massive wound on her abdomen began to heal swiftly. While her severed limb did not regenerate, it too showed signs of rapid recovery. This scene, akin to a miracle, left Xiao Yifei both stunned and elated. Tears filled his eyes as he bowed repeatedly to Yifeng. Benefactor, you are my great savior. I am eternally grateful. Henceforth, I shall be your loyal servant. Yifeng waved his hand, signaling him to cease further words. Before long, the woman slowly regained consciousness, opening her eyes. Is this the underworld? Her expression was one of confusion as she gazed down at her healed wounds. In a blink, she noticed Xiao Yifei's ecstatic face, which rendered her even more bewildered. Yifei, have you also perished? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yifei could no longer contain himself and burst into tears. No, we are alive. We have encountered a benefactor, and we have survived. Ha! In the midst of the woman's confusion, Xiao Yifei embraced her tightly, weeping joyfully. Yifeng stood nearby, hands clasped behind his back, patiently awaiting their reaction. Yifei, what on earth is happening? It is as follows. After a moment of exchange, the couple's emotions gradually settled. They approached Yifeng once more, kneeling in unison. As husband and wife, since Yifei has pledged his loyalty to you, my life is yours as well. Despite losing an arm, the woman maintained a serious demeanor and a resolute tone. Xiao Yifei nodded emphatically beside her, affirming, indeed, we are indebted to you beyond measure. Why would I desire your lives? Yifeng chuckled lightly. However, to save you, I did expend a precious pill as recompense. A contract must be signed, and you shall serve me. Is that too much to ask? Not at all. Whatever command you have, we shall dutifully follow. Xiao Yifei pounded his chest, yet hesitated momentarily, expressing, but I am merely an ordinary person, not an extraordinary being. My assistance may be exceedingly limited. Yifeng, perceiving his sincerity, nodded in satisfaction. I do not require much from you. Simply sign a contract and become my subordinate. Do not underestimate yourself. You will soon awaken your extraordinary abilities and become a transcendent being. It is highly probable that you will unlock a legendary level of formidable powers. All I need is for you to establish a faction, act with integrity, and regularly submit zombie crystal cores and treasures. Is there any issue? Yifeng's demeanor remained calm as he gazed at Xiao Yifei, the legendary figure who had lost his wife in a past life, the radiant sovereign, Xiao Yifei. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yifei was momentarily taken aback. I can become a legendary awakener of extraordinary powers? This is truly absurd. Me? He pointed incredulously at himself. I assert that you can, and thus you shall, Yifeng replied with a smile. Xiao Yifei still found it hard to believe. Yifei, do not hesitate. Agree quickly, urged the woman beside him, tugging at his sleeve. Very well, I agree. Regardless of whether I awaken extraordinary powers, repaying your kindness is a duty I, Xiao Yifei, must fulfill. There will be no issue signing the contract, and I shall indeed establish a faction, Xiao Yifei proclaimed with unwavering resolve. In that case, let us proceed with the contract, Yifeng said cheerfully. As he spoke, he flicked his finger, releasing a drop of essence blood, while an aura of contract power enveloped them. To sign a contract, blood is required as a pledge. After securing Xiao Yifei's allegiance, Yifeng parted ways with him. Much like with Li Xingqian, Yifeng did not intend to take him back to Longtan Mountain. For Xiao Yifei, a more independent approach would be preferable. After their separation, Yifeng wandered through Jiangxing for several hours. During this time, he vanquished 3 mutated zombies and acquired 20 units of blood-red crystals from a group of extraordinary beings. Aside from that, he had no other gains. Yifeng decided to return home. In the villa district of Longtan Mountain, many awaited Yifeng's return with bated breath. Nan Ruyan, Nan Shirin, and Mu Qingli occupied the right-side sofa, while Lin Xiaoxiao, Chu Xiaotu, and Shun Huaiwei awaited at the dining table. Just then, a faint sound of a car engine pierced the air outside. The crowd reacted joyfully. It was Yifeng. Brother Yifeng has returned safely. How wonderful. They all stood and gathered at the entrance. Ah, you all are still awake, Yifeng remarked with a smile as he entered. You have returned, Yifeng? Are you well? The women chorused around him, their voices overlapping. Haha, worry not. I have encountered no troubles. Yifeng chuckled heartily. Since everyone is here, let us convene briefly to discuss a few matters. He removed his outer garment and handed it to Nan Ruyan before settling onto the sofa. The group encircled him, taking their seats. The little Qilin, Bai, and the cat, Da Bai, also emerged, perching nearby to listen attentively. The changes of this night are evident to you all. From tomorrow onward, this world will become increasingly perilous, and you must prepare yourselves mentally. Lin Xiaoxiao, Nan Ruyan, Mu Qingli, you 3 lack special abilities. So you must exercise heightened caution when venturing out in the future. The trio nodded in unison. Rest assured, I will eventually arrange for you to possess special abilities. One for each of you. Yifeng then turned his gaze towards Nan Shirin and Shun Huaiwei. Shun Huaiwei, Nan Shirin, you possess formidable powers. Thus you must shoulder greater responsibilities. It is imperative that you diligently cultivate your skills and never become complacent. Hearing this, Shun Huaiwei and Nin Shirin nodded lightly. Chu Xiaotu, your ability was originally a mere affinity for animals, but from this day forth, it shall no longer remain so. Chu Xiaotu was taken aback, confusion flickering in her eyes, unsure of what Yi Feng was implying. Yi Feng smiled gently, flipping his palm to reveal 2 drops of blood luo tears. Chapter 158, Epic Level, Spirit Fusion. Yi Feng began to speak slowly. This item is known as blood luo tears. Upon hearing his words, everyone was left in shock. Just a single drop of blood luo tears can elevate an ordinary ability to a rare level. Another drop can elevate it to an epic level. While epic is the maximum limit, the efficacy of this item still thrilled everyone. Nan Shirin felt a tinge of regret, wishing that blood luo tears could elevate an epic ability to a legendary level. On the other hand, Chu Xiaotu's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement, her heart racing uncontrollably. Yi Feng, are you going to give this to me? Chu Xiaotu's eyes widened, yet she hesitated, feeling her ability was worthless. Although a flicker of reluctance crossed her gaze, she still declined, feeling inferior and believing that enhancing her ability would serve little purpose. It is meant for you, and no refusal is permitted. This is an order. Yi Feng smiled dominantly as he handed the 2 drops of blood luo tears to Chu Xiaotu. Upon receiving them, her delicate face displayed a look of exhilaration. All eyes turned to the blood luo tears in Chu Xiaotu's hands. The blood luo tears were the size of a thumb, resembling crimson teardrops. Under the white light, they glimmered with a blood-red radiance. Chu Xiaotu grasped the blood luo tears tightly, clearly sensing the powerful and mysterious energy surging within. How do I use this? Brother Yi Feng? Chu Xiaotu asked, her complexion flushed. It's simple. Just swallow it directly, Yi Feng replied with a smile. Chu Xiaotu nodded, taking a deep breath to calm her racing heart before slowly placing the first blood luo tear into her mouth. Her anxious heart felt as though it might leap from her chest. As the blood luo tear descended into her stomach, a warm current surged from her throat, rapidly spreading to her limbs. Subsequently, the energy of the blood luo tear flowed swiftly within her body. Chu Xiaotu was delighted to discover that her abilities were undergoing monumental transformation. Both her mental acuity and physical strength experienced varying degrees of enhancement. But the most significant change was the heightened sharpness of her senses. She gazed at the small and large white creatures, her curiosity, longing, and worries regarding the various emotions of the mutated beasts becoming increasingly palpable to her. Moments later, the energy from the blood tears of law was completely absorbed by Chu Xiaotu. Rare level, Spirit Contract. The ability upgrade was a resounding success. Chu Xiaotu was filled with exhilaration, her beautiful eyes brimming with delight. Yeffing, I have leveled up, she exclaimed, joyfully bouncing up and casting a cheerful glance at everyone. They shared in her happiness wholeheartedly. Congratulations, Xiaotu. You are truly remarkable. Well done. Shall we continue? Yeffing responded with an encouraging glance, a smile gracing his lips. Yes. Chu Xiaotu replied, her face radiant with joy as she decisively consumed the second blood tear of law. The energy continued to nourish and transform her. Moments later, Chu Xiaotu's delicate body trembled, her eyes shimmering with a luminous glow, and surprise adorned her face. The energy of the second blood tear was also completely absorbed. How are you feeling, Xiaotu? Do you have any discomfort? Has your ability changed? Yeffing inquired, looking intently at her. Yes, how do you feel, Xiaotu? Lin Xiaoxiao cast a curious gaze. Nan Shirin, Shun Huaiwei, and others also turned their attention to Chu Xiaotu. Taking a deep breath, Chu Xiaotu beamed with happiness and announced to everyone, my ability has upgraded once again. The new ability is Epic Level, Spirit Fusion. At this proclamation, gasps of astonishment filled the air. Such a significant change. The blood tears of Luo are truly extraordinary. Congratulations, Xiaotu. Everyone exclaimed in unison. Yeffing's lips curled into a smile as well. The effects of the blood tears of Luo were undeniably evident in Chu Xiaotu, fulfilling his expectations. Xiaotu, please introduce your new ability, Yeffing encouraged with a smile. Chu Xiaotu nodded enthusiastically, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes as she joyfully explained. The Spirit Fusion ability has certain connections to my previous powers. I can now sign spirit contracts with up to 2 mutated beasts. Once the contract is established, I can merge with them. Upon fusion, I will acquire the corresponding abilities and traits of the spirit companions. And the effectiveness of the fusion depends on the type and level of the pets. The duration of the fusion relies on my stamina, energy, and level. After listening to Chu Xiaotu's introduction, Yeffing nodded in approval. Your ability is indeed fascinating, and it possesses ample potential for development. As long as you tame some powerful spirit companions, Your strength will undergo a transformative change. In some respects, it has greater growth potential than most epic abilities. Indeed, I think so too, Chu Xiaodu replied, her heart brimming with joy. Taming spirit companions should not be rushed. I will find a way for you in the future. Yefeng advised with a smile. Yes, I will heed your guidance, Chu Xiaodu responded obediently. Observing Chu Xiaotu's remarkable transformation, Lin Xiaoxiao, Nen Ruyan, and Mu Qingli could hardly contain their envy. They were not yet possessors of abilities themselves. Yefeng pondered for a moment before retrieving a blue and white porcelain bowl from his spatial storage. This extraordinary item was still in the process of awakening, and the stasis of space would hinder its progress, necessitating its placement in the outside world. Yifeng pondered for a moment, gazing at Nan Ruyan, and commanded, Ruyan, this is a precious treasure. I entrust it to you for safekeeping. He handed the exquisite blue and white porcelain bowl to her. The silver RV will henceforth be utilized by your zombie hunting team. Ruyan, please place the porcelain bowl inside the RV. Nan Ruyan nodded, carefully securing the bowl. Yifeng then produced 50 zombie crystal cores, distributing them evenly among Qilin Xiaobai, Dabai, Shen Huaiwei, Nen Shirin, and Chu Xiaodu. These are resources for cultivation. Make use of them, and should you require more, feel free to seek me out. With that, he concluded the meeting and turned to ascend the stairs. In the cultivation room on the 3rd floor, Yifeng sat cross-legged, inhaling deeply to calm his mind. Once his state was adjusted, he retrieved 2 drops of blood luo tears from his storage space. Under the illumination, the blood luo tears glimmered with a crimson radiance. Yifeng consumed the first drop, and in an instant, a torrent of energy surged into his body, nourishing and transforming his flesh. He could distinctly sense this unique energy continuously reshaping his abilities. Moments later, he opened his eyes in astonishment. Rare grade, power manipulation. The enhancement of his extraordinary abilities had concluded. Yifeng clenched his fists, acutely aware of the significant augmentation in his control over strength. However, he was not satisfied with mere rare abilities. He consumed another drop of blood luo tears. The powerful crimson energy began to once again enhance his strength abilities. After a brief moment, the quality of his strength abilities improved once more. Yifeng opened his eyes, and a fleeting thought crossed his mind. Epic grade, power dominance. His physical strength had further intensified, and he had also comprehended a new skill, power condensation. This skill allowed for a temporary explosion of greater strength. Yifeng felt an exhilarating rush within. Yet, he was not finished. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he solemnly retrieved the next item from his storage space, the essence of blood luo tears. Chapter 159, Legend. Power Sovereign. This drop of blood luo tears essence was visibly larger than the ordinary ones, exuding a deeper aura and a more vibrant red hue. Without hesitation, Yifeng consumed it. As the mysterious power of blood luo continually nourished his body, he gradually fell into a state of profound enlightenment. At some unknown moment, Yifeng's body trembled, awakening him. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. His epic ability had remarkably transformed into a legendary one. Legendary grade, Power Sovereign. Yifeng stood, feeling the surging power within him, and let out a hearty laugh. Ha! Yifeng's second extraordinary ability, the legendary Power Sovereign. He felt an immense sense of elation in his heart. Reminder, your ability, Power Sovereign, and Chaos Divine Thunder will complement each other, enhancing your combat prowess. A system notification echoed in his ears, filling his eyes with joy and causing his lips to curve into an uncontrollable smile. Under the influence of a legendary power, your skills such as Thunder Stance, Thunder Fist, Thunder Slash, Thunderblade, and Lightning Cannon have experienced varying degrees of enhancement. Please test them for yourself. My skill power has increased. Excellent. Yifeng clenched his fists, feeling the explosive energy surging within him, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. At that moment, another notification chimed in. Notification, reward of 20 bait pieces. Upon hearing this, Yifeng's smile broadened. Wonderful. As his strength grew, the system also bestowed gifts upon him. After calming his emotions, Yifeng hummed a cheerful tune and stepped out of the training room with a light-hearted gait. His eyes darted, and he first headed towards Shen Huaiwei's chamber. Inside the room, Shen Huaiwei was meditating with a crystal core in hand, her eyes closed. Although she wore loose training attire, her graceful figure and long, straight legs were still subtly discernible. Shen Huaiwei embodied the fluid lines of someone who had engaged in fitness for years, radiating a healthy beauty complemented by her neat, short hair, exuding an air of vigor and elegance. Yifeng entered the room and greeted her. Huaiwei, shall we train together? Practicing alone can be rather slow. Upon hearing his familiar voice laced with warmth, Shen Huaiwei's eyes flew open in surprise. Yifeng, you're here? Nodding, Yifeng approached her side. Shun Huaiwei emanated a pleasant fragrance. Leaning closer to her ear, he whispered with a chuckle, "The night is fleeting. Why not cultivate together?" At his words, Shun Huaiwei's cheeks flushed. However, a glimmer of anticipation shone in her eyes. A training speed multiplied several times over is irresistible. Not to mention the additional benefits of nourishing the body and enhancing physical quality. Moments later, accompanied by enchanting music, a surge of yin-yang energy enveloped Yifeng and Shun Huaiwei. Yin-yang divine body, the cycle of Tai Chi. 2 hours later, Yifeng emerged from Shun Huaiwei's room. His mood exceedingly buoyant as he glanced at the system rewards. Notification, reward of 20 bait pieces. The path of cultivation requires a balance of relaxation and intensity. Moderate training is beneficial for both body and mind. Prolonged excessive training can deplete one's essence, leading to eventual demise. Yifeng turned and entered Chu Xiaodu's room. At that moment, Chu Xiaodu was diligently practicing within her chamber. Upon seeing Yifeng, she quickly rose, her face lighting up with joy. "Brother Yifeng, how are you? How is your training going, Xiaodu?" He replied with a smile. Epic abilities absorb energy at a significantly faster rate than ordinary ones. Chu Xiaodu beamed. "Xiaodu, the path of cultivation lies in balance. The harmony of yin and yang is the true way," Yifeng explained. Chu Xiaodu stared at him with wide, bewildered eyes, unable to comprehend his words. "Xiaodu, listen to me. I possess a physique known as the yin-yang divine body," Yifeng stated earnestly. Listening to his words, Chu Xiaodu's face flushed with both surprise and delight. Ah, the yin-yang divine body. 2 hours later, Yifeng emerged from Chu Xiaodu's room, radiant and invigorated. One cannot help but marvel at the peculiar charm of the enigmatic, which aligns perfectly with Yifeng. He gazed at the system panel. Evolution, second stage. 2 stars ability, Master of Strength, Legendary, Chaotic Divine Thunder, Mythical Unique. The enhancement of power is indeed a remarkably simple and splendid affair. A satisfied smile graced Yifeng's face. As he looked up, he found himself face to face with the stunning campus beauty, Nanshirin. She cast a lingering glance at him, filled with unspoken sentiments. Yifeng chuckled lightly. Tonight was a night for cultivation, and he would not neglect any aspect of it. The following day, in the morning, on a street near the Longton Mountain Villa area, a figure was dashing through the horde of zombies with reckless abandon. Wherever he passed, the glint of his blade cut through the air, and the zombies fell in droves. Before long, the entire street was strewn with the remnants of the undead. It was only then that the figure came to a halt, revealing a handsome visage, Yifeng. He paused, accessed his panel, and his smile broadened. The daily task had been effortlessly completed. On the street, a glimmer of joy flickered in Yifeng's eyes as he chose to claim his task rewards. Notification, congratulations, host. You have received 100 bait as a task reward. The system's prompt echoed, and the 100 units of bait were credited. Yifeng smiled faintly. His foray into hunting zombies was solely for the purpose of completing tasks, and with the mission accomplished, he vanished in a flash. Yifeng took off, racing forward. The wind howled past his ears as the towering buildings on either side blurred into the background. In just one night, the transformation was monumental. Glancing around, Yifeng felt a wave of nostalgia. After the blood-red night, the crimson mist had largely dissipated. The sky was clear and visibility expansive, as if returning to the world before the apocalypse. However, the greenery flanking the roads had begun to grow wildly, a stark reminder that, even in the absence of wandering zombies, the current world was no longer what it had once been. The landscape was infused with an abundance of verdant life. Yifeng understood that this was merely the beginning. Soon, the entire city would be enveloped by these rampant, overgrown plants. His figure soon disappeared from the edge of the street. Moments later, Yifeng returned to the Longton Mountain Villa area. Upon entering the hall, he glanced at the time, 9:30 a.m. Shun Huaiwei and Nanshirin had once again formed a hunting squad and left the villa to hunt zombies. The Grand Villa now housed only a handful of ordinary female warriors who remained behind. Notably, after a night had passed, the underground of Jiangcheng had also birthed numerous plants overnight. These flora had effectively severed the city's electrical and internet infrastructure, becoming the proverbial last straw that broke the camel's back. Jiangcheng was now devoid of internet access, and mobile signals were exceedingly weak. However, Yifeng possessed satellite phones, which had been distributed to ensure each member had one, allowing him to maintain seamless communication with the squad. Chapter 160, Continuous Harvest. Golden War Chariot Yifeng settled onto the sofa, and shortly thereafter, a young woman, a newly contracted warrior from the art school, brought forth a pot of fragrant tea. She appeared to be in her early 20s, with a strikingly beautiful visage and large, gem-like eyes that sparkled with clarity. The girl gently bit her crimson lip as she gazed at Yifeng. Brother Feng, I have learned massage techniques on my own. Would you like me to give you a massage? Upon hearing this, Yifeng chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. No need. You may attend to your own matters. The girl, upon hearing his response, turned away in disappointment. Observing her departure, Yifeng could not help but let out a long sigh. These young ladies are constantly eager to contribute to the leader. It puts me in a difficult position. Yifeng opened his panel and combined all ordinary bait into high-grade bait. High-grade bait, 14 portions. Not bad. Yifeng smiled, silently chanting. System, commence advanced fishing. Notification, congratulations to the host for a successful fishing endeavor, obtaining 20 bottles of Tiger Well Palace original liquor. Notification, congratulations to the host for a successful fishing endeavor, acquiring a rare modified off-road vehicle. Yifeng was momentarily taken aback and clicked to view the item. Item, modified off-road vehicle, quality, rare description. This vehicle possesses formidable defensive capabilities and luxurious interiors, equipped with automatic obstacle removal and self-driving features. Within the vehicle, a mysterious spatial magic has been imbued, rendering it spacious and comfortable. Isn't this my silver RV? I never expected to receive another of the same model. Yifeng felt a flicker of joy. The system continued to relay further notifications. Notification, congratulations to the host for a successful fishing endeavor, acquiring 5 bags of premium charcoal. Notification, congratulations to the host for a successful fishing endeavor, obtaining a fine aquarium. Notification, congratulations to the host for a successful fishing endeavor, receiving 1 vial of toxin immunity potion. Toxin immunity potion? Excellent. This is a valuable item. Better to be prepared. Yifeng smiled and chose to continue fishing. Notification, congratulations to the host for a successful fishing endeavor, obtaining 5 rice plug sockets. Notification, congratulations to the host for a successful fishing endeavor, acquiring 10 compasses. Notification, congratulations to the host for a successful fishing endeavor, receiving 10 epic grade universal detox pills. Detox? Yifeng was taken aback and clicked to view the details. Pill. Universal detox pill, quality. Epic. Description, this miraculous pill can neutralize nearly all toxins and is regarded as a holy remedy for detoxification. Yifeng promptly took out the detox pills. 10 pills were contained within a bottle crafted entirely of green jade, sealed at the mouth with golden thread. What a treasure! Yifeng felt a surge of delight. From this moment forward, he would possess means to counteract even the deadliest of poisons. Notification, congratulations to the host for a successful fishing endeavor, acquiring 3 sealed plastic bags. Notification, congratulations to the host for a successful fishing endeavor, receiving an epic grade enslavement card. Enslavement card? Yifeng quickly examined it. Item, enslavement card, quality. Epic. Description, this enslavement card is a powerful and malevolent tool that can forcibly subjugate any individual who has lost their capacity to resist, distorting their mind to ensure unconditional loyalty to the user. Method of use. Place the card upon the forehead of the targeted individual. Note, it can only enslave extraordinary beings of epic quality or below. After reading the description, Yifeng's expression turned serious, and with a thought, he retrieved the card. Before him lay a card of servitude, no larger than the palm of his hand, forged from a dark, metallic substance. How does one utilize this enigmatic object? Yifeng pondered as he toyed with the metallic card, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation. He held a great regard for items that could warp human consciousness, particularly this one, which stood in stark contrast to his god of war contract. The latter was predicated upon voluntary consent and did not distort the mind. In contrast, this object possessed the capability to forcibly alter human will. Truly, it was a nefarious artifact, akin to a forbidden object. After a moment of reflection and uncertainty on how to best employ this item, he chose to stow it away in his spatial inventory and resumed his fishing. Notification, congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained 100 boxes of starch sausages. Notification, congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained 10 lace dresses. Notification, congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained an epic grade golden battle chariot. Yifeng paused in astonishment. Another vehicle? He clicked to view the details. Item, golden battle chariot, quality. Epic. Description, this golden recreational vehicle is an upgraded version of a modified off-road vehicle. It not only boasts a more striking and sleek appearance, but also possesses enhanced defensive capabilities, greater speed, and unparalleled comfort. Indeed, a remarkable find. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Yifeng's eyes. Beneath the description of the Golden Battle Chariot lay an additional note. Additional description, the Golden Battle Chariot is crafted from a special alloy, with windows made of multi-layer composite protective glass. The interior is luxuriously adorned. featuring advanced technological amenities and an automatic defense system. Furthermore, the Golden Battle Chariot is equipped with formidable offensive capabilities, able to charge and unleash laser cannon-level damage. Upon reading this passage, Yefeng was filled with awe. Thus, it seemed, this golden recreational vehicle was a superior alternative to the silver recreational vehicle. Without delay, he stepped out of the villa and into an open space, a thought prompting him to summon the Golden Battle Chariot. In an instant, the vehicle materialized before him, a stunning chariot of pure gold, its lines fluid, and its design intricate and striking. At the front, two enormous golden gemstones were embedded, resembling the chariot's eyes, exuding an air of power and majesty. The edges of the wheels were adorned with golden runes, which glimmered with a radiant light as the chariot moved. Concealed within the roof was a hidden laser cannon, which would automatically deploy during an attack. The chariot was now bound to Yefeng. With a silent thought, he opened the door. With a gentle whoosh, the door swung open, revealing a staircase that materialized. Yefeng ascended the steps and entered the interior of the chariot. Surveying his surroundings, he was struck with admiration. Compared to the silver recreational vehicle, the Golden Battle Chariot was more spacious, more luxurious, and far more comfortable. Every conceivable living amenity was present: a toilet, a refrigerator, smart home technologies, and appliances, rendering it a veritable mobile villa. Henceforth, this would be my exclusive mode of transportation. With this battle chariot, my forthcoming endeavors would be far more seamless. Yefeng reclined upon the soft, expansive bed, a smile of uncontainable joy gracing his lips. Master, the intelligent vehicle assistant is at your service. Please provide me with a name. A mechanical voice resonated. Henceforth, you shall be called Mi Ling. Yifeng responded with a smile. Understood, Mi Ling is at your service. Mi Ling replied as the golden war chariot simultaneously ignited into action. In an instant, the golden chariot surged forth like a cannonball. By Shan, the maple forest. Following the blood-soaked night, the flora here flourished wildly, resembling a primeval jungle. Among the trees stood a towering, fiery red mutated maple, lush and verdant. From a distance, its branches and leaves appeared bountiful, while its trunk was robust. The crimson leaves flickered like flames, swaying gently in the breeze. Suspended from the trunk were 7 orange-red mutated maple fruits, each the size of a ping-pong ball, their surfaces smooth as mirrors. Not far away, for shadowy figures lurked in the grass, greedily eyeing the maple fruits. Chapter 161. Journey to the Mutated Maple Forest. The 4 figures were all human abilities users. At the forefront was a bespectacled middle-aged man named Wang Xiaonan. The other 3 included a lanky youth, a muscular man, and a curvaceous young woman. Wang Xiaonan extended his palm, from which 2 eerie black lights emanated. Beneath him lay 2 unconscious ordinary humans. The sinister black light continuously infused into their bodies. Moments later, Wang Xiaonan withdrew the black light, a smug smile creeping onto his sullen face. Boss, are you ready? The lanky youth asked eagerly. The muscular man and the beautiful woman also turned their gaze toward Wang Xiaonan. I am fully prepared. These 2 have been transformed into puppet bombs. Wang Xiaonan revealed with a cruel grin. It turned out that his ability was a rare one, allowing him to inject puppet light into living beings, momentarily controlling them as puppets. The utility of puppets was manifold. They could be employed for combat and intelligence gathering, or even be triggered to self-destruct. The stronger the original entity, the more puppet light infused, and consequently, the greater the explosive power. With this, our chances of success are significantly increased. The lanky youth rubbed his hands together. His ability was related to the earth, allowing him to manipulate gravity. The mutated maple had absorbed crimson energy crystals. In just one night, it bore fruits. These must be precious. The muscular man expressed his avarice. Wanggu, look at the maple tree. The voluptuous young woman suddenly exclaimed. The other 3 quickly turned their gaze toward the mutated maple. A mutated leopard emerged slowly from the underbrush, approaching the maple tree. What should we do? The beautiful woman asked, a hint of anxiety in her voice. Let us wait and observe. Wang Xiaonan replied calmly. The 4 held their breath in anticipation. The leopard brandished its sharp claws and lunged at the mutated maple. The branches and leaves of the maple quickly retracted and danced, forming a resilient shield that intertwined like agile tentacles. Bang! The mutated leopard was flung back, landing on the ground with a thud. Roar! It swiftly rose, eyes gleaming with ferocity, letting out a low growl towards the mutated maple tree, preparing to launch another attack. The scene fell into a momentary stasis. In their hiding place, the 4 exchanged glances. Let us wait for the mutated leopard and the extraordinary maple tree to exhaust each other before we strike. Wang Xiaonan stated with composure. Our leader is indeed wise. The other 3 quickly praised. Meanwhile, on the golden chariot, Yifeng lounged on the sofa, savoring a glass of red wine, his demeanor unruffled. If all goes as expected, the mutated maple tree, I remember, should have already appeared. As the closest extraordinary plant to me, it must be seized. Yifeng smiled subtly. Just then, a mechanical voice rang out. Master, we will arrive at the destination in 3 minutes. Yifeng narrowed his eyes at the remark. Almost there. In the maple grove, the mutated leopard charged once more at the enormous maple tree. Bang! Bang! The leopard wielded its claws while the tree manipulated its trunk, the two engaging in a series of fierce clashes. After dozens of exchanges, the mutated leopard bore numerous injuries, blood streaming from its wounds. Its eyes filled with even greater ferocity. However, it had also achieved some success. Many branches of the mutated maple tree had been broken, and leaves lay strewn across the ground, exposing gaps in its defenses. 3 maple fruits were laid bare within sight. The mutated leopard seized the opportunity, suddenly accelerating towards the fruits. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The leopard's body abruptly sank, and 2 rigid figures, emanating black mist, crashed down upon it like colossal stones. It let out a roar, swinging its claws in an attempt to shred the bodies. Boom! The 2 figures exploded with a thunderous blast. Though the explosion's radius was small, its power was terrifying. The mutated leopard perished on the spot. 1 maple fruit from the mutated tree was sent flying and fell to the ground. The branches quickly recoiled for defense, enveloping the remaining 6 mutated fruits, forming an impenetrable barrier. The 4 observers in the distance rejoiced at the sight. We did it. Wang Gu is truly remarkable. This power rivals that of a missile. Wang Xiaonan laughed heartily. Haha, you overpraise me, he replied, stepping forward to pick up the fallen maple fruit. The other 3 excitedly gathered around him, though they were uncertain of the fruit's true value. They only knew that it had absorbed some extraordinary crimson energy, and the resulting fruit might be a treasure. The 4 exchanged glances, contemplating how to divide a single fruit among themselves. Chapter 162. Wang Xiaonan's decision. The atmosphere grew somewhat tense. This is simple. There is no need for concern, Wang Xiaonan said with a slight smile. I propose we gather all the fruits first. All right, I agree. The other 3 concurred enthusiastically. However, as they looked up at the increasingly fortified mutated maple tree, they faced a dilemma. It won't be easy for the boss to obtain the remaining fruits, said the lean youth. Their previous actions had heightened the tree's vigilance, and the remaining 6 fruits were now protected by an even more stringent defense. Though this mutated maple tree lacks intelligence and mobility, its offensive and defensive capabilities should not be underestimated. Without puppet bombs, it would be exceedingly difficult to penetrate the tree's defenses. We need to locate at least 2 more creatures, preferably humans. Wang Xiaonan's eyes glimmered with a cold light. He required additional puppet bombs. The remaining 3 nodded in agreement. At that moment, a sudden roar of vehicles echoed from a distance. The 4 turned their gazes towards the sound, spotting a sleek golden war chariot speeding towards the mutated maple tree. Could it be a tank? I doubted it. Should we hide? The 4 exchanged glances. However, exercising caution, they concealed themselves. The golden chariot came to a halt approximately 100 meters from the mutated maple tree. The door slowly opened, revealing a staircase. A man descended from the vehicle. He was tall and imposing, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, exuding an extraordinary aura. It was Yifeng. The mutated maple tree appeared to have been attacked. 6 fruits still clung to its branches. Yifeng furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze sweeping across the scene. The ground was littered with chaos, corpses of mutated beasts and the damaged maple tree. Yifeng's expression darkened. Has my tree been harmed? He released his mental energy to probe the surroundings, extending like threads in all directions. Yifeng quickly made a discovery. A chill flickered in his eyes. You 4. Come out. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated in the ears of the 4, startling them. Wang Xiaonan and the others exchanged glances and decided to reveal themselves from the underbrush. Upon seeing Yifeng, they each had their own thoughts. The materials for puppet bombs, after all, were now within reach. The 4 emerged to confront Yifeng. Brother, where did you acquire this vehicle? The burly man spoke first. Haha, you must be an ability user too. The 3 of us are as well, chimed in the slender youth. You're quite fierce, young man. The beautiful woman laughed lightly. Friend, we mean no harm. Wang Xiaonan flashed a radiant smile. Yifeng cast a cold glance at the 4, speaking bluntly. I have come for this mutated maple tree. From this moment forth, this tree belongs to me. I am a reasonable person. I want to hold your previous actions against you. Now, hand over the fruits you just acquired and leave. The 4 exchanged glances upon hearing this. Wang Xiaonan chuckled. Brother, as the saying goes, harmony brings wealth. Treasures of the world should belong to those fated to possess them. Indeed, my friend, Your approach is somewhat domineering, the slender youth added. Young man, I have a suggestion. Why don't we join forces to gather the remaining fruits from the mutated maple tree and then discuss further? The beautiful woman smiled sweetly. Yes, we are all human survivors. Why must we resort to conflict? The burly man inched closer to Yi Feng with intent. Suddenly, Wang Xiaonan shouted, attack. The muscular man erupted into action, charging towards Yi Feng with a fierce grin, raising his massive fist to strike down upon him. Die. The wind of fists is as fierce as that of a tiger, imbued with unparalleled might. Before transforming into an extraordinary being, the muscular man was a master of boxing. Upon awakening his powers, he directly comprehended the might of the fist of strength, capable of crushing a bull with a single blow. Simultaneously, the other three launched their attacks. The slender youth raised his hands, employing gravitational control against Yi Feng. The beautiful woman lifted her hand, unleashing a torrent of water arrows. Wang Xiaonan emitted a peculiar black light. The four of them displayed triumphant smiles, as if they could already foresee the tragic demise of the person before them. However, at that moment, an astonishing event unfolded, defying their disbelief. Yi Feng gently raised a finger, seemingly weightless, yet radiating an imposing aura. He pointed his finger at the brawny man's fist. In the next instant, a brilliant flash of lightning erupted from Yi Feng's fingertip. With a sound akin to a gasp, the brawny man's fist, arm, and half of his upper body were engulfed in an overwhelming surge of lightning, all while his terrified eyes bore witness. The water arrow unleashed by the beautiful woman and the black light from Wang Xiaonan were likewise consumed by the tempest. Boom! As the lightning dissipated, a scene emerged that left the remaining three utterly dumbfounded. The entire upper body of the muscular man seemed to have been erased by some unseen force, vanishing completely. The point where his body had fractured was charred black, emitting a scent of singed flesh. Moments later, his lower body fell to the ground with a thud. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the air. Wang Xiaonan, the slender youth, and the beautiful woman stood frozen, their bodies petrified, unable to move. How could he possibly be unaffected by my gravitational control? And brother sure, just like that, vanished with a mere finger? The slender youth's mouth hung agape, his eyes wide with incredulity. My water arrow just gone like that. The beautiful woman murmured in a tone filled with panic. Beside her, Wang Xiaonan's eyes mirrored the disbelief, his back drenched in cold sweat. Thunder. Such a terrifying power of lightning. How could it possibly be wielded by a human? This is the end. Yi Feng casually surveyed his surroundings, locking onto the backpack behind Wang Xiaonan. In the next moment, he vanished from sight. No, this is bad. Wang Xiaonan felt a prickling sensation on his scalp, terror coursing through him. Yi Feng reappeared right before him. Immediately, a hand, akin to an iron claw, gripped his throat with ferocious intensity. Yi Feng lifted him high into the air. Wang Xiaonan's face turned crimson as he desperately clawed at Yi Feng's hand. Yet he could not break free, an overwhelming sense of helplessness washing over him. Yi Feng opened Wang Xiaonan's backpack and glanced inside, a smile creeping across his lips. Within the backpack lay a maple fruit. Not only that, but there was also an unexpected surprise, a blood-red crystal approximately 8 units in size, along with a dozen first-tier zombie cores. Yi Feng chuckled softly, stowing these treasures into his storage space. Spare my life, Wang Xiaonan implored, feeling the terrifying strength of the grip around his neck, which felt as unyielding as iron. No matter how he struggled, he could not escape the other's grasp. His face flushed crimson, his body trembled, and his eyes were filled with terror. Please. Yet, Yi Feng merely cast a cold glance in his direction. With a crack, his throat was crushed, blood splattering forth. No, I don't want to die. Wang Xiaonan's eyes widened in disbelief, an ocean of resentment swelling within him. His head tilted, consciousness fading, breath extinguished. Yi Feng casually discarded his lifeless body onto the ground and drew out a handkerchief to wipe the blood from his hands. Meanwhile, the emaciated man, witnessing the demise of Wang Xiaonan, had already begun a frantic escape, having covered a distance of 30 meters in mere moments. His speed was unparalleled, faster than he had ever run in his life. Terror engulfed the thin youth, cold sweat drenching his back. Too powerful, too terrifying. It was utterly absurd. They were no match for him. I must escape, the emaciated youth's mind screamed. However, at that moment, a lightning arc howled through the air. With a whoosh, the crescent-shaped electric arc not only cleaved him in half, but also severed several sturdy trees in its path before dissipating into nothingness. Blood gushed forth from the point of his dismemberment like a fountain. His upper body twitched, then fell to the ground, while his lower half, propelled by inertia, continued to run for several dozen meters before crashing down. Am I dead? The emaciated youth's mind fogged as he gazed at his own fleeing lower half. an expression of unyielding despair in his eyes. In the next instant, his consciousness was extinguished. Yifeng turned his gaze towards the alluring woman, smiling. "Why aren't you running?" The voluptuous beauty suddenly smiled seductively, pulling down her neckline slightly. "Dear sir, may I follow you from now on?" Yifeng chuckled lightly. "No." Almost immediately, as disbelief flickered across the beautiful woman's face, Yifeng raised his hand, unleashing a bolt of lightning. Boom. The woman was instantly reduced to ashes. After dispatching his adversaries, Yifeng turned to regard the towering mutated maple tree behind him. How magnificent! He marveled at the skyward-reaching tree. Name: mutated maple tree. Description: a mutated maple tree that regularly produces mutated maple fruits, previously yielding a total of 7 mutated fruits. Yifeng's eyes glimmered with thought. He possessed 1 mutated fruit, and there were 6 remaining on the tree. Next, it was time to collect the mutated fruits. Yifeng smiled slightly, his figure suddenly soaring into the air. Like a nimble monkey, he swiftly ascended the grand tree, preparing to breach the branch's defenses and harvest the maple fruits. The mutated maple tree, unwilling to yield so easily, began to tremble violently, subsequently releasing dozens of branch-like tendrils akin to iron chains. These steel-like branches shot towards Yifeng with astonishing speed. With a flick of his fingers, Yifeng unleashed 2 arcs of electricity. Zap! Lightning flickered, illuminating the air. The surging bolts of lightning effortlessly reduced the branches to charred remnants. Furthermore, the thunderous force struck fiercely against the main trunk, creating a massive, charred cavity in the heart of the mutated maple tree. The mutated maple tree has now become utterly docile, ceasing its offensive demeanor, while its leaves rustle softly. As if lamenting, leaf foam continues to ascend along the trunk, ultimately standing gently before the branches bearing the maple fruits. He reaches out to harvest the remaining fruits, placing them into his storage space. With the bounty secured, Leaf Foam leaps down from the branch. Just as he is about to turn and depart, a sudden thought flashes through his mind. Could he possibly uproot this entire mutated maple tree and transport it, akin to transplanting a potted plant, to the Longton Mountain Villa area? After all, this mutated maple seems capable of periodically producing extraordinary fruits, which would be a pity to leave behind. A gleam of ambition sparkles in Leaf Feng's eyes as he surveys the majestic tree, contemplating the feasibility of such a relocation. It appears there is a chance. A hint of eagerness dances across his expression. However, before proceeding, he must ensure the tree remains compliant. With this resolve, Leaf Feng's gaze sharpens, and an overwhelming aura erupts from him. Boom! An endless torrent of golden lightning surges forth from his being. Leaf Feng is enveloped in crackling electricity, his eyes gradually shifting to a golden hue, muscles bulging, and his silvery hair flowing with the wind, radiating a golden luminescence. The thunderous manifestation erupts. Faced with the terrifying energy emanating from Leaf Foam, the mutated pine tree begins to tremble, its trunk quaking in fear. Subsequently, Leaf Foam activates the war god's blessing, enhancing his physical attributes further. But that is not all. He then unleashes his willpower. In an instant, the might of heaven and earth descends upon him. Sensing this overwhelming force, the mutated pine slowly lowers its branches, signifying complete submission. With all buffs activated, Leaf Foam, in peak condition, smiles slightly and withdraws his lava battle blade. He channels the power of chaotic divine thunder into the blade. Buzz! The blade emanates waves of golden lightning. Gripping the weapon, Leaf Foam leaps once more, propelling himself to a higher branch. He surveys his surroundings and begins to devise a plan. Moments later, having completed his strategy, Leaf Feng's gaze sharpens, and decisively, he swings his blade towards the ground. The chaotic divine thunder, the dominion of power, combined with the flame energy inherent in the epic battle blade, converge into an overwhelming force. The blade flashes. An intense and fearsome aura radiates outward. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the very earth begins to tremble violently. Rocks fly, and dust swirls. As the dust settles, a colossal fissure, spanning several meters in depth and over 10 meters in length, appears before Leaf Foam. Chapter 164. The Plan. Transplanting the maple tree, gazing at the enormous rift. A smile graces Leaf Feng's lips. Quite satisfactory indeed. The trunk and branches of the mutated maple tremble in response. Having absorbed the blood-red energy crystals, the tree has developed a basic sentience. Its instincts inform it that Leaf Foam possesses the power to annihilate it. Hence, it is gripped by a profound fear of being cleaved from its roots by Leaf Feng's blade. Without hesitation, Leaf Foam, wielding his long blade, begins to strike relentlessly. Flash, flash, flash. The blade flashes in rapid succession. Thunderous energy surged forth with unrestrained vigor. In no time, Yi-Feng cleaved the earth surrounding the mutated maple tree into 4 colossal fissures, even uprooting a considerable amount of soil from beneath its roots. Ultimately, he carved out a vast excavation measuring approximately 50 meters in length, width, and depth. Without delay, Yi-Feng descended to the ground, embracing the maple tree. "Lift," he commanded with a resounding voice. In the next instant, he uprooted the entire mutated maple tree with fierce determination. The immense roots, along with the earth, were hoisted upon his shoulders, casting a formidable shadow, an awe-inspiring sight. From a distance, it resembled an ant bearing the weight of an elephant. While he had successfully uprooted the tree, the challenge of transporting it loomed ahead. It was hardly practical to carry it all the way. After a brief contemplation, a solution soon dawned upon him. Setting the maple tree aside, Yi-Feng rummaged through his storage space until he unearthed 20 heavy-duty trucks. He skillfully linked these trucks with iron chains, forming a formidable connection. Ultimately, he bound the colossal mutated maple tree to the trucks. At the forefront of this convoy, a golden war chariot pulled the entire assembly forward with ample power, effortlessly towing the trucks and the tree. Yi-Feng settled comfortably within the golden war chariot, reclining on the sofa and savoring ice cream while surveying the road ahead. Behind him trailed a sprawling fleet of heavy trucks, with the massive maple tree perched atop, creating a grand spectacle. Eschewing the bustling city center, he opted to navigate around its periphery. After all, the towering edifices posed significant obstacles. A longer route spared him much trouble, and he adhered to the main roads, employing the chariot's clearing function to bulldoze any hindrances in his path without hesitation. Those obstacles that could not be overcome were obliterated by Yi-Feng's divine thunder, capable of annihilating all. Thus, he sped onward. This gargantuan spectacle captivated numerous survivors residing in the outskirts of the city. Witnessing such a scene, they gasped in astonishment. "My goodness, what is this? They must all be superhumans. What a world we live in." The extraordinary sight felt akin to a marvel of the world. Faced with such a bizarre phenomenon, the survivors were left in sheer awe, with none daring to confront the powerful figure before them. And so, Yi-Feng continued his swift journey, transporting the enormous mutated maple tree back to Longton Mountain as if it were a mere potted plant. Upon entering the villa district, he surveyed the surroundings and ultimately identified a suitable spot in the central garden for planting the maple tree. He casually dug a hole and temporarily set the tree down. "I lack the energy to properly settle you now. Make do for the time being," Yi-Feng thought to himself as he regarded the mutated maple tree. "You won't perish immediately. I shall have my subordinates dig a proper pit to plant you." After placing the mutated maple tree down, Yi-Feng departed, leaving it to acclimatize. Only a solitary, slanted mutant maple tree remained, its disheveled branches swaying chaotically in the wind. Upon returning to the main villa area, the vigilant female warriors observed Leaf Maple's actions with astonishment. However, Leaf Maple offered no explanations, and they felt it inappropriate to inquire further. Upon reaching the first floor, Shun Huai-Ro greeted, "Brother Leaf Maple, you're back." With a sweet smile, running over to him, Leaf Maple returned her greeting with a smile as well. "Greetings, Chief Leaf Maple." Song Yujia, who was beside her, looked curiously at Leaf Maple. In a corner of the hall, a white cat lay lazily. Noticing Leaf Maple's return but choosing not to greet him, instead rolling over and resuming its rest. "I wish to join everyone in battle, but my sister won't allow it," Shun Huai-Ro pouted. Leaf Maple affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, "Your sister has your best interests at heart. You are still too young and not yet of age. You may fight when you've grown a bit more." Shun Huai-Ro obediently nodded. "How are you settling in?" Leaf Maple turned to Song Yujia, inquiring with a smile. I'm doing well," she replied, her gaze still tinged with shyness. Leaf Maple nodded, refraining from probing further. Seated on the sofa, Leaf Maple retrieved a maple fruit from his storage space. The fruit, about the size of a ping-pong ball, gleamed like a mirror, occasionally reflecting a flicker of orange-red light while emanating a faint fragrance of foliage. Humans remained oblivious to its presence, but the nearby cat, Dabai, was instantly captivated by the scent. With a flash, Dabai darted to Leaf Maple's feet, fixated on the maple fruit in his hand, its eyes brimming with desire. Leaf Maple cast a glance at Dabai and smiled nonchalantly. This maple fruit held little value for humans and zombies. However, for mutant beasts, it was an unequivocal treasure. Consuming one would instantaneously unlock the latent potential within a mutant beast, nourishing its physique. Moreover, the mysterious energy within the fruit would enhance the beast's innate skills. "Do you wish to eat it?" Leaf Maple inquired playfully. "Meow?" Dabai responded eagerly, its body growing warm with anticipation, every cell infused with longing. A sensation surged within. a belief that consuming this offering would bring about a remarkable transformation. Shun Huairou noticed the unfolding scenario and curiously observed leaf maple and Dabai. This spiritual fruit is a precious item. You are my contracted warrior. Having consumed my resources, you must fight for me in return. Do you understand? Leaf maple stated. Dabai mewed plaintively, its timid nature reluctant to engage in battle, yet yearning to partake in the fruit. Its eyes reflected a profound conflict. Shun Huairou gently stroked Dabai and remarked, Dabai, this place is safe, and food is plentiful. However, because of this, we cannot take advantage of my brother's generosity without contributing. Both you and I must participate in battle, right? Upon hearing Shun Huairou's words, Dabai felt a sense of resolution and turned to Yi Feng with unwavering determination in his gaze. Subsequently, Yi Feng, with a smile, tossed a peculiar fruit towards Dabai. In a single leap, Dabai caught the mutated maple fruit with his paw and began to savor it in small bites. Before long, he had devoured it entirely. Moments later, an extraordinary transformation began to manifest in Dabai's feline form. Chapter 165. The giant Su Xiong and the frost bow of memory. Dabai's expression contorted in pain, his body tensed, and he emitted a series of anguished howls. Shortly thereafter, his claws sharpened, and his physique gradually diminished. Yi Feng, seated nearby, observed Dabai's metamorphosis with a glint of satisfaction in his eyes. Taking a delicate sip from his teacup, Brother, will Dabai be all right? Shun Huairou inquired anxiously, her eyes filled with concern. Could it be in danger? Song Yujia also cast a curious glance. Do not worry, he has gained significant benefits and is unlikely to encounter any issues, Yi Feng reassured with a smile. That is a relief, Shun Huairou sighed, visibly relaxing. Her bond with Dabai was profound, and she harbored genuine worries about his current state. Amid their conversation, a faint white glow emanated from Dabai's body, his muscles growing increasingly robust. His eyes sparkled with vitality, a flicker of joy sparkling in the depths. He understood that the energy from the mutated maple fruit was bestowing upon him an extraordinary transformation. After a brief moment, Dabai fully absorbed the energy of the consumed fruit. He energetically shook his fur, his proud little head held high. Compared to before, the transformed Dabai was slightly smaller, measuring only 30 centimeters. However, his claws had become even sharper, akin to finely honed blades. His limbs were stronger, and his pristine white fur was exceptionally smooth and soft. Dabai, you feel so sleek, Shun Huairou exclaimed, running forward to pet his silky coat. How do you feel? Yi Feng asked with a smile. Meow, Dabai responded, his expression brimming with excitement. He wagged his tail, signaling Shun Huairou to step back a few paces. Though puzzled, she obediently complied, retreating to Yi Feng's side. At that moment, with a sudden whoosh, several silver metal spikes erupted from Dabai's body. In the blink of an eye, his tail and claws were enveloped in a shimmering silver metallic sheen. Moreover, dozens of silver spikes circled around him, exuding an aura of lethality and chill. Wow, Dabai, you are incredible, Shun Huairou exclaimed in astonishment. Song Yujia was equally taken aback, her eyes wide as she gazed at Dabai. So impressive. Have you awakened a metallic skill? Yi Feng's lips curled into a smile. It seems your offensive capabilities are formidable. Dabai proudly raised his head, his eyes gleaming with pride. Meow. Indeed. Such remarkable strength would be regrettable if not utilized to hunt zombies in the outside world. Yi Feng continued. Dabai was utterly taken aback, raising its head only to lower it swiftly, the spirited demeanor it had just displayed fading away in an instant. Observing its forlorn expression, Yi Feng chided playfully. You foolish cat, do you expect to feast on plain rice? Since you have grown stronger, you must adhere to our agreement. Tomorrow, you shall accompany the god of war team to slay zombies. Indeed, Dabai, one must be true to their word. Shun Huairou, too, adopted a serious expression, earnestly addressing Dabai. Meow? Dabai nodded, dejectedly acquiescing. Satisfied, Yi Feng nodded in approval. With Dabai having successfully strengthened, Yi Feng rose and returned upstairs to the training room. As Yi Feng opened his eyes, he mused, this rate of cultivation is still too slow. Perhaps I shall wait for Shun Huaiwei and the others to return before proceeding. He stroked his chin, deep in thought. What type of supplies do I still lack? His gaze flickered, swiftly recalling a particular necessity, gasoline. Although I have stockpiled a considerable amount, it will only suffice for about 6 months. Given the current power outage and the need to maintain electricity in my spacious villa, a substantial supply of gasoline and diesel is imperative. A decisive plan formed in his mind. An hour later, in the western part of the city, at a large gas station, a graceful figure darted nimbly through the menacing horde of zombies. Wherever it traversed, arcs of electricity surged and flashes of lightning illuminated the scene. The zombies shrieked in agony, collapsing to the ground, reduced to charred remains. This figure was none other than Yifeng. Amidst the flickering lightning, he annihilated a vast wave of zombies. Upon halting, Yifeng extracted the zombie crystal cores one by one with his combat knife, collecting his spoils. Before long, he had cleared the battlefield, a faint smile gracing his lips. Fortune favors me this time. I have acquired 7 zombie crystal cores. After securing the cores, Yifeng approached the underground fuel tanks of the gas station, channeling his mental energy to extract the gasoline. With a resounding rush, guided by his mental force, torrents of gasoline flowed forth, cascading into the massive oil drums he had prepared in advance. Moments later, Yifeng had completely drained the gas station of its fuel, obtaining 5 large barrels of gasoline and 2 barrels of diesel. This gas station had quite the abundant reserves. A smile crept across Yifeng's face. This marked his 7th gas station visit. As he surveyed the surroundings, preparing to store the barrels in his spatial storage and turned to leave, he suddenly paused, narrowing his eyes slightly. In the distance, 3 figures were sprinting toward the gas station. With exceptional vision, Yifeng raised his gaze. The foremost figure was a massive, corpulent middle-aged man, towering at nearly 2 meters with an imposing presence. Is it him? Yifeng pondered, a glimmer of recollection flashing in his eyes. This figure was too distinctive to forget easily. In his previous life, there was a duo of ability users, one of whom was a gigantic and hefty man named Su Xiong, whose power was gigantism. The other, a slender and diminutive individual, was Su Xiong's cousin, Li Dong, who wielded the ability of wind manipulation. Both were epic-level ability awakeners, possessing formidable strength and having made quite a name for themselves. Especially Li Dong, who was once compared to certain legendary powerhouses. As he contemplated this, Yifeng squinted slightly. Li Dong awakened an epic ability, not a legendary one. The reason he could be mentioned in the same breath as legendary figures was due to his possession of a formidable extraordinary bow, the Frost Bow. This powerful Frost Bow, combined with his wind attribute ability, greatly enhanced Li Dong's strength, making his combat prowess comparable to that of a legendary powerhouse. One wonders if Li Dong has already acquired that mighty extraordinary bow at this moment. Chapter 166, Annihilating Enemies, a formidable mental power with a thought. Yifeng decided to pause, standing with his hands clasped behind him beside the war chariot. Before long, the 3 arrived at the gas station, and upon surveying the scene, they were met with expressions of surprise. Su Xiong, leading the way, gazed at the empty fuel tank and the sleek golden war chariot parked nearby, ultimately fixing his gaze on Yifeng. Boy, did you empty the gas station? Su Xiong glared at Yifeng, his face twisted with malice. Behind him stood a bespectacled man and an alluring young woman dressed provocatively. Yifeng scanned the surroundings, assessing the abilities of the trio. Su Xiong possessed the epic ability of giant transformation. The bespectacled man had a common-level speed enhancement ability. The young woman wielded a rare-level mental interference ability. Yifeng maintained a calm demeanor, his eyes flickering, yet he chose to ignore Su Xiong. Noticing Yifeng's disregard, Su Xiong's irritation grew. Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you mute? Su Xiong's tone was filled with displeasure as he pointed at Yifeng. And boy, is that golden car connected to you? As he spoke, Su Xiong cast a covetous glance at the golden war chariot. Simultaneously, he discreetly signaled to the alluring woman and the bespectacled man. They instantly understood and prepared themselves. The young woman suddenly patted her chest, letting out a playful laugh. Wow, the young man is quite cold. This prompted Yifeng to glance over. Impressive. Seeing that Yifeng was successfully distracted, a flicker of malice flashed in the young woman's eyes. She decisively activated her mental interference ability. A concealed wave of psychic energy surged from her body, attacking Yifeng and ultimately penetrating his mind. It worked. Both Su Xiong and the bespectacled man displayed expressions of delight. The young woman, witnessing her ambush succeed, wore a triumphant smile. However, her smile abruptly froze. Yifeng remained calm, as if the attack had not affected him at all. Before the young woman could comprehend the situation, an unparalleled wave of excruciating pain surged through her, as if her brain were about to explode, overwhelming in intensity. She let out a piercing scream. Bending over and clutching her head, her face contorted in agony. This action caused her already precarious attire to become even more disheveled, revealing her alabaster skin. Yifeng observed with keen interest. However, her 2 companions were not as calm, rushing forward in alarm. What's wrong? Are you all right? How could this happen? The beautiful woman gasped for breath, her charming face pale, gazing at Yifeng with eyes filled with terror. How is this possible? Just moments before, she had sensed Yifeng's immense mental power, vast as an ocean, boundless and overwhelming. Yifeng smiled slightly, unperturbed. His mental strength was already formidable, and with the blessings of heaven and earth, it had surged even further, far beyond the reach of a mere rare-level ability user. Even without taking the initiative to counterattack, his mental instinct alone could cause the beautiful woman to suffer backlash. Who exactly are you? Su Xiong felt a sense of disbelief, a wave of unease rising within him. This was the first time he had witnessed the beautiful woman's mental interference fail. The bespectacled man also displayed a look of panic, his body trembling uncontrollably. Boss, we should retreat. Retreat? If we desire something valuable, we must take on some risk. Su Xiong retorted fiercely, preparing to activate his abilities and engage in battle. However, before he could make a move, Yifeng coldly sneered and flicked his finger. Two arcs of electricity shot forth like lightning, striking the beautiful woman and the bespectacled man, their speed surpassing that of a speeding arrow, leaving them no chance to evade. After two piercing screams, the beautiful woman and the bespectacled man were instantly reduced to ashes, both perishing. Su Xiong stood there, dumbfounded. Instant kill? You. He was rendered speechless, overwhelmed with shock and fear. Yet, Yifeng did not strike again. As Su Xiong regained his senses, he activated his powers. With a fierce shout, his eyes widened, his skin taking on a green hue, and his muscles rapidly expanding. Soon, he transformed into a towering green giant, standing at 2.5 meters tall. In this form, Su Xiong possessed extraordinary strength and endurance, capable of effortlessly demolishing buildings with a single punch. Die. Su Xiong's complexion turned green, his body charging at Yifeng like a tank, throwing a powerful punch. In the face of Su Xiong's oncoming strike, Yifeng did not flinch. He casually threw a punch of his own. The two fists collided. Crack. In an instant, Su Xiong's entire arm, along with its bones, shattered completely. Terror flickered in Su Xiong's eyes. He never anticipated that this seemingly short individual possessed strength far exceeding his own in giant form. With a horrific scream, Su Xiong was sent hurtling backward, crashing violently against the wall. The wall collapsed, debris scattering and dust swirling. Su Xiong landed heavily on the ground, spitting out blood, his giant form dissipating rapidly. With just a single blow, Yifeng had forced him back to his original state. Lying on the ground, Su Xiong coughed up blood, his heart racing with fear. How can this person be so powerful? At that moment, he caught a glimpse of Yifeng approaching him, sending him into a panic that shattered his resolve. He scrambled to his feet and knelt on the ground, fervently bowing to Yifeng. Please spare me. I was blind to your greatness. Have mercy on my life. His face was a mask of terror. This is it. I've encountered an insurmountable force. However, what he did not expect was that Yifeng merely passed by him without casting a glance in his direction. Su Xiong felt utterly rigid, not daring to breathe or move a muscle. It was not until he caught a glimpse of Yifeng stepping into the golden war chariot, which then roared to life and departed with an air of nonchalance, that he allowed himself to stand slowly, rubbing his numbed knees, his entire being drenched in cold sweat. Why didn't he kill me? Su Xiong was still gripped by trepidation. Never mind, it matters not. His eyes were filled with relief. How fortunate I am to be alive. However, my injuries are severe. I must seek out my little brother. He is powerful enough to protect me. And I can also find solace with his woman. Grumbling to himself, Su Xiong turned to leave. Unbeknownst to him, an invisible and colorless bug clung to him at that very moment. Not far away, seated within the golden war chariot, Yifeng wore a faint smile. Off to find his little brother? That must be Li Dong. Chapter 167. The Search for Li Dong. News of the ice bow in a financial skyscraper of 66 stories. On the 11th floor, in a resplendent hall. Spare me, please. I admit my wrongs. I will be your servant. Anything you desire. A man, bound to a chair and battered, pleaded for mercy with a weak voice. His body was a gruesome sight, bloodied and bruised, without an unscathed inch. Beside him lay a disheveled, beautiful woman, her pupils dilated, body stiff, clearly deceased. Spare you? On what grounds? Tell me, what gives you the right? The speaker was a gaunt man with a maniacal expression. The frail man displayed a frenzied demeanor, viciously pressing his foot between the legs of the bound man, laughing sadistically as he did so. Tell me, what gives you the right? The man could not respond, letting out a piercing scream once more. The relentless torment continued within the hall. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the stairwell. Little brother, I have returned. This individual was tall and corpulent, his complexion pale, one arm hanging limply. It was Su Xiong, having narrowly escaped death. Upon recognizing Su Xiong's voice, Li Dong nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent. Li Dong, are you still tormenting him? Su Xiong approached, casting a glance at his cousin Li Dong before his gaze fell upon the corpse of the woman. What? His wife is dead. Such a waste. Li Dong ceased his actions, glancing at Su Xiong. I lost control for a moment. Wait, you're injured? Li Dong furrowed his brow involuntarily. Upon hearing this, Su Xiong forced a bitter smile and sighed in resignation. I encountered a tough opponent, lost an arm. But at least I'm alive. Zhang Chang and Wang Wei are both gone. Well, it's good that you're alive, Li Dong replied coldly. Then turned his attention back to the man in the chair. Spare me, please. I know you're angry. My wife was at your mercy. The man's pallor had turned ghostly, his breath shallow as he continued to plead. Apologies, but your wife is already dead. Li Dong sneered. What? Dead? The man was momentarily stunned. What do you wish to say? Li Dong continued to mock him. The man merely stood in a momentary daze, his face soon adorned with desperation. Since that is the case, you should calm down. I implore you, spare my wretched life. You are truly despicable. A flicker of anguish crossed Li Dong's eyes as he grasped a steel needle beside him and once more pierced it into the man's finger. Blood oozed from beneath the nail. The connection of flesh and heart elicited another heart-rending scream from the man. Oh, Su Xiong, witnessing this scene, was hardly surprised. He was acutely aware of the deep-seated hatred his cousin harbored for the man before him. Before the apocalypse, Li Dong had toiled relentlessly for over a decade, striving to provide for his wife and children. His wife had borne him 3 children. It sounded idyllic, didn't it? However, a serendipitous discovery plunged Li Dong into madness, casting him from bliss into an abyss of despair. To his horror, none of the 3 children were his biological offspring. When confronted, his wife defended herself vehemently, questioning the significance of blood relations. Isn't it common for those unable to conceive to adopt? Why are you so petty? Their discord escalated to the courtroom, where shocking revelations awaited Li Dong. Genetic testing revealed that the children had different biological fathers. Even more absurdly, during the trial, his wife was discovered to be pregnant again. And, yet again, the child was not his. Li Dong nearly reached the brink of insanity, contemplating suicide. Then the zombie apocalypse descended upon them, awakening his latent powers. Li Dong spiraled into utter madness. First, he murdered his wife, then his children. From his wife's lips, he learned the identity of one child's biological father, while the identities of the other 2 remained a mystery. The one confirmed was none other than the man currently enduring Li Dong's torment, the vice president of Yefeng Group, a successful figure from the world before the apocalypse. Su Xiong sighed as he observed Li Dong unleashing his fury, walking over to a shelf to grab some bread, devouring it voraciously. Li Dong, I nearly perished today. That golden war chariot is undoubtedly a remarkable asset. If given the chance, you must avenge me. A glimmer of hatred shone in Su Xiong's eyes, his tone laced with animosity. I'm afraid you won't have that chance. Just then, a clear voice resonated through the air. Su Xiong's expression changed dramatically, disbelief flashing in his eyes as he instinctively prepared to activate his abilities. However, a terrifying bolt of lightning surged forth. Boom! Su Xiong's expression became eternally frozen. His body was reduced to a charred remains, collapsing onto the ground. Su Xiong was dead. The sudden turn of events caused Li Dong, who was torturing the man, to pale in shock. His body tensed as he turned to face the newcomer, regarding them with trepidation. Who are you? Yifeng slowly emerged from the staircase. What are you? Li Dong's expression turned grave. Meanwhile, the man seated in the chair suddenly displayed a surge of excitement. For him, any unforeseen change represented a glimmer of hope. Yifeng surveyed the scene, a flicker of disappointment crossing his gaze. He had not spotted the bow and arrow. It appeared that Li Dong had yet to acquire the extraordinary weapon capable of altering his destiny. Yifeng pondered briefly before deciding to speak plainly. Your name is Li Dong, correct? Do you possess a bow and arrow? I do not. Li Dong instinctively shook his head. Yifeng nodded, feeling no significant disappointment. Save me. At that moment, a faint voice echoed. Startled, Yifeng turned his attention to the man bound to the chair. Upon seeing this, Li Dong's expression shifted dramatically, and he unleashed a fierce blade of wind, aiming to eliminate the man. However, Yifeng raised his hand, releasing an arc of electricity that shattered the wind blade hurtling towards the man's throat. In a flash, Yifeng appeared before the man, dragging him and the chair away from Li Dong. Seeing his adversary on the verge of rescue, Li Dong's eyes gleamed with madness. No, you shall perish. He unleashed 2 colossal blades of wind. The blades, sharp and menacing, flew in Yifeng's direction. Yet, Yifeng merely raised his hand slightly, unleashing a surge of lightning. In an instant, the seemingly formidable wind blades were obliterated. Without delay, Yifeng struck, appearing before Li Dong like a bolt of lightning, and delivered a powerful punch. Uft! Li Dong, completely unprepared, felt a gaping wound open in his abdomen where Yifeng's fist had struck. Following this, Yifeng executed a flying kick, sending Li Dong's body sprawling several meters away, crashing heavily onto the ground. Li Dong lay there, blood gushing from his mouth, his body convulsing, gravely injured and on the brink of death. Chapter 168. The girl in the archery hall. Li Dong coughed violently, despair consuming him. It was not the imminent death that troubled him, but the fact that he would not be able to exact his revenge personally. His eyes welled with tears of blood. Consumed by anguish. Why did I not kill him sooner? Why must I endure this torment? His heart was suffocated by endless regret. Yifeng approached the man seated in the chair, who was battered and barely clinging to life. He raised his hand and cast a sacred blessing. A radiant light enveloped the man, who suddenly felt invigorated, his eyes brimming with ecstatic gratitude as he fervently thanked Yifeng. Thank you. You are my savior. Witnessing this scene, Li Dong's heart sank further into regret. This man is a lunatic, and he has slain my wife. Savior, you must kill him. The man pointed at Li Dong, his gaze filled with venom. Yifeng, however, remained unmoved, neither acting nor releasing him from his bonds. Speak of the bow and arrow, and should you deceive me? A cold glint flashed in Yifeng's eyes. I assure you, your demise will be excruciatingly painful. At this juncture, the gravely wounded Li Dong suddenly grasped an opportunity and laughed grimly. I can also share the information about the bow and arrow. Yifeng's interest peaked as he turned to Li Dong. Very well, you may proceed. After all, in a previous life, Li Dong was the owner of the extraordinary bow and arrow, and Yifeng was keen to hear his account. No, do not listen to him. The tormented man's expression changed, panic overtaking him, his eyes bloodshot. I beg you, kill him swiftly, and I will reveal everything. Silence. Yifeng scoffed, releasing a wave of energy that quelled the man. The man's face turned pale, rendered speechless. Yifeng cast another glance at Li Dong. Recognizing that the punch he had delivered had shattered his internal organs, leaving him with little time to live, Yifeng invoked a sacred blessing, and a beam of white light enveloped Li Dong, momentarily improving his condition. Li Dong's spirit lifted as he realized he might not possess a bow and arrow. Yet his forthcoming actions and destination were intrinsically linked to them. Yifeng's interest peaked. Please, continue. Li Dong managed a grim smile. After I eliminate this man, I intend to visit an archery range where this man's daughter currently resides. My aim is vengeance, and the address of the archery range is. Li Dong spoke rapidly, providing intricate details without reservation. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of understanding flickered in Yifeng's eyes. The course of events appeared logical, barring unforeseen circumstances. Li Dong was destined to uncover an extraordinary item there. With a significant lead in hand, Yifeng's spirits soared. You harbor quite a deep-seated grudge against him, not sparing even his family, Yifeng remarked. If you listen to my tale, you shall comprehend my plight, Li Dong replied with a bitter chuckle. Pray do share. My story is rather cliched. Li Dong began to recount his experiences. Betrayed by his wife, he revealed that none of his 3 children were his own. This narrative left Yifeng astonished and somewhat empathetic. No, it was that woman who seduced me. I merely committed a transgression that any man might. Why must I endure such immense suffering? The man, once the president of the Yifeng group, regained his composure and fervently explained. At that moment, Li Dong's life began to wane. As he approached the end, a plea emerged on his face as he gazed at Yifeng. Young man, I have conveyed all that I know. I have but one request. Assist me in eliminating him. I beseech you, I implore you. As Li Dong uttered his final words, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and subsequently breathed his last. No, do not heed his words. Upon hearing Li Dong's plea, the president's eyes widened with endless panic. He is a monstrous pervert, having murdered his wife and daughter, and he intends to kill me and my children as well. Yifeng remained unperturbed by such matters, fixing his gaze upon the man. Do you have anything further to add regarding the archery? And no, what I wish to convey pertains solely to my daughter's training at the archery range. Are you interested in archery, young man? Allow me to take you there, please. Do not take my life. The man pleaded incessantly, resembling a dog begging for mercy. Do not listen to that pervert side of the story. The man's eyes brimmed with terror, his body shaking uncontrollably. Understood. Yifeng nodded. The man was taken aback. Understood what? In the next moment, a bolt of lightning descended. Boom. The man's expression froze as his body was reduced to a pile of charred remains. Individuals like you do not deserve to live. Yifeng scoffed coldly and turned to leave. At the moonlit archery range, on the 2nd floor, a girl with a cool demeanor gazed at a boy with delight. Li Tao, have you successfully awakened your extraordinary abilities? Indeed, I have awakened a rare-level ability, flame shooting. Li Tao revealed a triumphant smile, his fingertips conjuring a flicker of flames. Congratulations, Li Tao, the girl exclaimed, her voice brimming with delight and her face radiant with joy. Li Tao returned her smile, stepping closer to take her hand. Gazing into her eyes as he slowly spoke, you possess a remarkable talent for archery. Coupled with this bow and my fire arrows, Our synergy will render us invincible. The girl, her cheeks flushed, instinctively withdrew her hand. Disappointment flickered across Li Tao's face. The girl, named Leng Yu, was the daughter of the vice president whom Yi Feng had slain. She lowered her gaze to the blue bow in her hands, emanating an aura of chilling energy. This bow, once an ordinary weapon in the hall, had inexplicably transformed into an extraordinary artifact after the Blood Night, endowing it with immense power. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the venue. Someone is approaching? Li Tao swiftly grabbed a pair of binoculars and peered out the window. He spotted a handsome man clad in black stepping down from a gilded chariot, making his way towards the venue. A man in black is approaching. His intentions seem directed at our venue. Li Tao furrowed his brow. Are you certain? What should we do? Leng Yu asked, her expression betraying her unease. I am fairly certain. Regardless of his intentions, we must strike first. A glint of cold determination shone in Li Tao's eyes. His heart filled with desire for that gilded chariot. But what if he means no harm? Leng Yu hesitated. You err, we cannot afford to show mercy. It is better to mistakenly kill than to let him escape. Li Tao urged, his eyes flashing with a frosty gleam. If you can shoot him with an arrow here. With the power of the frost, no matter how skilled he is, he will meet his end. I can provide assistance. Using fire to finish him off or to erase any evidence. Leng Yu hesitated further. Observing her uncertainty, Li Tao continued to persuade her. You err. I suspect that his gilded chariot may be a powerful mutated object, much like your bow. Acquiring it could greatly aid our survival in this apocalypse. Very well. I will follow your lead. Leng Yu finally decided, no longer hesitating. For the sake of survival, he must perish. Ah, your willingness to act is splendid. Li Tao rejoiced. With a serious expression, Leng Yu knocked an arrow, aiming at Yi Feng. In an instant, an energy arrow imbued with frost materialized in her hands. Outside the venue, Yi Feng suddenly halted, his expression sharpening. Something is amiss. In the next moment, a swift frost arrow shot towards him like a bolt of lightning. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Feng raised his hand, unleashing a surge of lightning. Boom! The piercing frost arrow collided violently with the roaring lightning, producing a tremendous explosion that reverberated through the air. As the lightning dissipated, the frost arrow was shattered on the spot. Yi Feng smirked coldly, raising his gaze towards the second floor, the origin of the frost arrow's trajectory. Above, Li Tao and Leng Yu's expressions paled dramatically. This can't be happening. How is this possible? The cold moon revealed an expression of incredulity. Li Tao's throat bobbed nervously as beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. Both were acutely aware of the terrifying power of the extraordinary bow and arrow. A single shot surpassed that of a Barrett rifle, capable of reducing a human to mere fragments upon impact. What appeared to be energy arrows were, in truth, akin to energy cannons. Yet, the figure before them merely waved a hand, releasing a bolt of lightning that shattered the powerful energy arrow effortlessly, leaving them utterly astonished. This was absurd. At that moment, Yi Feng let out a cold laugh, his form flickering before vanishing from sight. Panic engulfed Li Tao as he realized the gravity of the situation. This is bad. You err, we must flee. Yes, let us go. Cold Moon nodded instinctively. Just then, a clear voice rang out, flee? And where do you intend to go? A figure emerged from the staircase, Yi Feng. As they beheld him, both were frozen in place, their bodies stiffening. Was this even human? His speed was astonishing. Li Tao's back was drenched in cold sweat as he mustered the courage to step forward and explain, Brother, this is all a misunderstanding. You came straight to the venue, and we thought you were a bad person. We apologize. Yi Feng remained silent, his gaze casually sweeping over them. The man possessed a resolute countenance, standing approximately 175 meters tall. The girl was strikingly beautiful, with an alluring figure, bearing a deep blue bow and arrow. Yi Feng's attention fixated on that bow. That's it. A flicker of joy crossed his eyes as he slowly spoke. Hand over that bow, and I shall spare your lives. Otherwise, you shall perish. Feeling the chilling intent emanating from Yi Feng, Cold Moon's complexion turned pale. Yet she instinctively tightened her grip on the frost bow. She did not wish to die, but neither did she want to relinquish such a formidable weapon. Hand over the bow? Li Tao's expression flickered with conflict before he ultimately shook his head in resignation and turned to Cold Moon. You are. This person is not someone we can afford to offend. You should just give it up. No, I will not part with it. Cold Moon instinctively retorted. You err. Li Tao exclaimed anxiously. Cold Moon pushed Li Tao aside. Her teeth clenched as she faced Yi Feng defiantly. The bow and arrow are mine. What gives you the right to take it? Are you just a bully who picks on girls? Yi Feng replied in a calm tone. Because my fists are bigger. I will give you 3 seconds to decide. After that, I will not wait. Cold Moon's eyes widened as she continued to protest. Is it because we attacked first? Can't we reason? You barged into our territory without cause, and you expect us not to retaliate? Time's up. Provide your answer. Yifeng demanded. Where? Just hand it over. The disparity in strength is too great. This person is beyond our capability to confront, Li Tao implored, his face etched with worry. Cold Moon gazed at her frost bow, her eyes filled with reluctance. No, I absolutely cannot allow this to happen. With a determined set to her jaw, she made her decision. She once again raised her hand, knocking an arrow to the bowstring. Rapid fire ability, activate. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 formidable energy arrows, radiating an aura of chilling intensity, materialized upon the bow in an instant. Is this your decision? Yifeng inquired, shaking his head. Die! Cold Moon exclaimed fiercely, releasing her grip. In the next moment, the 3 energy arrows surged forth like cannonballs, hurtling towards Yifeng with relentless speed. Li Tao, witnessing this, felt a pang of helplessness flicker in his eyes. Yet, Cold Moon had made her choice, leaving him with no recourse. He raised both hands, unleashing 2 fireballs that erupted forth, aimed squarely at Yifeng. In the face of the onslaught from the 3 energy arrows and 2 fireballs, Yifeng merely smiled. What transpired next left Cold Moon and Li Tao in a state of disbelief. With a mere flicker, Yifeng vanished from sight. Their attacks missed entirely. The energy arrows and fireballs crashed violently into the ground, shattering it and sending debris flying. The entire area emanated an intense chill, as if it had been frozen solid, causing the archery hall to tremble violently. Where has he gone? Cold Moon and Li Tao's faces turned pale with fear as they searched frantically. Looking for me. Here I am. Yifeng's voice, akin to a devil's whisper, echoed behind them. The 2 froze momentarily, slowly turning their heads. To their astonishment, Yifeng had silently appeared behind them, observing with keen interest. How did you? Li Tao stammered, his scalp prickling and legs trembling uncontrollably. Spare me. I am willing to surrender the bow. Cold Moon's face turned ashen, her eyes filled with terror as cold sweat trickled down her back. In that instant, she finally comprehended the vast disparity in strength between herself and Yifeng, a surge of regret swelling within her. It's too late. You shall die? Yifeng uttered softly. As he spoke, an extremely sharp bolt of lightning sliced through the air. With a sickening sound, 2 heads soared into the sky, blood gushing forth like a fountain from their severed necks. Even in death, expressions of sheer terror lingered on their faces. As their heads fell to the ground, their bodies collapsed simultaneously. Yifeng stepped forward, retrieving the bow from Cold Moon's lifeless grasp, examining it closely. The bow exhibited a striking icy blue hue, emanating waves of frigid air. The bow's frame appeared to be forged from solid frost, exceptionally durable. The bowstring, woven from strands of ice, possessed remarkable elasticity. Its overall appearance was undeniably impressive. Pleased with his find, Yifeng activated his Eye of Insight. Equipment, frost bow quality, epic, upgradable, special, energy arrow description. This bow possesses a degree of growth potential. As its usage time increases and it absorbs anomalous energy, its attack power, range, and frost effect will enhance correspondingly. The frost bow is a progressive weapon, with a chance to ascend to legendary status. Energy arrow. The frost bow can unleash energy arrows, composed of pure frost energy, capable of piercing through enemy defenses to inflict significant frost explosion damage, and possesses a chance to slow or temporarily freeze foes. It can store up to 100 energy arrows. Only upon depletion will it draw upon the user's own energy. What a remarkable treasure. A glimmer of awe flickered in Yifeng's eyes. In his previous life, Li Dong had wielded this legendary bow and arrow, engaging in fierce battles with epic powers and renowned warriors, yielding a remarkable exchange. Yifeng knocked an arrow and aimed at the zombies outside the window. With a swift whoosh, an energy arrow shot forth, hurtling towards its target. The arrow erupted with a thunderous explosion, obliterating the designated zombie. The surrounding 4 zombies were also caught in the blast, meeting their demise. Within mere meters, a multitude of zombies were significantly slowed, while 2 unfortunate ones were frozen solid, standing rigidly in place. Chapter 170. The Advance of the God of War Squad. The frost bow exhibited tremendous power. It was indeed worthy of its status as a weapon capable of reaching legendary levels. Yifeng caressed the bow, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This weapon's might was one aspect. Another was its ability to utilize energy arrows stored during regular use, without depleting its own energy and with formidable potency. Satisfied, Yifeng stowed the frost bow into his storage space. Mission accomplished. Approaching the window, Yifeng retrieved his satellite phone and discovered several unread messages. Upon opening them, he saw they were from Li Xingqian and Xiao Yifei. Yifeng first opened Li Xingqian's message. Brother Feng, I have successfully reorganized the wolf gang. The entire gang will serve as your spear and sword. At your command, I shall lead the charge. Yi Feng felt a surge of satisfaction. Next, he opened Xiao Yifei's message. Benefactor, you are truly remarkable, and everything you said is correct. I have successfully awakened the legendary power, Light Force. I will heed your instructions to establish the Light Base and recruit those with abilities. From now on, you shall be the leader of the Light Base. Yi Feng nodded in agreement. Both Xiao Yifei and Li Xingqian were awakened to legendary powers. With the blood crystals he provided, their strength would undoubtedly soar. He would find their abilities and their forces useful in the future. This was Yi Feng's strategy. He tucked away his phone, leaped from the second-floor window, his body descending like a cannonball to the ground. Subsequently, he entered the golden battle vehicle and issued orders. The vehicle sprang to life, executing a swift drift before vanishing down the street. At a certain university, in a secluded corner of the campus, dozens of beautiful young women were steadily advancing, hunting zombies. The air crackled with the occasional flurry of ice blades, shadows danced, and flashes of blades illuminated the scene. Moments later, the zombies in 2 teaching buildings were cleared out, and the female warriors swiftly tidied the battlefield, collecting crystal cores. Sister Yan, where to next? Asked Chu Xiaodu with a smile. Nan Ruyan glanced at the map, contemplated for a moment, and decisively made a decision. I believe we should head to Jiangxing University. It's larger, and there are more zombies. I concur. Jiangxing University is excellent. My alma mater, Nan Shirin chimed in with a smile. Nan Ruyan then looked at Shun Huawei. Huawei, what do you think? Sounds good, I agree. Shun Huawei nodded. In that case, it's settled. Nan Ruyan smiled gently and called out to Xiaobai, come here and get in the car. We are departing for a new location. All right. Xiaobai swiftly returned, clutching a crystal core in its mouth. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoxiao, having completed the head count, approached Nan Ruyan with 7 anxious female college students. Ruyan, these are the candidates we've recruited, a total of 7. Nan Ruyan cast a glance at them, nodding in satisfaction as she spoke. They seem suitable. We shall take them for now and leave the final decision to Yi Feng. The other survivors from the surrounding teaching buildings looked on with envy, beginning to murmur amongst themselves. They are truly impressive. It's a pity they aren't accepting males. There's nothing to envy. A group of women like that would struggle to stand firm in the apocalypse. Why wasn't I chosen? Have I not enjoyed myself with 3 boys? Seeing everyone ready to embark, Nan Ruyan issued a command. Everyone, get on the vehicle. We are headed to Jiangxing University. With her words, the group swiftly boarded the silver RV. Behind it, 3 sturdy pickup trucks awaited. The remaining female warriors and the newly joined students entered the pickups. The convoy hummed to life and, led by the silver RV, quickly vanished from sight. At Jiangxing University, in the southeastern corner, there was a cafeteria. A young male student with a buzz cut sat arrogantly in a chair, 2 girls behind him massaging his shoulders. Nearby, a man who appeared to be about a decade older than him nodded respectfully. Classmate Zhou Qi, I have decided to accept your terms, but I require 10 jin of food, 2 bottles of waha, 20 sausages, and 5 chicken legs. Zhou Qi was momentarily taken aback. Then a smile crept onto his face. Teacher Huang, are you willing to part with your girlfriend for me? Huang Yibao's face revealed a hint of bitterness, yet he resolutely nodded. Indeed, a beautiful girlfriend cannot substitute for food. In truth, his bitterness ran deeper. Once a promising teacher here, he was in a relationship with Zhao Yutong, a young and beautiful counselor at Jiangxing University. However, despite being together for 6 months, their interactions had only reached the point of holding hands. Zhao Yutong's strict upbringing had prevented any further intimacy, and though Huang Yibao was deeply dissatisfied, he had no choice but to wait patiently. However, with the onset of the apocalypse, everything changed. After enduring a series of struggles and escapes, they finally found a precarious refuge in this cafeteria. Fortunately, the cafeteria was resource-rich and not overly crowded, allowing them to persist until now. Over the course of several days, the number of survivors had dwindled from over 10 to just 5. 1 male student, 2 female students, and the teacher couple. The male student, Zhou Qi, had awakened extraordinary powers, enabling him to control thunder. His formidable strength had established him as the leader, monopolizing all food resources. The 2 females, after much struggle, ultimately pledged their allegiance to Zhou Qi, while Huang Yibao and his girlfriend Zhao Yutong chose not to align with him. This led to Zhou Qi and his companions indulging in lavish feasts daily, while only sharing a meager portion of food with Huang Yibao and Zhao Yutong to barely sustain themselves. Excellent, Zhou Qi exclaimed with delight. You should have thought of this sooner. He had long coveted Zhao Yutong, Huang Yibao's girlfriend. Firstly, Zhao Yutong was an ability user, although not particularly strong in combat. She was a rare and invaluable medical-type ability user. Secondly, Zhao Yutong was undeniably beautiful and possessed a splendid figure, making her his ideal companion. a source of great envy for him. However, Huang Yiba, her ineffectual boyfriend, had consistently obstructed his advances, despite Zhou Qi being an ability user himself. And a rare thunder ability user with formidable attack power, Zhao Yutong showed no interest in him. Yet what could he do? It seemed improbable that Zhao Yutong would easily relent. Zhou Qi furrowed his brow, straightening his posture. I have been contemplating a strategy. Huang Yiba hesitated slightly, glancing at the two women beside him, seemingly at a loss for words. Chapter 171. The dashing female warrior Zhou Qi cast a sidelong glance at Huang Yiba, dismissively waving his hand for the two women to withdraw. Once they had departed, he remarked, Zhao Yutong is notoriously single-minded. I have expressed my feelings for her. Yet even if you were to relinquish her to me, I fear she would not easily succumb. Zhou Qi frowned. This is easily remedied. Huang Yiba revealed a sly grin. Brother Zhou, do you not have a case of beer? If you could provide us with a few chicken legs and a bag of peanuts, I can concoct a reason to intoxicate Zhao Yutong. At that point, you can take advantage of the situation. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qi's frown deepened. After a moment, he retorted with a smirk, your idea seems to benefit you disproportionately. To which Huang Yiba shot him a questioning glance. I agree, after all. One must sacrifice a little food to gain a wife. Zhou Qi nodded in acquiescence. Huang Yiba's face lit up with joy. The two exchanged knowing smiles, their intentions unspoken. Just then, a quivering voice, laced with tears, broke through the atmosphere. You would sell me out like this? Their expressions shifted abruptly as they turned toward the source of the voice. There stood a slender woman with black-rimmed glasses, her complexion pale, gazing at them from around the corner. It was their counselor, Zhao Yutong. She had originally come to discuss matters with Huang Yiba, but had inadvertently overheard their conversation. Yutong, let me explain. Huang Yiba's face drained of color, his tone betraying his guilt. What is there left to explain? You have truly disappointed me. Zhao Yutong's expression was one of numbed disillusionment as she looked at the man she had trusted most, slowly shaking her head. She then cast a glance at Zhou Qi, whose expression was equally grim. You are equally repugnant. Is it not enough to have Jia and Xiaoming by your side? At that moment, however, Zhou Qi suddenly burst into laughter. If that is the case, then I am left with no other options. His demeanor shifted to one of fierce determination. Huang Yiba, seize your girlfriend. We shall force our way. Very well. Huang Yiba gritted his teeth and nodded. I will follow your lead. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yutong's face changed dramatically, and she turned to flee. Zhou Qi, with a menacing grin, darted after her. The chase was on. Zhao Yutong's speed was slightly inferior to that of Zhou Qi, who had awakened his thunder abilities. Moreover, she did not dare to flee from the cafeteria. In the end, she was captured by Zhou Qi. Zhou Qi brought Zhao Yutong back to the cafeteria and bound her with hemp ropes. Huang Yiba, you are not a man. Zhao Yutong glared at the shamefaced Huang Yiba and shouted angrily. Huang Yiba's face flushed with embarrassment, leaving him speechless. Zhao Yutong continued her tirade. Huang Yiba, you are truly despicable, a scoundrel, a worthless wretch. Her vehement accusations only served to infuriate Huang Yiba more. He stepped forward and struck Zhao Yutong harshly across the face. Slap. Zhao Yutong was momentarily stunned, unable to articulate a response. Zhou Qi frowned, visibly displeased by the incident. You overstep your bounds, he exclaimed, delivering a fierce kick to Huang Yiba, sending him sprawling to the ground. She is no longer your girlfriend. Are you hitting your mother? Zhou Qi scorned him. Huang Yiba was left dumbfounded, his face pale as he collapsed on the ground, feeling an excruciating pain in his chest, rendered speechless for a while. Good for nothing. I will feed you later, but you no longer have a place here, Zhou Qi disdainfully remarked before turning to Zhao Yutong, striving to adopt a gentle demeanor. Yutong, look at your pathetic boyfriend. Do not dwell on him, especially since he has sold you to me. As he spoke, Zhou Qi reached out to touch Zhao Yutong's shoulder. You are all the same. Get away from me. Zhao Yutong's eyes blazed with fury as she forcefully swatted Zhou Qi's hand away. Witnessing this, Zhou Qi's anger began to rise. Zhao Yutong, do not reject my kindness. Although you are also an ability user, you lack any offensive capabilities. Only by relying on a powerful man like me can you find your footing. Just try to leave this cafeteria alone. Do you dare? You will be devoured by zombies. Zhou Qi shouted, pointing at Zhao Yutong. This declaration left Zhao Yutong momentarily silent. Indeed, her abilities were not offensive in nature, and her timid disposition prevented her from confronting zombies. Just then, a sudden sound of vehicles approaching from outside the cafeteria caught their attention. The group exchanged glances, raising their heads to peer out the window. To their surprise, a convoy had arrived on the campus of Jiangqing. Leading the procession was a sleek, silver RV, creating quite an impressive spectacle. Zhou Qi furrowed his brow as he observed the convoy, which had drawn the attention of other survivors as well. The convoy came to a halt, and from it swiftly emerged over 10 striking young women, each exuding grace and poise. These individuals were none other than Yi Feng's valiant team, including Nan Ruyan and Shun Huiwei among others. Who are they? What do they want? Zhou Qi's brows knitted in concern, though he could not deny the beauty of these women. Indeed, these girls are stunning. Huang Yiba licked his lips, his expression turning covetous. At that moment, all 4 vehicles simultaneously blared their horns, the sharp sound echoing loudly. Beep, beep, beep. The continuous and jarring noise quickly stirred the surrounding zombies. Even those within the cafeteria began to exhibit signs of agitation. A multitude of zombies surged towards the 4 vehicles like an unstoppable tide. The 2 onlookers were taken aback, their expressions transforming into disbelief. These women had lost their minds. How could they dare to confront such a horde? The other survivors in the building shared the same shock, their faces pale with horror. Honking the car horns seemed like an invitation to death. Were they a band of fools? It was all over. These individuals were doomed. Just as everyone was reeling from the scene, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. The girls faced the relentless waves of advancing zombies, not with fear, but with the ferocity of warriors. Leading the charge was a short-haired girl clad in a fitted outfit, wielding a sharp blade. She melded into the shadows, her form indistinguishable, as zombies fell before her in droves. Following her was a tall girl with an air of cool elegance, controlling ice shards amidst the throng. With each shard that soared through the air, another zombie met its demise. Other girls displayed extraordinary agility, their strength formidable as they wielded their sabers, their movements a blur. Wherever they went, zombies lay lifeless in their wake. Even more astonishing was a small white dog with golden horns. With a single, powerful bark, it sent hundreds of zombies into disarray, as if frozen in time. Then, dozens of female warriors surged forward, like bulldozers, relentlessly slashing their way through the horde. Zhou Qi and Huang Yiba gasped in astonishment, their disbelief palpable. How could these individuals be so formidable? It was utterly outrageous. Chapter 172. Zhao Yutong's decision. Zhou Qi's expression darkened, anxiety gnawing at him. He felt that every woman in the convoy could easily dispose of him, a realization that was difficult for someone so accustomed to being on high ground. Beside him, Huang Yiba was nearly slack-jawed. How could there be so many powerful women, all possessing abilities and exquisite beauty? It was beyond comprehension. A bitter pang crossed Huang Yiba's mind. Even a mere zombie could make him feel utterly lost. Yet, these terrifying creatures were being effortlessly vanquished by these seemingly delicate girls. Only Zhao Yutong revealed a glimmer of envy in her eyes, her mind racing with calculations. The other survivors in the building gasped in awe. This group of girls was astonishing. It seemed that each one possessed extraordinary powers. Yet their audacity could easily attract mutated zombies. Indeed, should such creatures be summoned, casualties were inevitable. It was unwise, reckless even. They lacked a leader, and she believed she was well suited for that role. Just then, amidst the thrumming mass of zombies, 2 thunderous roars echoed. In the next moment, a colossal 3-meter-tall zombie stomped forward, advancing toward the convoy with relentless determination. On his shoulder perched a monkey-like creature, a zombie adorned with scales, emitting sharp, piercing shrieks. Goodness! It's a mutated zombie. I told you there would be mutated zombies. Now, some of them are in trouble. They were too arrogant. It's a pity for those beautiful girls. The crowd buzzed with chatter, some reveling in schadenfreude, while others expressed sympathy. Yet, in the face of the 2 charging mutated zombies, the God of War team exhibited no signs of panic. Nan Ruyan even revealed a hint of delight. Wonderful. We have 2 mutated cores to claim. Xiaobai, it's your turn. Lin Xiaoxiao smiled at the Qilin Xiaobai. Fear not. Xiaobai lifted its head proudly, thumping its chest. With its current strength, overpowering 2 first-tier mutated zombies would be a trivial task. As the words left its mouth, Xiaobai darted forward like a flash of white lightning, arriving before the colossal zombie in the blink of an eye. With a swift strike, a resounding thud echoed as the giant zombie collapsed, its brain matter splattering. Then, with another swift movement, Xiaobai stood before the zombie monkey, striking once more. The mutated zombie monkey barely had time to react before it was torn asunder. In mere seconds, 2 formidable, mutated zombies lay lifeless on the ground. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlooking survivors were left utterly astonished. What? How is this possible? This can't be real. My heavens. Did those 2 mutated zombies just perish? What on earth is that white creature? Is it a dog? This is outrageous. In the cafeteria, Zhou Qi and Huang Yiba were equally astounded. This is unbelievable. Where on earth do these people come from? And what about that terrifying white creature? After dispatching the 2 zombies, Xiaobai quickly excavated the 2 mutated cores, flicked its tail, and grinned with pride. Well done, Xiaobai. Lin Xiaoxiao gave a thumbs up. Xiaobai is truly remarkable. Chu Xiaodu also expressed her delight. Nan Ruyun wore a faint smile. Xiaobai is their greatest asset. A mutated beast bearing the Qilin bloodline. Evolved to the second tier and endowed with healing abilities, it's simply perfection. As long as Xiaobai is present, they feel utterly secure, emboldened to hunt zombies without hesitation. Xiaobai quickly scampered back to Nan Ruyun's side, presenting the cores for safekeeping. Xiaobai, you are truly strong. Nan Ruyun praised, giving a thumbs up. Naturally. Xiaobai proudly swished its tail. Everyone, continue the hunt. Nan Ruyun immediately commanded. Yes. Understood. Dozens of female warriors responded in unison, raising their tang sabers, and charged into the horde of zombies, instantly stirring a tempest of blood and chaos. A quarter of an hour later, under Nan Ruyun's leadership, the God of War team had harvested nearly 1,000 zombie lives, effectively clearing the area of the undead. Only a few scattered zombies remained in the corners. At that moment, two female warriors produced a massive loudspeaker, switched it on, and began to broadcast a sound. The God of War squad is recruiting talents, offering generous compensation exclusively for female applicants. Candidates must possess beauty, kindness, purity of body and mind, and may or may not have special abilities. Here, purity does not necessarily imply virginity. It merely requires that one's personal life is not excessively chaotic. The recruitment announcement resonated throughout the area, causing a stir among the survivors, who were abuzz with excitement. Particularly those eligible females were captivated by the prospect. I had thought they were only seeking those with special powers. Could it be that I have a chance as well? Everyone's eyes brightened with hope. Some recognized the identity of Nan Shireen, the campus belle of Jiang University. Indeed, this is our seniors team, which surely poses no issues. Soon, a few brave girls ventured out of the classroom building, occasionally encountering scattered zombies. Nan Shireen swiftly dealt with them using her ice blades, alleviating any concerns for those wishing to join. Sister, do I meet the requirements? We wish to join the team. Please, can boys join too? I beg you, this is my lifelong wish. The recruitment scene quickly became vibrant. Damn, I really want to join. Huang Yiba lamented, leaning against the window with an envious expression. Stop dreaming, they won't take boys. Zhou Qi retorted with irritation. At that moment, Zhao Yutong, with a determined bite of her silver teeth, summoned an unexpected strength and broke free from her bindings. Without hesitation, she leapt from the window. Zhou Qi, he exclaimed, his expression changing abruptly. No, don't run. Huang Yiba panicked and instinctively reached for the rope, only to be pulled down by Zhao Yutong as they both fell out of the window. Thud! They landed on the ground. Ah! Huang Yiba screamed in agony, having broken his leg and ribs upon impact. Zhao Yutong, having awakened her abilities, sustained only minor injuries despite the fall. Biting her lip, she quickly conjured a sphere of blue healing light around herself. The soothing blue glow swiftly enveloped her, mending her wounds and revitalizing her state. Yutong, save me. Help! Huang Yiba's voice was weak as he called for assistance. Bah, scoundrel! Zhao Yutong spat at him. Without looking back, she resolutely ran toward Nan Shireen. Chapter 173. Reunion and Abundant Gains. No, don't go. Huang Yiba lay on the ground, despair etched on his face. Above, Zhou Qi's expression fluctuated between dark and furious. Damn it, I underestimated her, and now she has gotten away. Should he pursue? Shireen, it's me. It's me. Zhao Yutong shouted as she ran. Upon bursting out of the cafeteria, she inadvertently attracted 3 zombies that had been lurking inside. 2 of the zombies lunged toward her, while another headed straight for Huang Yiba. Zhao Yutong caught a glimpse of the pursuing zombies and was instantly struck with fear. On the other side, Huang Yiba faced a charging zombie, his heart racing with terror, his body trembling uncontrollably. No, don't come any closer. He flailed his fists wildly, retreating in fear. Yet, he was merely an ordinary person, and soon fell victim to the zombie's bite on his neck. Ah! Hearing his agonizing scream behind her, Zhao Yutong's heart raced, prompting her to hasten her steps. Shireen, it's Zhao Yutong. Please save me. As the zombie drew ever closer, Zhao Yutong called out desperately. Shireen, someone seems to be calling for you. Shen Huaiwei, with slightly better hearing than Nan Shireen, alerted her. Huh. Nan Shireen raised her head in confusion, scanning her surroundings. Then she spotted Zhao Yutong and froze momentarily. Yes, it's Zhao Yutong. A hint of joy crossed Nan Shireen's face. Zhao Yutong, her university counselor, had maintained a good relationship with her as the class monitor. Just then, Nan Shireen also noticed the 2 zombies pursuing Zhao Yutong. Huh. Her expression shifted dramatically. With a swift gesture, she summoned 2 ice spikes that shot forth like arrows towards the zombies. Thud! Thud! The ice spikes plunged forcefully into the heads of both zombies, bringing them crashing to the ground. Seeing the zombies fall, Zhao Yutong realized she was out of danger and breathed a sigh of relief. She jogged over to the War God team. "Teacher, it's really you," Nan Shireen exclaimed, her face brimming with excitement. "It's me," Zhao Yutong replied, panting. A hint of exhilaration in her smile. "Shireen, I wish to join your team," Zhao Yutong expressed her request. "No problem. But you will ultimately need to join the retired ranks, and Yi Feng will have to approve it," Nan Shireen responded with a smile. "Yi Feng?" Zhao Yutong asked, her expression one of confusion. Nan Shireen led Zhao Yutong aside to explain. "Yutong, our team structure is currently like this." Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhou Qi's face was grim. Zhao Yutong had truly infiltrated that group of female ability users. Could I also seize this opportunity to join? Zhou Qi's expression fluctuated. Just then, he noticed several boys from the team leaving dejectedly. One of them was someone Zhou Qi recognized, a capable ability user. A sigh of disappointment escaped Zhou Qi's lips. It appeared they truly did not accept males. Suddenly, Zhou Qi's expression changed. "Where are you going?" he asked coldly. The two girls immediately froze in place. It turned out the two girls who had previously allied with him were now stealthily preparing to leave, clearly wishing to join the female ability user team. "You are not allowed to go." Zhou Qi swiftly blocked them. "Are you both going to betray me?" "No, I didn't. I'm not going." The girls' faces turned pale as they hastily began to explain. "That is more like it." Zhou Qi's demeanor softened slightly. Moments later, the recruitment activity beside the convoy concluded, and the girls began to board the vehicles. Just then, a golden war chariot rushed in from a distance, moving at incredible speed. This dazzling golden vehicle instantly captured the attention of numerous survivors. It is evident that this armored vehicle belongs to the same series as the silver RV of the extraordinary team. After the golden chariot came to a halt, the doors gradually opened, revealing a staircase. From above descended a strikingly handsome young man with sharp brows and bright eyes. Who is this individual? Why has a man appeared? An ominous premonition stirred within me. The onlooking survivors in the distance began to murmur amongst themselves. In the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. The once lofty and extraordinary female abilities users displayed an unexpected reverence, bowing respectfully to the man. Even the remarkably talented Shun Huaiwei, Nen Ruyan, Lin Xiaoxiao, and even the former campus belle Nan Shireen all approached this man with utmost deference. "Yi Feng, you have arrived." "Brother Feng, hello." A group of beautiful girls surrounded Yi Feng, enthusiastically greeting him. Little Bai also wagged its tail, rubbing against Yi Feng's pant leg. Witnessing this scene, the survivors who were observing felt completely bewildered. They could scarcely believe their eyes. What on earth? Aren't they supposed to reject men? This is utterly infuriating. Such hypocrisy. It is infuriatingly hypocritical. The crowd was stirred with indignation, their hearts filled with discontent. They had promised not to accept men. What right does he have to be here? Zhou Qi's expression darkened considerably. How is this fair? He silently vowed to himself. One day, I shall conquer all these women. However, I must leave here quickly lest that foul woman Zhao Yutong report me. Zhou Qi's gaze flickered as he quickly resolved to depart. "Brother Qi, the two women beside us are trembling with fear." Zhou Qi cast a glance at them and slowly spoke. "The surrounding zombies have been mostly cleared by them. We shall exit through the small door." Meanwhile, Nen Ruyan began to report to Yi Feng. "Yi Feng, we have collectively gathered 1,080 first-tier ordinary crystal cores. For first-tier mutated zombie crystal cores, and prepared 27 female warriors." As she spoke, she handed the spoils to Yi Feng. He nodded in satisfaction, accepting the crystal cores and storing them away. He then turned his attention to the 27 newly joined members, all vibrant and youthful girls. These girls also regarded Yi Feng with curiosity, admiration, and awe. "Ruyan, your judgment is commendable." Yi Feng nodded in approval. Chapter 174, Epic Level, Tidal Healing. Yi Feng surveyed the scene. Each girl possessed a commendable appearance, with both figure and demeanor being quite appealing. There was no malice among them, indicating that these individuals could be welcomed into his ranks as contract warriors. Nan Shireen led Zhao Yutong to stand before Yi Feng, smiling as she spoke. "Yi Feng, do you recognize her?" "Who is she?" Yi Feng asked, taken aback. The woman before him, wearing a pair of black-framed glasses, had a captivating figure and a gentle demeanor. "Yi Feng, I am Zhao Yutong," she spoke, slightly nervous. "Counselor Zhao?" Yi Feng realized with clarity. Zhao Yutong was once his counselor. However, during his university years, Yi Feng was rather unremarkable, resulting in limited interaction with Counselor Zhao, leading to a rather ordinary relationship between them. "May I join your team?" Zhao Yutong's expression was complex, tinged with a hint of anxiety. "Teacher Zhao also wishes to join our team, and she is a healer with extraordinary abilities." Nen Shireen quickly interjected. "What?" Yi Feng's eyes sparkled with surprise upon hearing this. He immediately activated his insight ability. Name, Zhao Yutong ability, Water Revival quality, rare. A glimmer of delight crossed Yifeng's eyes. She was indeed a healer. Teacher Zhao, would you be willing to join my team? I trust Shireen has already informed you of the conditions? Yifeng asked with a smile. I am willing, Zhao Yutong nodded. Excellent. Yifeng exclaimed joyfully. With the addition of Zhao Yutong, the group now totaled 28 members. In that case, I shall now contract you all as warriors. Upon hearing this, the group displayed expressions of excitement. Yifeng felt a surge of contractual power within him. A quarter of an hour later, Yifeng completed the contracts for everyone, concluding the day's hunting expedition and beginning their journey back. Notably, after Zhao Yutong joined Yifeng's team, she mentioned Zhou Qi, requesting Yifeng to avenge her. However, upon arriving at the cafeteria, Yifeng found no trace of Zhou Qi. He had fled ahead of time. Within the villa area, Yifeng resided in Villa Number 1. The newly joined female warriors were appropriately stationed around Villa Number 1, with Nan Ruyan overseeing their training, provisions, and living arrangements. At this moment, Yifeng led Nan Ruyan to the garden area. Ruyan, this is a mutated maple tree I acquired. You need to organize a tree planting team to ensure its proper placement. The fruits it yields are quite precious, extraordinary resources. Yifeng gestured towards the towering mutated maple tree beside him. Understood. I will certainly assemble a team to take care of this magnificent tree, Nan Ruyan replied, her eyes filled with awe as she gazed at the towering mutated maple tree. Returning to the villa's grand hall, Yifeng summoned the Qilin cub, Xiaobai, to his side. Xiaobai, your performance lately has been commendable. Here is a reward for you. Yifeng revealed a maple fruit from his palm. The moment the fruit appeared, Xiaobai's eyes brightened, and drool began to drip from its mouth, its tail wagging excitedly. Boss, I really want to eat it. Haha, it's all for you. Yifeng chuckled as he handed the maple fruit to Xiaobai. Xiaobai swiftly devoured it, and moments later, its body began to radiate warmth. Subsequently, its tail gradually transformed, taking on the form of a legendary dragon's tail, shimmering with an enchanting glow. Boss, I feel my body strengthening again. I've learned a new technique, dragon tail sweep. Xiaobai's eyes sparkled with excitement, its tail wagging vigorously. Excellent, excellent. Yifeng nodded in approval. Go now, and adapt well. Xiaobai nodded eagerly. Yifeng handed Xiaobai some crystal cores and sent it back to its den for training. Yutong, come here. Yifeng summoned the newly joined Zhao Yutong to his side. As she approached, he scrutinized her carefully. Her features were exquisite, her figure commendable, and her demeanor gentle, complemented by a pair of black-rimmed glasses that exuded femininity. Yifeng, did you call for me? Zhao Yutong inquired, her voice tinged with a hint of anxiety. I possess a treasure known as the Blood Luo Tier, which can elevate your extraordinary abilities to the next level, Yifeng declared. Such a miraculous item exists? Zhao Yutong's eyes sparkled with surprise. Indeed, ordinarily, as a newcomer with no accomplishments, I should not bestow such a gift upon you, Yifeng replied with solemnity. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yutong's expression dimmed. Yes, Yifeng, such a precious item is truly beyond what I deserve. However, your abilities are unique. You possess a healing power capable of saving lives. Thus, I am making an exception and granting it to you early, with the hope that you will serve me and the team diligently. Is that agreeable? Yifeng continued. Zhao Yutong, you should accept it. This will enable you to better assist us in healing and contribute to the War God team. Nan Shireen interjected, encouragingly. All right, Yifeng, rest assured. I will give my utmost effort from now on. Zhao Yutong affirmed resolutely. Given that, I shall entrust this item to you. You may consume it now. Yifeng smiled as he handed the Blood Luo Tear to Zhao Yutong. Zhao Yutong accepted the Blood Luo Tear with utmost seriousness, curiously examining it. The tear was no larger than a thumb, its surface glimmering with a crimson radiance. Clutching it tightly, she found herself uncertain of how to proceed. Simply swallow it. Nan Shireen chimed in with a smile. Nodding, Zhao Yutong exhaled softly and gradually placed the Blood Luo Tear into her mouth. Almost immediately, she felt a peculiar warmth surging from her throat, swiftly spreading throughout her limbs. A faint blood-red glow enveloped her body, enhancing both her mental and physical strength to varying degrees. Moments later, she fully absorbed the energy of the Blood Luo Tear, and a wealth of knowledge flooded her mind. Epic level, tidal healing. Zhao Yutong's eyes widened in astonishment. I have successfully leveled up. Her excitement was palpable as she exclaimed, epic level, tidal healing. Witnessing Zhao Yutong's success, Nan Shireen, Chu Xiaotu, and Mu Qingli gathered around her, eager to celebrate. Shall we test the effects of your new ability? Yifeng asked with a smile. Yes. Zhao Yutong inhaled deeply and activated her newfound power. In the next moment, a gentle mist surrounded her. and her hands summoned streams of azure water that flowed towards Yi Feng, Nanruyan, Nan Shirin, Mu Qingli, and the others. Instantly, everyone experienced a variety of sensations. This is the healing ability. How marvelous. I feel my spirits lifting. They exclaimed, filled with delight. Yi Feng couldn't help but smile, pleasantly surprised by Zhao Yutong's remarkable gift. The upgraded skill has surprisingly manifested as a group healing ability. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Yutong, from now on, you shall be our team's focal point of protection. Leaf Maple beamed at Zhao Yutong, giving her a thumbs up. Indeed, group healing. It is the very essence of our team. The atmosphere was filled with joyful laughter from everyone. Hint. Reward of 20 bait received. The system's notification chimed, seemingly celebrating Leaf Maple's acquisition of a valuable ally. Leaf Maple's heart swelled with joy at receiving yet another bait reward. Just then, Nanruyan cheerfully interjected, Leaf Maple, I have good news as well. The extraordinary item you entrusted to me has awakened. Oh, really? Leaf Maple's smile broadened as he inquired. Is it the blue and white porcelain bowl? What are its effects? It is an auxiliary item, lacking any offensive capabilities, Nanruyan replied succinctly, simply handing the blue and white porcelain bowl to Leaf Maple. As he accepted the bowl, a surge of information flooded his mind. Quite impressive, it is indeed a fine auxiliary item. Leaf Maple felt a surge of delight. Extraordinary item, blue and white porcelain bowl description. This seemingly ordinary blue and white porcelain bowl is, in fact, an extraordinary item imbued with immense power. When high-energy crystals, such as zombie crystal cores, are placed within, the bowl will gradually produce a potion capable of replenishing vitality. This miraculous elixir not only nourishes the body and restores energy, but is also remarkably delicious, uplifting the spirit. Additional description. The generation speed of the vitality water from the blue and white bowl depends on the quality and quantity of the inserted crystal cores. Vitality water from the blue and white bowl, Leaf Maple murmured to himself. After some contemplation, he retrieved 100 zombie crystal cores from his space. He then handed the 100 cores to Nanruyan. You may freely test these. Very well, Nanruyan nodded, prepared to use the 100 cores to generate vitality water and observe its effects. With the trivial matters settled, Leaf Maple ascended the stairs to rest. An hour later, he descended to partake in dinner. The dining table was already adorned with a sumptuous feast as everyone awaited his arrival to be seated first. Upon lifting his gaze, Leaf Maple beheld a standard Chinese dinner meticulously prepared by Nanruyan. The spread included kung pao chicken, braised pork, mapo tofu, steamed fish, grilled oysters, spicy stir-fried meat with 3 fresh vegetables, stir-fried greens, and a lotus root and pork rib soup, totaling 8 dishes and 1 soup. The delightful aromas of the dishes wafted through the air, making today's meal seem exceptionally fragrant. With a smile, Leaf Maple remarked as he took his place at the head of the table. Nanruyan, Nan Shirin, Shun Huaiwei, Shun Huairo, Lin Xiaoxiao, Chu Xiaotu, Mu Qingli, and others took their seats in order, with Zhao Yutong and Song Yujia at the end. Nearby, the White Cat, Daba, and the Qilin, Xiaobai, lounged. Leaf Maple, please try the soup first, Nan Shirin said with a smile as she ladled a bowl of lotus root and pork rib soup for him. Oh, is that so? What makes today's soup special? Leaf Maple inquired cheerfully as he took a sip. Immediately, his eyes lit up. The soup seemed to be even more exquisite than usual. Could it be? Leaf Maple looked at Nanruyan with a smile. Indeed. Today I have infused our dishes with a portion of the vitality water produced from the exquisite blue and white porcelain bowls, yielding remarkably delightful results. Nanruyan expressed with a radiant smile. Indeed, it is truly delicious. Everyone, come and savor it, Yi Feng praised. Upon hearing this, the others eagerly filled their bowls. Wow, this soup is exceptionally flavorful. It is delightful. Sister Rian is truly remarkable, exclaimed the newly joined Zhao Yutong, who, just hours earlier, had been accustomed to meager rations. The transformation to such a sumptuous feast, coupled with the exquisite soup, brought tears of joy to her eyes. Sister Yutong, the days ahead will only get better. Nan Shirin comforted her, as others joined in with words of solace. Yes, thank you all, Zhao Yutong replied, her voice quivering with emotion. I was just a bit overwhelmed. She then stood and bowed deeply to Yi Feng, saying, Thank you, Yi Feng. Yi Feng smiled and nodded, affirming, from now on, we are all family. With that, Zhao Yutong, still filled with excitement, took her seat again. Yi Feng, you must try this steamed fish. I've added a generous amount of vitality water to it. Nanruyan said with a smile. Oh, I must have a taste, Yi Feng replied, chuckling as he took a bite. This flavor is truly remarkable. It rivals the taste of mutated meat. It's the extraordinary items you provided that are so effective, though it does require a considerable amount of crystal cores. Nanruyan explained with a smile. Not to worry, feel free to use them. Yifeng waved his hand dismissively, then paused to elaborate. The rate at which we acquire crystal cores far exceeds our needs. They will only continue to multiply. The others nodded in agreement. Come, everyone, let us eat. After dinner, Yifeng commenced his cultivation of the Yin-Yang divine body. His companions in this endeavor included the core members, Nen Shirin, Chu Xiaotu, and Shun Huaiwei. The others, lacking abilities, could not join in the practice. For instance, Nen Ruyan, Lin Xiaoxiao, and Mu Qingli were waiting for Yifeng to assign them their powers. Shen Huairou, being a child without abilities, was not required to fight. Song Yujia only needed to patiently await the natural awakening of her powers. As for Zhao Yutong, she was not yet a core member of Yifeng's group, and thus could not participate in the training. A series of energy fluctuations reverberated throughout the villa. I wish I could possess abilities and cultivate alongside Yifeng, Lin Xiaoxiao lamented, sitting on the sofa with a look of envy. Chapter 176, Epic Level. Phantom Cloak. A few girls chatted casually nearby. I wonder when I will acquire abilities, Lin Xiaoxiao mused with a wistful expression. Just wait. Yifeng has promised that you will be next, Nan Ruyan said with a smile. I also long to experience such rapid enhancement in strength. It feels akin to soaring on a rocket, exponentially faster, Mu Qingli remarked, her envy evident. Such a significant acceleration in strength? Zhao Yutong, overhearing their conversation, was taken aback. Upon noticing Zhao Yutong's astonishment, the women exchanged subtle glances, culminating in Nan Rin's explanation. Indeed, the rate of enhancement is remarkably swift, and Yutong, you too have a chance, provided you become a battle general. Nan Ruyan smiled encouragingly. However, the premise is to become a formidable warrior. Zhao Yutong's fair face flushed slightly, her gaze flickering as she pondered silently. In truth, Yifeng is indeed quite an admirable person. As night descended upon Jiangxing military base, within a conference room, Zhang Xingxing sat at the head of the table, his expression stern. His 6 most trusted confidants occupied the sides of the conference table. Before them, a projector displayed footage just received from surveillance. Everyone fixated on the screen, their attention unwavering. Due to the distance, the video was somewhat unclear, yet they could discern the fierce presence and terrifying strength of both combatants. From the emergence of the Qilin Xiaobai to Li Xingqian, then the appearance of the Blood Demon Wolf King, followed by the clash between Qilin Xiaobai and the Blood Demon Wolf King, culminating in Yifeng's entrance and his battle against the Blood Demon Wolf King. Though the images were hazy, they faithfully recorded this sequence of events. When they witnessed Qilin Xiaobai engaging in a fierce battle with the Blood Demon Wolf King, Zhang Xingxing's expression turned grave, and everyone held their breath, their faces tense. As the footage progressed to the duel between Yifeng and the Blood Demon Wolf King, Zhang Xingxing found himself involuntarily widening his mouth, his eyes bulging in astonishment. Ultimately, the Blood Demon Wolf King fell. Silence. A deathly silence enveloped the room. Everyone stared in disbelief at the scene before them, unable to trust their own eyes. After a prolonged silence, someone spoke up. Young Master Xing, at this stage, it is truly incredible that someone could slay such a terrifying beast. Who exactly is the extraordinary individual captured in the video? Moreover, that previous white mutated beast must surely have reached the 2nd tier, displaying formidable combat prowess. The atmosphere grew serious as discussions erupted among the group. Zhang Xingxing exhaled a long, heavy breath, rising slowly with an expression of solemnity. After a moment, he spoke softly. What we can ascertain is that our collaborator from the Zhang family, who hails from the Beast World, the Wolf King, has indeed fallen. The one who slew him is suspected to be an exceptionally powerful human esper. His confidants exchanged glances and began to murmur in agreement. Indeed, this individual's strength is unfathomable. After all, he defeated a Beast King. It's outrageous. The urgent matter now is to investigate thoroughly and see if we can apprehend this person. We must provide a satisfactory explanation to our superiors. Someone proposed. Ridiculous. Zhang Xingxing glared, his gaze sharp as a blade. Apprehend him? Do you have the audacity to try? The proposal sent a shiver through the speaker, who immediately fell silent. The room grew quiet once more. Zhang Xingxing's expression softened slightly as he continued. I believe we should prioritize investigation for now. We must not engage with this individual, nor can we afford to offend him. Regarding the main family. He paused for a moment, then spoke in a measured tone. I am aware that the main family will not let the fall of the beast go unpunished. However, we have all witnessed this individual's power. Should we confront him, regardless of the outcome, it is certain that the loss will fall upon me, Zhang Xingxing, which contradicts my interests. Once more, I reiterate that our current strategy is to refrain from engaging with this individual. We shall solely investigate relevant information and must not offend him under any circumstances. Do you understand? Zhang Xingxing surveyed the room, his gaze sharp. Understood. We comprehend. Everyone nodded in agreement. Good, then the meeting is adjourned. As the crowd dispersed, Zhang Xingxing approached the window, gazing out at the pitch-black night, letting out a gentle sigh. His course of action weighed heavily upon him. The most significant source of pressure stemmed from Zhang Tianlong of the Zhang family. Zhang Tianlong, the current heir of the Zhang family, destined to be its future successor. Zhang Xingxing was acutely aware of Zhang Tianlong's domineering and tyrannical nature. Should he report this matter and fail to provide a satisfactory account, he would undoubtedly not let it rest. Moreover, Zhang Tianlong's extraordinary abilities were also of legendary caliber. With the full support of family resources, his growth would likely be astonishing, and he might already be among the strongest in the world. A profound light flickered in Zhang Xingxing's eyes. Who among Zhang Tianlong and the man in the video was superior? The following morning, in the villa district, a swift figure descended from a golden war chariot. It was Yi Feng, returning victorious after completing his mission of exterminating zombies. Upon entering the villa's grand hall, he found it somewhat desolate, with only 6 female warriors on guard, as the rest had ventured out for the hunt, including the timid Dabai. After a simple breakfast, Yi Feng retreated to the lounge and sat cross-legged. With plentiful bait at his disposal, it was time to cast his line for an exceptional catch. Yi Feng's eyes glimmered as he silently recited, "System, engage in high-level fishing. Notification, congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained 1 cup of MO yogurt. Notification, congratulations. Host, you have successfully fished and obtained 1 blue smuff raincoat. Notification, congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained an epic phantom cloak." Yi Feng's eyes brightened at the last announcement and eagerly clicked to inspect. Equipment, phantom cloak, quality, epic, description. This exquisitely crafted cloak allows the wearer to perform additional jumps in the air at will, creating an effect of soaring leaps while temporarily boosting movement speed. Additional description, after each use of soaring jumps, a 10-minute cooldown is required before it can be activated again. Yi Feng retrieved the cloak. The sleek black phantom cloak shimmered with a soft purple glow. Once donned, he felt an immediate lightness in his body. To his delight, he discovered that he could freely choose to conceal the cloak's appearance. If he opted to hide it, others would be unable to see the cloak. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Feng decided to keep the cloak hidden and continued his fishing endeavor. Chapter 177, Legend, Bag of Heaven and Earth. The fishing continued. The system notifications rang out in succession. Notification, congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained 1 gold pillow durian. Notification, congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained an epic spirit rabbit's egg. Another epic item? Yi Feng felt a surge of excitement and quickly clicked to view the details. Pet egg, spirit rabbit egg quality, epic description. Within this egg resides a rabbit pet endowed with a unique bloodline, possessing immense potential. Once it hatches, it will become a formidable ally for its owner. This artifact is remarkable, indeed a genuine spirit rabbit pet. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Feng decided to gift this pet egg to Chu Xiao Tuesday. The spirit rabbit and Chu Xiao Tu complement each other perfectly, creating a harmonious synergy. He himself had no need for another epic pet. Onward. Notification, congratulations, the host has successfully fished, acquiring an epic misty staff. Notification, congratulations, the host has successfully fished, acquiring 100 grenades. Notification, congratulations, the host has successfully fished, acquiring an epic alloy boots. Notification, congratulations, the host has successfully fished, acquiring rare snow lotus seeds. A sense of delight surged within Yi Feng, a smile gracing his lips. The day's catches were quite impressive. He promptly paused his fishing to examine his haul. Equipment, misty staff, quality, epic description. This staff emanates a warm blue glow, enabling its wielder to unleash potent water attribute attacks, enhancing water-based healing skills. Yi Feng withdrew the staff, scrutinizing it carefully. It was an exquisite blue staff, crafted from a special material, its surface shimmering with a gentle purple light. A splendid weapon exclusive to water healers, it was perfectly suited for Zhao Yutong. Yi Feng stowed the staff away and turned his attention to the other treasures. Item, alloy boots, quality, epic description. These marvelous boots, forged from lightweight alloy, draw inspiration from a renowned sword master. Wearing them grants one a swiftness akin to the wind, bestowing the additional skill lightning speed. Additional description, speed 40. Upon activating lightning speed, movement speed is increased by 50 for 20 seconds. Skill cooldown, 10 minutes. Another pair of boots. Yi Feng couldn't help but smile. These alloy boots, of epic quality, surpassed the attributes of his current shadow boots. Without hesitation, Yi Feng donned the alloy boots, feeling a breeze at his feet as his movement speed surged. He then turned his gaze towards the snow lotus seeds. Item: snow lotus seeds. Quality: rare. Description: grown in frigid terrains, the seeds of the snow lotus contain powerful ice energy. Consuming them enhances ice attribute attack power and increases ice resistance by 100. Consumption limit: 3 seeds. The fourth offers no additional benefit. Yifeng flipped his palm and retrieved 10 snow lotus seeds. Each seed was roughly the size of a cherry, pure white like jade, resembling ice sculptures, exuding a faint chill. Satisfied, Yifeng took one seed and placed it in his mouth. The seed melted instantly, releasing a refreshing chill that flowed down his throat into his abdomen. Yifeng gazed at his hands. Although he did not perceive any significant change, his spirits were notably lifted, and his mind felt remarkably clearer. Yifeng consumed 2 more snow lotus seeds in quick succession, further enhancing his ice attribute attacks and resistance. After inspecting his fishing haul, he felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. He glanced at the remaining quantity of high-grade bait. For portions. System: let us continue fishing. Yifeng silently commanded. Notification: congratulations to the host for a successful catch, obtaining 1 ability awakening potion. Notification: congratulations to the host for a successful catch, obtaining 1 pair of blue suspenders. Notification: congratulations to the host for a successful catch, obtaining 1 space transfer talisman. Notification: congratulations to the host for a successful catch, obtaining 1 legendary item. Chinquan bag. Yifeng was momentarily taken aback, then elated. An ability awakening potion, a space transfer talisman, and a legendary item, the Chinquan bag? His heart soared with joy as he hurriedly examined his rewards. Item: ability awakening potion. Quality: epic. Description: a mysterious potion capable of awakening latent abilities deep within the human body. Consuming this potion guarantees the awakening of one's extraordinary powers. The quality of the abilities varies from person to person. The familiar potion brought a smile to Yifeng's face as he carefully stored it away. He then turned his attention to the legendary item he had just caught. Item: Chinquan bag. Quality: legendary. Description: the Chinquan bag is an exceedingly mysterious and powerful item, capable of containing living entities. Its internal space is vast, seemingly able to hold all things. It can accommodate not only ordinary items, but also biological beings. Yifeng pondered for a moment before retrieving the Chinquan bag. This bag appeared to be an ordinary black cloth pouch, approximately the size of half a palm, adorned with silver rune patterns, and featuring a small silver clasp at the opening. It seems that the Chinquan bag's storage capabilities overlap with my storage space. Yifeng furrowed his brow. No, it seems it can be used for. His eyes suddenly brightened. After pledging his blood to the bag, Yifeng quickly grasped its usage. The villa area was too small. He would test the Chinquan bag's functions when the opportunity arose. With this, Yifeng had completely exhausted his stock of bait. The fishing session concluded with abundant rewards. He let out a sigh of relief, reclining in the massage chair, deep in thought. Where to next? At this current juncture, what powerful or rare extraordinary items could he acquire? Or perhaps valuable mutated plants? Fleeting memories from his past life surged through his mind. Chapter 178. Lin Xiaoxiao Awakens. Mastery of flames. In the memories of his previous life, there existed a village named Zhangjia Village, located approximately 140 miles from the outskirts of Jiang City. From this village emerged a young powerhouse, who not only possessed formidable extraordinary weapons, but also a type of sustainable extraordinary food. Later, the youth and his faction joined the Eastern War Zone, becoming lackeys of the Li family. As he recalled this, Yifeng narrowed his eyes slightly. If his memory served him correctly, the extraordinary food possessed by that youth was a mutated soybean. Consuming just one would allow extraordinary beings to forego meals for an entire day, leaving them feeling invigorated beyond measure. The youth had once inadvertently disclosed that the soybeans originated from Zhangjia Village, an extraordinary plant he acquired after the first blood mist night. Yifeng's thoughts flowed increasingly smoothly, and his eyes began to brighten. To the west of Zhangjia Village lies a county town named Xingqing, which might also harbor precious treasures. In no time, Yifeng had roughly mapped out his upcoming journey. Without delay, he resolved to set off that very afternoon. As noon approached, a truck returned to the Longton Mountain Villa area. The vehicle soon came to a halt. A young girl, possessing both grace and a striking figure, was the first to leap from the truck. Uncertain about the reason for Yifeng summoning them back, Lin Xiaoxiao shrugged, expressing her curiosity. Indeed, my brother Yifeng mentioned he had a surprise for me. I wonder what it could be. Chu Xiaodu alighted from the vehicle, her charming smile revealing her intrigue. Right. Yifeng told me I would also receive a surprise, Lin Xiaoxiao continued. Beside them, Shun Huaiwei merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate. Yifeng had also contacted her earlier, mentioning he would present her with a gift. The three chatted casually as they entered the main hall. You're back. Yifeng clapped his hands, signaling everyone to take a seat. They all complied promptly. Yifeng, what is the surprise? Lin Xiaoxiao inquired eagerly. Patience, Yifeng replied with a smile, then scanned the room. In an instant, a peculiar egg-shaped object appeared on the table. The collective breath of the group hitched as they exchanged glances, surprise flickering in their eyes. Brother Yifeng, are you gifting us extraordinary items? Chu Xiaodu exclaimed with delight. Indeed, and they are perfectly suited for each of you. Yifeng affirmed with a nod, handing the light blue spirit rabbit egg to Chu Xiaodu. Xiaotu, this is for you. It is a rare bloodline spirit rabbit pet egg, and I believe it aligns beautifully with your abilities. Wow, thank you. I am so thrilled. Chu Xiaodu beamed, nearly jumping for joy as she eagerly accepted the pet egg. Inspecting it closely, she noticed the egg's smooth surface glimmering with a soft lavender hue. 3 blue patterns adorned the shell, accented by speckles of golden dots. Xiaotu, allow me to teach you how to accelerate the hatching process of the pet egg using crystal cores, Yifeng said gently. Chu Xiaodu nodded enthusiastically, and Yifeng handed her 30 zombie crystal cores. She accepted them, puffing out her chest with determination, declaring, Yifeng, I will do my utmost to hatch the spirit rabbit. I have a feeling it will be a beautiful little creature. Yifeng nodded in satisfaction before turning his gaze to Shen Huaiwei. Next, Yifeng flipped his hand, revealing a pair of shadow stride boots. He presented them to Shen Huaiwei, explaining, this is an extraordinary item that will enhance your speed and includes an additional skill. Shen Huaiwei felt a rush of joy. This item was indeed perfect for her. Lastly, Yifeng faced Lin Xiaoxiao, flipping his hand once more to unveil a vial of potion. Lin Xiaoxiao had been eagerly anticipating this moment, and upon seeing the potion in Yifeng's hand, an overwhelming wave of delight surged through her mind. Ah, Yifeng, this is the ability awakening elixir. Lin Xiaoxiao's complexion flushed with excitement, rendering her momentarily speechless. Indeed, this is the elixir I have prepared for you. Yifeng smiled as he handed the potion to Lin Xiaoxiao, and without the need for further persuasion, she eagerly accepted it. Almost sprinting to Yifeng, Lin Xiaoxiao extended her trembling hands to grasp the elixir. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with anticipation as she cautiously opened the vial and unhesitatingly consumed its contents. Upon ingestion, a wave of warmth surged from her abdomen, swiftly radiating throughout her entire being. The mysterious liquid directly activated the latent potential within her body. An exhilarating spark ignited in her eyes. She felt a powerful, enigmatic force coursing through her. Yifeng, I have successfully awakened. Lin Xiaoxiao exclaimed with fervor. Sister Xiaoxiao, congratulations. What ability have you awakened? The curious Chu Xiaotu inquired, while Shen Huaiwei also turned her attention towards her. Rare level, flame manipulation, Lin Xiaoxiao declared, her gaze fixed on Yifeng with palpable desire. Her intentions were unmistakable. Yifeng smiled slightly, and a blood-red tear-shaped object materialized in his hand. Here, consume this blood loagitaire and see if it can elevate your powers. Lin Xiaoxiao eagerly accepted the blood loagitaire. Yifeng, I adore you, she exclaimed before decisively swallowing the tear. Moments later, the mysterious energy began to take effect. Lin Xiaoxiao's abilities underwent a profound transformation, enhancing both her mental acuity and physical strength. She surveyed her surroundings, the flames, heat waves, and elemental energies of flame manipulation all vividly clear to her. Before long, the energy of the blood loagitaire was completely absorbed by Lin Xiaoxiao. Epic level, flame mastery. Ability upgrade successful. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she deftly moved her fingers. Instantly, a formidable energy erupted within her. A flame danced at her fingertips, fierce and pure. My ability has ascended to epic level flame mastery. Lin Xiaoxiao's face radiated excitement as she rushed forward to envelop Yifeng in a warm embrace. Yifeng, feeling her soft, curvaceous form, could also sense her exhilaration and trembling. Xiaoxiao, congratulations. Well done, sister. The onlookers, Chu Xiaotu and Shen Huaiwei, genuinely rejoiced for Lin Xiaoxiao, offering their heartfelt blessings. Lin Xiaoxiao beamed with joy, her spirit soaring. Yifeng, I require your assistance for my next upgrade. Chapter 179, The Red and Green Gourd. The cruel boy Lin Xiaoxiao's request left Yifeng somewhat taken aback. Ah! Lin Xiaoxiao boldly wrapped her arms around Yifeng. Her cheeks flushed as she whispered in his ear. Oh, Yifeng, will you help me? Her soft, warm body writhed like a water snake. Faced with such a situation, Yifeng naturally did not shy away. He effortlessly scooped Lin Xiaoxiao into his arms. No problem. You truly should upgrade swiftly. Yifeng ascended to the 3rd floor. In the afternoon, under the radiant sun, a golden war chariot sped along the countryside road, flanked by lush green grass and flourishing vegetation. Inside the vehicle, Yifeng leisurely watched a film, occasionally savoring a sip of fragrant tea. By now, 3 hours had passed since he had awakened Lin Xiaoxiao's extraordinary abilities. Yifeng shook his head. Fortunately, he possessed the yin-yang divine body. Before embarking on his journey, he had meticulously arranged matters, entrusting the misty water staff to Lin Xiaoxiao for her to deliver to Zhao Yutong. This staff was particularly suitable for a healer of the water element. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from the distance, causing Yifeng to furrow his brow. It sounded like the cry of a human child. Almost immediately, the scream ceased abruptly. Glancing down at the map, Yifeng realized he had arrived at the designated location. With determination in his gaze, he decided to investigate. He swiftly exited the vehicle, retracting the golden chariot into his spatial realm, and in the next instant, he vanished from sight. Moments later, Yifeng reached the source of the sound. Expanding his mental energy to probe the surroundings, he soon made a startling discovery. Not far away, a mutated unicorn wild boar was feasting upon the lifeless body of a deceased child. The creature's blood-red eyes exuded a savage ferocity. Its horn, curved like a dagger, shimmered menacingly, as if it could effortlessly rend anything asunder. Its sturdy limbs were powerful, and its body was cloaked in coarse black bristles, as resilient as armor. However, the most striking feature was the greenish-red gourd dangling from its neck. A ferocious mutated wild boar, Yifeng murmured, a flicker of murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. At that moment, the unicorn wild boar also caught sight of Yifeng. It let out a furious roar, and the green-red gourd shivered, releasing a rich, spirit-infused liquid, which the boar eagerly consumed. Yifeng couldn't help but utter a soft exclamation, his gaze shifting with intrigue. How fascinating! It seemed the liquid was beginning to take effect, for the massive creature emitted a faint crimson energy. In the next instant, the wild boar roared once more, charging at Yifeng with the ferocity of a tank, its eyes betraying a ruthless intent. Yifeng remained calm, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. In the blink of an eye, the unicorn wild boar closed the distance to less than 10 meters. Suddenly, a thunderous arc of lightning flashed. With a swift motion, the charging beast's head separated from its body in an instant. The grotesque head of the wild boar soared into the air, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The creature's momentum carried it several meters before it crashed into a nearby tree, which splintered upon impact, and then it collapsed to the ground. The severed head landed nearby, its large eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. Yifeng, using his mental prowess, retrieved the green-red gourd. Its surface glistened with a vibrant hue, the veins appearing as red as blood, while its exterior shimmered with a captivating interplay of colors. Item: green-red gourd. Description: capable of spontaneously producing a certain quantity of spirit wine daily. If extraordinary fruits or other energy-infused items are placed within, the gourd can generate spirit wine with various flavors. Spirit wine. The spirit wine produced by the green-red gourd is not only exquisite in taste, but may also possess unique effects. Some exquisite wines have the ability to enhance the strength or agility of the drinker, while others possess healing or restorative properties, depending on the extraordinary fruits or items infused within them. Yifeng poured out the remaining spirit wine from his gourd and discovered that it was a brew capable of awakening one's latent potential, temporarily boosting strength and speed. It was indeed a remarkable, extraordinary item, yet it seemed that this very elixir had once belonged to a young powerhouse in his previous life. With a sigh of nostalgia, Yifeng secured the gourd, painted in hues of blue and red, to his waist. It is now mine. Casting a glance at the lifeless horned wild boar, Yifeng pondered whether the flesh of this mutated beast would be palatable. With a thought, he stored the wild boar in his spatial storage. After surveying his surroundings and finding no new discoveries, he prepared to depart. Just then, Yifeng's gaze sharpened as he turned toward the distance. A sudden smile broke upon his face. Fortune had come without effort. He paused, choosing instead to remain where he was. Shortly thereafter, a young boy came sprinting toward him with remarkable speed. "King of the Horns, I bring you food." The boy, grinning widely, held a bag in one hand and a severed human arm in the other. Upon nearing, however, the boy noticed that the familiar horned wild boar was nowhere in sight. Instead, a striking young man with a gourd hanging at his waist stood before him. The boy's eyes flickered with a glint of greed as they swept over Yifeng's gourd. "Who are you? Where did you acquire that gourd?" Yifeng remained silent, his gaze fixed on the boy, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. Angered by the indifference, the boy's fury surged. "I'm asking you a question. Did you employ some trickery to steal that gourd from the wild boar? That gourd belongs to me. I command you to return it." The boy pointed accusingly at the gourd at Yifeng's waist. "Oh, and if I refuse, what will you do?" Yifeng replied with a sardonic smile. The boy's face twisted into a cruel grin as he continued arrogantly. "So you're not mute after all. You may not realize that there are those with extraordinary abilities in this world. I am a powerful ability user, and if you do not comply, I shall shatter your limbs." The boy's smile darkened, "And then, I will let your blood drain away, leaving you to die a torturous death, like a wretched dog." Chapter 180. Slaying the Boy. Soybean plant, let your blood drain away and die in agony? Yifeng scoffed coldly, his form flickering before vanishing from sight. The boy's pupils constricted, a chill rising from the depths of his heart. What was happening? Where had the enemy gone? With his prowess, he should have been able to detect the movement of a person. This was impossible. Could he not be human? A sense of dread washed over the boy. "If that is the case, then I shall sever your limbs." A clear voice resonated from behind him. What? The boy was struck with terror. In a panic, he gritted his teeth and activated his ability. Epic level, blood type ability, bloodthirst. Instantly, the boy's eyes turned crimson, and a faint aura of blood enveloped him. "Stop your theatrics. Die." Before the youth could finish his words, a fist accompanied by a flash of lightning struck him violently in the chest. He let out a piercing scream and was sent flying several dozen meters. Bang, bang, bang. He crashed through 3 large trees before finally falling to the ground. Spitting out blood, he felt as if all his ribs were shattered. Raising his head, he gazed at Yifeng, who was approaching him step by step. His eyes filled with terror and disbelief. How could there be such a powerful supernatural being in this world? Yifeng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing the youth. "Please, don't kill me." The youth, stripped of his previous arrogance, now looked at Yifeng with pleading eyes. Yifeng sneered coldly, stepping down on the youth's kneecap. "Oh!" The youth let out a heart-wrenching wail. Yet, Yifeng paid no heed, delivering blow after blow, breaking the youth's limbs completely. The immense pain caused the youth's eyes to roll back, and he fell unconscious. Yifeng reached out and opened the pocket the youth had been carrying. Inside lay a handful of yellow beans, approximately 100 in number. A satisfied smile crept across Yifeng's face. Indeed, these were mutated yellow beans. These mutant beans resembled ordinary yellow beans, but were slightly larger in size. One only needed to consume a single bean to feel satiated rapidly, and they could sustain a supernatural being's energy requirements for an entire day. With prolonged consumption, they even enhanced physical strength. Yifeng stowed the yellow beans away. He then raised his hand and bestowed a sacred blessing upon the youth. As the youth slowly regained consciousness and realized his state, despair filled his eyes. "I will say this once. Take me to the source of these yellow beans. Dare to utter a single no, and you shall die." Yifeng's expression remained indifferent. "All right, I agree." The youth gritted his teeth in response. The tone of the man before him left no room for negotiation. He feared that uttering a single negative word would prompt Yifeng to kill him without hesitation. Delaying his demise for even a moment was preferable. Moreover, if he could return to the magical source of the yellow beans, perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope. "I will lead the way." Yifeng seized the youth, and under his guidance, they swiftly navigated through the forest. Before long, Yifeng arrived at a field. The farmland was fertile and lush with greenery. At the end of the field stood a humble little house. "This is it," the youth said, his face ashen and breath faint. "Please, I beg you to spare me." Yifeng lifted his gaze and couldn't help but smile. The farmland before him was densely populated with yellow bean plants. Each mutated yellow bean plant stood about a meter tall, their pods as red as blood. "Please, sir," the youth implored. Yifeng let out a cold laugh and seized the youth by the neck. In the next instant, a sharp crack echoed as Yifeng crushed the youth's neck with a single squeeze. Blood flowed freely. The youth's eyes widened in shock, filled with despair and disbelief, as if he had never anticipated that Yifeng would kill him so casually. Just then, a powerful roar echoed through the air. "Release my nephew." As the words fell, a robust middle-aged man, leading more than a dozen armed men, rushed out from the small house in the field. Yifeng raised an eyebrow, discarding the youth's lifeless body onto the ground. He then retrieved a handkerchief, meticulously wiping the blood that had splattered onto his fingers. This scene incensed the middle-aged man, turning his face a shade of purple. "You wretch, do you have any idea who I am?" he demanded. "Oh, and who might you be?" Yifeng replied nonchalantly. At that moment, a sycophant behind the middle-aged man, brimming with arrogance, declared, "In Xing City, you don't even know who my brother is? My brother is Sun Hongjiang, the wealthiest man in Xing City, with connections in both the underworld and legitimate circles. After the apocalypse, my brother's sibling, Sun Delong, awakened formidable powers and now reigns supreme in Xing City." Yifeng could not suppress his laughter. The king of Xing City? How amusing. Truly, the world is vast, and all manner of beings abound. The middle-aged man's hands trembled in rage. "You scoundrel! You have killed my nephew and now dare to insult me. Today, I shall have you torn to pieces." With that, he gestured fiercely. "Fire! Shoot this man down at once." Dozens of burly men immediately raised their guns and began to fire. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets rained down upon Yi Feng like a tempest. Yet, Yi Feng merely waved his hand dismissively. With a crackle, a thunderous shield manifested in the air. All the bullets swiftly disintegrated upon contact with the lightning. This is impossible. How can the bullets vanish? The gunmen gazed in disbelief at the spectacle before them. The middle-aged man's eyes widened in alarm. A lightning wielder? He quickly altered his demeanor. My apologies, I may have raised my voice a tad too much. Yi Feng's gaze sharpened. Apologies come too late. In the next instant, the thunderous shield transformed into a multitude of electric arcs, launching towards the gunmen. Puff, puff, puff. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying arcs struck the assailants, who screamed in agony as they fell, their bodies reduced to charred remains. The middle-aged man's pupils constricted in horror as he turned to flee. Yi Feng's will surged forth, directing the most powerful arc of electricity towards him. The middle-aged man's complexion paled dramatically as he attempted to evade. However, the speed of the arc was beyond his capability to escape. With a desperate roar, he cried, "Spare me." Activating his powers, a surge of strength coursing through him. His body swelled rapidly, muscles bulging. I will endure this. Boom. The arc struck down. The man's expression froze, his movements abruptly halted. This is impossible. In the next moment, his body was reduced to mere dust, vanishing without a trace. Within mere seconds, Yi Feng had eliminated everyone present. He then turned his gaze back to the fertile ground teeming with thousands of mutated soybean plants. A bountiful harvest. Yi Feng's face lit up with joy as he produced a spatial bag. Grasping the bag tightly, he tossed it into the air. The bag soared upwards, expanding rapidly. Within moments, it had grown immensely, overshadowing the land and enveloping the mutated soybean plants entirely. Collect, Yi Feng commanded firmly. The mouth of the Chinquan bag abruptly expanded, generating a powerful suction that drew thousands of mutated soybean plants along with their soil into its depths. The entire process resembled a silent tornado. In mere seconds, Yi Feng had completely cleared the area of these mutated soybean plants. Chapter 181. A new task. Sweeping everything away, this journey proved to be remarkably fruitful. Yi Feng, feeling a sense of satisfaction, was about to turn and leave when, suddenly, he furrowed his brow. He then retrieved the Chinquan bag and lightly flicked his finger. As the bag's opening widened, he tipped it downward. With a splash, a brilliantly feathered hen plummeted to the ground. Yi Feng paused, gazing curiously at the mutated hen. Is this a mutated chicken? The hen's eyes were filled with terror, its body trembling violently as it lay motionless on the ground. A glimmer of light flashed in Yi Feng's eyes. The meat of a mutated chicken must surely be delectable. As he contemplated, a trace of murderous intent involuntarily flickered across his body, which the timid hen immediately sensed, nearly paralyzing it with fear. Cluck, cluck, cluck. A single egg dropped from the hen. Yi Feng was taken aback. This chicken, has it laid an egg? He stepped forward to pick it up. The egg bore little distinction from a regular one, except that its shell seemed notably thicker. Upon using his insight ability, Yi Feng's heart leaped with joy. This egg, from the mutated hen, was undoubtedly a mutated egg. Mutated eggs not only possess a more exquisite flavor, but also contain extraordinary energy, qualifying them as sublime nourishment. Yi Feng's gaze shifted. With this hen, I can indulge in extraordinary eggs every day. Sign a contract with me, and from now on, you shall accompany me, laying eggs daily. Do you understand? Yi Feng's tone carried a hint of menace. He had observed the hen's acute sensitivity to his murderous intent, indicating a certain level of sentience. Cluck! The hen quickly nodded in agreement. With a thud, another egg was laid. Witnessing this, a smile crept onto Yi Feng's lips. Clever. He released a drop of blood, invoking the power of the contract, successfully binding the timid hen as his warrior. Afterward, Yi Feng glanced at the time. Night had fallen. He decided to stay overnight, planning to head directly to Xing City the next day. He then lifted the hen and returned to his golden chariot. A night passed. Morning arrived. After rising, Yi Feng prepared 2 extraordinary eggs for his breakfast. Truly delightful. As he savored the eggs, he couldn't help but praise their flavor. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The little hen raised her neck high, seemingly pleased by her master's commendation. After a simple breakfast, Yi Feng set off once again. About half an hour later, he arrived in Xing City. On the main street, a sleek golden chariot sped forward, ultimately halting in front of the tallest building in the city, the Jilung building. The door opened, and a staircase materialized. Yi Feng descended slowly. So this is the territory of Sun Delong? Yi Feng had heard of Sun Delong in his previous life. In the early days of the apocalypse, he had established himself in Xing City, becoming a local overlord. Later, he became a mere pawn under the Li family's command. the Wong of Xingqing? Today he shall meet his demise. Yi Feng chuckled coldly. He had slain Sun Dalong's brother, effectively eradicating the roots of the problem, which was but a righteous act. Just then, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Notification: host has triggered a welfare task. Completing the task will yield rewards. Failure incurs no penalties. Task details: within a limited time of 10 minutes, eliminate Sun Dalong and his main forces within the Jilong building. Yi Feng was momentarily taken aback, but then a smile graced his lips. An unexpected boon indeed. In light of this, he hastened his pace. Yi Feng's gaze sharpened, transforming him into a fleeting shadow as he dashed toward the building. At the entrance of the building, on the first floor, dozens of armed security personnel were patrolling. Suddenly, a figure emerged, startling all the guards. Yi Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying his surroundings. I must keep a vigilant watch over all exits and the rooftop, ensuring that no soul escapes. Not a single chicken or dog shall be spared. Who dares intrude here? Are you seeking death? The head of security quickly regained his composure, glaring at Yi Feng with fury. Yi Feng, however, wasted no breath. With a flick of his finger, a thunderous boom resonated. The head of security's expression froze instantaneously before he crumpled to the ground, lifeless. In succession, bolts of lightning erupted forth. Electricity crackled and surged. Dozens of armed personnel screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground, reduced to charred remains. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Quickly call for reinforcements. Alarms blared throughout the entire building. Yi Feng remained unfazed. In his current state, he possessed ample confidence and strength to subdue all within these walls. The tempest of thunder raged on, currents of electricity surged. Before long, all combatants in the grand hall lay dead. Yi Feng strode toward the second floor, only to collide head-on with 3 individuals. These 3 exuded an imposing air, each wielding weapons as they charged at Yi Feng, seemingly all possessing supernatural abilities. Seeking death, bold fools, perish. The trio surged toward Yi Feng. With a swift motion, a bolt of lightning cleaved through the air. 3 heads soared into the sky, blood gushing forth like fountains. The trio fell to the ground, lifeless and unwilling, having not even had the chance to unleash their powers. With a sweep of his mental acuity, he discerned that no others remained. Yi Feng's figure flickered as he ascended to the 3rd floor. On the 11th floor, a group hurriedly convened in the conference room. Sun Dalong, a burly man with a stern countenance, sat in a chair, his expression grim. Is the enemy truly this formidable? He queried incredulously, eyes widening. Yes, Dragon Brother. Our sharpshooters stand no chance against him. A frail middle-aged man with a goat beard bowed slightly. As of now, 7 of our supernatural beings have perished at his hands. Is the enemy truly just one? Sun Dalong's lips twitched, his expression darkening. He still found it hard to believe that one individual dared to invade his stronghold. Indeed, it is only one person. Currently, he is sweeping through the 6th floor. I have instructed the remaining combatants to retreat to this floor, the goat-bearded man continued. However, I fear the enemy will soon catch on. Understood, Sun Dalong replied. Sun Dalong squinted slightly, lost in contemplation. At that moment, a knock echoed through the room, and a dark-skinned man entered, stepping forward to report. Leader, apart from the ability user you dispatched to protect the young master, all the ability users in the building are now in position, including myself. There are a total of 14 ability users lying in ambush at the stairwell on the 11th floor. Excellent. How many of our gunners are ready? Sun Dalong's expression softened as he tapped his fingers on the desk. 40 gunners are in place, lying in wait on the 11th floor, ready for the enemy's arrival. The man replied. Good, let us proceed together. I am eager to see just how formidable a mere ability user can be, Sun Dalong sneered. On the 7th floor, Yi Feng gazed at the empty corridor, his brow furrowed. Still no one. Where has everyone gone? He unleashed his psychic energy to gather intelligence. Moments later, his brow relaxed. So they have all gathered on the 11th floor? Perfect. This will allow me to capture them all at once. Yi Feng's eyes glimmered with intent. If they are clustered together, it presents a splendid opportunity to test my new weapon. With a flicker, Yi Feng vanished from sight. At the stairwell on the 11th floor, a large group lay in ambush. All the gunners had their weapons primed, while the ability users were poised for action. Each person held their breath, waiting silently for Yi Feng's arrival. Sun Dalong's gaze was sharp and his demeanor cold. Ultimately, there is only one person. Let us see how you can turn this situation around. You dare to intrude so arrogantly into my territory? I shall ensure you have no chance of returning. He felt a surge of confidence. With his current lineup, even the strongest ability user should not pose a threat. However, at that moment, a sudden jolt coursed through Sun Dalong's heart. He raised his eyes to see a colossal ice energy arrow hurtling toward him from the stairwell. The terrifying arrow, infused with immense frost energy, shot forth like a cannonball, aimed directly at Sun DeLong. No, this is bad. Sun DeLong gasped in horror. He summoned every ounce of his power to evade the strike. Yet, the frost arrow approached with blinding speed. Realizing he could not escape in time, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he shoved a nearby man with a goatee in front of him. The man, still in a daze, was unprepared. With a deafening explosion, the ice arrow detonated, obliterating the goateed man into nothingness. Chapter 182. The Fall of the Sun Corporation. The middle-aged man with the goatee was reduced to a gruesome spectacle, his remains scattered. Simultaneously, a wave of frost energy surged outward. The three nearest ability users and dozens of gunners, caught off guard, were instantly frozen solid, succumbing to the icy blast. Even those slightly farther away suffered severe injuries from the terrifying frost energy. As the frost energy spread, thick fog began to rise, engulfing the area. Cries of anguish erupted, and visibility diminished. It hurts. What is happening? Where is the enemy? Brother Long, help me. Sun DeLong was utterly preoccupied with his own survival, consumed by shock and fear, in a state of utter disarray. Though he bore a shield, he nonetheless sustained grievous injuries, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his complexion pale. Furthermore, his chest was a grotesque mass of flesh and blood, accompanied by an icy chill that sent shivers through the air. As the frost dissipated, everyone gazed in disbelief at the scene before them. Their comrade had been transformed into a translucent ice sculpture, his frantic expression captured in the moment before death. A wave of panic swept over the group. From whence had this attack originated? They looked around frantically, failing to detect the enemy's presence. How could the adversary be so formidable? The man with a stern countenance felt an overwhelming shock within. He too had been affected by the icy energy, his face ashen. All units on high alert. He commanded swiftly, conjuring a shield of earthy energy to protect himself. The other marksmen and ordinary ability users, equally distressed, huddled together in defense. Wasn't the enemy a lightning attribute ability user? Why then did they wield ice? Sun DeLong wiped the blood from his lips, his mind clouded with confusion. However, observing the anxious expressions of his team, he forced himself to suppress his own shock. They must stand resolute. Do not panic. This must be his ultimate move. Likely to be used but once. Sun DeLong made his assessment, simultaneously bolstering their morale. Just then, an ability user with perceptive powers suddenly cried out, we are doomed. His body trembled, his face etched with despair. What nonsense are you spouting? Sun DeLong bellowed in fury. He resolved that after this battle, he would ensure the execution of this demoralizing individual. Yet, as he lifted his gaze, he beheld the most shocking sight of his life. Indeed, it would be the final tableau of his existence. 5 colossal ice energy arrows, akin to massive projectiles, surged forth, imbued with an aura of boundless chill. By heavens! Sun DeLong despaired. 5 energy arrows. It was over. The dark-skinned man appeared utterly lost, questioning the nature of their monstrous foe. In an instant, the air was rent with a thunderous boom. The terrifying frost arrows struck violently at the narrow staircase. A deafening explosion ensued, unleashing a tremendous wave of icy cold. Those struck by the arrows perished instantly, while surrounding individuals were encased in solid ice, frozen in time. Every soul ambushed at the staircase met their demise, none surviving to witness their assailant. Moments later, a figure materialized from the air. This frost bow is surprisingly effective, he mused. 5 arrows indeed. Yifeng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a smile gracing his lips. The scene before him was somewhat beyond his expectations. A multitude of ability users and marksmen had been transformed into ice sculptures. Among them, Sun DeLong was even an epic-level ability user. They possessed no means of resistance against the ice arrows unleashed by the frost bow. Yifeng smiled in satisfaction. Truly, it is a legendary weapon. In my past life, 2 types of weapons were fervently sought after by various factions. The first, the forbidden weapons from otherworldly materials, and the second, the extraordinary weapons derived from mutated substances. Extraterrestrial items are those that have fallen from rifts in space, while mutated items are those that have undergone transformation within the blue star. The proliferation of mutated items naturally leads to the emergence of extraordinary weapons. Some of these weapons possess the capability to aid their wielders in surpassing formidable challenges. Among these, certain immensely powerful extraordinary weapons are bestowed with the title of legendary artifacts. The frost bow is indeed one such legendary weapon. Yifeng gazed upon the rigid, frozen corpse of Sun DeLong, whose eyes were wide with disbelief, as if he could not fathom his own demise. Yifeng approached and gently nudged him, causing the ice sculpture to shatter, instantly reducing Sun DeLong to fragments. I have effectively dismantled the Sun family's influence, Yi Feng mused with a subtle smile. At that moment, a series of system notifications rang out. Notification, task completed, rewards are being distributed. Notification, congratulations, host has received 5 advanced fishing baits. Notification, congratulations. Host has obtained the title of Advanced Angler. Advanced Angler. Upon acquiring this title, the likelihood of catching high-quality items while fishing is significantly increased. Yi Feng felt a surge of joy within him. Indeed, the rewards for tasks completed without cost are truly bountiful. He surveyed his surroundings. With the enemies vanquished, it was time to cleanse the battlefield. Yi Feng then unleashed his mental energy to probe the area and soon made a discovery. In the corner of Sun Dalong's office stood a sturdy safe. With a swift movement, he appeared in the office, and a bolt of lightning cleaved the safe open. Inside lay an abundance of zombie crystal cores, densely packed. Yi Feng counted and found over 400 of them. A valuable haul, indeed. He stored the cores in his spatial storage. Plundering, it seems, is the swiftest means to accumulate wealth. Yi Feng released his mental energy once more, yet this time, he did not uncover many more valuable items. Suddenly, his expression sharpened, and a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Ah, could there be more hidden treasures? Chapter 183. A reunion with an old acquaintance. The annihilation of Sun Xiaodian. Yi Feng stood with his hands clasped behind him, a faint smile gracing his lips. To think there were still individuals lurking on the 12th floor. With this thought, he vanished from sight in an instant. On the 12th floor, in a corner of a room, a pale and emaciated man was conversing with a strikingly beautiful woman beside him. Xiaoxua, with the enemy approaching, we may soon meet our end. The man lamented. What point are you trying to make after all this build-up? The woman inquired, her brow furrowed. I've harbored feelings for you for a long time. Please grant my request. Would it not be a pity to leave this world without having expressed it? The man said, licking his lips. This man was Sun Dalong's eldest son, merely an ordinary individual devoid of any extraordinary abilities. The woman, known as Murong Shui, was an extraordinary being dispatched by Sun Dalong to safeguard his son. Sun Xiaodian, cease your daydreaming, Murong Shui replied coldly. My only duty is to ensure your safety. Xiaoxua, do you perceive me merely as an ordinary individual, unworthy of your regard? Sun Xiaoyan's face gleamed with excitement. Do not judge by appearances. In truth, I possess formidable strength, not inferior to those endowed with extraordinary abilities. Should you utter another word, I shall end your life. Murong Shui's tone was icy. I harbor no feelings for you. Safeguarding you is merely my duty. Sun Xiaodian was taken aback by her frigid demeanor. For a fleeting moment, silence enveloped the air. The enemy has arrived. Murong Shui instantly assumed a vigilant posture. Upon hearing this, Sun Xiaoyan's complexion turned ashen. The arrival of the enemy signified that my father has failed, which means my life is forfeit. Fear flooded his eyes. Moments ago, he had merely sought to test Murong Shui, hoping to seize a moment of intimacy. He never anticipated that his father, Sun Dalong, could possibly lose. This is inconceivable. His father would not falter. Terrified, Sun Xiaodian collapsed onto the ground, his hands trembling uncontrollably. What to do? I do not wish to die. I do not wish to die. His lips turned pale with fright as he cried out in panic. Silence yourself. Murong Shui shot him a fierce glare. Let us remain cautious, and perhaps the enemy will not detect us. Very well. Sun Xiaodian immediately held his breath, sealing his lips tightly. Thud, thud, thud. A figure descended the staircase. This person was tall and imposing, with striking features. It was Yi Feng. With a swift kick, Yi Feng forced the door open, revealing a slight smile. In an instant, he appeared before the two of them. Here you are? Upon hearing Yi Feng's voice, which resonated like that of a demon, both felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. No, please do not kill me. Sun Xiaoyan's pallor intensified, his fear threatening to overflow, his body trembling like a leaf in the wind. Could you perhaps spare our lives? Murong Shui's complexion mirrored his. As she struggled to plead for mercy, Yi Feng's murderous intent had already ignited. He would show no mercy. With a flick of his right hand, a torrent of thunder rapidly coalesced. Are you Yi Feng? At that moment, Murong Shui exclaimed with fervor. Yi Feng paused, halting his actions. You recognize me? Yi Feng furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the girl before him. She possessed a graceful figure and exquisite features, her skin fair, a true beauty. Yi Feng directly inquired, Who are you? Do you know me? Yi Feng, it truly is you. Murong Shui's heart leaped with joy, her face alight with excitement. I am Xiaoxua Murong Shui. We were classmates in high school. We even dined together. Have you forgotten? The woman hurriedly explained, fearful that a misstep might lead to her demise by Yi Feng's lightning. Murong Shui? A high school classmate? So it is you. Yi Feng's eyes widened in realization. Murong Shui was the belle of his high school, a radiant presence throughout his academic journey. However, Their interactions were minimal, limited to a few encounters during group activities and a shared meal. The reason he recalled her so swiftly was that Murong Shui had a twin sister. The two sisters bore a striking resemblance. The Murong twins were both school beauties. Yifeng retained a vague memory of them. He pondered for a moment before dispersing the lightning in his hand. It's remarkable that you remember me. Of course I do. The spark of excitement flickered in Murong Shui's eyes. Haha, if you two are acquainted, does that mean I can survive? Sun Xiaoyan's face instantly lit up with ecstatic joy upon hearing their exchange. A brush with death. My life is truly fortunate. Yifeng, you want to kill us? Will you? Murong Shui asked cautiously. In response, Yifeng's tone turned cold. I have come here to eradicate the forces of Sun Delong. I may spare you. But as for Sun Xiaodian, he gestured towards him. He must die? Having slain his father, I cannot allow this direct descendant to live. Even if he is but an ordinary person now. This is an era rife with opportunity. Anything is possible. Therefore, one must eliminate the root of the problem. Sun Xiaodian was rendered speechless, his smile freezing on his face. No, please don't kill me. I beg you, spare my life. He fell to his knees with a thud. Sun Delong is not my father. I am not his son. I could renounce the Sun name. I will not seek vengeance for my father. Please, grant me mercy. Murong Shui's heart surged with delight upon hearing this. Thank you, Yifeng. She swiftly retreated, distancing herself from Sun Xiaotian. Her affiliation with Sun Delong's group was merely for survival. She held no affection for the arrogant Sun Xiaotian and even felt a tinge of disdain towards him. It was inconceivable for her to risk her life for him. No, Xiaoxue, you cannot do this. Sun Xiaoyan's face turned pale, panic seizing him. Yifeng's eyes glinted with a chilling light. A flash of lightning crackled. Chapter 184, Contract. Murong Shui, Truth Serum. Sun Xiaotian let out a blood-curdling scream as his body was instantly reduced to charred remains, dying on the spot. Beside him, Murong Shui's chest heaved as she watched the scene in trepidation. At that moment, her heart brimmed with the thrill of narrowly escaping death. She had been but a breath away from sharing his fate. After dispatching Sun Xiaotian, Yifeng raised his gaze with keen interest towards Murong Shui. With her fair complexion and ample figure, she caught his attention. Yifeng activated his detection skill. Name, Murong Shui. Rank, first tier, 2 stars. Ability, Mist Poison, ordinary level. A poison-type ability user of mere ordinary strength. Yifeng, may I accompany you? I am an ability user and will surely be of assistance, Murong Shui said. Her cheeks flushing slightly as she gazed at Yifeng's handsome visage. Having witnessed his formidable prowess, akin to a war god, she deemed it a wise choice to follow him. Yifeng regarded Murong Shui thoughtfully before speaking. I can accept you, but to join me, a contract must be signed. He explained the terms of the war god contract to her. While the contract could enhance strength, life and death would be under his control. Murong Shui hesitated. If you are unwilling, I will not force you, Yifeng said with a smile, turning to leave. Wait, Yifeng, Murong Shui called out, stopping him in his tracks. Yifeng turned back to face her. I am willing, Murong Shui said, biting her red lips lightly. Very well, Yifeng smiled gently, and thus, we shall proceed to formalize the contract. The establishment of this contract requires a blood oath. With a mere thought, a drop of blood emerged from his fingertip. Murong Shui was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Yifeng with a hint of confusion. Yifeng, with a smile, extended his finger and delicately placed it near her lips. You must swallow this drop of blood. As Murong Shui beheld his finger hovering by her lips, her cheeks flushed slightly. However, she did not hesitate long, promptly parting her lips to consume the blood from Yifeng's fingertip. Subsequently, Yifeng invoked the power of the contract. A mysterious voice whispered in Murong Shui's ear. She nodded, choosing to accept the bond. In the void, a radiant golden light materialized. This golden luminescence surged into her body, shimmering and pulsating. Murong Shui's expression turned to one of astonishment as her body began to tremble. An extraordinary warmth coursed through her, filling her being with energy that flowed through her limbs and bones, continuously enhancing her physical strength. Overwhelmed by an inexplicable fervor, Murong Shui felt herself transforming into an embodiment of immense power. Before long, the enhancement concluded, the contract was sealed. Yifeng, this contract is truly remarkable. Murong Shui exclaimed in exhilaration. Very well, let us depart. Yifeng responded with a smile, leading Murong Shui away. Soon, they returned to the ground floor, where Yifeng summoned a golden chariot. The dazzling and stylish golden vehicle left Murong Shui in awe. As the doors opened, Yifeng issued a command. The doors slowly swung open, revealing a staircase. Yifeng guided Murong Shui into the interior of the chariot. Once inside, Mu Rongxue gazed around in disbelief. How could this space be so vast? She marveled. To the outside world, the golden chariot appeared to be merely an extraordinary vehicle. Therefore, Mu Rongxue had not anticipated the immense space within. This is a transcendent creation, imbued with formidable spatial power, Yi Feng explained with a smile. Indeed, it is truly astonishing. Mu Rongxue replied, her eyes still wide with wonder. Inside the golden chariot, every amenity was at their disposal: bedroom, living room, kitchen, and bathroom, complete with various furnishings and appliances, including but not limited to a projector, refrigerator, and sofa. It was essentially a colossal mobile villa. Seated on the sofa, Mu Rongxue gazed out at the scenery, still exhilarated and unable to believe her eyes. After setting the destination, Yi Feng activated the golden chariot. By the way, Yi Feng, where are we headed? Mu Rongxue inquired. We are en route to a resort to retrieve something, Yi Feng replied. Oh, Mu Rongxue nodded and began to survey her surroundings. Yi Feng reclined on the plush sofa, closing his eyes to access the system panel. On their journey, he had already completed his daily tasks. He had just finished a welfare task, garnering some bait for fishing. System, activate the title of Advanced Angler, Yi Feng silently commanded. Notification, the function for the title of Advanced Angler has been successfully activated for you. Yi Feng smiled in satisfaction. System, commence fishing. As the voice faded, a system prompt resonated. Prompt, congratulations to the host for a successful fishing endeavor. Acquiring 10 bottles of the rare item, Truth Serum. Ah, splendid. Yi Feng smiled, pleased with such a fortuitous start. A full 10 bottles. How delightful. He clicked to view the details. Item, Truth Serum, quality, rare, description. The Truth Serum is a mysterious liquid capable of evoking the innermost genuine emotions of the consumer. Upon consumption, it temporarily eradicates the user's resistance and pretense, compelling them to divulge their true thoughts and facts. Even the most clandestine secrets cannot remain concealed. It is an exceptional, extraordinary potion that enables one to reveal information they would rather keep hidden. Yi Feng pondered. The efficacy of the Truth Serum correlates with the user's willpower. The weaker the will, the more pronounced the effects of the serum. With a deft motion, Yi Feng retrieved the Truth Serum. This ability to conjure objects seemingly from thin air elicited renewed astonishment from the mesmerized Mu Rongxue. However, observing Yi Feng's serious demeanor, she refrained from further inquiries. The Truth Serum was contained within a transparent vial, its exquisite surface adorned with enigmatic runes, emanating a faint, elusive fragrance. Satisfied, Yi Feng secured the 10 bottles of Truth Serum and chose to continue fishing. Prompt, congratulations to the host for a successful fishing endeavor. Acquiring a broken stationery box. Prompt, congratulations to the host for a successful fishing endeavor. Acquiring 100 Chilean watermelons. Prompt, congratulations to the host for a successful fishing endeavor. Acquiring a legendary item. Potential enhancement liquid. Legendary. Yi Feng's heart leapt with joy. He had indeed obtained a legendary item. Chapter 185. A New Myth. The seedling of the enlightened ancient tea tree. Yi Feng promptly clicked to inspect the new item. Item. Potential enhancement liquid, quality. Legendary description. This liquid, imbued with mysterious power, can awaken the latent abilities of mutated beast offspring or yet-to-be-born mutated creatures, enhancing their innate physique and talents. Upon reading this, Yi Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. What a remarkable find. The effects of the potential enhancement liquid are contingent upon the species and level of the mutated beast. It can also facilitate the awakening or enhancement of special abilities in unborn mutated creatures. After discerning the method of usage, Yi Feng retrieved the potential enhancement liquid. Contained in a small vial, it was a clear, transparent liquid radiating a gentle glow, as if it harbored boundless potential. This substance would yield optimal results when administered to mutated beast offspring or their mothers. Yi Feng contemplated, realizing he currently had no immediate target for its use. Nevertheless, he was certain that suitable candidates would present themselves in due time. He stored the potential enhancement liquid in his space and resumed his fishing. Prompt, congratulations to the host for a successful fishing endeavor. Acquiring a stainless steel cutting board. Prompt, congratulations to the host for a successful fishing endeavor. Acquiring a delayed energy gathering ring. Prompt, congratulations to the host for a successful fishing endeavor. Acquiring an epic item. Frost slowdown sphere. Prompt, congratulations to the host for a successful fishing endeavor. Acquiring a rare item. Regeneration potion. Yi Feng's face beamed with delight. Today fortune smiled upon him as he acquired 2 remarkable items. Yi Feng clicked to examine them one by one. Equipment, Sphere of Frost Deceleration, quality. Epic, description. The Sphere of Deceleration is a formidable crowd control item that can swiftly hinder the movement of enemies within a certain radius. rendering them immobile. After use, it requires a recharge period of 24 hours before it can be employed again. Yifeng felt a surge of joy within him. This is indeed a splendid item. Most importantly, it is not a consumable, but a sustainable tool. This is far superior to consumables. Yifeng took out the sphere of frost deceleration. Instantly, a fist-sized orb composed of icy crystals materialized in his hand. The deceleration sphere emanated a chilling aura. The more Yifeng gazed at it, the more satisfied he became, playfully toying with it for a while before finally stowing it away. He then glanced once more at the rare potion, Regeneration Potion. This potion has the capability to restore severed limbs, whether they be arms, legs, or others, upon consumption. They can regrow in a remarkably short time, returning to their original state. Yifeng had previously fished one out, but it had already been used. Acquiring another now is rather fortuitous. Yifeng chuckled softly, casting a glance at the panel. There were still 3 chances left to fish. Onward. Notification. Congratulations, host. For successful fishing, obtained rare language comprehension capsules X3. Notification. Congratulations, host. For successful fishing, obtained epic bamboo robots X3. Language capsules? Bamboo robots? Just then, the system experienced a slight lag. Yifeng was taken aback, then a thought struck him. Could it be? Notification. Congratulations, host. For successful fishing, obtained mythical Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree Seedling. Yifeng's eyes widened. A successful haul. He had once again acquired a colorful mythical item. Moreover, the Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree Seedling? This item does not appear to be a consumable. Yifeng's heart soared with elation. It is essential to understand that within the realm of mythical items, the distinction between sustainable and consumable items is profound. For instance, Yifeng's mythical ability, Chaotic Divine Thunder, and the mythical Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree Leaves, though both classified as mythical, possess vastly different values and cannot be compared. As he pondered this, Yifeng's heart raced, and excitement flooded his expression as he hastily clicked to view the detailed description. Item: Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree Seedling, sealed in source pearl state. Quality: mythical. Description: this item is a seedling of the Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree, which, when nurtured, can be cultivated into the Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree. The Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree is a plant imbued with mysterious powers. Its leaves possess extraordinary abilities that can temporarily enhance one's comprehension and wisdom significantly, along with a slight permanent boost to understanding. Furthermore, sitting beneath the tree allows one to feel a serene power that aids in meditation and contemplation, slightly enhancing mental prowess. Yifeng's heart raced uncontrollably. It truly is the Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree, even if it is merely a seedling. Does this not mean that he can continuously obtain Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree leaves from this point onward? Undoubtedly. The leaves of the Ancient Tea Tree of Enlightenment serve as the quintessential treasure to assist those with extraordinary abilities in comprehending the laws of the universe. Should an endless supply of these leaves become available, Yifeng would undoubtedly soar to unimaginable heights during his phase of understanding. Filled with exhilaration, Yifeng's attention was suddenly drawn to an additional description below. It was noted that nurturing the sapling of the Ancient Tea Tree could potentially release mysterious energies, bestowing wisdom upon its holder. What a remarkable effect! Yifeng could hardly contain his excitement, forcing himself to regain composure as he extracted the source pearl containing the sapling. The pearl was as large as a watermelon, encasing a miniature form of the Ancient Tea Tree sapling within. Although it was merely a sapling, its trunk appeared robust, and its foliage was lush. The tender green leaves emitted a faint glow, as if imbued with boundless wisdom. At that moment, a piece of information flashed in Yifeng's mind. It stated, to extract the sapling, one must crush the source pearl. However, please be advised that the cultivation of the sapling requires special soil and unique water, with a minimum quantity of 10 tons generally needed, depending on quality. Additionally, a substantial supply of energy, zombie crystals, is necessary. If the cultivator lacks these conditions temporarily, please refrain from planting the Ancient Tea Tree sapling. Yifeng was momentarily taken aback, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. It appeared that special water was indeed required for nurturing, along with specific soil and a considerable amount of zombie crystals. Disappointed, he shook his head, realizing that he could not cultivate the sapling for the time being. Otherwise, if the sapling were to perish or develop poorly, it would surely be a waste. Once he regained his composure, Yifeng stored the source pearl of the Ancient Tea Tree sapling in his storage space, exhaling a long breath of frustration. This fishing expedition had yielded significant rewards. Mythical, legendary, and epic items had filled his coffers to overflowing. A smile graced Yifeng's face. Oh, but there were still 2 items yet to be examined, the capsule and the robot. Chapter 186, The 3 Little Robots. Treasures within the resort, Yifeng chuckled and promptly clicked to view the details. Item: Language Comprehension Capsule, Quality, Rare, Description. The Language Comprehension Capsule is a wondrous item that rapidly aids the user in mastering and excelling in any 3 languages present in the host's cognition. Yifeng pondered for a moment. In other words, if I consume this capsule, I can swiftly learn 3 foreign languages. Before long, he grasped the method of utilizing the capsule. After ingesting it, he had to make quick choices in his mind. To learn, he must know at least 1 word from each language. How fortuitous, for he happened to know words from 3 nations. A faint smile appeared on Yifeng's lips as he thought of these 3 countries. Beautiful language, cherry blossom language, and stick language. The beautiful language needs no elaboration as it is a compulsory subject in compulsory education. As for the cherry blossom language, it is likely that everyone knows a few phrases. Generally speaking, the first thought that crosses a boy's mind is often baka, while for girls, their initial thought may be something akin to sakura, which likely brings to mind the notion of a pulse belt. Those with a purer disposition might think of kawaii. As for the Korean language, one might still recall simida. Knowledge that is freely available should not go unutilized. Yifeng promptly retrieved a language comprehension capsule. This capsule appeared to be a small and delicate object, emanating a faint glow from its surface. Without hesitation, Yifeng opened his mouth and swallowed the cool capsule. Almost instantaneously, he began to rapidly recall vocabulary from 3 languages in his mind. Fuck, baka, simida. Soon, he felt a surge of knowledge flooding into his consciousness. Yifeng gently closed his eyes, embracing this influx of wisdom. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing within them. This capsule was indeed remarkable. The corners of Yifeng's mouth curled into a smile, for he had now fully mastered 3 languages. After some contemplation, he decided to set aside the remaining 2 capsules for future, specific use when needed. Next, Yifeng turned his attention to the last item he had fished out: 3 Banbu robots. Item: Banbu robot, quality, epic, description. The Banbu robot is a device capable of sensing its surroundings and connecting with consciousness. It can perceive the environment, gather information, and communicate through consciousness with humans or other intelligent entities. How intriguing. A smile spread across Yifeng's face as he focused his thoughts and extracted the Banbu robots from the fishing space. With a swift flash of white light, 3 Banbu robots materialized before him. These were small, rounded robots, each standing only 30 centimeters tall, in colors of black, white, and gray. Their surfaces were adorned with smooth metallic materials, featuring a circular sensor atop their heads, with screens on either side of their bodies, all designed with a sleek and futuristic aesthetic. They appeared quite fascinating, but how to operate them? Yifeng furrowed his brow in contemplation. Just then, a mechanical electronic voice chimed in. Master, I can connect to and control these 3 little robots. It was none other than the intelligent vehicle butler, Mi Ling. All right. Mi Ling, I entrust these 3 Banbu to you, Yifeng declared with delight, making his decision promptly. Very well, master. I shall ensure these 3 Banbu robots serve you to their fullest potential. Subsequently, Mi Ling connected to the system, guiding the 3 Banbu robots into the main control room. Witnessing this scene, Yifeng stood up with satisfaction. Beside him, Morong Shui cautiously gazed at him. Yifeng, how are you doing? She inquired. Witnessing the seemingly miraculous transformation as he conjured various items and occasionally ingested them, resulting in the appearance of robots, she was utterly astonished. Are you all right? Morong Shui's beautiful eyes sparkled with concern. Haha, Yifeng exclaimed, pulling Morong Shui into his embrace and planting a fervent kiss on her lips. I am absolutely fantastic. Ah. Morong Shui's body stiffened, her expression one of shock as she instinctively gasped. However, despite being held in his arms, she made no effort to struggle. Her delicate visage was tinged with a faint blush, and her petite form began to radiate warmth. Yifeng's embrace enveloped her in a cocoon of comfort and security. The golden chariot sped along its path, and after approximately an hour, it came to a halt at the entrance of a quaint resort. However, Yifeng did not disembark immediately. Another half-hour passed before the door slowly opened, revealing a golden staircase. Yifeng guided the blushing Morong Shui as they descended from the vehicle. Like a gentle bird, she gazed dreamily at Yifeng, trailing closely behind him. Yifeng, feeling refreshed and at ease, surveyed his surroundings, concluding that this was indeed the place. Upon glancing at the sign above the resort, he noted the prominent inscription, Countryside Retreat. Holding Morong Shui's hand, Yifeng proceeded while channeling his spiritual energy to scan the area for potential targets. 5 meters, 10 meters, 30 meters, his spiritual force unfurled like a fine thread. Suddenly, Yifeng's gaze sharpened, and he halted in his tracks. Within the village's lodging area, there were numerous survivors. More importantly, it appeared that the leader here was a foreigner. Brother Feng, have you made a discovery? Morong Shui inquired eagerly. Yi Feng nodded, a hint of a playful smile gracing his lips. In the lodging area, within a spacious guest room, a muscular foreign man with golden hair and blue eyes, bare-chested and adorned with chest hair, was vigorously exercising. This pale-skinned foreigner had not yet fully evolved, bearing a fierce countenance and a robust physique with enlarged pores. Cradled in his arms was a similarly golden-haired, blue-eyed woman, whose beauty was striking and whose figure was voluptuous. The aura surrounding both indicated that they were both endowed with special abilities. Additionally, there were several ordinary foreigners and locals in the other lodging areas. At that moment, the two foreign individuals engaged in conversation amidst their workout. "Oh, Marilyn, the enormous sunflowers in the garden to the southwest. Did anything go awry today?" "Rest assured, Jack. We have personnel on rotation every day to monitor them, ensuring absolute security." I have a feeling that this mutated sunflower is indeed a precious treasure. We must guard it well." "Jack, I believe you are correct. And also, those Dragon Kingdom folks need to be kept under strict watch. Indeed, a few of them seem to be eyeing my rear end daily. Who is it? I'll give them a proper lesson." Their excitement was palpable. Yi Feng withdrew his spiritual energy, having gleaned the necessary information. The garden to the southwest. He swiftly pinpointed the direction, extending his spiritual force in a linear manner towards the southwest. This technique allowed him to maximize his detection range. By extending his energy in a line rather than dispersing it in a circle, he could cover a greater distance. 50 meters, 100 meters, 300 meters, 500 meters. Before long, 10 colossal sunflowers came into view within Yi Feng's spiritual perception. He felt a surge of joy. Chapter 187. Extraordinary Seeds, the Demon King Jack. Yi Feng's heart leapt at the sight of the 10 enormous mutated sunflowers. Each sunflower boasts a diameter of at least half its height, with petals that encircle the central disc like golden waves. To his delight, Yi Feng beheld a full 10 sunflowers. Filled with joy, he summoned the golden chariot and invited Morong Shui aboard. In the next instant, the golden chariot roared to life, akin to a colossal golden beast, racing away with astonishing speed. What on earth? A patrolling foreigner caught sight of the fleeting golden chariot, standing dumbfounded. As the dazzling vehicle vanished from his view, realization struck him. What the hell? There's an anomaly. The patrolman's expression shifted dramatically as he scrambled to retrieve his radio. "Boss Jack, we have a situation. I just saw a golden object, perhaps a golden beast. Its target seems to be our sunflowers." Inside the building, Jack had just risen when he received the report. His face paled instantly. "What?" Shock and anger surged within him. "The target is my sunflowers?" A wave of fury coursed through Jack's veins. "This is intolerable. Assemble everyone." Meanwhile, the golden chariot sped along, and soon, the magnificent 10 sunflowers came into view. There they are. Yi Feng gazed at the sunflowers, his eyes shimmering with a faint glow. Beside him, Morong Shui was utterly awestruck by the sight. Wow, they're enormous. She had never imagined such colossal sunflowers existed in the world. Each sunflower stood robust and towering, resembling miniature towers, with their leaves of vibrant green and sharp as blades. These 10 colossal sunflowers were the very objective of Yi Feng's journey. A flicker of nostalgia crossed his mind. In his previous life, these sunflowers had met a tragic fate, with 8 of them destroyed after a series of twists and turns and fierce competition. Ultimately, only 2 remained, falling into the hands of the Song family in the war zone. The Song family had profited immensely from the sunflowers, for these mutated specimens yielded extraordinary seeds. Extraordinary seeds not only possessed exquisite flavor, but also miraculous healing properties. If mutated soybeans were considered a superlative food, then these mutated seeds were akin to natural medicine. Consuming just one seed could staunch an ability user's bleeding almost instantly, and minor injuries could heal within half a day. This underscored the immense value of the mutated seeds. Now, with a full 10 mutated sunflowers still intact and owned by foreigners, Yi Feng felt no burden whatsoever. A subtle smile graced his lips. Nature's treasures belong to those with the capability to claim them. He had initially intended to seize the sunflowers, and discovering their owner was a foreigner only emboldened him. After all, as outsiders, these foreigners had no rightful claim to the treasures of this land. As the golden chariot's door slowly opened, a golden staircase emerged, and Yi Feng and Morong Shui descended. Not far away, 2 personnel were on duty, 1 foreigner and 1 local. The foreigner, with his golden hair and piercing blue eyes, stood tall and appeared quite spirited. In stark contrast, the local man was frail, wearing spectacles that accentuated his sickly complexion. The disparity in their treatment was glaringly evident. Both individuals soon stumbled upon a golden chariot. "What are you doing here?" The foreigner exclaimed with a tone of arrogance. This is the territory of the Demon King Jack. You ought to leave. Morong Shui retorted angrily, asserting, this land belongs to our dragon kingdom. It is you who must depart. Meanwhile, the slender bespectacled man, visibly anxious, leaned closer to Yi Feng and spoke in hushed tones. Brothers, I am unaware of your origins, but you must leave swiftly. The leader here, Demon King Jack, is an exceptionally powerful and ruthless supernatural being. Yi Feng paused, intrigued. Demon King Jack? I have not heard of him. He replied with a smile. Yet, I can handle any adversary. However, I am quite curious as to why there are so many foreigners here. The bespectacled man's anxiety intensified. What are you saying? The foreigner shouted, unable to comprehend their conversation, his face contorted with rage. The bespectacled man quickly forced a smile. My lord, they do not understand your words. I am urging them to leave at once. Turning back to Yi Feng and Morong Shui, he continued with urgency. Brothers, these white-skinned individuals are from the United States. High-ranking executives of a multinational corporation. They arrived at this resort for leisure just a day before the apocalypse struck. Then, one among them, named Jack, awakened a powerful supernatural ability. Subsequently, Jack used cunning and treachery to ambush and kill one of our newly awakened supernatural beings. At this point, the bespectacled man cautiously glanced at the foreigner. These white individuals not only occupy the best resources and food here, but also treat us locals as mere servants. His voice brimmed with indignation. Damn it, what are you talking about? The foreigner barked, sensing something amiss in the bespectacled man's demeanor. I am merely advising him to leave promptly, the bespectacled man explained in broken English. Damn it. The foreigner seethed with fury. You are undoubtedly deceiving me. I shall summon the Demon King Jack to punish you severely. I am not. The bespectacled man stammered, panic evident in his expression. You insolent yellow-skinned monkey. How dare you betray Lord Jack? I will teach you a harsh lesson. The burly foreigner brandished a club, ready to strike the bespectacled man. No, please don't. The bespectacled man cried, cowering in fear. Yet, in the next instant, a flash of lightning illuminated the scene. With a crack, the thunder tore through the sky. The foreigner's head was sent soaring into the air, blood gushing forth like a fountain. His expression remained one of shock, as if he had never anticipated such a swift demise. The severed head fell to the ground, and the bespectacled man stood frozen, eyes wide with horror. He had not perceived when Yi Feng had made his move. The foreigner had simply perished. Upon regaining his composure, the bespectacled man expressed his gratitude, his eyes revealing a blend of relief and concern. Thank you, my brother. However, you've stirred up trouble. This pale swine is a confidant of the Demon King Jack. Jack will undoubtedly seek retribution against us. Brother, we should flee swiftly. The bespectacled man's expression turned anxious. Do not rush. First, enlighten me about this so-called Demon King Jack. Yi Feng inquired with a smile. He had never heard of such a figure in his past life. Noticing Yi Feng's reluctance to leave, the bespectacled man sighed helplessly. The foreigner, named Jack, has awakened dark-type abilities. His attacks are exceedingly cunning, capable of unleashing a form of dark energy, and his strength is formidable. He claims to be the Demon King Satan, and his ability is of epic quality. Recently, he encountered a fortuitous event that significantly enhanced his power. It is said he is now a 6-star ability user. In summary, the Demon King Jack possesses immense strength, and we are no match for him. The best course of action is to escape from here quickly. If we delay, it may be too late. Epic? A 6-star ability user? It appears he is merely a petty fool. Yi Feng chuckled. With such limited capabilities, he dares to call himself a Demon King? How laughable. Generally, only those with legendary abilities can hope to grow and prosper. Thus, it would not be surprising to see the downfall of Demon King Jack. Legendary ability users are exceedingly rare, a mere 1 in 10,000. Yi Feng smiled subtly. However, considering the global population of 10 billion, approximately 20% of humanity survives, with awakened ability users constituting about 5%, amounting to 100 million. Although legendary existences are 1 in 10,000 and extremely rare within the vast numbers, there are still nearly 10,000. Therefore, it is not unusual for a city in the Dragon Country to have 3 or 5. Yi Feng shook his head and then approached the mutated sunflower. The bespectacled man stood in stunned silence upon hearing this. Weak? You consider a 6-star epic ability user weak? Then what could possibly be strong? He shook his head and anxiously glanced at Morong Shui. Beautiful lady, please persuade your companion. The Demon King Jack is truly a terrifying individual. He can kill many in an instant. No one knows when he will strike. I see you have a vehicle. Let us escape together. The bespectacled man implored repeatedly. Morong Shui smiled brightly. Do not worry. Yi Feng is exceptionally formidable. If he claims a 6-star is weak, then indeed it is weak. She held great confidence in Yi Feng's abilities. After all, such a powerful faction as Sun Delong had been vanquished by Yi Feng. What was a mere Demon King Jack in comparison? Besides, she could not dictate Yi Feng's actions. Seeing the two brimming with confidence, the bespectacled man could only sigh inwardly. To him, death seemed imminent. Yi Feng circled the sunflower and then smiled slightly as he produced a bag of holding. With a thought, the bag quickly expanded, eventually forming a massive pouch that enveloped the sunflower field above, as if it could obscure the very sun itself. Both the bespectacled man and Murong Shui stared blankly at the unfolding scene, their eyes wide with astonishment. What was this? How utterly miraculous! Yi Feng smiled, softly uttering a single word, collect. In that instant, a mysterious force emanated from the Qianquan bag, enveloping the entire sunflower field. Boom! The ground began to tremble violently, fissures appearing everywhere. Then, with a resounding bang, the Qianquan bag unleashed an unparalleled suction. Bang! 10 mutated sunflowers, roots and soil included, were forcefully uprooted and soared towards the gaping mouth of the Qianquan bag. Ultimately, the sunflowers vanished entirely within the bag. Collection complete. With a casual wave of his hand, Yi Feng swiftly closed the opening of the Qianquan bag. Both Murong Shui and the bespectacled man stood in stunned silence, awestruck by the spectacle. All done. Yi Feng smiled serenely. The Qianquan bag, in accordance with his will, returned to its original size. He then stored the palm-sized bag within his spatial storage. The air fell into a profound stillness, as if nothing had transpired. The bespectacled man rubbed his eyes, struggling to believe the reality of what he had just witnessed. Yet, the deep pit in the ground and the vanished sunflowers attested that the events had not been an illusion. Yi Feng, you are incredible, Murong Shui gazed at him, her eyes brimming with excitement. It was her first time witnessing such extraordinary abilities, and she couldn't help but be captivated. Unbelievable. Simply astounding. The bespectacled man shook his head repeatedly, his face a mask of shock as he looked at Yi Feng. In that moment, he finally sensed that this unexpected visitor was not merely boasting. Could it be that the Demon King Jack was truly weak? Fear not. I shall deal with this so-called Demon King Jack, Yi Feng assured with a smile. Just then, the sound of approaching vehicles echoed from afar. The gathered individuals turned toward the sound. In the distance, several cars were racing towards the sunflower field in formation. Oh no, the Demon King Jack is coming. Panic washed over the bespectacled man. Do not fret, I will ensure your safety. Yi Feng reassured him with a smile. Ah, all right. The bespectacled man thought of Yi Feng's earlier display of power, and his anxiety waned somewhat. Shortly after, the cars came to a halt. The doors swung open, and a large group of people disembarked. The two leading figures were Westerners, none other than Demon King Jack and his woman, Marilyn. Accompanying them were 6 other Westerners wielding machetes and clubs, flanking the duo. Behind these Westerners trailed over 10 ordinary locals, looking gaunt and dispirited. Jack surveyed the vanished sunflowers and the massive pit in the ground, initially displaying surprise, which soon morphed into a surge of fury. Damn it, where have my sunflowers gone? The Demon King Jack glared at Yi Feng, his eyes ablaze with anger. You damned yellow-skinned monkey, was it you? Suddenly, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed Marilyn exclaimed, Oh my God, Tom is dead. His head has come off. Jack was startled and turned his gaze in her direction. It was only then that he noticed his duty officer, Tom, had already vanished. Witnessing this scene, his anger surged, and he fixated intently on Yi Feng, whose presence he instinctively recognized as pivotal. Jack revealed a sinister grin. Despite sensing Yi Feng's formidable capabilities, his long history of triumphs had inflated his confidence immensely. Li, translate for me. Have him surrender my sunflower, and I shall allow this man to leave unharmed. But that beautiful lady must remain to serve me. Jack bared his teeth in a menacing smile. Among the crowd, a man with slanted eyes eagerly nodded, his face a mask of obsequiousness. Very well, my lord, I shall translate this for you. He stepped forward with an air of arrogance and declared, Our Lord Jack demands the return of the missing sunflower, and then he will spare your life. However, your woman is to remain in service to Lord Jack. The slanted-eyed man feigned a sigh, shaking his head. I truly wonder where you found the audacity to offend Lord Jack. You must be tired of living. Observing this, the bespectacled man leaned into Yi Feng and whispered, Brother, you must possess some abilities. If given the chance, these foreigners deserve their fate. None of them are worth a dime. Yi Feng smiled and nodded slightly. Understood. By the way, aside from these foreigners, who else deserves to perish? The bespectacled man quickly responded. There's also that cur who spoke to you earlier. His name is Li Lianqing, a lackey of the foreigners. With a tone of deep resentment, the bespectacled man explained. It was Li Lianqing's betrayal that led to the deaths of our Dragon Nation's superhumans at the hands of Lord Jack. Subsequently, Lord Jack further degraded us to the status of servants. We have fallen to this plight, and Li Lianqing bears the blame. Realizing that neither the bespectacled man nor Yi Feng acknowledged him, Li Lianqing's expression darkened, and he furiously exclaimed, Yang Dong, what are you whispering to this man? It seems you no longer wish to live. A glint of arrogance flashed in Li Lianqing's eyes. Indeed, with all your compatriots perished, what right do you have to remain alive? I shall immediately petition Lord Jack to execute you. Before he could finish his words, a surge of lightning flashed through the air, Yi Feng's thunder slash. With a sickening thud, Li Lianqing's head fell to the ground, blood gushing from his neck like a broken faucet. Am I dead? Li Lianqing's eyes widened in disbelief before consciousness slipped into darkness. Thud. His body collapsed, blood pooling beneath him. The onlookers were collectively stunned. Was this real? Did Li Lianqing really die before my eyes? Huh. Good riddance to that wretch. The Dragon Nation's people stared wide-eyed, overwhelmed with excitement and shock. Meanwhile, the nearby Americans were both astonished and furious. What the hell? Li Lianqing is dead? The Dark Lord Jack felt a shiver run through him, a sense of dread rising within. He had not even discerned when Li Feng had made his move. A faint arc of lightning flickered past, and in an instant, his most trusted henchman, Li Lianqing, lost his head. What manner of person is this? Jack gazed at Li Feng, an irritable tumult brewing in his heart. No, I must strike first. As darkness enveloped the scene, Jack uttered a low growl, and a surge of dark energy erupted from his being, swiftly enveloping him. He was the awakened one of the epic ability of dark energy. Furthermore, he had gained substantial fortune under the blood moon, acquiring a mysterious green fruit. Since consuming the fruit, Jack's power had ascended rapidly. Now, he was a 6-star ability wielder and had comprehended a lethal move, Dark Assault. A confident smile graced Jack's face. Marilyn, enhance my status. Marilyn, an auxiliary ability wielder, could elevate his strength further. Understood, Jack, she exclaimed, her palm radiating a golden glow. The golden light enveloped Jack, rapidly amplifying his prowess. This golden energy temporarily bolstered the wielder's speed and strength. Excellent. Jack reveled in the surge of power within him, turning to Li Feng. Dragon Kingdom Dweller, let me see the extent of your strength. Li Feng, however, merely yawned in boredom. So, Dark Lord Jack, is this your utmost state? A slight smirk curled upon his lips as he extended a finger and gestured forward. Boom. A terrifying bolt of lightning erupted from Li Feng's fingertip, racing toward Jack with a velocity surpassing that of a bullet. No, this is bad. In that instant, Jack's eyes widened in horror, his scalp prickling. He sensed the scent of death. Block it for me, he snarled, unleashing a massive surge of dark energy. Instantly, he was shrouded in a thick black mist, forming a protective barrier. Dark Assault. The horrifying thunderclap collided with the Dark Assault. Boom. The impact reverberated with a tremendous sound, causing the very air to tremble. In the next moment, the lightning shattered the darkness. Jack's body trembled. No, I refuse to accept this, he roared in despair. Suddenly, his form disintegrated into dust, vanishing entirely. The Dark Lord Jack is dead. Observing this scene, Marilyn and the surrounding foreigners were struck with disbelief. Oh, Jack. No, this cannot be, they exclaimed. Lord Jack has perished just like that? He was an epic 6-star wielder and didn't even have the chance to unleash his terrifying ultimate move. The foreigners behind them were unable to accept the reality before their eyes, while every face among the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom radiated joy. Jack is dead. Good riddance. It is a relief to see him finally gone. Li Feng cast a glance at the other foreigners present. You shall all meet the same fate. With a single pointed finger, he declared, boom, boom, boom. Lightning erupted in brilliant flashes, striking each foreigner with precision. No, spare me, they cried out in desperation. Oh God, save me. The air was filled with pleas for mercy and anguished screams. Regrettably, Yi Feng showed no mercy. In mere moments, the foreigners were reduced to charred remains. Marilyn, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed beauty, witnessed this horror and, biting her silver teeth, knelt before Yi Feng with a beguiling smile. Please, spare my life. Handsome sir, I am willing to be your personal maid. I can fulfill your every desire. I adore strong men. Her complexion paled as she continued to plead for mercy. Yi Feng cast a glance at Marilyn, shaking his head. Though he was fond of foreign women, he had no interest in this blonde beauty, tainted by the scent of other men. A bit too sullied, he thought. With a wave of his hand, a bolt of lightning descended. No. Marilyn screamed in despair as she beheld the impending doom. In the next instant, she was reduced to ashes. Ha ha, well deserved, the bespectacled man exclaimed with excitement. The Chinese onlookers erupted in thunderous cheers. These damned creatures, it feels so good. This noble sir is magnificent. That demon Jack is nothing but trash. They rushed over to express their exhilaration and gratitude towards Yi Feng. Thank you, thank you. You are our savior. They had been oppressed by Jack, living in conditions akin to servitude, unable to eat or sleep well, relentlessly forced to work by the foreigners. This resort, ideally a paradise with abundant resources and few zombies, had been rendered hellish due to Jack's presence. He had shamelessly ambushed and killed the extraordinary individuals of the Dragon Kingdom, stifling their development. During the Blood Red Month, one individual from the Dragon Kingdom awakened extraordinary powers, only to be ruthlessly silenced by Jack. Now, with Yi Feng's arrival, he had annihilated all the foreign adversaries. How could they not rejoice? How could they not be elated? If this continued, they would surely perish under the eternal tyranny of the demon Jack. Yi Feng was their savior. Chapter 190. Green Fruits, Wine-Poached Eggs. Under the guidance of the bespectacled man, Li Dong, the crowd collectively knelt before Yi Feng. We thank you for saving our lives. Noble sir, please become our leader. We can never repay your immense kindness. I am willing to devote myself to you. Yi Feng observed this scene with a light chuckle. There is no need for such formality. Please rise. Instantly, everyone felt an invisible force lifting them to their feet. Shock coursed through them as they stood. Is this the power of this noble sir? Terrifying. Yi Feng spoke slowly. I appreciate your goodwill, but I have other matters to attend to and cannot remain as your leader. This place is indeed a fine home, with minimal threats and abundant resources. It is the best choice for you to thrive in peace. Upon hearing this, disappointment crept across the faces of the crowd. So be it. We shall part ways here, Yi Feng declared, preparing to turn and leave. The onlookers, sensing his intent, exhibited signs of urgency. Please, wait a moment. The bespectacled man called out to Yi Feng. Oh. Yi Feng turned to regard him. The bespectacled individual, Li Dong, hastily explained. You see, within the lair of the Demon King Jack, there lies something of great value that may pique your interest. Additionally, there is a foreign esper in the village, along with several ordinary foreigners, whom we find ourselves unable to manage. Li Dong sheepishly rubbed the back of his head. The others shared his hopeful gaze. Ah, I see. Yi Feng nodded with a smile, reassuring them. Rest assured, even without your prompting, I shall eliminate the remnants here as I depart. At these words, a wave of cheers erupted from the crowd. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Soon after, Yi Feng, Li Dong, and the others returned to their base. Yi Feng first utilized his mental prowess to locate all the foreigners present. With a mental shock, an invisible wave of psychic energy radiated outward. All foreigners, including the 4-star esper, collapsed lifelessly to the ground in utter confusion. Task accomplished. Yi Feng clapped his hands together. Witnessing Yi Feng's ability to kill from afar, the crowd was once again struck with amazement. You are truly formidable. This method is unprecedented. Li Dong dashed into a nearby room and shortly emerged with a backpack. Sir, this is for you. It is something that Jack held in high regard and may prove beneficial to you. He handed the backpack to Yi Feng. Oh. Yi Feng raised an eyebrow as he accepted the backpack and opened it. Inside, he discovered several first-tier zombie cores, 6 green fruits, and 10 units of blood crystals. Once, I inadvertently observed that after Jack consumed these fruits, his strength surged dramatically. Li Dong elucidated. Indeed, these are remarkable items. Yi Feng's lips curled slightly. Through his probing vision, the details of the green fruits became clear. These fruits were a type of mutated produce capable of enhancing the abilities of extraordinary beings. A superior version resulting from the fusion of blood crystals and zombie cores. In fact, they were even more effective on mutated beasts. However, they did have a side effect. During absorption and digestion, one would easily become drowsy. Content with the green fruits and other spoils, Yi Feng stored them in his space. After a moment's thought, he retrieved over 10 firearms and 2 crates of ammunition from his storage. These were supplies previously seized from Sundalong. To Yi Feng, these items held little value, but offering a portion to these people for self-defense seemed prudent. Here are these firearms for your protection. You may dispose of them as you see fit, Yi Feng said, looking at Li Dong. The bespectacled man was astonished and elated to see the firearms materialize from thin air. Firearms. Thank you. He contemplated for a moment before declaring. I shall distribute the firearms among everyone, ensuring that all have the means to protect themselves. The crowd, upon hearing this, displayed expressions of joy and again expressed their gratitude. Yi Feng then waved his hand. Then, until we meet again, under the watchful gaze of the assembled crowd, Yi Feng and Murong Shui entered the Golden War chariot and sped away. The onlookers bid farewell to Yi Feng as he departed. I had believed that the Demon King Jack was the pinnacle of martial prowess, yet it astonished me that among our compatriots, there existed an even more formidable presence. Truly, there are always stronger individuals among the powerful, and this gentleman is indeed remarkable. The bespectacled man grasped a weapon and declared, "Brothers, let us divide the weapons. One for each of us will be more than sufficient." Excitement flickered across the faces of all the survivors. With these weapons, our future looks far more promising. Indeed, hope is beginning to blossom. Half an hour later, on the expressway, the golden chariot raced forward, occasionally sending scattered zombies flying into the air. Inside the vehicle, Yifeng reclined on the sofa, savoring a cup of tea. "Mi Ling, how long have we been away from Xing City?" "Master, it has been half an hour," came the mechanical voice in response. Yifeng lazily glanced at Murong Shui, who was busy in the kitchen, donned in a floral apron, resembling a quaint little cook. "Play a movie to pass the time," Yifeng commanded. Unlike others who struggled for survival in this apocalyptic world, Yifeng's journey was purely a leisurely escapade. He indulged in whatever he desired, be it food or entertainment. "Certainly, master. Now playing a random movie for you." Presenting the classic film, Resident Evil 2. The large screen before them began to display the film. Resident Evil? Well, how fitting. Yifeng chuckled, adjusting himself comfortably to enjoy the cinematic experience. As time slipped by, the film depicted a nuclear bomb descending, reducing Raccoon City to charred ruins. The harsh reality mirrored the cruelty portrayed in the movie, prompting Yifeng to reflect. At that moment, Murong Shui approached with a plate in hand. "Brother Yifeng, the eggs are ready," she said with a bright smile. "Oh, really?" Yifeng perked up, sitting upright. In her hands were 3 round eggs exuding a subtle fragrance of wine, laid by mutated hens, with the wine sourced from the rare green and red gourd. These were indeed precious delicacies. Murong Shui skillfully peeled an egg, slicing it into several segments, and offered a translucent, aromatic piece to Yifeng. He swallowed it whole, his eyes lighting up instantly. Delightfully tender, with a hint of wine, it was exquisite. Not bad, not bad. Wine-infused boiled eggs truly possess a unique flavor. Yifeng nodded in satisfaction. "You should try some too." Having been tantalized for some time, Murong Shui wasted no time in savoring the egg as soon as Yifeng spoke. Upon tasting the food, her beautiful eyes sparkled. "This is delicious." Chapter 191. Power Upgrade and Establishing a Plantation. Murong Shui exclaimed, "Yifeng, I have never tasted such delectable food." Yifeng chuckled and replied, "Both are products of mutation, so their flavors are certainly beyond that of ordinary food." The two of them then indulged heartily, devouring the remaining eggs. After the meal, Murong Shui gracefully tidied up the remaining mess before settling onto the sofa. "Xiao Shui, come here," Yifeng suddenly called out. Although Murong Shui was puzzled, she obediently approached him. With a flick of his hand, 2 blood-red droplets appeared in Yifeng's palm, emanating an enigmatic aura. "What is this?" Murong Shui's eyes flickered with curiosity. "This is called the Tears of Blood Luo," Yifeng explained. As he elaborated, Murong Shui's beautiful eyes sparkled with growing excitement. "You mean this item has remarkable effects for upgrading abilities?" she exclaimed, her face reflecting her astonishment. To think such treasures existed in the world. Yifeng smiled gently, saying, "What you possessed before was merely an ordinary ability. However, with the Tears of Blood Luo, everything will change. Now it belongs to you." As he spoke, he handed the Tears of Blood Luo to Murong Shui. Although she had her suspicions, hearing Yifeng's words caused her heart to flutter, her eyes shimmering with wonder. "Thank you, Yifeng, you are truly kind to me," Murong Shui exclaimed, impulsively planting a kiss on him. The two shared a tender moment. Yifeng caressed Murong Shui's delicate face and said, "Now, simply swallow the Tears of Blood Luo, and you can try it out." "All right." Murong Shui nodded obediently, holding the Tears of Blood Luo in her palm and swallowing it without hesitation. In an instant, a mysterious energy surged within her. Before long, her abilities successfully upgraded. Rarity level, Toxin Manipulation. "Yifeng, go, I did it!" Murong Shui exclaimed with excitement. Yifeng nodded with a smile, encouraging her to continue. Murong Shui nodded again and swallowed the second Tears of Blood Luo. As a warm current flowed through her body, waves of energy began to ripple out. Soon, she opened her beautiful eyes, filled with exhilaration. "Yifeng, my ability has upgraded once more. Now it is epic level, Toxin Control." Murong Shui's cheeks flushed with excitement. "Indeed. Congratulations." Yifeng smiled. "Yifeng, go, let me show you," Murong Shui said eagerly. With that, she stood up and waved her hand, releasing a cloud of dark poison. With a mere thought, the poison began to coalesce, expand, and morph into various shapes at her command. Ultimately, the dark poison solidified into a small 3-inch sword. Murong Shui extended her hand again, retracting the black poison sword. This poison sword combines physical damage with toxin attacks. Anyone struck by it will likely meet their demise. Murong Shui explained. "Haha, that's quite an impressive ability." Yifeng laughed. "I know all of this is thanks to you, Yifeng." A blush suddenly rose on Morong Shue's cheeks as she boldly straddled Yifeng. Yifeng go, I must thank you properly. Oh, how do you intend to thank me? Yifeng replied, his eyes glimmering with amusement. Morong Shue flashed a charming smile. Action, tying her hair. How interesting. Yifeng narrowed his eyes. Afternoon. A golden battle chariot came to a halt at the main villa of Longton Mountain. The doors swung open, revealing a staircase of gold. Yifeng and Morong Shue gracefully descended from the vehicle. A throng of people had been waiting at the entrance for quite some time. Brother Yifeng. Lin Xiao Xiao exclaimed joyfully from the front. Feng Ge, you're back. Mu Qing Li, Nan Ru Yin, Nan Shiyin, and others rushed forward to greet him. The ordinary warrior girls formed two lines, creating a welcoming corridor. Master Father. Xiaobai also scampered over, wagging its tail. Yes, I have returned. Yifeng greeted everyone with a smile. Feng Ge. Nan Ru Yin beamed with delight. Yifeng gestured towards Morong Shue beside him and said with a smile. This is our new companion. Her name is Morong Shue. Hello everyone. I am Morong Shue. She introduced herself nervously. The group had grown accustomed to Yifeng frequently bringing new companions, and they warmly welcomed Morong Shue. Nan Ru Yin, in particular, welcomed the new teammate with a smile and quickly instructed her subordinates to prepare a room for Morong Shue. After exchanging a few pleasantries with everyone, Yifeng called Nan Ru Yin aside. Ru Yin, come with me. All right. Nan Ru Yin nodded, keeping pace with Yifeng. He led her to the area where the mutated maple trees had been planted previously. Ru Yin, as I mentioned before, the future of mutated plants is crucial, so I seldom let go of any rare specimens I encounter. Yifeng explained, flipping his palm to reveal a palm-sized bag of wonders. With a flourish, he enlarged the bag. A cascade of mutated soybean plants erupted from the bag, rapidly expanding. What is this? Nan Ru Yin's eyes widened in astonishment. Don't rush. It's not over yet. Yifeng chuckled, continuing to manipulate the bag. 10 enormous mutated sunflowers flew out, landing on the ground. Lastly, he released mutated hens, which clucked nervously, huddling together. These are all precious treasures. Yifeng elaborated on the miraculous properties of the plants. As Nan Ru Yin listened to his introduction, her mouth fell agape. These things are incredible. Soybeans for sustenance and seeds that serve as extraordinary medicine. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Yifeng smiled and continued. Ru Yin, I intend to establish a botanical garden. These are merely the initial specimens. I also plan to create a breeding farm, as the eggs from these mutated hens are exceptionally delicious. He looked at Nan Ru Yin and summarized. Ru Yin, you possess remarkable management skills. I am entrusting all of this to you. Your task will be to organize the necessary personnel and ensure these plants are cultivated in this land, maximizing their survival rate. I will do my utmost to complete the task, Nan Ru Yin assured him, patting her ample chest. Yifeng nodded in satisfaction and added, Ru Yin, if you have any thoughts or encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to share them with me. Nan Ru Yin pondered briefly before responding. Yifeng, I indeed have some thoughts to share. In chapter 192, titled Chu Xiaodu Transforms into a Bunny Girl, Nan Ru Yin smiled alluringly and continued, regarding agricultural endeavors. Among the new female university students we received the other day, there happens to be one who has awakened a planting ability. Her name is Jiang Xiaoli. We can assign her to cultivate trees and vegetables, thereby utilizing her talents effectively. As for the aspect of animal husbandry, I believe Chu Xiaodu can manage it independently. She possesses a unique ability to communicate with animals and has a natural affinity for them. Engaging in simple interactions with this mutated hen would be most fitting. And Chu Xiaodu is quite eager to be around small creatures. They could serve as the heads of the plantation and farm. And I will assign a few non-combatant warriors to assist them. I anticipate no issues arising. Nan Ru Yin continued to articulate her ideas and plans. After listening attentively, Yifeng nodded in agreement, smiling. Indeed, I trust your capabilities. As for personnel arrangements, you draft the report, and I will handle the allocations. Nan Ru Yin smiled back. With that settled, I currently have no further concerns. Very well, you shall take full responsibility for the plantation and farm. Yifeng waved his hand grandly, assuming the role of a carefree manager. Upon returning to the villa's grand hall, Chu Xiaodu bounded in, cradling a small rabbit. Yifeng Gidge, look. Yifeng lifted his gaze, and there before him was a palm-sized rabbit, its coat pure white, and its fur delicate and soft. Its eyes were bright red, large and striking. Yifeng's eyes lit up, and he inquired with a grin, is this a rabbit hatched from the spirit rabbit's egg? Chu Xiaodu nodded eagerly, yes indeed. She is particularly adorable and well-behaved, and her combat prowess is commendable. I named her Xiao Wu. Chu Xiaodu's cheeks flushed with excitement. Gidge, allow me to demonstrate my spirit fusion with the rabbit. Go ahead, showcase it. Yifeng encouraged with a smile. Fusion. Chu Xiaotu exclaimed exuberantly. In an instant, a white light enveloped both Chu Xiaotu and the spirit rabbit, causing the latter to vanish from sight. Simultaneously, Chu Xiaotu's ears transformed swiftly into rabbit ears, fluffy and slightly pointed. Her pupils deepened to a striking blue, exuding an aura of depth and vitality. Wow, a bunny girl! Yifeng exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Come closer to me. Why, Yifeng Gidge? After my transformation, I have acquired several new skills, including enhanced leg strength and charming agility, Chu Xiaotu said, hopping gracefully towards him. Yifeng reached out to touch her rabbit ears, which were soft and plush. Chu Xiaotu's face flushed crimson, her body becoming weak with shyness. Gidge, please stop. Unperturbed, Yifeng continued to caress her ears, relishing the delightful texture. It was only when Chu Xiaotu could no longer bear it, her face aflame and breath quickening, that he finally ceased. Afterward, Chu Xiaotu reverted to her original form, and the two sat on the ground, their cheeks flushed. Is the transformation particularly taxing? Yifeng inquired. Puzzled. No, Chu Xiaotu said, blushing as she shook her head. Yifeng's lips curled into a slight smile as he flipped his palm. A maple fruit and a green fruit appeared in his hand. These two fruits are immensely beneficial for the growth of spirit rabbits. Though they do have a slight side effect, Yifeng briefly explained. Thank you, brother Yifeng, Chu Xiaotu exclaimed, her face lighting up with excitement as she accepted the fruits. You may find a place to consume them, Yifeng chuckled. Chu Xiaotu replied, happily turning to leave with Xiao Wu in her arms. Subsequently, Yifeng summoned Qilin Xiao Bai and the cat Da Bai, handing each a green fruit. Xiao Bai, Da Bai, this green fruit will help you rapidly enhance your strength. However, there is a side effect after digesting the fruit's energy. You may feel quite drowsy for a period, so please be cautious. Meow, meow, Da Bai nuzzled against Yifeng's pant leg, displaying a charming demeanor. Love you, Dad. Qilin Xiao Bai exclaimed in delight. Ha. With this, my strength can become even greater. All right, off you go, Yifeng said with a smile, waving them away. The cat and dog turned to find their own spots to digest the green fruit. Soon after, Yifeng called for Nanshuring. Brother Yifeng, did you call for me? Nanshuring's cool gaze revealed a hint of curiosity. I have a gift for you. A gentle smile graced Yifeng's lips. Previously, he had fished out a treasure known as snow lotus seeds. Consuming snow lotus seeds boosts ice-type abilities and enhances ice resistance, with a maximum limit of 3. Having caught 10 in total, he had already consumed 3, leaving him with 7. Yifeng revealed 3 snow lotus seeds from his space, each about the size of a cherry, pure white like jade, resembling ice sculptures, exuding a faint chill. These snow lotus seeds can enhance your ice-type abilities, making them a rare treasure for you, Yifeng remarked as he handed them to Nanshuring. Thank you so much, brother Yifeng, she replied, her face brimming with excitement. There's no need for such formality between us. Feel free to consume them directly, Yifeng said, waving his hand dismissively. Overjoyed, Nanshuring planted a sweet kiss on him before departing with a light step. As night fell, a sumptuous dinner was laid out on the dining table in the hall. The vitality-infused water from the blue and white porcelain bowls accompanied exceptionally delicious dishes, wafting delightful aromas. Everyone took their seats and began to relish the feast, utterly satisfied and filled with joy. Only in Yifeng's presence could they indulge in such a lavish banquet. In his absence, they typically settled for something simple. After dinner, it was time for the routine training session. With his yin-yang divine body, Yifeng could assist everyone in their cultivation. During his recent absence, their progress had slowed considerably. Now that he had returned, they were determined not to let the opportunity slip by, leading to an intense training session. 3 hours later, Yifeng returned to his room, finally able to enjoy a moment of tranquility. Fortunately, I possess the yin-yang divine body, which allows me to navigate this with ease. Yifeng felt a sense of relief wash over him. At that moment, another knock echoed through the room. Come in, Yifeng said, somewhat puzzled. Everyone should be engrossed in their cultivation, digesting their gains. Surely no one would come to see me now. A flicker of curiosity ignited in Yifeng's eyes as he looked up. Upon recognizing the visitor, he was momentarily taken aback. The woman wore a pair of black-framed glasses. Her upper body adorned in a delicate white shirt made of sheer fabric, and below, a short, form-fitting skirt accentuated her exceptional figure, exuding the charm of a mature woman. Why are you here? Yifeng asked in surprise. The visitor was none other than the healer, Zhao Yutong. Thank you for the staff, Yifeng. It is extremely useful, Zhao Yutong said earnestly. She served as the healer in Yifeng's team, possessing the epic ability of tidal healing. Thus, Yifeng had specifically arranged a water attribute extraordinary staff for her. There's no need to be formal, Yifeng replied with a smile, waving his hand. I have no use for it. It suits you perfectly. Regardless, thank you. Zhao Yutong reiterated sincerely. You're welcome. Yifeng chuckled. Suddenly, the room fell into a quiet stillness. Zhao Yutong bit her delicate lip, hesitating to speak. Noticing that she had no intention of leaving and sensing her demeanor, Yifeng's mind began to speculate. Do you have something on your mind? He inquired tentatively. What's the matter, Yifeng? Are you not pleased to have me here? A playful smile graced Zhao Yutong's face. Yifeng, that address is quite unique, he thought. No, not at all. Yifeng felt a surge of excitement and hurriedly explained, I was just taken aback. Zhao Yutong flashed a charming smile, swaying her hips as she approached Yifeng. There's no need for further words. Yifeng, I, too, desire to progress. I find myself faced with a life choice dilemma. Should I choose C or D? Yifeng was taken aback, instinctively swallowing as he gazed at Zhao Yutong's alluring curves. I believe D would be the choice, he stammered. A night passed. The following morning, Yifeng awoke from the soft embrace of his bed. Zhao Yutong had already descended the stairs. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, a smile crept onto his face. After freshening up and dressing, Yifeng enjoyed a simple breakfast before settling onto the sofa and activating the system panel. A notification appeared. Notice, the phishing system is currently optimizing. Expected completion in 10 minutes. Yifeng was momentarily taken aback. What is going on? The phishing system requires an update? This was indeed a positive development. A smile spread across his lips as he patiently awaited the outcome. 10 minutes later, the system's notification chimed. Notice, system optimization complete. Notice, from today onwards, daily tasks have been optimized to automatic sign-in. Notice, the host is no longer required to complete daily tasks or perform any actions. The system will automatically sign in and dispense bait rewards. Yifeng's heart leaped with joy. Daily tasks had transformed into an automatic sign-in. He chuckled softly. This update was quite favorable. Henceforth, he would no longer need to manually seek out zombies for grinding. The system would operate entirely on its own. Notification, automatic sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, on receiving 150 bait. Yifeng could not help but show a joyful expression. The quantity of bait received from signing in has increased. A generous 150 ordinary baits. Delightful. The system update is truly splendid. A smile crept across Yifeng's lips, and his mood soared to new heights. Notification, after the host signs in for 3 consecutive days, the system will unlock new permission tasks. Notification, upon completing the permission task, the host will gain new fishing privileges. It is advisable to conserve bait. There is a new permission task? Yifeng was momentarily taken aback, then elated. The last time he completed a permission task, it unlocked the ability to synthesize bait. Transforming ordinary bait into advanced bait is a remarkable evolution. From then on, the quality of items Yifeng would fish would rise to an entirely new level. Contemplating this, Yifeng felt a surge of anticipation. Following the system update, new permissions would once again be unlocked. What changes might this entail? A smile graced Yifeng's lips. With that in mind, he decided to refrain from fishing for bait over the next few days. He would accumulate them for a collective fishing endeavor. Closing the interface, Yifeng took a gentle sip of tea. What should he do next? Although there are many mutated plants, few possess significant utility for humanity. In his memory, he had already gathered all the opportunities surrounding Jiang City. Beyond that, there lay Chun City. Chun City. As this thought crossed his mind, Yifeng's gaze shifted slightly. He recalled that a forbidden item once emerged from Chun City. It was an exceedingly fearsome one-time use object. Should a supernatural user be willing to sacrifice themselves, it could summon devastating power capable of annihilating the world. Yifeng remembered that this forbidden item was wielded by a formidable supernatural user known as Old Tiger Lin from Chun City. To be precise, he had entrusted this item to a highly loyal supernatural user named Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei used the forbidden item, sacrificing his life to achieve an extraordinary victory over powerful foes. Contemplating this, Yifeng's expression grew serious. Extraordinary victories. In his past life, many forbidden items circulated, yet few could guarantee stable extraordinary victories. Such perilous items falling into the wrong hands is far from ideal. It is wise to keep threatening forbidden items under one's own control. With this resolution, Yifeng firmly decided to visit Chun City. After all, he currently had no pressing matters, and the proximity between Chun City and Jiang City meant a few days would suffice. Moreover, there was no rush. He could take the day to rest and set off tomorrow. Yifeng savored a sip of tea. Just then, an unusual wave of energy surged forth. Yifeng was momentarily startled, but his expression quickly brightened. It's Shun Huiwei's room. Yifeng swiftly made his way to Shun Huiwei's chamber. Huiwei, how are you? Yifeng expressed his concern. Yifeng, you've come. I successfully leveled up. Shun Huiwei opened her beautiful eyes, revealing her delight. Excellent. Yifeng nodded with a smile. The aura of Shun Huaiwei indicated her successful advancement to the second tier. Each ability user who ascends to this level experiences subtle changes in their appearance and form. Take Yifeng, for example. After his elevation to the second tier, not only did his skin become more radiant and his stature more imposing, but his hair also transformed from black to a striking shade of gray. At this moment, Yifeng scrutinized Shun Huaiwei with keen interest. The short-haired beauty before him possessed deeper, more profound eyes, and her once dark hair now shimmered with an exceptional luster. She appeared akin to a robust little leopard, her long legs powerful and her physique firmer and more voluptuous. Yifeng couldn't help but nod in approval. Shun Huaiwei exuded a sharp aura, epitomizing a vibrant and healthy beauty. Huaiwei, you have become even more exquisite, Yifeng praised. Really? Shun Huaiwei responded, her expression filled with delight. By the way, how do you feel overall? Is it uncomfortable? Yifeng inquired hastily. I feel incredible, like never before. Is this what advancement feels like? Truly remarkable. A hint of enchantment flickered in Shun Huaiwei's eyes as she raised her hands, clenched her fists, and her arms revealed a slight muscular definition. Thanks to Yifeng's blood crystal support, Shun Huaiwei had achieved a 9-star pinnacle advancement, her combat prowess maximized. Indeed, Huaiwei, you are now the strongest ability user in our team, aside from me and Xiaobai. Yifeng remarked with a smile. By the way, Huaiwei, after becoming a second-tier ability user, the number of zombie crystal cores required will increase significantly. Yifeng produced a substantial handful of zombie crystal cores and handed them to Shun Huaiwei. Here, take these resources for cultivation. They will last you a considerable time. I will surely strive to cultivate even harder. Shun Huaiwei beamed as she accepted Yifeng's crystal cores. I won't disturb you further. Continue to consolidate your cultivation level. Yifeng said with a smile before exiting the room. After dinner, Yifeng announced, Everyone, I have something to declare. He set down his chopsticks and spoke. Tomorrow, I will embark on a journey to Spring City and expect to return in 2 days. The ladies exchanged whispers upon hearing this. Brother Yifeng, are you leaving already? Chu Xiaodu expressed her reluctance. You've spent so little time at home, always wandering around, Lin Xiaoxiao complained. Have no worries, I will return swiftly. Yifeng reassured them with a smile. In my absence, please continue as usual and follow Captain Nanrian's directives. Everyone nodded in agreement. Despite their reluctance, Yifeng's decisions were beyond reproach. After dinner, they each returned to their rooms to cultivate. Nanrian followed Yifeng to his room, ready to report on her work. Yifeng, here is the intelligence I have gathered on the forces in Jiang City up to this point. Nanrian presented a document to him. All right, give me a brief overview. Yifeng replied lazily, reclining on his bed. Certainly. Nanrian cleared her throat and began. Currently, the global network has collapsed, and major factions primarily communicate through satellite phones and radio broadcasts. The situation as we know it is that the official forces have not entirely crumbled. Relying on various shelters and the 5 major war zones, some areas have commenced reconstruction and the extermination of zombies. However, this is limited to a few large strongholds. Ordinary second-tier cities like ours, Jiangcheng, do not enjoy such privileges. Jiangcheng belongs to one of the 5 major war zones, the Eastern War Zone. In Jiangcheng, there exists a legendary ability user named Zhang Xingxing, who claims to represent the official war zone and has established a base there. At this point, Yifeng interjected. I know of Zhang Xingxing. He is indeed one of the 3 giants of the Eastern War Zone and represents the official faction. And what about our relationship with the Jiangcheng base? Nanrian inquired. At the moment, there is no need to make contact, but should any conflict arise, report to me immediately, Yifeng replied with a smile. I understand, Nanrian nodded. Please, continue. Nanrian smiled alluringly and continued, by the way, we are currently referred to as the Longtan Mountain Base. Apart from the Jiangcheng base established by Zhang Xingxing, there is a nearby faction known as the Wild Wolf Gang, led by Li Xingchen. It is said that Li Xingchen is a powerful legendary figure, and his faction has recently renamed itself the Tianlang Base, boasting numerous ability users. Excuse me for a moment. I forgot to mention that Li Xingchen is one of my subordinates. Yifeng chuckled. Huh. Nanrian was taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief. Li Xingchen is your subordinate? Indeed. Li Xingchen is under my command, bound by contract, Yifeng confirmed with a grin. Nanrian fell silent. After a few seconds, she slowly remarked, So, he is one of us. Yes, the Tianling base and our Longtan Mountain are considered allies, Yifeng elaborated. That's quite remarkable. Nanrian expressed her surprise. Haha, please continue. Yifeng gestured for her to proceed. All right, moving on. Another individual of note is a man named Xiao Yifei, who styles himself as the Light Sovereign. Wait, Yifeng interrupted. Yes, Nanrian responded. You need not elaborate on Xiao Yifei, like Li Xingchen. He is also one of my subordinates. Nanrian felt a bit overwhelmed. So, all these prominent figures are under our banner? Understood. Xiao Yifei is also an ally. Her emotions were somewhat mixed. Yifeng nodded. Shall I continue? He asked. Of course. Nanrian replied. The next person to mention is named Li Kuei, code-named the Wolf King. As she spoke, Nanrian cast a curious glance. Noticing that Yifeng did not interrupt, she felt reassured. Finally, he is not one of yours. Otherwise, all my gathered intelligence would have been in vain. Nanrian continued to speak. Li Kuei possesses formidable strength, yet his temperament is capricious. He has established the Wolf King base and gathered a group of extraordinary individuals, which warrants our attention. I understand. Yifeng nodded. In addition, there is one who claims to be the god of fire, named Jun Mo Shao, who has similarly founded a faction, along with the King Kong base, led by a bald man and his 3 brothers, collectively known as the 4 Great Kings. Furthermore, there are several smaller factions, such as the Axe Gang and the Tiger Gang, with a detailed list available here. It is worth mentioning that there is a woman named Zhao Wumei, who commands a force known as the Wind Thunder Base. Although her organization is modest in scale, she is reputed to possess great strength and is also exceptionally beautiful. Yifeng pondered for a moment before interrupting Nanrian. Rian, this Zhao Wumei is also one of us. Ah, Nanrian was taken aback once more. She is? However, she quickly composed herself, realizing that it was not surprising for such a stunning beauty to be associated with Yifeng. Unexpected, yet within reason. Finally, after summarizing the various factions in Jiangqing, Nanrian sighed in relief. Li Xingqian, Xiao Yifei, and Zhao Wumei are all our allies. Nanrian concluded. It appears we have quite a number of allies in Jiangqing. Indeed, should any issues arise during my absence, I can seek assistance from these allies. Yifeng replied with a smile, having already informed them. Nanrian nodded. That concludes the report. However, Nanrian did not immediately rise to leave. Instead, she gazed at Yifeng with a look of melancholy. What is the matter? Yifeng inquired, puzzled. Yifeng, I am an ordinary person while everyone else possesses extraordinary abilities, Nanrian said, lightly biting her delicate lip. The pressure she felt during this period had been immense. Realization dawned on Yifeng, and he immediately assured her, Rian, rest assured. I have witnessed all your efforts. Once I acquire the awakening potion for extraordinary abilities, you shall be the first to receive it. Yifeng gently caressed Nanrian's hair, speaking earnestly. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, a smile broke across Nanrian's face. All right, you said it, and I shall remember it. She then slightly raised her head and bestowed a tender kiss upon him. With a beautiful woman in his embrace, Yifeng naturally did not hold back. An hour later, after Nanrian departed, a knock echoed through the room. Come in. Yifeng. The visitor was Murong Shui, her face a mask of turmoil. Is there something on your mind? Yifeng asked, noticing her hesitation. Murong Shui's delicate features displayed a look of entreaty. Brother Feng, may I accompany you to Chunqing? Yifeng frowned slightly at her request. Chunqing is a perilous place. My sister, Murong Yu, is in Chunqing. Murong Shui quickly explained. Is she your twin sister? Yifeng raised an eyebrow. Yes. So, could you take me with you? The network has been down, and I lost contact with my sister a few days ago. Murong Shui's face was filled with urgency. In truth, having you accompany me poses no issue. However, I am not privy to the current circumstances in Spring City, and I cannot guarantee your safety. Yifeng paused briefly before continuing. How about this? I can keep an eye out for your sister. What do you think? Murong Shui fell silent, her delicate teeth biting down on her lower lip, nearly drawing blood. Observing this, Yifeng offered a resigned smile. If you are unafraid of danger, I can take you along. Upon hearing this, Murong Shui's pretty face lit up with joy. Brother Yifeng, I am not afraid. I still wish to accompany you. All right. Yifeng nodded in agreement. However, you must consider carefully. This journey will undoubtedly entail significant peril. Though my strength is formidable, it does not guarantee your absolute safety. Murong Shui nodded solemnly in response. Thank you, Brother Yifeng. I am not afraid of danger. Saying this, she took out her phone and opened her album. Brother Yifeng, look. This is a photo of my sister and me. Murong Shui pointed to a picture in the snowy landscape. The one on the right is my sister. After examining the photo, Yifeng's eyes brightened. Your sister bears a striking resemblance to you. Hee. Hurry back and prepare. We depart tomorrow. Murong Shui nodded. Her spirits lifted, and she turned to leave. Moments later, a series of knocks echoed through the room. Come in. Yifeng sighed in exasperation. Why are there so many visitors today? The door swung open to reveal Lin Xiaoxiao. Brother Feng, I have come to report on my work. Lin Xiaoxiao's charming face bore a hint of shyness. Yifeng looked at her, noting she was clad in a sheer black nightgown. Her hair damp as if she had just bathed, exuding the faint, delicate fragrance of rose-scented body wash. Such simple attire could not conceal her innate allure. "Is this how you report on your work?" Yifeng smiled slightly. "Oh, you know how it is," Lin Xiaoxiao said, as she leaped into Yifeng's embrace. Yifeng, possessing the yin-yang divine body, and Lin Xiaoxiao, endowed with the thunder body, made for exceptional training partners. It was time for their routine cultivation. Yifeng, Great Sun, Thunder Body. After Lin Xiaoxiao departed, various supernatural beings such as Nan Shirin and Shun Huaiwei came sequentially to report to Yifeng, while also seeking guidance on their abilities. Everyone was diligently practicing, for in the apocalypse, strength was of utmost importance. As a night of wind and rain passed, the following day at noon, in the Dragon Pool Mountain Villa area, a group stood before the villa, bidding farewell to Yifeng. "Brother Yifeng, you must return safely. Yifeng, we are all waiting for you." Everyone exchanged farewells with him. Yifeng waved goodbye, and with Morong Shui and the powerful Kirin Xiaobai, they embarked upon the Golden War Chariot. The inclusion of Kirin Xiaobai was due to its considerable strength and combat prowess. Yifeng was uncertain about the current abilities of the supernatural beings in Spring City. While he believed none could rival him, he chose to bring Xiaobai for precaution. As for the situation at home, without Kirin Xiaobai, the War God Squad would naturally exercise greater caution in their hunting activities. However, with Nan Rian coordinating, the newly appointed caregiver Zhao Yutong, and other supernatural beings like the Nightwalker Shen Huaiwei, Yifeng felt a sense of reassurance. The golden chariot accelerated instantaneously, vanishing at the end of the road. Inside the vehicle, Yifeng and Murong Shui each found a comfortable position to rest. At that moment, a mechanical electronic voice resonated. "Master, as per your instructions, the 2 bamboo robots have successfully arrived at their designated locations. The black bamboo remains in the Longton Mountain Villa area, conducting a secure patrol. The white bamboo has successfully reached the residence of the fire god, Lord Mo Xiao, and is currently monitoring closely. The gray bamboo is stationed on the golden chariot, standing by at all times." "Well done," Yifeng nodded slightly. The bamboo robots not only boasted remarkable speed, but also possessed camouflage and stealth capabilities. Though devoid of combat power, their functions were not to be underestimated. They served as miniature intelligence detectors, capable of monitoring the general conditions of certain areas. Should any anomalies arise within the detection zone, Mi-Ling would promptly relay pertinent information through the robots. Moreover, Yifeng had taken precautions by placing the coordinates of his spatial teleportation talisman onto the bamboo in Jiang City, ensuring he could teleport at any moment. It could be said that he had devised a comprehensive strategy. Feeling somewhat bored, Yifeng activated the panel. Name: Yifeng, level, 2nd tier 5-star, ability, Dominator of Strength, legendary. Chaos, Divine Thunder, mythical unique. Although possessing dual abilities required double the energy for promotion, Yifeng's rate of advancement remained astoundingly rapid. In just a few days, he had ascended to 2nd tier 5-star status. Quite impressive. A smile crept across Yifeng's face. With a mythical ability and the yin-yang divine body, his energy absorption rate was naturally swift. Not to mention, he had resources such as blood-red crystals to aid him. Several hours later, the golden chariot sped down the road. Inside, Yifeng rested with his eyes closed on the sofa, while Murong Shui sat beside him, her brow furrowed with concern. She was about to see her sister, yet felt a pang of anxiety. She should be fine. She is an epic-level ability awakener and must be very strong now, Murong Shui continually reassured herself. Meanwhile, Qilin Xiaobai, oblivious to the tension, snored peacefully in the corner, a side effect of the green fruit's drowsiness. Suddenly, the chariot came to a screeching halt. "What is happening?" Yifeng opened his eyes, a frown creasing his brow. "Master, the road ahead is obstructed, seemingly due to human interference," the mechanical voice reported. Yifeng peered outside. The path was strewn with massive rocks and trees. "I see," he nodded slowly, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "Are we close to Spring City?" he inquired. "Yes, master. We are expected to arrive in about 30 minutes. Just then, a throng of nearly 100 people surged forth from both sides of the road. Chapter 196, Roadblock and Robbery. The Golden Cannon. 100 individuals rapidly charged towards Yifeng's golden chariot. Their spirits appeared high, looking remarkably well. As if they had not endured much hardship, their skin was smooth and radiant. "Hurry, don't let him escape." At the forefront stands a young man with dark skin, possessing a tall and upright stature. He stands with his hands clasped behind his back, directly obstructing the path ahead, emanating a formidable aura. The others swiftly encircle Yifeng's golden war chariot. "Get out of the vehicle," they demand. "Robbery." Inside the chariot, Yifeng's expression shifts to one of concern as Murong Shui inquires, "What is happening?" "Just a roadside robbery," Yifeng replies with a light chuckle. Murong Shue's delicate face reveals her apprehension. I sense that there are at least 20 among them who possess supernatural abilities. Yifeng nods with a smile. Shue, your assessment is astute. Moreover, the leading dark-skinned youth is a second-tier one-star supernatural being. As he speaks, a glint of sharpness flashes in Yifeng's eyes. At this juncture, the number of second-tier supernatural beings remains scarce. The young man before them, possessing an epic ability, could not have ascended to the second tier without some extraordinary fortuity. Murong Shui gasps in astonishment. A second-tier extraordinary being. Can we contend with them? Yifeng, perhaps we should remain in the vehicle. Her eyes are filled with concern, and her breath quickens. Do not worry, Shui. Yifeng reassures her with a gentle smile. I have long since achieved the second tier. As his words fall, Yifeng suddenly exudes a powerful aura, his eyes flashing with a hint of murderous intent. That is reassuring. Murong Shui, sensing Yifeng's strength, feels a surge of safety wash over her. However, your suggestion can indeed be heeded. We need not exit the vehicle. Yifeng displays a knowing smile. Murong Shui, puzzled, gazes at Yifeng. Why the change of heart? No need to exit? Indeed, it is unnecessary to disembark to deal with these insignificant foes. Yifeng's lips curl into a confident smile. It is fortuitous that since acquiring my golden war chariot, I have yet to utilize its onboard weaponry. Now that these ruffians have surrounded my vehicle, it is the perfect opportunity to test the strength of my chariot's armaments. I see. Murong Shui nods. Though not fully grasping the situation, Yifeng rises, issuing commands. Mi Ling, activate attack mode. The operational objective is to annihilate all enemies surrounding the vehicle. Understood, Master. A mechanical voice responds. The intelligent assistant Mi Ling promptly initiates the combat program. Outside the Golden War Chariot, the group of robbers displays expressions of confusion. Boss, why is there no response? One inquires. I suppose they might be intimidated. After all, our display is rather imposing. Another lean youth remarks nonchalantly from the crowd. Do not underestimate them. Someone owning such a high-grade vehicle is likely not ordinary. The leader, the dark-skinned youth, raises his hand, his eyes flashing with a sharp intensity. Boss, you are overthinking it. The lean youth, unconcerned, steps forward and shouts towards the Golden War Chariot. Those inside, listen well. Give me 3 seconds, and get out here. The dark-skinned youth raised his eyelids, tacitly permitting the lean youth's actions. The lean youth continued his incessant chatter. Get out. If you don't come out, don't blame me for being rude. Suddenly, the Golden War Chariot began to change. Buzzing. The top of the Golden War Chariot suddenly opened, forming a pitch-black aperture. A wary glint flickered in the eyes of the leading dark-skinned youth. Everyone, be cautious. Then, from the aperture at the top of the Golden War Chariot, a golden glowing cylindrical object slowly emerged. What? A sense of foreboding surged within the dark-skinned youth. No, this is bad. At that moment, the lean youth remained oblivious to the impending danger. Stop with the useless banter. The little wretch inside the car, you better come out and offer this vehicle to our boss. I'll spare your life. Our boss is a formidable second-tier powerhouse. Suddenly, a piercing white light flashed. Thud. The lean youth's words were abruptly silenced. Everyone turned to look. What they beheld was a blood-red void the size of a barrel that had appeared in his chest. With blood gushing out uncontrollably, all eyes widened in shock, as if turned to stone. What is this? Is he dead? The crowd was dumbfounded, and an uproar ensued. The lean youth's gaze turned vacant as he slowly collapsed, devoid of life. The leading dark-skinned youth's eyes widened in horror. How did my subordinate die? I can't see clearly. At that moment, the cylindrical object atop the Golden War Chariot began to rapidly disassemble, morph, and reconfigure. In just a few breaths, it formed 8 golden cannon barrels. I understand now. This is an energy cannon. My heavens. Fear washed over the crowd as they were engulfed by dread. Buzzing. The tips of the 8 golden cannon barrels emitted beams of white light, radiating waves of energy. This is not good. Everyone run. The dark-skinned youth's complexion changed drastically as he turned to flee, hastily activating his light attribute abilities for defense. Everyone present also turned to escape. Alas, it was too late. 8 terrifying beams of white energy shot out in all directions, creating an omnidirectional assault. Nearly 100 enemies surrounding the Golden War Chariot were engulfed by the energy cannons. No, don't kill me. Amidst the desperate wails, all were consumed by the white light, reduced to charred remains. Even the second-tier ability user, the dark-skinned youth, could only endure for a few more breaths before being overwhelmed by the energy's brilliance. Inside the chariot, Murong Shui stared blankly at the unfolding scene. Her eyes filled with disbelief. Is this over? She gaped at Yifeng. Nearly 100 people, over 20 of whom were ability users, and even one second-tier ability user, just like that, dead? Yifeng smiled faintly. What else could it be? Chapter 197. The Mutated Spiritual Well, Conditions Met. I still find it hard to believe. He is truly a second-tier ability user? Murong Shue's face was one of incredulity. Yifeng spoke languidly. The extraordinary ability of that dark-skinned youth is an epic-grade energy emission, currently at the second tier, first star. However, he is merely an ordinary 7-star ascender, not a 9-star ascender. He gazed out of the car window. Outside the armored vehicle, brilliant white energy dissipated. Surrounding the Golden War Chariot, a scene of carnage unfolded, with corpses strewn about, and the air was saturated with the stench of blood. None of the robbers survived. The face of the second-tier ability user, the dark-skinned youth, bore a lingering expression of disbelief. He had never anticipated that, in what he deemed an invincible territory, he would perish without even encountering the enemy. What a humiliating death. I never imagined that this very vehicle we regularly occupy could be such a terrifying weapon. Murong Shue's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, the Golden War Chariot was far more than a mere means of transportation. Yifeng chuckled softly. However, to advance to the second tier at this juncture indicates that this youth possesses remarkable fortuity. Unfortunately, he crossed paths with me. Indeed, I observed that their spirits are quite high. They must have encountered considerable fortune, yet they foolishly attempted to rob us. Murong Shue remarked with a smile. Spirits quite high? Yifeng's eyes narrowed slightly. Murong Shue's words prompted him to reflect. The presence of a second-tier ability user and the overall commendable demeanor of these individuals suggested they had some form of support. Yifeng extended his mental energy to probe further. Shortly thereafter, he retracted his mental energy, a frown creasing his brow. No valuable items were discerned on these individuals. Any more significant treasures likely resided within their stronghold. With this thought, Yifeng issued a command. Mi Ling, dispatch a gray bamboo to search the vicinity with this location as the center. Understood, Master, came the mechanical voice. A gray bamboo robot swiftly leaped from the vehicle, its legs whirring as it vanished into the underbrush. A quarter of an hour later, Mi Ling reported, Master, the bamboo has detected traces of human activity and successfully located items imbued with energy. Excellent, lead me there, Yifeng exclaimed joyfully. The Golden War Chariot approached a quaint village. In the distance, an ancient, archaic well caught Yifeng's eye. This was a long-abandoned water well, of the most primitive design. Under normal circumstances, even rural areas would lack such a well, which should have been filled in long ago. However, following the blood-red night, the well seemed to have undergone a transformation, beginning to exude new vitality. Yifeng decisively activated his inside eye. Extraordinary item. Spirit well description. This well appears ordinary, yet has undergone a mutation for some unknown reason, continuously producing spiritual water, at least 1 ton daily. Yifeng's heart leaped with joy. This mutated spirit well could indeed yield spiritual water. Spiritual water is imbued with spiritual energy. Regular consumption purifies the body and slightly enhances physical attributes. Cooking with spiritual water increases the nutritional value of food, nourishing the body, while steeping tea in spiritual water enhances its benefits and flavor. Its applications are boundless. The Golden Chariot swiftly approached the spirit well, where 2 supernatural beings were stationed as sentinels. Their attention was piqued by the vehicle's approach. What is that? It appears to be a golden carriage, one remarked, their expressions shifting to one of vigilance as they readied themselves. Yifeng, they must be accomplices of that group, murmured Murong Shuе. Yifeng nodded, opting for action rather than words. With a resounding crash, a bolt of lightning struck down, incapacitating the 2 supernatural guardians on the spot. Their life force extinguished in an instant. The Golden Chariot halted beside the mutated water well. As the door swung open, Yifeng and Murong Shue descended from the vehicle. Is this the secret behind their newfound strength? Murong Shue's beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity. It should be, Yifeng replied, channeling his mental energy to extract a handful of spirit water from the well. The water was crystalline and transparent, imbued with spiritual essence. He took a sip, savoring its exquisite sweetness. You should try it, he urged Murong Shue. Upon tasting the spirit water, her eyes widened in delight. Yifeng, this water is truly delicious. However, it's a fixed item. We cannot take it with us. She lamented. Who says we can't move it? Yifeng countered, his smile broadening. While others might find the mutated spirit well immovable, for Yifeng, it was an entirely different matter. With that thought, he encircled the well with both arms and exerted a tremendous force. The well shuddered slightly, showing some give. It's quite heavy. Yifeng mused with a smile before entering his thunderous state. His eyes turned a brilliant gold, his hair billowed, and his muscles rippled with strength. At the same moment, he tossed the Qiankuan bag, which rapidly expanded and generated a powerful attraction. With a thunderous shout, Yifeng lifted the water well along with the surrounding earth high into the air, securing it within the Qianquan bag. Prompt. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the spirit well, which can continuously produce spirit water. Prompt. The spirit water contains rich energy and can be used to nourish the seedlings of the Enlightenment ancient tea tree. One of the conditions for nurturing the seedlings has been met. Yifeng's heart soared with joy upon hearing this unexpected news. He had inadvertently fulfilled a requirement for cultivating the ancient tea tree seedlings. This trip to Spring City was not in vain. In other words, if he could obtain suitable soil, he could commence the planting of the Enlightenment ancient tea tree seedlings. The ancient tea tree was crucial to Yifeng's progression and strengthening after reaching the third tier, making it an invaluable resource. Just then, a new prompt echoed in his mind. Prompt. Congratulations to the host for acquiring an extraordinary item, rewarded with 50 portions of fish bait. Yifeng's smile grew even broader. Excellent. The system is quite considerate. 50 portions of fish bait equated to 5 portions of high-grade bait. Currently, his daily sign-in yielded only 150 portions of bait, quite satisfactory. At that moment, a commotion erupted. What the hell is happening? What have you done? Yifeng and Mu Rongshui glanced up to see the supernatural beings left behind in the village rushing out in alarm. As several extraordinary individuals emerged, they gazed in astonishment at the immense pit not far away. Where had the mutated water well gone? The enormity of the well left them utterly bewildered. Chapter 198. Hanyang Building. Leader Luo Cheng witnessing this spectacle, Mu Rongshui remarked, Yifeng, they must be remnants of the earlier raiding factions, akin to the guardians of the spiritual well. Indeed, let us eliminate them all. Yifeng nodded in agreement, gesturing with a sweep of his hand. A bolt of lightning descended. Boom. Before the others could react, they stood dazed, instantly reduced to ashes. Their demise was absolute. Subsequently, Yifeng ventured into the lair of this group, commencing his search for spoils. After a brief while, he found himself richly rewarded. A substantial collection of zombie crystal nuclei lay before him, among which 2 were first-tier mutated nuclei. Additionally, there were approximately 10 units of blood-red crystals. The most valuable find, however, was a soil attribute rule stone. This stone was of the same category as the flame stone Yifeng had previously acquired. A precious resource utilized only after reaching the third tier. It appears that the dark-skinned lad is quite fortunate, possessing a considerable treasure. Yifeng mused, toying with the earthy rule stone. I find it hard to believe that his luck could lead him to encounter you, Mu Rongshui replied with a playful smile. Indeed, he seems to be quite the unfortunate soul. Yifeng chuckled, stowing away the spoils in his storage space. He then turned to leave, joining Mu Rongshui as they returned to their vehicle. Miling, let us set off once more. Chun City. This city was slightly larger than Jiang City. After days of development, extraordinary forces had also risen here. The roads in the city center were notably wide. A dazzling golden war chariot stood parked before a towering edifice. This high-rise was the headquarters of Hanyang Group, named Hanyang Building, boasting an impressive height of 66 stories. As the door of the golden war chariot swung open, a staircase materialized. 2 figures descended from the vehicle. The man possessed sharp brows and bright eyes, standing tall and exuding an extraordinary presence. The woman, with fair skin and exquisite beauty, had a graceful figure and a gentle demeanor. These 2 were none other than Yifeng and Mu Rongshui. Following them was a drowsy little unicorn dog, wobbling as it trotted alongside Yifeng. The pup was Qilin Xiaobai. Xiaoxue, you mentioned your sister is here? Yifeng inquired, looking towards Mu Rongshui. Yes, during our last conversation, she clearly informed me that she was at Hanyang Group's building, and that it has developed into a considerable gathering place where she is the leader, Mu Rongshui replied, a hint of anxiety creeping into her voice. She feared for her sister's safety. Yifeng's expression shifted thoughtfully. In his past life, there had been a Hanyang base, a leading power in Chun City. However, it was the Luo father and son who controlled the Hanyang base, not Mu Rongyu. Both were legendary figures, having carved out a significant reputation in the apocalypse. Their dual legend was a topic of admiration. Yifeng gazed up at the towering structure before him. If his assumptions were correct, this Hanyang building should be the predecessor of the Hanyang base. The trio, 2 individuals and a dog, accompanied by a striking golden war chariot, was indeed quite conspicuous. This peculiar situation was swiftly noticed by the individuals within the building. Before long, a wind element ability user clad in black rushed over. Who are you? Have you come to ally with us? We are currently recruiting ability users or healthy individuals daring enough to take risks. This ability user, a young man with a buzz cut, spoke the customary lines, yet his gaze remained fixated on the golden war chariot. His keen eyesight recognized its inherent value. Is this the Hanyang Group? Mu Rongshui eagerly inquired. Upon hearing this, he finally lifted his head. However, when he noticed Morong Shue's appearance, he was momentarily taken aback. Leader Yu, what brings you here? The buzzcut youth was evidently astonished, scrutinizing Morong Shue closely. No, you are not Leader Yu. Your attire and demeanor are distinctly different. Who are you? Why are you masquerading as Leader Yu? Seeing his reaction, Morong Shue became excited. Leader Yu? Are you referring to Morong Yu? Indeed. The buzzcut youth replied earnestly, having pieced together the situation. Is she currently in this building? I am her sister, Morong Shue continued hastily. Faced with someone who bore an uncanny resemblance to Leader Yu, the buzzcut youth believed her without a second thought. Leader Morong is the head of our gathering place. She is currently not in the building, having gone out to hunt zombies, he explained quickly. You are Leader Yu's sister? I will notify Leader Luo immediately. The buzzcut youth promptly produced a walkie-talkie and began communicating with someone within the building. Upon hearing his words, Morong Shue let out a long sigh of relief. Sister is alive. That is truly wonderful. A look of joy graced Morong Shue's face. It seems she is faring quite well, Yifeng remarked with a slight smile. I am one of Leader Yu's subordinates. She often mentions having a sister, the buzzcut youth said with a grin. Is that so? Morong Shue couldn't help but display a look of delight. Before long, a group emerged from the building. Leading them was a burly man with a square face, appearing to be in his 40s. Haha, we are honored by your presence. Forgive us for not welcoming you sooner. He approached Morong Shue with a hearty smile. I am Luo Cheng, the temporary head of this gathering place. Morong Yu is my comrade. We are all ability users, banding together to survive in this apocalyptic world. Hello, Mr. Luo Cheng. Morong Shue refrained from extending her hand, instead offering a polite smile. I am Morong Shue, Morong Yu's sister. Luo Cheng discreetly withdrew his hand without a hint of embarrassment and continued, just by looking at your features. I can immediately discern that you and Xiao Yu are indeed sisters. I have already informed Xiao Yu. She should return shortly. Luo Cheng beamed with a cheerful smile and turned to Yifeng, inquiring, and who might this brother be? This is Yifeng, my companion. Morong Shue responded with the premeditated statement. Hello, Yifeng nodded calmly at Luo Cheng. He had already discerned Luo Cheng's background with his keen perception. Name, Luo Cheng. Ability, Epic level, Strength of the Wild Bull rank. First tier, 8 stars. Luo Cheng's prowess is commendable. Haha, the young man is quite handsome as well. Luo Cheng nodded at Yifeng and said, Gentlemen, let us not linger here. Please, come inside. Following his lead, the group entered the Hanyang building. Yifeng and Morong Shue were escorted to a reception room, while Luo Cheng excused himself and departed. Morong Shue anxiously cradled the drowsy Xiao Bai, waiting impatiently nearby. Yifeng sat in a chair, his fingers rhythmically tapping the edge, a contemplative expression crossing his face. In his previous life, he had not encountered the Luo father and son, but it was rumored that the Luo family was renowned for their dual legends. Yet, this Luo Cheng was merely of epic level. Could it be? Yifeng's eyes brightened as he unfurled his mental energy. A vast mental force spread outward like a spider's web. This is not a storage room, he thought, as he continued his exploration. Before long, his eyes lit up, and a slight smile graced his lips as he murmured to himself, Ah, this must be the place. Let me see what lies within. Wait, could this be a blood diamond? Chapter 199. The mysterious blood diamond. Luo father and son, Yifeng's expression sharpened, the gravity of the situation settling upon him. Is this truly a blood diamond? Within this chamber, which appeared to be a storage room, there were at least 300 units of crimson crystals. Additionally, a blue stone and a blood diamond-shaped object, the size of an egg, were present. After careful verification, Yifeng's heart surged with joy. The blood diamond is akin to the essence of Blood Luo's tears. When an ability user absorbs the energy from a blood diamond, there is at least a 50% chance of elevating their epic level ability to legendary status. Even in the event of failure, it can break through star level limits, enhancing one's strength. Blood diamonds are a byproduct of crimson crystals, representing a superior variant. What a treasure! Yifeng's gaze flickered, realizing that Luo Cheng was evidently unaware of the true utility of this item. The blue stone, presumably a rule stone of a certain attribute, was also valuable. Yifeng's mind began to strategize. Moments later, the door to the conference room was abruptly flung open. A striking figure with fiery red hair, almost identical in appearance to Morong Shue, rushed in. Sister. This figure was none other than Morong Yu. Her face flushed, breathless with excitement. She exclaimed, Sister. Morong Shue was equally exhilarated. She set Xiaobai down and stood up. In an instant, the two sisters embraced, tears streaming down their faces. Oh, sister. I can't believe I can see you again. This is just wonderful. Sister, me too. I have been so miserable. In their reunion, the sisters were overwhelmed with emotion. Words tumbling forth in an endless stream, reminiscing about their shared past. Observing the sisters' profound joy, Yifeng couldn't help but smile. In such dire times, the reunion of family is indeed a moment of great happiness. He decided to step out of the conference room, granting them the privacy to reconnect. Brother Yi, do you wish to rest? A voice resonated. Yifeng lifted his gaze to find the previously encountered young man with a flat top. Brother Yi, my name is Wang Anyu, a subordinate of the Moon Leader, the young man said with a smile. This way, the lounge has been prepared for you. All right. Thank you for your trouble, Yifeng replied with a nod. It's no trouble at all, Wang Anyu chuckled, leading the way ahead. By the way, you mentioned being a subordinate of the Moon Leader, but isn't the leader here Luo Cheng? Yifeng casually inquired. Before the Blood Night, the Moon Leader was indeed the most powerful, making him the chief leader here, while Luo Cheng held the position of second in command, Wang Anyu explained with a smile. However, after the Blood Night, Luo Cheng's son, Luo Tian, transformed from an ordinary person into an extraordinary ability user, reportedly possessing formidable strength. Of course, I have not witnessed his power myself, as he has been diligently training since his awakening. Wang Anyu shrugged. Yet, it is rumored that just 2 days ago, Luo Tian challenged the Moon Leader and emerged victorious. At this point, Wang Anyu sighed. Therefore, it is difficult to ascertain who the true chief leader is these days. Nonetheless, both Luo Cheng and Luo Tian hold the Moon Leader in high regard. Oh, I see, Yifeng mused. He had previously sensed that Murong Yu possessed the ability of blood control, rated as epic quality, and at the level of first rank 8 stars. From Wang Anyu's words, it appeared that Luo Tian's strength surpassed that of Murong Yu, albeit slightly. Actually, I am more supportive of the Moon Leader, Wang Anyu suddenly declared. Yifeng's eyes glimmered with curiosity. Oh, why is that? Our team was primarily established thanks to the Moon Leader. Moreover, the Moon Leader saved my life. Wang Anyu stated earnestly. Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, I will always stand by the Moon Leader. As the two conversed, they arrived at a lounge. Wang Anyu opened the door. Yifeng glanced inside and saw that it was well furnished with a bed, sofa, and all necessary amenities. Brother Yi, you rest. I shall not disturb you, Wang Anyu said before stepping out of the room. Yifeng settled onto the sofa, closing his eyes to meditate. Simultaneously, he extended his mental power to investigate. This is the supply warehouse, and this is the armory. Interesting, Yifeng remarked, a smile creeping onto his lips as he discovered a hidden chamber. Inside the chamber were 2 individuals, a burly middle-aged man and a grim-faced young man. These 2 were none other than Luo Cheng and his son, Luo Tian. Here is the situation, Luo Cheng began, looking at Luo Tian, who responded with a glimmer of insight in his eyes. Based solely on your description, I believe this situation poses a significant disadvantage for us. Indeed, whether these 2 join our team or Murong Yu departs with them, it would be a tremendous loss for us. Luo Cheng's eyes narrowed. Father, you are absolutely correct. Luo Tian replied, his expression serious, brows furrowed. The most pressing issue is the rare supplies in Murong Yu's possession, especially those 3 blood tomatoes. We cannot allow her to take them away. Indeed, I concur. Luo Cheng concurred, recalling that on the fateful blood red night, he and she had unearthed a significant discovery together. As their conversation unfolded, Yifeng came to understand the circumstances. It turned out that during the blood red night, Murong Yu and Luo Cheng had formed a team, acquiring considerable opportunities. They had approximately 600 units of blood crystals, 2 blood diamonds, 6 mutated blood tomatoes, an extraordinary weapon known as the blood red scimitar, and an enigmatic blue stone. Among these, the blood diamonds and blood crystals were evenly divided between the 2. Murong Yu and Luo Cheng each consumed 1 blood tomato, resulting in a remarkable enhancement of their abilities. Later, when Murong Yu consumed another, she realized its effect was minimal, understanding that the benefits of the mutated tomatoes were only substantial when consuming the first. The remaining 3 blood tomatoes were retained by the more powerful Murong Yu. As for the extraordinary weapon, the blood red scimitar naturally fell into her possession, while the blue stone remained with Luo Cheng. Father, at that time, I had just awakened, and your strength was inferior to hers. We were at a disadvantage and had nothing to say. Luo Tian licked his lips, his eyes glinting with avarice. However, times have changed. My strength has now reached the pinnacle of first rank, 9 stars. As he spoke, Luo Tian flipped his palm, conjuring a mass of black water radiating a terrifying energy. He casually pressed his hand against the metallic table. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The metal surface was instantly corroded, creating a vast hole. This was his extraordinary ability, Tide of Corrosion, a legendary power. Upon witnessing this, Luo Cheng's eyes widened. Son, you have already reached 9 stars. Excellent, excellent. When you were at 8 stars, Murong Yu could not defeat you and could only rely on the blood red scimitar to maintain her unbeaten status. Now that you have ascended to 9 stars, she will undoubtedly be no match for you. Xiaodian, you truly are my remarkable son. Luo Cheng exclaimed, reflecting. I have trained longer than Murong Yu and even consumed the extraordinary blood tomatoes, yet I never imagined you would surpass me. Haha. This may indeed illustrate the chasm between the epic and legendary tiers. Luo Tian declared with pride. Hearing this, Luo Cheng raised his thumb in admiration, proclaiming, My son, Luo Tian, possesses the potential to become a deity.